You are the only man in the world who can hold on for 5 seconds. But you married a president's wife who was never full all day long. It's one thing not to eat enough for one meal, but who can stand not being full every meal? Just now, the wife who hadn't eaten enough said seriously, I'll give you one more chance. If it takes more than 5 minutes, we'll divorce immediately. After hearing what my wife said, I also looked helpless. Remembering 5 years ago, I was trapped on the 22nd floor by someone else's husband in lunching. I gritted my teeth and wanted to flip from the air conditioner unit to the next one. Unfortunately, my legs went weak, my feet slipped, and I fell down. However, with a flash of white light, I didn't go to see my great-grandfather, but accidentally crossed over to the body of a person with the same name in this parallel world. At the age of 25 that year, in the prime of life, full of vigor, strong and enduring, married to his wife for only 2 years. It was the high-frequency period of his wife. Unfortunately, as soon as the version of me from launching arrived, it was over, and my performance plummeted. Originally, it started at least 1 hour, but now, it didn't even last more than 5 minutes, and at that time, my wife's identity was a high-ranking executive with a 7-figure annual salary. Initially, she accidentally discovered my banana and then, without hesitation, married me, a poor guy, aiming for my skills and perseverance. However, for the past 5 years until now, although I have been very stable, it is because I have always maintained a record of not exceeding 5 minutes. After listening to my wife's words, I made up my mind and went all in. Then I directly picked up a few blue diamond-shaped pills on the table and poured them all into my mouth in one breath. No success, no regrets. Let's do it. However, the next second, what came was not the feeling of steel, but a strange alert sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful suicide. The system rewards you with a warrior's grand gift package, but you need 50 luck points to open it. A moment of speechlessness in my heart. I thought I wouldn't be treated like this when I time traveled, but now I'm about to die. Where can I find any luck? However, just as I was still speechless, a strange alert sound rang out again. Ding! The powerful system has already absorbed the toxicity in your body. You can now freely send and receive, freely control the flow of time. I couldn't help but let out a sound of awe directly, because isn't this what I've been thinking about day and night for the past 5 years? What are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. I don't know when. My wife has already put on her clothes and walked out. I, who was still opening my mouth to make the sound ah, suddenly froze again. I stammered, looking at my wife in a sexy black professional suit making a phone call, and then said, "Are you really going?" After my wife heard what I said, she immediately raised her voice and said on the phone, "Mr. Huang, I will be there on time tonight." At this moment, I could clearly hear a man's greasy voice coming from the phone. "Okay, baby." After hanging up the phone, my wife took out the prepared marriage certificate and divorce agreement from her bag, and said to me, "Li Suoju, I have done my best. I'm sorry, I have plenty of time left and cannot waste it on you. Sign it, split the property in half." After saying that, without caring about my feelings, she directly threw the divorce agreement on the table in front of me. I can't stand it anymore at this moment. I'm holding back the reality I don't want to face, and said to my wife, "Wife, I'm fine. Really, I'm really fine now. If you don't believe me, we can do it again." Forget it, I already have psychological barriers. I'd rather believe in time travel in this world than believe your words. After my wife finished listening to me, she directly waved her hand and said, "I was about to say that I am a real time traveler, but then I thought, forget it, am I still complaining that others don't treat me as a mental patient? However, it has been 5 years since I crossed over. Even a pair of dogs would develop feelings after 5 years. So, I continued to say to her, divorce is fine, but if you have the ability, come back after the divorce, even if it's just a commemoration of our breakup. Okay, let's go. My wife also straightforwardly agreed. At this moment, I am standing inside the Civil Affairs Bureau with my ex-wife. In front of us is a fat man wearing the uniform of the Civil Affairs Bureau staff, sitting in his seat, holding our divorce certificate. Under the gaze of both of us, he stamped the divorce certificate twice with a loud sound, saying, "Congratulations to both of you." I took the divorce certificate with a gloomy expression, and then memorized the appearance of this fat man with a fierce look in my eyes like a butcher. After taking the divorce certificate, the two of us walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, I stood next to my ex-wife's $1 million luxury car, watching my ex-wife, with red eyes, reaching out to the car door with one hand. I choked up and said, "Wife, I'm sorry." "You, General." My ex-wife flicked her hair in front of her eyes, withdrew her hand from the car door, then stood up straight again and said to me, "Is there anything else?" I suddenly feel a bit, I suddenly feel a bit unable to say it, but since the system has already said it, why not give it a try? And it's still free now. Then, as if I had made some kind of decision, I said, let's have a meal. The last one. My ex-wife raised her hand in front of me, looked at the time on her watch, and then looked at me in confusion. My eyes also lit up, and I boldly said, we have completed the commemoration of the breakup. Didn't you promise? Just as I finished saying this, several passers-by who walked past us cast strange glances at us. Is it interesting? We are already divorced, and you still want to torture me. Do you know how hard it has been for me to endure these 5 years? Yujiko opened the car door and got into the car. Lilachu hurriedly opened the door on the other side of the car, afraid that she would run away. Hurry in and talk in the car. The two of them were seated in the car. Yujika took the lead. Now that I'm divorced, I no longer consider your dignity. To tell you the truth, I'm on edge every time. I'm pinching 5 minutes now more than a stopwatch. Seeing Yujika's chest heaving, Lilachu couldn't bear it. Sorry, forget it then. I'm leaving. After that, he went to push the car door. Wait. Yujik gave him a blank look. Isn't it just 5 minutes? Yujik, can afford to play? Let's go home. I'm a man of my word. Mister. What if I break the record? I'll make you grow daisies. After that, he started the car and drove towards home. Chapter 2 Suicide Activation System. 9 p.m. The second-story villa in all directions was in disarray, and 100 birds were scared of the forest. Yogiko gasped for air. I can't, honey, please, we're out of Vaseline at home. Lilachu was also sweating profusely and his body was seriously overdrawn. Been working overtime since I got back at 9 a.m. Husband. Yujika moved the strands of hair sticking to her forehead and fought to get a better look at Lilachu's robust body. You're not opening for 5 years. Opening tops 5 years nah. Lilachu acted as if he hadn't heard it, looking blankly at the void. Unico didn't lie to me. It's really easy to send and receive, and if we hadn't run out of gas, we might really be able to give back all 5 years. That husband sounded especially harsh. Ding. System testing. Yujik, 30 years old. Lucky 50. Already paid to capture the heart and gain all the lucky values. Do you open the warrior's bundle with 50 lucky values? Open. Lilachu, without hesitation, murmured. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following 7 great newbie gifts. 1. Creativity Unlimited 24-hour experience card. 2. Fighting Fiend card x10. 3. 24-hour experience card for the best chat girls. 4. 24-hour experience card for the Jedi Doctor. 5. Super Stealth card x10. 6. 144 foreign languages come with a randomized lifetime edition. 7. Super Lawyers Lifetime Edition. Asterisk. Lilachu straightened and stood still. Yogika jumped in shock and boldly reached out to try his nostrils. Honey, I said take it easy. This is good. Yujika this regret blame yourself. Tired husband on the belly. She was so scared that she was just about to cover her face and cry and mourn. Ahem. Lilachu covered his chest before he slowed down. Screaming about what? Please be careful how you address me. I'm your ex-husband now. Yujik. The woman didn't care, thinking her husband was sulking, smiling and rubbing her breasts to fry someone a steak. Scared the hell out of me. Get hungry. I'll fry a steak. Bad. Husband. It's the ex-husband. Lilachu smoked his cigarette leisurely, reflecting on the splendor of the party. Oh no. It's madness. Watching Yogiko turned her back on herself and flipped through her cell phone. Lilachu asked lightly what's wrong. At this time, 8 or 9 times it was that Huang Bingzhang who made the call. This kid is the vice president of the branch. It is said that immediately corrected. The former Manhwa Hui to age to return to the headquarters of the pension. The company that Lilachu works for is affiliated with a large centralized enterprise. Management is not as strict as the private sector. Does not pay attention to performance, only look at the relationship. Fortunately, over the years there are Yujika this branch of the executive director of the secret maintenance. If not, Lilachu would have been streamlined out long ago. Yukik looked down halfway inside. Nothing? I'm going to fry up a steak, open a bottle of Gorodova, and celebrate. Looking at the woman forced smile. Lilachu heart is not taste. It's amazing how much I've lived in her shadow all these years. This time with the system added. Is it possible to raise your eyebrows? With that in mind, he consulted the system's customer service. Brother Unity? Can these trial versions be exchanged for permanent versions? System, the next upgrade uses a luck value of 300, which can be exchanged for a permanent card. Warm tip, you can look for women with lots of luck and continue to capture their hearts. Lilachu nodded and saw that Yujika was already in the kitchen putting a skillet on the fire and frying a steak. At that moment, A blinding bright light came from the dresser. It's a message from the woman's cell phone. Li Lachu quickly stepped close to see the kitchen. Yujiko did not have any fuming. Only then did he look down and pick up his cell phone. Scrolling through the messages. Mr. Huang, baby, why didn't you come? This time, after the old horse left, our faction definitely has a bright future. Li Lachu put down his cell phone and secretly sneered. Oh, the big cake is drawn well. This Huang Bingjiang divorced twice. The company's younger lesbians almost all have a leg up with him. It is said that only Iceberg Superintendent Yujiko has been guarding his body and has not been attacked by him. Li Lachu took a deep breath and looked at the stars outside the window. Either way, that's in the past. And people who can't keep their hearts for 5 minutes aren't worth keeping. Honey, the steak is ready. Yujika took off her apron and walked in with the steak and red wine. Put the square table down on the bed and we'll both sit on the bed and eat. Li Lachu smiled and nodded his head in agreement. He wasn't going to ruin the atmosphere of the night. The Last Supper. Not to be so petty. The table was set up and the two sat facing each other cross-legged. Yogiko set out 2 plates of steak on each. Li Lachu fetched 2 more tall glasses. Bang! Topped off the cork of the red wine. Yujika closed his eyes and smelled it. Well, not bad. The souvenir that HQ gave out at that meeting in Gorodova. It's really the real thing. Li Lachu smiled without saying anything, quietly waiting for the woman to pour herself a drink. Husband, tomorrow I go to the headquarters for a meeting. I guess it's about personnel changes. La Ma and Meng we go together. The family only leaves the planning department Zhang Huaijin in charge. You be careful. Don't ask her to seize the handle. Li Lachu slowly shook the wineglass in his hand and watched the fuchsia color swirl casually. Hubby, you haven't been promoted all these years, but the work here is easy and well paid. So it's better to commiserate for a few days. How hard it is to find a job nowadays. And we're both 30, so it's hard to start over anywhere. Yujiko also poured himself a good wine at this time, glanced at Li Lachu, and held back the latter words. It's been 5 years and it's been said no less than 100 times. The second half of the sentence is you are just going to put up with it even if you're playing the grandchild, and I'm going to be the director of administration, so I can protect you and keep you from getting laid off. But not today. A man's a man? It's like turning over a serf to sing. This male, on behalf of all parties, also stood up. He was no longer the cowardly noodle gourd he used to be. I'm sorry husband, you've suffered all these years. I won't be able to make it to the remarriage tomorrow. I'm catching an early flight. The woman and the man bumped glasses. Here's to your remarriage. Li Lachu didn't say anything, but just obediently took a sip from his cup. The woman took the man's plate again and began to cut his steak. The mouth wasn't idle. We'll remarry when I get back from my meeting, and it'll be like old times. All right, it's only for a week. After saying that, he gave the man a tentative look, saying it himself with a light heart, but still a little heartfelt. After all, the steel seals are all stuck, and if you want to get back together, it's up to the person. But can he still disagree? All these years, if it wasn't for his mother's protection, he would have lost his job. Besides, my old lady is like a flower. She has to look good, and she has to be skilled. He was also told to try chrysanthemum tea today, and he's not going to be a butt-whopping to remarry me? Yes, but I want an open relationship. The man didn't put the glass down, but shook it back and forth in his hand, eyes dead set on the woman. At this, Yujika stopped cutting the meat and looked up across the room. Why? If we go public with the news, we can't be in the same company? Is that what you want? Li Lachu smiled and put down his wineglass. You're afraid that, without the charm, you'll lose your current position, right? Chapter 3, New Target Zhang Huaijin. You're afraid of losing your current position, aren't you? Wow! With an exasperated shove of her hands, Yogiko threw the steak plate and knife and fork on the table. Li Lockjaw, do you think I'm doing this for myself? She rolled out of bed and walked towards the window. Try to get some air and also tell yourself to calm down. 7 years of marriage and for the first time this man dared to talk like that. Haven't figured out how to respond to it myself. Li Lockjaw, if you don't have me by your side, you won't last a month in the company before you're laid off. Is that what you want? She turned her back on the man, imposing. Then try. The man's voice came from behind him, not very loud, but biting like a knife. She turned around at once. We've been married for 7 years all over. What kind of relationship are you announcing as an old married couple? Have to make. I also lost my job. You are comfortable? Yes, I admit you can again now. But, that is food? Money? Is it not time to face reality? You think, I call you husband, you can do it, and still bargain with me? If you don't want to get married again, forget it. As the director of administration, it's all about playing with people, and it's reasonable that Yujiko doesn't get so out of control. But still, I didn't control myself. Pour out your heart all at once. She knew that the weasel named Yellow was up to no good tonight, so I was really going to commit myself to him. Got the divorce papers in the morning and got over myself morally. Go to the weasel's bed at night and set yourself up for the future. Continue construction and make sure you don't get removed from the job. He secretly kept his ex-husband's position again, and was gracious enough to do right by him. Can I say that I was nice enough to him? And he made a fool of himself? When that was said, everything was laid out in plain sight. Li Lachu did not reply. Not speaking at this time is the same as showing an attitude. He ate his steak in silence. The scraping sound of the knife cutting through the plate calling Yogiko even more irritating. She was at the window, silently weeping. She knew that she and he were really divorced. The next day, the two walked out of both rooms. A large villa with lots of rooms. In the past, Li Lachu used to sleep in this room at night when he drank too much or was punished. Watch the house. I'm leaving. Yujiko got up early and put on a long time of makeup, barely covering off the traces of last night. Well, have a safe trip. Li Lachu took a sip of milk. With no intention of getting up, the woman pulled her suitcase, looked around the room once with a dark expression, and with a final twist, decided to leave. Not long after, a glowing Li Lachu also came to his car. Traffic is backed up in the morning, so you have to get there while you can. If I'm late, I'll be scolded by that demoness Zheng Huaijin again. Luckily, the light was green all the way. It's just nice to have a lucky break, since getting Yogi Coco's lucky value is much more auspicious than it used to be. Go out with a bang. In front of the company door, Li Lachu parked his car. Surprisingly, I'm 20 minutes early today. Hurry and swipe your card to the elevator. The elevator was going down, and Li Lachu waited silently with his briefcase in both hands. Tada! There was a slow click of heels, followed by the strong scent of perfume. Without turning around, Li Lachu knows that Zheng Huaijin, that witch, is here. Ding! The elevator doors opened in response. Good morning, Mr. Zhen. Li Lachu still politely asked Zheng Huaijin to enter the elevator first. At this point, it was just the two of them in the elevator. He stole a glance at Zheng Huaijin. Today she was wearing a tight black dress that held up her bulging breasts and outlined her rounded hips and voluptuous figure. Mr. Zheng Huaijin Zhang, isn't that a bit interesting? Those slender eyes were staring at the screen of the cell phone, and her lips, painted with bright red lipstick, were slightly puckered. Li Lachu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman, she's really hooked. Suddenly, the system's beep sounded in his head. Zheng Huaijin, female, 31 years old, lucky value 80, unmarried, adopted by Mr. Ma. Li Lachu's heart fluttered. 80 lucky points? This is a big fat sheep. Isn't this the next step in lucky value? But on second thought, this Huaijin didn't have a good face for him on a regular basis. Besides, she's the one who's been adopted by Mr. Ma, so how can she have a chance? Just as he was ruminating, Zheng Huaijin suddenly spoke. Li Lachu, I've heard that you're not very harmonious in the planning department lately, so you'd better be careful. Her voice was cold with a hint of mockery. Li Lachu was shocked in his heart and did not expect the retaliation to come so quickly. All know that he is Yujika's people. This Yujika front foot left. They began to take their own knife. He was just about to open his mouth to explain, when he suddenly remembered the big gift package given by the system. A 24-hour extreme tease card? Want to try? He thought in his heart. Just in time. Dish it out before you get the lucky value. As soon as he thought of it, Li Lachu immediately murmured in his mind. System, use the 24-hour extreme girl flirting card. In an instant, he felt as if his entire body had been infused with a magical power. Countless tips and tricks for flirting with girls suddenly sprang to mind. The corners of Li Lachu's mouth rose slightly, and he turned to face Zheng Huaijin with a little more confidence and charm in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, are you concerned about me? His voice was low and magnetic. Zheng Huaijin froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Li Lachu to answer this way. She frowned and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Li Lachu. In fact, I've always been very grateful for you looking at me differently. Li Lachu continued, his eyes looking straight at Zheng Huaijin. Zheng Huaijin was a bit overwhelmed by his sudden bluntness. You, what are you talking about? She subconsciously took half a step back. Li Lachu smiled slightly and took a step forward, shortening the distance between them. Mr. Zhang, you know what? Every time I see you, I'm reminded of a poem. Zheng Huaijin stared at Li Lachu with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. What poem? She asked involuntarily. Li Lachu took a deep breath and slowly chanted in a low voice, seeking him for 1,000 degrees and many miles. But when he looked back, the man was there, beyond the lights. Zheng Huaijin's face instantly turned red. She didn't expect Li Lachu to say such words. You, what are you babbling about? She stammered, but her eyes unconsciously glanced at Li Lachu. Li Lachu was secretly happy in his heart. It seems that this flirting card is really effective. He continued to ride the wave of victory. Mr. Zhang, you know what? Your beauty lies not only in your appearance, but also in your talent and wisdom. Zhang Huaizhen's breathing was obviously shortened, and she bit her lip as if she was trying to control her emotions. Li Laqiu, what's wrong with you today? Drinking early in the morning? She asked with forced composure. Li Laqiu gently shook his head, his eyes filled with sincerity. I'm very sober. Mr. Zhang, it's just that today, I finally mustered up the courage to tell you my true thoughts. Zhang Huaizhen's eyes began to flicker as she didn't know how to deal with this Li Laqiu who had suddenly become so different. Just then, the elevator stopped with a ding. The door opened and outside stood a couple of co-workers. Zhang Huaizhen was relieved and walked out of the elevator quickly, but as she passed by Li Laqiu, her hand inadvertently touched his arm. Li Laqiu keenly captured this detail and was secretly delighted. He followed out of the elevator, deliberately slowing down his pace and keeping a distance from Zhang Huaizhen. Mr. Zhang, he suddenly spoke. Are you free at noon today? I'd like to invite you to dinner to get some advice on work matters. Zhang Huaizhen stopped and turned to look at Li Laqiu. There was a hint of hesitation and curiosity in her eyes. You really just want to ask for a job? She asked tentatively. Li Laqiu revealed a charming smile. Of course, I don't mind if Mr. Zhang has other ideas. Zhang Huaizhen's face reddened again. She bit her lip and finally nodded. All right, 12 noon. See you at the old man's pickled fish downstairs from the company. After saying that, she quickly walked towards her office, leaving Li Laqiu standing in place with a triumphant smile on his face. System, this girl-teasing card of yours is too powerful, isn't it? Li Laqiu secretly marveled in his heart. Chapter 4 Two Young Relations. Through the long corridor, Li Laqiu pushed open the door of the office of the planning second group. The familiar scene comes into view: 4 desks, a small conference table, and the window with the blinds permanently drawn. He was the first to arrive, and the office still smelled of disinfectant left over from last night's cleaning ladies mopping. Li Laqiu walked straight to his seat, took out a rag from the drawer, and began to wipe the desktop and chair. He used to have to go along and wipe the other 3, before it was to please them. Now, get the hell out of here. I'm not your father. Planning 2 group of 4 people. 4 people are men. Li Laqiu 30 years old. Only the leader of the group Wang Qidong than their own big. Those 2 are new college students, respectively, Su Dongdong, Zhang Beibei. The 2 college students are lazier than the 2 oldest brothers and don't do anything, because the 2 of them came in on connections, and they could have died waiting for a meal. This is a famous Central Enterprises subordinate company. Business is single, loss year after year, but the company's wages, bonuses, welfare benefits issued as usual, so can stay in the company is the only mandatory for every office worker. After wiping the table, he sat down, took out his cell phone, leisurely connected to the company's Wi-Fi, and began to swipe the video to watch the news. It wasn't long before the office door was pushed open, and Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei walked in talking and laughing. Seeing that Li Laqiu was already in his seat, the 2 froze for a moment, then walked to their seats as if nothing had happened. Li Laqiu glanced at them and continued to look at his cell phone. Su Dongdong sat down, looked around, and scratched his table with his finger. Afterwards the fingers kneaded a few times and, phew, he blew the ash off his fingertips. A sideways glance reveals that only Li Laqiu's table is clean. He frowned and spoke. Li, why are you only wiping your own table today? Li Laqiu didn't raise his head and replied lightly. I'm not a housekeeper. Why should I wipe your table? At those words, the atmosphere in the office froze. Zhang Beibei put down her cell phone and looked at Li Laqiu incredulously. Brother Li, what do you mean by this? Weren't you the one who helped us clean up in the past? Li Laqiu put down his cell phone and looked straight at Zhang Beibei. The past is the past, and the present is the present. You guys have hands and feet. Can't you just wipe yourselves? Su Dongdong stood up, his face a bit ugly. Li Laqiu, what do you mean? Is it because you think you don't need to rely on us? Li Laqiu sneered. Rely on you? You are what? I rely on their own enough. At this time, the oldest Wang Qidong also came in, and hearing the argument, he asked, what's going on? What are you arguing about early in the morning? Su Dongdong immediately complained. Brother Wang, look at Li Laqiu. Today he suddenly didn't help us wipe the table, and said something about relying on himself is enough. Wang Qidong frowned at Li Laqiu. Little Li, what's going on? Did something happen at home? Li Laqiu stood up and looked around the office, then said, Brother Wang, do you think we're here to work, or are we here to be janitors? Wang Qidong was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Li Laqiu continued, is it written in each of our job duties that we have to help our co-workers by wiping the tables and mopping the floors? Su Dongdong interjected, it's not a matter of duty or not, It's team spirit. Li Laqiu turned to Su Dongdong. Oh, then why don't you show your team spirit and help us wipe the table? Zhang Beibei also stood up. Li Laqiu, don't go too far. Do you know who is behind us? Li Laqiu sneered. Of course I know. Isn't it just that your family has some connections? But this is a company, not your home. Seeing that the momentum was not right, Wang Qidong hurriedly rounded up the situation. Alright, everyone calm down. Little Li, are you in a bad mood today? Li Laqiu took a deep breath and said, Brother Wang, I'm in a good mood. I just think that we should each do our own job. We're here to work, not to babysit. Su Dongdong snorted coldly. Ha, who do you think you are? Without Mr. You covering you would have been fired a long time ago. Li Laqiu's eyes flashed. Who am I? I am an employee of this company, just like you guys. As for general manager she is my superior, not my umbrella. Zhang Beibei snorted. Come on, who doesn't know the relationship between you two? How powerful do you think you are? Isn't it just relying on pillow talk? Li Laqiu slammed the table, and the office instantly fell silent. He said word for word, I don't need you to judge how capable I am. All I know is that I go to work on time every day, complete my work conscientiously, and never slack off. And you guys? Playing with your cell phones all day and shirking your responsibilities. What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Qidong hurriedly dissuaded him. Little Li, calm down. Talk about what's going on. Li Laqiu took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Brother Wang, I'm calm. I just want to say that from today onwards, we will follow the company's rules. Do what you should do and don't do what you shouldn't do. Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei looked at each other, obviously not expecting Li Laqiu to be so tough. Wang Qidong hesitated and said, Little Li, you have a point. However, we are a team after all. Li Laqiu interrupted. Yes, we are a team. That's why it's more important to respect each other rather than having one person do everything. Su Dongdong sneered. Okay, Li Laqiu, are you eating bear heart and leopard gall today? Waiting for Mr. You to come back. Let's see how you explain. Li Laqiu said faintly. There's no need to wait for her to come back. I can call her now. Do you guys want to hear what she has to say? With that, he literally pulled out his cell phone and made a gesture to dial. Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei instantly panicked and quickly waved their hands. Don't. No need. Li Laqiu put away his cell phone, looked around the circle, and said, Then, from now on, we will follow the rules. Do what you should do, and don't do what you shouldn't do. Any comments? The office was silent and no one dared to say anything. Li Laqiu nodded, sat back to his position, began to open the computer, and began to work in human form. The other three looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they could only sit down unhappily on their own. Wang Qidong sighed and muttered in a low voice, This is going to be interesting. Li Laqiu heard it, but ignored it. Chapter 5, Battle in the Office. Li Laqiu sat in front of the computer, pretending to tap on the keyboard. His afterglow caught a glimpse of Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei exchanging words and being secretive. These two goods must not be holding back any good farts. Li Laqiu thought in his heart. As expected, it didn't take long for the two guys to sneak out of the office. The corners of Li Laqiu's mouth rose slightly as he thought to himself, Go on. Let's see what tricks you guys can come up with. Only he and Wang Qidong were left in the office. Wang Qidong wanted to speak, but finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Little Li, what's wrong with you today? Li Laqiu didn't lift his head and continued to stare at the computer screen. Brother Wang, I don't have any problem. I just think we should follow the rules. Wang Qidong sighed. You weren't like this before. Only then did Li Laqiu raise his head and look at Wang Qidong. Brother Wang, you're right. I really wasn't like this before. But people always change, don't they? Wang Qidong was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Laqiu continued. Brother Wang, do you think it was right for me to do that before? Pleasing those two little brats like a lapdog? Wang Qidong was silent for a while and finally shook his head. Indeed it is not right. But Li, you have to realize that in this company, sometimes, Li Laqiu interrupted. I understand, Brother Wang, but I don't want to be like that anymore. I want to stand on my own feet. Wang Qidong looked at Li Laqiu and felt a little puzzled by him. Alright, little Li, I hope you know what you're doing. Li Laqiu smiled. Don't worry, Brother Wang, I know it in my heart. Meanwhile, in Zhang Huaizhen's office, Zhang Huaizhen sat in front of the vanity mirror, carefully fixing her makeup. Her mind kept replaying the scene when she met Li Laqiu in the elevator in the morning. I've been searching for him for 1,000 years, but when I look back, the man is there, beyond the lights. The verse echoed in her mind, making her blush uncontrollably. This Li Laqiu, really? Zhang Huaizhen bit her lip, a little deer in the headlights in her heart. She picked up her lipstick and applied it gently. No one in the company has ever said that about me before, she thought to herself. I don't know if it's true or not, but Zhang Huaijin looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly felt especially beautiful today. She remembered Li Laxu's slightly gangly face and her heart fluttered. He kinda looks like that movie star named Chiwon, the bad and gangly kind. Just as Zhang Huaijin was rambling, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Come in. She hurriedly gathered her thoughts and resumed her usual cold as ice look. The door was pushed open and Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei walked in. Zhang Huaijin frowned. Why are you two here? Don't you have to work? Su Dongdong looked aggrieved. Mr. Zhang, we are here to complain. Zhang Beibei nodded along. Yes, Li Lachu went too far. Zhang Huaijin was shocked in his heart, but his face did not move. What's going on? Speak clearly. Su Dongdong began to add fuel to his description. Mr. Zhang, Li Lachu suddenly changed like a different person today. He used to help us clean up, but now he's actually saying he won't do it anymore. Zhang Beibei continued. Yeah, and he said something about playing by the rules, and we have hands and feet to do it ourselves. It's so untrue. Zhang Huaijin listened, but in his heart he was thinking, these two little brats usually know how to be lazy and slippery, but now they have the nerve to come and complain. She looked at the two coldly. So, what you're saying is that you think Li Lachu is wrong because he doesn't help you clean up? Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei glanced at each other, feeling that something was wrong with the situation. Zhang Huaijin continued. Let me ask you, in your job duties, did you ask Li Lachu to help you clean up? The two were dumbfounded. Zhang Huaijin's voice grew colder and colder. Did you come to the company to work, or to enjoy babysitting services? Su Dongdong stammered. But in the past, Li Lachu used to do this. Zhang Huaijin slammed the table. Before was before. Now is now. Do you guys think you're so great that you can make others serve you? Zhang Beibei muttered in a small voice. That's not what we meant. Zhang Huaijin sneered. Not this meaning? Then what does it mean? You guys think you're the crown prince of the company and can do no work, right? The two men lowered their heads at the comment, not daring to say anything. Zhang Huaijin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. I'll tell you all. From today onwards, you'll work properly for me. Don't think about asking others to do this or that for you anymore. Is that clear? Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei nodded their heads in succession. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Huaijin waved her hand. Get out and work properly. Don't blame me for being impolite if I hear you guys slacking off again. The two men left the office in disgrace. Zhang Huaijin leaned back in her chair and took a long breath. She suddenly felt that Li Laxu's performance today seemed to be quite good. At least it's better than these two losers, she thought to herself, thinking that she would have to have lunch with Li Laxu at noon. Zhang Huaijin's heart began to pound again. She picked up the mirror and double-checked her makeup again. I hope he won't let me down. Zhang Huaijin whispered softly to himself. Meanwhile, Li Laxu was busy in his office. He looked at the time. There was still an hour before the lunchtime he had agreed with Zhang Huaijin. I hope those two little brats won't mess up anything, Li Laxu thought to himself. But he wasn't worried, because he believed that with the system's boost, he would be able to cope with it. The corners of Li Laxu's mouth rose slightly as he secretly looked forward to his upcoming lunch date. Not long afterward, the two brats, looking as if they'd eaten a rag, walked in with black faces. After coming in, he greeted Wang Qidong. Viciously, he glared at Li Laxu. Li Lak column pretend not to see. Continue to the screen crackling typing. Pretending to be AP? Su Dongdong deliberately slammed a document on the table. Dang! The sound. Wang Qidong, who was in his 50s, was startled. It was not a good time. I say Xiao Su, can you pay attention? I have a heart condition, don't you know? Why are you so loud? Humph. Relying on the fact that she had people and power, Su Dongdong did not put Wang Qidong, a team leader, in her eyes at all. Then Zhang Beibei over there also snapped. And then Zhang Beibei over there also snapped. The two of them were looking at these two now to get angry. They then thought that it must be Wang Qidong's secret authorization for Li Laxu to be so tough. Or has Li Laxu taken the wrong medicine and offended them both? Li Laxu picked up his cell phone, an evil smile on his face. He pretended to look at his phone but secretly turned on the video recording function. Come on, two little kids. Make it hard. Keep it up. Chapter 6. Wang Qidong finally gets angry. Zhang Beibei's actions completely angered Wang Qidong. He pushed down his glasses and stood up, pointing at the two of them. You two have gone too far. Is there any leadership in your eyes? Su Dongdong casually pulled her hair, blew out a breath, and sat on the swivel chair and turned around. Team leader Wang, of course we have you as our leader. Li Laxu sat on the sidelines, silently watching the farce unfold. He laughed in his heart. These two little brats have finally pissed off old King. The video continues and the excitement continues. Wang Qidong's face turned red, like a volcano about to explode at any moment. What kind of attitude do you have? Wang Qidong gritted his teeth and said, I'm your direct superior. Zhang Beibei crossed his legs and looked disdainful. Oh, so what? What can you do to us? Su Dongdong followed suit. That's right, it's not like you can fire us. Li Luochu looked at this scene and shook his head straight in his heart. These two goods are afraid to forget. Although Wang Qidong cannot fire them, but can give them small shoes. Sure enough, Wang Qidong's eyes narrowed and his voice was as cold as ice. Is that so? Then I would like to see how long you guys can be arrogant. Su Dongdong bristled in disbelief. Che, what can you do to us? It's not like we're scared. Zhang Beibei followed suit. That's right. Don't think you're great just because you're the leader of the group. Li Luochu was looking on the sidelines with amusement. These two idiots, I'm afraid, don't know how serious the consequences of offending the immediate leader are. Wang Qidong took a deep breath as if he was trying to control his emotions. Very well, since you guys are so confident, then from today onwards, you guys have to make at least 5 alternatives for the group's publicity plan, and I'll deduct your bonuses for anyone less. Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei's smiles instantly froze. What? On what basis? Su Dongdong jumped up. Zhang Beibei was not willing to show weakness either. You're taking personal revenge. Wang Qidong sneered. What? Didn't you say just now that I can't do anything to you? Are you afraid now? Li Luochu watched in fascination. This old Wang really has 2 skills. This trick to take the paycheck from the bottom of the kettle used a good Su Dongdong was anxious. You're abusing your power. I'm going to sue you. Wang Qidong said unhurriedly. Go ahead and sue. I'd like to see if you're justified in not working, or if I'm wrong in assigning work. Zhang Beibei also panicked. Team leader Wang, please don't be like this. Is it okay that we know we're wrong? Wang Qidong snorted coldly. It's too late. Since you guys think you're capable, prove it to me. Li Luochu secretly shouted in his heart. This old king is finally hardened for a time. See if these two goods still dare to be arrogant in the future. Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei glanced at each other, both seeing the panic in the other's eyes. Team leader Wang, we really know we're wrong. You're an adult. Spare us this time. Su Dongdong said in a low voice. Zhang Beibei also hurriedly concurred. Yes, team leader Wang, we will definitely work well in the future and never dare to be lazy again. Wang Qidong looked at them coldly. Now you know to beg for mercy? What did you do earlier? Li Luochu was looking on the sidelines and wanted to laugh. These two goods now know afraid, but unfortunately late. Wang Qidong, this person is a Central Enterprise retired workers to take over. His parents were in the group as a worker. The mother also got a work injury. So although he did not have connections, but who can not move him? These two guys just think old people are easy to bully, and now they've kicked the can down the road. Wang Qidong continued. Since you guys have admitted your mistakes, then from now on, finish all the work that was previously backlogged. I want to see results or don't even think about getting off work. Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei's faces turned pale, but they didn't dare to say anything else and could only obediently sit back in their seats. Li Luochu looked at this scene and was secretly pleased. Tramp. It's all the aftermath of being spoiled for yourself before. These two have taken on half the work themselves. This is going to be a good show. Let's see if these two goods still dare to play tricks in the future. Wang Qidong turned around and returned to his seat, not forgetting to glare at Li Luochu on his way out. Li Luochu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly put down his cell phone. Brother Wang, calm down. I'll pour you some tea. Soon to noon. The group is small. There is no cafeteria, so they all fight their own food. Usually it was Li Luochu who invited Wang Qidong for lunch. Today, you don't have boobs and you can't add to my luck. So why am I hiring you? Li Luochu stepped on the off-duty bell and scurried out of the office like a rocket. Exit the office building and turned directly left. When he came to the front of the restaurant, he pushed open the door of the old man's pickled fish, and a strong aroma of pickled fish came to his face. Li Luochu took a deep breath and felt his appetite being hooked. How many, sir? The waiter asked politely. Li Luochu smiled. 2 of you. Ask for a secluded card seat. The waitress nodded and led him through the bustling lobby to a corner booth. Li Luochu sat down, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. It's a good location. Quiet and private. Just right for talking to Zhang Huaizhen. He looked at his watch. 10 minutes before the appointed time. Li Luochu leaned back on the soft sofa and began to calculate how to perform his flirting skills later. How about a little earthy love? He mulled it over in his mind. No, it's too low. How about something elegant? Quote a few lines of poetry? And then he thought, not really, it's too pretentious. Just as he was racking his brain, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Li Luochu looked up and saw that Zhang Huaizhen was standing in front of the table, with an undisguised excitement on her face. Coming? Li Luochu stood up and pulled out the chair for her in a gentlemanly manner. Zhang Huaizhen was slightly stunned. then smiled and sat down. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be quite a gentleman. Li Lachu was secretly happy in his heart. It seems that this teasing skill really works. He sat back in his seat and smiled. How can I not be a gentleman in your presence? Zhang Huaizhen's face flushed slightly as she looked down at the menu. What do you want to eat? Li Lachu pretended to think. I can do it. You can order whatever you like to eat. Zhang Huaizhen looked up at him with a hint of surprise and delight in her eyes. So, I'll just order whatever I want then? She asked tentatively. Li Lachu nodded. Of course, it's good that you're happy. Zhang Huaizhen's eyes lit up and she began to order in earnest. Li Lachu looked at her and laughed in his heart. This woman, usually as cold as ice in the company, is now acting like a little girl. Soon the food came up. Li Lachu took the initiative to clip vegetables for Zhang Huaizhen. Try this. It tastes good. Zhang Huaizhen took it and gently bit into it. Her eyes lit up. It's really delicious. Li Lachu smiled and said, it's good that you like it. Actually, food is like life. It needs to be savored. Zhang Huaizhen froze for a moment, then laughed. I didn't expect you to be quite philosophical. Li Lachu struck while the iron was hot, that's for sure. I'm a man of substance. Zhang Huaizhen laughed even more happily. Really? Then tell me again. What other connotations do you have? Li Lachu's heart rejoiced at the opportunity. He pretended to be deep and said, actually, yeah, I think life is like a journey. Zhang Huaizhen became interested. Oh, how? Li Lachu continued. Each of us is searching for our own direction, but sometimes the most beautiful scenery is often just around the corner. Chapter 7 Attacking Zhang Huaizhen. Saying that, he gave Zhang Huaizhen a meaningful look. Zhang Huaizhen's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head and sipped her water to hide her shyness. Seeing this, Li Lachu knew that the fire was almost ready. He changed the topic. By the way, does Mr. Zhang usually have any hobbies? Zhang Huaizhen thought for a moment. Just like you said, I love traveling, but I've been so busy with work lately that I haven't had time to go. Li Lachu's eyes lit up. The opportunity came. He feigned surprise. What a coincidence. We're pretty much the same. I like to work out. Zhang Huaizhen came to be interested. Is that so? What do the two of them have in common? Look, fitness and traveling are both about physical and mental pleasure. And both fitness and hiking add to the leg and full body workout. So wouldn't you say we have a common interest? The completely brainwashed nymphomaniac Zhang Huaizhen is already whatever Li Lachu says. Do you go often? Said the man greedily looking at Li Lachu's abdomen. Li Lachu nodded. Almost every day. To keep fit. Zhang Huaizhen's eyes became a bit mesmerized. Then, you must have a great body then? Li Lachu deliberately straightened his chest. Not bad. Has 6 pieces of practice out. From the male dog waist 8 abs is not far away. Zhang Huaizhen swept an expectant look over him and gulped. Then can you teach me? Li Lachu was happy in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be in a difficult situation. It's not good, right? Zhang Huaizhen was anxious. Why is it bad? I really want to learn. Li Lachu deliberately teased her, but I'm afraid I can't teach it well. Zhang Huaizhen bit her lip. No, I'm sure you're great. Li Lachu looked at her expectant eyes and smiled in his heart. Of course it's great. It's a problem getting 5 years. I'm afraid she's already too aroused by herself to stand it. He pretended to think for a moment, then said, so, tell you what, we'll go to the gym together tonight? Zhang Huaizhen's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Great. Li Lachu smiled and nodded. Then it's a deal. Zhang Huaizhen nodded excitedly, unable to hide the smile on her face. Li Lachu looked at her and was secretly pleased. That's 80 lucky points, so it seems to be a sure thing. The two continued to eat and talk as the atmosphere grew more and more congenial. Li Lachu looked at the smile spreading on Zhang Huaizhen's face and was secretly pleased. He coughed lightly and mentioned it as if he didn't care. By the way, Mr. Zhang, something happened in the company today. Zhang Huaizhen's smile tightened a bit and his brows frowned slightly. Oh, what is it? Li Lachu pretended to be in a difficult situation. It's those 2 new college students, Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei. Zhang Huaizhen's eyes instantly became sharp. And what happened to them? Li Lachu was secretly happy that the fish had taken the bait. He sighed and said, they made trouble again today and even argued with team leader Wang. Zhang Huaizhen's face sank. What exactly is going on? Li Lachu shook his head. It's a long story. How about, I'll send you the video to take a look? Zhang Huaizhen nodded. Okay, you send me VX. Li Lachu pretended to realize. Oh yeah, we haven't added VX yet. Zhang Huaizhen smiled and took out her cell phone. Then add it now. Li Lachu was happy in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be very normal. The two swiped each other's codes and added their friends. Stranger's Flower? What a beautiful name. This line is from the flowers on the stranger bloom. You can return slowly. Li Lakshu purposely paused for a few seconds and continued to show off. It means that Mr. Zhang, to the core, is a man of deep love and Zhang Huaizhen listened mesmerized, saying everything she meant to say, but with some play. And what? Moreover, it shows that Zhang longs for a passion that breaks through the boundaries, with the conservatism of a classical beauty and the love/hate of a contemporary woman. Speaking of this, Li Lakshu's eyes were flooded with peach blossoms, and a pool of spring water seemed to melt Zhang Huaizhen on the spot. Didn't Zhang Weijin melt? Hearing this, I felt soft, my heart was pounding, and my cheeks were flushed. Li Lakshu saw that she was lost and could not realize it, but it was not the time, and he had to work in the afternoon. If the two disappeared together, wouldn't that be a no-brainer? Li Lakshu quickly found the video that had long been prepared and sent it over. Mr. Zhang, there's work in the afternoon. Let's watch the video first, and I'll discuss poetry with you in the evening. Zhang Huaizhen was a lot more lucid this time. She clicked on the video and watched half of it. Her face became more and more ugly. In the video, Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei are yelling at the top of their lungs, showing no respect for Wang Qidong. After watching the video, Zhang Huaizhen was so angry that her face turned red. It's so uncharacteristic. It's unseemly to bully an old comrade like this. Li Lakshu watched from the sidelines, secretly happy. He pretended to be surprised. Mr. Zhang, don't be angry. Actually, this isn't the most excessive. Zhang Huaizhen's eyes widened. There's something more excessive? Li Lakshu nodded and lowered his voice to say, they even scolded you later, saying that you had no one in your sight and didn't take them seriously. Zhang Huaizhen's face instantly turned iron blue. They actually dared to talk about me like that? Li Lakshu snickered in his heart. These two stupid fools. This is completely finished. He pretended to be comforting. Mr. Zhang, don't be angry. This kind of person is not worth your anger. Zhang Huaizhen took a deep breath and tried to calm down. You're right. However, this is something I must report to the group to deal with. Li Lakshu was happy in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be worried. Will it be too serious? Zhang Huaizhen shook his head. No, it must be dealt with seriously. Otherwise, what's going to happen in the future? Li Lakshu nodded. Mr. Zhang is right. However, can you not say that I told you about this? Zhang Huaizhen smiled. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I will handle this matter properly. Li Lakshu sighed in relief, but in his heart, he was laughing wildly. These two idiots. I'm afraid they never dreamed that they would screw them over like this. Zhang Huaizhen looked at the time and said, it's getting late. We should go back to the company. Li Lakshu nodded and stood up. Okay, Mr. Zhang. By the way, about the gym at night. A smile appeared on Zhang Huaizhen's face again. Don't worry, I'll keep it in mind. See you tonight. Li Lakshu saw Zhang Huaizhen leave, and his heart was happy. This lunch not only brought the relationship with Zhang Huaizhen closer, but also pitched those two fools in the process. Brother Unity, the mission is going well. We should be able to take 80 points of luck at night. The system quickly replied. Cheer up, host. Looking forward to your good news. Li Lakshu put away his cell phone and stride towards the company. Chapter 8, 160 points for Chen Bishi. Li Lakshu sat at his desk, preoccupied. His mind was racing, calculating his plans for the evening. Working out? I've never even touched a barbell a couple times. He mentally cursed himself. But in order to take Zhang Huaizhen's 80 points of luck value, he could only go for it. All that flirting talk is from the system, and you don't know anything about fitness yourself. The system is well intended to increase physical contact and facilitate pressing into friction. This is great. We're going to get caught tonight. The system's beep suddenly sounded. Host, don't worry, as long as you do what I say, it's guaranteed to be foolproof. Li Lakshu rolled his eyes. It's easy for you to say. What if you reveal yourself? The system was silent for a moment, then said, go ahead and get a gym card then. At least it looks like that. Li Lakshu's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. He looked at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother Wang, I'm going out to run some errands. He shouted at Wang Qidong. Wang Qidong was still grumbling about not being invited to lunch at noon, and casually asked, what is it? As for office hours? Oh, it's like this. Li Lakshu rolled his eyes as a lie came randomly. Mr. Zhang, who is more satisfied with my plan, told me to revise it after my physical visit. Wang Qidong pushed down his glasses suspiciously. Mr. Zhang, have you read them all? Well, ask Mr. Zhang if you don't believe me. I'll leave first. Wang Qidong will be skeptical. With the ability of Li Lakshu, to ensure that the completion of the task is no problem, but said that the quality is superior? It's a bit of a crapshoot. Li Lakshu's kung fu base is just a so-so, but this little thing is not so trivial as to personally call Zhang Huaizhen to verify. Li Lachu picked up his jacket and walked quickly out of the office. He drove to one of the largest gym clubs in the neighborhood. Push open the glass door and the smell of a natural oxygen bar hits you. Not bad. Pretty upscale. The deafening music was filled with sweaty men and women. Li Lachu couldn't help but gulp. This formation. It was scary enough. He walked up to the front desk and a heavily made-up girl smiled and asked, "How may I help you?" "Sir?" Li Lachu cleared his throat. "I want to get 2 cards." The girl brightened up. "Okay, we happen to have a special right now. 30% off on the couple's card." This time Li Lachu was happy. It seems really lucky enough. Any random decision can happen to be a good thing. What followed was a gushing introduction by the girl, and Li Lachu was calculating something else in his head. There's actually a free nutritional meal here? He secretly rejoiced in his heart. A great opportunity to save money. Since divorcing his ex-wife, he's had to finagle his way through life. After this card, it is expected that there will be a series of spending on rooms and other purchases in the back. Gotta save it. At this time, the system prompted. Tip host, if you have concerns about this, you can adjust your flirting skills to make the female willingly pay for you, and you can also increase your lucky value. There's still this good thing? Li Lachu came to a place where no one was around and muttered to himself, "How much can I add?" Not many additions like that, depending on how much she's paying for you, usually between 1 to 10. Got it. Stingy enough. After running the card, Li Lachu decided to look around and familiarize himself with the environment. He walked into the equipment area, his head spinning as he looked at the intricate gym equipment. What's this thing supposed to do? He scratched his head. So look at the person next to you and mimic it a couple times. Luckily it caught on quickly. It's not that hard. Just as he was having fun practicing, he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. Many of the men's eyes were focused in one direction. Li Lachu followed their line of sight and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Just a little more secluded. A hot babe was running on a treadmill. She was wearing tight yoga pants and a form-fitting workout tank top. Sweat slid down her perfect curves and glistened in the light. The biceps were tight and bouncy, fluctuating up and down slightly as they ran. Li Lachu immediately looked into Li Xiaojioaxio, drooling down his face. Just as Li Lachu was looking a bit dazed, the system's beep sounded. Chen Bishi, female, 26 years old, unmarried, rich girl, lucky value 160. Li Laxo's eyes lit up. This was twice Zhang Huaizhen's lucky value. He mentally decided to try his luck. Let's see if it develops over. Li Lachu straightened his clothes and walked over to the treadmill as if nothing had happened. He cleared his throat and put on what he thought was the most handsome smile he could muster. "Hey beautiful, alone?" However, the beautiful woman paid no attention to him at all, still staring intently ahead. These 5 senses, how do they match so harmoniously? Li Lachu was a bit embarrassed, but he still didn't die and continued to perform his teasing skills. However, the other side still didn't respond. A few males who came over joined in the chat. Li Lachu tried to say a few more words, but the other party remained unresponsive. Now, he was a bit annoyed, thinking how this flirting technique had failed. He turned his head and systematized in his mind. "Hey, brother Unity, is there something wrong with your girl teasing technique?" The system was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "Idiot, she's wearing headphones." It was only then that Li Lachu noticed that the beautiful woman had a pair of wireless headphones stuffed in her ears. He instantly felt like a little cutie, itching to find a crack in the ground. "Okay, cutie, not just yourself." Looking around, he realized that a number of men were just as upset as he was. Li Lachu took a deep breath and decided to give up for now. He secretly memorized Chen Bishi's appearance, thinking that he would try his luck again some other day. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. Li Lachu hurriedly rushed to the company. Do not ask Wang Qidong to seize the handle. People have to be pitched one at a time. Let's cripple these 2 college kids first. Wang Qidong well, as a friendly army first spoiled a few days. On the way, his mind kept replaying Chen Bishi's appearance. 160 luck points. He muttered, "If I can take it, I'll be rich." But soon, he shook his head again. Don't think that far ahead yet. He reminded himself, I still have to deal with Zhang Huaizhen tonight. The thought of an evening fitness day fills Li Lachu with longing. Ever since he could just take the time, Li Lachu felt a man's bottom. With this kind of capital, why worry about what the world's beautiful women do not fall on their own? Ex-wife? Then let her be the ex. Arrive at the office at a quick pace. Before entering the office, he prayed silently in his heart. System, don't make a mistake. The system seemed to have heard his heart and let out a soft laugh. Don't worry host, I'll guide you through the entire process. Li Lachu suddenly remembered a problem. Brother Tong, when I'm doing bed exercises, can you please stop spying? I'll misbehave. That's okay, you're doing fine in that area. You don't need my guidance. Chapter 9 Attacking Zheng Huaizhen. The off-duty music played, and Li Loxo's heartbeat accelerated. He peeked up and went out into the hallway, glancing at Zheng Huaizhen's office. The door was still closed. Take it easy, take your time, he told himself in his mind. Li Loxu pretended to pack things as if nothing had happened, but in fact, his heart had already been in a mess. First time I've done this, and I'm a little weak. He took out his cell phone and sent Zheng Huaizhen a Weibo message. I'm leaving first, I'll wait for you at the next intersection. After sending the message, he took a deep breath and strutted out of the office. At that moment, it just so happened that two college students walked out as well. They bumped into each other again at the elevator. Wang Qidong also stood to the side without any shade. 4 people greeted the other sections. The 2 college students still had that awesome look about them, and they didn't talk to anyone. Li Loxu secretly shouted, "These 2 cubs, just keep it like this? Never be polite." After leaving the company, Li Loxu and Wang Qidong waved goodbye. Pretend to leave on foot. Seeing that there are no more co-workers around, Li Loxu hurriedly ran across the crosswalk to the opposite lane. Under the streetlight at the intersection, Li Loxu kept pacing. Every now and then he looked at his watch and then at his cell phone. Why isn't it coming? He muttered inwardly. Drip! Finally, the familiar silver-gray sedan came into view. Zheng Huaizhen sat in the driver's seat wearing a professional outfit and opened the window. Looking down from this angle, the 2 large white balls stood out. Li Loxu's heartbeat missed a beat and he secretly shouted, "That's ing sexy." Zheng Huaizhen tilted her head and smiled. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? Get in." "No, I just arrived too." After saying that, Li Loxu quickly walked around to the passenger side, opened the car door, and quickly drilled into the car. It was like drilling into Zheng Huaizhen's heart. Zheng Huaizhen showed her red face again. "Where to?" "Just turn right at the next intersection. There's a Juniper gym." "I finished your card. Thank you, I'll let you break the bank." Zheng Huaizhen started the car and drove towards her destination. "Mr. Zhang is too polite. I should have made friends with Mr. Zhang a long time ago, only that when I saw Mr. Zhang's superb temperament, I've been ashamed of myself and didn't dare to take this step yet. Hey, you, this person is too real. I am also that position serious a bit. In fact, I privately very easygoing." Zheng Huaizhen skillfully driving the car. The aroma of the body is more intense. In the car, Li Loxu continued to use his skills and went on the offensive. Nice atmosphere brewing. The drive is quick. Just turn the corner. The 2 of them got out of the car and locked the doors. Side by side, they walked to the gym, talking and laughing along the way. Pushing open the doors of the gym, the familiar sound of music hits you. Li Loxu was secretly glad that he had come to step on the spot in the afternoon. At least he wouldn't look too rusty. He turned to Zheng Huaizhen and said, "By the way, I have a little surprise for you." With that, he took out a gym card from his bag and handed it to Zheng Huaizhen. Zheng Huaizhen took the card in surprise. "You're too sweet. But I didn't bring my gym clothes." Li Loxu was prepared for this, and took out another set of sportswear from his bag. "I guessed it. This is an unexpected pleasure." Zheng Huaizhen took the clothes, her eyes shining. "You're really too thoughtful." Li Loxu was happy in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended as if nothing had happened. "It's just a small matter. Go and change it." Only when Zheng Huaizhen went into the locker room did Li Loxu breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly asked the system, "Brother Unity, what should we do next?" The system replied, "Relax and just do what I say." It didn't take long for Zheng Huaizhen to change her clothes and come out. Li Loxu's eyes went straight as he watched. The tight yoga pants outlined the perfect curves, and the hidden grooves under the sports tank top are mind-blowing. Zheng Huaizhen was a bit embarrassed by his stare. "What's wrong? Doesn't it look good?" Li Loxu hurriedly returned to his senses. "No, it's too good-looking." The 2 came to the equipment area, and Li Loxu followed the instructions of the system and began to teach Zheng Huaizhen to use the various equipment. He deliberately leaned in close and took the opportunity to touch Zheng Huaizhen's body. Every contact made both of their hearts beat faster. Zheng Huaizhen wasn't shy either, and did some tantalizing moves every now and then. Li Loxu's mouth was so dry from watching her that he couldn't wait to pounce on her right now, but he held back and followed the system's instructions. Continuing to tug at Zheng Huaizhen's heartstrings, he demonstrated his strength by lifting heavy weights at times and doing some difficult maneuvers. Zheng Huaizhen looked at him with her eyes glazed over and secretly exclaimed in her heart, "I didn't expect him to have such a good body." The 2 practiced more and more vigorously, soaking their clothes with sweat. Li Loxu took the opportunity to take off his shirt, revealing his firm muscles. Zheng Huaizhen blushed as she watched, and couldn't help but gulp. Time flew by and 2 hours passed in a flash. Both were panting with exhaustion, but there was fire in their eyes. Li Loxu wiped his sweat and said, "Why don't? Let's go have a drink." Zhang Huaizhen nodded with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The two came to the rest area of the gym, and Li Laqiu bought 2 bottles of water. He intentionally sat very close, his knees gently touching Zhang Huaizhen's thighs. Instead of dodging, Zhang Huaizhen leaned in a little closer. Li Laqiu was happy in his heart and knew that the time was ripe. He whispered, "Today, so happy." Zhang Huaizhen lowered her head, her voice trembling a bit. "Me too." Li Laqiu gathered his courage and reached out to stroke Zhang Huaizhen's face. "Why don't? Let's find a quiet place to talk?" Zhang Huaizhen raised her head, her eyes filled with longing. "Yes, I know a place." Li Laqiu was shocked in his heart, not expecting Zhang Huaizhen to be so proactive. Zhang Huaizhen continued, "I have a VIP suite in a nearby Grand Hotel, and everything is free." Li Laqiu almost didn't jump up. His heart was happy. Doesn't that save a fortune in rooming fees? He snickered inwardly. On the surface, he pretended to be reserved. It's not good, is it? Zhang Huaizhen blushed and said, "It's okay, anyway, no one knows either. I guess Chief Shang went to a meeting and she let go." Li Laqiu nodded and pretended to be reluctant. Then, alright, the two packed up their things and left the gym in a hurry. On the way, Li Laqiu's heart was beating fast. "Brother Unity, am I going to get rich?" The system replied, "Don't get carried away. Behave yourself." Soon, the two arrived at the hotel. Zhang Huaizhen lowered her head, wearing a mask, and led Li Laqiu into the elevator. In the elevator, both of them were a bit tense and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Li Laqiu couldn't help but put his arm around Zhang Huaizhen's waist, and Zhang Huaizhen obediently leaned into his arms. "Mr. Zhang, first, how long do you expect it to be?" "What?" Zhang Huaizhen seemed to deliberately dress herself up as if she was involved in the world. There was a ding and the elevator arrived. The two men hurried toward the room, their hands shaking a little as they opened the door. As soon as the door to the room closed, the two couldn't hold back any longer and kissed passionately. Li Laqiu kissed while snickering in his heart. These 80 lucky points. They've arrived. He wrapped his arms around Zhang Huaizhen and slowly moved towards the bed. Zhang Huaizhen gasped. "Wait, I'm going to take a shower." Li Laqiu nodded and watched Zhang Huaizhen enter the bathroom. He lay on his bed, his heart in his mouth. "Brother Unity," he said in his mind, "why don't you go to the internet cafe and play for a while?" The system. 3 hours later. Chapter 10 Wang Qidong gets beaten up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Zhang Huaizhen's heart, rewarded with a luck value of 80. If it wasn't for Zhang Huaizhen's bitter pleas for mercy, there would have been no need to refuel anyway. Li Liaoju's nuclear battery worked until the next morning. "Laqiu, some other day, some other double day I'll ask you to have a good." Speaking of this, Zhang Huaizhen was like a reddish strawberry. "Jinjin, you're so beautiful." These words were not flattery. Zhang Huaizhen was like a peach blossom after rain. Fresh and lovely. She could feel it herself. Looking very different from before. It's all a game with the old horse. And you have to act like you're having a good time. Tired back pain. Dark circles under the eyes. Lack of sleep. Endocrine disorders, leading to many gynecological diseases. It was so good that it was penetrating up and down, inside and out, and energizing, that she would have had to get up early the next day if she hadn't been the chief leader. She's not going to be able to part with this little nuclear-powered motor. The two left the hotel half an hour apart. Li Laqiu returned home alone. It was only after this return that I remembered that I had ended my family life with Yogi Coco for 7 years. This house was half and half. Neither of the two said anything about telling the other to move out and buy it alone. Probably don't even have the strength. The installments now go back to Li Laqiu for further repayment. Li Laqiu intends to stop more. Love what you want. Do not care anyway. Bank auction. Get money to share. Having paid a total of over 70 in 7 years myself, I can't shoot myself in the foot anyway. It was now 9:30 p.m. Li Laqiu was just about to go to bed when Wang Qidong's phone call came in. "This late? What is this old thing looking for me for?" Li Laqiu guessed that it was no good. Presumably to work overtime again or something. Those two college students, he couldn't get them to work, so he just grabbed himself as a laborer. So turn down the volume, turn off your cell phone in the bathroom, and go back to sleep. The next morning, just after 7 a.m. Every day at this time, it is the time for Li Laqiu to run for morning exercise and buy breakfast. So sleep won't come. The biological clock doesn't help. He brushed his teeth while looking at his cell phone. Hua! Wang Qidong is quite persistent, calling himself 13 times. So hurry back. The phone was quickly connected, and a hoarse voice came from inside. "Little Li Ah? It's me, Team Leader Wang. I'm sorry I fell asleep last night. The phone was muted by me. What's the emergency you're looking for me?" Wang Qidong is as weak as not far from going to the day. Not coming up for air. Cough. Cough. It's okay now. Li Lachu sounds wrong. This voice is sick? The heart was glad. The old guy is like just over half 100 this year. And that's it? That's not far from the eating table. Team leader Wang, take a good rest. I won't bother you anymore. I'll see you in the unit later. You hang up first. Okay. I'll hang up. I'll hang up now. Wang Qidong hung up the phone in a broken voice. Li Lachu was brushing his teeth just in time to spit out a mouthful of mouthwash. Bah! After all this talk about hanging, let's see if you hang? Ate 7 hard-boiled eggs and drank a liter of milk. Li Lachu came to the unit early. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Wang Qidong lying on the table, listless and pale, with a few strands of wet hair coiled on his freshly washed forehead. He didn't even have his glasses on, and his eyes were staring at the photos in his wallet like a dead dog. Li Lachu knew the photo, which was of him and his wife Shi Hongmei, 7 years his junior. Good morning, team leader Wang. Li Lachu knew that something must be wrong, and his guess was right. It must be another fight between the two families. There have been a couple of times before when they have called Li Lachu and said they would deal with a night at the place where Li Lachu lives. But, Li Lachu and Yuji co-live together. Or hidden marriage, how can we call him? Still cannot offend him, so righteous out to accompany him to drink until dawn. Every time Li Lachu heartbroken. This thing, it actually drinks over 20 bottles of beer. What are you doing? You're just drinking away your sorrows. This Wang Qidong is like that, taking advantage of a bargain to the death. He can yellow the restaurant as long as he doesn't pay for it himself. After having the system this time, Li Lachu will also take the opportunity to make a clean sweep, and so the pot calling the kettle black. Team leader Wang. What? Did you ask your sister-in-law to throw you out again? Wang Qidong raised his head. His eyes reddened, and his lips trembled as he tried to say something. Right at this moment, bang! The office door was violently pushed open, and Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei walked in with large strides. How's it going? Beibei. Su Dongdong slammed her shoulder bag on the table as soon as she entered. Started complaining. I told you the baggage guy sure as hell wasn't going to wipe the table. He's tap out of touch. Zhang Beibei followed suit and threw away his backpack with a thud. Throwing away his backpack with a cry. He followed, someone is backing him up. He thinks he's a big shot, doesn't he? Li Lachu heart secretly laughed. Whispered and Wang Qidong whispered team leader. You see this is too much. Said that I also tolerated. You see this clearly piggyback on you. Su Dongdong grabbed the folder on the table and slammed it hard on the floor. Hey, Beibei. This work is not finished dry. Some people do not work but also thieves. Treadmill. Wang Qidong's headache was stimulated by the sudden noise. He had a heart attack last night when his wife kicked him out of the house and he slumped in his office all night. And now by these two little brats still pointing and cursing endlessly. He was instantly enraged. Seeing this, Li Lachu was happy in his heart, but on his lips he said, don't be like this. Team leader Wang is not feeling well. Keep your voice down. Wang Qidong violently stood up and pointed at the two college students and roared. You too. Shut up. Su Dongdong and Zhang Beibei were startled by the sudden roar, but they quickly came back to their senses. On what grounds? Zhang Beibei said with her neck sticking out. Who do you think you are? Su Dongdong was also not willing to show weakness. That's right. You think you're great just because you're the leader of the group? Wang Qidong was so angry that his face turned green and a wave of manhood surged through his heart. He rushed forward and slapped Zhang Beibei in the face. No big deal. I'll educate you for your parents. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhang Beibei and Su Dongdong looked at each other and rushed up without saying a word. Fists and feet were exchanged and the office was a mess. Li Lachu was watching from the sidelines, and his heart was happy. He pretended to pull up a few times, then quietly backed away from the door. Fight! Fight! He yelled down the hallway. Other co-workers rushed to the scene and pulled the three apart with 7 hands. Wang Qidong was already bruised and swollen, bleeding from his nose and the corners of his mouth. He sat paralyzed on the floor, covering his chest, his face pale. Call an ambulance! Someone shouted. Li Lachu hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, dialing the number while snickering in his heart. This is going to be a good one. An ambulance soon arrived and took Wang Qidong to the hospital. Li Lachu followed to the hospital, pretending to be very concerned along the way. When he arrived at the hospital, he sat in front of the hospital bed and asked with a worried face, Team leader Wang, how are you feeling? Wang Qidong weakly waved his hand. It's fine. A small injury. Li Lachu saw no one in the 4 corners of the room, approached and whispered, Wang team leader, this time you cannot say it's okay, you cannot just let it go. Wang Qidong's eyes flinched. You mean, calling the police? Chapter 11, Catch an adulterer and get a promotion? Li Lachu nodded, this is a law and order case, and it is the two of them group beat you subordinate beat the superior. This is not good? Wang Qidong pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. You're right. I'll call the police. Li Lachu was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be hesitant. Will it be too serious? Wang Qidong shook his head. No, they must be severely punished. These two little brats should have been taught a lesson a long time ago. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Li Lachu asked again. Team leader Wang, last night, did you have a fight with your sister-in-law last night? Wang Qidong froze, then sighed. Alas, don't mention it. Li Lachu pretended to be concerned. What's wrong? Is there anything I can help with? Wang Qidong hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Little Li, I think, my wife might have cheated on me. Li Lachu was shocked in his heart. This is a big melon. He feigned surprise. No way? Sister-in-law doesn't look like that kind of person. Wang Qidong laughed bitterly. I feel the same way. But lately she's always finding faults to fight with me. As if she's trying to force me to file for divorce. Open. Wang Qidong really was stimulated, not light. According to the reasoning of the family scandal. I can't tell Li Lachu about this. After quickly confirming that it wasn't a trap, Li Lachu nodded thoughtfully. Do you have proof? Wang Qidong shook his head. No, it's just a feeling. She always dresses up beautifully to go out lately and comes back smelling like cigarettes. Li Lot Column Heart secretly laughed. This old thing is quite experienced. He pretended to be contemplative. This is indeed a bit suspicious. But you and your sister-in-law are an old married couple. Wang Qidong let out a long sigh. Ai, Xiao Li, you're not married and don't know what it's like for a man to be green. These words called to Li Laxa's back. Thinking of Huang Bingjiang's words of treasure, Wang Qidong began to get close. Little Li, I knew you could be trusted. I don't have many friends in my life, and you're the best to me. Li Lachu sneered in his heart. Friend? You damn take advantage of me so much, and you still have the nerve to say you're a friend? But on the surface he still had a sincere face. Team leader Wang, I know you've been taking care of me. What can I do to help you? Help me find out about the adulterer. I need to know who it is. It's not good, is it? Who knows? Wang Qidong hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt him. Not enough breath. Said, Li, I know what you mean. You have been doing 7 years has been a staff. I also stayed this time not to go. I promised to let you be the leader of the group after leaving, but also pull down those two boys together. That good? Li Laxa's head spun a few times. No, I can't trust him yet. Seeing Li Lachu still hesitating, Wang Qidong made up his mind. Little Li, I'll give you a bottom. This time the above is going to set up a disciplinary department. I should also go to retirement. You are experienced. You have not been promoted all these years, and there is no inferiority. You must be able to get up. Disciplinary inspection? Li Lachu knew that this big group was a huge corpse with maggots everywhere. This team leader doesn't sound like a big official, but compared to his own ordinary staff it's double the treatment. Li, please, I know you're capable, or you wouldn't have been laid off after 7 years in the group. Li Lachu, tramp, what does this have to do with you being green? The words have come to this. Okay, team leader Wang, this is a lack of virtue. You have to compensate me, otherwise I'll lose my life. Well, surely. Wang Qidong gratefully held Li Laxu's hand. Thank you, little Li. You made me out of this. I will definitely not treat you badly. Li Lachu nodded. Alright, you take a good rest first, and leave the rest to me. Walking out of the hospital room, Li Lachu let out a long breath. This is going to be fun. Not only did I screw over those two college kids, but I took a personal job along the way. Li Lachu just walked out of the hospital door, and ran into Zhang Huaizhen, who fought 300 rounds last night. He was shocked, but his face acted as if nothing had happened. Mr. Zhang, you're here to see team leader Wang? Li Lachu greeted politely. Zhang Huaizhen nodded, still having to pretend to be superior and subordinate, keeping her distance. Yes, I heard he was hospitalized. How is the situation? Li Lachu shrugged. It's not bad, it's just some superficial wounds, but he has a heart condition. It's hard to say. Zhang Huaizhen frowned. That's troublesome. By the way, I heard that he's going to call the police? Li Lachu looked around and lowered his voice. Yeah, he was so angry he had to sue those two little brats. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaizhen was about to rush in. No, I have to go and persuade him. Li Lachu hurriedly pulled her back. Don't, Mr. Zhang. If you go to persuade him at this time, he'll think we're all harboring those two boys. Zhang Huaizhen hesitated. But, Li Lachu continued, you think you are now the acting leader. Why don't you just let them mess around and wait for the official leader to come back to deal with it? Don't you think so? Zhang Huaizhen thought about it and nodded. You have a point, but I still have to go in and take a look, to symbolize my condolences. Li Lachu let go of his hand and said with a smile, then you go ahead. I'll leave first. Hey, Zhang Huaizhen was a bit reluctant to call out to Li Laqiu. Li Laqiu knew what it meant and hurriedly winked. Mr. Zhang, I know what you mean. I'll do what you've arranged. See you later. Out of the hospital gate, first called a car straight to Wang Qidong's neighborhood. On the way, he thought back to Shi Hongmei. It's not at all uncommon for that woman to be a watery grave. When she was with Wang Qidong, it was 80% because she saw him as a good unit. Weekdays also did not work. Is Wang Qidong raised him, and then gave birth to a big fat son. More spoiled. And no work. Just mahjong and square dancing. It's weird not to cheat. Li Laqiu sneered. This time there will be a good show. When he arrived at the neighborhood, Li Laqiu went straight to Wang Qidong's house. He stood in the doorway, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock. After knocking for half a day, there was no movement inside. Just as he was about to give up, footsteps came from behind him. Li Laqiu turned around to see that it was Shi Hongmei. The woman had a tired face and dark circles under her eyes, and looked like she'd been playing all night. But as soon as she saw Li Laqiu, she immediately changed into a warm smile. Aya, little Li, why are you here? Shi Hongmei said with a smile. Li Laqiu pretended to be surprised. Sister-in-law, I don't think team leader Wang is right. Is it that you two have a conflict? Shi Hongmei's face changed, then returned to normal. Ah, little Li, you know all about it? It's also true that old Wang looks for you to complain whenever something happens. Li Laqiu followed Shi Hongmei into the house. The house smelled faintly of perfume and a bit of tobacco and alcohol. Li Laqiu smiled in his heart. This woman must have gotten high all night last night. Shi Hongmei poured a cup of water for Li Laqiu and sat across from him. Li, your brother. He said what? Shi Hongmei asked. Li Laqiu shook inside, still not the same. I seek to persuade. The child is so big. Shi Hongmei nodded, her face unreadable. Li Laqiu felt that the time was almost up and spoke. Sister-in-law, you and team leader Wang, isn't there some kind of lump? I see that team leader Wang is angry enough this time to say that even if he divorces, he won't give you a dime. Ha? He actually said that? Li Laqiu paid attention and watched. This trick of knocking down the mountain seemed to work. This doesn't have much heart. She's going to mess herself up later. Shi Hongmei sighed. Alas, since he's this ruthless, I'll be honest with you too. Xiao Li, I really don't want to live with him anymore. Li Laqiu pretended to be surprised. Why? Shi Hongmei laughed bitterly. Oh, why? He just knows how to work all day and doesn't even say a word when he comes home. Li Laqiu pretended to persuade, it may be too busy at work. You more sympathetic to sympathize with him. Shi Hongmei shook her head. It's not a matter of work. Your brother he can't work in that area. Li Laqiu almost didn't laugh out loud. This woman really dares to say. He forced a smile and continued to ask. It's not a big deal, is it? Shi Hongmei sighed. You don't understand. Women also have needs. He's old. I'm still young. I can't live with him anymore. Li Laqiu looked at Shi Hongmei's eyes and was shocked. Why was there something wrong with the way this woman was looking at herself? But the system didn't prompt, indicating that the female had no value for the day. He hurriedly stood up and said, Sister-in-law, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shi Hongmei also stood up and said with a smile, Leaving so soon? Don't you want to sit down for a while? Li Laqiu shook his head and walked quickly towards the door. No. I'll come back to see you guys some other day. Out of the door, Li Laqiu did not go far, but quietly hid in the dark, observing the entrance to the unit. He concluded that with this knockout, they would definitely go to her adulterer to discuss a plan. Sure enough, not 10 minutes out, Shi Hongmei changed clothes and came out. Chapter 12, Evidence should not be given to him lightly. Li Laqiu followed all the way, and finally Shi Hongmei entered a mahjong parlor. Along the way, and without speaking to the men, I said hello to a few women. Li Laqiu was not convenient to go in, so he bought a bottle of water outside the door and watched from afar. After waiting for half a day and not coming out, it's not a good idea to take a look at this. Himself with the little cutie. Like, she's inside playing mahjong. Who am I waiting for? Thought about finding the police number. Called Uncle Hat about the mobbing here. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the house to come out before Uncle Hat arrived. One of them was Shi Hongmei, who rode an electric bike with a young guy. Together, the boy rode off on his electric motorcycle and drove her away in a puff of smoke. Li Laqiu hurriedly called a taxi to follow. Master, follow that electric motor. That master turned his head to look at Li Laqiu. Goo, buddy, aren't they all 3 silks? What 3 silk? Li Laqiu didn't understand what it meant. The driver was a big fat guy. Similar age. 30s. Oh, I see. This little electric car I follow doesn't take much gas. Do you want me to help you in a while? Li Laqiu, staring at Shi Hongmei and the two of them, had no time to pay attention to the driver. casually replied. No need. Driver, come on. I almost got into the police academy back then too. Hey. Otherwise we'd all be co-workers. Li Lachu's face did not turn around, roughly understand what the meaning, and without speaking, he looked at them both. A short while later, these two men stopped in front of a spicy hot pot. Okay, just park it. How much? What money? Come on, I'm doing my duty. Li Lachu didn't have him say much, opened the door and got out of the car. The driver laughed and drove off. Li Lachu looked around and looked up at the spicy hot door sign. I'm hungry myself, but I can't go eat yet. Could only crouch in the corner, waiting for the two of them to come out. Soon the two walked out with their arms crossed. Instead of riding my bike this time, I pushed it to the neighborhood parking space next door. Li Lachu followed from afar until he reached the bottom of a unit. The two of them went upstairs. This is bad. Li Lachu dare not follow to the unit, and it is a step building. Don't even know which room. What are we going to do? Follow for nothing? Li Lachu stood downstairs, looking at Shi Hongmei, and the young man disappeared back, the heart straight into muttering. What are we going to do now? I've been following you for half a day. Can't we just let it go? He scratched his ear and suddenly had a flash of insight. Yeah, the super stealth card rewarded by the system. Li Lachu hurriedly communicated with the system, and silently recited activate super stealth card in his heart. In a flash, he felt that his body was light and airy, and when he looked down, he had become transparent. That wasn't all. He tried leaning into the wall and his body went right through it. Holy crap, that's too good to be true. Li Lachu was so excited that he almost screamed out and hurriedly covered his mouth. He entered the building gingerly and flew straight through the wall, one floor up. When he reached the 6th floor, he heard a familiar voice. Xiao Dong, when do you think it's going to end with us sneaking around like this? Sister Hongmei, don't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer. When I've organized all those books, we can be together openly and honestly. Li Lachu followed the sound to find, only to see Shi Hongmei and the young man is embracing together putty. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, pointed it at the two men, and tapped the video button. More than 10 minutes later, the lad rolled down to take a shower. Li Lachu skimmed his lips. At this age to this battle, the two of you won't be able to grow. Before long, the two of them idled and started talking again. Li Lachu stood in the doorway like a ghost, quietly listening to the conversation between the two. Xiao Dong, do you think those ledgers really work? Of course it's useful, but your old bastard has been an accountant in the company for 3 years, served 3 general managers, and remembers the black accounts. At the top of that, everyone is catatonic. Embezzlement of public funds, a clear record. I can see it all as a college graduate. Woman that great? And how much money do we get? Man, you can't give as much as you want, or they'll all go to jail. The mail didn't forget to remind her. You can put away the original. When the time comes, that's evidence. It's useful. The woman wrapped her arms around it again. Don't worry. It's in a secret compartment in our nightstand. Who would have thought? Li Lachu was dumbfounded by what he heard. It turns out that Wang Qidong, who is still an old 6, has privately recorded the leader's black accounts. Looking at the honest Wang Qidong did not expect to be so scheming. No, we have to hurry to his house. Without saying a word, Li Lachu went straight out through the wall. This stealthy state is pretty handy, and it's fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Wang Qidong's house. Li Lachu lightly found the bedside table, and there was indeed a secret compartment. Opening it up, there was a notebook lying inside. He hurriedly took it out and flipped it open. My God, it's densely documented with accounts. On August 14th, XX, Mr. Ma took $200, 000 in the name of office expenses. Dug out. The money comes in really fast. Old Ma, you're good. Li Lachu didn't have time to look carefully, and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and took a picture with it. Took the laptop afterward. 2. How can something so important be put in your hands? Finding a safe place where he wouldn't be able to disable his invisibility, he asked the system. Brother Unity, how do I recover my own state? System automatically deactivate invisibility when it's time. How long? An hour at a time at your level. Li Lachu looked at the time. It was almost time. This will get a message from Jiang Weijin on his cell phone. Is it the same place at night? After reading it, Li Lachu smiled evilly. It seems that this has tasted the sweetness and is addicted. System, discovered. Zhang Huaixin's adoration for the male lead deepens by 1 layer. Rewarded with lucky value +2. I'll go. Not bad. Brother Unity is open. Li Lachu immediately messaged back. Okay, I won't see you at the gym. By the way, there's dinner there. Zhang Huaixin replied in seconds. Okay, how is it going over there? Li Lachu, I just went to the old king's home, trying to get his wife to persuade him, but it's not much use. His wife is also a car axle. Must be prosecuted before giving up. Zhang Huaishan still prosecuting? In the afternoon, the police came to take a statement. Said it is a dispute of the unit. Does not constitute a public order case. Do not intend to detain people. Li Lachu asked with some doubt. What is the background of these two brats? Even Arthur did not arrest them. What big government officials? Zhang Huizhen are the family members of the top headquarters someone, and then say spend money, and promise to Wang Qidong to arrange a place to retire. Ascending everywhere. This didn't surprise Li Lachu at all. Most likely, Wang Qidong had a purpose for taking this beating. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. This kind of person has a deep and cruel heart. One can't easily come up with evidence of his wife cheating on him yet, or he'll hit the bum. Thinking of this, Li Lachu has a plan. He first dragged a little fishing to the sweet say. After this incident, Li Lachu, of course, asked for leave without having to go to the company, and in the evening he arrived at the gym early. First, I ordered a free nutritious meal, and I didn't even eat at lunch, so I was starving. There's corn, chicken, prawns, whatever's meaty come over again. As I was eating, I looked up and saw the superb woman from yesterday, coming to pick up her meal. She was seen pinching her fingers into orchid fingers and was pinching prawns. I did a manicure on my fingertips, and the clip didn't come up for half a day, so I put down the clip, looked around, and went straight to using my upper hand. Hey! Li Lachu felt that the opportunity was once in a lifetime, and this was the best way to strike up a conversation. There was no one around, and the pretty girl shuddered in fear, drew back her hand and stuffed it in her mouth. Li Lachu, with his head held high, walked over quickly. Isn't this a chance? Lucky 160. Here comes brother. Chapter 13, Chen Bishi and his ex-wife's demands. Li Lachu asked her in a serious manner. What's your name? Chen Bishi. The woman lowered her head and answered in a glutinous manner. Li Lachu, how old? 25. The woman's head bowed even lower, like an errant student. Which job? No job. Oh. Li Lachu carried his hands behind his back and walked around her. It was really superb. It's a shame that your own extreme teasing skills have expired. Harm can't organize his vocabulary at once. Simply copying the clip. He took another plate and gave her a couple of prawns, all picked large. Walking closer to her, he reached out and handed her a plate full of food. Next time don't use your hands. It's unsanitary. Chen Bishi was just like a naughty child caught by his teacher, sneaking a glance at Li Lachu who had no expression on his face. Oh, thanks. Then always with her head bowed, she timidly took the plate. Her hair, which she had not yet had time to tie up, falling about her face and shoulders. She tilted her head subconsciously, tossing her hair behind her, but both hands were holding plates. Li Lachu is going to turn around and leave, or the script can't go on. He has to go back and reorganize his vocabulary. One look at her hands was inconvenient. Immediately, hands outstretched. Let me help you. Thanks. The woman handed him the two plates, quickly pulled a hair set out of her jacket pocket, and very neatly tied her hair into a ponytail. This time, Li Lachu also didn't ask for her permission, so he put the two plates on the table opposite himself. The woman followed. Li Lachu clapped his hands. Forget it. Look at your stupidity. What else are you eating? Let me fetch it for you. Oh, the woman looked at Li Lachu's plate. There was a momentary swallow. Same as yours, I guess. Good. You sit here and wait. Not long after, Li Lachu came back with two big plates of meat. Is this a nutritious meal? It's a buffet. The woman didn't mind, so she picked up her knife and fork and ate. Eat extraordinarily well. Li Lachu looked at the corner of the mouth a twitch. What you really eat Not afraid of fat Li Lachu, how damaging. People eat several mouthfuls before reminding her. It's okay, wasting food is even more wrong. The woman continued to eat vigorously. Not even a sip of water. At this time, Chen Bishi is like a crab general. Both hands knife and fork, flying up and down, making efforts to mouth busy. I say, you haven't eaten in days. Now the woman was a bit slightly angry. It's none of your business, said the man with a blank look. Li Lachu got bored and lowered his head and started eating as well. The two of them are like a competition. Li Lachu finally convinced. How can a young woman with a waist as thin as a bee eat so much? Finish eating and work out together later. I know a bit. Li Lachu purposely displayed his biceps. The woman chewed on a chicken drumstick and calmly said, don't bother. You're not my type. Cool off to the side. Li Lachu looked at the woman suspiciously. Remembering correctly, what was her name coming? That's a name that's a little off the wall. Without the addition of the teasing skills, Li Lachu opened his mouth and disliked straight back. What are you thinking about you? I have beautiful women around me. I just see that you eat too much, and I want to teach you scientifically. said regret. Snort. The woman gave him a blank look. You've seen a lot like that. Except that it's a pretty new trick today. So I'm not bothering you. So don't get carried away. Lilac Column burst into a rage. After half a day of people all understand. Just look at their own jokes. Just as he was about to say a few more words back, he heard an eager voice. Manager Chen. Manager Chen. So you're here. Li Lachu looked for the sound and recognized the man. The store manager here. Manager Chen? Could this girl be a boss? Old Yellow. What is it? The woman looked at him calmly. Mr. Han is here. With a band. Nonsense. Is this guy not finished? The woman stood up. Suddenly looking back at Li Lachu. What's your name? Li Lachu also lost the arrogance of the party. A very cooperative answer. Li Lockjaw. Li Lockpole? That's hard to hear. Age? 30. What's the job? Chao Wei Petrochemical Company. Chao Wei? The woman looked at Li Lachu in surprise. What department are you in, Chao Wei? Planning team 2. Got it. The woman turned her head in the store manager and instructed. Go to the door and block him. Don't tell him to come in and disturb the public. Yes, Mr. Chun. Seeing that the store manager walked away, only then did he turn back to Li Lachu and say, do me a favor, will you? It depends on what kind of favor. I am not allowed to do bad things. Li Lachu put the intention straight. Oh, you still have the distinction between good and bad. Don't you want to pick me up? In a moment, in front of the face of that surname Han, dare to confess to me? The woman looked straight into Li Laxu's eyes. Li Laxu's smile froze. It's not true. It's just telling Han to die. Li Lachu is dumb as a melon to get out of such a sentence. If it is true, you can promise what? I accept. If I am in danger, you can save me. The woman, dressed in yoga clothes, all tightly revealed, listened and went. Get ready. I'm going to change. Li Lachu knew that it was not true, but rushed to the woman's 160 lucky value. At least this is not recognized? Take your time later. That's when his own video call went off. At first glance, it's Yogi Ko calling, his ex-wife. This is a bad time to come. What does she want with me? After struggling with it for a few seconds, the final one picked it up. What is it? No, Li Lachu, why aren't you happy to see me? Haven't seen you for 2 days. Don't you want me? In the video, Yujika seems to have just taken a shower, and her hair is still wet. Li Lachu said without any good humor. Straight up, what's the matter? I'm busy? Yujik, what are you busy with? Li Lachu, no comment. Yujiku was furious. Li Lachu, you're against the sky. Dare to talk to me like this. If I'm not covering you, you'll be expelled tomorrow. Li Lachu lazily said. Nothing, I hang up. Yujiku line. Li Lachu, you this attitude. Do not blame me for ruthless. Headquarters to streamline the organization. You planning 3 groups to cut 2. You certainly cannot stay. Now. Li Lachu was shocked in his heart, but his face was like a flat lake. Any more? Yogi Ko, that's not enough? You're going to lose your job. Li Lac column lost or not unemployed. And you have nothing to do with it. Alright, hang up. I'm very busy. I've got the system and I'm still worried about finding a job. Besides, want to tell me to lose my job? I'll have to pierce the sky. Yujika had no choice. Her words were much gentler. Pillar, brother Pillar, her voice began to whine. As long as you promise to remarry me, I'll keep fighting for you a little. Li Lachu thought. It is not easy to be free. Who is still a living bastard? Plus, it affects getting 160. Too. So he made up his mind. No. Bayan casually hung up the video call. Then muttered. After tasting around, it's still my job, isn't it? Oh. Bang. The door to the gym was pushed heavily open. A crowd poured in. Chapter 14. Li Lachu turned around in a hurry and looked at the door. Asterisk. What kind of airplane is this? Only to see a group of people strutting into the gym. And all of a sudden many of the bodybuilders stopped exercising to look this way. Li Lachu remembered Chen Bishi's mission. But I didn't expect such a big bout. Suddenly, he remembered that Zheng Huaizhen would be arriving later. So what if we rush together and crash? He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and called Zheng Huaizhen. Sis, I'm at the gym. When are you arriving? Li Lachu deliberately said loudly, fearing that others would not hear him. Zheng Huaizhen's voice came from the phone. How can it take 20 minutes? I ran into a car accident. Detour it. Can't wait, baby? Li Lachu secretly laughed in his heart. This woman is still quite uptight. No. There's no rush. I just happen to have to leave for a bit. I'll be back later, he said and hung up. Leave? Where are you going? Small thing. I'll be back in 10 minutes or so. I'll meet you at the door then. And if you don't see me when you get there, wait for me in the car for a while. Mu-ah. Zheng Huaizhen's sultry voice came from inside the phone. He, virtue. I'll see you in a minute, putting down his cell phone. Lee Lochu took a deep breath. 20 minutes. Only 20 minutes to play lickspill. Without his flirting skills, he could only fumble on his own with the memories of last night. Just then, a man in a designer suit and sunglasses walked in. He was followed by a couple of followers and a couple of guys holding musical instruments. Lee Lochu knew at a glance that this was the Dukhan that Chinbishi was talking about. Dukhan strutted towards Chinbishi, who was running on the treadmill. He was holding a large bouquet of brightly colored roses that looked to be worth a lot of money. Lee Lochu cursed in his heart. It seems wrong. Is it for me to set off her noble as if she has no one to chase? Lord Han walked over to the treadmill and cleared his throat. Bish, I love you, he exclaimed, his voice so loud it sounded like he was in a play. The band started playing immediately and there were people scattering flower petals. The entire gym was instantly transformed into a romantic arena. Lee Lochu rolled his eyes as he watched. This is too much. Without waiting for Chinbishi to react, he quickly stepped forward. Wait! Lee Lochu shouted. Everyone froze, including Chinbishi. Lee Lochu took a deep breath and began to recite a line of poetry he had just thought of. The autumn wind is clear. The autumn moon is bright. Fallen leaves gather and scatter. Cold crows roost and are startled again. It's hard to know when we'll see each other. And it's hard to be in love at this time and night. Enter my love affair and know my pain. Long lovesickness is long memories. And short lovesickness is endless. If I had known that it would trip people up, why didn't I know each other in the first place? This is Li Bai's famous line, which Lee Lochu remembers very well. Since the searching for him can impress director Zhang, how will Chinbishi cope with the king of prime ministers? Dukhan was dumbfounded, obviously having never heard of such a literary confession. Who are you? He asked irritably. Lee Lochu sneered. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know how to express love better than you do. Enraged, Lord Han threw away the bouquet and rushed forward. You know, I have power and influence. Who the hell are you? Lee Lochu was not flustered and recited another line. If life is only like the first time you see it, what's wrong with the sad autumn wind and the painted fan? After saying that, her eyes flowed to look at Chinbishi, who was so beautiful that she was already dumbfounded at this moment. Dukhan was even more confused as he turned his head to ask his sidekick, what does this mean? The followers looked at each other, obviously not understanding either. These classic sentences have not been born on this planet. I don't know what it means, but it's just as touching to hear. Lee Lochu took the opportunity to come back with, once the ocean was hard to be water, except for Wushan is not a cloud. Dukhan completely collapsed as he pointed at Lee Lochu and shouted, don't pretend to be a man of culture here. Bishi, look at him. He must be a poor scholar. Lee Lochu secretly laughed in his heart. This is really uneducated. He glanced at his watch. 12 minutes had passed. Chinbishi finally spoke. She said coldly, both of you stop. I'm not choosing anyone. But in his heart, he was mesmerized by Lee Lochu's love poem. She's actually the daughter of the boss of the headquarters above Lee Lochu's company. The group has been losing money for years. His father is under great pressure. The board of directors studied the establishment of a disciplinary department. Bishop Chan had just returned from abroad and was assigned to the discipline department as an inspector. The gym is owned by her uncle, with her mother having a 30% stake in a chain of 32 gyms across the country, and she holds the position of deputy general manager. This Han guy went crazy after her the first time he saw her. That's what led to today's incident. She intends to borrow Lee Lochu to make the surname Han die, and also let everyone know that she has numerous suitors, and none of you are worthy. Back to the scene. Lee Lochu and Dukhan froze at the same time. Chinbishi was greatly surprised. She originally thought that Lee Lochu would play the shameless, rogue and gangster set to force the surname Han back. I didn't expect Lee Lochu to come with a set of civil fights. Since it was not as expected, she was not very satisfied and told them, I am an independent woman and do not need your love. Lee Lochu almost laughed out loud. This woman pretended to be quite like that. He glanced at his watch. 18 minutes to go. Okay, I'll go then. Since you don't use the old man, I'll retreat and you carry it on your own. Ha ha. Brother Han, keep up the good work. Lee Lochu and the one surnamed Han suddenly came to this and headed out, leaving Chinbishi and Dukhan staring at each other with stunned faces. What is it? Return when you meet hard? No, that's it. Chinbishi also noticed that he was looking at his cell phone at all times. At this point, shouldn't you hold on for a bit? I'm a big beauty at least. Thinking of this, she was even more furious. How can you leave something you promised me halfway? Old lady hasn't pretended enough. Dukhan was even more annoyed. The atmosphere that had been brewing so easily was all of a sudden disrupted by him. People don't play anymore? Mud. Who's this? A psychopath? What the hell? Turning back now. The courage to try to pick up where he left off with Chinbishi was gone. Exasperated, he sighed. What a ing bummer. Let's go. Turning around, He led the men away. Li Lachu was the first to walk out of the gym and let out a long breath. Fun. Li Lachu hadn't realized that he was so talented at reciting poetry. That's a lot of tossing and turning for 20 minutes. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Huaizhen. I'll wait for you at the door. At this time he hid in the shadows on one side, fearing that the line of people surnamed Han would come out and see him. It didn't take long for Zhang Huaizhen's car to pull up in front of him. Waiting anxiously, right? Zhang Huaizhen asked with a flirtatious face and a smile. Li Lachu shook his head. Don't mention it. There was just a confession in there. I came out. I just can't stand it. Zhang Huaizhen laughed loudly. They say you are a bachelor is not false. These years have not seen you chased after anyone. This is what happened. How to aim at me. When he finished, he got out of the car and posted up. Now, there was still this director Zhang to utilize, so he couldn't be offended yet. Thinking that Chen Bishi was still inside, the fact that he would lead her in this time would somewhat affect his acquisition of 160 points of lucky value. Sis, let's change places tonight. Isn't this nice? I'm craving a nutritious meal, and this is all the way to the door, so let's go in. Li Lachu had no choice but to go inside. Zhang Huaizhen on a horse total old iron. Also not twisted. Up to hold Li Lachu twisted plump waist, went inside, just in time to bump into the opposite side of Dukan who came out on his way. As soon as the gray-headed Dukan saw Li Lachu backhandedly carrying another pussy, he was jealous in his heart. Hey, nerd, switching so soon? Old Han, this is my sister. Don't talk nonsense. See you some other time. Li Lachu waved his hand with him and rubbed his shoulders. Old Han? Mr. Han rubbed the back of his head. Do I know him that well? Chapter 15, Two Women Fighting. Once inside the gym, Li Lachu led Zhang Huaizhen to the dining area. Sis, what's for dinner? I'll fetch it for you. Zhang Huaizhen nodded contentedly. You watch and get it. Yes, I'll see to it that it's done, and I'm sure it'll be done to your satisfaction. A blush flew onto Zhang Huaizhen's cheeks. She covered her face and watched with springy eyes as Li Lachu weaved in and out of the various colors of food. I thought to myself, the old horse is completely bye-bye with himself this time. He has been promoted to serve at the headquarters. His face is old. I don't know who to rely on again. Follow this Li Lachu, but also just do love. The above came to the opinion to abolish the planning department, especially the fight planning 2 groups. It is estimated to be disbanded in place. People 2 college students back to the headquarters of another appointment. The old Wang entrusted the relationship back to the headquarters to get an idle post-pension. Can only sacrifice this Li Lak column. Tonight is probably the last madness. I think some sad. With him, it felt truly unique. Not long after, Li Lachu returned happily. Plates full of food, falling in little mountains. It's almost as meaty as Bessie Chan. Gee, why did you get so much meat? Sister, this you do not understand. Weight loss nutrition meal is more protein intake, less carbohydrate intake. Meat belongs to protein. Not afraid of fat. Eat? What theory? I don't get it. That it's edible? Li Lachu picked up a chicken leg and ate half of it in one bite. Eat it. It's fine. Eat up and have energy. Words have hidden meaning. Zhang Huaizhen looked at Li Lachu with a smile, picked up the chicken leg, and followed with a bite. Freshly applied light red lipstick was imprinted on the chicken thighs and a few more licks of the bones. Li Lachu was gnawing vigorously when he suddenly felt a coolness behind him. He looked back and barely managed to choke on his chicken leg in his throat. Chen Bishi was wearing a close-fitting yoga outfit and was staring at him coldly. That body, those curves, it's to die for. Li Lachu hurriedly swallowed the chicken in his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Yo, Manager Chen. What a coincidence. Chen Bishi snorted coldly. Coincidence? You stood me up. So you were dating another woman? Zhang Huaizhen frowned when he heard this. Who are you? This young lady? Chen Bishi looked Zhang Huaizhen up and down. The corner of her mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that this man just confided in me. Li Lachu was shocked in his heart and screamed that it was not good. He hurriedly explained. Manager Chen. You've misunderstood. That was. Shut up. Chen Bishi and Zhang Huaizhen stopped him in unison. Li Lachu shrunk his neck, feeling like a little sheep caught between 2 tigers. Zhang Huaizhen stood up. Although she was older than Chen Bishi, her aura was not lost in the slightest. Don't get too cocky, little girl. Lockjaw is my boyfriend. Chen Bishi sneered. Boyfriend? Auntie, are you sure you're not taking care of a late bloomer? Zhang Huaizhen's face sank. Who are you calling an aunt? Li Lachu looked at the 2 women's swords and crossbows, and his heart was drumming. He tried to smooth things over. Let's talk things over. Don't. You shut up. The 2 women spoke in unison again. Li Lachu completely wilted and could only shrink in his chair, not daring to utter a single breath. Chen Bishi turned to Li Lachu. Didn't you just say you would help me? What? Are you turning your back now? Li Laochu stammered. That's. Zhang Huaizhen interjected. Laochu, ignore her. Let's keep eating. Chen Bishi sneered. Eat? Can you guys eat it? Li Laochu looked at the chicken legs on his plate and suddenly felt no appetite at all. Zhang Huaizhen was not willing to show weakness. Why can't we eat? We eat deliciously. Chen Bishi bristled. Really? Then you guys go ahead and eat. I'll just watch from here. When she finished, she pulled a chair right up and sat down. Li Laochu felt like he was going to suffocate. He looked at Zhang Huaizhen, then at Chen Bishi, and muttered in his heart. Why are these two women so tough? Zhang Huaizhen glared at Li Laochu. What are you waiting for? Eat. Li Laochu shivered as he picked up the chicken leg and took a small bite. Chen Bishi said coldly, Li Laochu, you can eat so well. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Li Laochu almost didn't choke on the chicken. Zhang Huaizhen immediately shot back. What do you care? He eats as much as he likes. Chen Bishi raised her eyebrows. Really? Then you guys keep eating. I'm going to go exercise. When she finished, she stood up and wiggled her way to the treadmill. Li Laochu's eyes couldn't help but follow her back. Zhang Huaizhen pinched him fiercely. What are you looking at? Li Laochu hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Didn't look at anything. Zhang Huaizhen snorted coldly. Hurry up and go exercise after eating. Don't let people look down on you. Li Laochu bit her face, thinking that this is not to fitness. It is simply to suffer. The two ate hurriedly and went to the equipment area. Zhang Huaizhen pointed to a complicated instrument. You teach me to use this. Li Laochu looked at the instructions and was confused. He stepped forward stiffly and pretended to fiddle with it a few times. That's it. Try it. Zhang Huaizhen gave him a suspicious look, but still sat up. Just as I started to move, I heard a click. Zhang Huaizhen exclaimed. What's going on? Li Laochu rushed forward to check. Found that the screws are loose. He scratched his head awkwardly. It's fine. I'll fix it. Just as his hands were busy repairing it, Chen Bishi appeared beside him at some point. Need a hand? She asked with a smirk. Li Laochu looked up and almost didn't hit the instrument. The sweat on Chen Bishi's body made her skin glisten and dazzled the eyes. Zhang Huaizhen couldn't look away. We don't need your help. We can do it ourselves. Chen Bishi shrugged. As you wish. But this kind of instrument is dangerous. It's easy to get hurt if you don't use it properly. Li Laochu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly said. Or, let's change to a simpler one. Zhang Huaizhen glared at him. What are you afraid of? Go on. Li Laochu had to harden his head and continue fiddling. Chen Bishi watched from the sidelines, letting out light laughter every now and then. Li Laochu felt his face burning. Finally, he barely got the instrument fixed. Zhang Huaizhen resumed her seat and began to work out. Li Laochu instructed from the side. Yes, that's it. Take your time. Chen Bishi suddenly interjected. Wrong. This will strain your muscles. Li Laochu froze, not knowing who to listen to. Zhang Huaizhen said impatiently. Are you good or not? Li Laochu smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll look at the manual again. He looked down and pretended to study the instructions, but in reality his mind was a muddle. Chen Bishi let out a light laugh. It seems that certain people don't even have basic fitness knowledge. Li Laochu felt like his cheeks were about to be torn off. He stammered. Why don't we go for a run? Zhang Huaizhen glared at him, but still agreed. The trio arrived at the treadmill, and Li Laochu sighed in relief. It's always a simple instrument. Who knew that? Just as he started to run, Chen Bishi started pointing again. You're not in the right position. It's easy to hurt your knees running like that. Li Laochu felt like he was about to collapse. He was in a dilemma as to who to listen to. Zhang Huaizhen was obviously annoyed as well. Little girl, can you stop getting in the way here? Chen Bishi looked at her provocatively. I am kindly reminding, fearing that you will get hurt. Li Laochu was sandwiched in the middle, feeling like a human sandbag. He tried to smooth things over. Why don't we take a break? Both women glared at him at the same time. Who wants a break? Li Laochu scrunched his neck and continued to run in silence. In this way, the three of them spoke to each other as if the air was fighting each other. Li Laochu felt like he was caught between two grinding wheels and was about to be ground into powder. Finally, it was time for the gym to close. Li Laochu breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that he was finally relieved. Who knew that Zhang Huaizhen and Chen Bishi spoke at the same time? Continue tomorrow? Li Laochu almost didn't faint. He forced a smile. Good, but in my heart, I'm screaming, help! Somebody help me! Chapter 16, Home. Li Laochu was wiping his sweat when Zhang Huaizhen suddenly came over. Lockpost? I've heard something. She lowered her voice. Li Laochu froze and subconsciously looked at Chen Bishi, who was not far away. Zhang Huaizhen waved her hand. It's fine. She can't understand. Li Laochu nodded and came closer. What news? Zhang Huaizhen sighed. I heard that your planning department is going to be streamlined down to one. The whole company is in a big layoff. And you are on the list. Lee Loksu's heart thumped and his face instantly turned pale. Sis, can you help put in a good word? He said eagerly. Zhang Huaizhen smiled bitterly. I tried my best, but I don't even know where to go myself. Lee Loksu didn't notice that Chen Bishi was slowly approaching, pretending to exercise while eavesdropping. She smiled inwardly. These two were pretty funny. Lee Loksu said aggrieved, Sister, you know, these years the planning department really work on my one. Early in the morning to wipe the floor. Work overtime are my first. The benefits of bonuses I have the last. A little less also have no complaints. Zhang Huaizhen sighed. So you didn't get promoted or fired. When Lee Loksu heard this, he almost didn't cry. What kind of comfort is that? You should be happy you didn't get promoted or fired? He was about to say something else when Chen Bishi suddenly interjected. What are you guys talking about? So mysterious. Lee Loksu and Zhang Huaizhen were startled at the same time and hurriedly changed the topic. Nothing, just talking about work. Lee Loksu laughed awkwardly. Chen Bishi raised her eyebrows, clearly not believing it. The trio chatted awkwardly for a while longer before the gym finally had to close. Zhang Huaizhen looked at her watch and suddenly said, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Lee Loksu froze, thinking that this is not right. Is not said that tonight. But looking at Zhang Huaizhen's expression, he understood. The woman is afraid she's not interested. Lee Loksu couldn't say anything more, and could only nod. Okay, then be careful on your way. Zhang Huaizhen hurriedly left, leaving Lee Loksu and Chen Bishi looking at each other. Lee Loksu secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. Who knew that Chen Bishi suddenly laughed? Congratulations to someone who's getting laid off. Lee Loksu's face changed. You heard that? Chen Bishi nodded triumphantly. Not a word. Lee Loksu was so angry that his teeth itched, but he didn't dare to attack. So what if you heard it? It's got nothing to do with you anyway, he said with a stiff upper lip. Chen Bishi sneered. How does it not matter? I'm the owner of this gym. Lee Loksu froze. What? You're the boss? Chen Bishi nodded. That's right. So if you don't have a job in the future, you can come work for me. 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in Lee Loksu's heart. He held back his anger and said, who cares? I'm so skilled that I'm not worried about finding a job. Chen Bishi looked at him provocatively. Really? Then I'd like to see what kind of good job you can find. Lee Loksu was furious with her, but didn't know how to fight back. The two of them just fought with each other, walking out of the gym without realizing it. Oops. Chen Bishi suddenly screamed. Lee Loksu was taken aback. What's wrong? Chen Bishi exasperatedly said. It's all your fault. Fighting with you and that ugly woman. I'm going back late. The house won't open the door. What should I do? In fact, Chen Bishi has his own house. Just too cold to go back. The gym has its own room right above. But don't want to tell Lee Loksu to know. Lee Loksu secretly laughed in his heart. This woman is quite good at acting. He raised an eyebrow and deliberately teased her. Go to my house. But, you wouldn't dare. Chen Bishi's eyes widened. Who says I don't dare? Lee Loksu shrugged. Then you come with me. With that, he turned around and walked away. Who knew that Chen Bishi really followed? Lee Loksu was happy in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to act as if nothing had happened. The two walked through the night, the streetlights flickering on and off. Lee Loksu suddenly started whistling. Chen Bishi frowned. Don't blow it off. I want to go to the restroom. Lee Loksu was unimpressed. I'm happy to. Chen Bishi was so angry that she stopped her foot and kicked Lee Loksu in the calf. Ow! Lee Loksu screamed miserably. What are you doing? Chen Bishi coldly grunted. I told you not to blow and you still do. Lee Loksu rubbed his legs, and in his heart he cursed this woman's hard kick. It's not that I didn't drive. Don't you have a car for a big boss like you? This reminded Chen Bishi. It's all stirred up by you. This confused person. I forgot to drive. Chen Bishi turned back to the parking lot. Forget taking a cab. You'll have to walk back. She was afraid of the darkness of the road, and Lee Loksu saw what it meant. I'll walk you over to the car. Take a cab? Easy for you to say, but I'm still paying the fare? The two of them went back and took the car out. Fortunately, Chen Bishi didn't have a beautiful woman driving a sports car like she imagined. She just drove an ordinary business sedan. According to Chen Bishi's envisioning, she was going to work at Chaohui Company, also known as Lee Loksu's company, in a few days. As a disciplinary inspector, she has to make unannounced visits, so she starts by working as a regular employee. That's why I decided to follow this Lee Loksu to his home. One is to first get acquainted, and the other is to find out some of the company's insiders. Through her chat with Zhang Huaizhen, she felt that Lee Loksu is not a bad person, just a little oily character. The bottom line is that those lines of his poem today were brilliant. Chen Bishi was all shocked. She felt that someone who could write such a poem would not be a bad person. filled with curiosity about him. Curious babies have to come out sooner or later. We'll find out about this one later. Arrived at Lee Loksu's villa, the two of them got out of the car. Lee Loksu stopped and turned to look at Chen Bishi. Here it is. Do you really want to go up? Chen Bishi hesitated for a moment, but still said with a strained neck, just go. Who's afraid? Lee Loksu laughed in his heart. This woman is quite stubborn. He feigned indifference. Fine. Then go up. I didn't realize that you, an ordinary employee, live in such a nice house, and you didn't look at the rings? It's all off target, and this lot is considered an outlying suburb. Lee Loksu pressed the remote control, opened the gate, and the two of them entered the villa. Suddenly, a demonic wind blew through. It was as if Yogi Coco's eyes had swept over. Chen Bishi's skirt was blown up, and she let out a shriek and hurriedly pressed her skirt. Lee Loksu looked at the eyes straight, thinking that this wind came at the right time. Chen Bishi glared at him. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Lee Loksu hurriedly averted his eyes and said sheepishly, Didn't look. Chen Bishi snorted coldly and took the lead to walk into the room. Lee Loksu followed behind, his heart bursting with joy. This woman, she's really interesting. Chen Bishi entered the house to look around and suddenly said, your house shouldn't be very messy, right? Lee Loksu froze, thinking that it is finished. The house is indeed messy like a dog kennel. He smiled awkwardly. It might be a bit of a mess. Chen Bishi bristled. Sure enough, men are all like this. Lee Loksu cursed in his heart. You know nothing. The door opened and Chen Bishi saw the clothes and takeout boxes all over the floor at a glance. She frowned. You call that a bit of a mess? Lee Loksu smiled sarcastically. I've been too busy lately. Chen Bishi sneered. Busy picking up girls, right? Lee Loksu was choked and didn't know how to retort. Chen Bishi looked around and suddenly said, alright, let me help you clean up. Lee Loksu froze. What? Chen Bishi gave him a blank look. Don't just stand there. Go get the garbage bag. Lee Loksu was confused and went to get the garbage bag. Thinking that this woman was really strange, the two just started packing up the room. Lee Loksu secretly looked at Chen Bishi's busy figure, and suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This woman doesn't seem to be that annoying. Chapter 17, Ex-Wife's House. Lee Loksu and Chen Bishi packed all the way to the last room. Chen Bishi reached for the door, only to find it locked. She looked at Lee Loksu in confusion. Why is this room locked? Lee Loksu scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, this is my ex-wife's house. She's away on business. Chen Bishi's eyes widened. What? You're married? Lee Loksu shrugged. Yeah, but it's divorced. Chen Bishi didn't know what to say for a moment and just stared blankly at Lee Loksu. Lee Loksu was a bit uncomfortable by her look and changed the topic. Take a break. It's been so long to clean up. The two sat on the sofa. Lee Loksu suddenly asked, why are you so bold? Not afraid that I am a bad person? Chen Bishi laughed. I came here for your poem. I don't think someone who can write a poem like that would be a bad person. Lee Loksu patted his chest and said, that's right. I'm not a good person. And anyone who writes poems like this is a scumbag. Chen Bishi was amused, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. Lee Loksu looked at her smile and his heart suddenly moved. He hurriedly got up and said, I'll go get you a glass of hot milk. When she came back, Chen Bishi was surveying the room's furnishings. Lee Loksu handed her milk and asked, well, are you still satisfied with my taste? Chen Bishi took the milk and gently sipped it. It's not bad, just a bit messy. Lee Loksu laughed. That's because you haven't come to clean up yet. Chen Bishi gave him a blank look. Don't be poor. By the way, how did you come up with those poems? Lee Loksu's heart tightened. He couldn't say that he had traveled across the world. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said, it's just inspiration. I'm quite fond of literature. Chen Bishi pursued, but I've never heard of those poems. Did you originate them? Lee Loksu thought to himself, this world really doesn't have those poems, so let's call it his own original. He nodded. Sort of. Sometimes I write when inspiration strikes. Chen Bishi's eyes sparkled. That's awesome. Say a few more words. Lee Loksu thought for a moment and said, life has its own depths, and I will leave my heart to shine through the sweat. Chen Bishi was mesmerized by what she heard and asked after her. Is there more? Lee Loksu added. Don't be happy with what you see. Don't be sad with what you feel. Bessie Chen marveled. Fantastic. Those are powerful words. Lee Loksu looked at the way she was moved and felt a little smug in his heart. He said a few more words and completely overwhelmed Chen Bishi. Chen Bishi suddenly said, by the way, we might be co-workers. Oh. Lee Loksu froze. What do you mean? Chen Bishi laughed. Didn't I say? I'm the owner of the gym. You can come work for me if you get laid off. Lee Loksu laughed bitterly. I don't want to work in a gym. I like my current job. Chen Bishi bristled. Che, what's so good about that job of yours? The two of them chatted for a while longer. and before they knew it, it was late at night. Li Laqiu looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late, do you want to rest?" Chen Bishi nodded and yawned. "It's true that I'm a bit tired." Li Laqiu packed out a guest room for her and returned to the master bedroom himself. Lying on the bed, Li Laqiu recalled everything that happened today. Zhang Huaizhen is not able to refer to. Yu Jiku also has no chance. It is estimated to climb the high branch. At the thought that Yu Jiku and Huang Bingjiang rolled together, Li Laqiu could hardly suppress his inner anger. There is no evidence of Huang Bingjiang on Wang Qidong's books. Otherwise, he would be the first to kill Huang. The next morning, Li Laqiu got up and made omelets, steak and milk. When Chen Bishi came out of her room, she saw the sumptuous breakfast and said in surprise, "Wow, you can still cook?" Li Laqiu looked at her playful appearance and crystal clear eyes, and his heart was happy. "I thought to myself, when will this 160 luck value arrive? Her flirting skills are gone, but she's quite fond of ancient poetry. Looks like more work on that in the future." He said proudly, "That's true, I'm multi-talented." The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious as the two ate breakfast and chatted. After eating, Li Laqiu said, "I have to go to work, how about you?" Chen Bishi said, "I should go back too. A bunch of things are waiting for me." The two go out together and part downstairs. Li Laqiu looked at Chen Bishi's departing back. His heart was suddenly a little empty. He shook his head to chase away the strange feeling and turned to the office. When he arrived at the company, Li Laqiu realized that the office was much colder. Even the two college students didn't show up, just by themselves. Team leader Wang Qidong was still hospitalized, and the entire office seemed extraordinarily silent. Li Laqiu sat in his seat, suddenly feeling bored to death. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Huaizhen. "Sister, I want to go to the hospital to see team leader Wang. Is it okay to take a leave?" Zhang Huaizhen quickly replied, "Okay, go ahead and see what's going on with him by the way." Li Laqiu secretly laughed in his heart. This Huaizhen is really good at cheating. He packed up and set off for the hospital. On the way, Li Laqiu was calculating in his mind how to set Wang Qidong's words. The old fox is a shrewd one. We'll have to think of something. When he arrived at the hospital, Li Laqiu bought some fruit and knocked on the door of the ward. Wang Qidong was lying on the bed, looking in good spirits. "Yo, little Li, you can come down?" Wang Qidong said with a smile. Li Laqiu revealed a concerned smile. "Team leader, I've come to see you. Are you feeling better?" Wang Qidong sighed. "It's not bad, just a bit uncomfortable with his heart." Li Laqiu sat down and started chatting with Wang Qidong. He cautiously tried to find out about the company layoffs, and Wang Qidong sneakily asked, "Has there been any result in that matter?" Li Laqiu could only beat a dead horse. "Team leader, how can it be that fast?" "Don't be anxious, I'll go in a moment." Wang Qidong also seemed to have something on his mind and sighed every now and then. When Li Laqiu saw this, he was secretly happy. "It seems that this old fox is not peaceful either," he asked, feigning ignorance. "Team leader, I heard the company is laying off employees. Is that true?" Wang Qidong's eyes flickered for a moment and said, "Which is not true. Don't listen to rumors." Li Laqiu sneered in his heart. This old fox is really lying. He continued to play dumb and said, "That's good. I was worried." Wang Qidong patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, you do a good job. The company won't treat you badly." Li Laqiu heart cursed. Short of treatment is not less? However, he was still smiling on the surface, chatting with Wang Qidong in one way or another. Before leaving, Wang Qidong suddenly said, "Little Li, you pay more attention lately, don't cause trouble." Li Laqiu froze, thinking that this old fox really knew something. He nodded and said, "Okay team leader, I understand." After leaving the hospital, Li Laqiu stretched his back. The trip didn't yield anything substantial, but at least it confirmed that the layoffs were real. He pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Huaizhen. "Sister, I finished watching team leader Wang. He's okay." Zhang Huaizhen replied, "Okay, come back. Something is looking for you." Li Laqiu's heart tightened, wondering what was going on again. He called a cab and hurried back to the office. Chapter 18, Chen Bishi surprisingly? Li Laqiu stood at the door of Zhang Huaizhen's office, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhang Huaizhen's voice came out from inside. Li Laqiu pushed open the door and saw that Zhang Huaizhen was looking down and flipping through the documents without even lifting her head. "Sister, you're looking for me?" Li Laqiu asked tentatively. Only then did Zhang Huaizhen raise her head, her face without the usual smile. In a moment, the human resources director of the headquarters and a vice president of the group came to announce the latest personnel changes in the company, telling us that all personnel are not allowed to go out and are waiting here for the meeting. It is estimated that it will be here at noon, so you go back to the office and wait for it. After saying that, Zhang Huaizhen lowered her head and continued to read the documents, as if Li Laqiu did not exist. Li Lachu froze in place, and a coldness suddenly surged in his heart. How does this feel? Like a death sentence? He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. As he turned to leave, Li Lachu couldn't help but look back. Zhang Huaizhen still kept her head down and didn't even give him a look. Li Lachu bitterly smiled and shook his head, thinking that the temperature of this one-night stand really receded quickly. But yeah, it's not a loss anyway. Walking out of the office, Li Lachu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Just as I walked down the hallway, I ran into a couple of coworkers. The guys are probably getting a little wind of what's going on, and they're all poking around. Yo, Li Lachu, I heard there's going to be layoffs. You're rushing to beat progress here? A male coworker said conspiratorially. Zhao Shigang, you just got married less than half a year ago, right? Today's Li Lachu is not the same as the previous sufferer. That is, to go also to make some noise. What? You I guess? The kid grinned, sticking his pockets in and appending one leg. Then I congratulate you. Your baby is almost 100 days old. I'd take a DNA test if I were you. Ha ha, green. Pretending you're eco-friendly? Get up. Li Lachu bumped him, knocking him off his feet. You, surnamed Zhao's eyes went green. The surrounding co-workers were good just now. This time they all covered their mouths to pick up laughter. Li Lachu, without Superintendent Yu Jiku covering you, you're screwed this time. Li Lachu frowned and ignored it. Walking around the corner, I heard a few more people whispering. I heard he offended Mr. Ma. I heard it was Mr. Meng. Nobody's got no power anyway, and it's time to go after 7 years of hanging around. Li Lachu listened to these words, but his heart was unusually calm. Cough cough cough. Coughing hard a couple times at the ones that made it. Mud. It's all contagious for you. The few chewers immediately scattered in all directions. No. If you do fire the old man, then don't blame me. That ledger of Wang Qidong's is enough to make the whole company jump. What this chief and that jailer? I'll get you all to jail. Li Lachu returned to his seat and began to organize his desk. Since we're having a meeting, let's pack what we need to pack. In case you do get fired, it's good to just walk away. Time passed by, and the atmosphere in the office became more and more oppressive. It's noon, and I didn't go out to eat until the afternoon. Colleagues in human resources. Notification to the conference room meeting. The whole company 30 or so people together to the conference room. Li Lachu was squeezed into the corner of the last row, and he didn't care. A short while later, the door to the conference room was pushed open. 2 middle-aged men in suits walked in, followed by a tall woman. Li Lachu looked up and suddenly felt that the back looked somewhat familiar. He narrowed his eyes and looked closely, and his heart suddenly thumped. Isn't this Bessie-chan? Li Lachu rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread the situation. But that back figure did look exactly like Chen Bishi. Is she really from the company? Thinking about her comment last night, we're co-workers. An ominous feeling suddenly surged in Li Lachu's heart. At this point, the director of human resources cleared his throat and began to speak. Colleagues, I have called you all here today to make an important announcement. Everyone held their breath and waited for what was to follow. After a study by the group's senior management, it has been decided that our company will undergo a large-scale personnel adjustment. When Li Lachu heard this, his heart was already prepared. It looks like layoffs are on the cards. The director of human resources continued. First, let me introduce this person next to me. He pointed to the woman beside him. Chen Bishi, a reserve cadre of the group, sent to our company for internship and study. Just follow Li Lachu in the planning department. He's qualified and has more experience. Li Lachu, you have to play the role of a pass-along. Everyone focused their eyes on Chen Bishi. Only a faint smile was seen on her face as she swept her gaze over everyone present. When her gaze landed on Li Lachu, she gave a slight start. Li Lachu felt his heart stop a beat. What's going on here? How did Chen Bishi become his colleague? He was with her last night. Li Lachu felt like his mind was a bit messed up. Li Lachu, come here? The director of human resources, seeing that no one spoke for half a day, hurriedly looked around. Coming, I hear you. Promise to finish the job. Li Lachu stood up and waved his hand, causing laughter. Chen Bishi spoke, her voice clear and pleasant. Hello colleagues, I'm Chen Bishi, and I'm glad to join this big family. Li Lachu felt like he was dreaming as he listened to her words. The girl who cleaned up his room at his house last night. A gym owner? Mud. That's ridiculous. Isn't it a layoff? At this time, the group's human resources director swept his gaze across the crowd once again, finally stopping on Li Lachu. We will reasonably arrange positions according to each person's ability and performance. I believe that if everyone works hard, they will be able to shine in their new positions. Li Lachu felt as if he was looking at himself when he said this, but he wasn't sure, so he could only lower his head and pretend to be taking notes. Said the layoff looked at himself? Didn't you tell yourself to take Bessie-chan with you? Did you keep your job or not? The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours and detailed the company's reorganization plans and personnel changes. All of them are official words, which made Lee Lok-ju drowsy. Speaking of a few high-level personnel changes, Lee Lok-ju got in the spirit. It turned out that the old horse did leave. Surnamed Huang did not come back. Only Yu Ji could continue to serve as director of administration, but she was promoted, temporarily acting as general manager of the company. Now, Lee Lok-ju was shocked. This ex-wife now has the capital to play with herself again. The two have not yet separated. This time to go back will not? Lee Lok-ju, don't even dare to think about his ex-wife's face. Anyway, he's going to have a hard time in the future. So I was distracted the whole time and didn't listen to anything that was said afterward. The meeting proceeded to the last item, announcing the list of layoffs and the following persons to the Ministry of Manpower for handing over their jobs and negotiating their salaries. Zhao Shigang, Lu Wenwei, Li Xiuhu, Zhang Xuanhe. A total of 11 people were cut. Just not Lee Lockwood. Everyone was confused, especially Zhao Shigang, who had just sent 20,000 to Old Ma last month. You didn't even save this? Why did you lay me off? We're not convinced. Zhao Shigang was the first to stand up. A few of the remaining layoffs followed suit and stood up to join the chorus of voices. The head of the Human Resources Department hurriedly got up and blocked in front of Chen Bishi. What are you doing? I have evidence for all of you. Zhao Shigang's performance appraisal is at the bottom of the list year after year, and so are the rest of the few. All of them are at the back of the performance appraisal. The guys were dumbfounded. When was the performance review? How come we didn't know about it? Yes, to lay off employees. It should also be Lee Lok-ju. He has been working for several years. It should also fall place. The director of human resources slapped the table and said angrily that the performance is a comprehensive evaluation system. It is the software developed by the group's newly established discipline inspection department. We are fair and impartial screening out. Small to the daily attendance. Large to the completion of each person's task indicators. Comprehensive evaluation of whether or not to continue to contribute value to the company. This is the result of the big data comparison. Who has objections? Please take out the evidence. Don't make a scene here. Otherwise the nature will change. That is a law and order incident. Please be careful with your words and actions. What about Lee Lok-ju? Lee Lok-ju is to see and understand. This gang of calves is bullying soft and afraid of hard. Just think you don't have the background to be bullied and now you're biting yourself one way or the other. Lee Lok-ju, comprehensive evaluation of the first place. This is the evaluation report. You do not believe to go to my place to see. Do I dismiss a comrade who works pragmatically and brings benefits to the company? All at once, the room went quiet. What? He, Lee Lok-ju, judged first? Most people aren't blind. When people think back, it's all too clear, isn't it? How much work did Lee Lok-ju do each year? Zhao Shigang and a few others were also honest. A good deal and a settlement. It's gross to make a scene. Zhang Huaizhen, who was sitting in the front row, was also shocked. This time the company is finally cleaned up and on the right track. After the meeting, Lee Lok-ju was about to leave when someone suddenly called his name. Lee Lok-ju, please stay. It's the voice of the director of human resources. Lee Lok-ju froze in place, not knowing what to do. Other co-workers cast curious glances, and some even began to whisper. Lee Lok-ju took a deep breath and turned to the side. Leader, what are the instructions? He tried to sound calm. The director of human resources waited for a few of the old bosses to leave and said, come with me to my office. Turning to Chen Bishi again, he said, you come along too. Chapter 19, the left hemisphere is bigger. Lee Lok-ju followed the human resources director and Chen Bishi towards the office, his heart in a state of confusion. Chen Bishi was wearing a pair of white and blue denim pencil pants that were masterfully made and looked upscale at first glance. Lee Lok-ju didn't recognize the brand, only knew to look at the curve that outlined the perfect buttocks. 160 lucky. Left hemisphere 80. Right hemisphere 80. No, it seems like a bigger left hemisphere gives 90, right? Lee Lok-ju couldn't help but stare, and an absurd thought popped into his head. This leg, it was almost wrapped around my waist last night. He hurriedly shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. Suddenly, Chen Bishi stopped walking, and Lee Lok-ju didn't pay attention and directly bumped into it. Agu! Chen Bishi exclaimed. Lee Lok-ju hastily backed away, his face flaming. I'm sorry, I got carried away. Chen Bishi turned around and glared at him, although the two of them didn't see each other. But this time Lee Lok-ju subconsciously held onto someone's buttocks. Chen Bishi didn't say anything, knowing what kind of virtue he had. But the thought of being a great talent is just unconventional. Once inside the office, the director of human resources sat down behind the wide mahogany desk and gestured for the two men to sit down. Little Lee in the future you have to take care of little Chen. the human resources director said smilingly. This is in the past. It is the master leading the apprentice. Lee Loksu's heart stirred and suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. Director, since you're so sure of my work and team leader Wang is gone, why not give me a team leader? He looked straight into the human resources director's eyes. In terms of seniority, in terms of performance, I'm qualified, right? The human resources director froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at Chen Bishi. Lee Lokju keenly captured this small action, and secretly smiled in his heart. It seems that this human resources director also has to listen to this Chen Bishi. Chen Bishi nodded imperceptibly. The human resources director immediately revealed a smile. Good, then it's settled. Little Lee, from today onwards, you are the team leader of the planning department. Lee Lokju heart happy flowers, but on the surface or pretend to be calm. Thank you Director Trust, I will do a good job. Right. Lee Lokju suddenly thought of something. Since I'm the master now, shouldn't the disciples set up a worship banquet? Chen Bishi smiled. Okay, then we'll set it up tonight. Okay. Lee Lokju clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Walking out of the office, Lee Lokju felt that his entire body was light and airy. Ah, team leader, this is going to double your salary and bonus. He couldn't help humming a little tune. In the evening, Chen Bishi did fulfill her promise and set up a worship banquet. She invited Song Yen, the human resources director, and Yuan Gue, the group's vice president, and asked Lee Lokju if he wanted to call anyone else. Lee Lokju thought about it and said, that's it, that's enough. Chen Bishi raised her eyebrows. Not our top girl, Zhang Huaizhen? She seems to be your date, right? Lee Lokju immediately set aside the relationship. That's just to cater to her preferences. She's Mr. Ma's dish. I'm not qualified. Chen Bishi and the two old bosses smiled at each other and nodded. The group arrived at an upscale restaurant, pushed open the heavy mahogany carved door, and was greeted by the rich sandalwood scent. The interior of the restaurant is decorated in antique colors, with famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls, and an exquisite bonsai on each table. The waiter led them to a private room with a round table covered with a snow-white tablecloth and a hollowed-out bronze incense burner in the center. Wisps of smoke rising up. Lee Lokju had just sat down when his cell phone rang. It's Zhang Huizhen. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lee Lokju picked up the phone with an official tone of business. Lee Lokju, why didn't you call me on such an important occasion? Zhang Huizhen's voice carried obvious dissatisfaction. Lee Lokju replied indifferently. It's the old boss who said it's inconvenient, so there's nothing I can do. After hanging up the phone, Lee Lokju saw Chen Bishi looking at himself thoughtfully. He winked at her, and Chen Bishi smiled knowingly. During the meeting, Lee Lokju used the strength of alcohol to mention some of the company's shortcomings. He insinuated that he was pointing his sword at Huang Bingzhang. Vice President Huang has done many things that are baffling. I don't know why, but the project that could have been profitable ended up losing money? The two old bosses blanched as they listened. At that moment, an exquisite dish came up. There is the golden-colored Peking duck with crispy skin and tender meat, the crystal-clear crab roe steamed dumplings with rich soup, and the tender and juicy braised lion's head with fragrant aroma. Chen Bishi purposely poured a cup of wine for Lee Lokju and said with a smile, Master, I wish you an early death by drink. Everyone laughed out loud. Lee Lokju looked at the amber-colored liquid in the cup and thought to himself that this girl was quite interesting. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. Lee Lokju borrowed the strength of the wine, and then sidestepped the company's problems. The two old bosses nodded their heads as they listened, exchanging a glance every now and then. Lee Lokju secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seems that his words worked. The wine was served and everyone was ready to disperse. Chen Bishi suddenly said, Master, let's go for another drink. Lee Lokju froze and looked at the two old bosses. Song Yen smiled and said, You young people go ahead. We old guys won't join in the fun. Lee Lokju and Chen Bishi bid farewell to the two old bosses and went to a nearby bar. The bar was dimly lit and the music was deafening. Chen Bishi pulled Lee Lokju to the bar and ordered 2 cocktails. Master, you did well today. Chen Bishi came to Lee Loksu's ear and said. Lee Loksu's heart suddenly raced as he felt the hot breath she exhaled. Not bad, easily drinkable. He pretended to be calm and said, But this apprentice of yours is quite powerful. Even the director of human resources has to look at your face. Chen Bishi smiled without saying anything and gently took a sip of wine. Lee Lokju looked at her rosy lips and suddenly had an urge to kiss them. He hurriedly shook off his head and cursed himself. Never be in a hurry. This time, we have to make her die to export her fang. Chen Bishi is not one of these flirtatious women like Zhang Huizhen. We must truly feel for her. Chen Bishi seemed to have read his mind and said with a smile, Master, what are you thinking about? Lee Lokju smiled sheepishly. I am just thinking. Still can't figure it out. You say you a big manager. Have such a big industry. Run to this not much development of the company to do what? Chen Bishi laughed and shook the wine glass with blue color in his hand. Just like this wine glass. Whatever color is poured in reacts to whatever color is poured in. But what if the color is not right? Cloudy. Didn't understand. Anyway, you don't regret it on the line. This company water is very deep. As you can see, bullying people without connections. I was almost bullied to death by them. And on the way out they wanted to use me as a backstop. Li Lachu also didn't know why Chen Bishi had come. And there was no need to think about it. So he knew how to get that 160 lucky value. As for the hands of Zheng Huaizhen and Yu Jiku, all go to the side. Cannot squeeze what oil water. Specialize in this 160 in front of you later. Right, master? Seeing that Li Lachu was almost drunk, Chen Bishi began to inquire. Listening to Fong said a lot of things. All have evidence? Ha! Li Lachu immediately alerted. Just now the meal are cheeky not to be taken seriously. This will suddenly ask what is the meaning of it. Li Laxu's small eyes, single eyelid suspiciously swept the opposite side. Just in time for Chen Bishi to straighten her waist, her gaze falling on her chest. Li Lachu froze for a few seconds at once. Chen Bishi hit him on the head. Pay attention. Master, a little master-like. Don't be like a greasy uncle. Oh, there is evidence. I have it for Mr. Ma. And Huang Bingjiang's is still under investigation. Li Lachu was struck with a jolt and blurted out what was in his heart. So powerful? Chen Bishi felt that she had found the right person. Anyone who can write those poems should be somewhat competent. Well, I'm purely a personal grudge. Li Lachu took a sip of wine. Master also hid it from you. They have been screwing me for 7 years. They have been trying to get rid of me. So I confronted them, collecting their evidence. Mr. Ma really didn't get greedy. Speaking of this, Li Lachu looked around and whispered. How much public property has this heartless thing eaten? Make a strong guess. Chen Bishi's heart thumped and she swallowed strongly. 7 figures? She was ordered to come here at the last minute, ostensibly for grassroots exercise, but in fact she's here for a covert investigation. Li Lachu shook his head and didn't squeak. Chen Bishi reached out her hand into a handful of jerks. Could it be 8 figures? Li Lachu continued to shake his head. There's no more guessing. People's old horses come to a grand round of 9-9. Holy! Chen Bishi jumped up at once, her breasts trembling a few times. Don't be surprised. I've got proof of it all. So don't worry. Get him. Chen Bishi didn't react for half a day. Sure. Bessie Chan. Just call me Little Chen. Xiao Chen. I can drink too much. Smooth mouth Hululu. You when listening to the story on the line, do not wear outside. Li Lachu knew that Chen Bishi must be a big shot, so he deliberately used the strength of alcohol to reveal it to her and test her reaction. If it's the old horse gang, consider yourself blown awesome. Master, don't worry. The two of them chatted some more, and Li Lachu felt a little drunk. It's late at night again. Your house didn't leave the door open for you, did it? Li Lachu swayed his upper body, looking drunk. What? Master, still want to stay disciple? That's right. Don't you like poetry? We can talk about it by candlelight. Ha! Not tonight. I'm going to video with my boyfriend. Chapter 20 sends her home without a word. Li Lachu was half sober at that time. Oh, in that case, some other time. Out of the bar. The night breeze sobered both of them up again. Li Lachu looked at Chen Bishi beside him and licked his lips. This 160 can be really hard. What the hell are you? He couldn't help but ask. Chen Bishi laughed. Am I not your disciple? Li Lachu shook his head. You know that's not what I meant. Chen Bishi was silent for a while, then said, I'll tell you when the time is right. Li Lachu was confused by what he heard, but it was not good to ask further questions. Li Lachu gave her a speechless ride all the way home. So, I'm going up. Li Lachu nodded. Well, good night. 160. Chen Bishi muttered. 160? Oh, nothing, just cab fare. Small change. Master gone. Back to his villa. Li Lachu opened the refrigerator, took out an egg, and took out a bag of spicy instant noodles in the corner of the kitchen. Looking back, the second box of the month is almost gone. 5 minutes later, a steaming bowl of instant noodles with poached eggs was served on the cream-colored table. Li Lachu pulled back the upholstered recliner and sat down comfortably. That's awesome. Thinking about today's encounter. How can I say it's cool? Baird Li Lachu took a sip of the soup and swallowed it back. Cozy. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It's a video call from his ex-wife, Yogi Coco. Li Lachu hesitated for a moment, but picked up. Hello? Li Lachu, said Yu Ji-ku, freshly showered again, rubbing her hair while holding her broad breasts open. What is it? Li Lachu continued to pick up instant noodles with his chopsticks. Why do you keep eating instant noodles? That's full of additives. Can't you cook them? When I'm not home, you'll settle for it. Li Lachu rolled his eyes and swallowed the food in his mouth. Say something. Is it about the company? Yes. I heard that the company appointed personnel today. I became the acting manager? It's really a happy ending. Obviously. Yujika called to deliberately show off with Li Lachu. Now that I'm the president of the company, even if it's a generational one, it's still lethal. If you, Li Lachu, don't wag your tail with me, I'll clean you up. Snort. Who knew? But he heard Li Lachu let out a cold laugh. So what? Yujika's almond-shaped eyes stood up at once. I'll tell you what. I'll go back to the new officer and the first one you'll be cremated. Li Lachu continued to eat, just like watching TV. Burn it quickly. You can save some cremation fees. Li Lachu stuffed eggs and stammered. I'm also a team leader now. If I'm fired I'll have to report it to the group. You seem to be. What? You're the leader of the group? Li Lachu swallowed the egg and took another sip of soup. The soup isn't hot. Hubby, this is a lucky break for us. They say, middle age is prosperous. And we've just hit 30 and it's showing. That's you showing. And not wearing an underwear to video with me. Li Lachu finished eating. The alcohol arched upward again. A little eyelids cannot open. Like a lazy cat. Looking at his cell phone and yawning. No, the fact that we've both been promoted means that we're married. Think about it. We have to remarry, don't we? Li Lachu was lying on the sofa, his eyes a little open. Ah, you did remind me that we are now divorced. So what? Splitting up. That's life. Yujika said and directly took off her yukata. Honey, let's do that on video. Li Lachu is full of 160. This 50 points are in hand, so he does not want to continue. Hang up. I'm sleepy. With that, he hung up the video. Pull up a few of the little movies on your phone. After watching the session, Yujika's pop-up window kept greeting his ancestors. Nice lip-syncing. Yogi Coco's words coincided with the action of the piece that aired. Li Lachu smiled and closed his eyes without realizing it. Early the next morning, Li Lachu came to the company early. Just as he walked into the office, he saw Wang Qidong packing up his things. Wang Qidong's desk was piled with clutter. A few picture frames, a pot of wilted greenery, and a pile of papers. Li Lachu walked over and patted Wang Qidong's shoulder. Team leader Wang, you're out of the hospital? Wang Qidong turned around and squeezed out a bitter smile on his face. Yeah, come to pack up and get ready to leave. He looked Li Lachu up and down and seemed a bit elusive as he asked, I heard that you were promoted? Congratulations, but do you have an eye on that thing I begged you for? Li Lachu hemmed and hawed. Thank you. Wish you an early divorce. Find a new one. Your thing. I only see a young man. Quite thin. Look that what look. Really him? Wang Qidong clenched his fists. Tramp. In terms of seniority, he's her nephew. Li Lachu was as curious as a baby. Team leader, family infighting. Ha? Oh, don't pry. I thank you. I'm transferring to the group's labor union. Go to the capital in the future. Look for me. No problem. Brother Wang. Where did that Huang Bingjiang transfer to? Wang Qidong pushed down his glasses. Why are you inquiring about him? It's said that he and Yujiku are having an affair. Be careful. Don't let Yujiku know. Brother Wang. Is it possible that Yujiku and I are having an affair as well? Just you? The whole company says so. I'm the only one who doesn't believe it. I know you too well. Too honest. You can't do that. Wang Qidong patted Li Lachu's shoulder. Yes? Li Lachu watched with amusement as Wang Qidong turned around and left the office. Tramp. You bastard also still dislike me? Li Lachu was the only one left in the office. He took a deep breath and looked around. This office is small, but well lit. Sunlight pours in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding the entire space. Li Lachu suddenly felt soothed. From now on, this will be my heaven and earth with 160, he said to himself. He began to sell and clean up, wipe down desks, sweep floors, and organize papers. After working for a while, Li Lachu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the refreshed office and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the windowsill. It was empty and looked a little lonely. Women love flowers, Li Lachu thought to himself. I'll have to raise a few pots of flowers in the future. Just as he was wondering what flowers to keep, the office door was pushed open. Zheng Huizhen walked in. Li Lachu was squatting on the ground to wipe the floor, and without lifting his head, he greeted, Mr. Zheng. Zheng Huizhen stood in the doorway, looking at the busy Li Lachu. A trace of dissimilarity flashed in her eyes. She cleared her throat. Little Li, I heard you got promoted? Congratulations. Li Lachu straightened up and wiped the dust from his hands. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Zheng Huizhen took a few steps closer and smiled broadly. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say so. Li Lachu laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he still said politely, Thank you, Mr. Zhang, I will. Zhang Huijin saw Li Laochu's cold attitude and was a little unhappy, but when she thought that Li Laochu now had a Chen Bishi, who was sent down from above, as his disciple, and that he would surely soar in the future, she forced down her dissatisfaction again. Little Li yesterday it was me who helped you overpower the crowd and forced you to stay. Zhang Huijin glanced at the door again, saw that no one was there, and whispered a husband and wife for 1 day, 100 days of kindness. Li Laochu secretly laughed in his heart, but his face didn't move. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, the pressure was just right, but in the future, I still need to be more disciplined. Ha! Zhang Huijin's face stiffened, then she squeezed out another smile. Why so rigid? We are not outsiders, Li Laochu said lightly. Rules are rules, Mr. Zhang, I still have work to do, so excuse me for now. After saying that, he turned around and continued scrubbing the floor, no longer paying attention to Zhang Huijin. Zhang Huijin stood still, the smile on his face fading away. She looked at Li Laochu's back and was angry and annoyed. This Li Laochu. Yesterday he was obedient to himself. Now why did he turn his face away? Zhang Huijin took a deep breath, forced down her anger, and turned around to leave the office. Li Laochu heard the sound of the door slamming, which made him straighten up. He looked at the closed office door, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Huijin, when I was going to be laid off yesterday, didn't you look at the joke? Now you want to get close. It's too late. Li Laochu shook his head and continued to clean up his office. He made a mental note to visit the florist when he got off work. Maybe buy a couple pots of greens, or manzanitas. Chapter 21 Chen Bishi's Green Plum. Li Laochu was busy organizing the office when he suddenly heard a footstep from the door. He looked up, only to see Chen Bishi walking in with her head down. Yo, our Missy is finally here? Being late on the first day, Li Laochu wanted to count a few words as a master, but suddenly noticed that Chen Bishi's state was not right. Her eyes were red and her eyelids were still a little puffy. Li Laochu's heart tightened, just to the mouth of the words of reproach immediately swallowed back. What's wrong? Are you sick? He asked with concern. Chen Bishi shook her head, her voice a little hoarse. It's fine. Li Laochu frowned and said, if you don't feel well, go back and rest. I'll buy you a few pots of greenery later, and come back when the air in the house is better. In the past, this place was full of big smokers, and the house smelled of tobacco oil. Chen Bishi didn't answer, but just asked, where is my workstation? Li Laochu pointed to a table in the corner. Over there. Chen Bishi nodded and silently walked over to the workstation and sat down. Li Laochu looked at Chen Bishi's back and guessed in his heart, I guess she had a fight with her boyfriend last night. With a twinkle in his eye, he thought, this is a great opportunity to take advantage of the fire. Li Laochu walked to Chen Bishi's side and asked softly, do you want some water? Chen Bishi shook her head and whispered, no, thanks. Seeing this, Li Laochu did not force himself and turned back to his position. Pretending not to, he asked, did you have a bad night's sleep last night? Chen Bishi raised her head, her eyes a little blank. Aha. Li Laochu continued to test. Did you encounter something troubling? Chen Bishi was silent for a while and suddenly asked, Team Leader Li, have you ever been in love? Chen Bishi did not call master. In fact, Li Laochu's heart is also quite happy. At least there is no generation gap. Li Laochu froze for a moment, then laughed. Of course I've talked about it. I'm so handsome? Chen Bishi bit her lip and didn't find it funny. Instead she hesitated and spoke. I had a fight with my boyfriend. Li Laochu was delighted in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be concerned. What's going on? Chen Bishi took a deep breath and slowly said, don't laugh at me when I say this. I'm treating you as an elder brother. That's for sure. I'm your elder brother. Li Laochu patted his chest, only to hear Chen Bishi continue quietly. My boyfriend is abroad. We are childhood friends, but all these years, I've been keeping my body like a jade and haven't let him touch it. Li Laochu heard here, the heart of joy, but some concern. Is the first time that's some difficult to do. In case of love I do so? He didn't realize that the sexy and flirtatious looking Chen Bishi was actually still a fledgling. Chen Bishi continued. During the video last night, he suddenly said that he wanted to find chickens abroad to solve his physical problems, and said that if I don't agree, he wants me to strip for him in the video. After hearing this, Li Laochu's heart burst into flames. He forced himself to hold back his anger and said soothingly, this kind of scum, why do you still keep it? Chen Bishi shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. But we grew up together. I can't let go of him. Li Laochu cursed in his heart. Why is this woman so stupid? But on the surface, he still said patiently, this kind of thing, feelings, can't be forced. You are now long distance, and he treats you like this. Why don't you break up before it's too late? Chen Bishi raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. but I still can't make up my mind. Li Lachu looked at Qin Bishi's pitiful appearance, and his heart softened. He said softly, "It's fine. I'm here. I'm your master. I won't let you suffer." When Qin Bishi heard this, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. She flung herself into Li Lachu's arms and whimpered, "Master, what should I do?" Li Lachu gently patted Qin Bishi's back, but in his heart he was happy. That's one step closer to 160. He was secretly pleased. But with a soothing mouth, he said, "Don't cry. Everything will be fine." Qin Bishi cried in Li Lachu's arms for a while before slowly calming down. She looked up, her eyes red and looking pathetic. Li Lachu looked at her and felt a pang of pity in his heart. He whispered, "Want to go wash your face? I have wipes here." Qin Bishi nodded and took the wet towel handed by Li Lachu and wiped her face. Li Lachu looked at Qin Bishi's appearance and suddenly had an idea in his heart. He smiled and said, "Not much work today. Why don't we take a walk? Take a break?" Qin Bishi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Li Lachu was happy in his heart and hurriedly packed his things. The two of them walked out of the office together and went downstairs to the office. The sun was shining, the breeze was light, and Li Lachu took a deep breath and felt relieved. He looked at Qin Bishi beside him and said with a smile, "Where to?" Qin Bishi thought about it and said, "Take a casual walk." Li Lachu nodded, and the two walked side by side down the street. As he passed a flower store, Li Lachu suddenly stopped. "Wait for me," he said to Qin Bishi. Li Lachu walked into the flower store and picked out a few pots of green roses and bamboos. He remembered how Qin Bishi looked just now and bought another bouquet of white lilies. After paying, Li Lachu walked out holding the flowers. He handed the lilies to Qin Bishi. "For you. I hope you're in a better mood." Qin Bishi froze for a moment and took the flowers, a small smile on her face. "Thank you." Li Lachu looked at Qin Bishi's smile and his heart burst with satisfaction. The two continued to walk aimlessly and before they knew it, they came to a small park. The park is full of green trees, birds and flowers, a peaceful scene. Li Lachu found a bench and gestured for Qin Bishi to sit down. He set the flowers aside and asked softly, "Feeling better?" Qin Bishi nodded. "Well, much better. Thank you, team leader Li." Li Lachu smiled. "Just call me Lachu. We are friends, aren't we?" Qin Bishi glanced at Li Zhuozhu and let out a soft hum. The two sat on a bench and watched the children frolicking in the distance. Li Lachu suddenly said, "In fact, there is no right or wrong in things like feelings. The important thing is to make yourself happy." Qin Bishi turned her head and looked at Li Lachu. Li Lachu continued, "Your boyfriend is abroad, and it's inevitable that you've been in a long-distance relationship for so many years. But if he really loves you, he won't make that kind of unreasonable request." Qin Bishi lowered her head and said softly, "I know, but we grew up together. I can't let go." Li Lachu sighed. "It's normal to not be able to let go, but you have to think clearly. You guys are like this now. Are you really happy?" Qin Bishi was silent. Li Lachu looked at Qin Bishi's side face and his heart throbbed. He said softly, "You're still young. You should go after your own happiness. Don't be bound by the past." Qin Bishi raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "But I can't forget him." Li Lachu smiled. "It's okay, take your time. I will always be by your side to help you." Qin Bishi looked at Li Lachu with gratitude in her eyes. The two chatted for a while longer as the sun dipped into the west. Li Lachu looked at his cell phone and said, "It's getting late. Let's go back and punch in." Qin Bishi nodded and the two of them stood up together. Back to the company. Li Lachu put green plants in the office. He looked at Qin Bishi and said with a smile, "In the future, when you're in a bad mood, take a look at these flowers and plants. They'll put you in a better mood." Qin Bishi nodded, a hint of a smile on her face. "Thanks, locked, brother." The voice is like a mosquito fly, and the heart of Li Lachu is crispy when he hears it. Li Lachu looked at Qin Bishi's smile, and in his heart, he praised himself. It's not bad if you don't use a flirtation card. It's one step closer to 160. Chapter 22 Fighting Fiend's Skill Card. Li Lachu and Qin Bishi didn't return to the company for the whole day, but no one dared to say anything. The Ministry of Manpower and Zhang Huizhen were silent. Who dared to offend Qin Bishi? The person sent from above? Besides, having just gone through personnel changes, the entire planning department is left with a planning team, and Zhang Huizhen, alone as a director with 2 soldiers, has little to do. Anyway, the day after tomorrow the acting manager, Yu Ji Ku, will be back, so leave the mess for her to handle. So, it wasn't until the time to clock out of work that Li Lachu and Qin Bishi arrived late. Qin Bishi looked at her watch and said to Li Lachu, "I'm going to the gym tonight. Do you want to join me? There's a free nutritious meal." Oh. Li Lachu's heart was delighted and he nodded his head in a hurry. "Good. It just so happens that I also want to exercise." The two got into Bessie Chen's limo and drove to the gym. The car was filled with a faint perfume smell. and Li Laqiu secretly took a deep breath and thought that it smelled really good. When they arrived at the gym, the two went straight to the restaurant first. They were starving after walking all afternoon. The restaurant was filled with all kinds of high-protein, low-calorie foods, and Li Laqiu was dazzled by them. Chen Bixi skillfully picked her way through the selection, and Li Laqiu followed right behind. This chicken breast is good, high in protein, Chen Bixi said as she pointed to a plate of grilled chicken breast. Li Laqiu nodded and chucked a piece as well. Both men's plates were soon filled with a variety of lean meats and shrimp. Sitting down and starting to eat, Li Laqiu realized that these ordinary-looking foods were actually so delicious. I didn't realize workout meals could be so delicious, he exclaimed heartily. Chen Bixi laughed. Yeah, healthy eating doesn't mean it's hard to eat. After eating, the two rested for a while. Li Laqiu was thinking about how to strike up a conversation later when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walk in. It's that Mr. Han who's courting Chen Bixi. Li Laqiu frowned, thinking, why is this guy here again? He had stirred him up last time himself. A few lines of poetry, when the kid was kinda worshipping it, only to see Duke Han walked over with a few people, his eyes staring grimly at Li Laqiu. Miss Chen, who is this gentleman to you? Mr. Han asked, pretending to be polite. Chen Bixi said lightly, my friend. Duke Han sneered. A friend? It seems like you guys met for the first time last time he was here, right? Li Laqiu stood up and blocked in front of Chen Bixi. Something wrong? Duke Han narrowed his eyes. Kid, seeing as you're not bad at writing poetry, walk by yourself. Chen Bixi quickly blocked in front of Li Laqiu and frowned. Surname Han. You're not welcome here. Don't bother me in the future. Yo, what law says it's against the law to pursue love? Am I wrong for liking you? Chen Bixi saw that talking about people didn't solve the problem, and hurriedly waved her hand with the store manager on the side. Go call security. Li Laqiu suddenly remembered the system's big gift bag, which had never been used and was almost rusty. He waved his hand. No, I'll take care of it. He turned to Duke Han. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Want to fight? The one surnamed Han tilted his head and spoke with his chin in a manner. You are also worthy? I'm afraid of beating you to death. It's better to leave by yourself. Ha! Li Laqiu pointed across the street. Just a few of your goods? Don't even need a cigarette time. Believe it or not? Yo! Han said, turning around and laughing with a couple of the guys. Kid, you're blowing out of proportion. I know that those who play fitness have two tricks up their sleeves, so I purposely looked for a few special forces. Do you still dare? At this time, a bodyguard came over, clenched his fist, and showed the muscles of his upper arm to Li Laqiu. What? It's bodybuilding. Cut the crap. Let's do it together. Don't you regret it? Kid, what's the bother? Want to sign a life and death contract? Han clapped his hands. I've been waiting for you to say this. Let's live and die as we wish. Li Laqiu turned back and nodded with Chen Bixi. Record it for evidence. Lock, brother. Chen Bixi hurriedly came up and pulled him. Don't be brave. Not so much. It's okay. Look at me. You stay away. Don't avalanche on the blood. Li Laqiu did not turn around. Back to Chen Bixi, back to push her away. A bunch of Zoran immediately retracted his hand. Duke Han looked enraged and immediately waved his hand, and a few strong men behind him rushed up. Li Laqiu murmured in his heart. System, activate the fighting fiend skill card. Instantly, he felt his entire body filled with power. The first rushed up to the strong man, swung his fist to hit. Li Laqiu easily flashed. The trend of an elbow strike hit the other side of the abdomen. The burly man bent over at once, his face white. Li Laqiu takes advantage of the situation and throws a knee, taking him straight down to the ground. The other two burly men saw this and pounced at the same time. Li Laqiu didn't panic and opened his arms left and right, hitting both men's chins with two precise hooks. With two clicks, the two strong men fell to the ground at the same time, covering their jaws and wailing. One of the remaining burly men looked dumbfounded and hesitated to go on. Li Laqiu sneered and took the initiative. He rushed up with an arrow and swept a whip kick to his opponent's knee. The strong man could not dodge and fell to his knees with a thud. Li Laqiu follows through with an elbow strike that straight away knocks him out. For strong men were put down in the blink of an eye, and Duke Han's face turned white with fear. Li Laqiu slowly walked towards him, his eyes cold. Still want to fight? Duke Han backed up. No. No more fighting. Li Laqiu sneered. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Duke Han fled with his men in disgrace. Li Laqiu turned around to look at Chen Bixi and realized that she was staring at herself dumbfounded. You know Kung Fu? Chen Bixi asked in surprise. Li Laqiu scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed. Will a little. Chen Bixi's eyes shone brightly. It's too powerful. Have you practiced? Li Laqiu secretly laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he humbly said, I learned a little when I was a child, and I didn't expect to remember. Chen Bishi said excitedly. Great! You'll be my personal bodyguard from now on. Li Lachu was happy in his heart, but on his lips he said, Where? How can I have that skill? Chen Bishi smiled and said, Don't be modest. I saw it all just now. Let's go exercise. The two of them arrived at the fitness area and Chen Bishi skillfully began to do warm-up exercises. Li Lachu looked at her soft body and couldn't help but gulp. You warm up quickly too, Chen Bishi urged. Li Lachu came back to his senses. I'm still warming up. Ha! But the feet followed through with the warm-up. For the next 2 hours, Li Lachu followed Chen Bishi and did all kinds of equipment training. Although he had the system boost, he still pretended to be struggling. I can't, I'm dying of exhaustion. Li Lachu panted. Chen Bishi laughed and said, Not after only 2 hours? You need to exercise more in the future. Li Lachu thought to himself, if it were not for the sake of pretending to be more like it, I could have practiced for 3 days and 3 nights, but the mouth still says, yes, I'll definitely work out more in the future. Chen Bishi looked at the time. Well, that's it for today. I'll take you home? Li Lachu nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, then I'll trouble you. The two gathered their things and walked out of the gym together. The night was late and the streets were sparse with pedestrians. Li Lachu sat on the passenger side and secretly looked at Chen Bishi's side face. The light from the street lamps glinted and dimmed on her face, making her look especially attractive. Li Lachu's heart throbbed, secretly thinking, 160. I'm getting closer to you. The car quickly arrived at the downstairs of Li Lachu's house. Thank you for sending me back, Li Lachu said. Chen Bishi smiled. You're welcome. You should. Li Lachu hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Your boyfriend's matter. Think about it. If you need someone to talk to, feel free to find me. Chen Bishi froze for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile. Thank you. I will. Li Lachu nodded and pushed open the door to get out of the car. He stood still and watched Chen Bishi's car fade away. Only when the car's taillights disappeared into the night did Li Lachu turn around and walk into the villa. Back home, Li Lachu lay on his bed, thinking back to everything that had happened today. From personnel changes in the morning, to afternoon walks, to evening workouts. In just one day, he felt as if the trajectory of his life had changed dramatically. System, how far am I from 160? Li Lachu silently asked. The system was silent for a moment before replying. Not even close. Li Lachu bristled. Che, what do you know? I feel like I'm already close. The system didn't respond, and Li Lachu didn't bother with it. He closed his eyes and Chen Bishi's smile came to mind. 160. I will definitely get you. With this thought, Li Lachu slowly entered dreamland. Chapter 23, We're still married. Early in the morning, Li Lachu was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He fumbled with his cell phone in a daze and saw that it was a video call from Yogi Coco. Hello? Li Lachu rubbed his eyes and picked up the phone. Yujika's face appeared on the screen and she frowned. You're still sleeping? What time is it? Li Lachu yawned. What time is not important. What is important is what are you calling for? I'll be back tomorrow and you'll pick me up at the airport. Yogi-ku ordered. Li Lachu rolled his eyes. Why? You have hands and feet. Can't you take a taxi back by yourself? What's wrong with you people? We're still husband and wife at least. Yujika said with dissatisfaction. Ex-couple. Li Lachu corrected. Besides, I have something tomorrow. What is it? Dating. A date? With who? Yukik's voice rose an octave. Li Lachu laughed badly. With my new little beauty. Li Lachu. How dare you? Yujika was so angry that her face turned red. What am I afraid of? We're already divorced. You can't control me. Li Lachu said indifferently. The two of them tossed a dozen more words back and forth. And finally Yujiko hung up the phone in exasperation. Li Lachu stretched his back and looked at the time. It was time to get up and go to work. He shuffled into a smart suit and straightened his tie in the mirror. Handsome. Li Lachu winked narcissistically at the mirror. Arriving at the company, Li Lachu had just sat down when he saw Chen Bishi walk in carrying breakfast. Master, brought you breakfast. Chen Bishi smiled as she placed breakfast on Li Lachu's table. Li Lachu raised an eyebrow. Yo, this is filial piety to the master? Chen Bishi nodded. Yes, master helped me out last night. I have to show my gratitude. Li Lachu opened the breakfast box, which contained steaming hot xiaolong bao and soybean milk. He took a bite of his xiaolong bao and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Not bad. As he was eating, Zhang Huaizhen walked in. Meeting. Li Lachu and Chen Bishi looked at each other and followed Zhang Huaizhen to the conference room. Zhang Huaizhen rambled on about a bunch of things, and Li Lachu was distracted the entire time. Seeing Li Lachu's indifferent appearance, Zhang Huaizhen also lost interest and hastily ended the meeting. Back in the office, Chen Bishi suddenly asked, Master, do you really have evidence of those people's embezzlement? Li Lachu froze, then nodded. Of course there is. What's wrong? Chen Bishi's eyes lit up. Give it to me. I'll send it up. Li Lachu shook his head. No, you don't have much of an official position. You're still young. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. I'll find a chance to hand it to the group and the disciplinary department. Chen Bishi bristled. You're underestimating people. The secretary of the group discipline inspection committee and vice president of the group is my own sister-in-law. Li Laxu's mind spun quickly and looked at Chen Bishi in surprise. I haven't heard of such a young boss. Chen Bishi laughed. My sister-in-law is the same age as you. Her name is Simone, and she just graduated with a master's degree in law. Li Laxu was even more surprised. Then how did she get in so young? Her husband is very powerful, isn't he? Chen Bishi smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you. In order to convince Li Laxu, Chen Bishi dialed Simone's video call in front of Li Laxu. The call connected and a cold face appeared on the screen. Li Laxu was instantly stunned. This woman was like Li Macho, the chilling fairy under the writing of Jean Dajian, exuding a high and cold temperament, with a face that was unsmiling, but beautiful. Li Laxu heard the system's beep. Simone, female, 30 years old, divorced, lucky value 280. Li Laxu's heart fluttered. Surprisingly single? A plan to approach her wholesale was instantly formed. Auntie, this is my master. Li Laxu, Chen Bishi introduced. Simone coldly swept a glance at Li Laxu and nodded. Li Laxu hurriedly revealed a sunny smile. Hello, mister. See, I've heard a lot about you. Simeone said lightly. Bish said you had some important evidence? Li Laxu nodded. Yes, but I want this to be something only we know about. Simeone was silent for a moment, then said, okay, send me the evidence. Li Laxu glanced at Chen Bishi and said, then let me add your WeChat. Chen Bishi pouted her lips, obviously not too happy, but Simone agreed, and Li Laxu immediately added Simone's WeChat. Look at the name. I only talk about work. So formal? You can't even use a social app for office use only? Just you wait. I will destroy you. After hanging up, Chen Bishi said in dissatisfaction. Why couldn't you let me know? Li Laxu touched her head. Good girl. This is for your own good. The less you know, the safer you are. Chen Bishi wanted to say something else, but Li Laxu had already turned around and walked away. He was calculating in his heart. 280 lucky value. This is a big fish. Li Laxu returned to his seat, opened his computer, and began to organize those evidence photos. He picked carefully, deciding to post the less important ones first, saving the heavy hitters to take their time. Desire to capture. 280 get it and then say it. That way it will be at 300 plus. Li Laxu was secretly happy in his heart. He looked at the clock. A couple hours before his shift ended, Li Laxu decided to make a cup of coffee in the pantry first, and observe the office in the meantime. With his coffee in hand, he pretended to pass by Chen Bishi's seat unnoticed. Chen Bishi was working seriously and didn't notice him at all. Li Laxu secretly laughed in his heart. Little girl, don't think you can hide secrets. He returned to his seat, opened his WX, and sent a message to Simone. Mr. C, I've already organized some photos. Do you think it's convenient for me to send them to you when? After the message went out, Li Laxu stared nervously at his cell phone screen. It took a while before Simeone replied. Now. Li Laxu took a deep breath and selected a few photos to send. After sending it, he added, Mr. C, these are just the tip of the iceberg. If you need more evidence, I can always provide it. Simeone quickly replied. Okay, I got it. Li Laxu couldn't help but smile at the short reply. Oh highly cold beauty, I'd like to see how long you can be cold, he thought in his heart. When the end of the shift came, Li Laxu packed up his things and prepared to leave. Chen Bishi walked over and asked, Master, do you want to have dinner together? Li Laxu shook his head. No, I still have things to do. Chen Bishi was a bit disappointed, but still smiled and said, alright then, see you tomorrow. Li Laxu looked at Chen Bishi's back as she left, calculating in her heart, 160 or 280. Which one should I take first? He stepped out of the company building and took a deep breath of fresh air. As night falls, the city's neon lights come on. Li Laxu stood on the side of the road, watching the traffic and pedestrians coming and going. Good people cannot eat these days or when the old 280 is a divorced. No psychological burden on her. On 160 will not be good. There is a sense of guilt. System, what do you think I should choose? Li Laxu asked silently. The system was silent for a moment before replying. The choice is yours. Li Laxu bristled. You're still so useless. I even suspect you're a knockout version. The system stopped talking back. He shook his head and decided to go home and get a good night's sleep first. Tomorrow? Mud. There's a bomb coming back. The good times are over. Chapter 24, Mingkong Flight 41 to 114. As night fell, Li Lachu had just finished his bath when his cell phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and sighed helplessly. Again? Li Lachu impatiently picked up the phone. Yujika's voice came. Li Lachu, you must come and pick up the plane tomorrow. I said I have something. Li Lachu rolled his eyes. Huang Bingjiang is also coming back. You are not afraid that he will abduct me halfway? Yujika said eagerly. Li Lachu froze. Isn't he not coming back? It was decided on the spur of the moment. Said there was a project that wasn't finished yet. Ha, not dead to you. Li Lachu sneered. By the way, the two of you didn't get together on a business trip? Li Lachu. Yujika was furious. Am I that kind of person? It's called baby. What are you pretending to count? I'll come out with him in my arms if you don't come. Yogika threatened. Li Lachu snorted. What does it matter to me if you just let him right out? We're divorced. Said hanging up the phone. Martyr. This yellow guy is also full of. So you armguard pussy just fall back on it. It suddenly occurred to him that Wang Qidong had no evidence of Huang Bingjiang. And it's up to you to get him killed. Brother Unity. Is there any way to get him? System, you can still use your stealth card to visit his house. But, Li Lachu saw Yujika sent another video and felt his head turn off. Brother Unity. Say it, is there something good? System, I just upgraded the version. There's a random reward quest now. Do you do it or not? There's no need to ask. Just tell me. Li Lachu was so excited that he was about to jump up and down. It's only since I got the system that I've called myself a raised eyebrow. He's finding more and more dependence on the system. Random quest, just get a woman to add a little bit of luck to you and get an unexpected reward. 1 spit card x 10. Doll cards x 10 20 minutes each. Li Lachu. He rushed to check the instructions. A spit of truth is what is used on the target. What do you want to know? What does he say? What is said is guaranteed to be the truth. A doll card is a card that turns the target into his or her doll, unconditionally at his or her beck and call. Brother Unity. I've taken it. How to finish hint. System, you can think of a way to get it from Yujiku, Zhang Huaixin, those who have already obtained it, and as long as she falls in love with you again, you'll have at least +1 lucky value. In this regard, Li Lachu had learned. Got it. Li Lachu immediately fell into deep thought. It seems that he can only think of a way on Yujiku and Zhang Huaixin. Marred. Zhang Huaixin is too late. I'm going to get these two kinds of cards right away and get a Huang Bingqiang killed. Looking at Yujiku, who was still snapping words and cursing himself in his cell phone. It can only be you. First coaxing you for a time. Thinking of this, Li Lachu sent another video call to Yujiku. The other party picked up immediately. In the video, Yujiku is like a fried hen with red eyes and hair like a bird's nest. Then came the sound of voices. Li Lachu Yue. Mouth said divorced. You also screwed me for a day. And finally inhumane that what? Okay. Li Lachu hurriedly interrupted her. Isn't it just picking up the airplane? I'm just kidding you. I'll go tomorrow. You tell me which flight will arrive at the airport at what time. Bright Air Flight 41 to 114. Li Lachu. Which father picked this flight number? Can anyone take it? Yujika was happy all of a sudden. Locked. This time I think well. Come back and you live well. You and my salary is not out of a year. You can pay the villa tail payment. So what? Let me ask. What kind of project did Bing Huang come back to get? Li Lachu tried to change the subject as much as possible and didn't ask her to talk about the remarriage. He used to engage in new energy research and development of a project, pure burning project. Research and development costs spent more than 100 million. The above gave him a month time. Told him to explain to the board of directors. Li Lachu smiled coldly. I guess they all got it in their pockets. Yukik shook his head. I don't know about that. I didn't promise him anyway. Really? Li Lachu was anxious about that little bit of luck value, so he didn't stimulate her anymore. By the way, you wanted to do that in the video once last time. This is the last chance to get it. Get it or not? Yujika's eyes lit up at that time. It's okay, I ate a lot of sea cucumbers. Sea dogs, sea dragons at night. Li Lachu, what do you do with all the male food? Yujika people said that both men and women should replenish their kidney chi. The last time I was with you that time, I lost quite a bit, so I need to replenish it, or else I will age prematurely. Cut the crap and hurry. Li Lachu picked up another cell phone, found a blockbuster movie, and started playing it. Okay, hubby, let's try it too. Hee. Yogika turned on the hotel's warm yellow desk lamp. In the wee hours of the morning. Ding. System prompt. Yujika's adoration increases. The host gains a lucky value of +20. Both of them were exhausted and motionless at this point. The next day, Li Lachu brought sunglasses and didn't even take them off when he arrived at the office. Master, what's gotten into you? Being a private detective? Chen Bishi came quite early. A cup of soy milk and 2 buns were placed on Li Laxu's table. Chen, what are you doing dressed like that? Chen Bishi looked down at herself. What's wrong? It's fine. What a hot day to wear a black jacket. Chen Bishi was happy all of a sudden. Take off your glasses. I'm wearing green. Li Lachu waved his hand. No need. I have something to go out. Master, what are you doing there? I'm no fun on my own. Take me with you. Li Lachu wasn't listening to her, but was collecting the 2 cards rewarded by the system. Master. Chen Bishi hugged one of Li Laxu's arms, inadvertently touching her own forehead. He was so tight that he let go and ducked aside, blushing. Oh, you're going? Li Lachu also looked back. Go. It's a good idea to bring this imperial sword as a witness. The 2 of them asked Zheng Huaizhen for leave and went out together. Zheng Huaizhen looked at the background of the 2 people and her stomach was sour. Master, where are we going? Get into Li Laxu's car. Go to the airport. Today Mr. Yu is coming back. I'll pick up the plane. Li Lachu still hasn't taken off his sunglasses, the tires rubbing against this ground, making a piercing ringing sound. Chen Bishi pouted her lips. She had seen Yujika's video and knew that she was a great beauty. Also remained unmarried and was the dream girl of many of her male co-workers. Why did you pick her up when she came back? Chen Bishi didn't understand that the 2 didn't have any direct relationship. You don't understand. This is the human condition. She has become the acting chief. We still don't show our heart? Don't want to go before you have a chance? Chen Bishi blinked. Then why do you stand a chance? We are old acquaintances. Old acquaintances. The old man of this company is just the 2 of them and Mr. Ma, you say this feeling, can I not go? Chen Bishi gave an eloquent sneer. The 2 of you, with these feelings, should be married. Chapter 25, Drink for Huang Bingjiang. With no words along the way, Li Lachu and Chen Bishi arrived at the airport, where people were coming and going, and the sound of the rollers of the suitcases was loud and clear. Li Lachu looked around and found a relatively secluded corner. Xiao Chen, wait for me here. I'm going to the restroom. Chen Bishi nodded and stood obediently. Li Lachu walked quickly toward the restroom, passing a vending machine and buying a bottle of grapefruit water on the way. Once inside the restroom, he looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him. He unscrewed the cap and poured out half the water. Then he stood in front of the urinal and aimed the bottle. A yellowish liquid clattered into the bottle, giving off a pungent odor. Li Lachu hurriedly tightened the bottle cap and wiped the bottle with a paper towel. He slipped the bottle into his jacket pocket and walked out of the restroom as if nothing had happened. Returning to Chen Bishi, Li Lachu secretly laughed in his heart. Huang Bingjiang, you wait. Shortly afterward, the announcement of the flight's arrival came over the radio. Li Lachu and Chen Bishi came to the exit and waited. In the crowd, Yujiko and Huang Bingjiang walked side by side. Yujiko was dressed in a beige suit with exquisite makeup and clicking high heels. Huang Bingjiang was dressed in a suit. His hair was combed meticulously, and he was carrying an expensive suitcase in his hand. The 2 were talking and laughing and seemed to be on good terms. Li Lachu narrowed his eyes and felt a pang of displeasure in his heart. The good show will start soon. Yujik, you'll have something to cry about. Mr. Huang, please have some yellow urine. Ha ha. Mr. Huang, welcome back. Li Lachu squeezed out a smile. Aya, lock pillar, you really came to pick me up? Yujika's eyes lit up with a look of reluctance. The smile on Huang Bingjiang's face froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Li, that's very sweet of you. He held out his hand. Li Lachu reluctantly shook his hand. This one is? Huang Bingjiang looked at Chen Bishi. Oh, this is Chen Bishi who was parachuted in from headquarters and is now learning business from me. Li Lachu introduced. Chen Bishi nodded politely and smiled. Aya, you're MS. Chen. Disrespectful. Huang Bingjiang extended his hand, but Chen Bishi ignored her. Yujika looked Chen Bishi up and down, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Lockjaw, you can now, being the leader of the group and having such a young and pretty henchman? She said sourly. Chen Bishi heard something in the words and was not willing to show her weakness. Mr. You overpraised me. I'm just assisting Mr. Li in his work. I'm not a henchman. There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Li Lachu thought to himself, it's about time. He quietly used the doll card given by the system and silently chanted. Use the doll card on Yujik. An invisible wave swept over Yujika's entire body. Her eyes became momentarily dull, like a puppet on strings. Li Lachu ordered in his mind. Snatch the drink from my hand and give it to Huang Bingjiang. He said, taking the bottle of modified grapefruit water out of his bag and pretending like he just needed to drink it. Yujika suddenly shot out like electricity, snatching the drink in her own hands. Why are you so blind? Give it to Mr. Huang first. Turning to face Huang Bingjiang. Mr. Huang, you must be thirsty, right? Here, you drink first. Her voice sounded a little unnatural, but the smile remained. Huang Bingjiang, however, is oblivious to the fact that his eyes are staring straight at Yujika's face, and he doesn't even know where his soul has gone. This was the first time Yogika had been so forthcoming. The whole company knows that Yujika favors Li Lakshu. Huang Bingjiang also thought that Yujika saw that Li Lakshu had a female disciple, dead to him, and wanted to open after chasing himself. He took it without hesitation. Thank you, Mr. You're so thoughtful, said the man, unscrewing the lid. Li Lakshu held his breath and stared unblinkingly at Huang Bingjiang. Huang Bingjiang tilted his head and drank, gulping down a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, his expression became twisted. Put, blah blah blah. What the hell is this? Huang Bingjiang spewed out a mouthful. The yellow liquid squirted all over Yogi Ko's face. Yujiko instantly came to his senses, and seeing his wretched appearance, he burst into a rage. Huang Bingjiang, what are you doing? She screamed. Without waiting for Huang Bingjiang to explain, Yujika snatched the bottle and poured it at Huang Bingjiang. From the top of his head to his leather shoes, Huang Bingjiang was doused. His expensive suit was instantly scrapped and his hair was wet against his face. The people around them were stunned and stopped to watch. Li Lakshu forced a smile and put on a shocked look. Mr. Huang, what's wrong with you guys? Huang Bingjiang was so angry that his face turned blue, pointing at Yujika and cursing. Are you crazy? What's in this bottle is not a drink. Yujika sniffed and her face instantly turned pale. She looked down and sniffed herself, and a wave of nausea washed over her. She covered her mouth and ran for the restroom. Huang Bingjiang couldn't care less about his image and rushed to the restroom after him. The scene was a mess. Li Lakshu watched the farce and was happy in his heart. He turned his head to Chen Bishi and said, Xiao Chen, really shouldn't have called you to come. Look what's going on here. This company really should be governed governance. Chen Bishi looked confused. Master, what's going on? Li Lakshu smiled mysteriously. Maybe I drank an expired drink. The two quickly followed, leaving a group of dazed travelers behind. At the door of the bathroom, for a long time, Yujika red eyes. Eyelids are also swollen like a lantern. She walked out, still holding the wall, and kept dry heaving. Li Lakshu hurriedly walked over and handed her the prepared wipes. Mr. I bought it on the side of the road in a hurry when I came here, so I guess it's an expired product. You see what this has done? Yujika snot a handful of tears, and a good time to wipe. Li Lakshu, you did it on purpose. Injustice. Xiao Chen watched it. I intend to drink it myself. You had to snatch it over and drink it. What can I do? That's when Huang Bingjiang waddled out, his clothes off, wearing only a t-shirt, but the flavor is still there. I don't know. What did Li Lakshu secrete last night? This, Li Lakshu, you're going to kill me? He couldn't get mad at Yujika, so he bullied Li Lakshu. Li Lakshu secretly used a one-spit card on him. Only a hint of fluctuation was seen, crashing into Huang Bingjiang. He shivered, and his expression froze a little. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. Look, it's a misunderstanding. You're so dignified. How dare I offend you? Huang Bingjiang was just about to say something, but suddenly his eyes were lax and the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he was fighting against some invisible force. Li Lakshu was secretly happy in his heart, and the one-spit truth card was really powerful. He pretended to be concerned and asked, Mr. Huang, are you alright? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? Huang Bingjiang shook, suddenly changed his tone just now. Rest? Little Li, you don't know how tired I am a day. With that, he came to the common lounge area and sat down on his butt. Yujika and Chen Bishi followed suit and sat in the row behind them. Taking a break while listening, Li Lakshu took out his cell phone and pretended to read the message, but secretly turned on the video button. Next, Huang Bingjiang went on to explain. I think about how to get money every day, how to move up the ladder. Do you guys know how much I paid for this position? Li Lakshu's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked after him. Mr. Huang, what did you pay? Huang Bingjiang seems to have opened the box, talking at great length. How many gifts have I given my boss? Those watches, antiques, paintings and calligraphy. Which one of them isn't worth a fortune? And those women, every one of them is a vixen. I eat and drink with them and spend all the company's money. Chapter 26, She's here to check for corruption. Yujika's face turned white when he heard this. She remembered how attentive Huang Bingjiang had once been to her and felt a wave of nausea. Li Lakshu continued to guide. Mr. Huang, the new energy project you mentioned, is it also problematic? Huang Bingjiang snorted. That goes without saying? I swallowed at least 2/3 of the more than $100 million of research and development costs. The rest of the money went to those so-called experts. They took the money and helped me fool the top. What new energy is all a lie? We haven't had any breakthroughs at all. Lee Loksu's heart rejoiced. This is simply a ready-made evidence of guilt. He secretly turned his head to look at Chen Bishi, who had come specifically to check on corruption. Chen Bishi was dumbfounded by what she heard. It would not have been easy to investigate this if he had not said it himself. Yujika's face was cloudy. She had once almost agreed to Huang Bingjiang's advances. Now that I think about it, it's almost like I got away with it. Huang Bingjiang is still chattering away. You know what? What am I most proud of? It's all about getting that little girl who doesn't know any better into bed. Her dad's the mayor. Ha ha ha. Li Luochu was shocked in his heart. This matter he really did not know. It seems that Huang Bingjiang's crime is more serious than he thought. Yujika couldn't hold back any longer when he heard this. Huang Bingjiang, you scum! She raised her hand and slapped it. The crisp slap echoed through the airport lobby, drawing many sideways glances. Huang Bingjiang was staggered and seemed to finally come to his senses. He looked around and saw the shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd and realized what he had said. What did I just say? He stammered. Li Luochu sneered. Mr. Huang, you've said a lot of interesting things yet. Huang Bingjiang's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. He suddenly turned and ran, as if to escape from this place of wrongdoing. Li Luochu didn't stop him. And anyway, he said what he needed to say. He turned to Yujiko and said, Mr. You, let me take you home first. This is a big deal. Yujika nodded and gave Li Luochu a complicated look in her eyes. Chen Bishi followed behind. Master, it's too scary. It's not Huang Bingjiang losing his mind, right? She always felt that everything that had happened today was incredible. He's got a nose for what he's saying. How can it be false? Let's call the police here. That's when a few people walked out into the parking lot. Yujiko recognized Li Luochu's car. Himself directly drilled into the car to rest. Chen Bishi pulled Li Luochu. Master, don't call the police for the time being. This involves the company's reputation. You leave it to me. I'll leave it to my sister-in-law to deal with it. Li Luochu was afraid of a long night. Then say it now. Otherwise what if Huang Bingjiang runs away? We not only arrest him, but also recover the loss. Chen Bishi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and called her sister-in-law Simone with a video request. Soon, Simeone appeared on the screen. What is it? Auntie, something big has happened. Huang Bingjiang just got off the plane just now and all about himself. Team Leader Li, there is a video. What was said? Send me the video. Simone's ice-like sculpted face became even more clear and cold. Li Luochu hurriedly sent the video from earlier. As you can see in the video, Simone is silently watching, and her expression almost distorted at the end. She couldn't even believe that a division-level branch vice president was morally bankrupt to this extent. This is too much. You guys wait for me. I'll get on a plane and get there right away. Pick me up at the airport in 3 hours. Li Luochu also timely reminded. Mr. C. First of all, we must preserve the property to prevent him from transferring, and then there is the people do not run away. Simone nodded and glanced at Li Luochu in surprise. Okay, I'll do it. Li Luochu first sent Chen Bishi to the company, then Yujiko did not get off the car, and directly ran to the home to drive. The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing. Li Luochu put on a set of music, but it didn't relieve much. Gripping the steering wheel, he glanced every now and then at Yujiko on the passenger side. Yujiko crossed her hands on her knees and stared blankly ahead, seemingly still in shock from earlier. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yujiko violently turned her head to look at Li Luochu. Li Luochu, did you know this already? She narrowed her eyes, questioning in her tone. Li Luochu raised his eyebrows and pretended to be puzzled. Know what? Yujiko sneered. Don't play dumb about Huang Bingjiang. Li Luochu shrugged. If I had known earlier, why would I have waited until today? I would have killed him long ago. Yujika stared at the side of Li Luochu's face, as if trying to see a break in it. Then how did you happen to record him saying those words? The corner of Li Luochu's mouth hooked up a smirk. Look, I saw him drunk, so I thought that in case something happened, there would be evidence. Yujiko frowned, obviously not quite convinced. When did you become so cautious? Li Luochu turned his head and glared at her. What? Am I wrong for thinking of you? Yujiko was choked for a moment, then added, then why are you helping me? Aren't we already divorced? Li Luochu took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Divorce is divorce, but I can't watch you being bullied. Yujiko froze for a moment. Her heart must have been touched to the core. You still care about me? Li Luochu snorted coldly. Don't make a fool of yourself. I just don't like that person. Yujiko bristled. Ha, say it like you're noble. Li Luochu glanced at her. I'm not noble, but But at least I didn't cheat on him within marriage like he did. Yujika's face changed. What do you mean? I haven't cheated on you either. Li Lachu sneered. Is that so? Then how do you explain when you were traveling with Huang Bingzhang? Yujika was so angry that her face turned red. How many times have I said that it's for work? Li Lachu bristled disdainfully. You have to live in a room if you need to work? Yujika's eyes widened. Who said that? We don't even share a room. Li Lachu suddenly stepped on the brakes. The car slammed to a halt on the side of the road. He turned around and looked straight into Yujika's eyes. Then why did you have a man's suit in the video the other day? Yujika was startled by his sudden movement, but quickly calmed down. That was when we all had a meeting together, and he went to socialize and entrusted me to pick up his dry-clean clothes. Li Lachu laughed coldly. Are you kidding me? Didn't the waiter send it up on call? Yujika bit her lip and said with some guilt, I'm not unsure if he'll come back as the old boss. Taking the initiative to show him some goodwill will make it easier for you and I to stay in the company in the future. Li Lachu took a deep breath and restarted the car. After all is said and done, are you still justified in going out to make waves? Li Lachu wanted to kick Yujika's ass. Yujika was silent for a moment, not continuing the topic. Because in Huang Bingzhang thing people do not know how many quarrels. This time there is no sense. This man, Huang Bingzhang, will never be seen again. But Yujika is not willing. Now it's all his own fault. He must catch Li Laxu's little tail in order to be invincible. She suddenly asked, so now you have a new love? Chapter 27, Pick up your sister-in-law at the airport. Li Lachu almost choked on the question as he coughed twice. What's it to you? Yujika bristled. I'm just asking. If you don't say it, pull back. Ask? It's obvious that you're too smashed by my extra-long firepower to leave me. It's a pity that I still know you when the sun goes down. Thinking of this, Li Lachu glanced at her and suddenly smiled. What? Jealous? Yujika rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. I'm just curious. Li Lachu raised an eyebrow. Curious about what? Curious if I've found a better one than you? Yujika confidently grunted and let out a long breath, leaning back in her seat with an air of candor. If you can really find a better one than me, I'd like to see who it is. The corner of Li Laxu's mouth hooked up into a mysterious smile. You'll soon find out. Yujika froze, then sat up. What do you mean? You really have a new love? Li Lachu smiled noncommittally. We'll see. Yujika lowered her head and buried it between her arms, after which she tossed her hair a few times and turned her head to look out the window. No longer speaking. Resentment was written all over his face. The car quickly arrived home, and without saying a word, Yujika rushed into the bathroom. Li Lachu listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chen Bishi. I'll be right over to pick you up and go to the airport to pick up your sister-in-law. After sending the message, Li Lachu looked in the direction of the bathroom and said softly, Yujika, just wait, the good show has just begun. He grabbed his car keys and quietly left the house. Just got on the car. Chen Bishi returned the message. My sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. Men rarely get close. I'd better drive my car. Li Lachu is not willing. Simply do not answer back, pretending not to see. Mixed also to follow. On the way to the car, Li Laxu's mind kept calculating the next plan. Simone, with a lucky 280. This is an unbeatable opportunity. He had to make the most of it and not let this opportunity slip away. Li Lachu imagined Simone's cold face and couldn't help but feel a little restless in his heart. System, what do you think I should do to raid Simone? He asked. The system was silent for a moment before replying. Everyone has their weaknesses. You need to find hers. Li Lachu bristled. Nonsense. Of course I know. But she looks so high and mighty. How could she have any weaknesses? The system stopped talking, and Li Lachu didn't bother to ask again. He concentrated on driving, but his mind kept going back to Simone. Those icy eyes, that unsmiling face, and that tall. Li Lachu couldn't help but swallow his saliva, cursing himself in his heart. He's a bit of a dog licking danger. How can he capture the heart like this? Soon he was downstairs at the office. Chen Bishi was already waiting there, having communicated with Simone. Li Lachu is a material witness and must be present. Li Lachu stood at the company's downstairs, watching Chen Bishi walk out from the lobby. She was dressed in a simple tracksuit, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Li Lachu could not help but look twice more. Secretly marveled in his heart, this girl, without makeup, is also quite good-looking. Chen Bishi walked to Li Lachu, with an apologetic face. Master, I'm sorry, my sister-in-law had something to do and couldn't come. Li Laxu's heart sank. The lucky value of 280 just flew away? But on the surface he still acted as if nothing had happened. It's okay. Work is important. Chen Bishi nodded and suddenly asked. Then, what do we do now? Li Laxu's eyes twinkled, and an idea popped up in his heart. He smiled and said, since we're here, why don't we go to the gym? Chen Bishi froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Great! I just want to go to the gym. Li Lachu heart secretly happy. 160 lucky value. Seems to have a chance. The two of them walked to the parking lot together, and Li Lachu took the initiative to say, I'll drive you. Chen Bishi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. The car is heading to the gym. Li Lachu glanced at Chen Bishi on the passenger side from time to time. She was looking down at her cell phone, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her face. Li Lachu heart itchy. Hate to take her into his arms now, but he knew that the quicker the better. In the gym, the sound of music and the clattering of equipment is a constant refrain. Li Lachu and Chen Bishi stood side by side on the treadmill, sweat sliding down their cheeks. Chen Bishi's face was flushed and looked particularly cute. Li Lak Column cannot help but look at two more eyes. Heart secretly marveled, this girl, exercise up more attractive. After the run, the two went to the equipment area. Li Lachu took the initiative and said, let me teach you how to use these instruments. Chen Bishi nodded her head, but looked as if she had something on her mind. Li Lachu didn't continue right away, but found a topic to cut into. Bishi, you say, it's so cheap for Huang Bingjiang? Chen Bishi was wrapping elastic bands around her hands. Her hands didn't stop and her hair was already wet. It won't be, my sister-in-law said. It's been turned over to the prosecutor's office. Hey, Li Lachu shook his head inside. It's just a pity that all that money is gone. Squandered away by this kid for sure. Li Lachu really a little heartache that money. Said the people's hard-earned money. Small said like their own hard work why not get due payment? Snort. Chen Bishi laughed and looked at him. Does master feel unwilling? Yeah. Li Lachu simply sat down on the apparatus. And the more he thought about it, the more he lost his fighting spirit. Chen Bishi did hold her ground and sat in the tensioner position when she was ready. Master, help me. Good. Li Lachu didn't think much about it. Immediately stand behind her and show her how to use the equipment while protecting her. His breath sprayed on Chen Bishi's ear, causing her heart to race. Chen Bishi secretly glanced at Li Lachu, suddenly had some strange feelings in her heart. She thought of her childhood friend who was far away from home, and couldn't help but secretly start comparing the two. This Li Lachu, good-hearted, enthusiastic, upright, shortcomings, married, some color, talk unreliable. As he was thinking, he was interrupted by the voice of Li Lachu. Bessie, look, is this the right thing to do? Chen Bishi came back to her senses and quickly nodded. Right. Li Lachu smiled and continued to teach her how to use the other instruments. The atmosphere between the two was getting more and more ambiguous. Even the air seemed to be filled with a hot and humid smell. Chen Bishi next time intentionally some gasping heartbeat, unconsciously leaned his body toward Li Lachu's body. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Yo, if it isn't team leader Li in MS. Chun. Li Lachu and Chen Bishi turned around at the same time and saw Zhang Huaixin standing not far away. She wore a tight-fitting tracksuit that showed off her exquisite figure. Li Lachu was shocked. Why is she here? He pretended to be calm and greeted with a smile. Mr. Zhang, you're here to work out too? Zhang Huaixin came over and swept her eyes back and forth between Li Lachu and Chen Bishi. She sneered. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you two here. In his heart, he cursed Li Lachu. You Shiman Cheng, you've just been good with me for a few days. And this is a change? Chen Bishi was a bit embarrassed and said in a low voice. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Huaixin nodded her head, but her eyes kept staring at Li Lachu. Li Lachu was looking at her a little uncomfortable. The heart cursed, damn, this is to pick a fight? Zhang Huaixin suddenly said, Captain Li, can I have a word? Li Lachu heart sank, but still nodded to agree. He said to Chen Bishi, Bishi, you rest for a while. I'll be right there. Chen Bishi nodded and watched the two leave. Zhang Huaixin pulled Li Lachu to a corner and said in a lowered voice, Li Lachu, what do you mean by this? Li Lachu played dumb, Mr. Zhang, I do not understand what you mean. Zhang Huaixin laughed coldly, you don't understand? Then let me ask you, what is your relationship with Chen Bishi? Li Lachu heart a shock, but on the surface still pretend as if nothing has happened, is an ordinary colleague relationship. Zhang Huaixin narrowed her eyes, ordinary co-workers? Then why did you come to the gym alone? Li Lachu explained, this is not the secretary has something to do temporarily cannot come. We came to the fitness by the way. Zhang Huaixin snorted coldly, Li Lachu, I'm warning you, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Li Lachu heart sneer, I play what idea. You can still what I My ex-wife cannot control me. But he still pretended to be a little alarmed, Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. This is not our private life outside of work. Zhang Huaixin stared into his eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. Suddenly, she came close to Li Lachu, whispered in his ear, don't forget, You also just I bastardized a few days? Li Lachu hurriedly took a few steps back. Mr. Zhang, I didn't say that I'm ignoring you. Isn't this accompanying the relations above for a few days to warm up first? This is also beneficial to you and me. He cursed in his heart, asterisk 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 asterisk. This isn't going to play for real, is she? Zhang Huaizhen took a step forward and resumed her usual high-flying appearance, whispering, okay, I'll see what you actually do. After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Li Lachu alone and froze in the same place. What practical action? And my bullets aren't flying around? You think it doesn't cost money to build bullets? Li Lachu returned to Chen Bishi's side with a grumpy face, still wondering how not to make Chen Bishi resentful. Chen Bishi was concerned and asked, Master, are you alright? Li Lachu shook his head, forced to smile. It's okay, Mr. Zhang is asking about work. Chen Bishi was half convinced, but didn't ask too many questions. She knew in her heart that this Zhang Huaizhen had been here before, and had come with Li Lachu, a man and a woman alone. Something must be wrong. Still, as long as he stays sober, Li Lachu is a more trustworthy friend. The little bit of ambiguity that had just been brewing was gone. The two continue to work out, but the atmosphere is clearly not as congenial as it was before. Li Lachu's heart secretly complained bitter, damn, this can do? This 160 was supposed to be a chick, and I can't bear to do it myself. So what if I get it in my hand? Li Lachu was always afraid that Chen Bishi would look down on him. Wouldn't that be another divorce? Everything was middling, and Li Lachu not only yawned, can't practice anymore. Quite a good plan, disrupted by this Zhang Huaizhen. After the workout, Li sent Chen Bishi home. The car was parked under Chen Bishi's house, and both of them were a bit silent. Chen Bishi suddenly spoke. Master, thank you for working out with me today. Li Lachu smiled. No need to thank you. I should. Chen Bishi hesitated, but still said, then, I'll go up first. Li Lachu nodded. Aha. Watching Chen Bishi's hips about to remove the car door, the hero called out to her hastily. Bish. The woman stood outside the car window, the evening breeze blowing her hair away. Wisps of silk detained the gorgeous face. It's called a male animal, sitting in a car with a swirling heart. If you have this woman in this life, you have no regrets. That, and if you're not happy with your boyfriend, cut off contact for a while. Chen Bishi bent over and looked at the sincere face in the car. The heart already understood the general idea. She bit her lip lightly and nodded, pulling her hair back smoothly. I'm going up. Bye. Bye-bye. Li Lachu watched Chen Bishi's back disappear into the hallway, and let out a long sigh. He leaned back in his seat, his mind a mess. After a few minutes, there wasn't much movement. He started the car and drove in the direction of his home. Chapter 28, Bending the Waist of a Water Snake. As soon as he entered, he saw Yogi Ko in his pajamas clipping his toenails. She was bent over her watery waist, her pink nightgown bodice bared and her belt unbuckled. Back, Yukik blew on a nail clipper. Switch to the other toe. Aha! Found your new love? Li Lachu, who had already walked to the door of his room, stood still, thought for a few seconds and ignored her, pushed the door in. Within a few moments, he was running for the bathroom, wearing only a pair of shorts. Li Lachu, Yujiko was painting her nails again, a high-pitched voice, calling Li Lachu to a halt. What is it? Li Lachu's voice was lazy, as if he was about to fall asleep. Didn't you hear me? Li Lachu let out a cut. I hear you, so ing think I'm farting? Yukik almost growled. She's been repressing it for a long time. This time, he came back to deliberately show love to the surname Huang to stimulate him, see how he reacts. And that's what happened. But one did see that his relationship with that Miss Chen was not ordinary. After 7 years of marriage, after all, women are still a little more emotional than men, although it was because of some hard feelings of divorce. Well, what happened when you farted? We are divorced. Does it still matter what you say? Li Lachu finished and went into the bathroom. You asshole. Yogi Coco rushed into the bathroom with her pajamas open in her cloak. At this time, Li Lachu, stripped naked, was about to turn on the water shower. Li Lachu, are you a human being? You say you're divorced, but you've been messing with me all day after the divorce? Looking at his ex-wife, standing disheveled in front of him, Li Lachu knew the source of her anger. Just want to get remarried. Himself is tougher in that area for one thing, and his career has taken off this time. 2 double executives, 2 white collars. Where can I find a spouse like that? These days, Yujiki weighs the pros and cons and thinks about them. Finally resolved to live with him for the rest of my life. What do you mean? Then, did you not enjoy yourself all day? Upon hearing this, Yujiko immediately struck out frantically with the 9 white bone claws. Undifferentiated open flexing. I'll ing tickle you to death. All you know how to do is bully me and treat me like a? Play with me if you want. Dump me if you want. After 7 years of marriage, the two of them were always fighting too. But subconsciously, Yuji could all take care of his face and never tickle his face. This time it was different. Yogi Coco was out of control. Sad to the core. I've given too much of myself, and I've lost my chrysanthemums. Damn. Are you human? Lilachu could only use his hands to block his face and try to protect himself from, well, hanging up. That's enough. Don't go too far when you step on the horse. Finally, unable to bear it, Lilachu simply threw Yujiku into the bathtub with an over-the-shoulder slam. Put. Lilachu, you murderer. Ow. Yujiko haphazardly hugged Lilax's legs and wrapped her arms around him so hard that she lowered him into the bathtub as well. The two are like an eel and a loach with albinism, entwined together in the tub, rolling up and down. 5 hours later, Yujiko couldn't take it anymore and lay down on the bed in a breathless state. I can't. I have a meeting tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. Humph. I'll see you make a devil of yourself in the future? Lilachu, with the detrimental look of a victor, swaggered to the bathroom. Yogi-ko came back this time. That's different. That's a lot of scenery. And all of a sudden you're transformed into an acting manager. It used to be just a department director. This is a quantum leap. The first plenary meeting, over which she presided, was held in the conference room. The conference room was small and people were crammed together. Luckily a few people were fired and sections were merged. But still, Lilachu was told to take advantage of the situation. There were only 3 people left in the planning department where he and Chen Bishi were. It's almost in name only. State-owned companies, in fact, to what planning department, are working at the command of the top. You're a branch and you want to turn over the serfs and sing? Getting creative? That's impossible. The 3 of them, Lilachu, stood in a column. Zhang Huaizhen was in the front, and Chen Bishi didn't like being stared at from behind by Lilachu, so Lilachu stood in the center. Standing in the middle of the conference room, Lilachu felt the scent of 2 women in front and behind him. Zhang Huaizhen's back was close to his chest, and the scent of perfume drilled into his nose. Chen Bishi's breath sprayed on the back of his neck, with a hint of sweetness. Lilachu's heart secretly happy. Damn. This kind of sandwich cake feeling. Cool, but he still looked serious on the outside, staring straight ahead. Zhang Huaizhen suddenly leaned back, her buttocks rubbing against Lilachu. Lilachu heard a shock, cursing, in this kind of occasion also dare to mess around? Chen Bishi seemed to have sensed something and moved back, pulling a little distance from Lilachu. Lilachu heart some loss, but do not dare to show. Just then, Yujik walked up to the podium and cleared her throat. She wore a smart professional outfit today, and her hair was coiled up high, making her look extraordinarily energetic. Lilachu could not help but look at 2 more eyes. Heart secretly marveled, this ex-wife of mine, more and more like a leader. Yujika began to read out the decision of the headquarters, decision on the handling of Comrade Huang Bingzhang's serious violation of discipline and law. Lilachu listened to Yujika's voice, but in his heart he was thinking of something else. He thought back to last night's tangle with Yujiku in the bathtub, and couldn't help but feel a little frisky. Zhang Huaizhen seemed to have sensed Lilaxu's absent-mindedness and leaned back again. This leaning does not matter. Directly hit Lilaxu's vitals. Lilachu sucked in a mouthful of cool air and almost screamed. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Asterisk. This is doing it on purpose, right? Chen Bishi heard a movement in front of him and tilted his head to look at it. She saw that Lilaxu's face was a bit unnatural, and couldn't help but frown. Yujika continued to read, in view of Comrade Huang Bingzhang's serious violation of discipline and law, by the group research decision, dismissed from his public office, and transferred to the Public Security Procuratorate to deal with. The conference room rang a whisper. We did not expect Huang Bingzhang will end up like this. Lilachu heart sneer, serves you right. Who let you don't know the sky is high? Yujizhen continued. Next, let's discuss the future direction of the company's work and tasks. Lilat column listening to Yujiko eloquent. Heart cannot help but some admiration. She's a real piece of work, that. Zhang Huaizhen listened to Yujika's speech. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. She turned her head to look at Lilachu and realized that he was staring at Yujiku. Zhang Huaizhen's heart burst with irritation, and leaned back again. This leaning, directly pushed Lilachu to Chen Bishi. Chen Bishi was startled by the sudden pressure and almost screamed. Lilachu hurriedly moved forward and whispered, I'm sorry. Chen Bishi nodded with a red face and did not say anything. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huaizhen was even more upset. She stared at Yujiku, her eyes full of hostility. Yujizhen is in exceptionally good shape today, and speaks with great energy. Zhang Huaizhen secretly guessed, last night must have been moisturized. She recalled her earlier suspicion that it was Huang Bingzhang, but now it seemed clear that it was not. Who on earth is it? Zhang Huaizhen's heart was filled with curiosity. Li Laqiu noticed Zhang Huaizhen's expression change. Heart secretly rise alert. Tramp. It's all for fun. Why are you taking it seriously? Chapter 29, A Lock for Life. After the meeting, Zhang Huaizhen called Li Laqiu to his office. It's normal for a supervisor to call a subordinate to the office. But Li Laqiu knew for sure it wouldn't be official business. A planning department that doesn't have a single proposal adopted by the group in a year. Purely for show. The two of them entered Zhang Huaizhen's office one after the other. There's an inexplicable Chen Bishi behind her. A total of 2 people's office. Li Laqiu left. Chen Bishi stayed meaningless. After thinking about it, he left the flat and ran to the gym to listen to music and run. Closed the door. Zhang Huaizhen slammed the book containing the records in her hand on the table. Reach down and undress. Hey, leader, Mr. Zhang. Li Laqiu hurriedly reminded her of the shadow image. What were you thinking? I'm just taking off a jacket. Zhang Huaizhen gave him a blank look and hung the clothes in the closet. Turning back around to reveal a proud top. Sitting on her but in her own boss chair, she pulled out her vanity mirror and started taking pictures of herself. Front, side, and finally the back of the hair. Locked up. How do you like your hair today? Pretty good Li Laqiu was fine anyway, so he just froze and watched her scratching her head there. Zhang Huaizhen put down the vanity mirror, pursed the lipstick on her lips, felt that it was still there, and then she said with confidence, just now, you heard what Mr. You said. Which aspect do you refer to? Li Laqiu a serious report to a subordinate work. Relax and lock. Li Laqiu shook his shoulders and obediently let out his breath. It's been said that you and Mr. You have an unusual relationship. Is it possible that you two are related? Li Laqiu froze. What is the meaning of this? Do you still want to give my ex-wife gifts to climb the relationship? He shook his head. No relatives. We're not related to anything. Zhang Huaizhen was a little disappointed. Still, there's no point in giving up. Then why has she been protecting you all these years? Maybe I'm handsome. Without thinking, Li Laqiu raised his eyebrows in a manner as an answer to her question. Be serious. I know you Ji-ku. That is our company's rare saint. Although I do not get along with her, but I admire her. As a woman she is quite a backbone. Unlike me, all know I am the old horse's manger. And when Li Laqiu heard these words, he cursed in his heart. Don't be disgusted with the horse trough. You're a horse manure bib at best. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? Do you have to say that you and I are having an affair? Zhang Huaizhen immediately waved her hand. Don't you dare to make confusing labels. Oh, I didn't ask you to say that. Li Laqiu hand spread. That's right, we have no relationship whatsoever. To have is also the relationship between the upper and lower levels. Zhang Huaizhen saw that he couldn't ask anything. Simply stand up and straighten your short skirt. Walked around the table. Locked up. I was hoping you'd put in a good word for me, seeing as we've had a friendship. With that, his fingers touched Li Laqiu's shoulder. Li Laqiu stood up with a stabbing prong, and his butt was like sitting on a spring. A rise and a jump and it was at the door. What's that? Mr. Zhang, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished one thing. I'll leave first. If you need anything, feed me. Saying that, without caring whether Zhang Huaizhen agreed or not, he turned around and pushed the door and ran out. Pa! Zhang Huaizhen slapped his palm on the table and grimaced in pain. Dogs, got a bargain and want to run? No way. Li Laqiu hurried back to the office and saw that Chen Bishi was no longer there. Hurry up and send her a message. It's the only chance you'll get. 160 is hard to get, but you can't give up. No one answered when I called. I was bored when my cell phone rang. I thought it was Chen Bishi, but at first glance it was 280 Simone. Holy, she actually called me. Immediately, he was ecstatic to get through. Hello, Mr. C. I'm Li Laqiu. Simone hello, team leader Li. May I ask if Bessie-chan is with you? Li Laqiu no. Simone this kid. I called and no one answered. Where did he go in the middle of the day? Li Laqiu I hit also. You don't worry it will be fine. We just finished the meeting. Separated less than an hour. Smyrnio? What meeting? Li Laqiu heard. This is not good up? The big cake hunchback was beginning to not resent himself. Mr. C. Today's meeting was an all-employee meeting. Mainly to read out the briefing on Huang Bingzhang's treatment. After which Mr. You took the opportunity to give us a lesson. Simeonio? How did you get on? Li Laqiu snickered in his heart. Hey, the words are getting denser. Here's the thing. Too many words. How about? Simeone not as good as what? Li Laqiu Mr. You, aren't you coming soon? How about I report to you personally? Simone you do not say I forgot. This to go to your remote. I have too many things here cannot be arranged. Since Huang Bingzhang are finished, I go again there is no point. Li Laqiu hurriedly objected. That's not right, Mr. Secretary. Today, Mr. You gave us a wake-up call in the meeting that the law is merciless, telling us not to repeat the mistakes of Huang Bingjiang. But what do you say to all this in private? Simone tensed up. How so? Mr. Yu is right. It should be taken as a warning. Most people don't think so. Surprisingly, there is still Huang Bingjiang is a hero. Said at least people wait until the sweet spot. This life is worth it. Simeone's voice rose much higher. Indiscretion. Ignorance. What kind of people are these? Li Lachu said weakly. It's not all the old horse and old Huang recruited in the relationship. A day does not work. Just know to take advantage of the dead. Simone, it's too much. There's even an old horse thing going on? Li Lachu whispered. Secretary, I believe that you are such an experienced leader cannot know? A vice president of corruption of several hundred million. That the regular old horse cannot have a little meat? Many things. The last shall not be his platting to go. Simone forced down her anger. Team leader Li, don't talk nonsense about many things without evidence. Li Lachu a moment anxious. Secretary, we came W letter I sent you a photo you did not see? Simone froze and remembered that there was such a thing. Oops, I've got this memory. What's your name again? Li Lachu sweated furiously. Big sister. I've been posting this for days. You said you read it. Mr. C. WeChat I call a lock for life. Simeone pfft. You're hilarious. Let's see. The name? Li Lachu knew that she was looking at WX. Then Mr. C. Let's talk on WX. Yes. Simeone hung up the phone. Li Lachu knows that there is a door. This WX on the chat and call is two feelings. Simone's avatar was a lotus flower and her name said an English name. Presumably her foreign name. Li Lachu surprisingly can't read. Sure enough, it wasn't long before her avatar showed a little red one. Li Lachu hastily clicked on it. And it was a voice. Team leader Li. Your name seems like you're very sentimental. Is there really someone you can keep for the rest of your life? Chapter 30, But I Believe in Love. Simone asked Li Lachu. Is there really someone who keeps it for life? There's a story in that. The two of them are starting to talk about things outside of work. This statement must be answered seriously. Li Lockjaw is without the boost of his flirtation card. But there is still some merit in the heart. Only the corners of his mouth hooked up in a smile. And his fingers slid quickly on the screen. Mr. C. You're right. There's no such thing as a lifetime. But if I meet the right person, I'm willing to spend the rest of my life guarding them. After sending this message, Li Lachu leaned on the back of the chair, secretly pleased. The words are sure to hit the spot, hitting many fangirls within an inch of their lives. Shortly afterward, Smyrna's reply came. Oh, you're really an infatuated person. Team leader Li. Li Lachu looked at this message. Heart a burst of joy. Looks like the 280 lucky number is in play. He continued to type, Mr. C. I'm just an ordinary person, but I believe in love. Just as I believe that everyone has a mission. After sending this message, Li Lachu stroked his chin, thinking that this said enough depth. Simone quickly replied, oh, then, in the opinion of Captain Li, what is my mission? Li Lachu looked at this message, heart a burst of excitement. Isn't this an opportunity? He took a deep breath, and his fingers raced across the keyboard. Mr. C. Your mission is to brighten the lives of ordinary people like us, like the stars in the sky. They are far away, but they give hope. After sending this message, Li Lachu couldn't help but give himself a compliment. That's like being a lover. Simeone was silent for a moment, then sent a voice message. Li Lachu hurriedly clicked on. Simone's voice came out from the cell phone. Captain Li, you've got a good mouth. I am curious. However, how do you feel about the current situation in our company? After listening to this voice, Li Lachu heart a burst of excitement. Looks like Smyrna's got the hots for her. He cleared his throat and hit the voice button. Mr. C. I think our company is like a ship sailing in a storm. Although we have encountered some difficulties, as long as we have you at the helm, I believe we will be able to tide over the difficulties. After sending this voice, Li Lachu couldn't help but give himself a round of applause. That's a great way to put it. Simone quickly replied. Team leader Li, that's an interesting thing to say. But what do you think is the biggest problem with our company right now? Li Lachu looked at this message. Heart a burst of tension. It's a sensitive subject, and it can offend people. But the opportunity was so great that he decided to go for it. He took a deep breath and pressed the voice button. Mr. C. I think the biggest problem of our company is the lack of innovation. We're always on the same page, and we lack out-of-the-box ideas. With some new ideas, I'm sure we can do better. After sending this voice, Li Lachu heart nervous. I wonder what Simeone would think of her point of view. It took a while for Smyrna to reply. Captain Li, you have a point. You seem to know a lot about the company. Li Lachu looked at this message. Heart a burst of excitement. Looks like you've impressed Simone. He hurriedly replied. Mr. See, I'm just an ordinary employee, but I've been paying attention to the company's development. I want to contribute to the future of the company. After sending this message, Li Luoqiu leaned on the back of the chair. The heart is happy. There are times when you know it's just big words, but you have to say it, and it's better to say it than not to say it at all. That's how good things become in a mouth. Man is a sensory animal. What's the point of having so many nerves? Just as he was drifting off into a beautiful fantasy, news of Smyrna came back. Captain Li, you said it very well. Why don't you tell me? I'll come to your office next week and we'll talk in person? Li Luoqiu looked at this message, almost jumped up from his chair. Isn't this pie in the sky? He hurriedly replied. Yes, Mr. C. I'll be waiting for you anytime. After sending this message, Li Luoqiu could not help but clench his fists. In the gym, Chen Bishi ran mechanically, staring blankly at the electronic screen in front of her. Sweat slid down her cheeks, but she seemed oblivious. The mind constantly flashes the picture in the conference room. Zhang Huaizhen that leaned toward Li Luoqiu's arms. Bah! Chen Bishi couldn't help but spit, almost choking on her own saliva. She slammed the stop button and the treadmill slowed to a halt. Chen Bishi pouted her lips and walked off the treadmill with an unhappy face. She picked up her headphones, put them in her ears, and casually clicked on a song. A melodious tune plays, but Chen Bishi can't listen to it. The mind was full of Li Luoqiu's beaten face. This good's 2 years older than her is like a greasy middle-aged uncle, oily and colorful. What's so good about it? Chen Bishi cursed in her heart. What's so great about it? Besides the fact that he can write a couple of Thai poems? How come so many women like him? How did I? Chen Bishi suddenly froze, realizing what she had just thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She shook her head vigorously, as if to get the thought out of her head. How could I possibly care about him? I just. Chen Bishi suddenly realized that she couldn't find a reason to explain her emotions. She sighed, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes. The figure of Li Luoqiu came back to my mind. The one who always smiled. The one who always had a good mouth. The corner of Chen Bishi's mouth unconsciously hooked up a smile, but it was quickly forced down by her. No, absolutely not. She told herself in her mind. He's a womanizer. How can I be jealous of him? But that little voice inside her was rebelling against her. But isn't he nice to you? Doesn't he always help you out? He's not. Enough. Chen Bishi snapped her eyes open, interrupting her rambling thoughts. She took a deep breath and decided not to think about this nonsense. On the other hand, Li Luoqiu was sitting in his office, staring absent-mindedly at the computer screen. He hadn't seen Chen Bishi for the whole afternoon, but he didn't go to her, because he knew that playing lickspittle certainly didn't end well. Besides, I couldn't bear to lay my hands on a young girl. Li Luoqiu sighed. His heart is still torn. Whether or not to extend the clause. On one side is 280 Simone. On the other side is 160 Bessie Chan. This kind of multiple choice is a real head-scratcher. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Li Luoqiu picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Huaizhen. If the widow calls, it's not good. He hesitated, but answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Chang. Team leader Li, Mr. C has a task for our planning department. Zhang Huaizhen's voice came from the phone. What mission? Li Luoqiu asked. Within 3 days, to come up with a new energy project on Huang Bingjiang left behind to make up for the leakage of opinions. With a detailed program. Li Luoqiu heard. Almost did not curse out. Isn't this a trap? How can you accomplish such a complicated task in 3 days? But he held back his anger and said, okay, I know. That's it then. You work overtime. Zhang Huaizhen hung up the phone after saying that. Li Luoqiu looked at the blacked out cell phone screen. Couldn't help but burst a foul mouth. Asterisk. Yujik. You're deliberately screwing me over. Chapter 31, Entangled in a Viper. He rubbed his temples, feeling his head spinning. He's the only one left in the planning department, and he can't count on Miss Chen Bishi. Zhang Huaizhen is the director, so it's just a matter of guidance. He has to do it all by himself. Li Luoqiu sighed, opened the computer, ready to start working, but he found himself without inspiration. The mind is full of words that I want to spew. I scolded Yu Ji-ke for personal vendetta, scolded Zhang Huaizhen for falling down the well, and tried to pull people back. She scolded Bessie Chan for being a big girl and ignoring her. Cursing. By nightfall, Li Luoqiu was still at a loss. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Zhang Huaizhen walked in with a thermos box. Team leader Li, I brought you a midnight snack, she said with a smile. Li Luoqiu looked at Zhang Huaizhen, heart a burst of tired. What's this up to now? Thank you, Mr. Zhang. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Zhang Huaizhen put the thermos box on the table, then sat down on the chair next to Li Laqiu. So, any progress? She asked. Li Laqiu shook his head, not much of a clue yet. Zhang Huaizhen smiled, it's okay, take your time. With that, she put her hand on Li Laqiu's shoulder. Li Laqiu stiffened, feeling as if he had been entangled by a poisonous snake. Mr. Zhang, this is not good. He tried to break free. Zhang Huaizhen, however, was unforgiving. What's wrong with that? Don't we know each other well? As she spoke, her hands began to wander restlessly over Li Laqiu's body. Li Laqiu felt like he was going to suffocate. He stood up violently and shook Zhang Huaizhen's hand away. Mr. Zhang, I have work to do, he said, holding back his anger. Zhang Huaizhen froze for a moment, then smiled. Okay, then you're busy. She stood up, walked to the door, and looked back at Li Laqiu. Remember, if you need any help, call me anytime. After that, she wiggled her way out of the office. Li Laqiu looked at Zhang Huaizhen's back as she left, and couldn't help but curse. Damn, this is disgusting. I'm going to be laid off without even looking at me. He sat back heavily in his chair, feeling sick all over. Looking at the computer screen on the blank document, Li Laqiu suddenly felt a burst of powerlessness. This ING mission, this ING company, this ING life. He suddenly wanted to run away from it all, but he knew he couldn't, because you won't find anywhere else to open so many posts, and there is a system added with the hope of getting lucky. Li Laqiu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He opened a new document and began to slowly tap on the keyboard. I'm not inspired, but at least make something. In this way, Li Laqiu spent a long night in the office. When the first rays of sunlight shone through the window, he realized that he had stayed up all night. Looking at the computer screen, those messy text, Li Laqiu smiled bitterly. I'm afraid he doesn't even understand this report, but at least he tried. Li Laqiu stretched his back and decided to wash his face first to clear his head. When he walked out of the office, he realized that someone else had already come to work. He saw that Chen Bishi was sitting in his seat, fiddling with his cell phone. Li Laqiu hesitated, but walked over. Morning, Bish, he greeted. Chen Bishi looked up at him, gave a faint hum and lowered her head again. Li Laqiu looked at Chen Bishi's appearance, the heart suddenly a little lost, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and turned toward the restroom. Life is such that not everyone will smile at you. The important thing is to keep your heart and to persevere no matter what difficulties you encounter. Li Laqiu looked at his haggard self in the mirror and suddenly smiled. When I came out of the restroom, I felt sober. He looked at his watch. It was only 7:30 in the morning. There's still half an hour to go to work. Li Laqiu muttered. He suddenly remembered the comfy couch in Yujik's office. How about, go take a nap? The thought flashed through his mind. Li Laqiu hesitated, but shook his head. Forget it, it's a problem if someone sees us. He sighed and dragged his tired body back to his seat. Chen Bishi was still playing with her cell phone, and didn't seem to notice his presence at all. Li Laqiu glanced at her, a little upset in his heart. This Missy, she's really high and mighty. He turned on his computer, ready to take another look at what he'd written last night. The text on the screen is still a mess. A headache. Li Laqiu rubbed his temples, feeling a buzzing in his head. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Zhang Huaizhen stepped on high heels and walked in with a serious face. Team Leader Li, have you written the program yet? She asked, getting right to the point. Li Laqiu was shocked, and hurriedly stood up. Mr. Zhang, Before he could finish, Zhang Huaizhen walked over to his computer. She scanned the screen, and her face immediately turned ugly. Is this what you wrote all night? Zhang Huaizhen's voice was as cold as ice. Li Laqiu felt his back start to break out in a cold sweat. Mr. Zhang, you what? Zhang Huaizhen interrupted him. What the hell is this? Are you writing a novel? Li Laqiu was a bit confused by the scolding, but quickly reacted. Mr. Zhang, you're right, it's really not very good, he said with a smile. But you know, this kind of high-end project, which is a small planning I can handle. Zhang Huaizhen glared at him. So you mean you can't do this job? Li Laqiu spread his hands. I didn't say that. What I mean is that this requires brainstorming and working together. As he said that, he didn't forget to glance at Chen Bishi. Chen Bishi seemed to sense his gaze and raised her head. What's wrong? She asked. Li Laqiu smiled. Nothing. Just think this project may need Bishi your wisdom. Chen Bishi frowned. Me? Zhang Huaizhen also looked at Chen Bishi. Right. Aren't you from the planning department? You should be involved in this kind of thing. Chen Bishi was a bit reluctant. But there's nothing to worry about. Zhang Huaizhen interrupted her. This is an important project for the company. You must participate. Li Laqiu watched the show from the sidelines, secretly happy. Hey, 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 hey. Chenbishi sighed helplessly, stood up and walked over. So, what am I supposed to do? She asked. Li Lakshu smiled and said, it's very simple. You just look at these I wrote. Give some advice. Chenbishi looked at the screen, and her face immediately became odd. What is this? Chapter 32, Don't flirt here. Li Lakshu shrugged, I do not know. You see if you can read. Chenbishi glared at him, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Li Lakshu pretends to be innocent. How dare I I'm not in the vein to ask for advice? Zheng Huaizhen couldn't stand it any longer. Okay, you two stop flirting here. Write up the proposal. I want to see it by the end of the day. After that, she turned around and was about to leave. Li Lakshu hurriedly called out to her, Mr. Zhang, wait. Zheng Huaizhen turned back. What else? Li Lakshu said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, you see such an important project. You should not also participate in it? Zheng Huaizhen froze for a moment, then sneered. What do you mean? Li Lakshu continued, I mean, as a director, you must have a lot of valuable experience. Why don't you also give some advice? Zheng Huaizhen's face became even more ugly. Li Lakshu, are you questioning my ability? Li Lakshu quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I don't dare. I really want to ask for advice. Zheng Huaizhen snorted coldly. Okay, then I'll give you some pointers. She walked back and sat down on the chair next to Li Lockwood. Li Lakshu secretly smiled in his heart. Hey, this time there is a good show. 3 people crowded in front of a computer. The scene was very awkward for a while. Li Lakshu began to read what he had written, with Zheng Huaizhen and Chenbishi interjecting from time to time. It's not right here. There's too much pompous writing there. Are you writing a novel? Li Lakshu was scolded, but he was not angry at all. Instead, it's getting more and more exciting. Mr. Zhang, you're right. So what do you think should be written? Zheng Huaizhen was asked. Stammered half a day to say a reason. Chenbishi couldn't stand it any longer. Why don't you let me try? Li Lakshu and Zheng Huaizhen looked at her at the same time. Chenbishi took a deep breath and began to strike the keyboard. Her fingers flew across the keyboard and a large block of text soon appeared on the screen. Li Lakshu and Zheng Huaizhen looked dumbfounded. Damn, this girl really has some skills. Li Lakshu secretly marveled in his heart. Zheng Huaizhen was also a bit surprised. Chenbishi, you. Chenbishi stopped and looked back at them. What's wrong? Li Lakshu gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Bishi. Zheng Huaizhen also had to admit, it is indeed well written. Chenbishi said lightly. What's wrong with that? I used to write this kind of stuff when I was in school. Li Lakshu and Zheng Huaizhen exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that this Missy is not simple, Li Lakshu thought in his heart. Zheng Huaizhen cleared his throat. Then, you guys continue. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. With that, she left the office in a hurry. Li Lakshu looked at Zheng Huaizhen's back and couldn't help but smile. This is going to be a good one. Chenbishi glanced at him. What are you laughing at? Li Lakshu put away his smile. Nothing. Just think you write really well. Chenbishi hummed. Cut the crap. You just want to see Zheng Huaizhen make a fool of herself. Li Lakshu pretended to be surprised. Aya. Bishi, how do you know me so well? Chenbishi gave him a blank look. Who doesn't know what kind of virtue you are? Li Lakshu hemmed and hawed. Then you still help me? Chenbishi was silent for a moment, then said, I just don't want to see you being bullied. Li Lakshu froze. He did not expect Chenbishi would say such words. Bish, you. Chenbishi interrupted him. Okay, don't think too much. Hurry up and get to work. Li Lakshu looked at Chenbishi's serious work, the heart suddenly some warmth. Maybe, this Missy isn't so annoying after all, he thought to himself. That's how the two began to collaborate on the program. Time passes, and the only sound left in the office is the sound of keyboards. Li Lakshu stole a glance at Chenbishi from time to time and realized that she was particularly serious about her work. I really didn't expect that this Missy is quite capable, he secretly marveled in his heart. By noon, the two had finally finished the first draft. Li Lakshu stretched his back. It's finally done. Chenbishi also breathed a sigh of relief. Well, finally finished writing. Li Lakshu looked at the time. Just to the mealtime. Want to go together to eat a meal? Chenbishi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Together, they walked out of the office and headed for a restaurant near the office. On the way, Li Lakshu couldn't help but ask, Bishi, why do you want to help me? Chenbishi was silent for a while, then said, I just think that although you are quite annoying sometimes, But what? Li Lachu pursued. Chen Bishi took a deep breath. But you're still a good person. Li Lachu froze. He did not expect Chen Bishi to evaluate him in this way. I can't help but think of a song lyric. I want to put my heart on the Yaoqin. Who will listen when the strings are broken? Chen Bishi stopped the pace she was walking and looked up at the front with a hollow look. The affairs of the heart are paid to the Yaoqin. Who listens to the broken strings? Master. I didn't expect that you would lift up Bishi so much. Li Lachu laughed. There's nothing to worry about. And there's no one in the world who doesn't know you. Let's go. Feed your stomach first. Li Lachu walked ahead with an indifferent look, but left Chen Bishi, who was independent in the wind, quietly dazed. What kind of experience is it to say such things? No one in the world knows you? Chapter 33, You're going to have a brain hemorrhage. Chen Bishi's heart was pounding. Come on. No dinner? Foolish Hat was still greeting her from the front. Li Lachu 3 times to pull the rice into the stomach. Looked up to see. Chen Bishi is still eating slowly and methodically. Why are you eating so fast? Chen Bishi asked with a frown. Li Lachu yawned. His eyes are almost open, too sleepy. I have to go to the car to sleep for half an hour, or else I will have a brain hemorrhage. Chen Bishi put down her chopsticks, looking worried. Why don't I get you a room in the hotel across the street? Li Lachu waved his hand. No, there's no need to spend that kind of money. I often sleep in the car. I'm used to it. Chen Bishi's eyes flickered, somewhat distressed, and asked in a low voice, was it abused by your ex-wife? Li Lachu froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile. What are you thinking about? I'm going to sleep. After that, he turned around and walked out. Chen Bishi looked at his back and felt the helplessness of a grown man. I can't help but heart-sob continuously. Li Lachu did not think so much, and now it is to fall on the tip of the knife. Can sleep through. He had just gotten into the car when his cell phone rang. Who the hell are you looking for me at noon? He looked at the caller ID and rolled his eyes. Hello, Mr. Yo. Yujika's voice came from the other end of the phone. I know you're tired enough. How is it? Does it taste good? Li Lachu leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. What do you think? Tired as a dog. Yujika sneered. Serves you right. Who let you offend me? This is the end. Li Lachu snorted. Come on. You are now in charge of the current management. I admit it is not okay? Yujika's tone suddenly became softer. Hurry up and roll to my office to sleep. I'm here in the suite newly installed a marching bed. You close the door to sneak rest for a while, or the head should hurt. Li Lachu lemoned the car seat knob. Put the back down. No. I'll sleep in the car. Yujika's voice is cold again. Do not come. Right? Then I will give you another task. Continue to do. Exhausted you. Li Lachu gritted his teeth. Kike hung up without waiting for him to finish. Li Lachu looked at the blackout of the cell phone screen. Hate to drop the phone. But he finally sighed and climbed out of the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a ghost. Li Lachu cursed to the company to go. The heart calculating how to not be found. Like a thief, he slipped cautiously into the company. Coming to the door of Yujika's office, he took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. Yujiku was sitting in front of the desk. Saw him come in. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Coming? Li Lachu said in a bad mood. What do you want? Yujika stood up and walked to him. What could I want? I'm still concerned about you. Li Lachu laughed coldly. Come on. What do you have in mind? I still do not know. Yujiko blinked. Oh? Tell me. What do I have in mind? Li Lachu took a step back. You've got to give up. There's no way you're going to try to get my body. Yujiko laughed and scolded. You think beautiful. Who cares about your body? She pointed to the inner room. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't be a poor talker here. Li Lachu hesitated, but still went into the inner room. A simple marching bed was placed in the corner, which looked quite comfortable. He lay down on it, feeling his body relax all of a sudden. Mommy let out a long breath, just about to go to sleep. Yujika stood in the doorway, looking at him. Go to sleep. I'll close the door for you. Li Lachu closed his eyes and muttered. Don't do anything to me while I'm asleep. Yujika smiled. Don't worry. I'll go home at night and get comfortable again. With that, she gently closed the door. You still figure my body. Li Lachu momentarily began to blur, listening to the sound of the door closing. Heart relieved. Fast asleep. Yujika sat back down at his desk, but his eyes flicked to the door of the inner room from time to time. She picked up the coffee cup on the table and took a sip. Li Lachu, do you think you can escape from me? She put down her coffee cup, turned on her computer, and started browsing through some files. But her mind was clearly not on her work. Tonight, what's the best way to take down this dead duck? Yukik's mind began to reel. She remembered Li Lachu's guarded look just now, and couldn't help but smile. Still pretending. It's no use pretending. She stood up, walked to the window and looked out. The sunlight shone through the glass on her face, reflecting a faint smile. Just then, There was a knock at the door. Yujiko rushed back to her seat and straightened her expression. Come in. The door was pushed open and Zhang Huaijin walked in. Mr. You, that program. Yujiko interrupted her. Let's put it aside for now. I have something to take care of. Zhang Huaijin froze for a moment. And if her ears weren't broken, she seemed to hear someone snoring in the suite here. Yujiko also heard Li Lachu snoring and hurriedly drove Zhang Huaijin away. Mr. Zhang, is there anything else? Zhang Huaijin nods in a panic. No more. Mr. You. Then I'll go out first. Yujiko watched Zhang Huaijin leave in sight in relief. She looked again at the door to the inner room, and a smile curled up at the corners of her mouth. Li Lachu, just rest well. When you wake up, you'll suffer. She picked up her cell phone and started searching for Li Laxu's favorite couple's hotel. About 2 hours passed. The grunting inside finally stopped. The door was pushed open and Li Lachu came out. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the time. Damn. What took you so long to sleep? Yujiko looked up at him. Awake? How do you feel? Li Lachu stretched out. Not bad. At least not so sleepy. Yujiko stood up and walked to him. That's good. By the way, are you free tonight? Li Lachu looked at her warily. What for? Yujiko smiled. Nothing. Just want to invite you to dinner. Li Lachu took a step back. No. I have work to do. Yujiko narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Li Lachu looked at her expression and felt a sense of fear in his heart. He knew that if he refused, he would have to be put to work again. All right, let's eat, he said helplessly. Yujiko revealed a satisfied smile. Then it's a deal. At 7 o'clock in the evening, I'll pick you up. Li Lachu nodded and turned around to leave. Yujik shouted behind him. Don't forget to finish the program. Li Lachu waved his hand without looking back. Got it. Looking at the back of Li Laxu's departure, Yujiko's eyes became deep. Li Lachu, I'm going to squeeze you dry tonight. Chapter 34 Couples Hotel. Li Lachu just walked out of Yujiko's office. The system's long-lost voice rang in his head. Host, you still have one Creative Unlimited experience card left to use. Li Lachu rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart. How dare you say that? Given experience card is just one. I cannot use. This is a small matter. I can handle it. He strides towards his office, and the moment he pushes open the door, Chen Bishi jumps up like a frightened rabbit. Captain Li, where have you been? She blinked her eyes with concern. Li Lachu froze for a moment, then waved his hand. Nothing, just to deal with something. Chen Bishi was unforgiving. What is it? What took you so long? Li Lachu walked to the seat and sat down. Opened the computer. Work matters. Do not ask. Chen Bishi skimmed her mouth. Unwillingly asked, is it that mister? You found you in trouble? Li Lachu didn't even look up. No. You're overthinking it. Chen Bishi went around to his side and leaned down. Then why do you look so bad? Are you not well rested? Li Lachu smelled her body faint perfume. Heart a swing. Hurriedly color. All right. First finish the work is important. Chen Bishi's eyes lit up. Then let me help you. Without waiting for Li Lachu to answer, she moved a chair and sat down next to him. Their arms inevitably touched each other, and Li Lachu felt his breath begin to catch. Chen Bishi was also embarrassed and blushed, but still pretended to be calm. Let's design the program together. Li Lachu nodded, trying to focus on the computer screen. However, the scent of Chen Bishi's body continued to penetrate into his nose, making his heart flutter. He stole a glance at the girl beside him and realized that her cheeks had flushed a light pink color. Chen Bishi felt his gaze and raised her head to meet his eyes, and both of them swallowed unanimously. Something seems to be festering in the air, making your heart beat faster. Li Lachu cleared his throat and forced himself to calm down. Let's start. Chen Bishi nodded, and the two began to discuss the details of the program. Time passed by, and before I knew it, it was time to leave work. Chen Bishi stretched her back and suddenly asked, Team Leader Li, do you have any arrangements for the evening? Li Lachu froze, remembered and Yujiko's agreement. Can only say, go home and sleep. Did not sleep well at noon. Chen Bishi's face flashed with a trace of disappointment, but quickly returned to normal. Oh, then you rest well. Bye. Lockdown suspiciously watched the shapely back leaving and shook his head. No way. Did the electricity start with me? He packed his things and prepared to leave the office. As soon as she left the house, she was blocked by Zhang Huaijin at the door. Team Leader Li, accompany me to work overtime tonight, Zhang Huaijin said with a smile. Li Lachu was confused. What kind of overtime? Zhang Huaijin explained. It's just to discuss the program, but not here. There is no inspiration here. Go to my home. Li Lachu waved his hand. No, I have not slept all night. In the overtime not heart attack also have to hard off. Zhang Huaijin laughed. Is it that serious? It's not a date with Chen Bishi, is it? Li Lachu shook his head. No. Zhang Huaijin was in hot pursuit. Who is that? Li Lachu was about to answer when his cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his cell phone and almost jumped out of his skin. The screen showed a video call request from Simone. Li Laqiu couldn't care less about Zhang Huaizhen, turned around and ran out. Hey, Li Laqiu! Zhang Huaizhen shouted behind him. Li Laqiu turned a deaf ear, while running and answering the phone. Simone's face appeared on the screen. Team Leader Li, my flight tonight lands at about 8 p.m. Come pick me up. Li Laqiu was so excited that he almost jumped up. Okay, I'll be there on time. He hung up the phone with a joyful smile on his face. Suddenly, he felt a coldness behind his back and turned around to see Zhang Huaizhen standing behind him with a gloomy face. Li Laqiu smiled awkwardly. Mr. Zhang, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he did not wait for Zhang Huaizhen's reply, and then ran away in a puff of smoke. Zhang Huaizhen looked at his back, gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. Li Laqiu ran all the way to the parking lot, sat in the car, and let out a long breath. He looks at the time. It's 6:30 a.m. *********. I have to have dinner with Yujik at 7 o'clock and pick up Simone at 8 o'clock. What are we going to do? Li Laqiu scratched his head and suddenly had a flash of insight. Hurry up and pull over to a drugstore on the side of the road. Once inside, it was a middle-aged woman. Li Laqiu looked around. See no men. A little suspicious. It's night. How women on duty to buy drugs. Li Laqiu didn't dare to close the door and slowly walked inside. The woman was a little blonde, but white, and wore a large, earth-colored, grainy gold chain around her not-so-long neck. What can I get for you, big brother? Or northeastern accent. More have to be more careful. Li Laqiu thought. Casually asked. Sister, I have serious constipation. There is no oral good medicine. The best immediate effect. Oh, corkscrew okay, that stuff doesn't hurt. Stick it in your asshole, irrigate your bowels and it comes out. Li Laqiu. Sis, my little brother's asshole is afraid of pain. You can have it orally. The woman smiled mysteriously. Older brother. Looking at your face of peach blossoms with eyelines. You are not an idle person. Playing quite discreetly. Li Laqiu. Sister, I'm in a hurry. The car is parked outside. Afraid to take pictures. You hurry. The woman bent over and handed over a box. 2 normal tablets of this will do. Double the heavy ones, but be careful of diarrhea. Li Laqiu didn't want to listen to him inking away. Just pay up and go. Older brother. Next time you come I'm here healthcare or big special. Into the cheap. Off. Li Laqiu got into the car. From the side door handle to draw a throwing stick. Pour out 6 tablets. Placed on the platform of the driver's side. Padded with a few sheets of paper. And began to grind with a throwing stick. In no time you get a small pile of white medicinal foam. Carefully put him in the paper. Folded it into a small paper bag and put it in his pocket. Sent a message to Yogi-ko. Just send me the address. I happen to be driving out. Soon. Yogi-ko's address was sent over. Li Laqiu took a look and cursed this for being a loser. Yuji-ko surprisingly chose an erotic suite in a couple's hotel. One night will have to 888 Although divorced, Li Laqiu also feel heartbroken. You're still paying out of pocket for the house payment, because the down payment was paid for by someone else. Yogi-ko. Thinking to myself that this is going to be really into herself. The two of them used to be on an a la carte basis. Yuji-ko said. Did not stay in school, just follow the learning of foreigners. The dog longhorns the whole point of foreign affairs. Loser, pulling your ass tonight. Chapter 35 Yuji-ko. Li Laqiu drove nonstop to the couple's hotel, mentally calculating how to drug Yuji-ko. His palms were slightly sweaty, and his knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel. First time I've done this and it's a bit of a blip. He took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. The night breeze brushed his cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness. Li Laqiu straightened his collar and stepped towards the hotel door. In the elevator, he watched the numbers jump from floor to floor, his heart beating faster. Finally, we've reached the designated floor. Li Laqiu stood in front of the door of the room, hesitated for a while, or raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock knock. The door quickly opened. Yuji-ko stood in the doorway, wearing a black lace halter nightgown, long legs hidden. Her long hair was slightly curled and fell around her shoulders, giving off a light scent. Come on? Yuji-ko smiled charmingly, with a bit of expectation in her eyes. Li Laqiu swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. Well, just arrived. He walked into the room and looked around. The room was softly lit, and several ambiguous paintings hung on the walls. A large bed occupied the center of the room, and the linens were a striking shade of crimson. Yuji-ko closed the door, gently walked behind Li Laqiu and put her hands on his shoulders. How is it? Do you like this room? Li Laqiu nodded stiffly. Quite good. Yuji-ko smiled, walked around in front of him and patted the spot next to the bed. Sit down. Li Lachu woodenly walked over and sat down. Feeling the softness of the mattress, Yujiku also sat down, their thighs almost pressed together. Do you miss me? Yuki asked softly as she moved closer to him. Her breath brushed against Li Lachu's ear, causing him to shiver. Li Lachu nodded stiffly. I want to. Yujika smiled in satisfaction. Then behave yourself. She stood up and walked gracefully to the minibar. Can I get you a drink? Li Lachu's eyes lit up and he saw an opportunity. Red wine. Yujika nodded and took out a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. She turned her back to Li Lachu and slowly opened the cork of the bottle. The cork popped out with a thud. Pillar, I've figured it out. I won't force you to remarry anymore. Let's be like this for now and wait until our feelings are repaired. Then we'll talk about it. How about that? When she finished, she turned and brought over the 2 glasses of wine that had been poured. Li Lachu reached out and took the cup, figuring out how to drug it. In a flash of inspiration, he stood up. Hey, an old married couple. What's the point of spending money to come here? It may also be secretly photographed. I'll check it out first. With that, he reached for his glass and began to look around the room. Take the time to walk to the curtains. Li Lachu lifted the curtains, got inside, and quickly poured the medicine from his pocket into a cup. Possessing a finger, he quickly stirred it a few times, until the medicinal foam melts. At this time, there came Yujika's magic-filled laughter. Ha ha, Pillar, you're really timid. Whose camera can still be installed behind the curtains? Come out quickly. Spring night. Li Lachu turned around and came out, smiling awkwardly. I'm not afraid of anything. Isn't this for your sake? Yujika took a sip of red wine and flirtatiously wriggled like a snake in heat. What? Suddenly so nice to me? Thinking of me where? Tell me? Li Lachu wanted to say chrysanthemum, but then looked at the smudge of red mark on her goblet. That's tantalizing. Let me just start with this drink. Saying this with infinite affection, he shoved his own glass into Yujika's other hand and took her glass with his other hand. Tonight, let's start with a toast. Yujiku, at this time has eyes lost, voice like clip sound. Pillar brother, good application. Watching Li Lachu wrap his lips around the wineglass from where his lipstick was imprinted, Yuki gasped more violently. Li Lachu slowly gave her a wink. Together, Yogiko snapped out of her hallucination in a hurry, her silver red nails pinching her wineglass, raising it up and clashing it with Li Lachu's glass. Come on, let's drink to our reunion, to the beauty of my heart. The two of them looked at each other fondly and finished their drinks. Ouch! Li Lachu watched Yujika drink the drugged wine and was secretly pleased with himself. The next step is to stall for time. Honey, take a shower. I'll be right in. Oh, nasty. I'll wash it myself. Yujika flavorfully walked into the bathroom. A few minutes passed, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary for Jurgenko. Li Lachu began to be a little nervous. Is it possible that the medicine did not work? Just then, Yujika's voice suddenly came from the bathroom. Li Lachu hurriedly walked to the door, pretended to be concerned and asked through the door. What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Yujika covered her stomach. It hurts a little. Li Lachu heart secretly happy, but on the surface of a worried face. Do you want to go to the hospital to see? Yogic shakes her head. No, it's probably. Li Lachu sighed. You say you, laying out for so long, why don't you remember your own day? There was a crackling sound in the bathroom. Soon after, Yujika shouted from the bathroom. Lachu, buy some anti-diarrhea medicine for me. So it's a tummy upset. Okay, I'll go downstairs and get it. Li Lachu answered, picked up his jacket and headed out. I'll be right back. He closed the door, let out a long breath, and walked quickly to the elevator. I'm sorry, Yogi, you just enjoy yourself here tonight. On the way, he called the door-to-door delivery of medication, reported Yujiku room number, and told him to send anti-diarrhea medicine immediately. Afterwards, he drove straight to the airport, thinking about how to deal with Simone. On the way, he kept checking his watch for fear of being late. Put all of Yogi Coco's contacts in a dark room for a while again. Finally, I arrived at the airport ahead of schedule. Looking at the time, it was just 7:45. Li Lachu sighed in relief, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the exit. He stood in the crowd, waiting anxiously. People were coming and going. The sound of suitcases rolling, people's conversations, and the beeping of the radio were all intertwined. Finally, he saw a tall, ethereal figure coming out of the exit. The two have met in the video, but haven't seen her full body. But intuition told herself that this head-on walk this model over was her. At this point, she was indistinguishable with her sunglasses and mask. She was dressed in a black professional suit, and her high heels made a clear sound on the floor. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her body golden ratio. Surprisingly, Chen Bishi has the same European and American tall and plump. It's definitely her. watching her walk rhythmically all the way, her peaks bouncing alternately. Li Lachu couldn't help but be infatuated. He felt his heart racing and his throat drying up. Simone walked up to him and said lightly, "Captain Li, long time no see." Li Lachu came back to his senses and hurriedly took her luggage. "Mr. C, you've worked hard." As they walked towards the parking lot, Li Lachu stole a few glances at Simone's side face. He noticed that there were some fine lines at the corners of Simone's eyes, but it didn't affect her beauty at all, but added a bit of mature flavor. When she got into the car, Simone took off her mask, revealing her high nose and the tip of her nose. Team Leader Li, I don't want to alarm anyone this time, including my niece, Chan Bishi. Li Luju was stunned. Huh? Why? Simone looked out of the window. With a hint of complexity in her tone, I came here this time mainly because I wanted to discuss with you some suggestions for the group's development. And by the way, talk about personal matters. Li Lachu almost didn't hold the steering wheel. Personal matters? Chapter 36, Once a Woman in Love. Simeone let out a soft laugh. What? Surprised? Li Lachu smiled awkwardly. No. It's just a bit sudden. Could it be that my previous love theory has impressed her? I heard Shinbishi say that she was married. Could it be that she's experiencing an emotional crisis? For a long time, the two did not speak. The atmosphere was a little awkward. It was Makoto who finally broke the awkwardness. Simeone was still wearing her sunglasses and had a cool look about her. At this time, she had already fastened her seatbelt and could only turn her head, looking straight at Li Lachu. Team Leader Li, in the last video? Li Lachu nervously swept a glance at the one beside him. The fragrant goose. The neck is white and long. The front breast is proud and straight. And the body is white. What is it if it is not a goose? Oh, you mean about feelings? Li Lachu leaned over as far as he could. I've been meaning to talk to you if you didn't. Li Lachu could see that Simone must have had the experience of a very deep relationship. Add to that the fact that he's divorced. And I guess he was once the infatuated woman. The one who got hurt. Well, you said that there is true love on earth. And I have come here to ask for advice. Simone spoke these words as if she had used a great deal of courage. Her voice was almost too small to hear. Oh, C always asks about that. Don't worry, we're all adults. We can talk openly and honestly. Li Lachu pretended to be somewhat caught off guard, pretending to be an experienced emotion teacher. Simeone sighed, I don't know if there really is one. That's why I wanted to hear your opinion. Li Lachu was silent for a while and said, I think, love is like a gamble. Simeone raised an eyebrow. Oh, how? Li Lachu explained. Because you never know what the outcome will be. You can win a big round of applause, or you can lose a big round of applause. Sometimes you think you've won, but you've lost everything. Simone pondered, interesting analogy. So, what do you think? Is it worth the gamble? Li Lachu laughed, it depends on each person's choice. Some people are willing to throw their weight around, while others prefer to be left alone. But I think, no matter what the result is, you should at least be brave enough to try. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Simeone nodded, you're right. Life is short. If you don't even dare to pursue love, what's the point? The two of them fell into silence. Li Lachu concentrated on driving. Simone looked out the window. At night, the lights of the city shone like stars in Simone's eyes. When they arrived at the hotel, Li helped Simone with her luggage. They were standing in the elevator, and there was a strange atmosphere in the air. Suddenly, Simone said, Team Leader Li, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to my room for a small meeting. Li Lachu froze for a moment, then nodded, okay, Mr. C. Watching Simone disappear into the elevator, Li Lachu let out a long breath. It seems that this Simone is a sensual woman who can't use a routine with a like Zheng Huaijin. She has to do it slowly. It's so damn tiring. This bit of luck value is so hard to come by. He pulled out his cell phone and turned off the do not disturb mode, found several missed calls. There's Zheng Huaijin's and Shan Bishi's, and some worry about Yujika's body. After all, he overdosed. Don't pull this old chrysanthemum out of the anus, so pull her off the blacklist. There was a flurry of messages bombarding them. Li Lachu shook his head with a bitter smile. This is going to be a busy time. He sat back in the car and looked out the window at the night scene with mixed feelings. Everything that had happened tonight played back in his mind like a movie. System. What kind of crap mission did you give me? Not only does it not solve the problem, but it's getting more and more troublesome. The system was silent for a while, before slowly saying, Host, this is life. Sometimes you think you're in control, but you're not. Li Lachu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Come on, don't do that. You're just looking at me like I'm hilarious. He started the car and drove home. Better go back to bed. Simone is also playing with her feelings. No, just forget it. It's too hard. He smiled bitterly to himself. Suddenly, the cell phone rang again. Li Lachu glanced at it, and it was Yu Ji Ku. He hesitated. but picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Yo? Yujika's voice came from the other end of the phone. With a hint of weakness and anger, Lee Lok-shu. You asshole. You drugged me, didn't you? Lee Lok-shu pretended to be surprised. What? How could I possibly drug you? Yujika gritted his teeth. Don't pretend. Who else could it be but you? I'm ting like I'm going to poop my guts out. Lee Lok-shu sighed. Mr. You, don't frame a good man. Didn't I ask someone to send you medicine? Yujika sneered. Where are you? Lee Lok-shu made up an excuse. You were like that, so I went home to sleep. Yujika scolded. Lee Lok-shu. You wait for me. This is not over. I swear, when I get well, I'll make sure you get a taste of this. After that, she hung up. Lee Lok-shu sighed in relief. Although there is no guilt, but the heart is still a little bit not to bear. I was nothing when. Are waiting to see my joke? At least Yuji Kutami still can. Just later single women are more right and wrong. And the leader of the eyebrow. I really do not want to be the king of the eight. Lee Lok-shu felt that even if the remarriage, after a while, with the kind of realistic and snobbish outlook on life of Yuji Ko, he will still play ambiguous with the leader and make things happen. Thinking about it is enough. Is it bad to be alone? I have a casual girlfriend and it's not a crime. He mumbled, and continued to drive home. On the way, he couldn't stop thinking about how he would face these women tomorrow. After arriving home, Lee Lok-shu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Just as Lee Lok-shu was about to fall asleep, his cell phone rang again. He picked up his cell phone in annoyance, and found that it was a text message. Captain Lee, don't forget to come to my room at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We have a lot to talk about. Simone. Lee Lok-shu looked at the message. Sick? Do I have to study psychiatry for this 280? System? I'm damn tired. Chen Bishi is a chick. I can't bear to do it. Simone talks about her feelings every day. Do I still have to make her fall in love with me? Lee Lok-shu asked into the air. The system was silent for a long time, before slowly saying, Host, life is an adventure. You can choose stability, or you can choose excitement. But whatever you choose, you have to take responsibility for your choice. Hearing this, Lee Lok-shu suddenly laughed. Good. Then let's take a risk. You gave me my life, so I'll just start over. The system seemed to be shocked by his words, and did not respond for half a day. Lee Lok-shu turned off his cell phone and closed his eyes. Chapter 37, Diarrhea. Early morning sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, and Lee Lok-shu was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door woke him up. Who is it? Lee Lok-shu shouted in a daze. Outside the door came Yujika's angry voice. Lee Lok-shu. You asshole. Open the door. Lee Lok-shu a jolt. Instantly awake, he scrambled to put on his pajamas and opened the door. Yujika rushed in. His face blew. You drugged me last night, didn't you? Lee Lok-shu pretended to be stupid. What drugging? What are you talking about? Yujijin pointed at Lee Lok-shu's nose. Gritted teeth, do not pretend. Who else but you? Lee Lok-shu spread his hands. I really don't know what you're talking about. Yujijin sneered. Ha, then you explain why I was in the toilet all night? Lee Lok-shu frowned. Maybe he ate a bad stomach. Yujijin laughed back in anger. Eat bad stomach? I'm telling you, my intestines are all pooped out right now. Lee Lok-shu scratched his head awkwardly. So, should we go to the hospital? Yujijin glared at Lee Lok-shu. You still have the face to say that. Do you know how I spent last night? Lee Lok-shu lowered his head. I really don't know. Yujijin snorted coldly. Of course you don't know. You ran away long ago. Lee Lok-shu defense. I did not go to buy medicine for you? Yujijin sneered. Buying medicine? Why don't you say you went to the moon? Lee Lok-shu was helpless. I really went to buy medicine. It's just. Yogi Jen interrupts him. Just what? Just stopped by for a date? Lee Lok-shu averted his eyes sheepishly. No, don't talk nonsense. Yujijin sneered. Lee Lok-shu. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Lee Lok-shu looked at his watch and thought that he had to get out quickly. He pretended to be surprised. Oops, it's this time of the day. I have to rush to the office. Yujijin stopped him. Don't you try to run. Lee Lok-shu in a hurry. Mister. You, or so, I invite you to dinner at night to make amends. Okay? Yujijin looked at him suspiciously. Are you serious? Lee Lok-shu nodded his head. Really, I swear. Yujijin reluctantly agreed. Okay, then you don't want to run away at night. Lee Lok-shu sighed with relief and hurriedly packed his things to go out. As he drove, he thought about how to deal with today's situation. Suddenly, he had an idea and sent a message to Zhang Huaijin. Mr. Zhang, I'm not feeling well today. I may have to go to the hospital for a checkup, so I'll take a vacation. After sending the message, Lee Lok-shu went straight to the Tianqing Hotel. Passing by the morning market, he bought hot soy milk and crab buns. Women like to drink soy milk. It's good for the skin, Lee Lok-shu said to himself. When he arrived at the hotel, Li Lachu looked at his watch and saw that it was only 8:30. He hesitated, but decided to go straight upstairs. After knocking on the door, Simeone opened it with a surprised look on her face. She was wearing a knee-length t-shirt and her hair was a little disheveled, obviously having just gotten out of bed. Li Lachu handed over breakfast. Mr. C, I bought you breakfast. Simone froze for a few seconds and took the breakfast. Thanks. How did you know I like soy milk? Li Lachu smiled. Guess. Simone invited Li Lachu into the house and began to eat her breakfast. Li Lachu sneaked a few glances. Found Simone inside seems to vacuum. Cannot help but heartbeat accelerated. After breakfast, Simone wiped her mouth. Team leaderly, I have an idea. Li Lachu asked nervously. What idea? Simone said. I want to go on a trip. You go with me. Li Lachu was surprised. Now? Simone nodded her head. It's not far to Ante. H in Province A. Li Lachu hesitated, but the company. Simeone interrupted. Don't worry, I've already arranged it. Li Lachu had no choice but to agree. The two of them packed up and drove off. On the way, Li Lachu asks for leave from work, but is denounced by Zhang Huizhen and Yu Jiku. Zhang Huizhen can be under the main pigtail, said Yu General and sent the task. You're not doing it. You have to report to the group to deal with you. Yukik was more direct. Li Lachu, I know there's nothing wrong with you. You're still maliciously absent from work. I'm going to deal with you. Simone was silently on the sidelines with her tablet open taking care of daily business. Laughing, he said, You're in such a tight spot with the two top guys? I have heard that you used to be very close to them. Words have meaning. Li Lachu hurriedly sighed. I'm not hiding from Mr. C. I've been doing this for so many years, and I'm also walking on thin ice, and my interpersonal relationships naturally go well. As if she hadn't heard, Simone silently tapped her tablet and stopped talking. Li Lachu also knew better than to disturb her. Yu Jiku was like crazy, constantly sending messages, all kinds of bullying and intimidation. Li Lachu had no choice but to turn off the phone, focus on driving, playing nice music, no words all the way. As night fell, Li Lachu and Simone finally arrived at the foot of Mte. The headlights lit up the mountain road, and it was pitch black all around. Li Lachu looked at his watch. It was almost 8 p.m. Mr. C, it's too late to climb the mountain. I'll go to a nearby inn. Li Lachu said to get off. Simone, however, pulled his arm. Wait, since we're traveling, we have to live like we're in the wild. Li Luizhu was stunned. Huh? Living in the wild? Smyrna smiled mysteriously. I brought full wilderness gear, including a tent. Why don't you sleep in the tent with me? I can't do it alone. I'm scared. Li Lachu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His brain buzzed, accompanying. Sleeping in the tent? Simeone nodded. Yeah. Is there a problem? Li Lachu quickly shook his head. No problem. No problem. I listened to Mr. C. The two men got out of the car and started setting up a tent on the side of the road. Li Liuzhu did the heavy lifting, such as nailing, while Simone made the beds in the tents. Under the moonlight, Li Lachu sneaked a glance at the busy figure of Simone. The heart is happy. Suddenly, he realized a startling fact. It was a two-person tent, and the sleeping bags were also for two singles. She has prepared for this? Li Lachu thought in his heart, and couldn't help but get a little excited. When the tent was set up, the two men went inside. In the small space, Li Lachu could smell the faint perfume on Simone's body. Simone wasn't at all bashful as she took off her jacket and got into her sleeping bag in her bumpy, tight underwear. Mr. C, look, the stars outside the window are so beautiful. Li Lachu pointed at the transparent window on the top of the tent, looking for words. Without saying something, Li Lachu felt like his tent was about to explode. Simeone lay down and looked at the stars. Yeah, it's beautiful. The two of them just lay side by side, quietly looking at the starry sky. Li Lachu felt like his heartbeat was loud enough to be heard. After a while, Simone suddenly spoke. Team leaderly, are you curious as to how I trust you so much? And even slept together. Chapter 38. It was just that I was already lost at that time. Li Lachu was stunned. Nothing can be hidden from the eyes of the leader. The leader is really planning. Simeone interrupted her with a smile. Amiable as a wife. Come on, don't be poor. The fact that a man has thoughts about seeing me means he's a normal man. That's why I rarely give them a chance. And you're different. I've also been conflicted for a long time. I don't know whether I should or shouldn't say it. I hope the following words can only be known by the two of us. Not even Tiandi and Shen Bishi. Can you guarantee it? This will be done. I promise. Li Lachu took a look and got closer to 280. Simeone handed over her cell phone, the screen displaying a picture of a man. At the same time, he said softly, You're a lot like him in a lot of ways, aren't you? He is my first love named Li Wenhan, said sighing. The breakfast you bought me this morning was exactly the same as the one he bought me. Li Lok-ju heart thumped. Do not know what to say. He didn't interrupt, quietly being a listener. Simone continued. That's why I suddenly wanted to climb the mountain. He and I used to come here when we were in college. Li Lok-ju held his breath and continued to listen. We watched the sunrise together, made love vows at the top of a mountain, and still there. The first time we kissed, Simone looked at the night sky with empty eyes, her voice carrying a sheepish longing. Li Lok-ju felt like his heart was about to stop. He didn't know what to say, but remained silent. Simone turned her head and looked at Li Lok-ju. You know what? When I saw you, I had a strange feeling. Li Lok-ju gulped. What does it feel like? Simeone said softly. It's like fated. He came back to me. Li Lok-ju felt like his brain was about to explode. He had a vague feeling that the man reckoned Ga, but that's not going to happen anymore. He fell right at the top of this hill. When Li Lok-ju heard this, he was covered in cold sweat. I chow. Sure enough, this horse still wants to sleep at the foot of the mountain at night? If I could sleep, I'd be a prime minister's father, and my heart could fit an aircraft carrier. Suddenly, Li Lok-ju remembered the information that Chin Bishi had said that Simone was divorced. The heart was alerted. Could it be that Simeone was a widow? I only heard Simone leisurely say, One Han, is that you back? Li Lok-ju sucked in a breath of cool air, not even daring to look around. Psychological help system. Brother Unity save me. System, now you remember me? Don't say I'm the eliminated version anymore. What to do? I'm creeped out. System, this is the best opportunity for 280. What are you hesitating for? But I can't bear to do it. I'm just a substitute. It's not right to be so trippy. It will be scolded by the readers. At that moment, Simone had raised her head and bent down to Li Lok-ju. Their faces were getting closer and closer, and Li Lok-ju could feel Simone's breathing. And Li Lok-ju was so nervous he was about to wince. Just when he thought something was going to happen, Simeone suddenly smiled. Team Leader Li, what are you so nervous about? I'm just chatting with you. Li Lok-ju smiled awkwardly. No, didn't get nervous. Simone turned around, her back facing Li Lok-ju. Alright, go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow to see the sunrise. Li Lok-ju was relieved, but at the same time a little lost. He looked at Simone's back and sighed slightly. Can this situation be turned into a memory? It's just that I was already lost at that time. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt Simone beside him suddenly freeze. Li Lok-ju came back to reality from his inspiration, and he suddenly realized that Simone was staring at him with an incredulous look. You, what did you just say? Simeone's voice trembled a little. Li Lok-ju froze. I just recited a poem. Simone's eyes lit up. Good poem. A few more lines to enlighten me. Li Lok-ju was surprised by her sudden enthusiasm. Do not know where the inspiration continues to burst. It's hard to say goodbye when you see each other. The east wind is powerless and hundreds of flowers are left in ruins. The sky is long and the earth is long. But this hatred has no expiration date. Last year at this door, the peach blossoms were red in color. I don't know where my face has gone, but the peach blossoms are still smiling in spring. If love lasts forever, does it not last forever and ever? In the grass and the smoke. Who can say nothing about the meaning of the appendices? 10 years of life and death have been lost in a blur, and it is hard to forget without thinking about it. There's no place to talk about the bleakness of 1,000 lonely graves. Even if we meet each other, we should not recognize each other. But our faces are covered with dust, and our temples are as frosty as ever. Li Zuozhu finished reading in one breath, secretly pleased with himself. Thanks to the education of my country, I was forced to memorize ancient poems from elementary school. Some kids can't even find their homes, and one can recite dozens of songs with a shake of the head. I don't know what it means when I ask. Luckily, he had memorized these poems in high school and knew the meaning of the poems. I didn't realize it would come in handy today. Just as he was about to continue showing off, he suddenly felt a soft body jump into his arms. Li Lok-ju looked down, only to see Simone has cried into tears. She cried and kissed Li Lok-ju. Her voice choked. One Han, it's you who came back, isn't it? I know it's you. You love to write poems. Li Lok-ju immediately covered in cold sweat, brain buzzing. Holy, how could this happen? He was frozen in place, not daring to move for fear that he would be taken for a ghost if he wasn't careful. Simone hugged him tightly, tears soaking his lapels. Li Lok-ju felt the warm and soft body in his arms, but his heart panicked a lot. System, system, you pit me, he shouted madly in his heart. System, host, isn't this what you wanted? 280 points of luck is right around the corner. Li Lok-ju was in tears. I want to be lucky, but I don't want to be a double to take advantage of people's danger. System, what do you want? Li Lok-ju gritted his teeth. I want to be myself. System, then be yourself. Who's stopping you? Li Lok-ju was speechless, but but she thinks of me as her dead first love. System, that's her problem, not yours. You just have to do your own thing. Lee Lokju was awakened by the system's words, took a deep breath, and gently pushed Simone away. Mr. C, calm down. I'm not Lee Wonhan, I'm Lee Lokju. Simone froze and looked at Lee Lokju with tearful eyes. You're not Wonhan? Lee Lokju shook his head. No, I just happen to like poetry too. Simone stared blankly at Lee Lokju, as if she hadn't gotten over the emotions she had just felt. Lee Lok Column sighed, said softly, Secretary, I understand your feelings. However, the dead are gone. The living are like this. We cannot live in the past. To look forward. Smyrna lowered her head, her shoulders shaking slightly. Lee Lokju hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and gently patted her back. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Simone raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm sorry. I was out of line. Lee Lokju smiled. It's okay. I understand. The two were silent for a while, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lee Lokju cleared his throat. Why don't we talk about something else? Simone wiped her tears and nodded. Sure. What do you want to talk about? Lee Lokju thought for a moment and said, how about you tell me the story of you and Lee Wonhan. Chapter 39, Beginning of the Climb. Simone froze for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile. You really want to hear it? Lee Lokju nodded his head. Someone so much like me. I'm really curious what he's like. Simone took a deep breath and began to tell the story of her and Wenham. Turns out they went to college together and fell in love at first sight. Wenham is a talented poet, and Smyrna is a lover of literature. The two were like-minded and soon fell in love. They read together, wrote poems together, and thought about the future together. Back then, they thought love could conquer all. Until that hike. Simone's voice choked up as she said, that day, we were watching the sunrise from the top of a mountain. Wonhan suddenly got down on one knee and proposed to me. I was so excited that I couldn't stand still. Lee Lokju's heart sank, vaguely guessed the end. Simone continued. Wonhan tried to save me, but he fell. When he heard this, his heart ached for a while. He looked at Simone's teary-eyed appearance, and suddenly had an impulse to hug her, but he held his tongue and just whispered, I'm sorry for your loss. Simone wiped her tears and smiled reluctantly. It's okay. It's been so many years. It's just that today. Maybe it's because this place brings back memories. Lee Lokju nodded. I understand. People will have sad times. The key is to learn to let go. Simone looked at Lee Lokju. A strange light flashed in her eyes. You're right. In fact, I brought you here today because I want to give myself closure. Lee Lokju froze. What do you mean? Simeone took a deep breath. I want to start over. Lee Lokju felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate. He looked into Smyrna's eyes, and something seemed to flicker in them. Mr. Secretary, what do you mean? Simone suddenly approached Lee Lokju and whispered in his ear. Just call me Simone from now on. Lee Lokju trembled, feeling his ears burning. He stammered. Myrni. Simone laughed softly and retreated to her original position. Well, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. After saying that, she turned around and lay down with her back to Lee Lokju. Lee Lokju lying frozen in the sleeping bag. The tent is set up. This is the end of the work? Now a wave of conflict fills the mind. On the one hand, he felt sorry for what had happened to Smyrna. On the other hand, he was excited about his soon-to-be lucky value. It's not that easy to say you're done with the past, not to mention finding someone so similar. Lee Lokju lay down and looked at the starry sky on top of the tent. He remembered the poem. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its fullness. Maybe that's life. With this thought, Lee Lokju slowly closed his eyes. Tomorrow, it will be a brand new day. Early the next morning, Lee Lokju was the first to wake up, go out to wash and put water. Simone, meanwhile, took the opportunity to change into a sexy hiking outfit. Perhaps it was her body type, but her otherwise loose hiking clothes were lifted up on her. Lee Lokju looked dumbfounded, thinking that this which is to climb the mountain, is clearly to take pictures. Simone had planned well for a long time and surprisingly took out instant noodles and bread and ham type of food. Lock up and go boil some water. The relationship between the two skyrocketed, and Simone didn't even call team leader Lee anymore. There's a gas stove in the trunk of the car. So, Lee Lokju in no time lighted the fire, put on the pot, 2 into 3 bottles of water. Many of the mushrooms here are edible. I'll go pick some. Locked. Forget it, just eat some of these in case you get poisoned. Lee Lokju readily agreed, and in a short while 2 buckets of noodles were ready. Here, eat it while it's hot, to take the chill off. The two of them eat. Simone also lost the posture of the group boss, the two face to face, looking at each other to eat. Finally, the two stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the top. Mooney, I should have watched the sunrise with you. No, I said I'd forget the past. so the mountain isn't going to be climbed. Let's go somewhere else to play. Lee Loksu's heart warmed. Now that I'm here, let's board at once. As a perfect goodbye to the past, Simone's big, beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Okay, I'm going to challenge the heart knot. At 9 a.m., the two of them started hiking. The line, with its many hikers, looked strangely at Simeone. Maybe it's because she's so wowed by her body, and many more to hit on. Simeone all but coldly rebuffed it, and the whole time walking with Lee Lockjaw. Mani, you said you're so pulled together with your sunglasses. How do you work at the company? Are there extraordinarily many suitors? Looking at the picturesque scenery along the way, Lee Loksu's heart is on the 280 around him. Wanting her to be willing doesn't seem so hard. Almost halfway up the mountain at this point, the green mountains, green water, birds and flowers everywhere. Simone felt relaxed and happy. She stood down and answered Lee Lockjaw's words. That goes without saying. I was annoyed to death, so I went to a disciplinary department, so that whoever I look for, should be afraid. My family is the major shareholder of the group. Chen Bishi's father is the president of the group, and also serves as the vice chairman of the board of directors. So in the group, no one dares to harass me. Said took out the waste of the water bottle, gently dipped the mouth. Mountaineering, remember to binge drinking. Otherwise, as soon as you sweat, it can lead to electrolyte imbalance and severe physical strain. With these words, Lee Lokju knew a lot of information. In his heart, he was even more glad that he hadn't gotten his hands on Chen Bishi. That's $1,000 princess from a top mansion. Simone walked in front of her, her back shapely. Lee Lokju couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and secretly grumbled in his heart. It's not a trip, it's just a vacation. At noon, the two rested in a pavilion on the mountainside. Simone took out a piece of energy bar and handed it to Lee Lokju. Refill it, it's only halfway there. Lee Lokju took the food, accidentally touched Simone's hand, and his heart trembled. Simeone didn't seem to notice. Enjoying the scenery, Lee Lokju secretly looked at Simone's side face, thinking that this woman is really a mystery. He was a little disheartened, even though the two had only been in contact for 2 days, and Itote himself wanted to know if the interview went through. Mr. C, I actually envy you. Lee Lokju used a roundabout strategy, not talking directly about her heart. Simone turned her head, a little curious. Oh, what do you envy me for? Pretty? Oh, pretty, that's for sure. I'm a guy. It's useless to envy. What I envy is your spontaneity. Being alone is actually quite good. Lee Lokju was testing if she still meant to find a partner. If not, you can do it yourself. If there is, then we'll figure it out. There was no way he could be her mate anyway. He was on cloud 9 with people. She also talks about getting over her first love and starting over. Then the first one himself would be dropped by Pa. Yes, it's so easy to be alone. I've thought about it. I'm going to end the past today, not dwell on it anymore, and face life alone and honestly. Chapter 40, Capturing Simone's Heart. Lee Loksu's heart rejoiced. It looks like she wants to travel 1,000 miles. This is a good opportunity. So dashing his hair against the mountain breeze at her side, well, I agree with you. Simeone wore sunglasses and couldn't see a thing. She tilted her head and looked at Lee Lokju curiously. Oh? I'm getting more and more curious about you. You're really different from other men. Other men try every possible way to flatter me and try to get me. But you're good, advising me to live my life alone. Don't you want to come together with me? Put. Lee Lokju spat. Pull back. I know how much I weigh. Don't tease me. Simeone didn't answer, just continued to enjoy the scenery. Lee Lokju's heart more confused, but also not good to ask more questions. In the afternoon, the two men continued to climb. Simeone seemed to be losing some of her strength and began to stagger. Lee Lokju rushed forward to help her. Mr. C, do you want to take a rest? Simone shook her head. It's okay, I can do it. Lee Lokju hesitated and said, why don't? I'll carry you on my back? Simeone looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? Lee Lokju nodded. I'm strong. No problem. Since his own unlimited hours, the two waists were like being replaced with a nuclear reactor, with an endless amount of energy. Simeone hesitated, but finally agreed. Lee Lokju crouched down, Simone lying on his back. Lee Lokju felt Simone's soft body. Heartbeat accelerated. He took a deep breath and began to climb. Simeone whispered in his ear. Thank you, lockdown. Lee Lokju felt his ears burning. No, you're welcome. The two traveled on like this, and finally reached the top of the mountain. The sun was setting, and the whole valley was enveloped in a golden glow. Simone stood at the edge of the cliff, her long hair blown by the wind, just like a fairy. Lee Lokju was dumbfounded, thinking that this was a moment to be remembered forever. Simone turned to Lee Lokju and said, thank you for coming with me. Lee Lokju smiled. I should. Simone suddenly asked, Do you believe in fate? Li Laqiu froze for a moment. Fate? What do you mean? Simone looked into the distance. Sometimes, the meeting between people is like destiny. Well, you're right. Li Laqiu look around. No one. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Tonight is estimated to sleep on the mountain. What a wonderful opportunity to score points. Simeone continued. I think that our meeting may be a kind of fate. What do you mean? Li Laqiu secretly thought. It can't be that he's in love with me. The setting sun's rays were casting a golden color on the top of the mountain. Li Laqiu looked at Simone's side face. Heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. He took a deep breath and turned his head to look at the mountains, as if he wanted to suck this mountain full of scenery into his lungs, and then slowly spat out a sentence. If life is only like the first time you see it, what is the matter with the sad autumn wind and the painting fan? This poem was also made subconsciously by Li Laqiu, who felt that this was true in this situation. How nice it would be if you weren't a stand-in. A faint hint of melancholy, a hint of inexplicable regret, but more like a deep feeling of desire. These few simple words expressed his feelings at this moment better than 1,000 words. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was obvious that he felt the petite body of Simone beside him tremble. She turned her head, a hint of doubt, a hint of searching in her gaze. Good poem. So sorry to see it only as it was. She mumbled and chattered. Can you be more specific? Li Laqiu gently shook his head, gazing into the distance, as if caught in memories. How nice it was to see you for the first time. There was no barrier between you and me. No difference in status. Only the purest appreciation and good feelings. At that time, you were so dazzling, so charming, like the stars in the sky, unattainable, but also fascinating. And I, silently watching you, do not dare to approach. Do not dare to hope. That kind of feeling, very beautiful and pure, just like the setting sun on this mountaintop, intoxicating and lingering. He paused, then turned his gaze back to Simone, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. But I know that time can't be turned back, and life can't be just like the first time we saw each other. I hope that in the days to come, we can be like we are now, climbing mountains together, watching the sunset together, and sharing each other's joys and sorrows together. Even if we can't go back to the first sight, I hope that we can always keep this first heart and cherish this destiny forever. The mountain wind blew gently, lifting Simone's hair and fluttering it in the air. Her eyes were mesmerized. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her body involuntarily moved closer to Li Laqiu. The distance between the two grew closer. Li Laqiu took an involuntary step forward. Mr. C. Li Laqiu called out softly. Simone raised her jaw, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Her voice as thin as silk. Call me Simone. Li Laqiu felt like his heart was about to stop. Simone's face looked softer in the moonlight. She slowly approached Li Laqiu, her breath intertwined. Li Laqiu can smell the faint perfume on her body, mixed with the fresh air of the mountains. Their eyes met in the air, as if an electric current had passed through them. Simone gently closed her eyes. Li Laqiu subconsciously lowered her head. The two soft lips touched each other, and time seemed to stand still in this moment. Li Laqiu felt that his mind was blank. Only the warm and soft body in his arms remained. Smyrna's arms went around his neck, deepening the kiss. The wind was blowing and the leaves were rustling as if to accompany the moment. I don't know how long it took for the two of them to part. Simone's cheeks were flushed, and there was moisture in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Simone's heart and gaining 280 lucky points. The system's beep sounded in Li Laqiu's head. Li Laqiu heart ecstasy, but on the surface still have to pretend to be affectionate appearance. Mooney, he murmured softly. Simone leaned into his arms and said softly, Lockjaw, thank you. Li Laqiu hugged her, heart happy, although it didn't go any further. 280 points of lucky value had already arrived, so this wave wasn't a loss. As the sky darkens, the temperature at the top of the mountain begins to drop. Simone shivered. Li Laqiu hurriedly took off his coat and draped it over her. Let's find a place to camp, Li Laqiu proposed. Simeone nodded and took his hand. The two held hands as they searched for a suitable campsite at the top of the hill. Laughter was heard in the distance, but it turned out to be a group of donkeys camping. The bonfires reddened the night sky and illuminated the happy faces. Hey, this way, a donkey waved at them. Li Laqiu looked to Simone, who nodded and put on the mask. The two approached the campfire, only to find that Simeone had let go of his hand. Chapter 41, Too Much Excitement. There were 8 people sitting around the campfire, all of them seemingly successful. Come, sit together. A middle-aged man wearing glasses greeted warmly. Li Laqiu unloaded his huge backpack and sat down with Simone by the campfire, the light of the fire reflecting on everyone's faces. My name is Wang Hai. I'm in foreign trade. These are my friends. Let's get to know each other. The man with glasses introduced. People introduced themselves. Lawyers, doctors, bosses. all walks of life. When it was Simone's turn, she said lightly, "My name is C. I'm an executive of a company. And this is my subordinate, Lee Lakshu." Lee Lakshu heart thumped. Feel the warmth just now as if a dream. The campfire crackled and sparked, illuminating Lee Lakshu's slightly lost face. "So it's up and down. I thought it was a couple," a female donkey said with a smile. Simeone didn't deny it or admit it, just smiled slightly. Lee Lakshu sighed in his heart. It seems that he is still a substitute. However, on second thought, 280 points of lucky value had already been received, so it wasn't a loss. Forget it. Now that it's over 300 lucky values, it's better to think about which skill card to unlock. And this high-strung female boss doesn't need to lick it so much. Just go with the flow. Brother Unity, I've reached 300 plus. No surprises? System, yes. Congratulations to the host on his pride strengthening. That's it? I wouldn't have been a wimp. System, this time it's different. You won't have a dog-licking mentality. What? How am I going to get lucky again then? System, it's up to you. Everything is so easy. What else do you need to eat and go to work for? Lee Lakshu. Lee Lakshu thought that the system might be a female system. Was it the arrival of the physiological period? Never mind. Let's just mingle with the donkeys in front of us. Between the jokes and the jokes, both sides had become familiar with each other. Once you hear that the opposite side of the room is full of big brother elites, many people also saw the unusual nature of their relationship, but looked the other way. Those who are in the workplace understand this all too well. People talk without mentioning sensitive identities, jobs, just talk about life, the wind and the moon. Men and women are not shy about meat and vegetables either. One Hai seems to be the organizer. He smiles brightly and says, "The starry sky is so beautiful tonight. It feels especially suitable to talk about something romantic. Let's all share our heartfelt moments when we felt love for the first time." A middle-aged man wearing glasses was the first to chime in. My first love was in high school. When I saw her smile, my heart felt like it was electrified. As soon as the conversation opened up, one by one they immediately began to join in the discussion like a drumbeat. In the crackling firelight, a story takes its turn. My first heartbreak was in college. I had a crush on a senior for a long time until one day he helped me find the book I had been unable to find in the library. My story is a bit cheesy. It's about a rainy day when my coworker didn't have an umbrella, so I heroically saved the day. And then we got together. Wang Hai suddenly changed his mind. Wow, it all sounds very romantic. So let's talk more about what qualities you guys think an ideal partner should have. I think the most important thing is honesty and a sense of humor. And life won't be boring with someone who is honest and has a sense of humor. I agree. Also, responsibility is important to feel at ease. I think it's mutual respect and understanding. When two people are together, it's inevitable that they will have disagreements. But if they can respect and understand each other, the relationship will last. Yes, yes, yes. And common goals and interests so that life has a common language. Watching everyone chatting so happily, Lee Lakshu secretly glanced at Simone beside him. Oh, just now in deep passionate kiss it. This will be divided clearly. Really woman heart ah. Lee Lakshu sighed with a hint of regret. Such a beautiful woman. Her own strong points she didn't appreciate. Or maybe if you leave here, you won't get another chance. With the system's pride added, Lee Lakshu's idea of begging for sex like a dog in heat faded a lot. Instead, it's trying to pull out in time. You take me as a substitute? I'll give you no chance to forget each other from now on. Lee Lakshu decided that Simone would say bye-bye to her if she remained in this same old state. Simone also seemed to be looking at Lee Lakshu with her afterglow. She might be having a thought struggle as well. This Lee Lakshu couldn't see it. And those don't matter anyway. You treat me like, I'll change. At that moment came Wang Hai's cheerful voice. Sounds like everyone has a great idea. So let's switch to something lighter. Anyone want to share a love story they've met or heard about while traveling? Immediately everyone started talking freely. I met an old couple in my travels who told me they had been married for 50 years and were still as sweet as their first love. It was really touching. When I was traveling abroad, I met a pair of cross-country lovers whose cultures are very different, but their love story made me believe that true love knows no boundaries. At this time a female donkey asked Lee Lakshu flirtatiously, "Hey, handsome, why are you two so bored? Tell us about it too." Lee Lakshu is like this. Everywhere he goes, he has a woman's touch. Wang Hai laughed. Our lawyer Zhao, but easily do not point the general, has been very high and cold. Brotherly seems to have won the lottery. Ha ha, congratulations. Lee Lakshu smiled awkwardly, and his afterglow looked at Simone on the side. Seeing that she was ancient and had no intention of being jealous at all. Good thing too. You and I are up and down. It just makes sense for me to get into someone else's tent tonight. So joining the discussion, he went out with a bang. Don't you guys want to hear the gossip? I'll satisfy you. Once I traveled to the Salt Lake in the Northwest. It's a holy place. Spotless, I thought all the people who went there were people with a quiet heart. I met two middle-aged couples who were also successful in their careers. I envied them. They were lovingly glued to each other like high school students in their first love. However, one night I found out that the man ran out in the middle of the night and rolled with a young girl in his group. He rolled with a young girl from his group. He continued to show love to his wife during the day. I wondered. And one day I asked him jokingly. Guess what he said? This whetted everyone's appetite. Even Simeone looked to herself. Wang Hai and Lawyer Zhao both asked eagerly. Tell me quickly. He said. Not to hide from you, brother. That woman is not my random chance encounter. That is my lover. Together for more than a year. I travel with my wife. She followed in the capacity of not recognizing, watching me during the day and my wife to show love. At night, she is just to make hard to punish me, and I also have to buy things for her. Desperate to spend money. This stimulation, you cannot think of it. I said that you are really powerful. Ha, and that's how it's played? It's so damn exciting. And then what happened? Chapter 42, Mo Tranquility. Li Lakshu continued to sell, sipping tea, half a day without saying anything. Hey, brother Li, come on. What happened afterward? I think there's still a big melon. Lawyer Zhao laughed glowingly. Ha ha, it's not possible that Brother Li took advantage of the fire and took down his mistress. Ha ha, Li Lak Kalam shook his head and continued. Then one day, his wife hit a valuable necklace. Junior also hit. The man had no choice but to buy one for Junior. After a few days, the wife did not bring the little three to bring. Then you know the answer. The three men fought into a pot of porridge. Ha ha, deserved. Woe to women. At these words, Simone and Lawyer Zhao were visibly displeased. Li Lakshu's smile also froze, and he hurriedly retracted the topic. That, and you're all successful people. You wouldn't do this, would you? Lawyer Zhao's name was Zhao Heron, and the system didn't have a hint for her, so Li Lakshu wasn't interested in her either. However, she followed Li Lakshu sentence by sentence to pick up the conversation. Brother Li, your experience is wonderful. I see that you are also someone with a story. Why don't we add a VX to talk to each other? Simone grunted softly at those words. Li Lakshu, who was closest to her, heard her clearly, but didn't care. You and I are just up and down. You don't care about my private life, do you? So with a smile, he walked over. It was only right for a man to make some gestures, to take the initiative. The two of them exchanged VXs, and Wang Hai was coaxing from the sidelines. Brother Li, you're blessed with lust. My big sister Zhao. That's something that ordinary people can't get their eyes on. Li Lakshu took a look at the name. Very orthodox is her real name. I think this person is indeed very serious. Works Microsoft and friends together. This person is not bad to the point. More friends, more road. Li Lakshu did not take it to heart. Returning to Simone's side, it was obvious that Simone was a few degrees colder. She cocked her head to the side and took a healed branch and scribbled back and forth on the ground, sometimes poking the ground a few times as hard as she could. Li Lakshu smiled. Mister, see, you're hungry. The words were spoken so softly that they were heard all around at once. So Wang Hai initiated. Everyone bring out the good food and talk together while eating. So everyone went through their backpacks and pulled out food of all colors. They also exchanged with each other and have a good time. When Li Lakshu came, he also made preparations in this regard and purchased a lot of food in the supermarket. He graciously stood up and picked up the extra food to share with the group. A special box of canned goods was sent to Zhao Heron. Women can't carry much food with them because they can't carry gravity. Zhao Heron thanked Li Lakshu gratefully. Lakshu, I don't have anything to change with you here. Li Lakshu smiled. It's okay, go back and treat me to a big meal. Ha, no problem. Just then, another man came from afar. Everyone raised their eyes. Wow, what a tall guy. Wang Hai said. I'm guessing it's a female, with a single thin figure. Soon, a voice came from far away. Excuse me, may I join you? Li Lakshu is beside Wang Hai, who has brought a few bottles of erguotu. Li Lakshu took the bottle and stood to take a sip. Turning his head at the sound of the voice, he couldn't help but see a bright light. The visitor was a young woman, dressed in stylish hiking clothes and tall. Under the firelight, her face was delicate and beautiful, and her smile was bright. Ding! Mo Tranquility. 27 years old. Professional model / dance teacher. Lucky 200. She's interested in the host. The system's beep sounded in Li Lakshu's head. Mo Tranquility naturally walked to Li Lakshu's side, exuding a light fragrance. My name is Mo Tranquility, a model, out for a break. She introduced herself with a smile. The crowd became interested and talked to her. Li found Mo Tranquility to be a funny, humorous and well-spoken man. It was even more generous and decent, and it instantly increased a lot of good feelings in my heart. This person is so lucky and cheerful. Li Lakshu secretly locked his target. Back to Simone, who was wearing a mask and is high on not eating, just coldly watching the group perform. Mr. Secretary, don't you want some? Li Lachu brought a lot of changed back food in front of him, clapping his hands and casually looking at Simone. Simone seemed much happier. Her eyebrows stretched and her eyes curved into crescent moons. It's like a kid waiting for a parent to drop off his lunch. Suddenly, her glasses were back in place. The brows knit together again. Look at the back of Li Lachu. Li Lachu also felt the back. The rustling sound of walking followed. When he turned around, he saw that it was the new model, Mo Tranquility. She smiled and came closer. Can I sit here? Sure. Li Lachu hurriedly stood up. Need help? Mo Tranquility was also carrying a large backpack. Okay, thanks. Li Lachu helped her unload her backpack and suddenly smelled the faint fragrance of her body. It's not the smell of perfume by any means. Climbers don't smell like perfume. They smell like sweat. This woman's physique is so special that she even sends out fragrant sweat. Mo Tranquility just sat on the other side of Li Lachu and joined the camp of eating together. She was modeling to stay in shape, so she only brought some beef jerky and chicken breasts. Li Lachu gave her another bottle of water. Thanks. Without realizing it, they talked about everything from work to life. Off to the side, Simeone had taken off her mask and started eating, experiencing everyone at once. Her looks are number one here now. Even Zhao Herong and Mo Tranquility looked at it a few more times. Several male donkeys tried to ask for some contact information, all of which were politely rejected by Simone. Mo Tranquility sipped her water and asked Li Lachu curiously, "You and Mr. C are really good up and down." Mo Tranquility suddenly said. Li Lachu was stunned. Huh? Why do you say that? Mo Tranquility blinked. It's not easy for single men and women to get along like this. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to resist. Li Lachu almost choked on his saliva. Ahem. What are you talking about? Mo Tranquility smiled even more broadly. What? Did I say something wrong? Li Lachu stole a glance at Simone, and found her face gloomy. That. We are just ordinary co-workers. Li Lachu hurriedly explained. Mo Tranquility gave him a meaningful look. Really? That's great. Li Lachu felt a chill on his back and hurriedly changed the topic. But Mo Tranquility seemed to be particularly interested in him, and kept looking for something to talk about. The two quickly added VX. Ha ha, that's a funny name you have. A lock for life. Mo Tranquility covered her mouth and snickered. Li Lachu looked at the heartless model and had to admit that the woman was very attractive. But he could also feel Simone's increasingly cold aura. Chief C. This tastes good. Li Lachu handed Simone a packet of snacks. Simeone gave him a cold look and didn't answer. Li Lachu withdrew his hand in embarrassment, thinking that this woman is really difficult to serve. Mo Tranquility took the snacks at the right time. Thank you. I happen to be hungry. She ate her snacks gracefully and joked with Li Lachu from time to time. Her smile was especially charming in the light of the campfire. Chapter 43, Life's Pleasures. Under the reflection of the campfire, Li Lachu leaned against a smooth rock and leisurely drank ergwotu. The mountain winds blow through the area, carrying a light pine scent that is refreshing to the mind. Brother Li, what do you think about male-female relationships in the workplace? Zhao Herong suddenly asked. Li Lachu shook the bottle and smiled without saying a word. Tell me about it. I see that you are quite experienced. Wang Hai followed suit. Li Lachu put down the bottle and swept his eyes over everyone present. The workplace is like a game. The rules are simple, to each his own. Everyone froze at those words. What does that mean? Mo Tranquility asked curiously. Li Lachu smiled. It's simple. Some people want power. Some people want status. Some people want money. And some people want affection. But in the end, everyone does it for themselves. At the end of the day, it's all about profit. The firelight shone on his face, reflecting a smirk if anything. So what do you want? Simeone suddenly spoke up. Li Lachu turned his head to look at her. What I want is simple, to live my life. These words made Simone's eyes tremble, and for the first time, she realized that Li Lachu was so penetrating. What a living self. Mo Tranquility clapped her hands. Brother Li, you're really an interesting person. Li Lachu raised his bottle. Life is short. Why make things difficult for yourself? Wang Hai also raised his bottle. Well said. Come on. Cheers. We must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden bottle be empty to the moon. Here, to all of you. Li Lachu didn't know where he got the 10,000 feet of bravado from, and suddenly remembered Blue Star's poetry immortal's overwhelming work. Holy, Brother Li is so bold. Wang Hai slapped his thighs and stood up at once. By this time, Li Lachu had already drank a small bottle of ergwotu, and was a little on the head, suddenly integrated in the mood of the Tai-Bai poetry immortal back then. As it happens, there was a lot of hooting and hollering and some pretending. Again and again, Mo Tranquility kept drumming on the side. Li Lachu stood up and looked at the starry sky, as if he was thinking with the Taibai deity, Brother Taibai, lend me a masterpiece to strengthen my grandeur. He raised the dark green bottle in his hand and spilled the wine on the floor again. To heaven and earth. The crowd shuddered and looked at him nervously. Especially Simone, who hadn't said much, stared at him intently. The eyes changed. Born to be a man. 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. His voice echoed through the mountains. This must be an astonishing line, never before seen in this parallel world. The crowd froze, shocked by the majestic verse. What kind of poem is this? So domineering. Wang Hai's eyes widened. Li Lachu smiled in his heart. The advantages of a traveler were on display at this moment. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows and being happy. We'll have to drink 300 cups at a time. He continued to sing at the top of his voice. Mo Tranquility stood up, her beautiful eyes glittering in awe. This poem is too grandiose. Did you write it yourself? Li Lachu laughed but did not answer, and added, Sin Fu Zi, Dan Qiusheng, will enter the wine. The cup will not stop. All were stunned by the unheard of verse in the campfire. This is not an ordinary literary talent. Zhao Herong marveled. I've never heard of this verse before, yet it's so imposing. Li Lachu looked at the bonfire in front of him and continued. Bells and drums are not expensive enough, but I wish to be drunk for a long time and not want to wake up. After this statement, he noticed that Simeone's eyes changed. As a master of arts, she was clearly impressed by the mood and verve of these verses. All the sages of old are lonely, but only the drinkers leave their names. Li Lachu added another sentence. The crowd had been completely overwhelmed by his verses and raised their glasses to listen. The king of Chun used to feast at Pingle, with 10,000 wine-drinking matches. Why does the master speak of little money, when he must sell it to you for a cup of wine? Each line is a verse that the world has never seen before, and each one is mind-blowing. 5-flower horse, 1,000 gold furs, and a call for wine. In the end, Li Lachu said with deep emotion, sell 10,000 sorrows with you. The entire mountaintop fell into a brief silence before thunderous applause erupted. That's awesome. Did you write all these poems? Mo Tranquility's eyes glowed. Li Lachu smiled mysteriously. This poem should only be in the sky. The earth is rare to hear. Due to inspiration, do not dare to monopolize. Neither denying it nor giving Tybeek face is not considered an infringement. He saw a strange glint in Simone's eyes. This master of arts clearly realizes the extraordinary nature of these poems. These poems. It's not like modern people can write them, Simeone said thoughtfully. Li Lachu's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. This thing called poetry is all about mood. As long as there are hills and valleys in your heart, you can naturally write good poems. The crowd nodded, not realizing that the gullies he was talking about were from another world. Brother Li is really deep in the world. Wang Hai raised his cup. These poems are so well written. I've never seen such a mood. Li Lachu smiled in his heart. This is the masterpiece of Li by 1,000 years ago. Certainly never seen before. He looked at the awestruck expressions of the crowd, especially Simone's thoughtful look, and was indescribably pleased in his heart. This is the welfare of the traveler. Li Bai's poetry in the hand. Pretend to be not too good. The crowd raised their glasses and the atmosphere warmed up. Only Simone sat on the sidelines, silently looking at Li Lachu. She realized that tonight's Li Lachu was different from usual. No longer the obsequious subordinate. His eyes were clearer, his words sharper, his demeanor more relaxed. Such a Li Lachu made her feel strange, yet inexplicably moved. Brother Li, let's play a game? Mo Tranquility proposed. What game? Li Lachu asked. Mo Tranquility blinked. Truth or dare? The crowd was instantly interested and agreed. Li Lachu glanced at Simone and found her frowning slightly. Fine, but we have to agree on the rules first, Li Lachu said unhurriedly. Mo Tranquility moved closer to him. Are you afraid? Li Lachu laughed softly. I just don't want to make things difficult for certain people. The words were clearly meant for Simeone. Simeone jerked to her feet. I'm going to walk over there. Li Lachu also stood up and clasped his fists with the crowd. Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. Everyone gets it and laughs cheekily. Wang Hai hurriedly waved his hand. Go on. Mo Tranquility pulled him back. Don't go. The game hasn't started yet. Li Lachu gently broke away from her hand. Sorry, I have to go take care of my boss. The words were said in an unassuming manner, but they made Mo Tranquility freeze in place. Li Lachu catches up with Simeone and the two of them walk away from the campfire. Under the moonlight, Simone's side face looked especially cool. You've changed, she said suddenly. Chapter 44, I don't want to be a substitute anymore. Li Lachu laughed. I'm just getting used to it. Simeone turned to face him. What does that mean? Li Lachu met her gaze. We came here together. Haven't you been changing? I did this to cater to your changes. Just don't drink. Li Lachu doesn't want to continue to be Simone's comfort food. Lucky Value gets it. You still treat me as a friend. I'll treat you with respect. If you're still acting like a psychopath and using me as a dead man's double, I'm sorry, I'm not going to serve. I change? Simeone probably didn't even know it herself, much of it was done subconsciously and flowed naturally. Li Lachu met her gaze. The old me was just a shadow in your eyes. Simeone was stunned. What do you mean? Li Lachu took a deep breath. I don't want to be a substitute anymore. The words were like a knife, stabbing into Simeone's heart. Simeone was silent for a long time, her eyelashes fluttering slightly in the moonlight. Who said you were a substitute? She asked softly. Li Lachu smiled bitterly. Isn't it? From that kiss at the top of the mountain, all you saw in your eyes was your Li Wanhan, not me. It seemed unpatterned to say this, but Li Lachu wanted to say it anyway. Tell her to be able to know clearly that not forgetting the past will only lead to self-inflicted suffering. The night breeze blew through with a slight coolness. A burst of laughter came from the far side of the campfire, and Mo Tranquility's voice was exceptionally crisp. You seem to like that model. Simone suddenly changed the subject. Li Lachu shook his head. I just think she's real, and you should take off your mask when you come out to play. That was a bit of a heavy statement, and Simeone's body visibly stiffened. Playing together makes it real, does it? Her voice held a quiver. Li Lachu didn't pick up her nonsense, but looked straight into her eyes. When you're in the company, you're the high and mighty Secretary General. In front of outsiders, we are ordinary superiors and subordinates. Only when no one is around will you show your true heart to me. Isn't that normal? Simeone asked rhetorically. Li Lachu laughed. Yeah, it's normal, but that's what you think. Simeone's eyes flashed. What do you want? Me to be real with you too? Play together? Oh, I'm mundane and a man too, so it's right to think so. You? Li Lachu smiled contemptuously. Don't worry, I'm a man of taste. The meaning is obvious. You pretend to be noble. I still can't see you. We all have our own right to choose. I choose. Li Lachu paused here. In the future, we'll be the superior and subordinate relationship in front of outsiders, right? At that moment, another burst of laughter came from the distance, and Mo Tranquility seemed to be telling a very interesting story. Simeone bit her lip. Have you thought about it? Under the moonlight, the two of them stared at each other, and an unspoken emotion filled the air. Li Lachu shrugged his shoulders, carrying the smell of alcohol and breezing. Of course, you're my superior. I'll respect that relationship. As for the part at the top of the mountain, forget about it. Simone's heart was like a heavy hammer blow. She couldn't help but stand unsteadily and sway her delicate body. Sweetness that just came in and faded before 24 hours had passed. She was resigned to the fact that this man seemed mediocre, but he had a heart of gold, which was truly fascinating. She couldn't bear to give it up. Calming down. Can't you see that I like you? Simeone asked. Forget it, mister. See, I don't have to feel those mojo things every day. One can't live in feelings. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Simone suddenly laughed. Well, we're all adults. I don't care. Just think of it as a dream. Ha! The difference in status between the two is so vast that a proud heart can't give in. Li Lachu smiled back. This is the real you. Yeah, you're right about everything. All right, what about you? Been browbeating with that model and lawyer. Simone suddenly growled in a low voice a little out of control. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. I take my words back. In the mountain breeze, Simeone wrapped her arms around her, setting her breasts even higher. She can't act like a little girl and be jealous over this man? That's not my pattern as a female president. From now on, I have no heart to love a good night. Let the bright moon go down to the west tower. Li Lachu turned to the sky again and pretended a sentence. Even Brother Taibai copied it tonight, so it's not too bad for anyone else. Simeone's fists were hidden in her arms, clenched so tightly that they revealed whitened knobs of bone. The campfire faded in the distance, and some people began to pack up and prepare for rest. Let's go back, Li Lachu said. Simeone nodded, but didn't move. What's wrong? Li Lachu asked. Simeone took a deep breath. I'm going to find somewhere convenient, and you're going to have to do me a favor. Li Lachu froze for a moment. What do you mean? I'll keep an eye out for you? Simeone was a little coy. Well, I'm scared to be alone. Okay, I'll go with you. Li Lachu pulled out his cell phone, turned on his flashlight, and led Simone away from the crowd and toward the darkness. Found a safe spot. Li Lachu looked around. This is it. Don't go too far. Oh. Simeone walked off into the distance. Li Lachu turned his back and turned off his flashlight. In the quiet of the night, the sound of clattering could be clearly heard. Called Shifumi with some abdominal heat. He also found a corner and opened the floodgates. Eventually the two assembled, and it was hard to see their faces anyway, so I guess they were both red as monkeys' asses. When they returned to the camp, they saw Wang Hai and the others had all set up their tents, and one by one, they all dug in. Li Lachu didn't bother them. He was secretly looking for Mo Tranquility's tent. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mo Tranquility's 200 lucky value was a huge temptation. Simone has arrived, and with her high spirits, it must be hard to roll with the punches. Better to use your energy on that big model. Set up Simone's tent first. Not far away, Mo Tranquility's head poked out of a blue tent. She was also looking at Li Lachu's side. Li Lachu was happy in his heart, but he couldn't show it. Mr. See, I'm going to sleep under the cliff over there. It's quite safe here. Good night, he said, picking up his sleeping bag and heading for the cliffs not far away. He didn't expect Simone to keep him. Sure enough, he went all the way to the bottom of the cliff and didn't hear a word of retention. He grinned and shook his head, laying down a chafe mat and laying out his sleeping bag afterward. Sleep well, tomorrow will be better. The campfire in the distance slowly died out, leaving only the moonlight at the top of the mountain. Li Lachu gradually sleepy, about to fall asleep. Just as he heard it, his cell phone beeped. Turning on his cell phone in his sleeping bag, the brightness was so blinding that he subconsciously turned down the brightness, only to see that it was a message from the VX named Mo Tranquility only talks about work. What's the matter? Big talent. Not even mixing in a tent? Li Lachu sent an emoticon. An aggrieved one. Mo Tranquility, so are you cold? Li Lachu, it's not cold. Mo Tranquility, your leader is really ruthless. Besides, why don't you bring your own tent? Li Lachu, none of your business. I like heaven and earth as a bed. Mo Tranquility, tough mouth? But this lady can't see anyone suffer. Reluctantly let you deal with it in my tent. Li Lachu, not going. Mo Tranquility? Li Lachu, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold it, and you'll turn around and be suing me. Mo Tranquility, don't you dare. I'm carrying mace. Li Lachu, no more fighting. Sleepy, thank you very much. Chapter 45, Tent Healing. The mountain wind howled, and Li Lachu tossed and turned in his sleeping bag. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In a haze, he heard a light footstep. Who? Li Lachu sat up violently. By the light of the moon, he saw a white figure walking toward the cliff. Simone? He recognized the figure. Li Lachu rubbed his eyes and realized that she was walking in a strange position, a bit like a zombie. Mr. See? In the silence of the night, Li Lachu lowered his voice, but Simeone acted as if she hadn't heard him, and continued to walk forward. Li Lachu was shocked. Is this sleepwalking? He didn't bother to put on his shoes and rushed out in a single bound. Because there's a 10,000 foot cliff over there, and if you go any further, you're completely over. You miss him that much? Just at the moment Simone was about to step off the cliff, Li Lachu hugged her from behind. The evening breeze blew her disheveled hair, and a few of them were sucked into Li Lachu's nose. Li Lachu couldn't care less and was busy shaking the hair off his face. Wake up! Simone acted as if she hadn't heard, and didn't struggle, her feet still moving forward. Without saying a word, Li Lachu picked her up horizontally and ran towards the tent. This can't be called in for outsiders to see, or it affects her reputation. Simeone was in his arms, like an unconscious doll. Soon, Li Lachu carried her into the tent, covered in cold sweat. It's so damn scary. It's the middle of nowhere. Brother Unity, what should we do? There's something strange about this. In the tent, Li Lachu turned on his cell phone to illuminate. Simeone's eyes were tightly closed and she mumbled something under her breath. One Han. System, why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night? Brother Unity, I'm sorry to disturb your old man's rest. Quickly take a look at what's wrong with Simone. Li Lachu just wanted to damage a few sentences of the system, but once he thought that it was begging people, he hurriedly pretended to be a grandson. System, yo, so polite today? Brother, take a quick look. She steals out with me. If something happens, I can't even jump into a cesspool to wash it off. System, wrong. What? Wrong? You're jumping the wrong way. It usually says jumping the Yellow River. Li Lachu, I'll jump off a cliff if you wake her up. System, just get some sleep, right? What are you worried about? I'm worried that she'll die or go crazy and sleep for a long time and I'll be a suspect. Li Lachu was anxious. This retarded system still sleeps in the middle of the night? Unheard of. System, don't you have a Divine Doctor experience card? Use it once and see. Besides, you are the unique holy body in this world, invulnerable to all poisons. Gods and ghosts go around. I can heal? System, what an inkblot. I'm sleeping, don't bother me. Li Lachu was even more anxious when he saw that the corners of Simone's mouth and nose were slipping out clear liquid. Hurriedly activate that Divine Healer experience card. The card activated, and Li Lachu's eyes flashed as if he could see through everything. Damn, what an evil spirit. only to see a cloud of black gas swirling around Simone in the void. How do you cure this Tama? I'm not a Taoist priest. The system was still pretending to be dead. And in a hurry, Li Lachu remembered the exorcism footage from the TV show. Since he himself is a holy body and inviolable, so be it. He put his index finger in his mouth, gritted his teeth once and endured the pain. Cluck, take a bite and get a mouthful of blood. With that, he opened his mouth and sprayed at the black gas. Put. It worked. The black gas was sprayed and disappeared all of a sudden. Mud. That hurts. Li Wenhan. Simone suddenly hugged Li Lockjaw. Li Loxu's heart instantly went cold. Even in her dreams, it was still the same person she was thinking about. Wenham Li. Simeone wrapped her arms around and wouldn't let go, her body and lips arching upward as hard as she could. Nima. Li Loxu stiffened, his heart burning with anger. Wenhan. Kiss me. I don't know if Simone was awake or not, but anyway, she was just begging for sex like crazy. Grass. Li Loxu originally wanted to abandon her and walk out, but thought, I paid so much for my horse, I should pay some interest. So with a glance down, the seal stuck to her lips. Simeone shuddered, not quieting down, but intensifying. Mud. Drink out. That's not taking advantage of the situation, is it? I'm healing. A big tree pressed the begonias, and the begonias screamed. At. An hour later, Simone hadn't awakened and was still yelling for Wenhan. I told you to yell? It's still a disease, and it needs to be cured. Dr. Li added another hour to the clock. This time Simone subsided, only in and not out. Li Lachu greedily curled his mouth and cleaned up the battlefield, taking a last lingering look at the begonia, put her in a sleeping bag afterward. What a superb. I haven't been this comfortable for a long time. Sleep well. The early morning sunlight filtered through the tent, and Li Lachu stretched out. Last night's cure had left him refreshed, but the thought of Smyrna still in the tent made him get up. There were already people in the camp packing up and getting ready to go down. Brother Li, did you sleep well last night? Were you tired? Wang Hai smiled wryly. Li Lachu touched his nose. A group of old drivers. I guess they all heard it. Not bad. Ha ha. Really? So envious. Wang Hai patted him on the shoulder. At this time, Mo Tranquility drilled out of the tent with meaningful eyes. How did I hear someone shouting in pain last night? It scared me so much that I thought it was haunted and didn't dare to look. He said, rubbing his chest a few times, and looked at Li Lachu with a smile. It can all hurt like that? Li Lachu hurriedly made a wink, signaling her not to speak out of turn. What hurts? The sound of the wind blowing. Don't yell. Mo Tranquility looked Li Lachu up and down with some gluttony. And you're not tired at all? Me? Li Lachu was about to defend himself. Ah! A scream came from Simeone's tent. The crowd looked over, only to see Simone holding her waist and walking out with a pained look on her face. Mountaineering clothes are also worn in the wrong place. Mr. C, are you alright? Li Lachu hurriedly ran over and asked with feigned concern. Simeone frowned. It hurts all over, like I've been run over by a car. Mo Tranquility snickered from the sidelines. Maybe it's pressed by something? Li Lachu glared at her fiercely. How come I don't remember anything? Simone asked, confused. Li Lachu hurriedly explained. Last night you had a fever and I cured you. Healing? Simeone looked at him suspiciously. Yeah, you're all burnt out and keep shouting for. Before Li Lachu could finish his sentence, Mo Tranquility burst out laughing. Simeone blushed. Shout what? Shout. Shouting cold. Li Lachu casually made it up. I gave you a fever-reducing pill, and an antivirus to get better. In order to make up this lie, Li Lachu specially prepared empty bottles of two kinds of medicine. Move over. Look, the empty bottle is still outside the tent. Mo Tranquility gave a thumbs up. Hi. Li Lachu insinuated back. Mo Beauty. Next time it will be your turn. Be careful and prepare some of this medicine as well, so that I don't have to cure you. Mo Tranquility nodded. Taking medicine has side effects, and I want you to cure me. Simone asked suspiciously. How is it cured? Chapter 46, Trying to Live a Little. Li Lachu was afraid of Mo Tranquility's nonsense and hurriedly took over. It's physical therapy. Similar to scraping. Scratch? Simeone had obviously never heard of it and slowly walked back to the tent. The crowd finished packing up and prepared to head down the mountain. Simone, however, couldn't walk, grimacing with every step. Locked. No, I hurt all over and my stomach hurts. How about I carry you? Li Lachu proposed. Simeone hesitated, but couldn't really walk, so she could only nod. Li Lachu crouched down, Simone lying up. Li Lachu also have to hang the backpack in front of the neck. Fortunately, the food almost eliminated. Throw away as much as you can. And even then, Li Lachu still looks like a criticized. Hanging a backpack in front, leaning on a stick, and carrying a big beautiful woman with her legs hanging off the ground in the back. The white and tender pile of meat lying on the back, called Li Lachu, also struggled to move. The posture of the two made Mo Tranquility snicker again. What are you laughing at? Simeone asked in displeasure. Mo Tranquility blinked. Nothing, I just think you guys are a good match. The road down the mountain was not easy to walk, and Li Lachu was carrying Simone on his back. Thinking to myself, I got to hit the shuttle back last night. It's even more tiresome to walk around with bullets or not. Seeing Mo Tranquility walk far ahead. Last night, what the hell happened? Simone asked softly in his ear. Li Lachu's heartbeat accelerated. It's to cure you. What disease? The cure for my aches and pains? This could be a side effect. Mo Tranquility stopped in front at this time and turned around with a smile. He heard all of Li Lachu's voice, so he interjected from the side, yes, the cure. There will always be some side effects. Li Lachu hated to gag her. Moda beauty. Watch the road ahead and be careful not to fall. Mo Tranquility returned him with her tight-ass jeans. Got it. Just take care of yourself. Nagging. Finally reaching the foot of the mountain, the crowd prepared to part. Brother Li, see you again sometime. Wang Hai patted his shoulder. Zhao Herong handed him a business card. Contact often when you have time. When it was Mo Tranquility's turn, she approached Li Lachu's ear. Next time we meet, let's cure the disease too, okay? Li Lachu's old face blushed. No problem. Mo Tranquility giggled. Last night I was unable to sleep after listening to the healing sound all night. Although Simone couldn't hear what they were saying, she was inexplicably upset when she saw how close the two were. Go away, she said coldly. Li Lachu helped her into the car and looked back at Mo Tranquility. Mo Tranquility threw a wink at him. Remember, the next time we meet, we must cure the disease. Li Lachu hurriedly got into the car, afraid that Simone would hear. The car started, and he looked at Mo Tranquility, who was fading away in the rearview mirror, with some regret in his heart. It's a shame to see 200 gone. Go to the hospital, he said to Simeone. Simeone nodded, but her eyes were full of skepticism. She always felt like something happened last night, but couldn't remember. I only remember that I seemed to have seen Wenhan in my dream, and that I was still with him. Her face suddenly reddened at the thought. Li Lachu laughed in his heart as he watched her expression change. I'm afraid he's the only one who knows the truth about this night's cure. And you heal? The car had started, and Li Lachu drove the sedan leisurely, hearing Simone's question, knowing what she wanted to know. Poor children. Small illnesses and disasters have to know a little bit about themselves. You can't go to the hospital for everything. When he arrived at a town in front, Li Lachu bought 2 cups of soybean milk for Simone. What's the point of buying 2 glasses? You too? Li Lachu continued to start the car. Men usually don't drink. The other cup you put on your stomach. Comfortable, said Priggish, driving like nothing happened. Oh, although Simone was suspicious, seeing Li Lachu so sweet, her heart felt much better. Suddenly I thought, all this familiarity, let's ask him about his family. One had always wondered if he was married. This is important. Locked. Li Lachu oh, Mr. C, if you look at the Lock residence, in the future, as a friend at it. Friends? Well, good friend. I'm a little above that. Simeone took a sip of her soy milk, a hot line going all the way down her throat. The body is much more comfortable and the mind is quicker. If you're a friend, don't say anything high and mighty. I don't like it. Aha. Li Lachu heart this happy. 280 to the hand, but also incidentally opened the tunnel. Cool. Locked up. I never knew if you were married. I knew we were the same age. Not. Li Lachu didn't think twice. Gulp. Simone's heart felt like it was falling into an ice hole, and churned a few times along the way. Unspeakable. The soy milk almost spit out, and hurriedly brought the paper drawer over to his left side, pulling out a few to wipe his mouth. Red fingernails pressed against her lips a few times to hide the frenzied level 9 shocks inside. Ahem. Simone's eyes burst into tears. What was wrong with himself? Hearing his heart weeping with pain at his marriage. You asshole. You're married. Why are you kissing me? Simeone held back her grief. It's quite nice. You're so nice. You must have a good wife. What's her job? Oh, away. Not worth mentioning. Strangers from now on. Li Lachu stared at the road ahead, not looking at Simone. Simone was furious. This bad guy. Sooner or later he's going to get psychotic. But the shock in his heart instantly disappeared and a warmth washed over him. What exactly is your current status? Single or? It must be asked to understand. Do not a moment in the hole again nodded. Li Lachu turned his head to look at her, his sunny smile showing off. Mr. C, I'm single now. Simeone let out a long breath at that. That company of yours is a place of mucking about. Not much development. I'll go back this time and transfer you. Simone lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The meaning is very obvious. One of the transfer is certainly to go to the headquarters of the group in the capital, and their own every day. No need. Mr. C. I like my current job, although I don't earn much, but it's easy and there's not much pressure. Li Lachu just wanted to live a little more meticulously and comfortably. A lifetime of peace and tranquility. A few lucky breaks and a few confidants. What more could one ask for? Hey, no motivation. How many people flatter me? I have one word in the group. The other is Chen Bishi. At the mention of Chen Bishi, Li Lachu secretly screamed bad. He went out until now. The phone has been in do not disturb mode. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and turned off the do not disturb on it. To my surprise, there was no legendary snowflake of messages, or cell phone ringing. Could it be that the world has forgotten me? Simone looked at the rapidly receding shadows outside the window. No need to look. I've given your old boss a leave of absence, saying that you're going to help me investigate a case for a period of secondment. Mr. Lau, do you know Mr. You well? Simone nodded. It's quite familiar. We're also the same age. Quite talkative, but I don't like her work style. Too smooth, and she's self-conscious with everyone. Chapter 47, Not Even a Friend. This is something that Li Lachu agrees with. Yujika did let down a lot of her womanly reserve in order to get to the top and keep both of her jobs. By the way, she also mentioned you in my face. Said that although you work for so many years not much up, but the work business is familiar, upright, but has been very rigid. Do not go to interpersonal relations. I hope that in the future the group has the opportunity to give you to keep some. Li Lachu knew that he could indeed say this in those years, but not in these 2 years. Yogi Ko would have knocked him out cold a long time ago. Yes, thanks to Mr. You appreciation. Those years I was young and vigorous. Now I can't. Li Lachu is like go on. A go everything. It's not old now. It looks fine to me, Simone said, pretending to look out the window, not going to show her favoritism towards him. Mr. C, shall I take you directly to the airport or? Simeone had planned to go to the hospital, but the 2 cups of soy milk were a lot more comfortable inside and out. Find a hotel. I'll get some rest and then we'll talk. Li Lachu, okay then. I'll drop you off at the hotel and head back? Simone was not happy at once. What's the hurry? I've given you leave. You'll follow me practically. Do I call me to go to the airport alone? Li Lachu, yes. Yes, I'll stay with you, that is. Along the way into a county, Li Lachu looked for the highest class hotel. A room was opened for Simone. Mr. C, you go and rest. I'll sit in the lobby for a while and wait for you to come down. Simone, what was that for? Why are you making it so serious? Li Lachu, Mr. C, didn't we say that we are just superior and subordinate? At this time, Simone was wearing sunglasses, and the 2 of them were at the elevator entrance. Just as no one was around, Simone's oozing white face was made even more eerie by the sunglasses. You've kissed me and you're just going to pull the plug by saying you've forgotten? I'm worth hundreds of millions of dollars and I'm that casual? That's when another guest came by. Li Lachu hurriedly lowered his head to open the elevator door and casually invited her to walk in front of him, after which he himself stood in front of her to protect her from being squeezed. Simone stood coldly behind Li Lachu, feeling pampered by him over and over again. There are still shades of first love though, and you can't get past that in your heart. But this man in front of me, I really wanted to pounce with him anytime. Unconsciously, she raised her hand and placed it on Li Lachu's back, pretending to be holding on, but really wanting to caress that robust rock-like back. Feel the tremor in Li Lachu's muscles. With every shake he made, he tugged at himself, following his heartbeat. Without realizing it, the palms began to wander. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Ding! It rang out almost simultaneously. System, discover Simone's adoration. Increase lucky value by +5. Brother Unity, so generous this time? Giving 5 at once? Half the time, the system ignored him. The 2 of them came to the door of the room. Li Lachu opened the door with his room card. The 2 entered the room. It was then that the system spoke. Host, don't look down on these 5 points of lucky value. I was upgrading just now, and after upgrading, I gained a new feature. You're guaranteed to like it? Simeone was exhausted and flopped down on the bed. You get some sleep too. Seeing her dark hair scattered like a mop on the bed, Li Lachu could only sit on the other bed, taking the opportunity to ask the system in a hurry, don't beat around the bush. I'm busy here. System, host, when 1,000 points of luck are achieved, you will live forever. What? Li Lachu exclaimed. Simone was startled for a moment, thinking that Li Lachu didn't like it, so she continued what she had said before the elevator door, lying on his back and still pursuing. Do you think I'm casual? And Li Lachu excitedly was still communicating with the system. Does spending count? System, it's okay. You can use it however you want, as long as the maximum value is there. And 2000, when the Vajra Saint body, that is, the flesh is immortal, so you also have to meet a little bit. This before though not dead, don't make the limbs are incomplete. After 2,000 lucky strikes, you make it a point to play hard to get. Asterisk. Lee Lokju jumped up at once. Now, Simone was frightened and hurriedly hugged the quilt tightly in front of her body. What are you doing? I'm sick, you don't know. Get out. It was only then that Lee Lokju reacted to the fact that people still look down on themselves and their bones. He laughed bitterly. You're overthinking it. I didn't say I was going to grass you up. No, Mr. Secretary, don't get me wrong. Okay, I'll get out. Thinking of her hissing last night, Ali Wonhan called Lee Lokju nothing in mind. Vulgar. Simone didn't forget to give a lecture as a leader. This was a little too much for Lee Lokju. I know your begonias better than you do. You're pretending to be innocent with us? He stopped and turned around. The last name of the division. I began to climb in you as a friend, but I think you do not even deserve this word. From now on, we are not friends. With that, he turned around and walked away. Simone gasped, miserably white. He was just about to go along with the mood in the elevator. Show some ambiguity. Increase the feeling of the two people. Have a silky relationship. It's over again. This temper of his own. Simone regretted this one. It was normal for men to speak with a catchphrase. It has to be on the line. This is no longer a friend. She hurriedly chased after him and pulled Lee Lokja out just as he entered the elevator. Lock up. Don't go. I'm wrong. I'm bad-tempered. I'll review. I apologize. Lee Lokju is really angry. Just annoyed that she is a prude. The two re-entered the house. Lee Lokju still had a stomach full of anger. Standing in the doorway, looking at him coldly. What will you drink? Don't be angry. I speak harshly in this position. Lee Lokju was just about to speak when his cell phone rang loudly. It startled both of them. Picking up the cell phone, it was Chen Bishi. Connect in a hurry. Hello, Bish? Chen Bishi master. I heard that you and my sister-in-law transferred out to work? Lee Lokju, yeah? What's going on? Chen Bishi realized last night that she had not seen Lee Lokju for a day, thinking that she was going to get off work and would also come back to clock in. Besides, he was a goddess in his eyes, and Lee Lokju surrounded himself every day to make himself happy. Little cutie. It's all obvious that he likes himself. Therefore, Chen Bishi waited for Lee Lokju to take the initiative to find himself, but it's been 8 o'clock at night. The guy didn't come back to clock in or call himself either. She could only give up her pride and give Lee Lokju a call. I didn't realize that the blow was even bigger and that the other person had turned off their phone. What's going on here? She rushed to call Zhang Huaizhen. Zhang Huaizhen also jumped. A good living person disappeared? Hurry up and report it to Yogi Ko. Only Yuji-kun knew what was going on, so one passed the word to the other. And Chen Bishi found out. The thing is, if you go on a business trip, you do it in a big way. What's the shutdown for? And it was closed all night. This night, Chen Bishi called Simone's phone and it was also turned off. Now the heart hangs in the air. Simone, 3 years older than herself, was in the prime of her womanhood, and she was also single, with a look and body that was not second to her own. The more I think about it, the more disturbing it becomes. Just about to call Dad to report it. That's when his own childhood friend called on the video call. I was going to say no. A gamble. You get a woman. I'll get a man. So it picked up with White Moonlight. Chapter 48 Female Cat in Heat. Murmured with Aomame for a while. Aomame said she was coming back, and she then loosened up a bit. So I didn't think about this master at work early in the morning. After an hour, the scratching was unbearable again. Realized it was inseparable from this master. Too boring without him around. Just tried another call. This connects. Chen Bishi questioned Lee Lokju in a bad mood. What's wrong? Why do you turn off your cell phone when you're just doing your job? Are you not allowed to see the light? Lee Lokju, not that. That place is more remote. No signal. I came to a chief secretary as a driver and guide. Other cannot say. Simone hugged her arms as she watched the two of them, him and Chen Bishi, seemingly bickering, but actually caring a great deal. The heart was jealous again. When Lee Lokju hangs up the phone, he starts having psychotic episodes again. Lock up. You have to be self-aware. My niece is a grand princess of a powerful family. You a divorced one, don't even think about it. Originally, Lee Lokju had a stomach full of anger with her. Once I heard that she was still playing the big tail for a change, so she wasn't spoiled either. Mr. Secretary, this is my personal problem, isn't it? This sentence called for Simone's temper to explode again. I meant well, telling you not to waste your time on fruitless relationships. Why don't you know what's good for you? Lee Lokju let out a cold laugh and turned to face Simone, with a few moments of mockery in his eyes. Mr. C. What are you saying? How come there are no results? Simone pursed her lips that were coated with light pink lipstick, her eyes involuntarily flickering. Do you think it's possible? What is her status? And what is your status? Ha! Li Luochu leaned against the car door, his hands clasping his chest, his eyes teasing. Then what is the status of your old man? A high and mighty president can just play with other people's feelings? Simone's slender fingers twisted together. Then she gritted her teeth. That's different. Me and you. Which is different? Li Luochu tilted his head, his gaze looking straight into her eyes. Aren't you also the high and mighty president? What? Did you forget about last night's incident so quickly? Simone's fair cheeks were instantly dyed red, and her voice was shaking a little. What are you babbling about? I'm talking nonsense? Li Luochu took a step forward and pressed closer to her. Then what's the matter with your aching body now? Do you want me to remind you how you begged me last night? Simone subconsciously stepped back, her high heels making a crisp sound on the ground. I don't know what you're talking about. Playing dumb, huh? Li Luochu sneered, his eyes as sharp as knives. Then let me remind you. Who was the one who shouted Wen Han's name last night and begged for sex like a female cat in heat? Simone's carefully traced eyebrows trembled and her face went white. You shut up. Don't you dare say that. Heart but not so sad. So last night's dream is true. I said it feels different. It is a Li Wen Han added together is not so long. What? Speaking of pain? Li Luochu was unforgiving, his voice carrying a piercing chill. Aren't you high and mighty? Why were you so horny last night? Simone's eyes reddened. No matter what, she was still the high and mighty queen. She also had to be reserved and maintain her identity. She clenched her lower lip with her shell teeth. You bastard. Don't be ridiculous. I don't remember anything. Yes, I'm the asshole. Li Luochu looked straight into her eyes and said word for word. But at least I won't use someone else as a stand-in. And I won't call out someone else's name even in my dreams. Simone's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her voice as light as a mosquito. I didn't. Come on. Li Luochu waved his hand, his eyes full of boredom. You just keep thinking about your Wen Han. I don't need you, the President Lord, to worry about me and Bishi. Simone was anxious and stepped forward quickly on her heels. You really want to be with her? No? Li Luochu asked rhetorically, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. What do you care? Simone clenched her fists, her nails sinking into her palms. I'm doing this for your own good. You don't know her at all. Thank you for your kindness, Li Luochu said sarcastically. But a lowly status like mine can't afford your concern. A hint of panic flashed in Simone's eyes, and her voice took on a sobbing tone. I didn't mean that. Why do you always misinterpret me? Then what do you mean? Li Luochu pressed on step by step. You want to play an underground love affair with me? During the day you are a noble president, but at night you can roll in bed with an inferior like me? Simone's face turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. How can you say that? Sorry, I'm a person who doesn't like sneaking around. Li Luochu turned around. If you don't have anything else, I'll leave first. Wait. Simeone subconsciously reached out and tried to grab the corner of his coat. Li Luochu stopped, but did not turn around. His voice was as cold as ice. Anything else? Simeone opened her mouth but couldn't speak, her hand hanging in the air and eventually dropping helplessly. If it's alright, that's it. Li Luochu stepped forward. From now on, you are my superior. That's all. Looking at Li Luochu's distant back, Simone could no longer control it, and the tears slid down silently. How she wanted to chase after her and say, I really like you. It's not because you look like Wen Han, but proud as she was, how could she say such a thing? All she could do was stand still and watch the man who had once been so obedient to her leave without looking back. Tears blurred her vision and her heart. Next, there was no mood for it either. Hurry up and check out and book your flight. Still acting as a subordinate, Li Luochu respectfully sent her to the airport. The lights in the airport waiting hall were bright and blinding. Li Luochu pushed Simone's Chanel suitcase, and there was a distance between the two of them that was not too far and not too close. Mr. C, your boarding pass. Like a dutiful subordinate, Li Luochu handed it over in an official manner. Simone took the boarding pass, her fingers with crimson nail polish shaking slightly. The perfume of Chanel No. 5 if anything, thanks. In front of the security checkpoint, Simone opened her lips painted with light pink lipstick several times, but then pursed them gently. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes held a mixture of reluctance and hesitation. But in the end she just whispered, So, I'll go. Li Luochu nodded, his face expressionless, his eyes as cold as winter ice. Have a safe trip, Mr. C. Watching Simone's tall figure disappear at the security checkpoint, Li Luochu turned to leave without a trace of attachment. Just after the security checkpoint, Simone still looked back one step at a time. The tall and straight back disappeared into the crowd, and couldn't help but have a sore nose again. Late at night, Lee Loksu's business car was parked in his two-story villa. Just got off the car and saw Yujiko leaning on the doorframe. A light pink robe, painted with gaudy lipstick, with a sneer in her eyes. Yo, the busy man finally gave up and came back? Lee Loksu rubbed his brow tiredly and didn't bother with her. Something wrong? What? Had enough fun with your new favorite? Yujiko sneered, her fingers coated with poor quality nail polish waving in the air. I heard that you accompanied the president to play happily off. No signal? Playing quite high. Lee Loksu locked the car door and brushed home with her. What's it to you? We got divorced a long time ago. Chapter 49, Mr. You, my neighbor. Oh, you think you can fly high just because you climbed up to the president? Yujika stepped on her high heels and followed her into the house. Don't dream. Cheap bastard. You let a cheap bastard lie on his belly and play for 7 long years. So what are you? Lee Lokja took off his jacket and smelled the scent of Simone's perfume still on it. Yogi Ko. This guy is great underneath. And this mouth is growing too. Yujiku is proud of the fact that he has never convinced anyone in a verbal fight, but he has repeatedly disliked him. She clasped her hands to her chest and held out her bulging breasts. 1 sentence from me and you always have 10 waiting for me. Are you still a man? Lee Lokju ignored her and proceeded to undress, preparing to take a shower. Yogi-ko followed relentlessly. Let me remind you not to forget what you are. Oh, then tell me instead. What am I? Lee Lokju sneered, stripped almost to the last small piece of cloth. A divorced poor. Yujiko pointedly said. Also worthy of someone's $100 million president? Lee Lokju yawned, his eyes bored. Finished? After finishing I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Yujiko was so angry that she stomped her feet, her high heels making a piercing sound on the floor. Can you be a little out of your league? Do you need to worry about my success? Lee Lokju walked into the bathroom. Remember to close the door. Don't let the neighbors hear you go crazy. No words all night. Sleep well and catch up on sleep. Lee Lokju was ecstatic to find a normal morning erection. Early in the morning, just arrived at work. Then he bumped into Chen Bishi who was waiting at the door. She was wearing a cream-colored professional suit and sophisticated makeup. Team leader Lee, where have you been these past 2 days? Chen Bishi crossed her arms, obviously questioning. Lee Lokju put on a gentle smile, accompanying Mr. Secretary on a business trip. A temporary assignment. Business trip? Chen Bishi narrowed her eyeliner-drawn eyes. Why didn't you answer my call? There's no signal in the mountains. Lee Lokju patiently explained, but in his heart, he was calculating how to get her lucky value. Chen Bishi skimmed her mouth coated with beansand-colored lipstick. Really? You're not doing anything untoward with Mr. C, are you? What's the point of lying to you? Lee Lokju shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression and spread his hands. It's just accompanying Mr. C to look at a project. Very normal work. So how's Mr. Secretary treating you? Lee Lokju played dumb. It's just an ordinary superior and subordinate relationship. What can it be? Really? Chen Bishi didn't believe it and twisted her fingers through her hair. I heard that you guys. What did you hear? Lee Lokju interrupted her. Don't listen to the wind. It's not good for you. Chen Bishi bit her lip. Then why didn't you answer my calls? I called you multiple times. It's been said that there's no signal. Lee Lokju laughed, his eyes gentle. What? So concerned about me? Chen Bishi blushed, her fair cheeks tinted pink. Who cares about you? Lee Lokju laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he was gentle. Then I'll invite you to dinner tonight to make amends? Consider it as giving you an explanation. Chen Bishi's eyes lit up like a little girl who got candy. Really? Your treat? Of course. Lee Lokju nodded his head and thought to himself, isn't it just 160 points of luck value? It's just a pretense. Compared to Simone's 280, it's all a piece of cake. Looking at Chen Bishi's happy appearance, Lee Lokju sneered in his heart. These high and mighty women, after all, only saw him as a plaything, a toy that would satisfy their vanity. When we get the lucky strike, it should all be over. It's just a game. Why take it seriously? At this time, Zhang Huaixin stepped on her high heels and twisted her surplus waist into the office. Knock knock. She knocked on the door a couple times and cleared her throat with an aha. The official authority of the superintendent had to be released into place. Little Lee, I heard that you accompanied Mr. C on his business trip? Lee Lokju had long turned around, and at this time immediately revealed a humble smile. Yes, Mr. Zhang, thanks to your cultivation. Oh, Zhang Huaixin was a bit surprised, thinking this kid, how come he's not screwing with me today? Right on time, down the pole. Her fingers coated with big red nails gently point on the shoulder of Lee Lokju. Chanel no. 5 perfume flavor came to the face. How? Now climbing up the boss. Do not remember me as an old leader? How can I? Lee Lokju raised his eyebrows a few times. You are my bowl. I can't forget it in this life. The two of them were just as good as no one else, and began to drift in and out. Chen Bishi watched from the sidelines and gritted her teeth. Such insolence in the office. Treating me as if I don't exist? You guys are the only ones who know how to play, right? She immediately pulled out her latest iPhone and sent a video request to White Moonlight. Not over this surprise check-in and get unexpected rewards. A freckled foreign woman picked up the video. Who are you? Chen Bishi. So angry that tears came out of her eyes. This guy really did look for chickens. She hung up the video decisively, vowing never to have Moonlight again. Just then, Yujika stepped on 10 centimeters of red-soled shoes and walked in. A light blue professional suit is very decent. Yo, is this an idol show? Zhang Huaizhen frowned. Mr. You're here. Yukik nodded in greeting. Turning around, the main attack target is still Li Lockjaw. She looked at Li Lockju with a cold smile. What? Now that you've climbed up to the group's boss, you don't even recognize your old friend? Chen Bishi looked at the two in confusion. You guys know each other? Of course we know each other. Yujika sneered. We're old friends, right? Team leader Li? Li Locksu's heart was tight, but his face did not move. Mister, you are joking. Just used to live in the same neighborhood. Zhang Huaizhen also let out a long breath. All these years knew that Li Lockju was general manager Yu's man, but just didn't know the relationship between the two of them, so they used to be neighbors. So, that's better. We all know each other. Yeah, too familiar. Yukik meant it, especially in some ways. Chen Bishi's face blanched as she listened, and Zhang Huaizhen was dumbfounded as she listened. It was clear that there was a point to this. Could it be that the two of them are dogging each other? Mr. Be careful with your words to prevent it from affecting your status. Zhang Huaizhen squints her painted eyes. I don't what? Yukik looked at her provocatively. Just think some people pretend too much. Zhang Huaizhen was so angry that her chest rose and fell. She was clearly targeting herself. Chen Bishi suddenly stood up. Mr. Please don't talk about personal matters during working hours. Ha ha. Yujiko laughed. Personal matters? You also know that you are talking about private matters? Could it be that this is your home? And it's unseemly to be casual about it. Zhang Huaizhen snorted coldly. Mr. This isn't a Yugong perspective. Are you jealous? Zhang Huaizhen used to rate with her, and she was taught a lesson in her heart. And besides, you are an acting president. Maybe one day you will go back to the previous position. Who's afraid? Come on. Me? Yukik pointed to her nose. I just can't stand to see someone pretending to be innocent. Taking advantage of the three women's saber rattling, Li Lockju quietly slipped out of the office. Behind her came Yujika's shrill voice. Look at you all. One more than the other fake noble. Who are you calling fake noble? Zhang Huaizhen said angrily. Chapter 50, Murdering the Master. Says you guys. Yujika didn't show any weakness. A young woman and a rich family's daughter. What's the point of pretending to be innocent? Chen Bishi was so angry that she stomped her feet. And what are you? Li Lockju went to the stairwell to get some air. The day was a mess. That crazy woman. He gritted his teeth. Almost exposed our relationship. There were sounds of things being dropped upstairs, and it looked like the three women had torn it up. Li Lockju rubbed his temples and walked towards the elevator. This day, when is it going to end? There was no going back to the office. Going back to the three girls would have to themselves together. Li Lockju simply returned to his car and began to ponder the 200 mo tranquil. This 200 was promising, so started typing and teasing with her. Hurry up and get the full 1000 and have a taste of what it's like to live forever first. Li Lockju slumped in his car seat, pulled out his cell phone, and looked at Mo Tranquility's VX avatar in a daze. A backside shot in a bikini. Sexy but not revealing. A model is a model. This body is truly superb. But, he licked his lips and remembered Simone. This imperial president was the one with the most pleasurable flavor. And her body was not second to Mo Tranquility. And the energy, don't mention it. When Li Lockju thought about it, the tip of his heart was like a cat scratching. Fingers flicked across the screen, hesitating to send a message. At this point screams were not coming from the office on the second floor. I guess I'm tired of fighting. Li Lockju had an ominous feeling, so he grabbed his speed and hurriedly contacted the big model. What's going on? Moda Beauty? He edited the message. Mo Tranquility replied in a second. Missed you. Great talent. The corner of Li Locksu's mouth hooked up. This girl is direct enough. I guess she is also looking at the cell phone. Thinking about me what? Thinking about that night in the tent? He asked tentatively. Mo Tranquility sent a shy emoticon. Hate it. People were innocent that night. Yeah, white as snow. Li Lockju replied with a bad smile. You're always so bad. Mo Tranquility returned an angry expression. Li Lockju leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes and imagining her spilling her guts. So, do you like it? He asked. Love it. Just love being bad. Mo tranquilized back quickly. Li Loxu's heartbeat accelerated as 200 lucky points beckoned to him. So we'll meet someday and show you how bad I am? Yeah, but, Mo Tranquility sent a string of ellipses. But what? Mo Tranquility, I'm a bungler, with a different body shape. Li Loxu froze for a moment, then laughed. What does that mean? You're still Yuan Shen out of body. Mo Tranquility literally, is to play with the line, cannot talk about feelings, don't be dead angry that love me, that I do not play. Ha! Li Lockjaw's fingers shook slightly as he typed. That's right up my alley. I just want to play for nothing. Mo Tranquil sent a chopper. You are really direct. Cannot be subtle, except on the line. Let's ugly words in front. Do not chase people all day confession, marriage proposal and so on. That can be annoying. No, I promise. Hurry up. What day? Li Lochu teased. Yeah, are you free tonight? Li Lochu looked in the direction of the office. The three women are estimated to be scattered, but they are all in the air and cannot care about themselves. Empty, only empty for you. That's very sweet. 7 o'clock, lobby of the W Hotel. Waiting for you. Li Lochu gripped his cell phone tightly, his heart secretly happy. Those 200 points of luck seemed to be coming in, but on second thought, this chick is too proactive. There's no chance of a scam, right? Forget it. Soldiers come and go. Anyway, he's a bachelor and a holy body, so what are you afraid of? Big deal. It's not like we haven't been through this before. He glanced at the clock. Still had most of the day to get through. You can't go back to this office. Why don't you just take a vacation? Moda Beauty. I'm starting to miss you. He sent another message. Poverty. Focus on your work. I'll see you tonight. Li Lochu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find herself and sent her a shared location casually. Turns out people pick it up quickly. Li Lochu almost didn't vomit when he took a look. Big model. Are you kidding me? Aren't you overseas? More than 3,000 kilometers away from me. Mo Tranquility soon. I'll take a portrait here, and then I'll fly directly to your city in the afternoon, and you can just drive here. Roger that. Li Lochu smiled, put away his cell phone, and started the car. Instead of watching three women tear each other apart at the office, I should go home and get ready for my date tonight. These 200 points of lucky value. He was determined to win. The car had just started when he saw a playful figure in front of him. Li Lochu exclaimed in shock and put the car out of fire with one foot. Chen Bishi, you're going to die. Angry, he stuck out his head and cursed like a mad dog. I thought to myself, you're my 160. I'm going to focus on that. And Chen Bishi was his favorite of these women. Maybe it's because it's the first time. So you cherish people, and a little reluctant to touch her. It would be nice to get 160 without having to get laid. Like Smyrny, Li Lochu will endure the pain and she will never see each other again. He was indeed a scumbag himself, and living forever, and what it was like to watch the women he loved die one by one. So don't fall in love with any woman before it's too late. Just like Mo Tranquility, who doesn't kidnap anyone. Stay together if you want to, and then go your separate ways afterward. At this moment, Chen Bishi's face turned into a pig liver color, arms outstretched in a wide-open rage. What are you doing? I'm going to drive away. Li Lochu didn't dare to get out of the car. She knew that Bessie-chan was a black belt. With this dismount, she's in danger of doing a downward chop, or an over-the-shoulder drop would be disastrous. You want to leave after causing trouble? Chen Bishi's voice was so cold that it could attract snowflakes. No, what's it to me? You come down. Don't go down. Li Lochu gripped the steering wheel with a death grip. You're trying to murder your own husband. When Chen Bishi heard this, her face darkened even more. Who is your wife? A slip of the tongue. Li Lochu hurriedly changed his words. I mean you're trying to murder master by blocking my car like this. Master? Chen Bishi sneered. Are you worthy of being my master? Li Loxu's heart softened as he looked at her shaking with anger. This girl, she looks so cute even when she's angry. Bish, let me explain. He softened his tone. Explain what? Explain your affair with Mr. Zhang, or the past with Mr. You, Li Lochu sighed. Get in the car first and we'll talk slowly. Not on, Chen Bishi said stubbornly. You'll explain it all to me right here. Li Lochu looked around. There were already co-workers pointing from a distance. Get in the car or I'll run you over with my car, he threatened. Chen Bishi's eyes reddened. How dare you? Try. Li Lochu started the car. Chen Bishi bit her lip and finally went around to the passenger side to get into the car. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with him? She asked with red eyes. Li Loxu's heart ached. This girl, really simple. I'm just an ordinary guy, he said softly. Always a working relationship with Zhang, always a neighborly relationship with you. Really? Chen Bishi looked at him suspiciously. What's the point of lying to you? Li Lochu reached out to touch her head. Chen Bishi dodged. Then why did you have dinner with Mr. Zhang tonight? Li Luochu was shocked in his heart. This girl even knows this? Just work socializing. He made it up as he went along. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Mo Tranquility. Honey, I booked the flight. I'll see you tonight. Chen Bishi saw it with sharp eyes. Mo Tranquility? That model? Li Luochu hurriedly locked the screen. What? You recognize it too? Recognize? Chen Bishi sneered. She's a famous showbiz socialite. We met through your sister-in-law. Nothing messy. This made Chen Bishi feel better. But still, he grunted. Li Luochu looked at her aggrieved look. And his heart hurt even more. These 160 points of luck are getting really hard to get. So screwed up. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Bish, he was just about to explain. Don't call me that. Chen Bishi interrupted him. You're a liar. With that, he pushed open the car door and ran off. Li Luochu looked at her back. And for the first time, he was shaken by lucky value. Either give up those 160 points, but on second thought, immortality is fundamental. I'm sorry, Bish, he muttered to himself. I'll make it up to you when I'm immortal. After saying that, he started the car and went straight to the airport. The 200 points tonight says nothing. Chapter 51, Why Think So Much? Luocha had a night of night-shaved noodles in the city for lunch. Took advantage of being sweaty again and went to the baths to have a package without ordering a major health treatment. Just shower and sleep. Do not disturb mode is always on midway through. Own bathing rules. Can't be disturbed or you tend to spasm. Slept in until 4:30 p.m. and washed it again and it doesn't feel like it smells anymore. That's why it's a wild ride to the airport. Along the way, he was still thinking about Chen Bishi's aggrieved little face. The heart is not in the right place. Mud. What's wrong with me? He slapped himself hard. In the parking lot, he pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. Mo Tranquility's flight doesn't arrive for another half hour. Should I send a message to Bishop? He hesitated. Fingers traced around the screen and finally gave up. Forget it. The more you explain, the more confusing it gets. That's when Mo Tranquility sent a message. Honey, I'm here. Where are you? Li Luochu's spirit perked up and hurriedly replied. Parking lot B, Red East Railway Business. It didn't take long for a tall figure to come into view. I'll go. Li Luochu sucked in a breath of cool air. Mo Tranquility was wearing a white halter with see-through tulle over it, and underneath was a pair of super short jeans. Those long legs shook Li Luochu's eyes. Have you seen enough? Mo Tranquility knocked on the car window and smiled flirtatiously. Li Luochu hurriedly opened the door. Beauty, you're killing me. What? Mo tranquilized into the passenger side. Don't like it? A scent of perfume drilled into Li Luochu's nose, more provocative than Simone's. Love it too much. Li Luochu gulped. Mo Tranquility suddenly came closer. So get a room now? Li Luochu froze. This, so fast? What? Mo Tranquility's red lips lightly opened. Don't you want to be in a hurry? I'll lose weight and not eat at night. That's good. Li Luochu was so happy that he saved the money for the meal. It's fine. I'll make sure you're not hungry. I'll give you a space meal in a while. Mo Tranquility smiled more flirtatiously. Nasty. Get lost. Where to get a room? It's the same old place. Mo Tranquility leaned back in her seat. W Hotel. I've got the presidential suite. Li Luochu started the car, but his heart was drumming. Why does it feel so smooth? Is this chick a fairy or not? Li Luochu traveled to this world and had never heard of fairy jumping. People on this planet are quite polite. No jumping around. But since he was a sacred body, what was he afraid of? At worst, his thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. It was a message from Chen Bishi. Shutting down your cell phone again? Where have you been fooling around? Li Luochu's heart warmed and he was about to reply. Mo Tranquility suddenly snatched his cell phone. Concentrate on driving. Our time is precious. Li Luochu looked at her side face and always felt that something was strange. Never mind. Let's get the 200 points first. Li Luochu just drove on the highway. The cell phone rang. Yogi Coco's video call. Pick it up or not? He glanced at Mo Tranquility in the passenger seat. Mo leaned lazily on the seat. Answer it. I haven't seen a woman who can make a man avoid her. Li Luochu connected to the video, and Yujika's heavily made-up face appeared on the screen. You deadbeat. Where have you been? Yujika questioned as soon as he opened his mouth. Li Luochu rolled his eyes. None of your business. How is it none of my business? Yujika sneered. You're going to fool around with Widow Zhang, aren't you? What Widow Chang? Playing dumb? Yujika gritted her teeth. Zhang Huaizhen. Ah, that widow left over from the bad old man's play. Li Luochu was happy to hear this. Your mouth is really poisonous. I'm poisoned? Yujika's eyes widened. The whole company knows she's sick. Sick? Li Luochu came to be interested. No. Yujika ripped his voice. I heard her ex-boyfriend was tortured to death by her. Mo Tranquility yawned on the side. Oops. What's the point of this kind of gossip? Yukik froze. Who's talking? Li Lachu turned his cell phone toward Mo Tranquility. Friend. I'll go. Yukik squealed. Mo Tranquility? The model? Mo Tranquility glanced at the screen. Hello? This. Sister. Yujika was so angry that she stomped her feet. Li Lachu. You colorful bastard. Who are you touching? Now you've hooked up with a famous model? Hey. Li Lachu sneered. You're saying Zhang is always sick, right? Yeah. Then you stay away from me from now on. For what? Because I'm sick too. Li Lachu laughed evilly. And it's contagious. Yujika was so angry that her face turned red. You asshole. Mo Tranquility yawned. Boring. Hang up. You shut up. Yujika pointed at the screen. Shameless vixen. Whatever you say. Mo Tranquility smiled indifferently. We're all adults anyway. Just having fun. Yujika was too angry to speak. Li Lachu directly hung up the video. Okay, ignore this crazy. Mo Tranquility pulled out her lipstick to touch up her makeup. Your ex-wife is quite interesting. She's like that. Li Lockjaw shrugged. But, Mo tranquilized her lipstick. I'm telling the truth. What? Just playing around. Mo Tranquility looked in the rearview mirror. I'm a person who doesn't like to drag anyone down afterward. Li Lachu sighed in relief. That's what I thought. That's good. Mo Tranquility smiled flirtatiously. So tonight. In time for tonight. Li Lockjaw picked up. Smart. Mo Tranquility leaned back in the seat. Then focus on driving. Li Lachu gripped the steering wheel tightly and was secretly happy. This kind of unattached woman is what he needs the most. As the night wore on, the neon lights of the W Hotel flickered in the distance. Li Laxu's cell phone rang again. It was the 10th message from Chen Bishi. Where the hell are you? Why don't you get back to me? Mo Tranquility glanced at him. The little girl is quite persistent. Li Lachu sighed. Young people, they are prone to true feelings. You say that. Mo Tranquility laughed and shook her head. As if you're old. It's not age. Li Lachu pulled into the hotel parking lot. It's the mindset. Oh, Mo Tranquility became interested. Tell me about it. Feelings this thing it. Li Lachu put out the fire. It's like passing clouds. Got it. Mo Tranquility unbuckled her seatbelt. So you choose to be timely? Right. Li Lockjaw got out of the car. Why tie yourself down? Mo Tranquility came around to his side and took his arm. I like the way you think. The two had just walked into the elevator when Li Laxu's phone rang again. This time it's Zhang Huaizhen. No answer. Li Lachu directly pressed off. Mo Tranquility leaned against the elevator wall. You're quite popular. It's all trouble. Li Lachu shook his head. What about me? Mo Tranquility moved closer to him. Am I trouble too? Li Lachu sniffed her perfume. You're different. What's different? You know me. Mo Tranquility smiled. Yeah, I get you. The elevator reached the top floor and Mo Tranquility pulled out her room card. Come on, show me how much you know me. Li Lachu followed her into the presidential suite. Bath first? Mo Tranquility asked. You first. Good. Mo Tranquility walked towards the bathroom. Don't peek. Li Lachu sat on the sofa and pulled out his cell phone. 24 unread messages. Chen Bishi, Zhang Huaizhen, Yu Ku. He didn't reply to a single one. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Li Lachu looked out of the window at the night scene, suddenly in a bit of a trance. Is it right or wrong to live like this? Forget it, for the sake of immortality. Why think so much? Chapter 52, Are you on drugs? At 2 o'clock in the morning, Mo Tranquility was paralyzed and shivering in her bed. What the hell are you? She asked under her breath. Li Lachu lit a cigarette. Didn't we talk about it? Just playing around. Playing around? Mo Tranquility rolled over. I've been modeling for so many years. What kind of men have I not seen? So, Li Lockjaw exhaled a smoke ring. But I've never seen you like this. Mo Tranquility bit her lip. 4 hours. Are you on medication? Li Lachu smiled without saying anything. You don't even stop when I beg for mercy. Mo Tranquility's voice was tinged with sobs. Are you the devil? Didn't you say that we should have fun in time? Li Lachu stubbed out his cigarette. Aren't I cooperating with you? Mo Tranquility cowered under the covers. But you're too what? Too fierce. Mo Tranquility blushed. My legs can't even close together to obey me now. Li Lachu got up and went to the bathroom. Take a break. Continue in a while. What? Mo Tranquility looked at him in horror. More? What? Li Lachu turned back. I thought we were just having fun. So have fun. But, Mo Tranquility shook her head. I really can't. Then get some sleep. Li Lachu walked into the bathroom. After you've slowed down. Mo Tranquility looked at his back. Her heart fuming. This man, is he really just an ordinary man? The sound of water in the bathroom rang. and Emo Tranquility fumbled for her cell phone. I want to send a message to my best friend, but I don't know what to say. You can't say. I met a pervert who didn't stop for 4 hours? Forget it, she muttered to herself. Get some sleep and leave tomorrow. But she had just closed her eyes when the bathroom door opened. Asleep? Lee Lokso's voice came. Emo Tranquility was frightened. Don't you come over. What? Lee Lokso smiled and approached. Did you sleep in the bathtub? Don't want your body? I was wrong. Emo Tranquility shrank toward the corner of the bed. I really can't. Then let's play it differently. Lee Lokso bent down and reached out his big hands to pick her up. No! Emo Tranquility screamed. A sleepless night. At dawn, Emo Tranquility was lying on the bed like a dead fish. Her streamlined back shrugged. You're not human, she said weakly with a sob. Lee Lokso tied his tie. Remember, next time don't just say timely happiness. Women are still good. There won't be a next time. Emo Tranquility rolled her eyes. I'm scared of you. I heal okay, right? Lee Lokso smiled and left the room. In the elevator, he looked at himself in the mirror. The sacred body is just fine, he muttered to himself, but with these 200 points, I wonder if I can give it to me, whether or not I'm fangirl. As the elevator descended, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Emo Tranquility's heart and gaining 200 lucky points. Okay, here it comes. Lee Lokso froze. This is okay? He thought he'd have to come to a sea of love, or a sensational relationship to get lucky. I didn't realize that a night of madness could serve its purpose. Looks like the big model likes me a little more after all, even though the person is a bit of a sea queen. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Pulling out his cell phone, Emo Tranquility had already sent a message. You crazy bastard. I can't forget you in my life. After some thought, a slogan from the blue planet was given to her. Well, I hope you will henceforth honor, love, and strengthen yourself, cherish life, and stay away from confusion. Emo Tranquility. Bad. I realized I'm kind of in love with you. Lee Lokso raised an eyebrow. That's it? Didn't they say you can't rely on each other? Emo Tranquil Nemas. You're different from others. I can't leave you in this life. Don't worry. I won't touch other men from now on. They are tasteless. Don't. I'll give you a poem. When all is said and done, go away and hide your body and name. Emo Tranquil. Don't be telling me to move. I can't. I'm going to quit the entertainment industry incognito and be a lover for you. Lee Lokso laughed darkly. Beautiful thought. Bye-bye you and I. Bye. The cell phone that was casually put away. It seems that the way to get a lucky number doesn't have to be to talk about love. As long as you leave a deep impression on the other person's heart and make them submissive, you will have achieved your goal. Then Smyrni's 280. His eyes lit up. Could he still squeeze some oil out of it? But on second thought, I'm afraid Simone, that kind of high-spirited woman, is really in love with me, but the thought of her being a prude made my heart sick. The condescension of her heart must be completely crushed, or else hang her out to dry. Comparing a deadbeat to me every day? I'll be damned. Lee Lokso stepped out of the elevator in a good mood. That's when the phone rang again. Speak of the devil. Surprisingly, it was Simone, who hadn't been contacted for over 24 hours. The video call picks up. Simeone wore a pair of rimless eyes, making her more imperial. The stunning face is reflected on the cell phone screen. Still beautiful, but a little haggard and despondent, as if he hadn't rested well. Hello, Mr. See, Lee Lokso had gotten lucky too, so he had a businesslike attitude. You're a prude anyway, so I'll go along with you being serious to the end. Lee, Mr. Lee, hello, Mr. Secretary. What is it? Please be frank. Simone, it's like this. After I came back and thought about it, I still think it's better to transfer you to the capital headquarters. Lee Lokso wondered. Is not it good that I lay low, go to the group more people, are all hooked up? I'm going to be meticulous for a bit until 2000. Why? I thought we agreed not to move me for a while? As soon as Simone returned to her home in the capital, everything she looked at was the shadow of Lee Lokso, despite knowing he's a bad guy and a devil. But the heart was stolen from him. For 24 hours, sleep, food, and mind, finally made up her mind to transfer her from Bessie-chan. Here's the thing. I have to have reliable people in this department. Lee Lokso almost didn't fall down laughing. Ha ha, Mr. Secretary. You mean I'm reliable? Simeone knew she would be counted out by this asshole. But what can one do? One has no capital at all. Everything is given to people. You can't just ask people to do whatever they want. She pushed down her rimless glasses in a serious manner. Here's the thing. I'm short on people. People I can really trust, who are resourceful and flexible. So you're the first choice. Lee Lokso wasn't thinking about this. He was thinking about Chen Bishi, another boss off this group, on the same level as Simone. Her 160 would have called her heartbroken if she had gotten her hands on it. It's so hard to bear yourself. She's innocent. Guess it's time to get out of here. 3 females disturbing themselves daily can't keep a low profile. Okay, I agree. Really? Simeone did a double take. Well, deeds don't change names. Words do. Fine. I'll place the transfer order tomorrow, but you can come over today. And I'm getting up early tomorrow to send an email anyway, said voice much lower. Li Lachu pretended to be confused. I'm going over there today? In such a big capital. Where can I stay? Do I have to stay in a hotel every day? Simone blushed like a singer, lowered her head, and swallowed. I have a lot of houses. You stay with me first, okay? No way. That's unseemly. We're in a superior-subordinate relationship. Li Lachu was so serious that he almost jumped up, thinking to myself, for such a woman, I must give some strong medicine, or I will play with you every day to feel and play platonic. No, forget it, love it or leave it. After saying that, the screen went black. Yo, my violent temper. Li Lachu was on fire at once. A direct message back. Okay, Mr. Secretary, I've decided not to go. I didn't hear back half the time, so I guess her pride was getting the best of her. Drove back in the night. Mo Tranquility's luck value arrived. And such a crossdresser was not worth keeping. Talk about it when you want to. All he thought about on the way was Chen Bishi. I wonder how I'm going to face her at work the next day. Chapter 53, Squeezing Yuji-ku, Bishi won't release him. When I got home, it was noon. Today says Saturday. No work. After a tiring night, Li Lachu planned to go to bed first. But how could this Yuji-ka let him go? Li Lachu had just laid down on the bed when Yuji-ka pushed the door in. Had enough fun? She leaned against the doorframe with her arms wrapped around her. Li Lachu closed his eyes. Get lost. This is my home. Yukik walked over to the bed. And you have the nerve to come back to bed? Your home? Li Lachu sat up violently. You paid the down payment. Who is paying the mortgage for these 7 years? Yuji-ka bit her lip. That's our home too. Ha! Li Lachu sneered. When surname Huang asked you for a room, why don't you think about the fact that this is our home? I was just confused for a moment. Didn't I not go in the end? Yuji-ka's eyes reddened. Li Lachu got out of bed to pack his clothes. Okay, then let's sell the house. 1/2. In the future, we won't see each other. No. Yuji-ka jumped over and hugged him around the waist. Don't sell the house. Get loose. Not loose. Yujik pressed her face against his back. There are 7 years of our memories here. Memories? Li Lachu sneered. It's all your tears, isn't it? I'm only 5 minutes. I can't satisfy you every time. So you're thinking of switching? I was wrong. Yuji-ka cried. Really no it's wrong. Late. Li Lachu shook her off. Once a cheater, never a cheater. Well, then why did you come back? Yuji-ka wiped her tears. I have half of this house. Why don't I come back? Li Lachu pushed her away. Don't be hypocritical. I'm tired and want to sleep. So, then you sleep. Yuji-ka suddenly became gentle. I'll give you a massage. Li Lachu glanced at her. On the basis of still being able to squeeze a bit of luck. It's fine if you want me not to move. It's none of your business what I do. Really? Yuji-ka's eyes lit up. Aha. Well, I'll go take a shower then. Yuji-ka jumped up and went to the bathroom. Li Lachu lay on the bed, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom. This woman, still so good at things. Ding, gained Yujik's heart. Lucky value +2. I'll go. Li Lachu almost jumped out of bed. That's okay? At this time, Yuji-ka came out wrapped in a bath towel. Hubby, I'll serve you. Li Lachu looked at her wet appearance and suddenly felt that these 2 lucky points were worth it. Come here. He patted the side of the bed. Yuji-ka happily got under the covers. Hubby, I promise I'll never make a mistake again. Li Lachu closed his eyes. Less talking. Massage. In his heart, he was thinking, this lucky value. It's quite interesting to come. Right. Li Lachu was quite comfortable and rolled over onto his back again. Roll out the dough for me. He. Yogi-ka then rolled over and rode on his back, and her hands began to pinch inch by inch from his shoulders. Well, comfortable. How nice to be like this earlier. By the way, you're thinking of a transfer for. I'm not in the planning department anymore. Li Lachu thought about in Zhang Huaizhen and Chen Bishi every day to suffer from the sandwich is difficult. Why work so hard when you're just mixing a little paycheck yourself? The top doesn't know what it's doing anyway. So where do you want to go? Li Lachu thought about this all the way. Isn't there a large cargo warehouse for the group in Qingshui County? There's also a convalescent breeding base at Guanshan Reservoir, both of which are places to raise idlers. Yuji-ka on the back was also secretly happy in her heart. She could also see that Zhang Huizhen and Chen Bishi were both thinking about their husbands. I've wanted to transfer him for a long time. Yujika tired half a day finally autumn to male enhancement once spring plowing. Finally, he was drained and satisfied and fell asleep. Guanshan Reservoir Administrator Wang Qiuga was originally the old horse's direct line. This time the old horse fell. Yujiku has long wanted to replace him. In the morning this pair of dogs that female. After breakfast, just stick to the plan. On Sunday morning, Yogi Ko was on fire. A transfer order directly promoted Li Laqiu from the planning department team leader to the director of Guanshan Reservoir Convalescent Center. The director of personnel was still at home doing laundry when he was called into the office to begin drafting the paperwork for personnel appointments, and he called the current director of the Guanshan Reservoir Retreat Center, Wang Qiuga, to prepare for the handover. The handover will be completed on Monday. The personnel director printed out the transfer order and sent a photo to Yujik for her review. At this point the two were still getting tired of being in bed, and Li Laqiu squeezed out another +1 lucky from his ex-wife. Yujika sprawled on the bed, her hair disheveled, glanced at the cell phone and handed it to Li Laqiu behind her. Full section level? Li Laqiu looked at the transfer order. So generous? Yukik rolled over and got up, intending to take a shower. Draped in her silk pajamas, she said smugly, when old Ma falls, it's only natural for his people to clean up. Wang Qiuga is old Ma's man? Not true. Yujika sneered. That old thing raised a bunch of vixens in the reservoir, specializing in serving old horses. Li Laqiu's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing? Don't even think about it. Yukik pinched him. I had it all cleaned away. Li Laqiu. On Monday, Li Laqiu just arrived at the unit. Zhao Mingliang, the director of the personnel department, came to their planning department office very early in the morning. Director Li, it's a long way to go. Why don't we set off here? Zhao Mingliang smiled and fawned. Li Laqiu was just about to agree when the planning department exploded. As it happened, Chen Bishi was carrying a bag and had just walked into the office. Once I saw Li Laqiu was there, I was quite happy. Thought I told the vixen to take it. Just about to undermine him a few times. Then I heard, it's a long way. Let's go now. What departure? Where to? With that, he slammed his satchel on the table. The personnel director hurriedly pushed down his glasses and greeted him over with a smile. Oh, Miss Chen. I'll take Director Li to Guanshan Reservoir Retreat Center to take up his post. What? He transferred? Chen Bishi's pair of almond-shaped eyes were so wide that she couldn't see her eyelids. Master, you're leaving? Said the man, his eyes reddening a bit. This planning department already exists in name only. If you leave again, what's the point of me staying? She looked at Li Laqiu aggressively. Suddenly, she turned her head to think of the personnel director, whose transfer orders. The HR director lowered his head, thinking, it's none of my business. It's Mr. You. Wait, don't go yet. I'll go find her. Chen Bishi turned around and almost bumped into the furious Zhang Huaixin head-on. Li Laqiu, don't move first. I'll go find Mr. You. Is there anyone else working in this planning department after you leave? Chen Bishi didn't care about the harshness of the words and clamored to go along. So Zhang Huaixin brought Chen Bishi to kill Yujika's office. Yujika was putting on her makeup, and the moment she saw the two rushing in, she hurriedly put away her makeup mirror. On what grounds did you transfer little Li? Zhang Huaixin slapped the table. Chen Bishi cheered from the side. You're taking personal revenge. Yujika sneered. I'm the acting general manager. Is there a problem with mobilizing personnel? You. Zhang Huaixin was shaking with anger. You're abusing your power. That's it. Chen Bishi reddened her eyes. What will happen to the planning department when team leader Li is gone? Yujika looked at Chen Bishi. What? Can't bear to part with it? Chen Bishi blushed. Miss Chen. Can't the planning department play without him? Li Laqiu? Yujika sneered. So you and Zhang Huaixin are vegetarians? Or is Li Laqiu the only one who usually works? What? Chen Bishi was stunned. That's when I realized that people had a point. All along, the planning department really dry work in fact. Just one person. That is, people Li Laqiu. Hard-working. Himself and that widow Zhang are just playing with people. Not doing any real work at all. The man is leaving. Starting to wake up. Starting to regret it. Zhang Huaixin also froze. Li Laqiu followed at this time and sighed. Alright, you guys stop. I'm working wherever I go. You can't leave. Chen Bishi jumped over and hugged his arm. You promised to teach me. Thinking of your master now? What are you doing? Zhang Huaixin also stepped forward. Little Li, do you really want to go to that deserted mountain? Li Laqiu looked at the two women and thought to himself. Really don't know how to cherish it when you get it, and only regret it when you lose it. You deserve it. He pulled out his arm that was still in Chen Bishi's fat and tender arms. Bishi, how do I deserve to be your master? You are a great lady. No, I can't leave you. You can't go. Chen Bishi and Li Laqiu did have feelings for each other during this time. Li Lachu really helped and inspired her in many ways. To say it's a master is an understatement. Sometimes it's more like being a big brother and covering for her. With him, it feels grounded and safe. A turn to you Ji-ku. I'll report to the group and change your appointment. You wait. Yujika snorted coldly. That will have to wait until the group's decision is implemented by me. Turning his head to the sweaty-faced personnel director. Director Zhao. Still not moving? Yes. Zhao Mingliang hurried forward. Director Li, the car is ready. Li Lachu gently pushed Shen Bishi away. I'm sorry, let's contact each other often if something happens. Anyway, no one else can take this 160, so now is the time to show them how important it is to know me. Gone are the days of treating me like an ass. Li Lachu had a hunch that he wouldn't be able to work in the reservoir for long. At least there was a Simeone to think about herself. See you later, everyone. After saying that, he sighed and turned around to follow Zhao Mingliang. Zhang Huaizhen's angry curses came from behind him. Leave and don't come back. Li Lachu got into the car and looked at the office building in the rearview mirror. Forget it, he muttered to himself. Bish, I'll see you around. Chapter 54, It's all because you're too good. The car pulled onto the highway, and Li Lachu leaned back in the backseat leather seatback. Zhao Mingliang peeked at him from the rearview mirror from time to time, but saw that the new director was only fiddling with his cell phone. The phone vibrated and Mo Tranquility sent a message. Missed you. Still reeling from last night. The corner of Li Laxu's mouth rose slightly. You can't stand it after only one night? Nasty. Mo Tranquility sent a shy emoji. It's all because you're too good. Want to do it again? I don't dare. I can't even walk well now. Mo Tranquility pouted. But, I still want to. Li Lachu was about to reply when Simone's message popped up. I heard you transferred? Li Lachu hurriedly changed into a serious tone. Yes, Mr. C. Where did it go? Kwanzaa Reservoir Retreat Center. Simeone was silent for a moment. Why don't you come to my side? Ha! Li Lachu stared at the screen and sneered. Mr. C. It's better for us to see less of each other. Why? Simeone pressed. I'm short of people on my side. Are you afraid to meet up if you're doing a job? Mr. C. You're right. Let's keep a good working relationship. You. Simeone wanted to say something. At this time, Mo Tranquility sent another message. What are you thinking about? Why are you ignoring people? Li Lachu fumbled to switch the dialogue box. Driving. Liar. You're obviously sitting in the back row. Mo Tranquility sent a sneak peek photo. Li Lachu was shocked. You followed me? I'm not thinking of you. Mo tranquilized. Look out the window. Li Lachu turned his head, only to see Mo Tranquility winking at him in a red Porsche in the next lane. Crazy woman. He scolded with a laugh. Simone sent another message. Li Lachu, what exactly do you mean? Li Laxu's head was as big as a bucket. Mr. C. I still mean what I said before. You. Simeone seemed to be holding back something. Mo Tranquility's car had overtaken the front. Want to get in my car? Li Lachu looked at Zhao Mingliang who was focused on driving. No. Some other time. Then say yes. Mo Tranquility's car drove away in a puff of smoke. Simeone was still waiting for him to reply. Li Lachu weighed his words. Mr. C. I appreciate your appreciation. But what? But I am not worthy of you. Simeone sent a string of ellipses. Li Lachu breathed a sigh of relief, finally coping with it. Zhao Mingliang's voice came. Director Li, do you want to take a break? No need. Li Lachu closed his eyes. Call me when you get there. In his heart, he was thinking, these women, one is harder than the other. The phone vibrated again. This time it was Bessie Chen. Li Lachu directly turned off his cell phone. Guanshan Reservoir is picturesquely situated by the mountains and the water. Zhao Mingliang's car moved slowly on the winding mountain road. Li Lachu opened his cell phone and a bunch of unread messages poured in. Mo Tranquility, people are following me to the service area. Why are you ignoring me? Smyrni, Li Lakja. We need to talk. Chen Bishi, Master. Why are you leaving? Li Lachu rubbed his temples. These women were really enough. Director Li, it's here. There had been an hour when Zhao Mingliang's voice came. Li Lachu looked up, only to see an ancient garden-style complex situated on the edge of the reservoir. This is a nice place. He brightened up. Zhao Mingliang smiled flatteringly. That's right. This is our company's feng shui treasure. How? The mountains here are beautiful and the aura is abundant. Zhao Mingliang lowered his voice. This is where old Ma met his current mistress. Li Laxu's heart moved. So Wang Xiuga? No. Zhao Mingliang looked around. This old thing specializes in finding young girls for old Ma. Li Lachu pondered. No wonder Yu Ji-ko wanted to get rid of him. The car pulled up in front of a small two-story building. This is the director's office. Zhao Mingliang pointed upstairs. Downstairs is the reception room. Li Lachu was just about to speak when his cell phone rang again. Mo Tranquility sent a video request. When he picked up, he saw Mo Tranquility in a bikini, lying by the pool. Nice pool here. She winks at the camera. Lee Lachu froze. Where are you? The indoor pool at the retreat center. Ha! Mo Tranquility rolled over. I booked it for a week. Lee Lachu looked at Zhao Mingliang. There's a swimming pool here? There is. Zhao Mingliang laughed. The facilities are very complete. Lee Lachu suddenly felt that this errand seemed good. The cell phone rang again. And it was Simeone. Next week at the board meeting. You're coming in to report. Lee Lachu frowned. I've only just taken up my post. What newspaper do I remit? That's an order. Simeone said coldly. Lee Lachu was just about to reply when Chen Bishi's video came back in. Master. Chen Bishi's eyes were red in the video. That I have an emergency over here. Later. Lee Lachu hurriedly hung up. Director Zhao, take me to hand over the work. It seems that this reservoir, too, is not peaceful. Wang Xiuga was tidying up his office, and when he saw Lee Lachu come in, he glanced at him coldly. A new officer, he said conspiratorially. Lee Lachu ignored him and surveyed the spacious office to himself. Just outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the turquoise reservoir with green hills in the distance. Good feng shui. He nodded. Wang Xiuga sneered. The feng shui is good. I just don't know who can enjoy it for a few days. Lee Lachu turned to look at him. Yeah, say roll with it. Mentally, he cursed. Damn you. Fight me. I can stab your mouth into a toilet. You. Wang Xiuga was holding a couple of folders in his hand in a decent manner and held them up a few times. What? You still dare to throw it? Lee Lachu laughed and walked over. I'll give you a chance. You've had enough of this bowl of rice, haven't you? The old horse has stepped on the downfall of the horse. And you're still pretending to be a Nima warrior? Saying that, he stared at Wang Xiuga who had his head down. If I were you, I would immediately go up and expose old Ma. Stand up for yourself. And keep your iron rice bowl. Humph. Wang Xiuga continued to organize the documents. Lee Lachu still has to mess with him a few more times, trying to irritate him so much that he will throw himself into the river right now to kill himself. But at this time, the door opened and Mo Tranquility pushed her way in wearing a bathrobe. Oops. Excuse me. She smiled flirtatiously. Wang Xiuga's eyes lit up. Miss Mo. What brings you here? Come on vacation. Mo Tranquility walked over to Lee Lachu. I heard there's a new director and came to say hello. Wang Xiuga wilted then. So that's how it is. Lee Lachu cursed in his heart, this crazy woman, intent on adding to my mess. The phone rang again. A message from Simeone. I'm going to review the material for next week's debriefing ahead of time. Lee Lachu was about to reply when Chen Bishi's call came in again. It's not good enough to hang up in front of people. So he walked over to the window, looked out over the yard, and picked up the phone. Master, which room are you in? I came to see you. Lee Lachu had two big heads. What room? I'm here for an office, not a vacation. You're not going to be here for nothing. Lee Lachu thought about if Chen Bishi dressed like Mo Tranquility. At. Why can't I go? I'm an inspector anyway. I can go anytime I want as long as it's a company place. Humph. Lee Lachu fantasized about how good it would be if the two of them, Mo Tranquility and Chen Bishi, were swapped. Chen Bishi to Mo Tranquility as demure. Master, are you listening again? That reminds him. Hey, crooked. What kind of signal is this in this hole? Hang up the phone and simply set it to do not disturb mode. Mo Tranquility looked on from the side and was straight happy. It seems that the new director is very sought after. Wang Xiuga snorted coldly. Young and promising. Lee Lachu didn't bother with them. Hand over the work. Handing over? Wang Xiuga snorted. What kind of work can there be here? So these documents. It's all fake. Wang Xiuga was blunt. This place is a gold mine. Mo Tranquility yawned. I'm going to the pool. I'll see you tonight. With that said, she wiggled her hips and walked away. Wang Xiuga looked meaningfully at Lee Lachu. Directorly. Your words I will think carefully. Goodbye. Lee Lachu sat into the boss chair. Take your word for it. Wang Xiuga shook his head and left with the cardboard box. The office is finally clearing up. Lee Lachu sighed as he looked at the unread messages on his cell phone. Chapter 55 Special Services. Lee Lachu sat in the main seat of the conference room and looked at the sparse number of people below. Come, everyone, get acquainted. Zhao Mingliang stood up and introduced. This is the new director Lee. A big-bladed young man was the first to stand up. Zhang Dali from the logistics department. Lee Lachu nodded. The name was quite apt. Lu Yan from the accounting department. A woman in a slim-fitting sheath dress stood up. In her 30s, she was charming and had an indefinable wink in her eyes. Office Li Xiaoyu. The last one was a woman with glasses. Looked fresh out of school and timid. Just these people? Li Lachu asked Xiao Mingliang. There are also a few cooks, security guards and cleaners. Zhao Mingliang laughed. They're all from the local village. Temporary workers. Li Lachu looked at this so-called convalescent center and shook his head straight in his heart. Let's have lunch together at noon, Zhao Mingliang proposed. Li Lachu understood what he meant. This was to inspect the ground. At the dinner table, when Li Lachu saw the table full of chicken, duck and fish, he realized that he had come to the right place. In the city, you have to hook up every day, and you have to wait in line for a boxed lunch or a spicy hot pot. How nice it is here, with the mountains and the water and the models to chase. Director Li? Zhao Mingliang saw Li Lachu fidgeting and hurriedly reminded him to move his chopsticks. Oh, Li Lachu hurriedly copied the chopsticks. Director Li, the specialty of this place is the three-spotted fish from this reservoir, which is famous throughout the country, and many big leaders have come here to convalesce for this fish, said turning the fish around. Then he glared. Zhang Dali, don't you know that this fish head is facing the director? Zhang Dali spat out his tongue, hurriedly getting up to pour wine. Director Li, try our specialty here. Drunken 3 crazy. No more wine. I have a meeting to inspect this afternoon. Come on, you can do it any day. Drink up. Director Li, try this local wild boar, wild mountain mushrooms stewed with local chicken. Lu Yan also started to give him dishes. This is old Ma's favorite. He blushed himself first after saying that. Li Lachu glanced at her, thinking, this woman really has a problem. This time still mention the old horse? Isn't that silly? Where is Accountant Lu from? Lu Yan is like a shy big girl who blushes when she talks. I'm from a nearby county and I'm staying here too. Li Lachu, thinking, I didn't ask you that? Is this woman out of her mind? She's keeping score? Xiao Yu, what school did you graduate from? He asked hurriedly for a change. Jinghua University. Li Xiao Yu lowered her head. Zhang Dali busy naive aside to assist. People are graduate students. Here the highest learning. Master? Li Lachu was a bit surprised. Aha. So what brings you to a place like this? Li Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. No one in the family has connections. It's good to find an iron rice bowl. Zhao Mingliang laughed. Isn't this good? Clean. Li Lachu looked at this 985 senior student and felt a sigh in his heart. Right. Lu Yan suddenly said. Does Director Li want to take a bath? The hot springs here are very comfortable. Zhao Mingliang's eyes lit up. Yes, this is our specialty. Li Luizhu understand what they mean. This is to accept this special service. Some other time. He picked up his glass. Let's familiarize ourselves today. Lu Yan gave him a meaningful look. Li Xiaoyu lowered her head to pick up her meal. Zhang Dali smiled nervously. As he was eating, Mo Tranquility twisted her waist and walked in. Geez, all of them, she said with a smile. Zhao Mingliang and the others scrambled to get up. Miss Mo. Only Li Lachu sat unmoving, his face still somewhat unhappy. What? An internal gathering where outsiders are not welcome? Mo Tranquility raised her eyebrows at him. Zhao Mingliang hurriedly rounded off the scene. Mo was joking. You are the tourism ambassador of our Guanshan reservoir. An ambassador? Li Lachu sneered. Just her? Mo Tranquility was not annoyed. Instead she smiled and sat down beside him. What? You don't recognize a new official when he takes office? Lu Yan poured her wine. Miss Mo, try our wild mountain mushroom wine here. Good. Mo Tranquility picked up her wine glass. Director Li, give face? Li Lachu looked at her flirtatious appearance and cursed in his heart. This woman is really seeking her own death. Li Lachu intends to tonight. Lock her up for the night and tell her to get over it. Mo, you know Director Li? Zhao Mingliang asked tentatively. Why don't you recognize? Mo Tranquility smiled. We're old friends. The crowd was relieved that it was one of their own. Here, I'll toast Director Li. Mo Tranquility raised her glass. I wish you good luck in your office. Li Lachu had to have a drink with her. Director Li, you must take care of Miss Mo. Zhang Dali said naively. Yeah. Lu Yan also helped out. Mo is a regular customer here. Li Xiaoyu sneaked a look at Mo Tranquility and lowered her head again. How dare I bother Director Li? Mo Tranquility deliberately pouted. He's so busy. Li Lachu glared at her. Cut the crap. Look, he dislikes me. Mo Tranquility pretended to be aggrieved. Zhao Mingliang and the others nodded secretly as they watched them flirt. It turns out that the new director and Mo have this kind of relationship. Right. Mo Tranquility suddenly said. I've asked a friend to come and play at night. Director Li can make arrangements for that. Li Lachu frowned. Do you think this is your home? That's what I said. Mo Tranquility gave him a blank look. I'm an ambassador. The crowd laughed. Li Lachu looked at her complacent look and thought, if you have to send yourself to the door, then don't blame me. The meal broke up and Li Lachu returned to his office. Just as he sat down, Lu Yan came in with the ledger. Director Li, here are last year's accounts. Li Lachu flipped it open and immediately frowned. What kind of accounts are these? It's all left over from old Ma's time. Lu Yen bit her lip. I don't dare to ask. Li Lachu sneered. $300,000 a month for catering? That. Lu Yen stammered. And this, a $200,000 per month special service fee for the spa department? Lu Yen's face went white. Director. Li Lachu closed the ledger. Go get Zhang Dali. It didn't take long for Zhang Dali to come in. Tell me, where did all that money go? Zhang Dali scratched his head. Director. I'll be in charge of procurement. Purchasing? Li Lachu pointed to the ledger. 5,000 for a wild fish? As he was talking, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Simeone. Next week at the board meeting, you're going to report on the financial status of the retreat center. Li Laxu's heart moved, so it was. This is to use his hand to clean up old Ma's power. Chen Bishi's message also jumped out. Master, I'm already on my way. Li Lachu replied. Don't come. It's not peaceful here. What's wrong? It's all half open? Chen Bishi asked worriedly. Li Lachu ignored her. Come as you are. This group is all owned by others. Can you still block it? At this time Mo Tranquility pushed the door in. Checking the accounts? Li Lachu looked at her. What do you know? I'm just an ambassador. Mo Tranquility smiled. But what? You'll see when my friend comes over tonight. Li Lachu was thoughtful. Looks like it's time to clean up this pinup. The cell phone rang again. It was Yu Jiku. Honey, did you miss me? Li Lachu rubbed his temples. Let me catch my breath, okay? Chapter 56, $100,000 a night. Li Lachu looked at Mo Tranquil's mysterious appearance and suddenly figured it out. Mo Tranquility is from the modeling circle and knows all the famous and rich women. And this retreat center. It's been the old horse's money pit. I'm afraid the so-called special service fees are related to these celebrities. Your friend? Li Lachu asked tentatively. They are all lonely rich wives. Mo Tranquility came to his ear. In the past, it was Wang Qiuga who arranged special services. Li Lachu came to a realization. No wonder Lu Yen and Zhang Dali were so secretive about these accounts. This is simply an upscale clubhouse. So you're here to scout for them? Li Lachu sneered. Mo Tranquility smiled charmingly. I'm not afraid that the new director doesn't know the rules. You're good at your job. That's for sure. Mo Tranquility said proudly. I'm an ambassador. Li Lachu looked at the account book and already had a plan in his heart. These rich wives can't spend their money for nothing. Since we're going to clean up old Ma's forces, we might as well take this opportunity to make a hard profit. Fine. Have your friend over tonight, he said tersely. Mo Tranquility's eyes lit up. You promise? But, Li Lachu looked at her. The price will have to be doubled. You. Mo Tranquility froze. So dark? Take it or leave it. Mo Tranquility bit her lip and thought, alright, I'll go say it. Watching her twist her waist and leave, Li Lachu sneered. These rich wives are making money for nothing. Sooner or later we're going to have to clean this place up anyway, so we might as well get a head start. The cell phone rang. It was Simone. How are the accounts coming along? Li Lachu replied. Very interesting. What do you mean? Next week's board meeting. You'll find out. Ending the call, suddenly the booze hit the fan. Li Lachu went to the suite inside, rolled over onto the bed, and soon fell asleep, until he himself was woken up by Mo Tranquility's touch. Are you sick? Li Lachu didn't have the heart to push her hand away. Yo, it's hard to be this good at this age. Li Lachu ignored her and hurriedly pouted his ass off to the bathroom. A short while later, Li Lachu, who had collected his gun and returned to the line, walked out, wiping his hands as he went. What are you doing here again? Dinner tonight? There's good news. She bit her lip. Wanna hear it? Li Lachu bristled. You're pregnant? Asterisk 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 off. But I'd love to give you one. Get out. Li Lachu is now particularly annoying her. Said that the casual play finished without attachment. This horse can't keep his word. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed her. Seeing Li Lachu looking down and playing with his cell phone, Mo Tranquility could only retract her flirtatiousness. Okay, down to business. There are a few rich wives. Mo Tranquility wanted to say something. Li Laxu's heart sank. What do they want? All said they wanted to see you. Mo Tranquility bristled. Something about the new director being young and talented and wanting to invite you for tea. Li Lachu sneered. Drinking tea? That's not true. Mo Tranquility moved closer to him. Just now over at the hot springs, they were all talking about you. So soon? Oh, they have mines in the nearby mountains. Mo Tranquility blankly glanced at him. That's not generally rich. Li Laxu's head was as big as a bucket. This planet mines too? None of my business. No see. It adds up to a couple hundred years old. So go play by yourself. Mo Tranquility twisted and was about to go around the table. Li Lachu hurriedly stood up. walked to the door, and opened it. Mo gave him a quiet glare. You caused your own trouble. Mo Tranquility gloated. Who made you have to charge so much? Li Lachu wondered. Are you a famous model or a famous prostitute? What kind of pimp? And they're too expensive? He said, looking out the door to make sure no one was there. Don't they have minds? Are they still afraid of this amount of money? No. Mo Tranquility bit her lip. They said that since it's so expensive, why don't they just... Dry what? Why don't we just go directly to you? Mo Tranquility glared at him. You cheap director. A chill ran through Li Lachu. These rich wives, they're too horny, aren't they? I'm not a duck. What's the point of looking for me? You tell them to go to the neighboring villages and find some strong laborers. I don't know. I'm just the messenger anyway. You hold me back, he said seriously. On what basis? Mo tranquilized her mouth. Aren't you quite capable? You. And. Mo Tranquility suddenly smiled badly. Their bid is not low. How much? $100,000 a night. Li Lachu sucked in a breath of cold air. My God. If this is busy for a month, the mortgage is paid. No wonder old Ma Wang Xiuga can make a living here. No. He shook his head. It's too dangerous. What? Mo Tranquility raised an eyebrow. Afraid Simone will find out? Li Lachu glared at her. How do you know? I'm in the modeling circle. Mo Tranquility said smugly. What news can't you find out? Li Lachu sighed. I found out that you're from the devil's circle. Go unblock for me. A bunch of old ladies want to figure out my body. Don't even think about it. In the evening, Chen Bishi finally arrived. Li Lachu himself went to the gate to pick her up. Within moments, her sedan was seen from afar pulling into the yard. Li Lachu hurried over and helped her with her luggage, only to see that she still looked tired. Master. Her eyes lit up and she looked much better. This mouthful of masters is dead in name only. Slow down. Li Lachu took the suitcase. The road is so far. Why did you think to come? Chen Bishi lowered her head. I miss you. Li Lachu's heart was warmed and a little worried. What's the point of wandering around in the middle of nowhere if you're not going to stay in the city? Chen Bishi, what's the point of me being in that company when you're not even there anymore? Said Li Lachu, hard as swing. Thought this girl to come before reading what love novels, right? How the sentences are like knives. Keep it up a little longer, and I'll be up to 160 here. As he was talking, Mo Tranquility drove past in his Porsche. Chen Bishi froze. That seems to be a merchant. Li Lachu pulled her inside. I'll take you to your room. Li Xiaoyu was already waiting. Miss Chen. This way please. The room is in the far corner of the second floor, but has an excellent view of the entire reservoir. It's safe here. Li Xiaoyu introduced. I live next door. Li Lachu nodded. Trouble you to take care of her. It should be. Li Xiaoyu smiled. I'll go prepare dinner. When she left, Chen Bishi looked around. Master, this place is so beautiful. Aha. Li Lachu looked at her naivety. It's just what? It's not as simple as you think here. Chen Bishi cocked her head. What do you mean? Anyway, Li Lachu said seriously. Don't run around at night. I know. Chen Bishi pouted. I'm not a child. Li Lachu looked at her innocence and thought. Just because you are not a child, it is more dangerous. Right. Chen Bishi suddenly asked. Who was the one driving the sports car just now? A rich kid from a nearby county. Chen Bishi reckons she saw the figure. She's beautiful. Li Lachu, what's pretty may not be good. Chen Bishi was thoughtful. Master, are you? Don't think blindly. Li Lachu interrupted her. Rest for a while. I'll find you for dinner later. Looking at his back as he left, Chen Bishi bit her lip. She always felt that there was some kind of secret hidden here, and that woman seemed to be. Chapter 57, Chased by a sow with no way out. Just after walking out of Chen Bishi's room, Li Lachu saw three heavily made-up women standing in front of his office door. Over. His heart sank as he recognized that these were the rich women Mo Tranquility had mentioned. The three of them, dressed in designer labels and bejeweled, were there whispering. One of them had sharp eyes and saw him. Oops, isn't this the new Director Li? Without saying a word, Li Lachu turned and ran. Director Li, don't go. The clatter of high heels came from behind him. We just came for a cup of tea. Li Lachu ran faster and turned into the garden. Gee, young people have good stamina. It runs so fast. It must be even better at night. The three rich women laughed and chased them more vigorously. Li Lachu bypassed the wigwam, only to find a dead end in front of him. Mud. First time here. Not familiar with the roads. One can only resign oneself to stopping. Meet this sow. Director Li, let's have a chat. A sweet voice came from behind him. Li Lachu turned around and saw that three rich women had blocked the road. Ladies, it's not good. What's wrong with that? The lead rich woman pursed her lips. I heard you doubled the price. Since it's so expensive. Another rich woman came closer. Why don't we just go straight to you, director? That's when the tourists were drawn in. What's going on here? Seems to be chasing that handsome guy. Li Lachu was so embarrassed that it was hilarious. A couple of ladies. He forced himself to be calm. I'm an administrator. I can't. We know. The three rich women laughed even more. That's why we came to see you. Yeah, aren't you in charge? I'm hot inside, so you'll manage it for me. A fat, white, chubby one came up to me, stretching out his arms like a white carrot. Li Lachu almost didn't throw up. More and more tourists gathered around. Is this a movie? It seems true. Li Lachu's forehead was sweating. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? The rich women pressed on. The price is negotiable. At this time, Mo Tranquility appeared out of nowhere. Several sisters. Don't make things difficult for him. Li Lachu was relieved that help had finally come. Who knew that Mo Tranquility's next sentence almost made him vomit blood? Director Lee has an appointment tonight. Can I stay with you guys tomorrow? Nima? Mo Tranquility blinked and came over to stick up with Li Lachu. Exchanging pleasantries. A reprieve? You sleep at my place tonight. I just went out to buy some oil. Li Lachu came along and said, motor oil? Oh, Li Lang. All this and you still don't forget to damage me? What are you doing? A chorus of voices. Dressed in a light blue yoga outfit, Chen Bishi stood under the moonlight like a cold and chilly fairy. At this point it was just a matter of her holding a sword in her hand. The crowd was stunned. Beautiful. Who's this? I didn't come tonight for nothing. Yes, two great beauties, one racing the other. I like this later one, tightly dressed but with the body type on display. I like the front one, sassy as hell. Only then did Li Lachu carefully make a comparison between Chen Bishi and Mo Tranquility. Same size, similar body type, but the flesh of the squash inside is so much worse. The color of the moon was like water, sprinkling on Chen Bishi's delicate figure. The soft fabric clung to the skin, outlining mesmerizing curves, slender waist, long legs, rounded hips, exuding youthful vigor in the moonlight. She stood there, as cold and solitary as a cold plum. The long black hair rose gently with the wind, lining the delicate little face even more fair. The most moving thing was those eyes, clear as day, but with a hint of anger that made people not dare to look directly at them. Honey, her delivered this most regal sound in her lowest voice. What is this? Li Lachu. Ouch. I can't. My heart is broken. He covered his heart, knowing it was fake but still lethal. Without waiting for Li Lachu to reply, she had already walked in style. Every step was like stepping on hearts and minds, so you couldn't take your eyes off them. A few ants. She turned her head, the curve of her mouth elegant and detached, her gaze stern as a knife. I'm sorry, Director Lee has an appointment with me tonight. The three rich women looked at each other in disbelief, shocked by the sudden appearance of this beauty. I'm his girlfriend. Chen Bishi gently held onto Li Lachu's arm, warm body heat coming through the fabric. Not only tonight, in this life he can only accompany me. Li Lachu felt her temperature and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Almost. Isn't 160 coming soon? He waited for the system's beep and for those 160 lucky points to arrive. But nothing happened. Nima, didn't Simone give them all? What's wrong with Chen Bishi? Li Lachu screamed bitterly in his heart. Brother Tong, are you leaking electricity? Hurry up and charge and upgrade. Chen Bishi confessed. My 160 Mo Tranquility stood aside with obvious jealousy in her eyes. Just by you? Mo Tranquility. Chen Bishi turned her head, her gaze like a knife. You should know who I am. Mo Tranquility's expression froze. Let's forget about it today. Chen Bishi's voice was still soft, but it carried a hint of a chilling aura. If you want to continue in the entertainment industry, you'd better stay away from Li Lachu. You, Mo Tranquility bit her lip, her nails sinking deep into her palms. Moving you is as easy as a slap in the face. Every word was like an ice pick, piercing into the bottom of Mo Tranquility's heart. Oh, just kidding. You still took it seriously. Bye. Mo Tranquility's face turned white, turned around and fled like she was leaving. The three rich women saw that the situation was not right and also left unhappily. The onlookers made regretful noises and gradually dispersed, leaving only the two in the moonlight. Master. Chen Bishi let go of his hand. The harshness from earlier disappeared and she changed back to that timid little disciple. Are you alright? Li Lachu looked at the side of her face. This has also changed too quickly. I didn't realize before that Chen Bishi was so good at acting. I lied to them. Chen Bishi lowered her head, her long hair covering her expression. I just didn't want to see you being bullied. Li Lachu's heart was warmed, yet there was a hint of loss. So it wasn't genuine. No wonder the system didn't respond. 160 rubbing shoulders again. Thanks, he said softly, a gentleness in his voice that he didn't even notice. No need to thank you. Chen Bishi raised her head, and under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled with crystals. I'm hungry. Before the words were out of her mouth, she turned and ran away, leaving behind a trail of hurried footsteps and a ghostly scent in the air if nothing else. Li Lachu stood in place, watching her back gradually disappear into the night. He suddenly realized that some words, spoken and unspoken, were really the same. Brother Unity, which of her sentences is true? System, I can't detect it. And the system is confused. Chen Bishi returned to her room and leaned against the door, slowly sliding to sit on the floor. Moonlight poured in through the window and shone on her flushed cheeks. The scene just now was still replaying in front of his eyes, Mo Tranquility's flirtatious look, the frivolous eyes of those few rich women, and Li Laxo's playful expression. What am I doing? She hugged her knees and buried her face in them. She admitted that she had a crush on a divorced man, loved the way he was mature and steady, loved the gentleness he occasionally showed. Even the fine lines at the corners of his eyes made her heart flutter. But she bit her lip. Li Lachu is too flowery, and there's always no shortage of women around. A special person like Mo Tranquility, a strong woman like Simone, and even an ex-wife. Can a man like that really settle down? Mom and Dad would be furious if they knew. She laughed bitterly. The pearl of the Chen family, the daughter of a super-rich man, graduated with a 985 master's degree. How many young talents are pursuing? But she fell for a divorced uncle. He's so good at coaxing people. Chen Bishi remembered how gentle Li Lachu was with every woman, and her heart was sore. Just now, under the moonlight, she deliberately said those words, but she was actually testing them. But he just said thank you and didn't say anything. Sure enough, I'm still a little girl in his eyes, I guess. She stood up and walked to the window, thinking of the man at the gym, the man with the plate who lectured himself while he was serving himself meat. The reservoir in the distance was glowing silver, like she was feeling at the moment, sparkling so brightly that she couldn't see the bottom. Li Laxo's appearance came back to life. The way he stood in the moonlight was mature and charming, but the women who surrounded him made her panic. What am I going to do with you? She whispered. Chapter 58 Bad Dogs Get in the Way. Li Lachu rummaged through the kitchen freezer and pulled out half-cooked corn, pancetta, and some vegetables, and carried a few bottles of beer and soda. Bish, he knocked on the door to her room. Come out for a bite to eat? Chen Bishi opened the door with red eyes, obviously having cried earlier. Going to the lake to grill? He shook the ingredients in his hand. I'm a master at grilling. By the reservoir in the moonlight, Li Lachu set up a small barbecue. You look like a camping uncle. Chen Bishi couldn't help but laugh. I was originally an uncle, Li Lachu said while building a fire. Isn't it your favorite thing to say that I'm old? Chen Bishi bristled. Who said that? When the fire was built, Li Lachu put the corn on first. Do you know why we roast the corn first? Why? Because the corn is roasted and can be used as a snack, Li Lachu said seriously. That way you won't get in a bad mood because you're too hungry waiting for the roast. Chen Bishi was amused. You're quite good at taking care of people. That's, Li Lachu said smugly. I'm a man who's been there. He regretted the words as soon as they came out of his mouth. Wasn't this a reminder that he was divorced? But Chen Bishi didn't seem to care. Instead she asked curiously, so what do you take care of people? Like? Li Lachu flipped the corn. Knowing what girls like to drink, he handed her a can of soda. A little girl like you sure doesn't like beer. The scent of corn gradually wafted out, mixing with the night breeze from the reservoir, making it particularly enticing. It smells good. Chen Bishi came closer to look. Don't get too close. Li Lachu hurriedly pulled her. Be careful of sparks splashing on your face. Chen Bishi froze for a moment, her face burning slightly. Li Lachu handed her the first roasted corn. Try it. It's hot. Fool. Be like this. Li Lachu demonstrated. Blow first. In the moonlight, the two ate corn while they waited for the grill. Master, Chen Bishi suddenly said, do you think I'm stupid? What's wrong? Came all the way here to see you. Li Lachu flipped the roast and didn't say anything. Aren't you even going to ask me why I'm here? Why? Because. Chen Bishi looked at the moonlight on the water. I missed you. Li Laxu's hand shook and the roast almost fell into the fire. Pull back. What's there to think about? It's only been a while. Don't tease me, he whispered. Li Lachu was determined to trick Chen Bishi out of her true feelings. Get 160 early. It's getting close to 1,000. I wish I knew what my long life was like. Li Lachu didn't listen to what Chen Bishi said. Looking not far away, at the dark lake, when the time comes, I'll jump in and verify that I can die in the past. Hey, are you all toasted? Chen Bishi saw that Li Lachu hadn't flipped the corn for half a day, so he looked straight at the lake. Thought he was impressed by himself. So she was also waiting for Li Lachu to take another step. It's dark and windy. Just take a small Small step. It's all expected to be qualitatively different. Is Bessie-chan thinking about agreeing or not? The perfect body that you've kept for over 20 years. Does it have to be? Oops. Sorry, just thinking about work. Lee Lok-soo's hands were busy with a slap. Got black dust everywhere. Ahem. I was thinking about the mess old Ma left behind. I guess there's a deficit of a few million. How dare you be greedy? Lee Lok-soo was angry, and took a few bites of the black corn hatefully. You say, how come no one cares? If these people don't shoot a few of them, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. Ah, Chen Bishi froze. No, I've laid it all out. Which channel are you turning to? Master, there's no use getting angry about those things. Let's talk about something personal. What personal matter? Lee Lok-soo put in a few more ears of corn. Enough, I can't eat much. Chen Bishi ate, and Lee Lok-soo handed it over, nibbling off the toasted part. Chen Bishi ate beautifully. Oh, bake more. Chen Bishi's movements that were nibbling froze for a moment. It was obvious that he was thinking of someone else. No, I wasn't supposed to eat at night. She threw away the pod. I'm going to the gym. Hey, what's the point of pretending to be noble? Don't they all eat in town? Chen Bishi twisted this sexy waist and hindquarters and answered him with her back. Ji Yunchong is no fun to be alone. Pack up and also run to the gym. Wait for me. The roads are dark here. Don't keep walking by yourself. You care about me? Chen Bishi stood still, looking back at him and smiling, her face full of uncertainty. Nonsense. If something happens to you, I, the master, shall not be responsible? Lee Lok-soo quickly followed. I knew you were like this. Chen Bishi skimmed her lips. It's always master. So what do you want from me? Didn't think anything of it. She quickened her pace. The gym was empty. Only the hum of the treadmill. Chen Bishi went straight to the treadmill, and Lee Lok-soo practiced strength on the equipment next to him. Moonlight poured in through the glass window, shining on Chen Bishi's delicate figure. She looked extraordinarily attractive when she was running, her ponytail swinging gently in time with the rhythm, and her hidden curves under her gym clothes made it impossible to take your eyes off of her. What are you looking at? She noticed Lee Lok-soo's gaze. Didn't look at anything. Lee Lok-soo hurriedly averted his eyes. Humph. Tongue-in-cheek. Lee Lok-soo thought for half a day there. This wild mountain. But I just couldn't lay a hand on her. It always seemed that she deserved to be pampered and shouldn't be hurt by herself. But that 160 is too tantalizing. And this girl is still too realistic to love me romantically for once? I can get my hands on it and leave, so I don't feel guilty. After half a day's thought, it's better to be bold. Girls love romance. Lee Lok-soo put down the dumbbells and walked over to her. What do you think you're looking at? I noticed that you're not in the right posture. What's wrong? Chen Bishi gave her a blank look. I'm the general manager of a chain of gyms. What don't I know? Lee Lok-soo wasn't running for right or wrong either. Run with a straight back. With a clench of his teeth and a dose of his own medicine, he reached over with his large hand and held her waist straight up. This way. The warmth coming from their palms froze both of them. So tender? Lee Lok-soo was stunned. This one who practiced fitness all day long, how come her waist was so soft, just like watery tofu? So eating tofu hits here. Chen Bishi's face instantly turned red. You. Lee Lok-soo tried to withdraw his hand, but she held it down. Master. She turned around, her voice a little disoriented, her breathing rapid, and her eyes half closed. The two suddenly became very close. Her eyelashes were long and curled in the moonlight with anticipation and shyness. Lee Lok-soo felt a warm exhale that pierced his lungs. Never felt this way before. It was all quick card stamping and stamping. And this time it's different. Why is the heart beating so fast this time? Chen Bishi ghostly stood on her tiptoes. Lee Lok-soo wasn't worrying so much and lowered his head slightly. Their lips were getting closer and closer. Wang Wang and I don't know whose wild dog ran into the yard and barked. No. Chen Bishi suddenly came to her senses and took a step back, blocking her mouth with her hand, as well as her hot cheeks. Then he grabbed his jacket and ran out of the gym in a hurry. Chapter 59, Car Accident. Early the next morning, Lee Lok-soo soaked in the finance room. The sunlight spilled through the window onto the scattered ledgers, his fingers flipping through the pages as his frown grew tighter. These invoices, he pointed to a single bill, are all fake. Chen Bishi sat next to him and carefully helped him organize the documents. She wore a light blue shirt today, which set off her skin like snow and gave her a sensual beauty in her innocence. This invoice for spy equipment in the amount of $3 million. But it actually only cost $800,000. Lee Lok-soo sneered. The difference went into old Ma's pockets. The cell phone rang. It was a message from Yu Ji-ku. Hubby, are you free tonight? I'll drive to you? Lee Lok-soo smiled faintly. I'll go to the capital in the afternoon. Go there for what? Lee Lok-pol debriefing. Hubby is awesome. I can't even see Mr. Chun. You've seen more than you can handle. You know how to skulk those old buds. Honey, can we not talk about the past? Why don't you remember drinking chrysanthemum tea? Oh, I forgot. It doesn't have much flavor. Bugger. Have a safe trip. Moo-ah. Immediately followed by Zhang Huaizhen's WeChat, Xiaoli, come back in a few days to take the initiative to find me a trip. My side of the work needs you to help. With a winks emoji. Li Laqiu forked it right off. Mo tranquility is more direct. Did you miss me? Did you get it last night? Do you want to come to my place? Do you want to come to my place to let off some steam? Li Laqiu looked at the information and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Chen Bishi had just gone to the bathroom, and only then did she enter the room and watch him snicker. Hurriedly came over. Nothing. He hurriedly turned off his cell phone, but accidentally touched her hand. Both of them were stunned, and Chen Bishi's face reddened slightly as she hurriedly lowered her head to organize the documents. Li Laqiu opened a video call to contact Simone. Mr. C, take a look at these. He showed the fake invoices one by one. Last year alone, nearly $8 million was embezzled. Simeone sucked in a breath of cold air. That much? There's more. Chen Bishi took over, her voice crisp. From large spa equipment, decoration materials, and even employee salaries, to small things like buying rice and groceries, there are all problems. Bish? Simeone froze. Why are you there? I'll help master. She said this with a hint of sweetness in the corner of her eye. Simone gave the two a meaningful look. This must be reported to the chairman immediately. I've already organized it. Li Laqiu took out a report. Do you want me to go to the capital personally? Well, you have to come, Simeone said, to report to the chairman in person. After hanging up the phone, Chen Bishi looked at Li Laqiu with a hint of aggravation in her eyes. You planned this a long time ago? What? To see my dad? Li Laqiu looked at her clear eyes. His heart softened. You're overthinking it. I'm just. Before the words were out of his mouth, his cell phone rang again. This time it was Yu Jika's call. Li Laqiu glanced at Chen Bishi and pressed it off. Some things don't require much explanation. Important people, right in front of you. You drive slower. Chen Bishi looked out the window at the shadows of the trees whizzing by. This mountain road is not good. The two of them hurriedly took the evidence with them and left for the airport after lunch. On the way, Li Laqiu remembered the gym and used it to tease Chen Bishi. And the more he talked, the more he got excited. And the car drifted up. Don't worry, I'm skilled, Li Laqiu said proudly. Humph, learn it from who? Mo tranquility? You girl, why do you keep mentioning her? What's wrong if I just mention it? Chen Bishi bristled. You two aren't in a normal relationship anyway. Li Laqiu was helpless. You're jealous enough. Who's jealous? She twisted her head to look out the window. Don't get self-conscious. My white moonlight will be back home soon. Now Li Laqiu didn't squeak. All of a sudden it wilted to the bone. As soon as he put out the fire, Chen Bishi didn't have much to say. Leaning against the car seat and slowly closing her eyes, the sunlight jumped through the shadows of the trees and over her face like a quiet angel. Li Laqiu slowed down the speed of the car, afraid to wake her up. Ding! Sharp turn 1 kilometer ahead. Navigation alert. Li Laqiu was just about to slow down when suddenly a strong light hit him from the opposite side. My chow! In broad daylight. What kind of high beams are you driving? He jerked the steering wheel and just cursed out two words. Boom! The world is spinning. Nima. Obviously the road is wide enough to cross. When Li Laqiu came to his senses, he found himself pinned against the car by an airbag. Bish! He struggled to his feet. Chen Bishi was thrown a few meters away and lay on the side of the road. Motionless. There was a deep gash on her thigh at the knee, and blood stained her light blue dress. No! Li Laqiu knelt beside her, trembling as he took off his jacket and pressed it against the wound. Help! He rushed to the side of the highway and, yelling at the highway, please stop, one he forced to stop. The driver peered in, rolled up his window and went around. Another car slows down, only to speed away when it sees the blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Laqiu hissed. Are you still human? Finally, he knelt straight down on the curb and held out his hand with a thumbs up. Beside her, Chen Bishi's face was getting whiter and whiter, and her breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Ding! The host is really a. The system suddenly spoke out. Shut up! You have the Jedi healing skill to unlock for 300 luck points. Unlock! He didn't hesitate. Ding! The absolute healing technique has been unlocked. Countless medical knowledge flooded into his mind. Li Laqiu immediately saw that Chen Bishi's thigh artery was damaged, and it would be dangerous if he didn't stop the bleeding. He knelt on the hot tarmac and pressed his hands to the wound as a wave of warmth surged through his body. Gradually, the bleeding stopped. Broken nerves were also repaired. He examined it more closely. The tendons have been connected. Life is saved, but the kneecap is shattered. And although it's bridged most of the way, we still need to get the doctor's attention in a hurry. At that moment, Chen Bishi moved gently, Are you? She opened her eyes weakly. Don't talk. Li Lakshu hugged her tightly. His voice choked. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for driving carelessly. The sound of an ambulance could be faintly heard in the distance. Li Lakshu looked at the person in his arms and tears slid down his face. He'd rather get hurt himself. Don't want anything to happen to the little lady in my arms either. She's a priority for her own care. It suddenly occurred to me that the ledgers and evidence were in the car. Just as Li Lakshu was guarding Chen Bishi's side, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a man wearing a duck-tongued hat, sneaking close to his car. No good, he realized with a jolt. Evidence. This is not an accident. It's a conspiracy. Bish, wait for me. He put her down gently and rushed towards the man. The man was about to open the door of the car. Was Li Lakshu a drag? What do you do? Li Lakshu sneered. Looking for something? The man didn't answer and suddenly drew a dagger. A cold light flashed, straight to Li Lakshu's throat. Ding! Fighting fiend skill activated. Li Lakshu dodged his body and avoided it easily. At the same time, his right hand struck like a viper, accurately clasping his opponent's wrist. Pop! The dagger landed with a thud. The man panicked, turned and ran, but he didn't know that this stretch of road was exactly the cliff. Ah! The man's feet fell away. In the nick of time, he grabbed Li Lakshu's pants leg. Li Lakshu grabbed a branch on the side of the road with one hand. One hand was dragged by the man, the whole person hanging in mid-air. Help! Help! The man screamed in terror. Li Lakshu looked down at him, his other hand reaching down and grabbing the man's wrist. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Tell me, who sent you? I don't know. Is it the old horse? No. Who is that? Li Lakshu deliberately loosened his grip. I'll let go if you don't tell me. Don't! The man was scared out of his wits. I really don't know his name. What do you mean? I've only seen him once. The man's voice shook. Middle-aged man, wearing a hat and mask, very thin, not very tall. Li Lakshu frowned, his mind searching for someone who fit that profile. No, is that all? That's really all I know. Please help me. Li Lakshu looked at him. Then go down and ask the king of hell. No, hands off. Another kick. The man's screams echoed through the valley, fading away. Li Lakshu climbed a tree branch and tumbled onto the highway, and the sound of an ambulance zoomed by in the distance. He ran back to Chen Bishi and gently hugged her. Chapter 60 Chen Bishi's Secret 1000 points? The ambulance came whistling, and Li Lakshu carried Chen Bishi into the car. At this time, Chen Bishi's eyes were still tightly closed, her face even paler, and her curved eyelashes seemed to portend something. Li Lakshu used the divine healer skill for the second time, and he still didn't have a clue in his heart, because this time, Chen Bishi was too heavy, thrown out of the car, and all her bones fell apart. If it weren't for his own divine healing skills, the two would probably be heavenly beings. Who are you, the patient? By this time, the resuscitation doctors and nurses got on board. I'm her friend. Li Lakshu was still holding Chen Bishi's hand tightly, always feeling the changes in her. Relax. I just did a general check. The bones are fine. There's no blood in the chest. Now look. It must be brain damage. Let's hurry back for a brain exam. Thank you, doctor. The doctor with the mask, though not a big one, seemed to be in the same boat, sighing slightly. What luck! Or else this great beauty. Zip zip. This time Li Lakshu glared at him. You nourish your grandmother's old legs. This is a horse, is my okay? Ah. At this moment, Chen Bishi opened her eyes in a daze and looked at him and smiled. Master, why are you here? Li Lakshu's heart tightened. What do you mean? Don't remember? He forced himself to be calm. Don't talk, it's nothing serious. I'll just take you to the hospital for a checkup. Aha. She closed her eyes again, but her hand tightened back around him. In the hospital, Li Lakshu did not move an inch to guard outside the operating room. Just now, I informed Simone about this matter, and Simone said that Chen Bishi's father happened to be in a nearby city, and had already made a private helicopter to get there. Locked in. Are you okay? Li Lakshu's heart was still slightly warmed up quite a bit. I'm fine. It's good that Bishi is fine, or else Don't worry, Bish will be fine. There was a ding and the lights went out. That chief secretary. The inspection is over. Let me ask. Li Lakshu stood up and hurriedly greeted him. At this point out stepped even a doctor. The one in the back was the one from the ambulance. The one in front was older, with eyes and graying temples. Both sides stood together. Doctor, how is she? Li Lakshu eagerly opened his mouth to inquire. The patient is in strange condition. The doctor pushed up his glasses. CT shows a healed leg bone fracture and some abrasions on the surface of the skin. Li Lakshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his medical skills had worked. But the doctor wanted to say something. But what? Her memory is disorganized and further observation is recommended. You go ahead and pick up the test report with and pay the money afterward. Aha! Mister. See? It was only then that Li Lachu realized that the cell phone screen was black. In fact, it was Simone who, after hearing that Chen Bishi was fine and seeing Li Lachu's eagerness, couldn't bear to turn off the call out of jealousy. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital corridor is pungent, and Li Lachu runs up and down the stairs, running with nausea and wanting to throw up. It's been over for 2 hours, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on the bench, he was still clutching the examination report in his hand. The sunlight poured in through the glass windows in the corridor, shining on Li Lachu's tired face. Ding! Host, this is not good. The system suddenly panicked. What's wrong? Li Lachu frowned. I just scanned Bessie's body and found that she was born with a dark body. What the hell? Li Lachu froze. Just say it clearly. It's true. Her luck value is up to 1,000 points, and it's still growing. But there's a fatal problem. Say, she has the ability to suck others' luck, but she hasn't awakened yet. Once awakened, it's likely that your luck will be reversed. Li Lachu was silent. No wonder her injuries healed so quickly. As powerful as my divine healing skills are, I'm not unscathed. And I remembered at the time that there was a crack in my kneecap, and it healed on its own along the way? Suddenly he had a question. Brother Unity, so she's already 1,000 lucky. Is she immortal? System, I can't see it for the moment in that regard. You're not like him. You've been through me. Alright, don't blow it off. Let me ask you. With such a high lucky value, is she just buying a random lottery ticket the first prize? System, I'm sorry host, my tens of billions of calculations per second can't keep up with your brain path. Ha ha, Li Lachu just loved seeing the system get defeated. Buzz, that's when the phone started to vibrate. At first glance, it's his ex-wife. Yujik, hubby, have you arrived in the capital? Her sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Not yet. Li Lachu looked at the direction of the ward. Do not want to tell her this. The is too gossip. Maybe to kill over. There's been a little delay. What is it? Do you want me to? No. He interrupted. I can handle it myself. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Huaixin's WeChat came again. I heard you're going to the capital? Come back this time to meet. I miss you. Li Lachu was about to reply when Mo Tranquility's call came in. Hey, motor, did you miss me? Something's up. Li Lachu knew the meaning of her motor, but was in no mood to flirt with her. So cold? Mo Tranquility laughed. I've missed you so much. Li Lachu rubbed his temples. I'm in the hospital now. Hospital? Mo Tranquility exclaimed. You're hurt? Not me. Oh. Mo Tranquility meaningfully dragged long tone. Is that little girl, right? Li Lachu didn't say anything. Forget it. I won't tease you. Mo Tranquility sighed. When are you coming to find me? I don't know. After hanging up the phone, Li Lachu stood up, ready to go to the ward to take a look. At that moment, there were rapid and noisy footsteps in the corridor. A group of silhouettes came from far away, walking at a fast pace. At the head was a middle-aged man in a black suit, hale and hearty, with a solemn expression, full of majesty. Which room is Bishi in? He stepped in front of Li Lachu, but his eyes looked around. Li Lachu recognized this as Chairman Chen. 305. Stood up, and didn't go up to pander. Chairman Chen glanced at him, his face as cold as ice. You are. I'm. Li Lachu was just about to explain. Dad. The door to the hospital room opened, and Chen Bishi stood in the doorway. She was dressed in a hospital gown, her face a little pale, but her spirits were still good, and a pallid beauty was not to be expressed in words. Li Lachu was shocked in his heart when he saw it. All able to get off the ground? 2 hours ago, it was still limp. Daughter, how are you? Chairman Chen quickly stepped forward. I'm fine. Chen Bishi smiled, but her eyes looked at Li Lachu. I'm just a little dizzy. Then hurry home and rest. Chairman Chen held her up. I'll have the driver wait downstairs. Seeing their father and daughter cozy, Li Lachu felt that he was an outsider and planned to leave quietly. Wait. Chen Bishi suddenly called out to Li Lachu. You. Who are you? Li Lachu's heart ached. I'm your colleague. I was going to say friend or master, but on second thought, it's better to say general relationship. Colleague? Chen Bishi frowned. But how did I? Before she finished speaking, she showed a sudden realization. Right. I remember. You are Li Lachu. Chairman Chen looked at his daughter, and then looked at Li Lachu, his eyes deeper and deeper. Let's go. He helped Chen Bishi walk outside. Li Lachu stood still, watching her back gradually disappear. Host, what do you do now? The system asked. What else can we do? Li Lachu smiled bitterly. Do what you have to do. He took out his cell phone and booked the nearest flight. The capital. He must go. Not only for the evidence, but also to find out about Bessie's life. I can't believe there's a guy with more luck than me. Well, the world is full of surprises. Chapter 61, 500. 000 scratchers. On the airplane, Li Lachu deliberately chose a seat by the aisle. He subconsciously turned on the system scan when the stewardess approached with the food cart. Ding! Target has no luck. Another stewardess passes by. Still 0. It seems that these days, pretty girls don't necessarily have lucky values. Li Lachu leaned on the back of the chair and looked at the clouds outside the window. The plane landed smoothly at the capital airport, and he bought an instant ticket at the lottery booth in the terminal. Would you like a couple of scratch-offs? The owner enthusiastically recommended. Come on, $300. Just in time to test whether his luck value works or not. The owner is a fat guy with dreadlocks and less white hair, with a literary outfit. One could believe it when he said he was a rock singer. Boss, what's your top prize for this one? $500,000. Dreadlocks didn't look up, just pulled out the lottery ticket. Can it be dealt with live? No, you can't. You have to go to the lottery center to cash in the jackpot yourself. Li Lachu, receiving a bunch of lottery tickets, held them up and scanned them a few times. Brother Unity, do you think you could see which one won without having to scratch it? System, cannot be seen. That's it? System, because I don't need to see it. It's all in my mind. You can win $500,000 in this set. 32000, and a number of $100 or less. How much? Li Lachu was startled, and the pigtail on the side also shivered. Dude, you're not shaving here. What's the big deal? Li Lachu glared at him. Boss, have you ever hit the jackpot here? Of course. The owner's eyebrows flew in the vernacular. I've been doing this for 7 years and I've met 3. How many? 20,000. Li Lachu snickered down. You're honest. Never mind. I'll take it back and shave it slowly. Something else. It's better to cash in small prizes at my place. I can still earn some rebates. Li Lachu nodded. Brother Unity, the grand prizes prompted me to not let him know. Before the 2,000 lucky value comes to this, one has to be a bit meticulous. The next pass was a scrape. Dude, why don't you scratch those? Li Lachu hurriedly stuffed it into his bag. Oh, I'll take it back and leave a few for my wife. She wants to try her luck. Walk out of the airport and raise your eyes. In the capital in early summer, the sky is still dark and the neon signs are already lit up. Such a busy place should be full of beautiful women, right? He thought about going to the bar at night. Brother Tong, if you're so good at this, why do I still work? I'll just buy lottery tickets and live. System, I'm a righteous system that's Blue V certified. Come on, I'll give you that. And fighting the system. Li Lachu mentally ravaged Simone. Prude. I can't believe they all sent a car to pick me up. That night was, as he was thinking, his cell phone rang, a video call from Simone. Li Lachu was so happy that he thought the car was coming. Hello, Mr. Secretary. He deliberately used a businesslike tone. Arrived? Simone was dressed in a professional outfit with delicate makeup. Li Lachu noticed that she had purposely worn light makeup, and the corners of her eyes sparkled a bit. It's a lot younger and livelier. Just got off the plane. Then take a cab and come to the office. I'll wait for you here. Li Lachu. Okay, Mr. Secretary. I'll see you in a minute. Naya. Prude. See if I don't plow this black land of yours into a desert. Hanging up the phone, Li Lachu can only beckon a car. Straight to the group headquarters. The car had a little banter with the old capitalist driver. Ask about some of the upscale places here with specialty services. The driver told him all the prices. Li Lachu laughed. Who goes if you spend money? Those who go are stupid dogs. The car stopped in front of an old office building and he froze. Older brother. You're not mistaken, are you? This is XX Group? That's right. I've been driving for more than 20 years, and I don't take the wrong one when I drive backwards. The driver pulled out the invoice, which cost over 200 in total. Li Lachu was a little heartbroken, but fortunately the scratchers won some change. Little Mata booked Simeone for a couple more clocks. This is the headquarters of the Chun Group? Getting out of the car, Li Lachu stood in front of a dirt-colored building. The 5-story red brick building in front of us is covered with ivy and has a strong atmosphere of a state-owned enterprise. Looks like a real old state-owned conversion. He pushed open the door of the age-old building. There is no elevator in the building, so Li Lachu steps up the creaky wooden stairs. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's not even a reception or security guard at the door. This is a place where thieves are not expected to come in. 3rd floor, room 303. He knocked on the door and Simone's voice came from inside. Come in. Push open the door. The office is filled with light jasmine fragrance. Simone, sitting behind the mahogany desk, is reading the documents. Li Lachu walked in softly. Sit. She didn't lift her head. Li Lachu sat down on the guest sofa, surveying the age-old office. There are several paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, bookshelves full of books on business management, and several pots of bamboos on the windowsill. Did you bring the evidence? Simeone finally looked up. Here it is. Li Lachu took out the folder. Aha. She took it and flipped through it, saying casually, dinner tonight? Li Lachu has long had a belly full of anger. Dinner? Eating you is more like it. But I have to hang you out to dry, so you can't even get what you want. No. Li Lachu stood up. I have a classmate gathering tonight. Yes? Simone narrowed her eyes. Which classmate? College friends, long time no see. He made up an excuse off the top of his head. Okay. Simone put down the file. Then you go back to rest first. Tomorrow morning the chairman wants to see you. Li Lachu nodded and turned to leave. That. Simone finally relented. Any more urgent business to attend to? Li Lockjaw turned around. Oh, no. Simeone deliberately stood up, revealing her ultra-short skirt and black stockings that clung to her crotch. So sit down and talk? Li Lachu looked up and down twice, and his throat rolled up and down a few times. Deliberately seducing me? I won't you and suffocate you. Business is done. There's nothing more to talk about. Simeone's long eye hairs seemed to stop flickering, staring half-heartedly. He spoke. I wanted to ask for some details about going hiking the other day. What details? Simeone bit her lip and spoke a little unnaturally. That did you say that something really happened between me and you that night? Li Lachu narrowed his eyes for a moment. Mr. C, what do you think? I just wasn't sure. That's why I asked you. Li Lachu wanted to say, didn't you feel anything at all after you were GA? As clean as I cleaned the battlefield. I should have left traces, right? They teased me and started playing lust with me again, waiting for me to go after her. Oh, truth be told, I sacrificed myself to calm you down and fulfill your desires. But don't worry, I'm a person with a pattern. I won't ask you to make it up to me. That matter is not on my mind. Don't feel guilty. Now Simone's originally jade-tinged and shy face turned from joy to anger at once. You got a cheap shot? Obviously played me well. So, I owe you a favor? Li Lachu hurriedly smiled dryly and waved his hand. A small matter. A hand up. Ahem. But the hand is not used much. Chapter 62. Simone contributes another 20 lucky values. Simone looked at Li Lachu with a sly look. Her silver teeth clenched. A glint in his eye. Like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Li Lachu hurriedly relieved the embarrassment. Mr. C, how is Bishi? Although her body is unharmed, she seems to have suffered a head injury. Simeone sneered. You're worried about her? Not right? It's not like I'm sympathetic? Li Lachu was a bit impatient. I didn't even check myself. I was with her from start to finish. And I don't even know what to do with my car? Is it not okay to ask a question about her? Simeone turned around a bit sheepishly now, pretending to be high-strung, and looked out the window. Are you sarcastic that I'm sympathizing? Li Lachu just couldn't see her in this old state. Take the accent and think you're somebody. Bye. Just don't give her a chance to pretend. Turn around and walk away. And fast enough to keep her from pulling herself in. Hey, lock up. You wait. I'm still waiting for your grandma. Li Lachu ran out of the room. For a moment, he remembered that the car he was driving was not his own. It was Chen Bishi's car. That was a relief. Quickly leave the group. As soon as I looked up, the traffic was so heavy that I suddenly remembered that I hadn't even been given food on the plane. And now I'm starving. Even looked around at the diner. The result was a noodle shop across the road. Didn't use the crosswalk either. Went straight across the barrier. Only after passing did I realize that there was a street crossing 20 meters away. Clapping his hands together, Li Lachu praised himself for his bravery. Push the door and walk into the noodle shop. At first glance, this noodle shop is old. The door of the room is all wrapped up. All around is just plain whitewashed walls. The white ash also shows the color of cement. Boss, a bowl of spicy noodles. Can't be bothered. Eat your fill. At least it's cleaner than the back room of a big hotel. Sat down at the table and waited a while for. Suddenly the door slammed and a scented breeze came closer. Simeone walked across to him and sat down. Li Lachu remembered the short wraparound skirt she wore and hurriedly looked down under the table. What are you looking at? Simeone glared at him. And it turned out she'd come out wearing a mid-length trench coat. All that could be seen were long slender black silk legs. What are you doing coming after me? Simone, I'm hungry. Boss, add an egg underneath. Simeone. Li Lachu ignored her, took out the 3 lottery tickets, and began to scratch the layers. Brother Unity, if you lie to me, I'll drink water to death, and I'll have to drink you even electrified. That's all you're eating? Simone looked at Li Lachu as he wolfed it down. What else? Li Zuoju did not look up, while scratching the lottery ticket. Said, do you think I'm like you? Every day. The seafood, ah? Well. Simeone wanted to say something. Boss, are my eggs ready? Li Lachu shouted at the kitchen. Coming. The owner came over with a poached egg. Simone's eyes lit up, thinking he had ordered it for himself. Li Lachu directly deducted the eggs in their own bowl, mixing them well before eating. You. Simone was so angry that she stomped her feet. You're also too stingy, right? I'm cheap? Li Zuoju looked up. You don't know how to order it yourself? Simeone bit her lip. I don't have any money. Oh. Li Lachu continued to eat his noodles with his head down. Can't you buy me dinner? Why should I invite you? Li Lachu put down his chopsticks. You're my wife? You. Simone was so angry that her chest was heaving. Then Chen Bishi is your wife? Neither is she. Li Lachu continued to scratch the lottery ticket. But she is my disciple. Oh, disciple. Simone sneered. You're really good at making excuses for yourself. No need to make excuses. Li Lachu threw the last lottery ticket on the table. I just don't like people like you. What kind of person am I? People who pretend to be cool. Li Lachu wiped his mouth. Obviously want to eat. Have to wait for others to invite. You. Simone was too angry to speak. Boss, the check. 28 in all. Li Lachu threw down $30. Grabbed the lottery ticket. Got up and left. Where's the change? The owner shouted. Don't look for it. He didn't look back. Buy this pretty sister a tea egg. Simone sat there, tears coming out of her eyes. Stop. Simeone chased after him. Li Lachu walked faster. This woman is too difficult to deal with. Li Lachu. She stepped on her high heels and jogged to catch up. Stop right there. What for? Li Lachu stopped walking. Still want to eat tea eggs? You. Simone was so angry that she stomped her feet. How did you become like this? I've always been like this. Li Lockjaw turned around. It's just that you were too high and mighty to realize it before. The night was getting darker, and the streetlight stretched the shadows of the two men. I'm high and mighty? Simeone's eyes reddened. Then tell me, how am I superior? First, I came to the capital and you didn't even send anyone to pick me up. Li Lachu raised his finger. Secondly, there wasn't even a smiling face when we met. Thirdly, he didn't give her a chance to speak. You have to act all businesslike when you clearly want to eat. That's. Simeone bit her lip. What's that about you? Li Lachu sneered. Afraid of people gossiping? Afraid of affecting your vice president's image? No. Her voice trailed off. What's that? I am angry. Simeone suddenly shouted out. Do you realize how long I've been waiting for you? Wait for me? Li Lachu froze. I've been waiting since you said you were coming to the capital. She lowered her head. But as soon as you came, you asked Chen Bishi. Do you know how much I wanted to pick you up? Simeone looked up with tears in her eyes. But what? But I'm afraid I can't control it. She looked away. Afraid I'd pounce on you as soon as I saw you. Li Lachu froze. Ding. Target luck value plus 20. The system suddenly prompted. What did you say? He couldn't believe his ears. Nothing. Simeone turned and was about to leave. Pretend I didn't say that. Li Lachu stood still as his voice came out. Say that again. Let go. She struggled. It's not good for people to see. I don't care. He pulled her to the streetlight. Did you just say that for real? Simeone didn't say anything. Just kept her head down. You really? Enough. She snapped her head up. Aren't you going to your classmates? Just go. After saying that, she shook off his hand with force and ran away on her high heels. Li Lachu stood still, watching her back disappear into the night. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking about my system. Only it's on the wrong channel. Host, so you're talking to me? The system sighs. Well, in a hurry. I told her to hear it. Li Lachu smiled bitterly. Brother Tong, is she for real this time? System, no. You're still a stand-in. Brother Unity, you are really able to stab me. Chapter 63, The Bar at 3 Mile Pavilion. VIP ward of the first hospital of the capital. Chen Bishi was lying on the pure white hospital bed. Moonlight sprinkled on her delicate face through the floor-to-ceiling window. Simone stood by the window and watched as her sister Simone and her brother-in-law Chen Bin sat on either side of the hospital bed, only to hear Chen Bishi, who was playing with her cell phone on the bed, suddenly ask, Mom and Dad, I feel nothing is wrong. I want to be discharged from the hospital. It's too hard here. When he finished, he rolled over on the bed like a child and snarled, Aya, how old are you? You're still pampered. Simo Yuan and Chen Bishi looked just like sisters, only with some mature woman's flavor. Well-dressed, dignified and virtuous. His father, Chen Bin, has a country face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and is full of heroic spirit. The Chen family is a red root and the Si family is a merchant family. The combination of the two families can be a head-class family in the Kyoto area. So Chen Bishi was sent to a hospital that treats some chiefs, and many more renowned specialists were consulted. At this point, the family is anxiously awaiting the results of the consultation. Although Chen Bin's face was expressionless, he had understood after looking at the car recorder. It was that big truck from across the street that hit it on purpose. Li Lachu was then under the signaling shouted. Nima in broad daylight hit what high beams. Enough over. All of this is enough to suggest that this was a premeditated assassination. The results of the specialist consultation are in. Simone was the first to see it, and she rushed to be the first to welcome it, accepting the diagnostic report. The beautiful eyes only looked at the final conclusion, after which they let out a long breath and ran towards them, whispering, "Nothing but a mild concussion." The family breathed a sigh of relief and began to pass around that diagnosis. Simeon is very virtuous and spoils her children the most. She sighed and began to consult Chen Bishi. Son. The two families have called Chen Bishi their old son since they were children. Chen Bishi rolled her eyes. Her memory was a bit damaged. This son called. Her heart was a bit disgusted. Mom, if you want a son, work on another one with my dad. Don't keep using me as a mental comfort. Simeon laughed, not at all offended. Chen Bin looked at the inspection report, and when he heard this, he threw his gaze over, but was waved by Simo Yuan. Knowing his temper, if he doesn't get it right, the two fathers and daughters will fight again. The matter of this group, you don't care about it in the future. Just follow your uncle to run around the country. It's still easy, and you like to work out. Mom, I promise you wow. I just always feel like there's something left undone. Chen Bishi promised haphazardly while playing with her cell phone. Just like to pamper my mom. A girl's nature. Simeon was happy to see that there was a mouth to talk to. If there's anything, talk to your sister-in-law. She's in the group. Take care of it for you, and don't ever go to your father. After saying that, he glared at Chen Bin, who grunted and turned his head away. Simone was also overjoyed. She was hoping that Chen Bishi would leave soon, but I can't tell you why. I just don't want to ask her to stay here. Auntie, help me out. What is it? Simeone went up and held her hand. It's my fault for getting you a lot of work. I thought I'd exercise you a bit. It's okay, Auntie. I need the socialization. Simone suddenly remembered Qingmei Linyu, and was struck by an idea. By the way, Rinyu doesn't know about you yet. Chen Bishi seemed like this aspect was not forgotten, and said somewhat angrily, "Don't mention him. I'm disgusted. He did a lot of bad things in foreign countries. Mom, don't pay attention to his family in the future. He's whoring chickens in foreign countries." Simo Yuan and Chen Bin were taken aback, looking at their daughter pouting, and hurriedly pretended to be furious. Really? I'll destroy his family's company. Simo Yuan's even better temper exploded. Old Chen. What is this? My son has been waiting for him for so many years. Isn't this delayed by him? Chen Bin nodded his head. This was a serious matter, but it wasn't a matter of life and limb. He frowned tightly, but in his hand he looked over those evidences that Simone had brought. The Lin family will talk about it later. Right now this is a bit off. What's wrong? Simeon looked up, also looking at the A4 papers. Just for this amount of money, it's worth killing and exterminating? Chen Bin put down the document. Old Ma is no more greedy, but he's not that stupid. Simeone had thought a lot about it when she arrived, and she suddenly realized a new situation. Could, she spoke hesitantly, they find out something else? What is it? Chen Bin's sharp gaze went to her. I'm not sure. Simeone looked away. It just seems so fishy. That Li Lockjaw. Simeon suddenly said. What's the relationship with Bishi? Colleague. Simeone answered too quickly, drawing a suspicious look from her sister. Really just co-workers? Simeon looked at her daughter aside. How did I hear? Why are you looking at me? I just remembered to call him master. Chen Bishi played with her phone, actually looking for Li Loxo's name in the VX, but couldn't recall it. Sis. Simeone interrupted her with a wink, meaning in front of the children. This is not the time for that. Chen Bin looked at Simone thoughtfully and didn't say anything. Silence fell over the ward, only the instruments making a soft ticking sound. Simeone pulled out her cell phone. The screen was empty. There were no messages. Stinking man, she cursed inwardly, didn't even call to ask. Meanwhile, Li Lachu was sitting in a rundown express hotel. The poorly built air conditioner hummed. The wallpaper was yellowed and peeling, and there were suspicious stains on the sheets. Nima, the prices in the capital are really high. He looked at the order. $288 a night, still the cheapest. The cell phone was ringing non-stop with messages from Yuji Ko and Mo Tranquility. Husband, are you at the hotel yet? Do you want me to accompany you? Yujik, I miss you so much. Are you free tonight? Mo Tranquility. Li Lachu casually returned a few perfunctory emoticons and went out with all his belongings. This hotel is just impossible to stay in. He had to check out and paid $60 by the hour. Brother Unity, where's a bar nearby? Navigation is on. Turn right 500 meters ahead. The bar street of Sanlighting was brightly lit, with deafening music emanating from all the storefronts. Li Lachu stood in front of a bar called Blues and looked at the price list. Holy, $88 for a bottle of beer? He sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a money grab. Pull out the lottery tickets you just bought in your pocket. 2 instant tickets with a face value of $500,000. Luckily it didn't pay off. He prayed silently. The bar was smoky and the dance floor was filled with men and women twirling their bodies. Lee Lok-ju found a corner and sat down. Turning on the system scan. Ding! No lucky targets within a 100-meter radius. All these beautiful women and not a single one? He was a little disappointed. I was about to leave when my cell phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Bessie Chan. Chapter 64 Princess of the Capital Circle. Chen Bishi just found a person named One Lock for Life in the VX. It felt familiar. And one look at the chat logs told me it was him. That's when the family returned home. Sister-in-law Smyrny didn't follow and went off on her own. It was only when she entered her princess room that she turned on her VX to eavesdrop on the two's chat logs. This was a shock to hear. What kind of general co-worker relationship is this? I'm clearly the one chasing him. Thinking back to when my sister-in-law and dad presented his profile, they made a point of saying he was married and divorced. There was a moment of fear in his heart. How did I ghost a divorced man? So he raised his hand and tried to pull the plug on him. But this time of year, it hurts like a pinch in the heart. It's like a sudden stomach ache in college. An empty ache. What is this again? Why do I feel like this? Chen Bishi was a bit overwhelmed, not knowing exactly what to do with him. It has to be clarified. Anyway, it's important to know how far to go with him. Listening to this chat, it seems like there's a famous model named Mo Tranquility involved. Could it be that I, a princess of the capital circle, would still have a love triangle? With much disbelief, Chen Bishi sent a video call to Lee Lok-ju. At this point, the bar was so loud that you couldn't hear anything at all. Lee Lok-ju could only run outside the bar, picked up the video call. Chen Bishi in the screen is wearing a pink kawaii pajamas, leaning on the bed, long hair cascading, plain face is still beautiful and shocking. Master, she called softly. Lee Lok-ju trembled in his heart and hurriedly walked to a quiet place outside the bar. Strive to give people the image of a good man. Why aren't you sleeping? He deliberately grimaced. It's important to nurse your wounds. Couldn't sleep. Chen Bishi blinked her big eyes. I wanted to ask you about what happened then. What is it? Lee Lok-ju was on alert. She bit her lip. Aren't we familiar? Not familiar. He cut in. Just regular co-workers. Lee Lok-ju was a bit afraid to do it since he knew about her special physique. It's better to calm down for a while. Really? Chen Bishi suddenly remembered something. The gym's kanji. The exit into poetry. If life is just the first time you see me, what's wrong with the autumn wind and the painting fan? That's all you said, isn't it? Lee Lok-ju nodded. Well, congratulations. Your memory has recovered quite a bit. I was casually saying that I was appreciating a lady from the gym. Were you there at that time? Hearing him say that, Chen Bishi instantly felt a headache and her memories started to get confused again as she rubbed her temples. But how do I feel? The words were out of my mouth, but I didn't know where to start. Lee Lok-ju feel what? Chen Bishi feels empty inside. She lowered her head, as if she had lost something very important. Lee Lok-ju clenched his fists and forced himself not to admit it. Bish, listen to me. He took a deep breath. There are some things that it might be good to forget. Why? She lifted her head, her heart too hard for her own good. Because. Lee Lok-ju's heart broke as he looked at her pathetic appearance. Because some memories will hurt you. But, well, it's late. He interrupted her. Get an early night. I have a meeting tomorrow. Hanging up the video, Lee Lok-ju leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. Host, why are you doing this? The system sighs. I'm afraid. He exhaled a smoke ring. I'm afraid she'll awaken and suck up my luck value. But, nothing but. Lee Lok-ju stubbed out his cigarette. Living is the most important. Turn around. Prepare to continue your wanderings through the night in the capital. He was strutting down the street with his pockets in, whistling. Suddenly, danger. Host, run. Lee Lok-ju scattered his legs and ran, looking back as he ran. System, what is it? Someone is running at you with a murder weapon. Lee Lok-ju reacted quickly. It must be the backhand arranged by the person who hit me. Should I use my fighting skills? The system asked. Not yet. He observed silently. Let's see what these people want. Lee Lok-ju has been trying to figure out why he was hit. I came to the capital like a fly on the wall and didn't find a way in. I'm going with them to find out who's behind this. Thinking of this, Lee Lok-ju stood still. At that moment, a group of men huddled in the back, all armed with murder weapons. What are you doing? The leader didn't explain much. Come with us. Lee Lok-ju pretended to be afraid. Maybe. Then get in the car. A silver gray van, creaking, pulls up beside him. The car door opened with a crash. Bang! Lee Lok-ju then felt a coldness in the back of his head, a sweetness in his mouth and blood coming out of his nose. He pretended to go limp and pass out. Host, your acting skills are good. I didn't give them to you. Cut the crap and watch. If you're using guns and knives, activate. I'm going to counterattack. The van sped through the night, turning a few corners before stopping at an abandoned warehouse. Several men shoved him out of the car and the air smelled of mold and motor oil. The warehouse was stacked with shipping crates and there were a few dim lights in the corners. This master. A sorrowful voice rang out. Why metal? Li Lachu continued to pretend to be dizzy and listened with his ears perked up. $5 million if you hand over the evidence. Ha! Li Lachu sneered in his heart. Looks like there really is something fishy. He decided to pretend for a little while longer to see if he could extract more information. After all, a secret that would make someone go out of their way to kill someone must be worth digging up. Tie him up. The guttural voice ordered. The two men roughly dragged Li Lachu to an iron chair and tied him solidly with twine. Li Lachu peeked at the speaker through the dim light. Medium-sized, slim, wearing a mask and duck hat. It was the same mysterious man described by the man he had kicked down. Wake up. A tub of cold water splashed on his face. Li Lachu pretended to wake up, shaking his head. Who the hell is so unethical? Director Li, nice to meet you. The mysterious man approached, his voice hoarse. Li Lachu pretended to be very alarmed, but in fact, he was really alarmed himself. Who are you? The duck-tongued cat pressed the brim of his hat and whispered. It doesn't matter who I am. Now please hand over one thing, and I'll let you go immediately, and there'll be no more trouble from now on. Li Lachu was getting more and more excited, getting closer to the answer. What is it? A flash drive. Li Lachu subconsciously thought back, not knowing what to expect. What kind of flash drive? A little pirated movie? Oh, don't pretend. You know Wang Qiuga, don't you? Li Lachu instantly remembered that former management director. I know, just met once. He said to give you a flash drive. Black. When he handed over the job to you. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where do I have a flash drive? Mystic clapped his hands. Bring it on. Turning his head to Li Lachu, he sneered. I knew your kid would be dead set against it. I've got Wang Qiuga here as well. At that moment, that old horse's loyal dog Wang Qiuga, whom he had met once yesterday, was racked over with a fat head and swollen face. It doesn't look like it's been beaten up much either. Tell me about it. Chapter 65, where's the flash drive? Tell me where that flash drive is. Wang Qiuga raised his head, looked at Li Lachu, snorted a cold laugh, whispered, gave it to him. You fart. Where do I have a USB drive? Li Lachu struggled a few times and tried to kick him. Hold him down. Mystic approached. It seems that you are not seeing the coffin, said the man as he drew out a dagger. Bang bang bang. The mystic only felt a blur before his eyes, only to see Li Lachu standing in front of him rubbing his wrist, 2 heads taller than him. Mystic could only look up. You are? How? Only then did he see that the 3 black-clothed men who had originally pressed Li Lachu were all lying on the ground, motionless, presumably fainted. Pa pa pa. Li Lachu struck again in succession, his punches and kicks as fast as lightning, instantly knocked out a couple of charging accomplices. What? The mysterious man's eyes were filled with incredulity and horror. Is this trample a human being? Immediately afterward, Li Lachu leaped up high at once as if he had installed a spring. Another Harrier flip in the air. A quick dozen or so kicks in the moment of descent. Buddha Mountain Shadowless Kick. After this battle Foshan became famous, but unfortunately there is no Foshan in this world. In less than a minute, there were only 2 people left standing in the entire warehouse. Li Lachu and the mystery man. Even Wang Qiuga was also kicked in the crotch by Li Lachu. Pa! Li Lachu stepped forward and knocked off his ducktail, playing nifty mystery, and wearing a hat. I'm bald. The kid covered his head. Li Lachu was also happy. The pointy head is like a turnip head. You're such a pussy, and you're still out pretending to be a god? The streets are full of them, he said and gave him another black tiger to the stomach. The kid crouched down and started vomiting. Li Lachu pinched his nose and turned his face. Keep waiting for him to finish puking. A hand reached out and pulled him into the distance, through Wang Qiuga where he threw up. Turning around, he walked closer to him. If you don't want to throw up again, learn the lesson. Li Lachu patted him on the back. Isn't it good to be kind to yourself in this body? Ahem. I said, don't hit me. Ha. Li Lachu laughed, feeling his pockets, his cell phone and wallet, and surprisingly, a pistol. Finally, he felt for a cigarette and a lighter. Okay, you're rich. You can't smoke these cigarettes. They're special. Li Lachu ordered one for a reverse roll of Longshu Willow. A puff of smoke spat in his face. I have limited time and patience. If you don't talk in 3 minutes, you don't have to talk, and I don't care anyway. I said. The old horse in the prosecutor's office said that there is a USB flash drive. He has a habit of peeking. That convalescent center. There are a lot of unseemly things he secretly recorded and mistress to watch together. Li Lachu did not interrupt him. Seems to feel a little brow down the line. It's best you don't know. I'm doing you a favor. Pa. Li Lachu raised his hand and gave him a gun handle, hitting him and spitting out 2 large teeth. Ahem. Shucks, kid, you're pretty tough. Unlike a person who goes to work, the kid's face was white and his mouth was full of blood. There's still so much nonsense, right? Li Lachu backhanded another blow. The hit spun him around in place and spit out 2 more large teeth. This kid will have to drink porridge for the rest of his life. Then Li Lachu raised the gun again, clattered the safety on, and pointed it at his crotch. 3rd down, right here. You see this done. The kid got down on his knees this time. Master, I'm still dead even if I talk. You might as well give me a hard time. Guts. Li Lachu put away his gun, dismounted the magazine and put it in his pocket. Hand him the gun. Never mind. You tell your master that I really don't have that. It must have been the old horse who climbed up the ladder of nonsense in order to stay alive, and that all I brought with me this time was paper. Bulb looked up strangely and slowly took the pistol. What do you mean? I don't want any trouble. I want to live in peace. Tell your master that I'll make sure he's okay with me. Master, I believe you. Don't worry. I will definitely bring your words. Baldy kowtowed 3 times, clang clang clang. Li Lachu wasn't afraid of them. He was worried about Simone and Chen Bishi. If you say no all the time, you can't get it right, and the 2 of them will suffer. He had simply spread himself out, and when he thought about it, he thought it was the old horse that was messing things up and wanted to live a few more days. This gang isn't your average gangster either. Put out from the prosecutor's office. It must be someone from the White House. I'm going to have to live with this for a while, so I'm going to try to put it to rest. Today, I'm sorry, but you find a place to get some ceramic teeth planted, and when you come to my place to eat fish later, it's free. Spoken like a child fighting. Baldy hurriedly put on his ducktail hat, staggering to his feet. Li Lachu turned back around again, scaring him so much that he hurriedly took a few steps backward. Brothers, I chose not to pursue this time. It's not that I'm afraid of you guys. I just think that we all might have been taken advantage of by old Ma. The kid nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, it must be. The grandpa's so bold that he wouldn't lie for a USB flash drive. Li Lachu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Sorry brother. Go to Guanshan Reservoir to eat fish when you have time. With a hug, he turned and headed for the front door. Out the door, running for a bright light until I reached the highway. Luckily there was a stop sign nearby. Li Lachu didn't care where he went. Anyway, he left here as soon as possible. Not long after that a bus came by, full of no one but the driver. And this was creepy. Li Lachu got into the car and made a point of looking at the driver. That driver covered up about as much as the duck we just did. Wearing hats, and masks too. And without talking, the straight hook just drove. Li Lachu sat down on his flank and looked at him. This kid is so mentally tough. He just drives without blinking an eye. There were more than 10 stops in a row, and the 2 of them didn't talk, and no one got on the bus. Brother Unity, did I get on a ghost bus? Is it full of ghosts? No neutrino fluctuations detected. Li Lachu, this place is also called neutrino? Looks like there's metaphysics here too. No, don't know what metaphysics is. Li Lachu got out of the car in a busy area, and looked at his cell phone. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. After tossing and turning all night and moving my neck around, the back of my head still hurts a little. The holy body, that's it? Thinking that, during the day, he would have to meet with Chen Bishi's father. There would be no need to be renting a hostel this time. Find a 24-hour fast food place, dive in with your head in the sand, ask for a canto boil, and eat it comfortably. Fell asleep on the table. In his sleep, someone pushed him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Chen Bishi, so there was a big surprise. What brings you here? Said the man wiping down his saliva. Bishop Chan wore her usual yoga pants and a loose baggy top. I called you. The attendant here answered. And you were asleep. Oops. What time is it? Li Lachu touched the cell phone on the table and took a look at almost 8 o'clock. I was looking for you at 7 o'clock. Why did you sleep here? Chen Bishi spoke differently than before. It's formal, like the 2 just met. Oh, I got drunk with my classmates last night, came here for a bowl of noodles, and fell asleep at once. Li Lachu didn't dare to look at her for fear that she would siphon off his luck value. It is also not known if she awakens. Brother Unity, has she awakened? No, but you have to be careful too. Chapter 66, A Man Who Wants to Live Quietly. Li Lachu hurriedly stood up and fetched 2 cups of quick coffee, walked back and handed Chen Bishi a cup. Here, it's no better than your favorite Alasan coffee, make do. Thanks. Chen Bishi sat on the opposite side of the table, and after receiving the cup, don't go to drink it right away, but gently rub her fingers on the edge of the coffee cup. We used to. Were we not very familiar? The morning light at that moment poured through the glass window of the fast food restaurant and splashed on her delicate face, revealing a crystal clear face without a single blemish. Li Lachu avoided her gaze and focused on stirring the coffee in front of him. Sort of a general familiarity. Just ordinary co-workers. Really? She bit her lip. But I always feel like we're not on the same page. Did you write that line about life being just the first time you saw me the other day? Asterisk 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 asterisk. After pretending to be AB once so much, there's no end to the questions. I'm sorry, brother Nalan. Li Lachu mentally cursed himself. Well, I just like to show off a few things. Li Lachu ripped a large gulp to hide the panic in his heart. Stopping the coffee cup on his face for a few seconds, he peeked across the table at the scourge of a face. The face smiled in disbelief and lowered its head as well, lifting its glass, hair falling down. Li Lachu subconsciously tries to help, but immediately changes his position. Instead, he raised his sleeve upwards. Chen Bishi seemed to see all this and smiled without saying anything. I'll report to Mr. Chen in a moment. Where are you going? Chen Bishi put down her cup, dabbed her pink lips with a tissue a few times, and said, I've decided to leave the group. Li Lockjaw looked up. Uncle's chain gym is too busy and wants me to help out. She lowered her head. I think it's fine too. Li Lachu heart mixed feelings. Gone or not. That the black hand behind the scenes cannot hurt. Sadness is not to say. This 160 is too much to hope for, and you might get rid of that on your own. Pretty good. He smiled. Young people try different jobs more often. Chen Bishi raised her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. You really feel that way? Of course. Li Lachu deliberately acted relaxed. I support your decision. Chen Bai ran her hand through her hair to hide the panic in her heart. She was just hoping to get something substantial out of the other party's mouth. Instead, it's up to you to remember. She was really afraid that she was chasing this guy backwards. So try repeatedly. And it's true. This person is really on the proactive side, and it seems that he has been a poor suitor. Then put it down. But there was a twinge of intolerance in the underworld, and I didn't know why. Do you have a favorite? Chen Bishi was still reluctant and was making a last-ditch effort. There is. Li Lachu answered quickly and firmly. Now Chen Bishi's heart was pierced halfway through with pain. She subconsciously covered her chest. When Li Lachu saw her difference, he immediately stood up and reached out to take her hand, and the divine healer's skill went with the flow. Chen Bishi's face looked much better and her breathing was smooth. A quick blush at the sight of it. Hands being pulled. Slowly, he drew back his hand. Li Lachu felt her draw away, and hurriedly took back his palm as well, his fingers still kneading each other, experiencing the strand of slippery coldness from earlier. Hands are cold, the characteristic of body cold, although she likes to work out, but cannot change the woman's feminine nature. Hey God, you really know how to play such a superb woman. You engage in an awakening. I still dare not touch her. Li Lachu squeezed his fingers a few times and sighed with intent. What's wrong with you? I'm not disliking you. Chen Bishi misunderstood. She had already decided that the two of them had an unusual relationship. Otherwise a man wouldn't take his hand so casually, but he got comfortable when he did. No, I don't feel that way. We only see not so futile. Li Lachu explained with a smile. I'm just afraid that you'll leave something behind. You'd better go to the hospital in a few days to get well. Chen Bishi nodded. That's what they all say, but I don't like the smell of the hospital. I like to sneak around. After this time, you'll walk around the country with me. Chen Bishi didn't even know how to say this sentence. It came out without thinking, and she regretted it when she finished. Isn't it obvious that it's still going backwards? Of course the hero can't. It's a bomb ready to detonate. It's better to hide far away. We'll see about that when the time comes. We can't settle now. The pretense was already obvious, and Chen Bishi was a bit puzzled. On her terms, why does this guy keep ducking and dodging? I can't remember some of my past, so don't be offended if I ask you anything. No. What do you want to know? Who do you like? Li Lachu was stunned for a moment. The question was unexpected and I didn't know how to answer it at once. That one. Leave it a little private. It's not convenient. Chen Bishi immediately changed her words. Oh, then do you know who I used to like? Or who has liked me? Well, I do know a little bit about that. You have a childhood boyfriend abroad. What's his name? I forget. Chen Bishi nodded. So, did you ever like me? Now Li Lokpol was stuck for a few seconds. Of course, who wouldn't like a woman as fine as you? Chen Bishi continued to press. I mean the kind of fondness that men and women love. That's not true. I'm not good enough for you. I can't even think about it. Dang. Chen Bishi let the spoon out of the cup. That's true, huh? Seeing that there was no point in saying more, Li Lokju got up. It's about time. I'm ready to report to your father. Chen Bishi didn't say anything and directly got up, walking ahead. The two reached the door. Take my car. Li Laqiu nodded. Thank you. The two of them got into the car. Chen Bishi started the car and blended into the traffic. The traffic was so backed up that neither one of them could walk fast enough. Chen Bishi furiously pressed the car horn every now and then, and cursed the driver in front of her. Mud. This maneuver. It's not even as good as me a pussy. Li Laqiu. This time of year is peak. Don't rush. Li Laqiu was afraid that her temper comes up a tail. You say, what's the point of living if a man is inferior to a woman? System, host, calm down. Be careful. Her words are not necessarily her own. Li Laqiu was in a cold sweat and secretly looked aside at her. Unity, are you saying she has a system similar to yours? No, but she might have a second personality. It's complicated anyway, so be careful. Don't lose 610 for 160. When Chen Bishi saw that he didn't say anything, she was even more furious. Don't you know how to write poetry? How about a poem about separation? Li Laqiu, it's not hard to find a big one. How often do you meet an old friend at the Cape? Where do you find a soulmate at the end of the world? Chen Bishi looked ahead, holding the steering wheel with one hand, and upon hearing this, her petite body visibly shook. What a confidant. Dedication. Chen Bishi, where are you going after the debriefing? Li Laqiu can where to go back and forth. I like Guanshan Reservoir. Traffic is not congested at this point. Chen Bishi accelerated to drive away. The group building still has that same old look, with ivy crawling on the mottled walls. Chairman's office on the 5th floor. You go find your sister-in-law first, Li Laqiu said to Chen Bishi. She nodded. Okay, this time apart. I don't know when I'll see you again. Take care. After saying that, she turned to leave. The sound of her stepping on the old floorboards fading away, her back slumping and falling. Li Laqiu turned to knock on the door and turned his head again to look down the hallway, which was already empty. The one who came to open the door was a young man, presumably Chen Bin's secretary. In the office, Chen Bin was standing in front of the window, wearing a dark gray suit. His back was a bit majestic. Sit. He didn't look back. Li Laqiu sat down on the parlor sofa and surveyed the age-old office. Mahogany furniture, purple sand tea set, several famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall. Forget about the convalescent center. It's all been sent to the prosecutor's office. Chen Bin turned around, his eyes sharp. I heard about last night. What is it? Li Laqiu was a bit strange. How did he know so quickly? This done, the secretary closed the door to their room and walked out. Chen Bin said word for word. About you being kidnapped. Li Laqiu looked straight at him. So, you know who it is? Chen Bin nodded and shook his head. It better not be her. Chapter 67 111, Bluefield Street. You don't need to know. You handled it well, and I guess the matter is closed. Then you also know that old Ma is lying, don't you? Li Laqiu looked straight at him. Oh, Chen Bin sat down across from him. Tell me about it. If he really had that flash drive, he would have taken it out long ago. Li Laqiu analyzed. Why wait until now? Chen Bin nodded. That makes sense. And, Li Laqiu continued, I'm afraid that the matter of that sanatorium isn't that simple. What do you know? Chen Bin's eyes stared. I don't know anything. Li Laqiu spread his hands. But I think it's best to call it a day. Ha! Chen Bin suddenly laughed. You're quite smart. It's not being smart. Li Laqiu sighed. It's not wanting to make a big deal out of it. Why? Because. Li Laqiu looked at him. I'm afraid of involving others. Involving who? Chen Bin narrowed his eyes. My daughter? Li Laqiu didn't say anything. You and Bishi. Chen Bin paused. What exactly is the relationship? Just ordinary co-workers. Li Laqiu smiled. You don't have to think much. Yes? Chen Bin stood up and walked to the window. Then do you know why she lost her memory? Li Laqiu's heart raced. I don't know. The doctor said. Chen Bin turned his back to him, his voice low. She has selective amnesia. What do you mean? That is to say. Chen Bin turned around. She subconsciously doesn't want to remember certain things. Li Laqiu narrowed his eyes and forced himself to hold back his inner turmoil. Chan Dong. He took a deep breath. There are some things that might be better forgotten. You're making the decision for her? Chen Bin approached and looked at him condescendingly. No. Li Laqiu stood up and leveled with him. I just don't want her to get hurt. Ha! Chen Bin sneered. Who do you think you are? I'm nobody. Li Laqiu said frankly. Just an ordinary person. Ordinary people? A hint of color flashed in Chen Bin's eyes. The ordinary man who beat up a dozen people last night? Li Laqiu was shocked in his heart, not expecting him to even know this. That's all right. Chen Bin interrupted him. You think you're right too. He Wei isn't an ordinary person. Even I'm afraid of him. Li Laqiu heard at once. The person who kidnapped himself last night. This Chen Bin seems to already know who it is. Called He Wei. Who is he? Don't you ask. The less you know the better. and I hope the old horse is just climbing all over the place to stay alive. Chenbin stood up and looked out the window. Finish this, go back. Do a half a year or so. I'll mention you to the group. Born a deputy. Stay in the capital. In a daughter-in-law. House I give you out. Li Laqiu stood up in shock at once. Mr. Chen, what does this mean? It means nothing. Thank you for saving my daughter. Don't think I'm stupid and can't see anything? Well, then, I'll take it. Chenbin slowly turned back around. Who the hell are you? A man who wants to live quietly. Li Lokpo looked straight at him. That's all. The office fell into silence as the two men stared at each other and the air seemed to freeze. Good. After a long time, Chenbin finally spoke. I believe you. Li Laqiu sighed in relief. I'll take my leave then. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. Li Laqiu nodded, turned around, pulled open the door, and walked out, passing the secretary at the door, and he nodded. In the hallway, sunlight poured through the windows and created a trail of light on the floor. He took a deep breath and pulled out his cell phone. Hello, Mr. Secretary. He dialed. I'm going back to the reservoir. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. That's it? Aha. He looked out the window. What's done is done. Well, Simeone wanted to say something. Take care of Bessie, he said and hung up. Host, do you really want to go? The system asked. What are you waiting for if you don't leave? Li Laqiu smiled bitterly. Waiting for her to awaken? But, nothing but. He turned towards the elevator. There are some roads that are meant to be walked alone. The sun was still shining brightly, but it couldn't shine into his heart. Li Laqiu walked down the stairs in frustration. Walking up to the third floor, he saw Simeone waiting there. She's still in a suit with a super short skirt. A few colleagues who passed by chose to return. Go take the other stairs. Waiting for me, Mr. Secretary? Well, see you off. Simeone had a high-pilled head, and ran her hair out of her ears somewhat hastily. No need. Since I didn't pick it up, why should I send you off? The mountains and the water have a meeting. Let's meet again in the rivers and lakes. Li Laqiu clasped his fists and walked around her toward the stairs. Simone didn't stop him, just followed him silently. The two of them walked out of the building, one after the other. Li Laqiu stood on his feet, turned around and looked at her absolute beauty. His heart was moved, but it was a pity that she couldn't completely fall in love with herself yet. It's mostly a novelty and intuition at this point. Mr. Secretary, when you send someone off for 1,000 miles, you have to say goodbye eventually. Did I send 1,000 miles? At first glance you copied that. Ha! Li Laqiu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Yes, I copied it all. I'm a fake and a forgery from start to finish. Simeone looked down, twiddling her fingers. I didn't mean it like that. Don't you dare say that. Well, I'm really off. Li Laqiu turned away this time. Simeone wasn't talking, but quickly turned around and headed back toward the office building. Li Laqiu came to the bus stop with a tinge of regret. Suddenly he remembers that he hasn't cashed in his $250,000. Hastily, he resisted the urge to reach down the side of the road, ready to survey the cab. That's when a black stretch limo pulled up beside him. The door opened and a young woman in a black suit with sunglasses got out of the car. Director Li, our chairman has an invitation. Li Laqiu gave a strange look inside. It was so dark that it was hard to see who it was. Who is the chairman of your family? Do I know him? Get in the car and talk about last night. Li Laqiu's body shook and understood at once that this was the master. Those were lapdogs last night. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Li Laqiu also did not ink a low head into the car. That's when the cell phone's message alerted. He sat in the car and looked around first. It was found that it was a high-class business car that carried some necessary amenities. Refrigerator, TV, dining table, etc. He looked down at his cell phone. It was from Simone. Go to 111 Blue Sky Road and wait for me. I miss you. Chapter 68. He Wei. Looking at Li Laqiu, the small of his abdomen was hot, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Director Li. A somewhat gruff female voice came. The door to the car was closed in this case. The car started slowly. Li Laqiu followed the sound and looked inside. That's when I saw a woman with short hair and a light gray neutral outfit. The reason why it is a woman. Li Laqiu was judged from her chest, but from the attire, it should be a male. You are? He Wei. Li Laqiu was shocked in his heart. Is this the big guy that even Chen Bin is afraid of? So it's not a man or a woman? Is it the undefeated East? Li Laqiu looked at her hand under the sign. Fortunately, there is no embroidery needle. I believe Chen Bin told you. Li Laqiu nodded. Didn't say much, just mentioned the name. The light was a little better at this point, and Li Laqiu got a good look at her face. Her face was as if it was carved from cold ice, without a trace of fireworks in her absolute beauty, and she was cold and colorful to the extreme. At the same time, the beauty of neutrality is elusive. If it wasn't for the black and red high heels, Li Laqiu really thought she was a beauty. Oh, then forget it. I won't say much. Then why are you still looking for me? My meaning is clear. As far as not wanting to make a grudge, Li Laqiu hurriedly cut to the chase. I know. That's why I want to befriend you. You're no ordinary man. System, host, this person has a lucky value of 500. Why? Will this be the cue? Lucky is too high. I want a manual review. This time Li Laqiu came to the interest. You do not befriend me. I have taken the initiative to befriend you. To have this one person is enough for a long life. Oh, how do you turn it in? Come to my place. I'm also a state-owned enterprise here. And it's not on par with Chen Bin's place. Yes. In order to carry 500 lucky values, not to mention the state-owned enterprises, you are a purse company I will follow through. That painful? Li Laqiu nodded. It's a deal. And what position do you prefer? Li Laqiu answered quickly. You said it. Unbridled. At this time, the young female wearing sunglasses on the side could not look past the expression of Li Laqiu with a playful and abusive expression, as if they were simply molesting each other. Hey, Hong Ying, don't be rude. Bye now. The car had slowly come to a stop. Li Laqiu noticed that the outside of the car looked like it had entered a courtyard, a highly landscaped yard. Get out of the car and raise your eyes. So big. Finally his eyes rested on He Wei's breasts across the room. So high. Hong Ying at his side was about to do it again. He smiled and waved his hand. Brotherly. Li Laqiu was confused by his address. Call me brother? Mister. I can't afford it. He Wei was about to speak when a loud cry suddenly came. This is, that expert from last night, let the old man take a lesson. As soon as the words fell, an old Taoist with white hair walked out of the villa. He wore a grayish-white Taoist robe and held a green-fronted sword with a scabbard inlaid with a few bright beads that glittered in the sunlight. This is Mr. Li. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and surveyed Li Laqiu, his voice hoarse with a bit of cold arrogance. It's me. Li Laqiu nodded his head, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing. This is to play for real. Poor Taoist Xian Yi. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. I've heard that Mr. Li is highly skilled in martial arts? Where? Li Laqiu thought in his heart. Not that there are no old ways in this world? So dubiously, I answered him. Just a little bit of three-legged kung fu. Then why don't we cut a deal? The old Taoist said, slowly drawing his sword. The sword's body glittered with cold light, emitting a buzzing sound. This, Li Laqiu pretended to be in a difficult situation. I'm not going to kick the old people's home. What the hell is an old people's home? The old Taoist didn't understand and looked at He Wei. He Wei sneered. Master, he dislikes you for being old and is afraid of hurting you. Humph, breath is not small. Watch. After saying that, the sword light flashed, and the green lake belt next to him immediately cut through a straight slit. Leaves and branches parted all around, and the old Taoist smugly stroked his chin's motley beard. Sword chi? Li Laqiu said in his heart. There is such a high person in this world? Don't be nervous, it's all a blindfold. You can hit this old Taoist with 3 punches. Li Laqiu, please. At that moment, the old Taoist set up a starting stance. Li Laqiu picked up a branch on the ground. Old thing, I have to make a fool out of you today. Wait. The old Taoist was about to raise his sword to attack, being stopped by Li Laqiu at once. The tip of the sword hardened and stopped in midair. Do you mundane have a name? Poor layman. His name is Manhwa. Li Laqiu looked like he expected it. No wonder then. How do you recognize it? Li Laqiu shook his head. I don't recognize it. I'm afraid of being scolded. Shameless child. Look at the sword. A move rainbow through the sun came straight at Li Laqiu's face. Li Laqiu casts the fighting master skill, and everything goes with him. The branch turned into a rainbow in his hands, striking like electricity. A move nudged the old Taoist's wrist. A hint of surprise flashed in the old Taoist's eyes, obviously not expecting Li Laqiu to strike so quickly. Good stance. He marveled. Lao Dao is still a bit flamboyant and avoids it instantly. Li Laqiu didn't say anything and continued his attack. The branches seemed to come alive in his hands, flying up and down. Dense. The old Taoist retreated back and forth, the relief on his face gradually turning into gravity. Young man, what kind of swordsmanship is this? A random hit. Li Laqiu hemmed and hawed. Nonsense. The old Taoist suddenly changed his stance, his sword light like a rainbow. This is clearly. Before he finished speaking, Li Laqiu's branch had already pointed at his throat. Sijin. The old Taoist froze, the sword in his hand slowly dropping. Good boy. He let out a long sigh. I'm the one who lost. He Wei clapped her hands on the side. Wonderful. Hong Ying, however, frowned. Master, you, shut up. The old Taoist glared at her. Losing is losing. Turning to Li Laqiu, He clasped his fists. Mr. Lee is indeed a deep concealer. Lee Lokchu hurriedly returned the salute. I'm flattered. However, the old Taoist looked at him meaningfully. This sword technique of yours, it seems somewhat familiar. Lee Lokchu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly changed the topic. Mr. How did I perform here? He smiled with a blossoming smile. Sure. Start working from tomorrow. Then I'll take my leave first. Lee Lokchu arched his hand. I'll come back another day to ask for senior's advice. After saying that, he turned around and left, afraid that the old Taoist would recognize something. Host, this sword technique of yours. The system wanted to say something. Don't say it. Lee Lokchu wiped his cold sweat, almost exposed. From behind him came the voice of the old Taoist. Interesting, really interesting. Lee Lokchu was going to rush to 111 Blue Sky Street, so he could not get it right and squeeze some more luck out of Simone. Chapter 69, Roundabout Strategy. Lee Lokchu walked out of the villa area and felt that someone was following behind him. How many people? Brother Unity? 3, all practicing. The corner of Lee Lokchu's mouth curled up slightly as he suddenly turned into a Walmart supermarket, weaving in and out of the crowd. He took advantage of the crush in front of the cash register and dodged into the employee aisle. Light power was unleashed, and with a few rises and falls, he was on the rooftop, playing hide and seek? Interesting. He laughed and walked through a few more malls in a row. Half an hour later, 111 Blue Sky Street. A private villa with a European style appeared in front of him. The camera in the doorway was facing him. Lee Lokchu looks up and waves at the camera. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. It didn't take long for the door to open. Simone was wearing a pink silk nightgown, revealing her slender legs, and leaning lazily against the doorframe. Miss me so soon? She winked. Lee Lokchu gulped, passing by. Ha, mouth full. She turned and walked in. Come in. Lee Lokchu followed her in, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on her swaying back. The living room smelled faintly of incense and soothing music was playing. Something to drink? Simeone walked toward the bar. Whatever. She took out 2 tall glasses and poured red wine. Have you seen Hiwei today? Lee Lokchu froze. How do you know? Of course I know. She handed him a glass of wine. Nothing can be hidden from me in this capital. And do you know what she wants? Simone sat down across from him and crossed her legs, trying to pull you in. Lee Lokchu's heart raced as he looked at her snow-white thighs. Aren't you afraid I'll get pulled away from her? Scared. She suddenly came closer. So I'm going to keep you. Lee Lokchu smelled her scent and his head was a little dizzy. How do I stay? What do you say? Her red lips parted and her eyes were mesmerized. Lee Lokchu resisted the urge. Mister. See, you're drunk. No. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm wide awake. But. No buts. She interrupted him. Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Lee Lokchu's heart melted as he looked at her pitiful appearance. Ding. Target luck plus 20. Yes. He whispered. How could there not be? Then why are you always avoiding me? Because. He sighed. I didn't know if you'd forgotten that person and I was afraid of hurting you. Fool. She leaned into his arms. What could hurt me more than losing you? Lee Lokchu wrapped his arms around her slender waist and smelled the fragrance of her hair. You know what? She looked up. From the first time I saw you, Before the words were finished, Lee Lokchu had already kissed her lips. What about the other one? Bugger. Buster. What's the point of mentioning him? I'm sober this time. Simone finally hugged him and refused to let go. Octopus-like entanglements and some reddening of the white skin all over again. Lee Lokchu looked at her mesmerized eyes and softly said, how about taking a bath together? Turn off all the phones first. Simeone slurred. Late at night, an exhausted Simeone's hair tangled around her pink face. Panting, he slumped over. Lee Lokchu stood in the balcony smoking an afterthought cigarette, opened his cell phone and looked at some messages. Yogi Ko was asking questions again. And Mo Tranquility. Surprisingly, there was also Bessie Chan. Lee Lokchu thought she wouldn't look for herself again. Open it. Master, let's meet tonight. I always feel like there's something I haven't finished with you. Lee Lokchu looked at the time. It was late at night. Looks like a miss. There's not much to say once you think about it. All that cartwheeling back and forth is annoying to think about. Anyway, you can't touch her for the time being, so let's leave her out to dry. And right now the main attack is said to be Hiwei. That's right, Hiwei. He turned his head and walked into the house, picking up the mouthwash as he passed the coffee table and taking a sip. A mouthful of spit in a garbage bag off to the side. Inside was a used raincoat. Mr. Secretary, let me ask you something. Simone was still spinning in the sky at this point, and her body was sore and weak. Lee Lokchu showed no mercy this time, holding on for double digits in one breath. Call this prude ground loose into the sand. Fulfilled his promise. Simone was unlucky, winking and still in the midst of her confused thoughts. I'm so tired. Give me a break. Okay, You lie down. I'll ask Hiwei. Her information I want to know. Simeone turned her head, full of disheveled hair, and through it, saw her large almond-shaped eyes with 3 or 4 lids. You've got your eye on her? Li Lachu nodded. I'm not going to hide anything from you. I'm going to go over to her side. I want to know how she's doing. Simeone didn't complain about him this time, because she was satisfied. This guy is a lunatic. You can die for her. She doesn't like guys and chased me. What? Li Lachu stood up at once, without any clothes on, and stood in the center of the ground in a big shape. What's your surprise? He Shuai's own granddaughter, raised as a boy since childhood. Soldier, work, own business. Now the capital circle head handle big brother. No one dares to mess with. Simone rolled over, gritted her teeth and went to sit up. We're both about the same age. She has one fetish. She likes females. And the ones she's bagging are all movie stars. Any diva has had a relationship with her, or she'll be banned. Li Lachu was stunned. He's not for anything else. There's one more condition for getting lucky. Gain her heart. How else can you get this? She doesn't like guys. Brother Unity, tell me how to stab it? My profile doesn't have a response plan. And by the way, your swordsmanship. I'm in a hurry. What's the point of mentioning the sword technique? That's the famous sword technique of the Blue Star. The Dokoroku 9 swords. Host is really knowledgeable. I admire you. It seems there must be a way to fix Iwei. Li Lachu cursed the system with hatred. You're due for an upgrade. Check for an upgrade package. Turning his head, he approached Simone and reached for her waist, touching her a few more times in the process. Bugger. Don't tease me. I'm convinced. The two of them walked to the bathroom together. By the way, tomorrow the He family is organizing a reception in the circle. Are you going? If you want to go, let's go together. Li Lachu had been staring at the bottom of his neck and immediately retorted when he heard. You're not afraid of people knowing about our relationship? It is to let others know. Recently this He way old annoyed me. Today sent me a lot of WeChat. Our courting, neat to death, but not a sentence to you then. If life is only like the first time? Li Lachu remembered at once that he was the one who had said that, but another worry came back. This phrase was also used for Chen Bishi. This just in case. Yeah, so He Wei is pretty cheesy. Li Lachu, so how does she chase you? Simone, it's just the usual words, all written by guys to girls. Something about I can't breathe without you. Thinking of you gives me courage and purpose in life. Cheesy. Li Lachu suddenly had a bright idea. Why not use Simone to get close to He Wei, and then cooked rice? Take He Wei down. So 500 to hand. Rivers and mountains and beautiful people have. Chapter 70, attending a dinner party with a lot of women. As night fell, the lights of the capital city gradually came on. Li Lachu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the neon flashes in the distance, but the inner waves. The man in the mirror was in a tailored black suit with a tie slightly to the left. The third time he'd adjusted it. Still struggling with the tie? Simeone's voice came from behind her. Li Lachu turned around and couldn't help but hold his breath. She was wearing a close-fitting red evening gown with a hidden split, revealing her slender legs. Her black hair was pulled back into an elegant bun, and a few strands of broken hair hung by her ears, adding a bit more charm. Well, she spun around, her skirt making a graceful arc. Beautiful. Li Lachu sighed in heartfelt admiration. Simeone approached and straightened his tie. Don't be nervous. It's not like you haven't seen the world before. The faint scent of her perfume lingered on the tip of her nose, making Li Lachu's heart beat faster. I was afraid. Afraid of what? She interrupted him. Afraid of meeting Chen Bishi? Or afraid of meeting He Wei? Li Lachu smiled bitterly. It's all a bit silly. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. I'm here. The lipstick on her lips was casually wiped off in an intimate and natural motion. In front of the Kempinski Hotel, a luxury car slowly drove up. Li Lachu and Simone's Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the red carpet, and the valet respectfully pulled open the door. The night breeze was slightly cool, and a faint scent of flowers hung in the air. The hotel lobby was gilded with huge crystal chandeliers that refracted the light into a million shards and showered it on the faces of the guests. Mozart's serenades flowed through the air, and the mingling of drinks was the whispered talk and laughter of the capital's celebrities. Look, there's He Wei, Simone whispered in his ear. Li Lachu followed her gaze and couldn't help but be stunned. He Wei stood in the center of the hall, in a pure white customized suit with a black shirt inside and a meticulous tie. Short hair is sharp, showing the king's temperament between his hands and feet. If it weren't for the hidden curves, one would really have to misrecognize the gender. Handsome? Simeone asked deliberately. Handsome, Li Lachu honestly said, and was then pinched by her waist. He Wei seemed to have noticed the commotion and came this way with his champagne. Her stride was distinctive, both masculine for a man and elegant for a woman. Welcome. She stood and swept her gaze over the two. It seems I'm late as a host. The voice was magnetic in a low tone, making it impossible to tell the difference between a man and a woman. Mister. He is too polite. Simone took Lee Loksu's hand, her tone intimate. We just arrived as well. He Wei's gaze lingered on the two men's clasped hands for a moment, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Looks like I've missed out on quite a few things? Yeah. Simeone moved closer to Lee Lockjaw. We're dating. He Wei let out a light laugh, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Congratulations. Just then, a fragrant breeze drifted in. Lee Loksu's heart jumped, and before he could turn around, he heard a familiar voice. Master. What a coincidence. It's Bessie-chan. It's over. Lee Loksu sighed inwardly. The shura is about to begin. Lee Loksu turned around, only to see Chen Bishi standing there, a black backless evening dress, lining her skin like snow. Her long hair was slightly curled, casually draped over her shoulders, and her eyes held a hint of confusion and a hint of sadness. Bish. Simeone spoke, her tone a bit subtle. You're here too. Chen Bishi did not look at her. Her gaze remained on Lee Loksu. Auntie, you and Master. The words weren't finished, but the meaning was clear. The air suddenly froze, and even Mozart's music seemed harsh. He Wei gently shook his wineglass and watched the scene with interest. We're dating. Simeone re-emphasized, a declaration of sovereignty in her tone. Chen Bishi's hand trembled slightly, and the champagne almost spilled. Yeah, she forced a smile. Well, congratulations. Lee Loksu's heart twisted as he looked at her forced composure. Host, pay attention. Chen Bishi's mood is fluctuating greatly. System alert. I'm going to the restroom. Chen Bishi suddenly said, turning around and leaving quickly. Lee Loksu subconsciously wanted to follow, but was pulled back by Simone. Leave her alone. Simeone said. He Wei held her wineglass in her hand, pondering, that's really interesting. Just then, a figure walked modestly from the crowd. Mo Tranquility. She wore a dark blue fishtail dress that showed off her perfect figure, a head of long blonde hair that glistened in the light. So lively? She walked up to Lee Loksu with a flirtatious smile. None of them called me. Lee Loksu felt Simone's hand suddenly tighten. Host, the scene is about to get out of control. System warning. MS. MO. He Wei spoke at the right time. Do you want to check out the night view from the terrace? Mo Tranquility, however, was unmoved. I'd rather talk to Mr. Lee. She came closer to Lee Loksu. Her perfume scent if anything. I haven't thanked you for last time. Simone sneered. MS. MO. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Mo Tranquil blinked innocently. I just want to thank the person who saved my life. Lee Loksu felt that his head was as big as a bucket. In the distance, Chen Bishi stood at the entrance of the restroom, silently watching this scene. The fingers sank deep into the palm of his hand. A savior? Simone's voice carried a chill. MS. MO. That's an interesting thing to say. Mo Tranquility took a sip of champagne unhurriedly, the crystal glass refracting a brilliant light in the light. What? Am I wrong? She tilted her head, her long blonde hair swaying gently with her movements. If it wasn't for Mr. Lee, I might have. Enough. Lee Loksu interrupted her. It was just happenstance that day. He Wei stood aside, her eyes growing deeper and deeper. Her fingers gently tapped the wineglass, making a subtle sound. By chance? Mo Tranquility laughed. That night's heroic rescue wasn't like a coincidence. Simone let go of Lee Loksu's hand and turned to face Mo Tranquility. MS. MO. Do you have some misunderstanding about lifesavers? The air smelled of gunpowder. The band in the distance changed to a different tune, Chopin's Nocturne playing slowly. Misunderstood? Mo Tranquility took a step forward. Then Mr. C, tell me, what did I misunderstand? The distance between the two women was less than a meter, yet it was as if unseen sparks were erupting. Lee Lokju was about to speak when he suddenly felt a tug on the corner of his coat. Turning his head, he saw that it was Chen Bishi. At some point, she had returned. Master, I have something to tell you. She tried to keep her voice as low as possible, only wanting the two to hear. Before Lee Lokju could answer, Simone still captured it keenly, and she turned her head. Bishi, let's talk about what's going on tomorrow. No way. Chen Bishi shook her head. I have something urgent. It has to be now. Mo Tranquility looked at this scene. The corner of her mouth hooked into a playful smile. Yo, is this going to be some kind of drama? MS. MO. He Wei finally spoke. Why don't you go around to other places? As soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Bishi took Lee Loksu's hand and turned around to head towards the terrace. Bish. Simeone tried to go after her. Mo Tranquility, however, blocked in front of her. What's the hurry? Let the young people talk. You. Simone was so angry that her face turned white. Pulled by Chen Bishi, Lee Lokju pushed his way through the gaggle of people and pushed open the glass door of the terrace. The night breeze blew with a slight coolness, The capital city was lit up in the distance, but it couldn't shine into Chen Bishi's eyes. Why? She turned, her face as cold as moonlight. Why, sister-in-law? Li Laqiu stood there, momentarily at a loss as to how to answer. Host, she has too many mood swings. Be careful, the system reminded. The door to the terrace slammed shut in the wind. Through the glass, Simone's anxious figure could be vaguely seen. Chapter 71, Hiwei's Secret. The wind on the terrace was a bit cool, blowing Chen Bishi's long hair and dispersing the tears in her eyes. Master. She took a deep breath. Do you remember the hospital? Li Laqiu nodded and didn't say anything. The sun was shining that day, on the windowsill of the hospital room and on her pale face. I always felt that you had something to say to me then. Her voice trembled a little, but you never said anything. Li Laqiu looked at the lights in the distance and said softly, there are some things that might be better left unsaid. Why? She took a step forward. Because of sister-in-law? Bish, I know. She interrupted him. I don't remember anything. But, she paused and bit her lip. But every time I see you, it hurts so bad inside. It hurts. It's a feeling I can't quite put my finger on. Li Laqiu closed his eyes. A twinge in his heart. Host, her memory is slowly returning. System reminder. Master. Her voice was softer. We used to, didn't we? The words were not finished when the door to the terrace was suddenly pushed open. Simone stood there, her face grim. Bish, that's enough. Chen Bishi turned around, and couldn't help but reveal crystals in her eyes. Flickering under the moonlight. Auntie, why are you? Why what? Simeone stepped closer. Why are you with him? Because I like him. Simone looked straight into Chen Bishi's eyes. Is that reason enough? Chen Bishi took a step back and hit the railing. But, her voice took on a choked tone. But I always felt. Think what? Simeone's voice suddenly softened. Think he should be yours? I don't know. Chen Bishi shook her head. I really don't know. Li Laqiu stood on the sidelines, looking at the pair of sister-in-law and niece, his heart in turmoil. The door to the terrace was pushed open again. Hiwei walked in. It's all here. Her gaze swept over the three, finally resting on Li Laqiu's face. Mr. Li, can I have a word? Before Li Laqiu could reply, Mo Tranquility's voice came from the doorway. Mr. It's not too good to find someone in such a hurry, is it? She leaned against the doorframe with a flirty smile. The fun is just beginning. Mo. Hiwei turned around. There's nothing for you here. Mo Tranquility, however, did not think it was a problem and walked in a graceful manner. How come there's nothing for me to do? Could it be that there is still a place where you are not allowed to come to this reception? She walked over to Li Laqiu, her perfume scent if anything. Besides, I haven't finished asking Mr. Li yet. Hiwei narrowed her eyes, and her silhouette looked extra cold in the moonlight. What do you want to ask? She sneered. Ask him if he really likes Simone? The words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Chen Bishi's head snapped up, and Simone's hands trembled slightly. What does Mr. He mean by that? Simone forced herself to be calm. Hiwei didn't answer, but looked at Li Laqiu. You tell her. Li Laqiu was shocked in his heart, not expecting Hiwei to be so direct. You what? Hiwei took a step forward. Do you know what Simone means to me? The air on the terrace seemed to freeze. Mo Tranquility blinked. Oops. Interesting. Hiwei. Simone suddenly spoke up, her voice shaking a bit. Don't you talk nonsense. Nonsense? Hiwei turned to her. Don't you know best? 10 years since high school. Her voice trailed off. I thought. You know how I feel. Simeone blushed. That's all in the past. In the past? Hiwei sneered. So now you chose him? She pointed at Li Laqiu. A man you've known for less than 6 months? Chen Bishi stood on the side, her eyes darting between a few people, seeming to understand something. Hiwei. Simone took a deep breath. We agreed not to mention this anymore, but I can't forget. Hiwei's voice suddenly became soft. Simone, I really can't forget. Li Laqiu stood there, feeling like an outsider. Host, the situation is not good. The system said. You're right. Li Laqiu replied in his mind. This is really becoming a shura. Mo Tranquility watched from the side. This play, it's even more wonderful than I imagined. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the 5 men were intertwined, just like their entangled feelings. In the distance came the sound of a bell, 12 strokes at a leisurely pace. Enough! Simone suddenly raised her voice. Hiwei, stop talking. Her hands gripped the railing so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Hiwei, however, was unforgiving. Why don't you say anything? Afraid he knows about your past? Mr. Li Laqiu finally spoke. There are some things. Let bygones be bygones. Meh. Hiwei turned to him. You think you know her? Under the moonlight, Hiwei's eyes were sharp as knives. Do you know why she chose you? Li Laqiu was silent. Host, Be careful. He Wei is emotionally unstable. System alert. Because you resemble a person. He Wei sneered. Someone who is already dead. Simone's face suddenly changed. Shut up. Chen Bishi looked at her sister-in-law in surprise, having never seen her lose her temper like this. What? Afraid to face it? He Wei pressed step by step. The one who died in the valley to save you. He Wei. Simone's voice trembled. Say one more word. What do you want? He Wei suddenly got agitated. Hit me? Like back in school? Mo Tranquility watched the scene with interest. Wow. So there's this kind of past. Shut up. He Wei and Simone drank at the same time. The atmosphere on the terrace was saber-rattling. Li Lachu looked at Simone's pale face and his heart was no longer fluctuating. One knows, oneself, what it means to have no excitement. It's just simply for that lucky number. Don't care if it's a substitute anymore. Squeezing the last of her luck is the goal. And then there's this big 500 boss. Misogynistic He Wei. Host, don't think too much. It's not that simple. The system said. I see. Li Lachu said softly. Mr. He, you're the host today. Please go take care of the other guests. I'll take care of it here. Chapter 72, The Purpose of Approaching Me. Mr. He, Li Lachu suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Simone. How about we call it a night? He Wei narrowed his eyes. Are you ordering me? Don't dare. Li Lachu smiled faintly. I just think this is not good for anyone. He turned his head to look at the vial in Mo Tranquility's hand. Especially, some people still want to take advantage of the fire. Mo Tranquility's face changed and her hand involuntarily tightened. Let's go. Li Lachu took Simone's hand. We should go back. He Wei didn't stop them, just looked at them fixedly. In the moonlight, her eyes were both complex and forlorn. Bishi. Li Lachu looked toward Chen Bishi in the corner. I'll explain it to you some other day. After He Wei's mess, Chen Bishi was in a much better mood. She nodded softly and didn't say anything. Li Lachu nodded with Mo Tranquility again and turned to lead Simone away at a quick pace. Walking through the gaggling hall, Li Lachu practically half-dragged and half-carried Simone away from the scene. It wasn't until she got in the car that Simeone came back to her senses. Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, but you've served your purpose. Li Lachu didn't forget to sell it. Wait. She suddenly grabbed Li Lachu's hand. Something's not right. Li Lachu started the car. What's wrong? I was trying to borrow you to piss off He Wei. She bit her lip. But how does it feel? Li Lachu, what does it feel like? Simone, feel like you're the biggest winner? After saying that, Li Lachu and Simone froze at the same time. The light from the street lamp streamed across the car windows at night. Li Lachu secretly screamed. Bad. Simone is going to be enlightened, and must continue to instill ecstasy. You know what? Li Lachu turned to her. I think Mr. He is actually quite nice. Simone, what do you mean? Look, he said seriously. I'm going to be working for her from now on, and it would be in everyone's best interest for you to ease up on her. Simeone's eyes widened. You mean reconciliation? Ah. Li Lachu had a face that took it for granted. They're both women. Why make such a mess? You. Simeone's face reddened. What does that make me? What? Li Lachu asked with a smile. It's just that I didn't know better when I was young. But, her voice trailed off. Now, it's not impossible now. Li Lachu followed the good advice. Think about it, a big boss like He Wei. Who wouldn't want to get close? Simeone was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. I'm telling you, I'm doing this for you. She gritted her teeth. I have a normal orientation. I know. Li Lachu smiled meaningfully. That's why it's all the more important to seize the opportunity. Simone was so angry that she stomped her feet. Why are you such a person? The car drove off into the night, the Kempinski Hotel blurring in the distance. Host, that's a good use of retreat to advance. The system said. Li Lachu replied in his heart. What else? You can't really steal a woman from He Wei, can you? The car pulled up in front of Simone's villa. Simone didn't let Li Lachu out of the car this time, but opened the door herself. Won't you invite me up for a seat? Li Lachu asked with a smile. Simeone gave him a blank look. You've been terrible today. What's so bad about it? Li Lachu played dumb. I'm not thinking of you? For my sake? Simone sneered. You're doing it to please He Wei, aren't you? Li Lachu was shocked in his heart. How did you? I'm not stupid. Simeone straightened her skirt. You think I can't see that? Under the moonlight, her side face carried a bit of coolness. I knew it from the look on He Wei's face when you first saw him. Li Lachu was silent for a moment. Then why are you still? And play along with your act? Simeone turned her head. Because I have my own plans, too. She suddenly laughed. You think you're the only one who can count? Li Lachu looked at her smile and suddenly felt a chill on his back. Host, this woman is not simple. The system said. So, Li Lachu weighed his words. You really want to talk to Mr. He? Shut up, Simeone interrupted. I told you, I have a normal orientation. But her face was slightly red. And what are your intentions? Li Lachu pursued. Simone straightened her hair. Why do you think He can't get enough of me? Because I have something she wants. Simeone's voice suddenly turned icy. A secret big enough to destroy her. Li Lachu was shocked in his heart. What secret? You don't need to know. Simeone pushed the car door open. Just like I don't need to know what you're really doing by approaching me. The night breeze blew her long hair with a faint scent of perfume. Good night, Mr. Lee, she said meaningfully, and good luck with your future. Watching her walk into the villa, Li Lachu did not start the car for a long time. Host, things seem to be more complicated than we thought. The system said. Yeah, Li Lachu nodded. This game of chess, it's a bit big. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Simone. Mr. Lee, would you like to hear another of Hiwei's secrets? Mo Tranquility. Lockpost looked at the cell phone screen and hesitated for a moment. Host, be careful, it's a trap. System alert. I know, he replied softly before editing the text message. It's not quite appropriate for Mo to be looking for me this late, is it? Soon. The phone vibrated again. What are you afraid of? I'm waiting for you in room 1888 of the Jinmao Hotel. Come, or don't come. Your choice. Li Lachu looked up at Simone's villa, and the lights on the second floor were already on. It's good to go and have a look, he muttered to himself. Might even squeeze some luck out of it. The Jinmao Hotel is not far from here. The hallway was silent, only the dark red carpet absorbing the sound of footsteps. In front of the door of room 1888, Li Lachu stood for a long time. He debated whether the flash drive the killer was looking for had anything to do with it. He was really afraid of opening the door and seeing Mo Tranquility's corpse. The door opened. Mo Tranquility leaned on the doorframe. Having removed the heavy makeup from the dinner party, changing into a silk robe instead gave her a bit more natural charm. Want to come in, or do you want to go? She asked. Her voice soft. Li Lachu let out a long breath. The warm yellow light in the room filtered out from behind her, casting an ambiguous glow on the hallway carpet. Li Lachu looked inside for a few moments and took a step across the threshold. A faint scent of incense wafted through the room, and the wine was already awake on the coffee table, 2 goblets refracting the light of the crystal chandelier. Actually, Mo Tranquility poured wine for both of them. I just wanted to meet you alone. That's it? Li Lachu took the glass but didn't drink. Sometimes, she laughed softly, it doesn't take a reason to simply want to see someone. Chapter 73, I wish you a bright future. The night was deepening, and the neon lights outside the window flickered on and off, as if they were saying something. Early morning sunlight filtered through the blinds and painted a trail of light on the office floor. Li Lachu stood in front of Simone's desk and watched as she read her application to leave. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly in the morning light, as if she was thinking about something. Have you really decided? She finally spoke, her voice soft. Aha. Li Lachu nodded. Mr. He's side gave a good opportunity. Simeone put down the paper and looked up at him. Do you realize what you're doing? The sunlight on her face made it impossible to see her expression. I know, he said. Okay. She picked up the pen and signed her name on the document. Good luck with your future. The sound of the pen scratching across the paper was like composing a parting piece of music. Walking out of the building, there was still some free time now. Li Lachu plans to go and cash in the scratch-off jackpot. Took a cab to the lottery center. After a complex series of checks, in the end that 100W plus 6,000 hit his card, and snickering as he went. It's a good world where you don't have to pay taxes on winning the lottery. At that moment, the cell phone buzzed again. It's Yogi Ko. Thinking about it, he roughly guessed what she was going to say. Pick up the phone. Sure enough. Are you crazy? Her voice dripped with anger and disbelief. Why did you quit? Li Lachu leaned against a stone pillar outside the building and watched the crowds coming and going. I found a better opportunity, he said. Hiwei's company, also a centralized enterprise. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Then what do we do? Yujika's voice was tinged with tears. You just said nothing. I'll stay in the capital for a while first. He interrupted her. Do it and see first. Don't even think about jumping ship when you're at that level there. With 500s Hiwei on the hook, Yujiku is not enough to worry about. Li Lachu. She suddenly raised her voice. What the hell do you want? As we were talking, another call came in. It's Ho Micro. I'm sorry, Mr. He is looking for me in an emergency. He hung up after saying that. Mr. I'll be there in half an hour. Standing in the shadow of the company building, Li Lachu lit a cigarette. The sun was rising, dispersing the last vestiges of night from the streets. A new day, a new beginning. But what called Li Laxo's mental anxiety was what secret He Wei really had. Mo Tranquility was a bit nervous, but she seemed to know a bit of the rumors. These didn't seem like empty words, and with her ability to socialize, she seemed to know something. By association, He Wei went out of his way to kill someone to get that flash drive. Li Laqiu's heart tightened. Could He Wei really have any unseen secrets? Mornings in the city always came exceptionally fast, and the streets began to bustle with activity just as the sun showed a hint of gold on the skyline. Li Laqiu stood on the side of the road waiting for the car. The morning wind blew the corner of his suit, with the characteristic coolness of early fall. The missed caller ID of Yujiku in his cell phone was still growing, so he simply put the phone on silent. A black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped in front of him. The window was lowered. He Wei was wearing sunglasses. The corner of his mouth was hanging with a seemingly unnoticeable smile. Get in the car. The leather seats exuded a faint perfume odor, which mixed with He Wei's cologne smell if anything, making it indescribably comfortable. There was light music playing in the car, which Li Laqiu recognized as Chopin's Nocturne, and the soothing sound of the piano eased the tension. Mr. He, you're too polite. I can just take my own car and come to pick me up. He Wei was still dressed in a neutral outfit, except that there was no shirt worn inside the wide suit. Did you sleep well last night? He Wei suddenly asked, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Li Laqiu looked out the window at the rapidly receding scenery and replied without moving. Not bad. Mo Tranquility's sighed. He Wei paused. I know all about it. Li Laqiu was shocked in his heart, but his face remained calm. Know what? He Wei took off her sunglasses and turned her head to look at him. Why do you think I'm giving you this opportunity? The sunlight filtered through the car window, casting fine shadows of light on her face, and those eyes seemed to harbor an unreadable depth of meaning. Because of my ability? Li Laqiu asked tentatively. He Wei let out a light laugh. What do you think? The car pulls into a secluded lane lined with French sycamores casting dappled shadows in the morning light. Arrived, He Wei said. Only then did Li Laqiu notice that the car was parked in front of a low-profile detached villa. The red brick facade was covered with ivy, and there were a few roses planted in the garden in front of the door, with early morning dew still hanging on the petals, glittering with a crystalline light in the sunlight. It's my private residence. He Wei pushed open the car door. Come in, there's something I need to talk to you about. The interior decoration of the villa was surprisingly simple, not as luxurious as expected, but instead, it was permeated with a light and elegant temperament. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room were facing a small courtyard, and a few small birds were jumping between the branches of the trees, emitting crisp chirps. He Wei walked to the bar and skillfully brewed coffee. Do you know why Simone agreed to your application to leave? The coffee maker made a slight humming sound that mixed with the birdsong outside the window made a marvelous piece of music. Li Laqiu sat on the sofa, looking at the sunlight through the floor-to-ceiling window drawing light and shadow on the floor. Because of you? Smart. He Wei walked up with 2 cups of coffee, but that's only one of the reasons. She placed her coffee on the coffee table, the tangy flavor filling the air. The real reason. Before the words were finished, her cell phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, He Wei's expression suddenly became serious. Sorry, I have to take this call. She walked towards the courtyard, leaving Li Laqiu sitting alone in the living room, looking at the hot air rising from her coffee cup and thinking. In the courtyard, He Wei's voice was faint. Occasionally a few vague words came out, sounding like she was arguing with someone. The sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows on her back, making that slender figure look a little lonely. Li Laqiu picked up the coffee. The fragrant flavor seemed to have a hint of bitterness in it, just like the complicated situation at this moment. His eyes wandered around the living room, trying to read something from these simple furnishings. There were a few abstract paintings hanging on the wall. The frames were all in the simplest black color, but they exuded an indescribable elegance. On the coffee table was a spread-out book, Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, the pages of which were already slightly yellowed, obviously often flipped through. Li Laqiu cannot help but think of what Mo Tranquility said last night. He Wei's appearance, perhaps hiding a more complex inner world than everyone imagined. The door to the courtyard was pushed open and He Wei walked in, a somewhat tired expression on her face. Sorry to keep you waiting. She sat down across from Li Laqiu and casually threw her cell phone on the coffee table with a muffled sound. Where were we? The real reason, Li Laqiu reminded. He Wei picked up the coffee that was already a bit cold and gently took a sip. Simone is smart. She's doing this all for you. It seems like she really likes you. That vase is finally forgotten. Li Laqiu, you mean the one who looks a lot like me? Ha? This she confessed to you? Li Laqiu thought nonsense. Simone cannot be as simple as you think. Confession is also a desire to escape. Yeah, so I know I must stand in at all times. Simeone nodded. That's what I like about you. You're self-aware. Mr. He, don't worry. You like yours, I won't take it away from you. Li Lachu also put up a fight for that 500 lucky value. Oh, He Wei took a few sips of coffee, which seemed to be a bit hot, and smoothly took off his suit. Throw it aside. Li Lachu was shocked to see that she was only wearing a black silk halter inside. That's a female, as well developed as a woman's organ. Li Lachu began to wonder why he had to dress up as a man. He Wei hurriedly then picked up the Maishan special on the table, black nails rattling the copper-covered lighter, and it was only in the firelight that Li Lachu saw that she was wearing a light gray lipstick. Take it yourself if you want to suck it. She spat out an eye roll. How about we call ourselves brothers from now on? You're the most worthy of me of any man I've seen. Chapter 74 East Sea Dragon Palace. Ahem. Li Lachu's heart was suddenly excited. Isn't this 500 coming? Brothers? Isn't it possible to get up and bathe brothers? Li Lachu thought thievishly. What? Brother Li looks down on me? Li Lachu still bowed his head. His thoughts were full of indecent videos. Brother Li, my company is a national monopoly. 51% for the state and 49% for the He family. So if you worship with me, it's the same as ascending half of the country. Li Lachu decisively stood up and clasped his fists. Yes, I can. I'm high on this brother. He Wei stood up with a slap on the table. Good. Cool. Autumn in the capital always comes silently, and the week passes unnoticed, just like the falling sycamore leaves outside the window. Li Lachu is sitting in the office of the deputy director of the general department, a spacious office located on the 37th floor of the group's building. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows can be the CBD as far as the eye can see. He was playing with a set of car keys in his hand, which was the off-road vehicle that He Wei had assigned to him. A brother? All of a sudden Li Lachu from a bottom of the small staff all of a sudden promoted to the annual salary of millions of executives of state-owned enterprises, and it's still an idle position. He just goes in and out of various places with He Wei every day, laid back and relaxed, nominally a director, but actually He Wei's follower, bodyguard. Director Li, Mr. He wants you to come over. Secretary Xiao Zhan reminded softly at the door. Got it. Li Lachu straightened his tie, and when he got up, he inadvertently glanced at the schedule on the table, which densely recorded this week's itinerary, with accompanying Mr. He marked on the back of almost every item. In the elevator, he remembered a scene from yesterday. Brother Li, what do you think of this project? He Wei leaned back on the leather seat, his slender fingers gently tapping on the conference table. The risk is too great, he said bluntly. He Wei smiled with satisfaction at his words. That's right, it's this kind of brother who dares to speak the truth. At that moment, he once again doubted the woman's true gender. She was always dressed in a sharp neutral dress, speaking and acting with the determination unique to the military, and the little tenderness that occasionally flowed out of her, instead, seemed out of place. Around the corner of the hallway, he ran head-on into Simeone. She wore a navy blue professional suit today, and when she saw Li Lachu, her eyes flashed with a complex emotion. Superintendent Li has been very busy lately. There was a faint mockery in her tone. Mr. C. Li Lachu was just about to explain. No need to explain. She interrupted. Mr. He's big hitter is indeed much more important than me as a manager. After saying that, the sound of high heels hitting the ground faded away, leaving only a wisp of perfume if any. Li Lachu did not go after her. Such a woman really want to run. You cannot catch up. This time, I guess I'm here to talk to He Wei about things again. The two men closed the door. Li Lachu did not have the good sense to go in, but also subconsciously want to facilitate the two of them, so that their own curve to save the country will have hope. So it was just a matter of waiting outside for a while. At this time the cell phone vibrated again. Yujika's missed calls have been 99 plus. Li Lachu looked at the latest message. The plane ticket is booked. Next Thursday to the capital. This time you do not want to hide. He sighed. This ex-wife, like a lingering shadow, probably can't squeeze much out of it. Li Lachu just wanted to leave it at that. Mr. He still has some things to do. Xiao Zhang suddenly put down the phone and walked over. He asked you to make a trip directly to the East Sea Dragon Palace, said handing Li Lachu a red-hot stamped invitation. Li Lachu froze and took the invitation. East Sea Dragon Palace? It seems to be an impromptu decision. Li Lachu opened the invitation. It turned out to be a Beijing Circle of Characters' new club opening. This was unexpected, knowing that He Wei had always looked down on this kind of occasion. In her eyes, the Beijing Circle's four little Xiaoliangs were not qualified enough for her to personally support the occasion. Li Lachu seemed to understand that He Wei called himself to attend this opening ceremony for him. Simone's temporary arrival made her busier? Li Lachu's head thought about the two people in it and remembered a bunch of foreign movies. Quickly shake his head out of the building. The autumn wind wrapped in fine leaves. Li Lachu sat on the company with a Tyrannosaurus Rex buggy, straight to the destination. The gate of the East Sea Dragon Palace glittered in the sunlight. and 2 rows of security guards in black uniforms stood straight, like guards guarding the palace. A red carpet was laid in front of the door, and from time to time a limousine stopped, and well-dressed dignitaries stepped on the carpet and entered. Li Lachu stood on the side of the road, looking at the scene, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He'd made a point of dressing plain today, a dark gray leisure suit, no name brand, but it fit. I couldn't even park my own car, and I had a few arguments with the navigating security guards, and I was holding my fire, so the heart chose to get a little interlude for them. Sir, please show your invitation. A burly security guard stopped him with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Li Lachu slowly patted his pocket. I think I forgot to bring it. The security guard's attitude immediately cooled down. Then please return. I'm He Wei's brother, Li Lachu said lightly. The comment caused a commotion around the room. Suppressed laughter came from the crowd waiting to enter, as if they had heard some great joke. Hear that? He said he's He Wei's brother. A fat man in a champagne-colored suit turned his head to the people around him, his voice deliberately amplified. In the sunlight, Li Lachu could clearly see every trace of mockery on the man's face. When did Mr. He get such a brother? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses answered. How come I don't know? Chapter 75. So what if He Wei comes? His carried a palpable sneer that drew good-natured chuckles from those around him. Li Lachu stood there, letting the sunlight pour over his body, his face still wearing a faint smile. He could feel the gazes cast around him, a mixture of curiosity, contempt, and more than a little amusement at the spectacle. This gentleman, the security chief walked over, his attitude still polite. Today is the opening ceremony of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Guests are admitted with invitations. If you don't have, I say yes is yes. Li Lachu interrupted him. His voice was not loud, but the room was full of people who could hear him clearly. A whisper rang through the crowd. People nowadays, they really dare to say anything. A noblewoman in a Chanel suit elegantly shook her head, but her voice was deliberately audible. If Ms. He knew that someone was posing as her brother here. The other woman said meaningfully. Just then, a young man in a tailored suit stepped out of the crowd. Every step he took was dripping with superiority, as if he were walking a catwalk. Li Lachu recognized him as Li Mingyang, the second generation of the Beijing Circle, whose father is said to be a vice minister of a ministry. Interesting. Li Mingyang paced in front of Li Lachu and looked him up and down. Really interesting. The sunlight shone on Li Mingyang's tie clip, reflecting a blinding light. The people around them unconsciously gathered around as if they were in a theater waiting for a good show. Li Mingyang's appearance caused the surrounding atmosphere to subtly change. The crowd that was originally watching unconsciously took a few steps backward, giving this crown prince of the Beijing Circle a clearing, the sunlight slanting over this clearing, as if it had created a natural stage for him. He Wei's brother? Li Mingyang circled around Li Lachu, his voice tinged with playfulness. I'm curious, when did Mr. He have a brother like you, dressed so plain? He bit down on the last 2 words especially hard, drawing another round of light laughter from the surroundings, and a few of the males who followed him laughed even more, one of them even exaggeratedly wiping the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Li Lachu still maintained that smile if anything, his gaze calmly looking at the condescending young man in front of him, as if he was watching a boring show. Young Master Li, I see that this person looks so familiar? A woman wearing Prada came forward. Li Mingyang waved his hand. What? Sister Lily knows? He turned to the security chief. Old Zhang. Wait first. Before the words fell, the woman called Lily leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear, and Li Mingyang's expression suddenly became more playful. Oh, so that's how it is. He looked meaningfully at Li Lachu. So you're an administrator at the Guanshan Reservoir's Convalescence Center. Li Lachu seemed to understand that the woman with yellow hair must have seen herself in that convalescent center. The surrounding crowd let out a gasp of surprise. It turned out to be an imposter, not related to He Wei at all. And soon, these gasps turned into even more unbridled jeers. Ha ha, are you misremembering your old boss? Isn't Guanshan Reservoir owned by Chen Bin? I don't know who said that. Yeah, why don't you mention Chen Bin? Ha ha. That Chanel noblewoman started shaking her head again. Who does the other Chen Bin know him? Li Mingyang straightened his tie. Since he's not Mr. He's man, teach him the rules. He snapped his fingers, and several security guards immediately stepped forward, staring intently at Li Lachu. I'll give you a chance. Li Mingyang said condescendingly. Kneel down and apologize, and this will be settled. There was an uproar from the crowd and someone started shouting. Kneel. On your knees. The sunlight gradually became blinding. Li Lachu squinted his eyes and looked at these surrounding faces that were either contemptuous or watching the show, suddenly feeling a little funny. Young Master Li, he spoke, his voice still calm. Are you sure you want to do this? What? Still want to tough it out? Li Mingyang laughed coldly. In this circle, it's also for you, a shrimp, to come in? The guards pressed forward another step, and the temperature in the air seemed to plummet, while the atmosphere was tense. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Wait! A middle-aged man wearing a Versace suit squeezed forward with a few hesitations on his face. Young Li, this person seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Li Mingyang frowned. Where? At the He family's dinner last week. The middle-aged man recalled carefully. He sat right next to Mr. He, all night long. The words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a ripple. The surrounding crowd began to mingle and murmur. Really? Not just anyone can go to the He family's dinner party. I heard that even young Li didn't receive an invitation that day. Could he really be with Mr. He? A cockney who was on good terms with Li Mingyang came to his ear. Yangzi, should we not count it? In case it really offends Mr. He. Li Mingyang's face became a bit ugly. He had indeed not received an invitation to the He family dinner, and this incident had caused him to lose a lot of face in his circle. Now when he looked at the young man in front of him who was dressed in ordinary clothes, the fire in his heart grew even more. Afraid of what? He laughed coldly and raised his voice a few points. Even if He Wei comes, so what? When these words came out, even his own followers were startled. One must know that in this circle in the capital, the He family was not something that anyone could just mess with. But things have come to this. Li Mingyang instead went out of his way. He took a big step forward and looked straight at Li Lachu. In this matter today, even if He Wei comes, he has to give a statement. Are you sure? Li Lachu still maintained that faint smile. What? Trying to scare me? Li Mingyang's voice got louder. I'd like to see that He Wei can come. Before the words left his mouth, the crowd suddenly fell silent. A sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away, like some kind of fateful footsteps. Li Mingyang's words came to an abrupt end as he saw a scene that made him lose his blood color instantly. He Wei was stepping on the morning light and coming in style, in a sharp white suit, with an aura so powerful that people didn't dare to look directly at her. And beside her, Simeone followed gracefully, like some kind of marvelous match. In the sunlight, both women's expressions held a hint of playfulness, as if they were watching a well-prepared show. You just said. He Wei stopped in front of Li Mingyang, her voice clear and cold. Even if I came, so what? The entire scene instantly froze, and even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the best part of the play. Chapter 76 wilted like an eggplant. Just as the atmosphere froze to a standstill, a hearty laugh broke the awkwardness. Mr. He, you're finally here. Xiao Liang, dressed in a champagne-colored suit and with a smile piled on his face, walked quickly from the crowd. I was just saying to everyone that without Mr. He, this opening ceremony would be half less glamorous. He Wei glanced faintly at Li Mingyang, who was already covered in cold sweat and wilted like a frosted eggplant. Little Liang ah. He Wei's voice was still clear and cold. Your threshold for this East Sea Dragon Palace is quite high. Rio wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He Wei looked around, and wherever his eyes went, the powerful and noble people who had been high and mighty just a moment ago lowered their heads. Sunlight poured through the glass dome, gilding her with a majestic glow. With my status, He Wei doesn't care to have a general understanding with curmudgeons. Her voice was not loud, yet everyone could hear her clearly. But today, I would like to introduce someone to you all. She held out her hand to Li Lachu, who stepped forward knowingly. The corner of He Wei's mouth hung with a trace of a smile. This is my He Wei's good brother, Li Lachu. He used to be Murni's assistant, so he's not an outsider when all is said and done. Right, Murni? Saying that, she turned her head to look at Simone, her eyes filled with tenderness. Looking at Li Lachu, he felt jealous. Would have wanted to pull Simone away if it weren't for that 500. Simone's eyelashes fluttered slightly in the sunlight, and she barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she nodded gently. He Wei held Simone with her left hand and patted Li Lachu's shoulder affectionately with her right hand, and the silhouettes of the three of them pulled out long projections in the sunlight. Rio. Her voice was suddenly serious. From now on, the locking pillar will be as if I were there in person, so you must take care of it. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Liang nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. He, I will definitely. Before the words fell, He Wei had already led Li Lachu and Simone toward the hall. The sunlight passed through the colored glass, casting splashes of light and shadow on the ground, and the figures of the three walked in this light and shadow, like a painting full of metaphors. At the main table, Li Lachu appeared to be listening to the gaggle of pleasantries, but he was secretly observing He Wei and Simone. From time to time, He Wei came to Simone's ear and said something, while Simone's fingers clutching her wineglass turned slightly white despite her calm surface. What's the secret? As Li Lachu looked at the way Simone was clearly going against her heart but had to endure it, the doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. The sunlight through the crystal chandelier shed a little golden light on the dining table, but it couldn't illuminate the secrets in these people's hearts. Mr. This is the key to the best suite in our East Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Liang held a mahogany box with both hands. Penthouse with an open-air pool. You can't find a second one in the entire capital city. He Wei just glanced lightly. Put it there. The sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows and reflected an understated sheen on that mahogany box. To have such a suite with an open-air swimming pool in this capital city where every inch of land is precious, it shows the importance that Xiao Liang attaches to the He family. During the banquet, He Wei barely moved her chopsticks, only occasionally taking a sip of the white water that the female bodyguard personally poured. Her discretion and elegance were like an innate habit, and there was an indescribable air about her manner. See, they are afraid of me. He Wei moved closer to Li Lakshu, her voice so soft that only the two of them could hear it. Actually, they're afraid of my grandfather and a few uncles. These people. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the fawning faces around her. What's in the back of their minds? I know all too well. Then why did Mr. He still come? I came over just so I could belittle them, Li Lakshu said, and didn't forget to glance at Simone. Simeone was also paying close attention to their movements, and not only her, but the whole table was watching them silently. The sun was shining through the crystal chandelier, casting a fine light on her face. He Wei's short hair is combed as smooth as a runway, and the silky texture of her hair can hardly hide her feminine beauty. It's not because of you that I came here today specifically to get you on your feet in the capital circle, said Li Lakshu. Heart swings. That moving soulful apricot kernel eyes faintly crossed the corner of the eyeshadow. All of a sudden, the eyes were full of ling lines of separation, and the ingchi was fully revealed. Mr. He treats me. Li Lakshu pretended to be touched. There's really nothing to say. Come all in the wine. I'm dry. Li Lakshu temperament due to a good mood. Suddenly have a kind of Dokoroku Nine Swords feeling of bravado on the body. Brother I have the audacity to call you brother and brother. It really seems like I'm being petty if I don't say so. He Wei corner of the eye curved. Eyes curved into a crescent shape. I and Li brother at first sight. Have long taken you as a brother. Just you a sentence of he always hang on the mouth. It's my fault. I'll take another penalty. The table is full of people. Only looking at Li Lakshu a cup of cups to pour you. Some people whispered. Really from the mountains. Never seen good wine. Thousands a glass. Dry up endlessly? Keep your voice down. That one isn't drinking. Don't let her hear. Li Lakshu ear sharp. System also prompted him not to drink too much. I do not have an antidote to alcohol. A few cups of wine. Li Lakshu in another world bar karaoke feeling back. Brother it's no fun to drink. Why don't I sing a song to help you when I get acquainted? Hurrah! Was having a tasteless meal. He Wei slapped the table. Rio, crank up the stereo. Rio hurriedly smiled and agreed, which made him happy. He Wei was able to come, not to mention sit for such a long time. No, I sing songs that you don't have here. Multitude sth. Simeone frowned slightly, roughly guessing that he was going to start being original again. Good. I'll play it for you. It's amazing that He Wei knows how to play a musical instrument. Here, give me a strumming guitar. Don't say these polite words. He Wei interrupted him, a gentle smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. We are brothers. At the round table not far away, Li Mingyang stared dead in the direction of the main table. He had already drunk a lot of wine and his face was red. From the moment He Wei appeared, he was invited to this remote corner. This Li Lakshu. He gritted his teeth. On what grounds? The red wine in the glass glowed with a blood-like color under the crystal light. Li Mingyang drank it all in one go and stood up violently. The people around him were startled by his sudden movement, but he was already staggering out the door. There is a secluded smoking area at the end of the corridor, and the sunlight casts dappled shadows on the floor through the blinds. Li Mingyang leaned against the wall, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Old 5. His voice was a little slurred from drunkenness. Come on. It wasn't long before a stout man came walking quickly. Seeing Li Mingyang's state, he was a bit worried. Young master, what are you? Check that Li Lakshu for me. Li Mingyang narrowed his eyes. I'm going to make it impossible for him to stay in the capital circle. This. Old 5 hesitated. Young master, on the Yi family's side, what are you afraid of? Alcohol made Li Mingyang's voice raise a few points. When was I, Li Mingyang, ever pressed by a woman? Lao Wu still wanted to persuade, but when he saw Li Mingyang's reddened eyes, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Check. Li Mingyang slammed his fist on the wall. If I don't get out of this, my name is not Li Mingyang. Chapter 77, Drinking and Singing. Li Lockjaw took the opportunity to take another drink. Give me a bass. The crowd was confused. Rio asked, what's a bass? Li Lakshu realized that the world didn't have that instrument. Forget it then. There's always the electric piano. There. Not long after, Li Lachu and He Wei both came to the cabaret. It was still daylight and not open. Li Lachu took a look. All familiar frame drums seem to be universal. All have. That's it, brother I'll play it once, and the second time we'll play as an ensemble. He Wei was so pleased that he took off his white suit then and started unbuttoning his shirt again. Exposed arms toward the sleeves. The bodyguard on the side even reminded. Mr. He Wei didn't care about that. And with a push of her plump breasts, she started courting along with Li Lachu's rhythm. As soon as he made a move, Li Lachu knew that He Wei had learned it systematically. After all, they are the children of a high-ranking family, and they have been given the most comprehensive education since they were young. For the first song, Li Lachu chose the most exciting one at Blue Star. That song High Laughter. Li Lachu's electronic piano first roughly slipped through. He Wei will be able to understand. Thumbs up. Brother Li is highly talented. This tune is truly magnificent. So the second time around, He Wei's remixed guitar immediately starts off on a high note. The tune kicks off the crowd was astonished, having never heard such a tune that chased into their bones. In particular, two different timbres intertwined in the air, gradually painting a picture of a jungle feud. How could they know that this was the zither and Shao ensemble piece that Master Chao Zhan had specially composed for the two lords of good and evil? When the music starts, all grudges are written off. A smile on the face of the ocean, the tide on both sides of the river. Li Lachu plays and sings. The people in the room were shocked by the lack of steps. This is too good to be true. I can't believe I drank so much and sang with a voice that had no pretense. Li Lachu also has a bit of a smoky voice, and at the end the high notes soared to thunderous applause from the audience. He Wei's harmonies suddenly became bold, like a great river rushing and roaring. The short hair swung with her body, back and forth. The voluptuous body danced along vigorously. Li Lachu's electronica main theme remains immobile, like a decent warrior. He Wei's voice continued around, like the eloquent grease of an evil faction. The two work well together, adding a touch of chivalry to this bravado. Float in sync with the waves and remember only this day. The music gradually rises, and the two of them become more and more in sync with each other. The notes are like raindrops falling into a lake, stirring up layers of ripples, while the harmonies of the electric piano are like the echoes of distant mountains, bringing this mood to a climax. The sky laughs. There has been a surge in the world. The lights change brightly and darkly to the rhythm of the music, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. The audience on stage was unconsciously infected by this heroic atmosphere, and some began to gently beat the beat, while others followed the chorus. God knows who will lose and who will win. The sound of He Wei's piano suddenly became deep, as if it was telling some kind of unspeakable heart story. Li Lachu's electric piano followed in time, adding a touch of sadness to this deepness. Ask the vast earth, who rules the roost? The final crescendo comes when the sounds of the two instruments blend perfectly, weaving an imposing picture in the air. The bravado went straight to the clouds, as if it was going to shake the entire night sky of the capital. Ha ha ha. As the last note fell, the entire hall erupted in applause. He Wei turned her head to look at Li Lachu with appreciation and some sort of unspeakable sentiment in her eyes. At this moment, it was as if Li Lachu saw the bond, if any, between the two of them, shimmering subtly in the light. Brother Li, I'll drink with you, Mr. He. The bodyguard at the side hurriedly reminded. Hey, it's too rare. Don't spoil the fun. Bring the wine. The bodyguard didn't dare to slow down and rushed to get the wine. Taking advantage of the effort, He Wei bent down to talk to Li Lachu, who was sitting next to the zither platform. Brother Li, so talented. It's really not in vain to know you. So happy. Li Lachu raised his head just in time to follow her neck to see all the scene inside. Two lumps of white flesh. Brother He flatters me. I'm just going with the flow. I haven't learned anything. Here's the bouncer with the wine. He Wei glanced at the bodyguard, who nodded, signaling that she had checked. He Wei turned around with his wine and raised his cup at Li Lachu. Brother Li, today is so refreshing. Come on, I toast you. Li Lachu also carried over a bottle of wine himself, just as Simone handed it over. It was only then that he noticed the hint of a wry smile from Simone. Without much thought, he filled himself up and bumped a glass with He Wei. Ha ha ha. When life is good, don't leave the golden bottle empty. System. Host again? He Wei was stunned. Brother Li is a good poet. Come on, let's sing another song and go back to the house to drink to each other without getting drunk. Okay, one more song? Li Lachu glanced aside at Simone, who was watching them both like a fangirl under the dance lights. How's the lover? Brother Li is really a flamboyant and talented man, so I'll accompany you to this lover's song. Thanks Blade, no need to post the lyrics. Adults know them. This singing. Li Lachu glanced at Simone while locking eyes with He Wei. He Wei also listened with vigor and cooperated fully. Finally the two bowed and thanked the audience. Thank you, Mr. He, and Mr. Lee for the impromptu performance. Rio was ecstatic. Hiwei's drunkenness had also come up, and she wasn't actually much of a drinker. Lee Lachu drank several bottles and shook his head as well. Brother Lee, let's go. The swimming pool on the top floor. Let's continue drinking while taking a dip. Drinkers know that if you don't drink unconscious, you're drinking. Brother He, I'll accompany you to the end. Lee Lachu shook a few times. It made the system so anxious that it wanted to come out and serve him. Luckily, Simeone came out to hold her. Lee Lachu hurriedly let go of her. He was still awake. He had divine healing skills. The alcohol had long since been detoxed from him, and this would be a pretense. In front of Hiwei, he couldn't show excessive intimacy with Simone. The female bodyguard helped Hiwei and the four of them walked into the elevator. Brother Lee, we'll paddle later. Lee Lachu had a bright idea. Brother He, not only do we need to paddle, how about we bring some punishment? What punishment? You name it. Hiwei, have everything. That's when the elevator doors opened and they came right into the suite. Hiwei, who was used to seeing big houses, didn't find it new. Lee Lachu couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Wide, clean halls, and in the balcony, the blue gushing outdoor pool. The four men sat down. The waiter put the wine in the doorway and none dared enter the house. Brother Lee, what do you mean by punishment? Hiwei drank a little hot and tried to take off his shirt again. The bodyguard hurriedly pressed her hand. Does that mean you've forgotten you're a girl? Hiwei seems to remember. Brother Lee, wait for me for a few minutes. I'm going to take a shower. It's too hot. Standing up, she headed for the bath. And with a sudden turn of her head, the female bodyguard understood and entered the bathroom ahead of her. Lee Lachu was shocked in his heart. That's not drunk at all. And it's a good thing I didn't overdo it when I walked around being on guard. Simone stood up at this time and walked over to Hiwei. I'll accompany you to wash it. Lee Lachu, didn't I say it bothered her? Chapter 78, Do you prefer men or women? Lee Lachu sat on the leather sofa, his gaze sweeping over the direction of the bathroom without a second thought. The water clattered. The steam had hung a mist over the frosted glass, and a faint scent of incense wafted through the room. Lee Lachu's ears suddenly became unusually sensitive, as if he could catch every tiny sound. It was a change brought about by the system that gave him near-perfect hearing. In the bathroom, the sound of water running was interspersed with the sound of rustling fabric rubbing together. Money, help me untie it. It was Hiwei's voice. With a bit of lethargy, Lee Lachu's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. How I wish the system would upgrade my eyesight as well. With a smooth ear. What's missing is that clairvoyance? He forced himself to focus on the glass of wine in front of him, yet the voices grew clearer. The person I'm most grateful to in this life is you. Hiwei's voice became soft, but I can't let a third person know this secret. Lee Lachu's fingers trembled slightly. That murderous secret of Hiwei's is surprisingly known to Simone? I don't object to you being good to him, but you can't tell him this secret, or else. Hiwei's voice carried a hint of threat. Don't worry, Simone replied softly. You saved my life when you were a child. I will keep this secret. The sound of water still continued, and Lee Lachu could hear water droplets dripping on the tiles. As for him, Simeone paused. Just a man, too. Lee Lachu's grip on his wine glass tightened. The words somehow caused a twinge of bitterness to rise in his heart. Did you do it with him? Hiwei asked suddenly. Well, it feels good. Simeone's voice held a hint of shyness. I'm thinking about keeping a baby. Lee Lachu's pupils contracted violently. He hadn't expected Simone to think that way. Hiwei's tone became gentle. You should have something to rely on. Men can't be relied on. You can only rely on your own child. My family business is also reserved for him. Simone, why don't you have one yourself? Hiwei, the heart plays tricks on me. I guess. I'm afraid of pain. The two of them rustled and shuffled a bit more. Hiwei's voice was low. He seems to be interested in me? A few seconds later. Simeone's voice. Yes, so I'm conflicted in trying to alienate him. Lee Lachu's heart skipped a beat. The conversation revealed information that shocked him. It turns out that they are still involved with each other in this way. They've known each other since they were kids? He mused in his mind. It seems like we just need to look into it to find out the truth. Since you're in a dilemma, I'll help you observe him again. Hiwei's voice carried a few hints of laughter. I like this person a little. And if he can sing a song like this, he shouldn't be a bad person. Yes, he's very talented. Like no one else in the world. Simone's voice was full of admiration. But don't you find it strange? There are many things that don't seem to be something he should know in his position. Don't care about him. Hiwei seemed to move in the water. He dealt with that incident, already saw that he didn't want to go against me. He's a smart man. So let's stay as friends. Lee Lachu leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. The conversation in the bathroom had left him reeling. The relationship between these two women was far more complicated than he had imagined. As the sound of the water died down, Li Lachu heard a rustling sound of dressing coming from the bathroom. We'll get him drunk later. He Wei's voice carried a few hints of cunning. Make him tell all the truth. Well, I'm curious too. Simeone laughed softly. He knows so much. Even those old poems can come out of his mouth. The corners of Li Laxu's mouth rose slightly as his fingers gently tapped the wine glass, the ice cubes making a crisp clash in the glass. Moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows and sparkled on the open-air pool. He looked at the ripples and had a plan in mind. Since you guys are trying to trap me, I'd like to see who traps whose secrets. The bathroom door opened with a click, and water vapor curled out. He Wei was wearing a bathrobe, and her short hair was still dripping with water, refracting crystalline points of light in the light. Simeone followed her, her long hair draped wetly over her shoulders, her pale face lightly flushed from the heat of the shower. Brother Li, it's been a long time. He smiled and walked over, picking up the bottle of wine casually. Come, let's continue. Li Lachu pretended to be drunk and staggered to his feet. Brother He, I toast you. Good good good. A hint of cunning flashed in He Wei's eyes. Come on, let's play a game. What game? How about truth or dare? He Wei poured wine for all three. The loser either drinks or answers the question. Li Lachu deliberately shifted and sat down. Yes, I like playing this the most. Simeone sat aside, her eyes surveying him if anything. The moonlight filtered through her hair, casting fine shadows on her face. Then I'll go first. He Wei picked up the dice. Let's see who has the smallest points. The dice rolled on the glass coffee table with a crisp sound. Li Lachu secretly operated his divine healing skill to clear his mind more, but it looked like he was getting drunk. In the first round, Li locked up and lost on purpose. Brother Li lost. He smiled meaningfully. Tell me, where did you learn these poems and songs from? Li Lachu deliberately hiccuped. It's a long story. When I was a child, there was an old gentleman who recited this all day long. He rambles on, but skillfully avoids key information. He Wei and Simone glanced at each other, clearly not satisfied with this answer. But there is no way to doubt it. My turn. Li Lachu picked up the dice, and this time he threw out 3 1 points. He himself is now systemated and lucky, and whatever he wants comes to him. Through his drunkenness, he asked, Brother He, so don't be offended if I take offense and ask anything? He Wei glanced at Simone next to her and nodded her head and smiled. Good brother, what are you angry about? Just ask. I'll drink if it's inconvenient for me to answer. Well then, I boldly want to know whether Brother He prefers men or women. He Wei's expression stiffened slightly, and Simone's hand unconsciously tightened its grip on the wine glass. Drink. He Wei took a sip of the wine in his glass, clearly not wanting to answer this question. Under the moonlight, the three of them went back and forth, and the sound of clinking wine glasses kept ringing out, ostensibly playing a game, but in reality, there are dark currents, each with their own agenda. Next, every time, He Wei loses, Li locks up sentence after sentence of her privacy. She can only drink her head off. Simeone was discouraged several times to stop the game. He Wei still wouldn't do it, and the female bodyguard was shooed out of the door by her for talking too much. Brother He, let me ask you this time, do you like Simone C? The kind of liking that lovers have? He Wei waved her hand. You're really not a man. You just like to gossip. Li Lacho was all pissed off and he nodded his nose at Simone. I'm not a man? Chief Secretary has the most to say about that, right? Simone glared at him in shame. Something, don't take advantage of it. I don't like anyone. Just live alone. He. Li Lacha laughed. I know. Originally I still have a burden. This is easy. Tomorrow my ex-wife will come to see me. I have to take a few days off with Mr. He. What? Simone stood up at once, her face showing a slight anger. You're still on good terms with Superintendent Yujik? Chapter 79 Charming in the open-air pool. Speaking of which, my ex-wife is coming to the capital. Li Lachu deliberately brought this up, glancing at Simone out of the corner of his eye. Simeone's fingers trembled slightly, and the wine glass made a crisp clink on the glass coffee table. Her expression stiffened a bit in the moonlight. Ex-wife? He Wei raised his eyebrows, as if he was also getting upset. What kind of woman? Quite pretty. Li Lachu pretended to be drunk. It's the branch manager under Mr. C. Simeone, however, did not answer. She skimmed her head, her long hair hiding her face, but you could tell by the fingers she clenched around her glass that she was unsettled inside. Then why the divorce? He Wei poured some heavy movements into the glass, seemingly already drunk, and spilled a few drops of wine. She thinks I have no talent. Li Lachu shrugged. Now that she heard that I'm doing well in the capital, she wants to get back together again. Will you still consider it? Simeone suddenly spoke up at this point, her voice a bit frazzled. Well, Li Lachu deliberately dragged out his voice. Man. Simeone drained her glass in one gulp. What? Is Murni jealous? He Wei teased, but his eyes looked at Li Lockjaw playfully. I'm not. Simeone's mouth stiffened, but her face reddened. So when is she coming? He Wei asked, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his wineglass. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Li Lockjaw laughed in his heart as he watched the reaction of the two. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. It's a full day's work. Nothing to do here to make fun of. One can't distinguish between his man and woman, and the other can't tell who he loves? Do you want me to help you cope? He Wei straightened her plump breasts with a look of righteousness. No need. Li Lockjaw stood up and shifted. I'm going to take a shower first. It's hot. Li Lockjaw intends to offer a killing blow. You think I'm a woman, too, if I don't do my best? A few minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom in his red swim trunks, his firm musculature standing out in the moonlight. The tawdriness is all over the place, and the big guns are in the air. Wouldn't it be a shame not to swim in such a nice pool? He said, approaching the balcony, turning back to look at the two great beauties. Brother I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, he took off his robe and leapt into the water. Snap, cool tone. The water splashed, rippling silver in the moonlight. Good, I'm coming too. He Wei stood up as well, drunk and completely forgetting her daughter's body. She took off her robe in 3 tries, revealing a black bikini underneath. Quickly moving her shapely waist, she ran to the balcony. He Wei. Simone tried to stop it, but it was already too late. He Wei had already jumped into the pool, the splash wetting Simone, who had chased after him. With an exasperated twist of her body, Simeone returned to the living room and sat down on the couch, continuing to sulk. In the pool, He Wei was swimming in the water like it was nothing. Her short hair was damp and plastered to her face, looking flattering in the moonlight. Li Lockjaw, however, was embarrassed as hell. He Wei's bikini was hidden in the water, and her voluptuous body was almost pressed against his arm. He felt a part of his body begin to react uncontrollably. What's to be done? He screamed in his mind. He Wei, however, was oblivious to the fact and was still talking enthusiastically. Brother Li, let's compare who can swim faster. Li Lockjaw could only keep taking deep breaths in an effort to calm his heartbeat. Brother why don't we go up first? What? This is admitting defeat? He Wei turned around, and the scenery in front of her chest almost pressed against him. Li Lockjaw felt like he was about to go crazy, and a certain part of him had completely erected a tent. All he could do was keep chanting in his mind. Calm down. Be calm. Simeone leaned back in her recliner, her fingers fuming as she kept sliding the screen of her cell phone. Ex-wife, she muttered, her gaze falling on the bottle of red wine in front of her. Moonlight filtered through the liquor, casting deep red shadows on the ground. She picked up the bottle and tilted her head back to take a big gulp. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, bringing on a wave of dizziness. Not enjoying herself that way, she copied the bottle again and poured it straight into her mouth. Before I knew it, the whole bottle was at the bottom. The effects of the alcohol soon became apparent, and Simone's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally unable to support herself, she crookedly fell asleep in the recliner. The cell phone slipped from her fingers with a slight ring. In the pool, He Wei was still swimming with gusto. Droplets of water slid down her cheeks, glistening crystalline in the moonlight. Brother Li, you're a good swimmer. She laughed. Her stamina was somewhat overdrawn, so she switched to a backstroke maneuver, her 3 points sticking out of the water. Brother Li, your body is well maintained, and at a glance, it's not muscles from the gym. Brother you too, all natural beauty, calling for brother to linger. He Wei heard the flirtation in his words, rushed to change the backstroke to breaststroke, hide the body underwater, swim half a day some sober, then remembered that I am a daughter body. Li Lockjaw forced himself to hold back his embarrassment, not daring to get too close to her. Brother, he's really good at swimming. I'm flattered. He Wei was just about to say a few words back. Suddenly, the movement became rigid. Her face went a little white and her body shook a little. He Wei. Li Lockjaw couldn't think of anything else and immediately swam over. He Wei should be cramping away. A rare opportunity. His arm encircled He Wei's waist and brought her toward the edge of the pool. The water rippled and the two figures intertwined in the moonlight. Put your feet on my stomach. Brother, hold on. Sure enough, a cool touch came from the lower abdomen. Li Lockjaw paddled with one hand. Brother, he put his arm around my neck and I'll move your feet for you, said a large hand that went deep underwater and clutched He Wei's foot. This time, it was obvious that He Wei's body trembled. Take it easy, relax and stomp me hard, Li Lockjaw ordered loudly. Cramps last a long time and something can happen. Sure enough, He Wei wrapped her arms around Li Lockjaw's neck. Her face reddened, her body exerted itself, and she stomped hard to straighten her legs. Li locked a single hand loose and smoothly kneaded her calf's stomach a few more times. How is it? Better? Li Lockjaw asked with concern, but realized that He Wei's face was close at hand. Her eyelashes were still beaded with water, fluttering slightly in the moonlight. The short hair was plastered to her face, framing that face ever more delicately. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Hee-wei raised her head and looked at him with drunken eyes. Her eyes were a little misty from the alcohol, her lips were slightly parted, and her breath was exhaled with a faint scent of alcohol. I don't know who approached first, but their lips were instantly pressed together. Moonlight poured over the pool and the water rippled, reflecting the two embracing each other. The kiss came suddenly, yet logically. Hee-wei's lips were soft with the aroma of red wine. Li Lachu could feel her heartbeat, coming through the thin bikini. A few seconds passed. Suddenly, as if awakened by something, Hee-wei violently pushed Li Lachu away. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes, and her face flushed, not sure if it was from alcohol or shyness. No, she stammered, climbing out of the pool on her hands and knees. Droplets of water slid down her body, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the ground. She practically fell over herself to run indoors, not even putting on her robe. Li Lachu leaned against the side of the pool and looked at Hee-wei's departing back. That body is really superb. Not a bit of flab. The most appealing thing is the skin tone and the elasticity that pops out at you. This 500, isn't it coming? Eternal life is not far away. In the moonlight, the water in the pool subsided as if nothing had happened. Only the lingering warmth on his lips reminded him that the unexpected kiss he had just received was real. 80. Vehicle-mounted ammunition. Li Lockjaw wiped his hair and stepped indoors, beads of water sliding down his firm muscles. Hee-wei had already changed into clean clothes, only with some water stains on her chest. She sat on the couch, her hands unconsciously twisted together. That old spontaneity gone. Brotherly. Her voice trembled a bit. Hungry. Let's go back and eat or you choose? Li Lachu laughed in his heart as he watched her in a rushed manner. The kiss was more powerful than expected, and turned the strong woman straight into a squirmy little girl. That. He glanced at Simone, who was sleeping on the recliner. Why don't we wait for Chief C for a while? Good thing too. Hee-wei sighed in relief, as if he had found a step. A hint of awkwardness filled the air as the two men sat opposite each other. Moonlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the carpet. That, just now, Hee-wei wanted to speak. Brother, he doesn't have to care. Li Lachu pretended to be generous. It's all a drunken indiscretion. Hee-wei nodded, her fingers unconsciously curling her hair. Brotherly sings so beautifully. Brother, he is flattered. Li Lachu noticed her eyes dodging as she spoke. I wonder what else brother he would like to hear. Anything. Hee-wei looked up at him and quickly lowered his head again. Brotherly knows so much. A little bit. He laughed lightly. Rather, it is brother he's zither skills that I admire. Hee-wei's ears reddened slightly. I learned it from elementary school. No big deal. Brother, he is truly modest. Li Lachu moved forward. I wonder if I can ask for a few moves. Hee-wei subconsciously shrank back. Some other day. Some other day. Li Lachu looked at her flustered appearance and was secretly pleased. This capital city powerhouse has such a cute side. Right. He suddenly remembered something. What kind of music does brother he usually like? Classical. Hee-wei relaxed slightly. Bei Xia's Moonlight Sonata is a favorite. Coincidence. Li Laxo's eyes lit up. I like it too. Yes? Hee-wei finally raised his head, a glint in his eyes. Brotherly also knows Western music? A little, he said modestly, but in his mind he was calculating how to extract more information. Brotherly is really knowledgeable. Hee-wei's tone carried a few moments of admiration, but soon remembered something else and his expression became complicated. Li Lachu noticed the change in her, and his heart was clear. I'm afraid the kiss reminded her of something she shouldn't have. Brother he asked tentatively. Nothing. Hee-wei forced herself to be calm, just remembering some past events. Past events? Li Lachu deliberately pursued the question. Don't mention it. Hee-wei stood up and walked to the window. The moonlight spilled over the side of her face, outlining a soft silhouette. Li Lachu looked at her back and his mind was filled with thoughts. I'm afraid the secrets in this woman are more complicated than imagined. Simeone rolled over in the recliner, letting out a slight sleepy murmur. Hee-wei glanced back, a trace of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Brotherly, she suddenly spoke. There are some things that shouldn't be asked. Li Lachu nodded his head, but in his heart, he was even more curious to know. What is the unknown secret between these two women? Simone finally woke up in the wee hours of the morning, rubbing her sleepy eyes. It's time to go, Hee-wei said softly, her eyes intentionally avoiding Li Lachu. Simone hurriedly got up. Oops, what time is it? Did I oversleep? It's okay. Hee-wei was less manly and strong and more daughterly. Simeone was a bit puzzled and eyed them both suspiciously. I'll go get ready and leave. A short while later, the female bodyguard walked in with a suitcase. Hee-wei smiled knowingly. Hong Ying, not so nervous. It was the first time that Li Lockjaw knew the name of this female bodyguard. Young master, there are quite a few strangers here today, so it's better to be on guard. Li Lockjaw probably understood as soon as he heard it. I guess the female bodyguard was carrying the gun up. Not long after, Simone washed up and put on light makeup again. 4 people walked out together. The female bodyguard was at the front of the line, carrying a suitcase in her hand. It was followed by 3 people walking side by side. He Wei naturally walked in the center. The moment the elevator doors opened, the corridor was already full of people. Xiao Liang led the way, followed by a dozen business tycoons in suits, all smiling. Take care, Mr. He. Take care, Mr. He. We must get together again some other time. He Wei smiled and nodded her head, waving her hand, and didn't say a word, in a big brotherly manner. Li Lockjaw looked at these people's fawning expressions and laughed in his heart. This was the rule of the capital. No matter how big a person was, he had to bow down in front of He Wei. A heavy luxury business car slowly drove out of the East China Sea Dragon Palace, the neon lights outside the window casting dappled light on the glass. Brother Li, for your car, ask someone else to drive it back later. You follow me, Mr. He. Just watch it. When you get in the car, you can't pretend to be a brother in front of people. There was silence for a few seconds as Simeone sat in the front passenger seat and looked ahead. Li Lockjaw and He Wei are in the back row, silent, probably still thinking about what just happened. Li Lockwood was thinking, that kiss, will it be the first time with a man? That would be so honorable for me. Xiao Liang and the others were like that. You must have looked down on them, right? He Wei first broke away from the awkwardness. She leaned back on the leather seat, a cold smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. I still have to clean you up just now? Oh yeah, seeing you is like seeing a relative. Li Lockjaw didn't have the heart to say ancestor. After all, they are all big brothers of the Beijing circle, which pulls out are all characters, but now they are all ants in their own eyes, and as powerful as you are, how many of you can stay alive all the time? But I'm Li Lockjaw. That's enough of that. At this point, He Wei sighed and returned to the state of general manager. 60% of the country's resources are in my hands. I can't fall, and I wouldn't dare to fall even if I died. Simone sat in the co-pilot and glanced at He Wei through the rearview mirror, wanting to say something before she stopped. Mr. He, properly, why are you gloomy? Li Lockjaw coped with a smile. Brother Li, you don't know. Forget it. He Wei suddenly sat up straight. Let me show you something. She pressed a button on the armrest and a hidden compartment suddenly popped up under the seat. Li Lockjaw looked closer and his pupils contracted violently. There were several pistols neatly arranged there, their blackened muzzles glowing coldly in the car's interior light. It's for self-defense. He Wei's voice was soft. There's more here. She pressed another button, and the side panels at the rear of the compartment slowly opened, revealing the rack of weapons inside. Li Lockjaw sucked in a mouthful of cold air. That was actually 2 folding assault guns and an RPG rocket launcher. He feigned shock. These are all legally held. He smiled. In the capital, sometimes being rich isn't enough. The neon lights outside the car window cast bright and dark shadows on her face, lending depth to her expression. Brotherly. She suddenly turned her head and looked straight into Li Lockjaw's eyes. After today, you and I are not outsiders. I hope. She paused, a hint of rigidity coming through. I hope we never rebel against each other. Chapter 81, Attack. Ahem. Mister. He wants to eat some flavor. I know a kind of fish in the reservoir that is delicious. And do we have it on our side? Li Lockjaw laughed. Not rare. The whole country. I have inquired in the past few days, thinking to take you to taste it. He Wei tossed her short hair. Then go. What are you waiting for? Li Lockjaw immediately told the driver the address. Business car. Ran and drove through the suburbs. Just got out of town not far. A van in the same direction passed from behind. However, just a moment after overtaking, the car suddenly turned right and the car suddenly hit from the side. The ear-piercing sound of metal crashing cut through the night sky. Watch out! Li Lockjaw instinctively pounced on He Wei, shielding her under his body. Hee's ride was supposed to be bulletproof, but not fall-proof. Li Lockjaw has excellent eyesight, and at once saw that the car that crashed over was filled with sandbags. The impact was so great that it toppled the commercial vehicle off the roadbed. Simone was not idle, helping the driver to sharply hit the steering wheel. The car drew an arc on the road, rushed into the roadside crop field. It won't drive. The car is already dangling on the left side. The female bodyguard, Hong Ying, has an injured arm but still pulls the case open with one hand. It was only then that Li Lockjaw saw that it was a submachine gun with a high-velocity magazine hanging from it, and with a hook of the trigger, he could rapid fire and hit a wall of fire. Mr. Ho, I'll cover you. Hong Ying, be careful. He Wei calmly pressed the seat's hidden compartment. Brother Li, Do you understand this? Li Lachu took the equipment she handed him, checked it skillfully, turned on the safety, and loaded the bullets. Leave it to me. Several black cars surrounded them in the night. The car door opened and dark shadows flashed. Protect yourself. Li Lachu protected He Wei and Simone behind him, making a judgment on the situation on the field at speed. Bullets sliced through the night sky and fire flickered in the darkness. It's a pop-up from Redding. After which she drops the submachine gun and holsters the pistol in her armpit. Move. With his agility, Li Lachu quickly moved behind cover with the two men. Mr. He, protect yourself. I'll go save Honging. He Wei shook her head. No need to go. Don't get into trouble. Blushing after saying that, the enemy's circle is tightening. Li Lachu knew that he could not wait any longer. He had to take the initiative. Mr. He, trust me. It'll be fine. He took a deep breath and prepared to rush out. He Wei, however, took his hand. Then together, the two worked well together in the moonlight. Li Lachu was responsible for drawing fire from the front, while He Wei seized the opportunity to counterattack. Honging was curating from a distance, providing them with cover. The three of them formed a hand and complemented each other. The battle was at a fever pitch and the enemy fire was getting heavier and heavier. There are too many of them. Li Lockdown has repelled several waves of their attacks. Just then, He Wei saw the right moment to decisively use his last resort. She opened the case and removed the bazooka. Brother Li, Honging, get down. After saying that, he stood up and turned to the dark crowd in front of him. Bang! Only a flame emerged from his shoulder. There was a loud bang and the night sky was illuminated. The wave of the explosion kicked up a gust of hot wind, messing up He Wei's short hair. After a few seconds, Li locks up and taps the shredded edges of his hair and shoulders. It's over. Relieved, he turned to check on the two. He Wei looked at his scratched arm, a hint of heartache in his eyes. Brother Li is injured. Just a minor injury. He smiled. I'm glad you guys are okay. Honging hurriedly took out the first aid kit from the box and began to bandage him. Under the moonlight, He Wei snatched it up. I'll do it. Honging, you go on guard. While skillfully bandaging the wound, he smiled and said, thanks to Brother Li tonight. Mr. He, ever been a soldier? Looking at her with such skill and vigor, Li Lachu couldn't help but marvel and be impressed with her. I come from a military family. How can I not be a soldier? Chapter 82. Under the moonlight, He Wei's fingers gently bandaged Li Laxu's wound. Her movements were gentle, but each bandage looked so professional. You said you're from a military family? Li Lachu looked at her serious look and couldn't help but ask. He Wei nodded, her short hair swaying gently with her movements. My grandfather was a founding general. My father was a major general, and I grew up in a military college. Li Lachu smelled the faint perfume on her body, mixed with the scent of gunpowder, and surprisingly had an indescribable charm. That's why you're so good. He laughed. That was a nice shot back there. He Wei looked up at him, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. You're not too bad. Your hands are good. Just then, Li Laxu's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Bessie Chen calling. He Wei's fingers gave a slight lurch, but quickly resumed wrapping the bandage, only with a slightly heavier motion. Not answering? She asked, her voice still calm. Li Lachu hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. Hey, Li Lachu. Chen Bishi's voice came through the microphone. Where are you? Something's up. Li Lachu glanced at He Wei and answered vaguely. I heard that you and Mr. He are together? Chen Bishi's tone was a bit sour. Are you two very close? Okay. Li Lachu didn't want to say much. He Wei had already finished bandaging and was packing up her medical kit, but Li Lachu noticed that her ears moved slightly, obviously listening to their conversation. That. Chen Bishi paused. I want to treat you to dinner tomorrow. Li Lachu was about to reply when his cell phone was suddenly taken away by He Wei. Ms. Chen. He Wei's voice was clear and cold. Brother Li has important matters on his mind right now. Let's make an appointment another time. After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. Li Lachu laughed in his heart as he watched her in this domineering manner. What's this about Mr. He asked deliberately. I told you, you've got important things on your mind right now. He Wei handed the phone back to him. Let's go. Get out of here first. Simone watched the scene from the side and frowned. Honging had already contacted for backup, and several black commercial vehicles arrived soon after. Mr. He, a man in a black suit walked quickly. Do you need to process the scene? He Wei shook her head. No need. Let the police handle it. She turned her head to Li Lachu. Brother Li, you've worked hard tonight. Li Lachu smiled. I should. Under the moonlight, He Wei's eyes flickered as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just sighed softly. Go, she said. Go back first. A few people got into the newly arrived car and headed downtown. The car was quiet. with only the roar of the engine. Li Laqiu leaned back in his seat, thinking back to the battle just now. He Wei's hands were really good, and that calmness and decisiveness was not at all like a businesswoman. He glanced at He Wei, who was sitting next to him, and realized that she was resting with her eyes closed. Moonlight filtered through the car window, casting dappled light on her face. There was not the slightest trace of fatigue visible on that delicate face, only an indescribable fortitude. The phone vibrated again. A message from Bessie Chen. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Can't we have dinner together? Li Laqiu glanced at it and didn't reply. That's when another message came in. From Yogi Coco. I'll be there tomorrow. Bring 10 sets of underwear. Chapter 82. Chen Bishi comes to say goodbye. 10 sets of underwear. Li Laqiu rubbed his temples, feeling his head was a bit big. These women, one is tougher than the other. What's wrong? He Wei suddenly spoke. Is it Ms. Chen sending another message? Li Laqiu shook his head. It's my ex-wife. You can only take Yogi Coco to block a bit. He Wei's eyes flickered. She's really coming to the capital? Aha. Li Laqiu sighed. Says he'll be there tomorrow. He Wei was silent for a while and suddenly said, do you want me to help you cope? Li Laqiu froze for a moment. Why don't you let Minnie pretend to be your girlfriend? He Wei's voice was soft. Let her die. Simeone coughed suddenly in the front row. Li Laqiu looked at He Wei, and then at Simone, and screamed in his heart, what kind of arrangement is this? Or else you, a big president of will come in person. What is your family Simone doing here? No need. He finally said, I can handle myself. He Wei nodded, but there seemed to be a hint of loss in her eyes, a bit of a desire to speak. Who knew that Simone in the front row was laughing? Mr. You care so much about your brother. How about you play his girlfriend yourself? Cough. It was He Wei's turn to cough. Simeone continued. Really, I've met Yogi Coco and you're not at all unattractive. And you've got a much better body than she does. He Wei gasped a few times. It's not impossible. They're all good brothers, but just make you jealous. Simone He Wei, don't go too far and go around destroying my reputation. Ha! He Wei laughed and slapped Li Laqiu's thigh. It was drawn back again in a hurry. Brotherly, Murni is fun. Li Laqiu's mouth twitched. How can I answer when you ask this? Just listen to Simone. Get out. The car continued to move forward as the night wore on. Li Laqiu closed his eyes, but his mind was full of the events of tonight. That kiss by the pool, that intense fight, and now this complicated relationship. Hey, the head is buzzing, especially with this mysterious woman beside him. Li locked up with the intention of exploring, too curious to know what secrets she and Simeone were keeping. Too many questions swirled in his mind, but for now, he could only take one step at a time. After all, his goal was immortality. Everything else is just process. The phone vibrated again, this time with a voice message from Bessie Chen. Li Laqiu didn't click on it. Now was not the time to listen to this. He Wei seemed to be asleep, her head gently resting on his shoulder. Her breathing was even, with a faint scent of wine. Li Laqiu didn't dare to move for fear of waking her up. Moonlight poured through the car window, spilling over the two men. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The car stopped in front of He Wei's villa in the early morning. It was a European-style building that looked stately in the moonlight. Brotherly, He Wei woke up and looked over his shoulder. Sorry, fell asleep. Li Laqiu smiled. It's fine. Come in and sit down? He Wei invited. I'll have someone change your medicine. Li Laqiu looked at the time and shook his head. It's too late. Some other time. He Wei nodded. Then, she paused. I'll see you tomorrow? Good. Li Laqiu agreed. Only after watching He Wei and Simone walk into the villa did Li Laqiu ask the driver to send him home. On the way, the phone rang again. This time it was a message from Yogi Coco. I've booked a hotel. I'll be there tomorrow at noon and you can pick me up. Li Laqiu couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the overbearing tone. This ex-wife. Still so strong. When I think about the reason for the divorce in the first place, it was because she felt she was no good. Now that I've heard that I'm doing well, I'm trying to get back together. That's ironic. He was thinking about it when his cell phone rang again. It's Bessie Chan. What exactly is your relationship with He Wei? Why don't you answer my calls? Li Laqiu rubbed his temples. These women. One was more difficult than the other. When I got home, it was 3 in the morning. He lay in bed, but couldn't sleep. The mind was full of the events of the night. Early the next morning, Li Laqiu was woken up by the phone. It's Yogi Ko. I'm here. Where are you? Li Laqiu looked at the time. It was only 7 in the morning. This early? He asked. What? Inconvenient? Yujika's tone was tinged with sarcasm. Is it with a new love? Li Laqiu was helpless. Which hotel are you in? I'll pick you up. Ritz-Carlton. Yogi Coco said and hung up. Li Laqiu was just about to get up when his cell phone rang again. It's He Wei. Good morning, brotherly. How's the injury from last night? Looking at this gentle tone, Li Laksu's heart warmed. I was about to reply when a message from Simone arrived. Are you free today? I'd like to talk to you. Followed by Bessie Chan. I'm downstairs from you, buying you breakfast. Li Laksu stood in front of the window and really saw Chen Bishi's car parked downstairs. He took a deep breath, feeling like it was going to be a long day. Reply to He Wei first. Thanks for asking. It's been better. And then there was Simeone. Afternoon. Something's come up now. Finally looking downstairs at Chen Bishi, he decided to go down and meet him. Can't hide after all. Changing his clothes and going downstairs, Chen Bishi leaned against the car and waited for him. She wore a white dress today and looked innocent with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Finally willing to see me? She sounded a little grumbly. Li Laksu smiled. Isn't it always possible to meet? Yeah. Chen Bishi bristled. But aren't you Mr. Ho now? You're overthinking it. Li Laksu shook his head. We're just ordinary friends. Really? Chen Bishi's eyes lit up. Then, before the words were finished, Li Laksu's cell phone rang again. It's Yogi Ko. Are you coming or not? Li Laksu looked at the time. Sorry, I have things to do. He Wei again? Chen Bishi asked sourly. No. Li Laksu smiled bitterly. It's my ex-wife. What? Chen Bishi's eyes widened. What else is she looking for you for? Li Laksu nodded helplessly. So you're going to see her now? Chen Bishi's tone became more acidic. Li Laksu suddenly had a flash of insight. Bishi, let me ask you something. When did your sister-in-law and He Wei meet? Chen Bishi was still angry from what had just happened and didn't react for a moment. Why do you ask? You really like my sister-in-law? Li Laksu, do you believe it? Chen Bishi, I don't know, but my sister-in-law does have this strength. If it wasn't for He Wei's protection, the people in the capital chasing her could line up outside the city gates. Li looked up and laughed. What about you? That's why I went out of town. It was too much trouble in the capital. Saying that, he lowered his head, and his heart was a little blocked. I really have to leave, and I don't know if I'll be able to see you again this time. That's what I said. How can I not see it? Li Laksu screamed in his heart. But don't suck away my lucky value. I'm keeping it to be useful. Brother Unity? What should I do? She's emotionally unstable, but she hasn't awakened yet, so be careful and keep your distance. That's best. My sister-in-law and He Wei have known each other since they were small. In fact, my sister-in-law is not my real sister-in-law. She was adopted by my grandpa in the orphanage. What? Li Laksu was stunned for a moment. No wonder. There's only a 2-year difference in years from you. Chen Bishi laughed. For the sake of her future, you must keep it a secret. No one is allowed to know about it. And to the outside world, I'll say that it's my own sister-in-law. Chapter 83, You're the cause of all this. Master, will you let me go? Li Laksu looked up. Are you remembering something? Chen Bishi nodded with her hands in her pockets. Well, I remember. The happy times we had together. It wasn't many days. Like a week. Li Laksu nodded. Well, just a few flowers for you. Seeing that there was still no progress, Li Laksu still didn't have the guts to confess. Chen Bishi could only lightly bite her vermilion lips. Aren't you going to see General Manager you? Oh, Li Laksu was like being pardoned. That's fine. Today will be considered as practicing for you. Have a safe trip. Chen Bishi slowly raised her hand, waved it a few times, and said in an aggravated manner, Then I'll go. Li Laksu had just walked out more than 100 meters away. The cell phone rang again. A locator from Yogi Ko, a cafe in a 5-star hotel. Glancing back at Chen Bishi's car, it had already gone out of sight. When Li Laksu arrived, Yujiko was already sitting there waiting for him. She was wearing a light gray professional suit today, black high heels, and delicate makeup. Coming? Yujiko looked up at him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Li Liuzhu sat down across from her. Well, why don't you stay at home and come here? Couldn't it be that I wanted to see you? Yukik smiled. How have you been? Not bad. Li Laksu picked up the coffee and took a gentle sip. I heard that you and Mr. He are close? Yujiko asked in a seemingly offhand manner. Li Laksu put down his cup. You looked for me just to ask this? Of course not. Yujiko looked at him seriously. I applied for a transfer to headquarters. Li Laksu froze. Why? Because I realized that I really can't live well without you. Yujika's voice was a little choked. All these years, I've been regretting it. But, Li Laksu didn't know what to say. I know you won't accept me now. Yukik wiped the corners of her eyes. But I want to be close to you, even if it's just as a friend. The system beep sounded. The host has gained a lucky value of +5. Li Laksu's heart moved, but still shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. I understand. Yujiko forced a smile. Don't worry. I won't bother you. I just don't think it's good for you to live alone with no one to take care of you, and I want to just clean up the house for you, alright? Cut it out. Lee Lokju thought darkly. Cut the crap. The two chatted a little more, and Yogika hinted a few times that he had brought his own underwear and asked him to enjoy it. Lee Lokju didn't dare to get too close to her in order to protect her, in case something happens between himself and Hiwei, that crazy woman Hiwei, then laid down her deadly hands. Looking at Yujika's distant back, Lee Lokja sighed. In the cafe, sunlight slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the tabletop. Simeone's fingers tapped the glass gently, the ice cubes clinking against the walls with a crisp sound. Lee Lokjo was about to open his mouth when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID says it's Hiwei. He glanced at Simeone, and the other man nodded slightly before he picked up the phone. Brotherly. Hiwei's voice was permeated with a hint of unusual coldness. It's been found out. Lee Lokjo's heart tightened and he subconsciously sat up straight. What happened last night? It was Li Ningyang who did it. Hiwei said word for word, the chill in her voice almost spilling out through the microphone. The one from the Li family? Lee Lokja frowned as that young man who always had an arrogant face came to mind. That's right. Hiwei sneered. He has run away now, like a lost dog. After a pause, she continued, but his family is still in the capital, and his roots are still there. Lee Lokja heard the killing intent in her words, and his heart flinched. Mr. When will injustice end? As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. This silence is more terrifying than any words. Brotherly. Hiwei's voice suddenly became unusually calm, a calmness that was rather alarming. Are you teaching me things? I just thought. What do you think? Hiwei interrupted him with a hint of mockery in her voice. Do you think this is a family game? She took a deep breath and continued. In the capital, mercy is weakness, and weakness is death. This truth, I thought you understood long ago. Lee locked up in silence. The sun was still warm, but he felt a chill. I've already sent someone to do it. Hiwei's tone resumed its usual calmness, but this calmness was more like the quiet before a storm. This matter, it doesn't need you to intervene. After that, there was a busy signal on the other end of the line. Lee Lokja put down his cell phone and looked at the cup of coffee that had gone cold for a long time. Simone sighed softly. She's going to make a move against the Lee family? Lee Lokja nodded. He was actually trying to get some gossip about their relationship, which was bared twice. So faceless. Then let her be. Simeone took a sip of her lemonade. Mercy is indeed a luxury in this circle. Lee Lokja nodded, and could only cater to these two women for the time being. Aha! I understand. The sun was dipping in the west and the cafe was filling up. Lee Lokja looked at Simone on the opposite side and suddenly opened his mouth. You and Mr. What exactly is your relationship? Simeone's fingers lurched slightly, and the ice cubes in her glass made a slight clinking sound. She looked up, a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. You care about that? Just curious. Lee Lokja said with feigned relief. There are some things that it's not good to know too much about. Simone put down her glass of water and stood up. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at her back as she left, the doubts in Lee Lokja's heart deepened. It seems that can't be the only thing that comes up. She dodges at the mention of it. Early the next morning, Hiwei did not come, and Lee Lokju did not know what she did. The secretary informed Lee Lokja that there is an art salon in the evening and Mr. He asked you to go as well. Me too? The secretary gave him the address. Lee Lokja was suspicious in his heart. It's not going to be a repeat of what happened last time, is it? In the morning, Yujika sent a VX that he was working at the group, a casual position at headquarters to liaise with local operations and summarize and analyze. Hubby, get together tonight. Yujika renewed the invitation and even took a selfie of her below the belly. Lee looked up and realized that she was wearing a blue ultra-short dress with tight thighs, revealing a mass of black silk. Why do you have a bruise there? Lee looked up thinking she was hurt from moving. Yujika sent a message. I'm not telling you. You want to know. Come and see for yourself. The company gave me a small one-room apartment at 123 Coastal Road. Remember that. I'm drunk and forgetful. Lee locked up and scolded. You'd better forget where the restroom is. Yukik sent a chopper and poop. Then pull your mouth. After ending a conversation filled with positive energy. At noon, Lee Lokja gave up the idea of going to find Simone. I'm afraid of running into Yogi Ko. So message harassment bombing with Simeone. Are you idle? Simone was a bit exasperated, but her heart was happy. Your ex-wife is here, so you can only harass me here, right? Then I'll return the favor so you can't touch it. Humph. Lee locks up by the way. I'm just wondering, why did you approve of him coming? Isn't that silly? How am I supposed to date you that way? Simone no longer had the cold and arrogant presidential demeanor of the past, and was tempered like a prodigal hoof by this pillar rogue brother. You roll. You think I want to? This was approved by Chinbin. Can't you tell? It's all your fault for causing a ruckus. Chapter 84, Bunch of Serious People. Lee Locks. What did I mess with? Is he still hogging his sister-in-law? Simone, don't be ridiculous. My sister and brother-in-law are very much in love. My sister said. At least 7 times a week. Lee locked in. Can we just say once a day? Simone, it's not the same. There could also be days off. Or it could be 7 times a day. Lee locks up. Forget it. Just him? I'll take him back and forth. Simone, just blow it off. Lee locks up. Let's go out and get a room together one day and compare notes. Simone, you get out of here. He's afraid you'll pester Bishi. The two of you are the only ones who got Yujik here. Lee Lockjaw suddenly realized at once. Hey, these two old fools. Is harming Bishi ah. Simone, I've realized I need to talk to you less. My sister says I've been a little shameless lately. It's from you, I think. Lee locks up. No. You were born with an innate understanding in this area. Without a teacher. Especially the licking aspect. Simone didn't reply for a long time after this sentence. The brakes were suddenly put on when the conversation got to the point where Lee was locking up with gusto. Lee Lockjaw was still thinking in his heart. This should be a point of luck ah. I've chatted to this extent. But until the end of the evening, there were no hints. And I didn't see Hee-Wei. No word on that either. That kiss the day before yesterday is still fresh in my mind. It's so damn exciting. Hee-Wei's mouth is different from other chicks. Very resilient. And very aggressive. Very proactive. Lee Lockjaw touched his mouth and walked out of the company. Having just been assassinated, Lee Lockwood is extremely vigilant. Called security directly and drove the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the front of the company. Quickly get into the car and go fill your stomach first. I was so busy typing with Simone at lunch that I forgot to eat. At a roadside stand, bought 2 meat loafers, 1 pinch of pig's head, 1 pinch of elbow. Suddenly I remembered that I would be attending an art show in a few minutes and gave up on the idea of eating garlic. Get back in the car and take the gum out of the storage box. Chew on it while checking the time. According to the agreed time, Lee Lockjaw arrived at his destination on time, parked the car and stood in front of a French villa, looking up at the carved front door. It's home to the capital's highest-end art salon, the Illuminations Art Museum. Pushing the door open, the light from the crystal chandelier poured down instantly. The wine is served in a large number of clothes and drinks. He stood quietly in the corner wearing a dark blue tailored suit. A huge oil painting hung on the wall and stood out in the light. It was a still life painting from the 17th century. Lee locked up and watched, his brains tumbling over its information. Is this the encyclopedia the system gave me? The tulips in the painting have faded, their petals slightly curled but still holding their last pride. What do you see in this painting? A familiar voice sounded behind him. Lee Lockjaw turned around and saw Hee-Wei standing there. She wore a long black backless dress today, the hem of which brushed the marble floor. This was the first time Lee Lockjaw had seen Hee-Wei wearing a skirt. You haven't shown up all day. You're not making a dress, are you, Mr. He? You haven't been here for a day. My brother misses you. Oh, poor mouth. Hee-Wei's face unexpectedly turned a little pink. Lee Lockjaw looked at her breasts and wondered if there would be a palm-held thunderbolt in that deep cleft. Ahem. What's all the gawking about? Lee Lockwood smiled and turned his head, averting his eyes. Whisper. Got your weapon? Hee-Wei shook her head. You're here. What weapons do I carry? Lee Lockjaw nodded, and the suit opened up, calling her to look at it. Hee-Wei was puzzled. You didn't bring it either? Mr. Ho, I was asking you to look at the silk shirt you gave me. Hee-Wei looked around, saw that there weren't many people, and pretended to reach across his arm. Took the opportunity to pinch him a couple times. A daughterly attitude. Silk. Mr. Ho, the gun still carries one. That's more like it. Lee Lockjaw smiled and didn't say anything, afraid that if the next sentence was said, Hee-Wei couldn't stand it. Think it's not time yet. The two were shoulder to shoulder still pretending to admire the painting. Lee Lockjaw was still wondering if she had chosen this place on purpose, and had to make an artistic paradigm to set off her elegance. Sideways glance. Her short hair was slightly curly, and a pair of emerald earrings on her earlobes shimmered eerily in the light. Interesting. Lee Lockjaw laughed, his gaze returning to the painting as he began to explain. The artist used the fading tulips to satirize the tulip bubble in Holland at the time. A hint of surprise flashed in Hee-Wei's eyes. You know art history? Slightly. It's really all about the system's assists. Lee Lockjaw took a step closer and pointed to the details in the painting. Look at this largest tulip. The petals have begun to rot, but the stem is still standing. His voice was soft, but with an indescribable rhythm. It was suggesting that those businessmen at the time were holding on to their jobs, knowing that the bubble was about to burst. Hee-Wei unconsciously followed his finger and moved her gaze. And this copper vase? He continued. Looks golden on the surface, but is actually cracked, symbolizing false prosperity. The surroundings grew quiet, and people unknowingly gathered around. The artist also carved a tiny skull on the vase. Li Luochu pointed to an inconspicuous detail. This is a typical voidist technique, reminding people that wealth is like a passing cloud. He Wei's eyes grew brighter and brighter, seemingly completely captivated by his insights. The painting is by Peter Kress. Lee Lockwood continued, who is best known for using still lives to express social criticism. This background, for example, uses the typical chiaroscuro method of contrasting light and darkness, with the light slanting down from the upper left corner, giving the whole image drama. This is the influence of Caravaggio, and the butterfly in the bottom right corner of the image symbolizes the pursuit of wealth, but it is flying towards the dying candle, suggesting the end of that pursuit. Sudden applause broke the contemplative atmosphere brought about by the paintings. He Wei also clapped along, with appreciation in her eyes, but soon she was called away by the others. Li Lockjaw looked at her back and sighed secretly. What day is it today? When you're getting into a good mood, you're let go? The light from the crystal chandelier spilled over her shoulders, gilding her with a hazy glow. Obviously, we were chatting so much just now. Why did we suddenly become so detached? This woman, like this painting, is beautiful and mysterious and elusive. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. It was a message from He Wei. Brother Li, I'm sorry for my heavy tone yesterday afternoon. Li Lockjaw looked at the message and suddenly felt a bit dazed. This woman, is she hot or cold? Is it near or far? As it was, she'd clearly made it to the other end of the hall, only to pull his thoughts back with another message. The crystal chandeliers still sparkle, and the mingling is still going on. Chapter 85 Art. Li Lockjaw stood by the window, looking out at the night. The salon continues with the sounds of mingling. His fingers lightly tap the screen of his phone, thinking about how to reply to He Wei's apology message. Just then, a woman in a white evening gown approached. Mr. Li has a very unique perspective on art. Li Lockjaw turned around and saw an unfamiliar and elegant face. Mrs. Li. He nodded slightly, recognizing that this was Li Mingyang's mother. Mrs. Li held her champagne and smiled elegantly. I wonder where Mr. Li studied art history? Just a little dabbling, Li Lockjaw said modestly. Overly humble. Mrs. Li took a sip of champagne. I heard that you and Mr. He are very close? Li Lockjaw's heart tightened, but his face didn't move. He is my superior. Yes? Mrs. Li gave him a meaningful look. Then do you know what Mr. He did today? Li locked in silence. Several of our Li family's properties in the capital were suddenly investigated today. Mrs. Li's voice was still elegant, but her eyes had become sharp. What a coincidence. What does Mrs. Li mean? It means nothing. Mrs. Li turned and prepared to leave. Just a reminder to Mr. Li to be careful about standing in line. Looking at Mrs. Li's departing back, Li Lockjaw frowned. He took out his cell phone and sent a message back to He Wei. Mr. He doesn't need to apologize. It was my poor consideration. After sending this message, he sent another message to Simeone. What do you know about the Li family? Soon after, Simeone replied, don't ask too many questions. Li Lockjaw was about to pursue the question when he suddenly felt someone approaching behind him. A faint scent of perfume wafted in. Thinking about what? He Wei's voice rang in his ear. Li Lockjaw turned around and realized that He Wei had returned to him at some point. Mrs. Li came to talk to me just now, he said directly. He Wei's eyes instantly went cold. What did she say? Remind me to be careful where I stand. Ha! He Wei sneered. She's good at making threats. After a pause, she looked at Li Lockjaw. Are you afraid? It's not that I'm afraid. Li Lockjaw shook his head. It's just that I think that some things can be discussed. Discussion? He Wei's voice suddenly raised a few points, causing several people around her to look over. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Brother Li, you are too naive. In this circle, it's you or me. There's no third way. Li Lockjaw looked her in the eyes. Really no? He Wei froze for a moment, then looked away. You don't understand. Then you tell me. Li locks up and takes a step forward. Who's to say there won't be a next time that can't be turned into something else? He Wei turned her head violently, her eyes sharp. Turning a war into a war? Brother Li's talent really doesn't match yours. It's only a pity. Could it be? He Wei suddenly smiled, but the smile carried a hint of bitterness. If everyone thinks as you think, is there no war in this world? After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Li Lockjaw grabbed her wrist. He Wei. It was the first time he had ever called her by her first name. He Wei's body trembled slightly, but didn't break free. Let go. Her habitual eyes released a fierce light, but an instant of some regret immediately changed to a hint of softness. Li locked his hands for the moment. Please think about how we know each other. Wasn't what I did trusted by you? He Wei. A good story. All start from good intentions. After saying this, Li Lockjaw still immediately let go of his hand. He Wei straightened the beaded chain on her wrist and said faintly, "Brother Li, you're very good. But there are some things that aren't as simple as you think. Between us, it's better to keep the relationship purely superior and subordinate." With that, she turned to leave. The sound of her heels hitting the floor echoing down the hall. Li Lockjaw stood still, watching her back gradually disappear into the crowd. "I'm the one who kind of mixed it up, I guess. TSK. Li Lockjaw let out a bitter laugh. "Hey, I'm really redundant. This Thai planet. Love to fight. What did I just say all that for? I'm going to gain her heart to go anyway. It seems that one can't be kind. This yin and yang man. He likes to be tough, doesn't he?" He pulled out his cell phone to find another message from Simeone. "Don't try to get closer to the truth. It won't do you any good." Lee locked up and turned off his cell phone and walked over to the bar and ordered a whiskey. The amber-colored liquor shimmered charmingly in the light, just like the tenderness that occasionally flashed in Hiwei's eyes. But that tenderness, after all, was fleeting. One by one, all pretending to be 13 with me? Lee Lockjaw intends to first put Simone into the cold. I told you to follow the pretense. The art gallery is still lit up at midnight. Lee Lockjaw stood in front of a huge oil painting, but his gaze fell on Hiwei, who was not far away. She was found to have switched back to neutral dress, a slim suit and high heels, glittering under the crystal lights. It seems obvious that this late-night art salon was orchestrated by her. 5 hours have passed since 7 o'clock. Li Lachu seemed to understand that Hiwei's move was taking up his own night time. Could it be that she's purposely hogging herself and not asking me to meet Yogi Coco? Or then again, Simone? Li Lacha ate a laugh. Do I have to be like this every night from now on? At the thought of what it would be like if that were true. What's the point? I don't have a nightlife anymore? Sure enough, Hiwei glanced back at him from time to time, seemingly waiting for him to approach on his own accord, and also seemingly spying on him. Oh, well, I'll just hang you out to dry and piss you off. Li locks up and just stands still, maintaining the vigilance expected of a security officer. Hong Ying walked up to him and whispered, Mr. Li, Mr. He seems to be waiting for you. I know, Li Lockwood said faintly, but it's work time. Hong Ying froze for a moment, then gave a small smile of understanding. At 1 a.m., the salon finally ended. Hiwei gracefully bade her guests goodbye, but her eyes occasionally flicked to Li Lockjaw, who was standing in the doorway. Go away. She walked over to Li Lockdown, seeming a little disappointed. Li Lockjaw nodded and walked in front to open the way, with Hong Ying following behind. Standard bodyguard formation. When he arrived at the parking lot, Hiwei stood by the Rolls-Royce waiting for him to get in. Li locks up but turns toward his Land Rover Tyrannosaurus Rex. You're not coming with me? Hiwei finally couldn't help but ask. I'll follow in my car and back up if there's a situation. There was nothing wrong with Calm's words. It's a lesson learned from last time. Hiwei glanced at him, wanting to speak. No words on the way. The limousine drove into the He family's villa area, with Li locking the Tyrannosaurus Rex always keeping a distance of 50 meters behind it. Inside the villa area, loaded bodyguards were patrolling. Searchlights swept over the fence, and the barking of police dogs came from time to time. Li Lockjaw looked at all this and sighed in his heart. This is the life of a luxury family? Like a canary in a cage. Even luxury is a cage. Hiwei's car was parked in front of the main building. Come up and sit down? She asked, turning back as she stood on the steps. Her eyes were full of anticipation in the moonlight. No, Mr. Li Lockjaw shook his head. It's getting late. Is it to meet your ex-wife? Hiwei asked suddenly, without seeming to have thought it through. And now he was talking about himself in bad taste. Li Lockjaw froze, then realized. No wonder the salon has been dragging on so late tonight. Turns out he didn't want him to have time to see his ex-wife. Mr. He looked straight into Hiwei's eyes. My private life, it won't affect my work. Hiwei's face changed slightly. Go on then. She turned to go. Mr. Li Lockjaw suddenly opened his mouth. Hiwei stopped and didn't look back. The painting show was great tonight. Thanks. Hiwei's shoulders trembled slightly, but she still walked into the villa without looking back. Hong Ying stood in the doorway and made a sorry gesture to Li Lockjaw. Li Lockjaw smiled and turned to leave. As he drove out of the villa area, he saw the light on the second floor. Hiwei's figure flickered in front of the window. He knew that she must be watching herself leave. This woman. She's used to being in control, but there are some things you can't get with power. Like genuinely. The phone vibrated with a message from Hong Ying. Mr. He asked me to tell you that you don't have to come to work so early tomorrow. Li locks in to reply. Thank you, Mr. I can be lazy again. On this night, the moon was exceptionally bright in the capital. Some, however, are doomed to sleeplessness, because the black Tyrannosaurus was headed straight for 123, Coastal Road. Chapter 86, Work, and No Time to Spare. The sunlight poured in through the cracks in the curtains, and Li Lockjaw opened his eyes and glanced at his cell phone. It's 11 o'clock. Beside her, Yu Ji-ko was still asleep, her long hair scattered on the snow-white pillow. Ring ring ring, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's Redding. Hey, Assistant Red. Li Lockjaw lowered his voice. Mr. Li, Mr. He asked you to come to the company immediately. Hong Ying's voice was a little embarrassed. Li Lockjaw rubbed his temples. Didn't I say I could come later today? Yu Ji-ko rolled over on one side and pouted. Don't make noise, sleep some more. I was exhausted last night. Hong Ying on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment, then hung up with a red face. Less than a minute later, He Wei's call came in. Li locks up. He Wei gritted her teeth. Get your ass over here and write the material immediately. Mop the floor. Wipe the table. Li Lockjaw sighed. Okay, Mr. He. Hanging up the phone, he began to get dressed. This man-child must be jealous. Looking at me most of the night, and I'm still running here. Thinking about it felt good inside. It's also a blessing that someone in this world is jealous of you. This is leaving awe? Yujika hugged him from behind, her chin resting on his shoulder. Quit and forget it. I'll support you. Li Lockjaw lost his smile and clapped his hands up and down on his ass. I'm a man of ideals. Bah! Yujika pinched him. What's the point of pretending to be serious? By the way, what's the point of having a piggy tattooed there at the base of your thigh? Li Lockjaw instantly remembered her tattoo. Take the harmonics. Think for yourself. Li Lockjaw smiled and left, and as Tyrannosaurus got up, he saw Yujiku in her pajamas standing in the yard like she was bidding farewell to a soldier on his way out. She waved her hand, her mind presumably thinking again that maybe every time she left it could be a farewell. I can't say I've overplayed my hand one day. This pussy would be roasted by a rocket from a manhwa. In this effort, Hiwei was making phone kanji with Simone. By the way, money, is Chen Bin's side expanding any business? Simone what? He's still a threat to you? It's not like you two are stealing resources. At this point Hong Ying put down her coffee and wisely went to stand by the door. Hiwei leaned on her forehead. She hadn't slept well all night, and someone had messed up her mind. Disturbing himself with insomnia, the man slept until noon. I'm just asking him what the new project is. The group has to innovate after all. Simone's scoffing voice came over the phone. You're trying to find out how Yogi Coco got here, aren't you? Hiwei thought to herself. Don't you want to know? And laugh at me? It's like this. Li Lockjaw, this person is too powerful. I have to guard against it. So investigate a little more carefully. I want to know that he didn't come to work until now. Where did he spend the night last night? Thinking, how can you still be on cloud 9 when I speak out to see you? Simeone was really anxious. What? Didn't I see an art show with you in the middle of the night? Yeah. What about the second half of the night? Doesn't he robot sleep? Simone panicked at once. I'm asking. Don't hang up. Hiwei could hear the inquiry on the other end. Excuse me, is Yujik from the statistics department at work yet? Reporting to Mr. Secretary. Miss Yu didn't come until now. She and the personnel took a leave of absence, saying that she just moved here. The soil and water are not suitable. She will rest for a day and go to work tomorrow. Got it. Hiwei heard very clearly, and her heart thumped. It hurt like a bullet through the head. Why? Do I care so much if a man is in a woman's bed? Hiwei covered her chest and closed her eyes in meditation. Hiwei, I asked. Indeed Yujiko didn't come to work. When she said this, Simone no longer had the mockery she had earlier. He was heartbroken himself. This pair of dogs, they must have been together last night. Simone clenched the pen in her hand and cackled. Hiwei said I have something else to do and hung up. A quick sip of coffee and it still doesn't work. Hong Ying, see if Li Lockjaw has come yet. It was almost 12 o'clock when Li Lockwood arrived at the office. From a distance, he saw Hiwei standing at the office door, her face turning blue. She was still wearing her suit and snug-fitting pants, rounded buttocks. Mr. Li Lockjaw nodded in greeting. Come in. Hiwei turned and walked into the office. The stack of papers slammed heavily on the table. All handled today. Hiwei said coldly, no one is allowed to leave the company. I'll have someone bring in a marching bed. Have the secretary deliver the food at the end of the day. She added. Any questions? Li locked. I was tempted to retort a few times, but thought better of it. Just love to see her jealous and not even realize it. Just tell her to eat it without pointing it out or ignoring her desire to escape. No problem. Li Lockjaw said calmly. The phone vibrated with a message from Simeone. Off to work? How about dinner together? Li locked up and looked away without replying. Another message. Are you at the office? Angry? Still no reply. Hiwei looked at Li Lockjaw strangely as he fiddled with his cell phone. Brother Li, there's more work today. Put down the personal matters in your hand. Okay, Mr. I'm going out to work. Lee locks up and goes back to his office, bringing the door closed with his heel. Snapping the material on the table, he turned on his computer and sat back in his chair to let out a long breath. Start processing the file. Not long after, he was chatting with Chin Bishi when the secretary brought the boxed lunch. Bessie-chan, photos, this is my new place. Nice view, right? She sent a photo of a balcony with rolling hills in the distance. Lee looks up and smiles and replies, it looks quiet. He leaned back in his chair and imagined Chin Bishi standing on the balcony. Chin Bishi, yeah, it's much cleaner than the capital. She sat in the wicker chair, rocking gently, her eyes a little wistful. Still miss my friends in the capital, though. Lee locks up, especially your sister-in-law, right? He ate his boxed lunch as he typed. Chin Bishi, aggrieved expression, master. You just know how to bully me. She pouted and tapped her finger on the screen. By the way, I heard that you and Mr. Ho. Lee locks up. It's just a working relationship. He put down his chopsticks and rubbed his brow. After talking to Chin Bishi, he sent another message to Mo Tranquility. He's not going to be boring and chain himself to his job. Busy? Mo Tranquility quickly replied. Just finished shooting a set of portraits. What? Miss me again? She stripped off her costume and lounged naked in the locker room, casually posting a selfie. Why did you remember to talk to me? No females to help you again? Lee locked up and sent a wildly sweaty emoji. Bad name. Locked up. He glanced at the piles of papers and smiled bitterly. Mo Tranquility, who is so strong in martial arts? He Wei? She raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Lee locks up. How do you know? Did you learn it too? Mo Tranquility, pull back. 2 locks. No key. How to lock each other. She stood up and walked to the window. Lee locks up. You're asking me to be the key? He shook his head again, remembering He Wei's expression just now. Locked is better, isn't it? Mo Tranquility, wry smile, what are you afraid of? Big deal. Open this lock of mine. Chapter 87, The Master Key. Lee locks up. Come on. You have too many master keys for that lock. I'd better not get together. You asshole. Lee Lockjaw stood up and moved his muscles, and was about to continue teasing her. The office door was suddenly pushed open and He Wei walked in. Look at the flustered one, who has just put his cell phone on a side table. Chatting during work hours? She said coldly. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly copied the chopsticks. Isn't this dinner? I'll do it right away. He Wei walked very directly to the near front, picked up said cell phone, looked at his cell phone screen. His face became even more ugly. Do what? Lee Lockjaw clearly saw that He Wei had actually done a manicure, or colored diamonds. What? Starting to dress femininely? So dumbly. Do. Homework. Late homework. He Wei snorted coldly and threw her cell phone on his desk. All materials must be completed by tonight. When she finished, she turned to leave, the sound of her heels hitting the ground extra loud. Li Liuzhu sighed. Don't you like girls? Why do you hold onto my pigtails all day long? Are my pigtails long? Good to grab? After whining, you have to get back to work. It was fairly quiet all afternoon, and He Wei just looked at herself in the hallway a few times. In the evening, He Wei came back to check on the progress. She stood in front of her desk, looking at Lee Lockjaw's serious work, as if she still wasn't satisfied. What else does Mr. He command? Lee Lockjaw asked without lifting his head. He Wei bit her lip. You and Yu-Ji-Ku. Mr. He. Lee Lockjaw finally raised his head. I won't bother you with my personal matters. He Wei's fingers trembled slightly. You. Lee Lockjaw finished regretting. This man-child is a madman. Once he laid his hands on Yu-Ji-Ku, it would be bad. Not a couple, but at least a buddy. Not to the point of harming people. Hastily explaining. Mr. He. I'm a man of principle. He Wei pulled over a chair and her round ass pressed against it, piling up into a round mass of flesh that was about to burst her suit pants. Lee locks up and continues. Now that they're divorced, they won't mess with each other. You put. He Wei stretched out one finger to point at this shameless man's nose. Last night. You. At that moment, Lee's locked cell phone rang again. It was a message from Mo Tranquility. I hear you're under house arrest? Do you want me to come and rescue you? She'd put off her evening engagements. Her heart was crunchy from talking to men during the day, and now she was hell-bent on flying back. Lee Lockjaw glanced at it, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. When He Wei saw this scene, she was so angry that she directly snatched his cell phone. What is Mr. He doing? Lee Lockjaw stood up, but maintained the last of his manly demeanor. No cell phones during working hours. He Wei stuffed her cell phone into her pocket. Then Mr. He, take a look. It's off duty all right. Lee Lockjaw clasped his hands to his chest and leaned against the table. He Wei froze for a moment, then opened her cell phone. Then he looked at the time and looked at Lee's locked call log. What came into his eyes was Mo Tranquility's message, and the scenic photos sent by Chin Bishi. Her face was getting ugly. What? Lee Lockjaw said faintly. Is Mr. He checking up on me? He Wei took a deep breath and placed her cell phone heavily on the table. You. She was about to say something, but finally just said, get it done early. With that, he turned and walked away, but stopped when he reached the door. I asked Hong Ying to bring you dinner. It will be delivered later. The moment the door closed, Lee Lockjaw let out a long breath. The phone vibrated again. This time it's Yogi Ko. Can you still fight continuously? She lay on the big hotel bed, looking through the pictures from last night. Last night, I have to work tomorrow. Lee locks in to reply. Overtime? Some other time. Yu Ji-ku immediately called. What overtime is so important? Work is important. Lee Lockjaw continued to work on the paperwork. Humph. Yu Ji-ku bristled. Did he Wei put small shoes on you? Don't be ridiculous. Lee Lockjaw said seriously. Mr. He is a very professional supervisor. Come on. Yujik sneered. I know a little bit about that mind of hers. What do you know? Yukik typed. I know an actress. Not very good looking. The kind that does martial arts movies. Lee Lockjaw simply returned 2 words. Hit the stars. Well, kind of built like a guy anyway. And then I met He Wei. Lee froze and stared at the screen, waiting for what was to come. As a result, 10 minutes had passed and there was still no news. He immediately sent a string of words. You stepped on a horse and passed away? Typing? Yukik sent a dagger. What's next? For fear of being bugged, I'm going to have an interview with you. Lee Lockjaw didn't answer and continued to turn around and work on the keyboard. Slutty. Whet my appetite. Don't say I guessed pretty much. Roll swap? Just borrow some props. Working while thinking about that kiss. The belly rolls hot. That's when the message from Bessie-chan came back. Master, I've met an interesting person on my side. She was sitting in the cafe at the moment with excitement in her eyes. He said he knew you. Lee locks up and frowns. Who? Chen Bishi, Li Mingyang. Lee locks up and stops working for a moment. A sense of foreboding. He said he wanted me to bring you a message. Lee's locked fingers left the keyboard and flew to type on his phone. Bish, get out of there immediately. He had stopped breathing, staring intently at the screen. Bessie-chan, what's wrong? Lee Lockjaw let out a long breath. It seems that this girl is still safe for the time being. He seems quite amiable. Lee Lockjaw dialed the phone directly. Leave immediately and don't look back. Switching his cell phone screen, he immediately called He Wei. Mr. Li Mingyang has appeared in S City. He Wei immediately hung up the phone. Less than a minute later, the office door was pushed open. He Wei walked in quickly. What's going on? Lee Lockjaw briefly described the situation. He Wei immediately took out her cell phone. I'll immediately arrange for someone to meet them. Looking at He Wei's anxious appearance, Lee Lockjaw suddenly said, let me go. He Wei looked up at him. You? I'm familiar with Chen Bishi. Lee Lockjaw stood up. And you know how good I am. He Wei bit her lip and seemed to be hesitating. Besides, Lee Lockjaw pointed to the papers on the table. It's not too late to do all this work another day. He Wei finally nodded. Okay, I'll have Hong Ying book a flight. Be safe. Lee Lockjaw smiled. Don't worry, Mr. As he turned to leave, He Wei called out to him again. Wait. She took a key out of a drawer. Take it. I have property in S2. Lee Lockjaw took the key and turned to leave. He Wei's soft voice came from behind her. Come back early. Chapter 88, Strange Car Accident. 4 hours later, Lee Lockjaw's airplane landed in S City. After contacting Bessie-chan, when Lee Lockjaw walked out of the airport, Chen Bishi was already waiting for him. Master, what brings you here? She was a bit surprised. Lee Lockjaw didn't explain, but only asked, what did Li Mingyang say? Chen Bishi shook her head. He just asked me to tell you that he will meet soon. Lee Lockjaw frowned. Did he follow you? I don't think so. Chen Bishi looked back. I did what you said and went around several times. Lee locked up and pulled her quickly towards the cab stand. Get out of here first. Just as the car started, Lee Lockjaw noticed a black sedan following behind him. Master, what's wrong? Chen Bishi sensed his nervousness. Lee Lockjaw signaled her to be silent and said to the driver, please take a long detour. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Extra money. Lee Lockjaw nodded. No problem. The cab weaved between the streets, the black sedan behind it always keeping its distance. Bish, whispered Lee Lockdown. Wait until I count to 3. Then you open the door and run. Chen Bishi's eyes widened. What about you? Don't mind me. Lee locks up and stares in the rearview mirror. Remember, make sure you run away. The cab stopped at a red light. 1, 2, 3. Chen Bishi pushed open the car door and rushed out. Lee Lockjaw also jumped out of the car and ran in the opposite direction. The black cars behind us did split into 2 groups to give chase. Lee Lockjaw burrowed into an alley, and the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. He dialed He Wei's number as he ran. Mr. Li Mingyang's men are catching up. He Wei's voice was a bit anxious. Where are you? I'll send someone right away. It's too late. Li Lockjaw gasped. Just tell someone to protect Shinbishi. A voice report came from He Wei's side. She's already gotten into a car. I think I sent it to pick her up. Li Lockjaw sighed in relief. That's good. I'll go stabilize Li Mingyang. The footsteps behind them were getting closer. Li Lockjaw stopped abruptly and turned to face his pursuers. 3 men in black raised their guns at him. Mr. Li, the leader sneered. Mr. Li wants to see you. Li Lockjaw looked around. Right here in the alley? No. The man in black gestured for him to move forward. The car is right outside. Li Lockjaw slowly walked out of the alley, and indeed saw a stretch Lincoln parked on the side of the road. The car door opened, revealing Li Mingyang's grim face. It's been a long time. Li Lockjaw didn't say anything and got straight into the car. After the car started, Li Mingyang handed him a glass of wine. Taste it? Li Lockjaw took it and smelled it. Drugged? Li Mingyang laughed out loud. You're quite cautious. Have something to say. Li Lockwood put his glass back. Li Mingyang put away his smile. I know your relationship with He Wei. He Wei has never had a man in her eyes. Li Lockjaw probed. That day at the painting exhibition, I saw your father? What? Li Mingyang narrowed his eyes. You've gone soft? Isn't it great? Li Lockjaw sneered. Looks like there's no turning back for you? That goes without saying. Li Mingyang pulled out his cell phone. That night, telling you guys to survive. I knew I had no way back. Then what's the point of talking to me? Just go straight to work and be done with it. Li Mingyang, pushing up his glasses, looked outside. I know I'm on a desperate path, but I'm not willing yet. I can think of another win-win opportunity with Mr. He. Take a message to her. If she'll leave me alone, I'll leave the capital and go incognito, and I'll help her with that, and she'll understand as soon as you tell her. Li locks up. Why don't you say it yourself? Oh, you think I'll have any bargaining chips when I'm in her hands? That's just a crazy lady. She'll tell me to live and die. Li Lockjaw was shocked in his heart, but his face didn't move. What if I don't agree? The video of you and Yu Ji Ku. Li Mingyang shook his cell phone. What do you think would happen if I let your brother see it? Li locks his hands and clenches his fists. I really don't want to mess things up myself. The system has warned. Less than 2,000 lucky value meticulously. He was silent for a moment. Che, what kind of threat is that? It's not like I'm banging someone else's wife. More than that, Li Mingyang revealed a smug smile. I can also make Yu Ji Ku disappear in this world. Li's locked fists clenched a little. Think it over. Li Mingyang leaned back in his seat. I'll give you 3 days. No need to think about it. I've had just about enough fun. That's my ex-wife and cheated on me within the marriage. Just screw her for me and save me the trouble. Li Lockjaw clapped his hands. The 2 guns in the back were still pointed at their car seats. Li locks up or feels like grasping outside the car. He came to see him himself, and the 3 men knew it. If we kill him today, we'll leave a legacy. He was thinking fast about who to throw the pot at, and at the same time, Li Mingyang on the opposite side was shocked. Ha! I really didn't think that there are people in this world who are more heartless than I am. Li Lockjaw suddenly turned to look at Li Mingyang. You really know He Wei's secret? Li Mingyang had some foreboding. What did you say? It's not a secret. It's just something she wants. Then how about we work together? Li Lockjaw intended to stabilize him and take out his bodyguards at the right time. Li Mingyang was very shrewd, and when he saw Li Lockjaw make a 180-degree turn, he was immediately alert. No need to cooperate so troublesome. You just need to bring a message to He Wei. She naturally knows it well. Li Lockjaw guessed 8 or 9, not very much. It is estimated that the USB flash drive may be in the hands of Li Mingyang. Yes, let me out of the car. Li Mingyang was relieved as he called for someone to park in front. The car pulls up to the curb and Li locks up and pushes the door open. By the way, Li Mingyang's voice came from behind. Give my regards to Mr. He. Li locks up and stands on the curb, watching Lincoln go away. Smiling coldly, he said in his head, Unity, use a super stealth card. System prompt, super stealth card activated. Duration 30 minutes. Li Lockjaw's figure instantly disappeared into thin air. The next second, he had appeared inside the far-off Lincoln, sitting silently on the seat behind Li Mingyang. Li Lockjaw held his breath. Li Mingyang is on the phone. It's done. That kid really took the bait. He Wei, that must make her die this time, he said fiercely. Li Lockjaw's eyes grew cold. The voices from across the street could be heard by Li Lockjaw. Only a hoarse voice could be heard. Sir Li, I can only guarantee to strike her down near the border. You must design it. Don't worry. I'll tell her most trusted person to pass it on and I'll be sure to bring her here. The voice continued. Okay, Mr. Li, can you add a little more to your money? Li Mingyang sneered. Are you good enough? Aren't you also out for revenge? The voice explained. Those are two countries at war. They can't be considered personal. Li Mingyang, don't talk nice. There were your own brothers killed by Hiwei's squad that time. You think I don't know? The opposite side was silent for a few seconds. Forget it. I'll work with you this once. And I'll see you again as enemies. Li Mingyang laughed out loud. Let's solve the common enemy first. Maybe we'll work together again. The opposite party let out a long sigh. What a devil. I'll wait to hear from you, said he. Ended the call. My lord, will that Li Lockjaw be there? Li Mingyang put away his cell phone. He loves to go or not. I'll lead him. Just 3 days. Just to stall for time. To set up a trap over there. Li Lockjaw clenched his fists. It turned out that this scumbag had nothing substantial to hold on to at all, and was trying to use himself to introduce Hiwei into a desperate situation. At this point, the car pulled into a busy intersection with a wide road and lots of traffic. It was a red light for Li Mingyang's car at this time. Li locks up and watches the moment, coming silently to the driver's side. The driver didn't notice the difference at all. Li locked his hands on the steering wheel. With one hard push, the steering wheel slammed to the left. At the same time, his foot pressed heavily on the gas. The Lincoln lost control of the car and went into the cross lane. A heavy truck came right up to it. Bang! A loud crash resounded through the streets. The Lincoln was smashed like a toy. The car tumbled through the air, parts flying everywhere. It finally hit the ground hard and burst into flames. Li locks up, having long since retreated to a safe distance. He looked at the wreckage in the firelight with a calm expression. Passers-by scattered in panic. Sirens sounded from far away. Li Lockdown lifted his invisibility and took out his cell phone. Mr. His voice carried a hint of laughter. Li Mingyang had a car accident. What? Hiwei's voice was full of surprise. Looks like you don't need to find someone to assassinate him. He's already a roast. Li Lockju continued. That's really heavenly, Hiwei said with a smile. By the way, Chen Bishi wants to see you, she suddenly said. Chapter 89, I'll go with you. At that house you arranged? Li locked up and asked. Well, you know the address, right? Hiwei asked. Got it. Li Lockjaw hung up the phone after saying that. He took one last look at the scene of the accident. Fire trucks have arrived and are beginning to extinguish the fire. Police are evacuating onlookers. Ambulance sirens cut through the night sky. But there was no chance of Li Mingyang surviving. Li Lockjaw turned to leave, his back fading into the night. This mad dog, at last, has been completely taken care of. Now, it was time to meet Chen Bishi. The night in the suburbs enveloped a luxury villa, with a few garden lights giving off a soft glow in the darkness. A dozen bodyguards dressed in black were patrolling the courtyard, the walkie-talkies in their hands rustling from time to time. Li Lockjaw walked quickly through the gate. The bodyguards nodded in greeting, and no one came forward to check. He had just stepped onto the steps when the door of the villa was pushed open and Chen Bishi walked out quickly. Are you okay? She looked Li Lockjaw up and down, her concern hard to express. Li Lockjaw's heart was warmed. These days and Chen Bishi were separated, never been able to get together. That 160 luck value was no longer the purpose of approaching her on its own. He shook his head, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, aren't I fine? Chen Bishi sighed in relief, but quickly returned to her usual reserve. Come in and talk. In the living room, the two men sat opposite each other, and an awkwardness, if any, filled the air. The lump in Chen Bishi's heart couldn't be smoothed out. Divorced man, still screwing his sister-in-law. The ex-wife has a bunch of other women and is now with a man-child. Scalp numb at the thought, but it was the thought of his well-being that was at the forefront of his mind. She and Hiwei's bodyguard were one inquiring about this badass, fearful that something would happen to him and I would never see him again. But as soon as I saw it, it was a bit diabolical. The heart began to reject him again. I heard that you've been busy lately. Chen Bishi picked up her teacup and gently took a sip, breaking the tranquility. Li Lockjaw leaned back on the sofa and said casually, it's okay, just some daily work. Getting along well with Mr. Chen Bishi's tone carried a hint of temptation. Just a working relationship. Li Lockjaw shrugged, but his gaze involuntarily averted. I have no other advantages as a person, but I am more pragmatic in doing my job. Cut. Chen Bishi put down her teacup and gently rubbed her fingers on the rim. My sister-in-law and you really? Li Lockjaw's body stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Oh, I know what I am. She's all just being angry? So you're just playing around? Chen Bishi raised her head and looked him straight in the eye. Li Lockjaw avoided her gaze and pretended to straighten his sleeves. What kind of talk is this? It's all work. Superior and subordinate relationships. Occasionally men and women are attracted to each other. Chen Bishi's eyes gradually went cold, and a wave of bitterness flooded her heart as she remembered those rumors. Just like we did back then? That's called attraction? Li Lockjaw listened for half a day. thinking that Chen Bishi would say something. Flipping back and forth on that same thing. By the way, have you been having fun lately? Chen Bishi continued her train of thought as if she hadn't heard it. You're popular now. Her voice held a faint hint of mockery. Li Lockjaw noticed the change in her mood inside in his heart. I'm like this. I'll take things as they come. What welcome? Just living. Chen Bishi felt a twinge of difficulty in her heart. This man was still the same. She stood up and walked to the window, her back to him. Go away. I'm tired. Li Lockjaw looked at her slender back, wanting to say something, but in the end just silently got up. Take care, he said softly, turning toward the door. Chen Bishi listened to the sound of his fading footsteps, tears surrounding her pupils, reflecting the crescent moon outside the window. Li Lockjaw walked out of the villa, and the night breeze blew away the temperature on his face. He got in the car. Let's go to the airport. Yes, Mr. Li. Looking at the villa fading away in the rearview mirror. Along the way, his mind kept replaying Chen Bishi's last expression. As he passed a stoplight, he caught a glimpse of the flower store on the side of the road with its lights still on. Thinking of those flower pots he had once bought for Chen Bishi, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Some feelings, like those fading petals, can't beat the passage of time. An hour later, an airplane, draped in moonlight, shot straight up into the sky, heading in the direction of the capital. When he arrived in the capital, Li Lockjaw sat in the special car that picked him up. Take me back to my place. I need to get some sleep. I'm too sleepy. Li Lockjaw snorted and stretched. Mr. Li, Mr. He told you to go directly to the company. She's waiting for you. Both the driver and bodyguard couldn't hold back their laughter when they finished. It is now known that he, who is not close to men, always has a brother. What? Li Lockjaw glanced at his watch. It's already 1 in the morning, and you're still going to the office? That's how Mr. Ho arranged it. Go go go. Li Lockjaw waved his hand, taking the opportunity to squint for a while. Here it is, Mr. Li. Li locks up and gets out of the car, wearily pushing open the door of the company. The lobby was silent, with only the guard on duty dozing off. He dragged his heavy feet towards the elevator, and the security guard rushed out to greet him. That is Mr. He up there? He couldn't believe it, afraid that He Wei was screwing him again. The security guard quickly said, I saw it on the monitor. And there was Assistant Hong Ying in the hallway. Oh, thanks. Looks like she's really in. Take the elevator to the top floor. In the corridor, I really saw Hong Ying and a cleaning ant chatting. When he saw Li Lockjaw approaching, he hastened to greet him. Is everything alright? Cold-blooded bodyguard Red Ying and himself had fought side by side many times and had become very friendly. It's all sorted out. That Mr. Ho is in. Hong Ying pointed his finger down inside. Li locks up and looks through her open suit pockets to see her petite frame with superbly developed breasts. He so wanted to ask if it was padded with rubber. In fact, he saw the 2 miniature submachine guns she was carrying under both armpits. What are you looking at? Hong Ying hurriedly grabbed his suit together. Red-faced and pouting, she glared at Li Lockjaw. Oh, I see you carry 2 guns. Hard work. Hong Ying let out a long breath. It can't be helped. I'm the only personal guard. Well, I'll go in first. Be careful. Hong Ying pushed the door open for him and looked at him with a red face. Li locks up his mouth cheaply, and as soon as he walks by, he says, How old are you? Hong Ying blushed to the base of her neck at once. Pop. The door popped back with a snap as the handle spread out. Li Lockjaw nagged himself holding the door. I just asked you about your age. As to be angry? The moment I pushed open the door, the smell of coffee hit me. He Wei was sitting in his office chair, holding a document in her hand with a concentrated look. Mr. He, Li Lockjaw walked in, feeling a bit surprised. Still here this late? He Wei raised her head, her eyes cold. Back? Had enough? What? Had enough fun? Li Lockjaw was quite refreshed all of a sudden. I'm on a business trip alright. Li locked up trying to explain. He Wei stood up, her high heels knocking out a crisp sound on the floor. These papers on the table, they must be dealt with tonight. Li Lockjaw looked at the documents piled into a small mountain and almost cried out. Mr. He, I haven't rested for a day. That's your business, He Wei said coldly, her slender fingers lightly tapping the desktop. Li Lockjaw looked at the colored diamonds on her fingertips which were different from before she left and changed to another set. As the saying goes, when a woman goes bad, it starts with her fingernails. He Wei seemed to see it and hurriedly withdrew her hands, clutching them together. Li Lockjaw sat paralyzed on the sofa with a pained expression. At least let me take a shower and get a haircut. I'm going to stink. He Wei turned around, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Okay, I'll accompany you. Chapter 90, High Mountains and Flowing Water. The whole office was instantly and horribly quiet. Li Lockjaw stood up violently, almost choking on his own saliva. Mr. He, what did you say? He Wei slowly and methodically straightened his suit jacket. I said, I'll accompany you. The mop in the hands of the cleaning ants passing by the door snapped to the floor. Hong Ying happened to deliver the documents passed by. The whole person, as if struck by lightning, stood in the doorway and did not move. Li Lockjaw felt like his brain had gone completely online. This? Not really. He Wei let out a light laugh, with a few teasing glances in her eyes. What? Afraid I'll take advantage of you? She gracefully stepped towards Li Lockjaw. The sound of her high heels seemed to knock on his heart. Li Lockjaw subconsciously stepped back. Mister. Do you really want to do this? He Wei suddenly stopped, her expression returning to coldness. What are you afraid of? It's not like I really want to take a bath with you. She turned toward the door, leaving behind the words. It's the same East Sea Dragon Palace as last time. That room is equipped with musical instruments. Li Lockjaw let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hong Ying secretly observed He Wei's back from the doorway, thinking that this president was too abnormal today. He Wei walked to the end of the corridor before she let her slightly red cheeks calm down. This man, she thought, biting her lip. I'm going to make sure you don't connect with anyone else's woman for a second. Li Lockjaw touched his face, feeling that his body temperature hadn't completely receded. Will 500 be greeted this time? Without Simeone? Hong Ying could still see the unresolved blush on Li Lockjaw's face as he came in with his coffee. Mr. Li, she said, stifling a laugh. Mr. He said for you to hurry. Li Lockjaw sighed and picked up the file in resignation. What kind of sin have I created? Not much longer. Hong Ying walked in with another box of lunch. No good throwing it on the table. Eat. What's going on? Li Lockjaw was pretending to crackle on the keyboard. Strange crooked eyes looked at Hong Ying. You are? Mister. He said that you haven't eaten all day and asked me to bring you some food. Oh, thanks. Li Lockjaw opened the lunchbox, and an aroma came to his nose. He picked up his chopsticks and began to wolf down his food. Suddenly he stopped his chopsticks. Have you eaten? Eat up. Hong Ying finished in a nonchalant manner, still with no intention of leaving. Li locks up and wonders why she hasn't left yet. What's wrong? Ms. Ho said that you should accompany her to take a bath after dinner. Li Lockjaw almost spat out the rice in his mouth. Go take a shower. What else to eat? Isn't there a fancy buffet there? Humph. Still not leaving. Hong Ying stood there with his arms wrapped around him. What do you have to say straight? Li Lockjaw looked at the alibi and knew that she seemed to have anger that she wasn't letting out. You, don't joke with me in the future. Okay? Hong Ying finally wriggled out. Which way? Li Lockjaw stopped eating and pushed his lunchbox. Anyway, he would eat a seafood dinner later. Can't you see? He always her? Li Lockjaw pretended to be confused and continued to stare at Hong Ying in confusion, telling her to get her hands dirty. Anyway, don't ask Mr. He to misunderstand. It was only then that Li Lockjaw realized that Hong Ying and He Wei were inseparable, and He Wei never had any other close female bodyguards. So curiously, I asked, don't you have a shift? Hong Ying shook her head, two fingers stirring together. Mr. He, why don't you get more bodyguards? Hong Ying lowered her head. More bodyguards can be dangerous, and the people closest to you can be the most. Understood. Li Lockjaw nodded. Don't worry, I won't joke around in the future. Only then did Hong Ying nod in satisfaction and turn to go. The luxurious private room of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea was filled with water vapor. Li locks up and sits by the pool, uncomfortable in just a pair of swim trunks. He Wei leaned against the opposite pool wall, wearing a conservative black bathing suit, but her gaze unapologetically sized him up. The two of them know each other well from their hometowns. Both are devising future storylines for the last kiss. No matter how you design it, you don't want to draw a blank. Mr. He, Li Lockjaw cleared his throat. Should I go out first? What are you afraid of? He Wei laughed lightly. It's not the first time. Don't you want to wash properly? Wash it. Her eyes ran over Li's locked abs. Li Lockjaw felt like a mouse being watched by a cat. Hong Ying, He Wei suddenly spoke. Go and bring that guqin. Hong Ying's answering voice came from outside the door. He Wei stood up, droplets of water sliding down her curves. Can you play this? She walked over to the stone bench by the pool and sat down. Li Lockjaw side-eye look. He really will. When I was a child, did not go to elementary school, Mom sent himself to the skills class, mastered a lot of skills, especially the instruments are at your fingertips. Hong Ying came in with the guqin, blushing like a boiled shrimp. Put it here. He Wei pointed to her side. Hong Ying put down the zither and quickly exited. Come, brotherly. He Wei patted the spot beside him. How about playing a song to help cheer up? Li Lockjaw hesitated, but got up and walked over. Droplets of water dripped off him, leaving a trail of water on the ground. He Wei's gaze followed these droplets of water and her eyes became dark. Li locked down and sat down, his fingers gently stroking the strings. Play what? He asked. As you wish. He Wei's voice was a little hoarse. Li Lockjaw thought for a moment and began to play the 1,000-year-old famous song High Mountains and Flowing Water. Li Lockjaw took a deep breath and gazed and closed his eyes. Hands gently stroked the ancient zither. A light sandalwood fragrance into the heart. This zither was black in color, with fine lines faintly visible on the body. Obviously a treasure of long age. Clouds rolled over in his mind, and his mind gradually sank into that story of 1,000 years. Boya played the zither, and Ziki knew his voice. A clear zither sound suddenly cut through the night sky, like the first surge of a clear spring in the mountains. He Wei's originally careless expression suddenly froze. This sound of the zither actually contained an indescribable sadness and loneliness. Li Lockjaw's fingers gently slid on the strings, each note seeming to carry a story. The mountains are lofty and the water is flowing. The sound of the zither is sometimes as clear as a mountain stream, droning, sometimes as a rushing river. Majestic. He Wei unconsciously sat up straight, her gaze fixed on Li's locked fingers. Those eyes, which had reigned supreme in the shopping mall, were actually flushed with a hint of wetness at the moment. Outside the door, Honging had originally leaned against the doorframe and dozed off, but at this moment, she couldn't help but stand up straight. In the sound of the zither, she seemed to see the lofty green mountains and the rushing river. Li Lockjaw's fingers danced on the strings of the zither, and his entire person seemed to be one with the zither. His expression was focused and deep, as if he wasn't playing but telling an old story. He Wei looked at the side of his face and suddenly felt a palpitation. This normally hangdog of a man seemed so strange and fascinating at the moment. The sound of the piano gradually turned to a climax, like a mountain stream merging into a river, rushing and roaring. Honging couldn't help but walk into the room and stand in the corner, holding her breath. She had never imagined that a Guqin piece could be so mesmerizing. He Wei's fingers unconsciously gripped the bathrobe, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. In this moment, it was as if she saw another Li Lockjaw, the soul that hides behind a cynical exterior. The sound of the zither suddenly turned and became lingering and sentimental, seeming to tell of 1,000 years of lovesickness. He Wei felt her heartbeat become rapid and her cheeks burn slightly. Chapter 91, A Song That Breaks the Heart. Where can I find a soulmate at the end of the world? Honging secretly wiped the corners of his eyes in the corner, thinking that this Mr. Li is really deep. The last note lifted languidly and echoed in the air for a long time. The entire room fell into silence, leaving only the sound of the hot spring water flowing. Li Lockjaw slowly opened his eyes, as if waking up from a distant dream. He Wei looked at him with an unprecedented softness in her eyes. This zither of yours, who did you learn it from? Li Liaju gently stroked the strings. An old man taught me. He, still there? He Wei asked softly. Li Lockjaw shook his head. Gone last year. This song must have a deep story. He Wei wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Li Liaju looked at the moonlight outside the window and murmured. A song that breaks the liver and intestines. Where to find a soulmate at the end of the world. In fact, he wanted to say, by now, how come the seafood buffet is still not served? Can't play the piano on an empty stomach. He Wei Qian 5 fingers, pressed her chest at once, her short hair sagging and covering her face. Already sobbing, Honging also covered her mouth and walked out the door. Li Lock's the afterglow swept. Heart secretly said, I do not mean, one by one why? Still not on the self-help? For a long time, He Wei didn't receive a tissue from this man, so she could only pretend to wipe her own nose and eyes as if nothing had happened. Shaking his hair, play another song. Surprisingly, her voice carried an obvious plea, a far cry from her usual strong female self. Li Lockjaw glanced at her, his fingers stroking the strings once more. The sound of the zither swirled in the vapor. He Wei closed her eyes and listened quietly. Li Lockjaw's fingers lingered on the strings for a moment and suddenly smiled gently. Since Mr. He likes it, I'll offer another song. Li Lockjaw is determined to come up with the killer song. Guangling San, which is the number one of Blue Star's top 10 ancient songs. Can't believe you military women don't fall apart. Li Lockdown took one last look at her black swimsuit. Before He Wei could return to her senses, she heard a long zither sound. This voice was very different from the party's high mountains and flowing water, carrying an indescribable sadness. Honging shuddered in the corner. This is. He Wei snapped her eyes open and looked at Li Lockjaw incredulously. This song of the ages is rumored to be a tune that even the emperor dared not play easily. Li Lockjaw's fingers roamed over the strings, each note seeming to carry the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. The sound of the zither was sometimes like jingoism, sometimes like fine rain. He Wei looked at the side of his face, only to see a slight frown on his face and a solemn expression. At this moment, Li Liuju, as if through 1,000 years of time and space, incarnated in that Jikong who sacrificed his life for his country. Honging had slumped against the wall at some point, tears sliding silently down her face. The sadness and determination in this tune is heartbreaking. He Wei's fingers gripped the bathrobe so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She had never imagined that this man, who was always such a womanizer in front of her, could play such an airy and resolute song of generosity to death. The sound of the piano gradually shifted to a crescendo, as if 1,000 horses were rushing in. The whole air of the room seemed to tremble with it. Lee Lockjaw's fingers danced on the strings, each note seeming to carry blood and tears. Hee-wei looked at him and suddenly realized why she was so fascinated with this man. Because underneath his cynical exterior lies a heart that burns hotter than anyone else's. The sound of the zither came to an abrupt end, just as Jikong's life came to an abrupt end. The whole room fell into dead silence. Hong Ying slumped against the wall, her shoulders shaking slightly. Hee-wei stood up and walked to the window, her back to Lee Lockjaw. She's already in tears. She can't bear her vulnerability like that again. You know what? Her voice was a little choked. That was my grandfather's favorite tune when he was alive. Li Liaju gently put down the zither. Oh, where can I find a soulmate at the end of the world? The first is called High Mountains and Flowing Water, and the second is called Guangling San. I like them all. Hee-wei still stood with her back to Lee Lockjaw, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing that the time was right, Lee Lockjaw hurriedly sauntered up behind her. Hee-wei felt a scorching heat coming on and slowly closed her eyes. Waiting for the second kiss, Lee Lockjaw gently hugged Hee-wei from behind, feeling her trembling. Mr. He said softly, it's getting late. Hee-wei shuddered a little. Hong Ying is still there. Afraid of what? You don't say she knows what to do. Her breath brushed against Lee's locked ear. Lee Lockjaw felt his heart beat faster. Hee-wei turned slightly and raised her chin. After she discovers what it feels like to hit kiss with a man, just feel addicted. This poison is kind of impossible to quit. Just waiting for the second one these days. Hong Ying was in the outer room, and when he heard the sound of the zither stop, he surprisingly did not bother to poke his head over to see what was going on. But what you see is surprising. Hong Ying's heart was like throwing 3 grenades, hurriedly turning around and walking to the door. Hands over your ears. No listen. After a long kiss, Hee-wei once again pushed Lee Lockjaw away, because Lee locked that restless hand. Ahem. That Mr. Let's eat the buffet. I've been waiting for a long time. Hee-wei Xiu had a red face and wiped her mouth vigorously. Hong Ying, tell them to serve food. Yes. The most embarrassing thing about Lee Lockdown is the swim trunks that have to be held up. He hurriedly bent over to head for the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Hee-wei couldn't help but snort when she saw him running in like a toad. Serves you right. Suffocate you. In the shower, Lee locks up and lets the cold water wash over his body. He needs to calm down. I don't know. Has the 500 arrived yet? After checking, it hasn't been sent yet. Looks like she's still using herself more than anything else. It's no wonder. They've known each other less than a month. How can a strong woman with such a deep city be a fangirl and fall in love with someone in a few minutes? Hee-wei's voice came from outside the door. Do you want me to go in and rub your back? Lee Lockjaw almost slipped, but thought, since you keep playing with your mouth, I can still be afraid of you. Plus it's a thing that no man suffers from. Then I'm grateful to Mr. Hee-wei's laughter stopped all at once through the doorway. She didn't expect that Lee Lockjaw would actually agree. Hong Ying happened to be outside to hear the conversation and was also stunned. Mr. Ho, she called out in a small voice. The food is here. Want to eat now? This gave Hee-wei a step down. She turned to put on her bathrobe. Give Hong Ying a nod. Hong Ying turned on the safety of the submachine gun in his arms, then sidled up and opened the door. In the shower, Lee locks up and takes a deep breath. Hearing no more movement outside, he shook his head bitterly and continued whistling and rubbing his back. Hong Ying opened the door, only to see 2 waitresses, pushing a food cart in. Hong Ying stopped them both and slowly opened the insulated lid. One look inside and it's full of food of all colors. She casually picked up a prawn with her chopsticks and handed it to the waiter. Little sister, rewarded by Mr. The little girl was a little horrified, but ate it in front of her face, one small bite at a time. Hee-wei nodded and Hong Ying sent them both away. A glance toward the door followed. 4 male bodyguards, safe and sound, stood outside, turning back and nodding with Hee-wei. Mr. Everything is normal. Chapter 92, Losing the Ship for the Sake of One Basketful. It took a long time for the cold water to calm down Lee Lockjaw. He dried off and changed into a new pair of swim trunks. Take a deep breath and push the door open. Hee-wei was still sitting where she was, her fingers absently fiddling with the strings. Calm down? She asked without looking up. Lee Lockjaw walked over to the hot spring pool and sat down. Mr. Let's talk about business. What business? Hee-wei put down her wineglass, her eyes suddenly becoming clear and distant. About Li Mingyang. Lee Lockjaw looked straight into her eyes. Hee-wei's expression instantly chilled. What do you want to know? Why must he deal with you? Lee Lockjaw asked softly. In fact, Lee Lockjaw already knew the answer to this, but just wanted to take advantage of it to see if he could extract any clues. What if the manhwa gets carried away and confesses on her own? The mist rising from the water lingered between the two. Hee-wei was silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up and walked to the bar. She pulled out a bottle of whiskey and poured herself a glass. You know what? She tilted her head and sipped her wine. There are some things that the less you know, the better. Lee Lockjaw noticed that her hands were shaking slightly. Mr. His voice softened. I really want to help you. Hee-wei turned around, her eyes a little misty in the moonlight. Help me? She sneered. Do you know what helping me is? She walked up to Lee Lockjaw and looked at him condescendingly. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Her voice held a hint of mockery. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything, just looked at her calmly. Hee-wei suddenly crouched down and leveled with him. You want to know the truth? Her breath smelled of alcohol, but her eyes were unusually clear. And what price are you prepared to pay? She asked softly. Lee Lockjaw felt the temptation in her eyes and ignored her words. Are you just going to live in fear all the time? Hee-wei froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Do I have another choice? She stood up and walked back to the bar. What do you suggest though? Lee Lockjaw also stood up. Actually, Li Mingyang doesn't know any secrets at all, but I still called them out on the accident. Hee-wei's hand paused for a moment, and the bottle gently touched the rim of her glass. What makes you think I would trust you? She didn't turn around. Because you have no choice. Lee locked up and walked behind her. Hee-wei turned around, and there was only a step between them. What do you mean? She narrowed her eyes slightly. I'm already on your boat. Lee locks up and looks straight at her. There's no way I'm going back down. Hee-wei's eyes twinkled. You do see clearly. So, Lee locked up and took a step forward. Tell me the truth. Lee Lockjaw felt that as long as Hee-wei was willing to tell his secret, then 500 would be in hand. Captured hearts succeed. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Hee-wei tilted her head to look at him, four eyes facing each other. One is struggling to discern truth from falsehood. One is capturing hearts, each with their own agenda. You really want to know? Her voice was soft. Lee Lockdown nodded. I need to know. Hee-wei suddenly reached up and stroked his face. If you knew, you might die. Her fingers were slightly cool, but they sent a burning sensation through Lee Lockdown. That's better than being kept in the dark. He didn't duck. Hee-wei's fingers slowly slid down and stopped at his chest. Your heart is beating fast, she whispered. Lee Lockjaw grabbed her hand. Mr. Don't change the subject. Hee-wei suddenly stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear. Let's not talk about this tonight. Her breath brushed against Lee Lockwood's ear with the scent of wine. Lee locks his grip on her shoulders and gently pushes it away. Mr. You've had too much to drink. Hee-wei laughed. What are you afraid of? Her fingers traced circles on his chest. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Lee Lockjaw took a deep breath. Honging is still outside. She knows what to do. Hobby's voice was tinged with compulsion. At the last minute, it was still a lost cause. Lee locks up some spoilers, but a bunch of warmth to hold in his arms. This had to be posted. Mr. Swimming together? Hee-wei knew the meaning of his words. Hong-ying, go check outside the door. It's safe here with the locking post. Yes. Hong-ying went out the door and the sound of the door closing came. Well, don't go to all that trouble. For the first time, I don't want to be in the water. Hee-wei reached out and pulled Lee Lockjaw, running towards the bedroom. Lee Lockjaw was so happy that he couldn't care less about eating the seafood buffet. This has readily available seafood. As he walked, he took off his swim trunks. Ah, get out. Bang! Hee-wei pushed Lee Lockjaw out in one go. That's when the door snapped open. Hong-ying burst in carrying a submachine gun. Blushing, she glanced at Lee Lockdown and, ignoring the fact that he was naked, came up and pushed him aside, pounding on the bedroom door. Mr. Ho, are you okay? Asked twice in a row. Hee-wei didn't say anything. Hong-ying jerked back and pointed his gun at Lee Lockjaw. What did you do to Mr. Lee Lockjaw smiled a cold smile in his heart. It seems that he had a bit of operational error. Remember friends, this swim trunks must not be taken off by yourself. She's fine. I asked you what you did? Hong-ying blushed and looked again at Lee RD, who hadn't ebbed yet. Scary indeed. No wonder Hee-wei couldn't accept it. At this time, Hee-wei opened the door. It's fine. Hong-ying, let's eat together. Hong-ying clattered to retrieve his gun. Tucked in his arms, Lee locks this count to C. This is the capital. There is no human feelings. You're cultivating a relationship with them is cultivating a joke. In people's eyes, you're a tool. Hee-wei bypassed Lee Lockjaw and joined Hong-ying at the dining table. Lee Lockdown had pulled on his swim trunks. It wasn't awkward either, which made it clear that some of the warmth to be treated wouldn't be there anymore. What follows is naked interest. Well, it's just a matter of doing whatever it takes for that 500. Talking about feelings, these guys don't deserve it. The next scene was even more shocking to Hee-wei and Hong-ying's eyeballs. Lee locks up like a bulldozer. and wherever he goes, no piece of tile remains. Just about ate the plate. No, you eat slowly. Hong Ying was still eating the prawns haughtily. I was about to reach for acrab leg, but it was swished away by Lee. I was just about to have an abalone, and I was also late. He Wei frowned, knowing he had a grudge. Not you eat to the line. Eat slowly. Ah, you this is to eat it? Simply drinking seafood it. Soon, the two women stopped eating as well, and watched as Li Lockjaw was buried by a small mountain of leftover seafood shells. Oops, ordering a cart in. Didn't get enough. Red England. He Wei nodded and Hong Ying pouted and walked away. Another load was delivered not long after. Li locks up and starts eating hard again. He Wei sort of can't eat. All of a sudden no mood. Sigh. Turn around and go to the bath to change clothes. Hong Ying is not convinced. We are all working. Why should we all give you food? So he grabbed the food with Li Lockjaw. Just after eating the second plate, Li locked his stomach with a hint of dryness coming from it. He looked across the room at Hong Ying. I could only see that Hong Ying already had pink cheeks and her legs were tightly pressed together underneath. Not good. The dish is poisoned? Chapter 93, Drugging Yourself. A sentence of poison in the dish. He Wei also heard. This time she did not eat. Hurrying to his purse at the table, he pulled out his pistol. Li locks up quickly and gets up, running to the door. Mister. I'll guard the door. You take Hong Ying's gun. He Wei raised her eyebrows. What about you? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Li locks up in a strong showing of himself. In fact, that drug was something he put in his food without even realizing it. What kind of doctor wouldn't dispense some medicine? Just now, being pointed at by Hong Ying with a gun, called the locked heart cold. He sees through these assholes at the top of the food chain. Since you're all full, I'm going to play a little big. You big rice bag. Hong Ying and I are 5 and 6. The first one to clean you up. Taking advantage of the moment when the food truck opened, Li locked his fingers together and his heart followed me. The divine healer skill kicked in and the cure for frigidity flew into the pile of seafood feast. After that, he starts performing, telling He Wei to dismount Hong Ying's gun and fill the room with just one man. Don't mutilate yourself in a hurry, Hong Ying. So without her gun, Hong Ying will fall in line and will surely plow herself into oblivion. When the time comes, what's it like to tell He Wei to watch from the sidelines? Ha ha, I'll play you all to death. Sure enough, everything went in the direction of the plan. He Wei also didn't know the inside story and thought she was being counted again. Hurrying to follow the command of the big colorful bug Li Lockjaw, he carried out the 2 submachine guns under Hong Ying's armpits, letting Hong Ying fall back onto the couch, curling up and rolling back and forth, and a grunt like a toothache. Brother Li, here's your gun, mister. Ho, close all the curtains, watch out for snipers. Yes. He Wei hurriedly picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the smart remote to close the curtains of the house. Turn off the lights. He Wei obediently turned off the lights as well. Li Lockjaw's eyesight was in overdrive at this point, as good as looking at daylight. Outside, of course, it's fine, and the 4 bodyguards continue to skulk about at their leisure. Is there movement outside? He Wei asked cautiously. Li Lockdown waved his hand to create tension. She didn't say anything, and He Wei leaned over a little against the wall, intending to be supportive. Here's your gun. One man to guard one side. Li Lockjaw didn't turn around, but reached backward, the back of his head as if he had eyes. In the darkness, the hand ran directly to He Wei's breast. Ouch! In the silence, He Wei shrieked. Don't yell. Li locked up pretending not to know anything and continued to spread his hands backward. He Wei was being eaten by him, but she couldn't snap yet, gritting her teeth and continuing to shove the gun into his hand. Mister. There are footsteps. Hide behind me and call for backup quickly. But the lights are off at this time of day, and cell phones are hard to find. I can't find my cell phone. Use yours. Li Lockjaw hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. Okay, I'll do it. You stand back. I'll hold off the first wave of attack. Li locks up decently and puts the phone to his face. Hello? Outside? Crooked. Mister. No signal. Go see how Hong Ying is doing. I'll take care of it here. Li Lockjaw laughed darkly as he pushed her towards the fire pit. At this time of the year, Hong Ying, in the dark, she will pounce on whoever goes. That would be a good show. Well, you be careful. Li Lockjaw smiled thievishly. I'll be careful of your grandpa. It's better for you to be careful. Sure enough, He Wei could be heard angrily shouting in the darkness. Hong Ying, you let go. You let go of me. Brother Li, lock up. Come and save me. Hong Ying has gone crazy. She bit me. Hey, it's time for the good man Li Lockdown to shine. There are poems to prove it. The moonlight penetrates through the curtain bar, and fluorescent light penetrates into the blue sky. The distant sky is misty at first, and the low trees are becoming green. The dragon blows through the garden bamboo, and the lawn song brushes the well tongue. The image of a raw silk dress is hanging in the mist, and the ring of the robe is ringing in the breeze. The reddish knots follow the golden mother, and the cloudy heart holds the jade child, deeper and quieter. The morning meeting is drizzling, talking and laughing. There are no white men in the world. On alternate days, Lee Lockjaw thought he was dreaming in a haze. Quickly, he rolled over and sat up. I saw one on the left and one on the right beside me, all with dark hair, so I couldn't see who was who, both still wrapped in thin blankets. Lee locks up and rushes into his mind to access it. Grass, did the plan really work last night? Think about last night and really linger. Lee locked up and took out his cell phone and shot a few segments himself. Quietly, he got up, went to the bathroom, and sat on the toilet to admire it. How come 500 hasn't arrived yet? This He-Wei held out last night in the end. What a crazy woman. Sitting on her ass? Should I run away? Lee Lockwood was planning how to retreat. Why is this 500 so hard? He-Wei, this crazy woman. If she didn't run, she would definitely be tortured to death. Day-to-day robot-like driven by her. And there's that Hong-Ying, who can't move without raising her gun. In the bathroom, Lee locks up and communicates with the system. He noticed that the system wasn't talking much after this upgrade. There are also far fewer hints. Brother Unity, should I leave quietly? System, do you still want to be brave enough to stay? Give me a plan on how to leave. The plan is, run now. The sky's the limit. When you get to 2000, you won't have to run. It's all molehills. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can we run away? He-Wei's men are all over the world. Can we use some tactics? Waving knife itself. Lee Locks. Never mind. I'll take my own time to study it. After Lee Lockjaw finished washing, he opened the bathroom door, tiptoed to the side, and began to put on his clothes. At this time, Hong-Ying was the first to climb up. Hurrying to the bathroom, he began to take a shower, and when he passed by Lee Lockshu, he even smiled and greeted, Brother Lockshu, good morning. Lee Lockjaw was a head full of crows at that moment. Puzzled, he looked at the petite back. That's all enlightened? Never been so polite before. Lock it. That's when the big boss, He-Wei, got up as well. She slowly propped herself up, her short hair covering her face. Bring me my bathrobe. What house did you throw it in last night? Lee Lockjaw hurriedly stood up. Mister, there are still a few spare ones. I'll get you a new one, said ran to the closet and opened it, choosing a warm yellow silk jacquard robe inside. Filling his hands, turned and walked to the bedroom. Mister, here. That's when He-Wei wrapped her short hair around the back of her head with one hand. With a delicate red face, she looked at Lee Lockjaw, still calling Mr. Lee Liaoju's heart secretly thought, that's not nonsense? Last night what also dry into? I do not call you Mr. He called what? Just kissed a few mouths. Touched it just. Lee locked to think up. Have to go back to a red ing. Or not be He-Wei gas. A critical moment to fall off the chain. Say what not to let the offense. At this time, He-Wei lifted the quilt in front of Lee Lockjaw and began to put on her pajamas. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly turned around. I'm sorry Mr. Oh, you can really fake it. I've been calling you stop for an hour and you act like you didn't hear me. What? Come to apologize now? Lee Lockjaw could only show weakness. I'm sorry, it's me who had a drug attack and had trouble controlling myself, so you punish me. Forget it. Knowing that both you and Hong-Ying were drugged, I would have shot you earlier. Forget it? Lee Lockjaw pretended to be in a state of hindsight as if he had been pardoned. Yes. My brain is fried and I don't remember anything that happened last night. Just know that I drank too much and slept through the night. It's very clear to hear. Meaning, it won't be told. Well, good. Nothing happened last night. Lee Lockjaw didn't expect it to be so painful and let out a long breath. I'll go get ready then. Looks like a false alarm and nothing happened. Lee locks up and slowly turns around and heads out the door. Wait, take the sheets and mattresses of this bed, including the mattress. Again, it's empty. Lee Lockjaw is still figuring out how to leave? The world is a big place. How can you just hang yourself on He-Wei? If you don't leave, you will be hanged by her. Chapter 94 Determined to go. The three didn't speak on the way. All the way back to the company. He-Wei said, continue organizing materials today. Lee Lockjaw sat in his office chair and stared out the window. The black leather office chair was specially fitted for him by He-Wei, and it was so comfortable to sit in that it made people drowsy. Lockdown brother, have a cup of coffee. Hong-Ying walked in with a cup of steaming Americano. She changed her coat from the black and gray color scheme, changed into a light pink suit, which set off a fairer complexion, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Thanks. Lee Lockjaw took the coffee and smelled a mellow aroma. Hong-Ying didn't leave right away, but stood there wanting to say something. Anything else? Lee Lockjaw looked up at her. Last night, Hong Ying's face instantly reddened. Was it last night just a shower, a song, dinner, and sleep? Nothing else happened, Li Lachu said lightly. Hong Ying bit her lip. But, Mr. He explained, go back to work. Li Lockjaw interrupted her. Watching Hong Ying leave in a state of loss, Li Lockjaw laughed in his heart. All these women, every one of them thinks they can keep him on a leash. Nice try. Starting now, it's time to make He Wei bored with herself. This was the toughest opponent since he had captured Lucky Value. Chen Bishi was okay, at least she could still be gentle. But this crazy woman, she wasn't reasonable. In the long run, for the sake of this Lucky Value, Li Lockjaw was getting depressed. When I think of last night, the arrow just won't let go. It's going to be a non-stop mess from the start. Tell her to be annoyed and let herself go. He took out his cell phone and sent Simone a message. Missed you. In less than a minute. Simeone replied. Greece. Li Lockjaw smiled back. Really? Dinner together tonight? Mr. Ho won't be angry? Simone was clearly testing. What does she care? Li Lockjaw said this on purpose. Sure enough, it wasn't long before He Wei appeared at his office door. She came back in a black professional outfit, her short hair sharply pinned behind her ear, her eyes cold. Playing on your cell phone during work hours? She said coldly. Li Lockjaw put his cell phone on the table. Mr. He, let me do something else. I can't do this. You have to do it even if you don't. He Wei rolled her eyes. It's exercising you. Mr. He, Li Lockjaw stood up and made up his mind. I thank you for your kind cultivation. However, I would like to resign with you. He Wei froze for a moment. What? I want a quiet life. Li locked up and leaned back in his chair. A quiet life? He Wei sneered. A life with who? Li Lockjaw shook his head. I'm destined to be alone in this life. What about Hong Ying? He Wei gritted her teeth. Li Lockjaw has been thinking about this for a long time. She can follow if she wants to. She doesn't have a name anyway. Li Lockjaw said indifferently. Scum! He Wei cursed angrily. Li Lockjaw just laughed and didn't say anything. He knew that the angrier He Wei got, the closer he was to freedom. You think I'll let you go? He Wei said coldly. Li Lockjaw stood up and walked to the window. Mr. He, you can't keep someone who doesn't want to stay. He Wei looked at his back and suddenly felt a pang of panic. The man, it seems, is really leaving. Try walking. She turned to leave. The sound of her heels extraordinarily harsh. Li Lockjaw looked at her back, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Simone. 7 o'clock in the evening, wait for you at the usual place. Then another one to Yujiko. I have a date tonight. I'll see you some other time. Finally, it was Chinbishi. Are you still used to it in S-City? 3 messages, 3 women, 3 attitudes. He knew that He Wei would definitely check his cell phone records. These messages are the traps he lays. Show her how much of a womanizer this man really is. Is a philandering man worth all the trouble she's going through? Just got back to my office. The office door was pushed open again and Hong Ying walked in with a file. Lockdown brother. This needs your signature. Her voice was soft as if she was pampered. Li Lockjaw took the paper, deliberately letting his fingers touch hers. It's not your job. Why do you keep running? Hong Ying's face reddened again. Anything else? He asked knowingly. Hong Ying shook his head, but didn't leave. The night, she stammered. I have a date for the evening. Li locks up and says directly. Hong Ying's face instantly changed. Turn your head and walk away. He knew that the words would reach He Wei's ears in less than 10 minutes. Sure enough, He Wei's call came in. Come to my office. Her voice was cold as ice. Li Lockjaw straightened his suit and walked slowly towards He Wei's office. Li Lockjaw pushed open the office door. He Wei was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window. The sunlight filtered through the glass, outlining her slender figure. Mr. He, Li Lockjaw stood at the door and spoke nonchalantly. He Wei didn't turn around, her fingers gently tapping on the window frame. You really want to go? Her voice was a little shaky, a far cry from her usual strong woman self. Li Lockjaw walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking at the valuable tea set on the coffee table. Why bother? He said softly. You have your career. I have my life. He Wei turned around violently, her eyes slightly red. Are you that eager to clear the air? Mr. He, I said I want to live a peaceful life. Look at last night. I was on tenterhooks even eating a meal. He Wei walked over with her hands in her pockets. You're blaming me for not giving it to you last night, aren't you? Li Lockjaw shook his head. I didn't force you. Not to mention you said you were afraid of pain. Then why? Why couldn't it have waited? Mr. He, don't look at me like that. What kind of cat I get? He Wei laughed miserably. Yes, Murney, you have got it all. You know how many males Murney is chasing can't even chase. Li locked up without saying a word. Everything was on the table. It's useless to talk too much. Suddenly, she turned around and walked quickly to Lee Lockjaw, looking at him condescendingly. In a small voice, "Give me some time. I can't get past this hurdle of your philandering." With a rare tenderness, she said, "I can't live without you." "Brotherly." Lee Lockjaw looked up at her, his gaze as calm as a pool of stagnant water. "You know our relationship is no longer just friends." He bit her lip. "Why don't you understand?" The sunlight shone on her face, and Lee Lockjaw saw tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. "Ha!" he sneered inwardly. "I'm nothing more than your tool. What's the difference between those bodyguards and Hong Ying? If you really had me in mind, the 500 would have been there a long time ago." So she enlightened her. "Forget it, you're so perfect. You won't accept a scum like me. Time will wash away everything, or try to separate." He Wei's fingers trembled slightly as she gripped his chair. "How can you say that?" Lee Lockjaw stood up, taking the opportunity to get out of her direct gaze, and straightened his suit. "Don't worry, Simone may be close to me, but I won't take it away. I'll leave alone. I'll soon forget everything that happened here," he said as he walked toward the door. "And if there's a breach of contract, do with it as you please." "Stop." He Wei's voice was tinged with anger. Lee locks up and stops, but doesn't turn around. "How much do you think you know?" He Wei sneered. "You think you really know me?" Lee Lockjaw turned around and looked at her body that was shaking slightly from anger. "I don't need to understand," he said lightly. "I just want to live simply." He Wei suddenly laughed, a little ruefully. "Simple? Do you think it's possible?" She walked over to her desk and picked up a file. "Look at this." She tossed the paper on the coffee table. Lee Lockjaw looked down. It was an equity transfer agreement. 2% of the shares. He Wei looked at him. "If you stay, it's yours, and you're good enough to enter the ranks of billionaires." Lee Lockjaw laughed. "Mr. He, are you bribing me? Make you instantly rich." He Wei said coldly. "Not good?" Lee Lockjaw shook his head. "I'm not interested in money. I'm destined to be immortal. What's the use of money? I want lucky value. You should at least exercise with me once. So what are you interested in?" He Wei suddenly raised her voice. "Simone? Or Yogi Ko? I'll give you Hong Ying too, okay?" Lee Lockjaw laughed in his heart as he watched her lose her composure. "Mr. He, you're really beautiful," he said suddenly. He Wei froze, a blush appearing on her face. "So you still want me?" Chapter 95, Turning Back Time. "So you're still thinking about my body?" Not waiting for Lee Lockjaw to explain, she continued. "It's not impossible, but I said I'd wait for the time." "But," Lee Lockwood continued, shaking his head, "beauty is too dangerous. The implication is clear, even if I wait. I don't care. Mr. Ho, a miss is a miss." After saying that, he turned around and left, ignoring He Wei's shouts behind him. In the hallway, Hong Ying was pretending to organize the gun in his arms, but his eyes kept following him. He Wei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the afterglow of the setting sun showering her face. The papers in her hands were crumpled, her knuckles white from the effort. The office was awfully quiet, with only a slight hum from the air conditioning vents. She looked at Lee Lockjaw's departing back, the figure fading into a blur, and tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. "Why?" she asked herself softly. The expensive tea set sat quietly on the coffee table, its glaze glowing warmly in the setting sun. This is a copy of a far-off official kiln piece from an old craftsman she specially hired from Saiwan Town. Suddenly, she turned and waved her hand. Bang! The sound of the tea set hitting the floor was particularly harsh in the empty office. Shards were flying everywhere, just like her broken heart at the moment. Hong Ying heard the noise and ran in, seeing the mess all over the floor, wanting to say something. "Get out," He Wei said coldly. Hong Ying gently brought the door closed, and the sound of footsteps faded away. He Wei crouched down and looked at the debris on the ground. A tear fell on the porcelain tile, haloing a watery stain. Lee Lockjaw walked out of the company's front door and took a deep breath of the evening air. Four bodyguards in black suits followed without moving. They were big. They walked with the wind. Their waists bulged slightly, and they were obviously carrying guys. The corner of Lee Lockjaw's mouth curled into a cold smile. These people, are they worthy of following themselves? He walked slowly, deliberately turning into a secluded alley. A few cardboard boxes were stacked in the alley and moss was crawling on the walls. The four bodyguards followed close behind, only to find that Lee Lockjaw was already standing in the middle of the alley, quietly waiting for them. The setting sun's rays slanted in from the alleyway entrance, lending a golden edge to his figure. "Mister," he said, "he can't let you leave," the bodyguard in the lead said, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Lee Lockjaw shook his head, his gaze as calm as water. "You guys, not qualified." Before the words left his mouth, his figure had already disappeared in place. Before the first bodyguard could react, he was hit hard in the back of the neck. His eyes instantly went slack and he fell like a puppet with broken strings. The second bodyguard had just pulled out his sidearm when a sharp pain came from his wrist. Click. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The remaining two tried to go back and forth, but were put down at the same time by a roundhouse kick from Lee Lockup. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and 4 well-trained bodyguards fell to the ground groaning. Lee Lockdown straightened his suit, patting away the non-existent dust from his cuffs. He took out his cell phone and sent Simone a message. I'm downstairs at your house. The night is drawing in and the streetlights are coming on one by one. Lee Lockjaw leaned against the sycamore tree by the side of the road and looked out the window of Simone's house. Half an hour passed with no reply. An hour had passed and there was still no reply. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated. It was a video call request from Hee-Wei. Lee Lockjaw looked at the time, 8:15 p.m. He clicked on the video and a scene appeared on the screen that took him by surprise. Simone was wearing a white lace-trimmed dress, leaning lazily in Hee-Wei's arms. Her long hair was cascading and her eyes were dodging, afraid to look into the camera. Hee-Wei, on the other hand, was dressed in a black customized suit and had her right arm around Simone's slender waist. Her eyes held the arrogance of a victor, and a sneer hung at the corners of her mouth. Right. I'm sorry, Lockdown. Simeone lowered her head, her voice trembling a little. I've always loved Vivi. Isn't it good to be gracious with me and still have Vivi? Lee Lockjaw looked at the scene and suddenly laughed. Turns out there's nothing to be done about it, and Hee-Wei has gone back to forcing her old flame Simone to talk herself out of it. The smile made Hee-Wei's expression stiffen. Lee Lockjaw said with a beaming smile, quite well. I wish you all happiness. I won't fight with you landlords. I'm a landlord anyway. Simeone didn't know what he meant. What's a doujinshi? Hee-Wei, however, appeared to know everything. She sneered. Now you know what you count for. Who would be on your side in this world without money? Lee Lockjaw nodded. Mr. You win. I wish you guys an early birth. Bye-bye. How dare you? Hee-Wei's voice rose steeply. Bye. Lee Lockjaw finished gently and hung up the video. He looked up at Simeone's apartment, where only one window was lit in the night. Lee Lockjaw's figure faded into the street corner. At that moment, Hee-Wei's message sent over. Consider Yuji-ku and Chen Bishi before making a decision. Lee locked his feet for a moment and looked at the message on his cell phone. Reply to Mr. Ho. I've always felt that we still have an ounce of respect for each other. You're not going to take it, are you? Hervé, so what if I am? No one can disobey me, except you? Lee Lockjaw gritted his teeth, and a system prompt was heard in his head. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to your grandma's leg. Lee Lockjaw was furious. This system is as sick as it gets. It's time to show up and not show up. As soon as they come out, they sing the opposite and drag their feet. Host, I just upgraded again. You having a baby has nothing to do with me. Host, this time it's different. I have the time rewind skill too. What? Lee Lockjaw nearly jumped up in excitement all of a sudden. He was aware of this time reversal. Come on, talk to me. You will see in the skill card that there is an additional time reversal skill card. Using 100 lucky values at a time, you can rewind to any previous point in time. Isn't this the legendary regret pill? Lee Lockjaw now regrets. Too able to pretend to be a good person. Last night did not he weigh a spoon braised? Quick, use one, and back up to after last night's drugging. Lee Lockjaw laughed fiercely. Tramp, I told you manly woman to pretend 13 with me. This time, I will conquer you completely. See if you still give me 500 lucky values. Hint, use a time reversal card. Lee locked his eyes for a moment, after which he found himself back in the darkened room. As soon as he returned his own hand, he felt a soft mass. Give me the gun, Mr. Ho. The words uttered moments later still lingered. You, next up, tell Hee-Wei to go see how Hong Ying is doing. Guard the doorway yourself. As a result, Hong Ying, in the darkness, pounced on Hee-Wei like a madman. He himself took the opportunity to rush back and pull them both into the bedroom. Darkness helped Hong Ying first. When he turned back and intended to move Hee-Wei, who was staring blankly at the side, she was dead set against it, ran out the door and peeked in. Lee Lockwood was also very much giving her face at the time, and always felt that he had to tell her to be willing in order to get that 500. That's why he went all out to heal Hong Ying's injuries. Not this time. Hey! Lee locks up in the darkness and returns to the two women. A pair of demonic palms reached out. In the darkness was heard the screams of the two women. Brother Lee, what are you doing? No, I'm angry. Brother Lockjaw. Brother Lee, you've gone too far. Brother Lockjaw. Brother Lee, I'm shooting. Chapter 96, 500 finally arrives. This side of the battlefield is a mess. The open-air swimming pool on the top floor of the East China Sea Dragon Palace reflected the cool moonlight. Flop. 2 pork trippers fell into the water. Lee Lockjaw was the first to peek out of the water and wipe his face clean. At the same time, pulling up Hee-Wei beside him. Hong Ying has been knocked out 4 times by you. Please spare me. He Wei's plump body trembled all over as she begged for mercy sadly. Lee locked up and waited for the system's alert 500 to the account. But the system hasn't been. He could only check in his own head. And sure enough, it was the same old total of 485 that hadn't arrived. Hated his teeth. We're like this. Why don't you move on? Ho Wei. Seriously. My medicine hasn't worn off yet. He Wei didn't dare to get angry with Li Lockjaw and was so angry that she cursed Xiao Liang. This little Liang. See if I don't get him killed? Even he dares to cheat me. He's gone rogue. Hey, get up. He Wei. Xiao Liang is doing this for your own good. So don't look for him afterward. You get out of here. 4AP. This way. Let's discuss it. You wait. I'll get you a few movie stars over. All of them are my lovers. He Wei's arms were pushing Li Lockjaw hard. The more you push, the more you get. Can't wait. Javi. Next time. In the moonlight, the pool turned up snow-white waves. Finally 2 hours later, a pair of white jade-like lotus root arms with a few hideous scars actively wrapped around Li Lockjaw's neck. The phrase brother pillar came out. Ding. Detecting that the host has finally captured He Wei's heart, gaining 500 lucky points. Li Lockjaw roared. The dragon whistles in the 9 heavens. Dry each other off. Back in bed. He Wei drifted off to sleep like a dead dog. Li Lockjaw used the divine healer skill to remove the medicinal properties for Hong Ying, and dressed her, but the submachine gun was not dared to be given to her. It's going to have to wait until she doesn't go crazy. Taking advantage of this idle phase, Li Lockjaw was continuing to plot with the system. Brother Unity. Although this 500 is in hand, He Wei won't let herself go easily, and if I'm stuck here, I'm afraid that I won't have a chance to get the subsequent one. 000 plus lucky values. Host Shen's farsightedness is greatly admired by this system. Ahem. Li locks up and leaves the bedroom, afraid that Hong Ying will wake up and see it. Let me get this straight. I'm going to turn back time one more time. If I return the intact body to Yi Wei and Hong Ying, will the 500 luck value return? No. I don't have time reversal here. Unless Chen Bishi's reverse suck luck skill, it only goes in and out. Good. I'm going to rewind this once more, so I don't owe Yi Wei anymore, and I hope she slowly forgets about me. After saying that, Li Lockjaw once again spent 100 lucky value in his mind to use the time reversal skill. There was a flash of white light and another familiar image. In the darkness, Li locks up and reaches back. Originally, it was a hand that grabbed He Wei's forehead, and this time it was very different. In the darkness, Li Lockjaw hurriedly retracted his hand. Mr. He, keep an eye on the door. I'm going to the toilet. Hervé? Tummy ache. I guess I ate something bad. He Wei spat angrily. Serves you right. Eat to death. Just like you've never eaten in your life. As Li Lockjaw marched on, he secretly pointed towards Hong Ying's body in a distant manner. Break! A divine healer skill was cast, disarming the medicinal properties in Hong Ying's body. Himself, he ran into the bathroom and pretended to stay there for a few minutes. Just heard of footsteps running. Who's in the bathroom? Come out. I need to use the restroom. Li Lockjaw smiled playfully and pressed the flush. The moment you open the door, Hong Ying didn't even look at him and rushed into the bathroom with her red face and head down. Li locks up with a bad smile and closes the door, letting out a long breath. It's all over. By now, the lights in the room were on. Hervé is on the phone verifying the situation. Her guards are on their way here. Mr. He, a false alarm. It's just a bad stomach. Look at Hong Ying too. It's not because I ate too much. Li Lockjaw spread out his hands, and starved himself to death, reaching out to grab the crabs in the food cart. Still eating? Like to go back to eat? Here's not a shirt anymore. He Wei gun has not yet left his hand. Approached and hurriedly opened Li locked hand. Look around nervously. Mr. He, come out to play. Relax. Didn't you say you were looking for a few movie stars? After saying this, Li Lockjaw felt wrong for a moment. Tramp. Not good. Continuous rewinding of time. A bit skewered. Seeing confusion. He Wei didn't say that in this scene. What? He Wei wrinkled her eyebrows. When did I say I was looking for them? Did you listen to Money's nonsense? Suddenly her gaze flickered. Li Lockjaw, you lied to me? With that she raised her gun to Li's locked head. Asterisk. No way. I'm only 985 lucky points. 15 points short of immortality. Don't shoot me. Li Lockjaw hurriedly used his extreme fighting stance and instantly shifted a meter across the room. After that, he quickly approached and ran behind He Wei. At this time, He Wei was in a black bikini with a silky feel, and Li Lockjaw encircled her from behind and wrapped his arms around her tall neck. One hand grabbed her gun-toting wrist, whispering softly in her ear. Mr. He, I'm just kidding. Are you going to shoot me? He Wei froze, not expecting this kid to be so fast in his stance. She pouted. Get off me. Did you look at that flash drive and you swore to God you didn't? Lee Locks. I'm just talking about a movie star. Why are you looking at the flash drive? Did those stars make a third-grade movie? Hiwei shook his body in a vain attempt to break away from him. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I never said anything about me and movie stars. Much less money. So how did you know? Lee Lockjaw was dumbfounded. Could that flash drive be a video of Hiwei with a movie star? Lee Lockjaw tried to envision it. A secret he was too curious about. Guanshan Reservoir. The convalescent center must be the old horse's surreptitious filming equipment. Secretly photographed Hiwei and the actress's scandalous state? But it's not so bad as being assassinated. Is it? Rumors of Hiwei and the actress are no secret. The big deal is that it's personal. It's not like you're going to kill someone to get rid of them. She likes girls, and it's known in the circle. Lee Lockjaw was reminiscing, but his hand hadn't spread out yet. Lee Lockjaw. In vain I treat you as a brother. But you lied to me. Hong Ying. Hiwei couldn't break free, so she called out to Hong Ying for help. Hong Ying had just lifted his pants, and his stomach was still tingling. I wonder what's going on in the room. As far as I can remember, it was at dinner, and all of a sudden I felt dizzy and hallucinated. It just feels like a love affair, full of flowers, couples and affection. Seeing that her body was hot and her limbs were weak, she wanted to have a big fight with the only male in the room. Lee Lockdown. Brother Lockjaw. It is said that you know martial arts. How about we spar? Then rolled halfway across the couch. Suddenly his body shook and he felt refreshed up and everything seemed to be back to normal. But suddenly my stomach turned upside down. It's like holding a balloon in your intestines and flopping around. After a few stinky farts, I couldn't take it anymore and went straight to the bathroom. Just as he finished, he heard Hiwei calling out to himself. She immediately ran out, as soon as she saw the light in the house. Stunned. What's the situation? Lee Lockjaw wants to hijack Hiwei? Hiwei is carrying a pistol and is being controlled by Lee Lockdown. Hong Ying immediately made a round of the house and saw that his submachine gun was placed on a couch to the side. Immediately, he did a ground roll and came close to the couch. In passing, he picked up the assault rifle on the couch and skillfully turned on the safety. The gun was aimed at Lee Lockdown. Lee locks up and lets go of Mr. He, or I'll shoot. Chapter 97. Lee Lockjaw is double killed. Hiwei took a look at Hong Ying and copied the gun. Her heart was a bit conflicted and she was in the middle of tearing herself apart. I didn't realize that my own pistol, with the bullet already loaded, had touched the trigger in a panic. Bang! There was a blue smoke, and both Hiwei and Lee Lockjaw were shocked. The gunshot is the signal. Loyal Hong Ying, without hesitation, was a pike at Lee Lockjaw. The bullets, which were fired at a very high rate of speed, hit dozens of them in an instant. In a flash of lightning, Lee Lockjaw had already predicted this outcome. He could have twisted his body and used Hiwei as a shield in front of himself. That way one is safe and sound. Hiwei would then be shot into a sieve by a rain of bullets coming at high speed. However, once he thought that Hiwei had already given her fong to him, and that he had all sorts of additions, he decided, twisting in the opposite direction, protecting Hiwei with his own body. His back ate the dozens of bullets hard. Pff. The sound of consecutive bullets entering flesh. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly cast the divine healer skill to protect the vital organs and blood vessels. Ah! Hong Ying, who told you to shoot? Hong Ying dropped her gun in horror and dug her hands deep into her hair. Tears flowed instantly. Brother Lockjaw. At that moment the memory was like a tidal wave. A hallucinatory image of himself and Lee Lockjaw tumbling loomed? Why do I have this image? How do I come up with something so shameful? Brother Lockjaw. She dropped her gun and ran over in a few steps. Although Lee Lockjaw had protected his heart and veins, dozens of bullets had embedded themselves in his body. He also turned pale, and blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Ahem! Slowly, his arm around Hiwei loosened. Hiwei's glasses stood up and she yelled, "Lock it! Don't leave me!" Tears instantly filled his eyes. Ding! Hiwei's love is detected again. The host gets lucky value plus 50. Now the limit is 1035. Congratulations to the host for living forever. Though immortal, not to the point of being adamantine. Lee Lockjaw was still pale and limp. No! Hiwei threw herself up to the sky in despair. Hong Ying, why did you kill him? I didn't realize that you were the biggest enemy beside me. I'll kill you. Hiwei, who had already lost her rationality, was nearly crazy. Actually, it's just crazy. She raised the pistol without hesitation and pointed it at Hong Ying's head, pulling the trigger continuously. Lee locks up right between them. Without even thinking about it, he rushed to meet Hiwei's gun and pounced on Hiwei. Hiwei had lost her mind. That is, she fell down, still pulling the trigger in her hand. All 9 large-caliber rounds went into Lee Lockwood's body. A couple of them even struck out. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Lee Lockju. Ahem! Red, ing, not, enemy. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled over and he collapsed. No, no, two hoarse hisses filled the room. Even the whole building knows about it. The dull sound of a gunshot called out to the bouncer at the door, who was also surprised. They didn't have a door card in hand and rushed to customer service. Because this is Hiwei's private room and customer service is not available, the bouncer could only pound on the door. Hiwei's eyes filled with tears as she yelled, "Hong Ying, call an ambulance." Hong Ying was so confused at this point that he forgot who he was. Just no stupidly cover Li Lockjaw's wound. Afraid that he will die from blood loss, Li Lockdown did pass out for a while, in a coma, and the system is chatting. Brother Unity, I have a plan. I didn't realize that your plan was perfect. Perfect. It hurts so much. One day, I'll blitz you and let you taste what is natural. The system ignored him. The plan to play dead is a good one, but I'm afraid they'll cremate you, and you don't have adamantium yet. Oops. Right. No way, I have to leave some last words. So, ahem. Li Lockjaw slowly opened his eyes and found himself collapsed in Hiwei's arms. It's like Hiwei is nursing her own child. Li locks up and smells the plump breasts. Ho! Don't talk, the doctor will be here soon. Hiwei's face was full of tears and her short hair was soaked. Hong Ying had opened the door and the bodyguard stood guard. Hong Ying had found a first aid kit and was giving Li Lockjaw a hemostatic injection and first aid medicine. Brother Lockjaw, you have to hold on. I'll back you up. Try catching a barrage of bullets? But this is no time for nonsense. Li locks up, pretending to have misty eyes. Dissipated the last vestiges of its divine splendor. Bury me in high mountains, above, to the sun. No, you can't die. Hiwei's hands were covered in Li Lockjaw's blood, and touched Li's locked cheeks vigorously. Li Lockwood had the last laugh. Mister, my head should look at the sunlight, not cremated. I'm afraid of being hot. After saying that, Li Lockjaw slowly closed his eyes. The divine healer skill was activated, shielding the heartbeat and breathing as the body slowly began to cool. Ah! Hiwei let out a miserable scream. Hong Ying slowly put down what he was holding. Hair is disheveled at this point. She slowly stood up and saw that the guns were put away by the bouncers. Just rushed to one of the nearest bodyguards. Give me your gun. I'm going down there with him. The bodyguard guarded his pistol and was horrified. Red Commander, calm down. The two of them are tearing it up there. Hiwei raised her head and ordered loudly. Hong Ying, I order you to stop and return to your post immediately. Hong Ying calmed down then. Here, bring me one of my coats and cover the lock. Hong Ying silently fetched one of Hiwei's suits. Open it and slowly cover Li's locked face. The two women had stopped crying. Start facing reality. 10 minutes or so later, doctors and paramedics ran in. Hiwei stood up and stood coldly to the side. The doctor shook his head at Hiwei after a careful examination. Hiwei nodded and waved. Carry away. Hong Ying still didn't believe it and went up to check it out again. Hong Ying, stop it. Go contact the hospital and arrange a separate room. Yes. Hong Ying could only give a silent assent. Hiwei turned around and walked into the room inside to change her clothes. Li Lockjaw was carried away. The bodyguard also went out to stand guard. The cleaning people rushed to clean up the scene. Li locks up and gets bagged. Wobbly was pulled away. Hiwei sent 4 bodyguards to keep guarding the perimeter. The hospital arranged a separate refrigerated room for Li Lockwood. Dig the groove. So cold. It didn't take long for Li Lockjaw to get so cold that his upper and lower teeth started fighting. Why don't you rewind it again? Li Lockjaw thought for a few seconds. Brother Unity, it's already cold, so don't say anything snide. Isn't this the best ending? I can move on to a new target. Yes, Hiwei is a capricious person. That USB flash drive must have a shocking secret. Otherwise she wouldn't have the heart to kill you. Li locks up in the morgue bag and pats his chest. Hey, thanks for getting 500 to me first. Otherwise she wouldn't have fallen in love with me. And for the sake of profit she would have killed even her closest friend. Hong Ying, it's for your own good, isn't it? You didn't see another 50 points gained at the last minute? Forget it, there's no point in having to wait for me to die to give it. It's for the best. Yes, now that you've grown old, you must look at the safety factor when choosing a target in the future. Brother Unity, I know, I won't do it next time. But there's no chance for this country. I'll probably reveal myself as soon as I show my head. Yes, don't you have 144 foreign language skills? You can unlock as many as you like. Until then, I'll figure out how to survive the time before I go to ground. It's too damn cold. Chapter 98, Sitting Behind Your Own Tombstone. Word travels fast. Mo Tranquility is shooting a perfume advertisement. When she heard the assistant's report, the crystal perfume bottle in her hand snapped and fell to the ground. She stumbled back 2 steps in a custom-made white lace Chanel dress and 10-centimeter heels. No way. How could he? Her voice was shaking. Yujiko was having dinner with a client when she learned the news. wearing a black cheongsam and elegantly carrying a red wine glass. The moment the news came over the phone, red wine spilled down the rim of the glass, staining the tablecloth. Who fired the shot? Her voice was cold as ice. Chen Bishi received the call at the yoga studio, and her body felt like it had been drained of its strength, paralyzed on the yoga mat. Wei told Simone the same day. Simeone was cool about it. Seems to know the answer, she said coldly. I knew that's how he'd end up following you around in a dead heat. Wei sighed. Everything was so sudden. It's all my fault for repeatedly rejecting him, but it's a good thing that he died. That's a complete relief. Simone had tears in her eyes. I'll go change his clothes. I can't just leave in rags. Wei lowered her head. I'll accompany you. Simone changed into a down jacket and came to the morgue with Wei. At this time, Li Lockjaw had a layer of frost on his face, frozen like a scallop, covered in silvery white. Simone kept crying, and Wei on the side held handkerchiefs in both hands, one for herself and one for Simone. Simeone removed her gloves and gently touched Li's locked face. It's like the first time the two were intimate in a tent on a mountain. Locked up. I hope there's an afterlife where you're my first love. I won't use you as a stand-in again. The two of them finished changing Li Lockjaw's clothes. A brand new handmade suit with a silk shirt. Li Lockjaw, who was lying there, was still cursing. You both know how to wear a duffel coat. Why don't you put one on me? 3 days later, the morning fog at the top of the mountain had not yet lifted. The mountain Wei bought had an excellent view, facing the rising sun. A black hearse traveled slowly as a newly rebuilt mountain highway wound its way up. Li Lockjaw lay in the cold coffin, listening to the sound of footsteps coming from outside. This damn weather. I'm going to freeze if I'm not buried, he complained in his heart. The host has to hold on. It's the last ride. The hearth is located on a platform halfway up the hill. Simeone stood in the front row, dressed in a black morning dress. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she had obviously been crying for a long time. Ku, on the other hand, was dressed in white and stood in the corner like a wandering spirit. Chen Bishi held a bouquet of white roses and stood silently behind the crowd. Tranquility didn't come. She was afraid that Wei, a madman, would make a move on her. Because Wei has started to block her domestic resources, she just drove and followed from a distance, memorizing the place where the grave was. What's the use of doing these flowery displays when the people are gone? But you, Li Lockdown, are the strongest man in this life? Wei, as the organizer, was dressed in a black suit and looked cold. Hong Ying stood behind her, her eyes vacant. Start, Wei said softly. The priest began to chant, and his solemn voice echoed through the mountains. Locked. Simeone suddenly spoke. I'm sorry. Ku sneered. What's the use of talking about this now? Who are you to talk? Simeone turned. Who abandoned him in the first place? Enough. Wei suddenly raised her voice. This is a farewell, not a jealousy fight. Chen Bishi walked forward and placed the white rose on the coffin. Master, have a good journey. No one saw that Chen Bishi walked behind the crowd with an expressionless face, looking coldly at Wei, her teeth clenched. Li Liaozhou in the coffin listening to straight want to laugh. Oneself live really failed. Died even a cry grave have not. One is so calm. The host has to hold back. It'll be over soon. Finally, it was time for the burial. 8 ceremonial officers dressed in black carried the coffin. The grave that Wei personally chose for Li Lockjaw was facing the east. That way, you'll be the first to see the sun every day, she whispered. The coffin slowly descended. Simone finally couldn't help herself and threw herself into Wei's arms and cried bitterly. Ku turned to leave, his back sullen. Chen Bishi knelt on the ground, weeping silently. Hong Ying stood aside, his clenched fists shaking slightly. Rest in peace. Wei's voice was soft. Here, this is your home. Dirt falls in shovelfuls. Li locked up, feeling the weight coming from above, and thought, it's finally over. What's next for the host? When they're gone, I'm getting the hell out of here. Where to? I've heard there's an island deep in the ocean with a lot of geisha and a nice view. The system was silent. The crowd of mourners gradually dispersed. Wei took one last look at the tombstone and turned to leave. As the sun set, only a fresh grave remained at the top of the hill. The tombstone is inscribed, where my heart is at rest, that is my home. Late at night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. An occasional hiss from a wild animal added to the thrill of the silent valley. LOL. Moonlight shines on the surface of the tombstone. It made the gangly face that was etched into the tombstone extraordinarily realistic. It's just like a real person in the world. The sarcophagus of natural alabaster behind him was moved a crack. Don't be in a hurry. Don't break the sarcophagus. I know, but I can't do it without pushing. It's suffocating, and I don't want to be here for a second. A ghastly white hand, in the moonlight, reached out from the crack, little by little, moved the lid of the coffin. It's a good thing it was a rich man who didn't use earth burials. Or I'd have to be a mole for half a day. What's a mole? Brother Unity, are you a blue star system? No. Lee Lockjaw had also been holding his tongue for days, so he wanted to tease the system. Finally, with a flip, the ghost jumped out of the sarcophagus, going back and closing the lid of the coffin, and checking around it again. It was almost as it was. Clap your hands. Done. Down the hill. Host, I've checked. It seems that women with lucky values are limited to the country only, and there are no subnumbers abroad yet. Lee locks up and stops in his tracks for a moment. Hesitantly, he said, anyway, get out of here first. After a while it won't work before I return to my country. I must skate around the world. Yes, but you need an identity first. Brother Unity, do you have any disguise cards there? No. Wow. Lee Lockjaw sat behind his own tombstone. That's a bit of a problem. There's no papers whatsoever. How am I supposed to leave the country? Smuggling? Lee Lockjaw was thinking that this place was highly similar to Blue Star. Would the world map be similar? The South can't go for the time being. There are too many people and demons. The West is poor and buried, and the North is at war, so we can only run east. I've thought of a great way to tell people not to recognize you. Lee locks up and gets excited all of a sudden. Tell me quickly. Brother Unity, what's the best way? Light a fire, burn your face, and then use your divine healing skills to heal yourself. I'm sure it won't return to its original state. Lee locks. You're really screwing me. That hurts. But it's worth a try. Chapter 99, Shinbishi pursues clues again. The moonlight was like water, spilling over the mountains. Lee Lockjaw sat behind the tombstone, looking at the lights of the city in the distance, deep in thought. This is the time when the assistance of the system is most needed. He looked over his system panel. Creative Unlimited card? He rubbed his chin. Brother Unity, does this skill come with whatever you want? Yes, but only for 24 hours. Lee Lockjaw's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. It's better to keep it. You can't just use this kind of life-saving skill. He stood up and patted the dust from his body. The night wind blew, bringing with it the rustling of the pine forest in the distance. One invincible fighting maniac is enough to get to the airport first. After saying that, he utilized his extreme fighting's lightweight body technique. Like a black shadow, weaving through the mountains. Under the moonlight, his figure appeared and disappeared. Over 3 hills and leaping over 2 streams, Lee's locked suit was already torn and tattered from the branches. I run like this, like a wild man. Do hosts want to take a break? No. I remember being a super lawyer. How can your mouth be stronger than a gun? Wait until you can see the light. Lee Lockjaw bristled and continued to run forward. The sky is gradually turning fishbelly white. Taiping International Airport has come into view. Lee locks up and hides in the jungle near the airport, watching the travelers come and go. He looked down at himself. His suit had become a rag, a living Tarzan of the apes. Going out like that is a sure way to get caught. Why don't you carry a snake bag? What do you mean? Pretending to be a vagrant. Instead, no one suspects. Lee Lockjaw brightened up. Right. He rummaged around in the jungle for a while and did find a discarded woven bag, cleaned himself up a little more raggedly and smeared some dirt on his face. That's always good, isn't it? Perfect. Just a standard bum. Lee Lockjaw strutted into the airport. Sure enough, people avoided him when they saw him. The guard frowned at him but didn't kick him out. Lee locks up and goes around the waiting hall. Tokyo, 9 in the morning. He looked at the flight information. That's it. When is the host going to use the stealth card? Wait for the ticket check. He found a corner and sat down and began to wait. People around them covered their noses and walked away. Lee Lockjaw laughed in his heart. This acting, the Oscars owe me a small gold medal. Host, are you sure you want to go to the island? What's wrong? The women over there, they all seem to be strange. Lee Lockjaw rolled his eyes. Brother Unity, what weird stuff are you reading online again? Sunlight pours in through the glass walls. Lee locked up and looked at the time, getting up and heading for the bathroom. It's time to go on. At this time, the airport surveillance room. A couple of security guards were keeping a close eye on the tall homeless man. The walkie-talkies were in uninterrupted communication. A 30-something was directing. He's gone to the bathroom on the right side of the terminal. Ask 9 to go in and watch him to make sure the passengers are safe. Who 9 copy? 9 is on its way. Less than a minute later, 2 young men dressed in black security uniforms approached the bathroom, paging to command center. No targets detected. What? Please repeat the content? Calling command center. This is 9. No target in sight. Open up all the surveillance and look for a homeless man with a bag on his back. At this time, Lee Lockjaw had already used a stealth card to walk to the security checkpoint. Brother Unity, is everything okay? Can this thing measure me? I don't know. You try. Lee locks. It's done and it's done. Wait a minute. What happened to the host? Are you scared? You can only have 30 points in it. Lee locked up and looked back in horror. The aroma was so familiar. I saw a man dressed in black pants, sunglasses, and waterfall-like vertical hair that swung back and forth with the rhythm of his walk. Bessie-chan? Host, be careful. She's still in the middle of her awakening. Stay away from her. It's over. She's right in front of me. Lee locked up dumbfounded. At this moment, Chan Bishi, with a bloodless face, was wearing wide sunglasses. I don't know who I'm looking at. Unity, is she able to see me? Brother Unity, do you also sell counterfeit products? I'm going to call 315 to complain. At this moment, Chen Bishi pulled her suitcase and put it on the security check channel. Lee locks up right beside her and lets out a long breath. Luckily, she didn't see me, so Lee locked up and followed her through the security lane. Luckily, no alarms were triggered. Chen Bishi remained expressionless as she pulled her suitcase and walked her modeling steps towards the guide entrance. She's going to the island too? Lee locked up and followed her suspiciously. Said to let away, Lee Lockjaw where to give up. This is not destiny? The plane traveled smoothly through the clouds. Lee Lockjaw stood on the space in the back row of Chen Bishi, smelling the faint scent of her hair if anything, watching Chen Bishi flipping through her cell phone. Looking at it, the heart kind of swings. Turns out this girl was looking at all the pictures and videos with herself. Isn't that what she's been doing all this time she's been out and about? Lee Lockjaw cocked his head to follow along as he browsed. The first one is at the gym, where Lee locks up and eats the buffet like a hungry wolf. Chen Bishi pfft, laughing a little, she wiped her nose, probably crying. Then it's Li Liuju who's fighting with Mr. Han in poetry. Duke Han is holding a large group of flowers, and Lee Lockjaw is only showing his head. Chen Bishi stretched out her white jade-like fingertips and tapped Lee Lockjaw's face a few times. After that it was a video of Lee locking up and working seriously in the company. There were also heated discussions with Wei Jinchang working on the plan. Also, the pots of greenery. Chen Bishi looked at it, picked up her cell phone and held it tightly to her chest, letting out a long breath. Master, your spirit in heaven blesses me to avenge you. The host reminds you that the stealth card has 5 minutes left. Lee Lockjaw's eyes were already moist. Why? What about when I'm alive and not like this? Do you have to be dead for you to know to stay? Brother Unity, she keeps saying that she will avenge me. Referring to He-Wei, could it be that she knows the clues to He-Wei's secret? 3 minutes to go. Lee Lockjaw gritted his teeth. Following a somewhat epileptic system was really impossible to communicate with. I am not able to expend any more stealth cards. I have to save them. He got up quickly and headed for the restroom at the rear of the cabin. The stewardess pushed her food cart past him without even noticing. Lee Lockjaw also slipped in a boxed lunch. After entering the restroom, he unlocked the door. Just wait here for the manifestation. With that said, he opened his boxed lunch and began to eat. Well, it's good. Or abalone fried rice. Lee Lockjaw hasn't eaten since he pretended to be dead. And anyway, if he doesn't eat, he doesn't have to pull it, which saves him a lot of trouble. Eating in 3 tries, he threw his lunchbox into a side trash can. Outside, by this time, there were already complaints from the passengers. And there was a violent knock on the door. What's taking so long? Stewardess, can you see if it's broken? The stewardess didn't know who was in there either. All that could be done was to knock politely on the door. How are you, sir? Lee Lockjaw didn't dare to make a sound. Chen Bishi also got up and came to the restroom door. She stood there, seemingly sensing something. Lee held his breath, his eyesight shining through, the crowd staring clearly at her every move. Afraid she'll notice. After a while, Chen Bishi turned around and left. Host, I can't see through her a bit. Regardless of all that, I'm going to follow her and find out what He-Wei's secret is first. Then I'm going to secretly protect her. Lee Lockjaw wiped his cold sweat. Finally, the plane began to descend. Lee Lockjaw used the last stealth card and followed Chen Bishi off the plane. There was still endless bickering in the background, and apologies from the flight attendants. There were also a couple of people who had peed in their pants and were changing them on the sidelines. Narita Airport. People come and go. Chen Bishi held a note in her hand that read, Beichuan County Shanzhua Village, Quartz Haonan. Where is this going? Lee Lockjaw curiously moved closer. Chen Bishi suddenly stopped, as if she had heard it, and whispered, Master, you must bless me, find He-Wei's secret, and avenge you. Lee Lockjaw's heart was shaken. What's with all the inches? The two of them are like they're having a conversation? Host, the stealth card is almost out of time. I know, but this isn't easy. He hurriedly ducked into a nearby restroom. Lee locked and latched the door and waited to manifest. Looks like an interesting trip to Japan. Chapter 100, Coming to the Island. Under a riverbank near Narita Airport, Lee Lockju huddled in a shadowy bridge hole. The cherry blossoms in April were in full bloom, but they made the place even more desolate. He spread the cardboard boxes he'd picked up from the airport trash cans on the floor and leaned against the damp wall. Brother Unity, What secret do you think Shinbishi and Hiwei have? It's not clear. It's probably related to that flash drive. The river flowed with a great deal of gusto, and the occasional cruise ship passed by, bringing with it the sound of laughter. Suddenly, two ragged old men approached. Kokoro is my place. Hey, this is our place. The system had randomly rewarded him with a small country's indigenous language in the first place, and he was so angry that he wanted to return it. The system had no choice but to purposely add the island language for him. Li Lockjaw sneered at the two dwarfs, striding on his roped legs and waving his wooden stick, whispering, "Baka, you guys are dead la 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 land, okay?" After that he slowly stood up. The stand was as tall as the two people across the street stacked on top of each other. The two old things were dumbfounded for a moment and stopped pretending. The stick in his hand immediately became a guide stick. "Sorry, we're on our way." Li Lockjaw's eyes went cold. "It's a little late now. Sahav which la." The left foot stomped in place and the legs rose into the air. Snap, pop. Two old things flew backwards like bowling pins. "Ha ha, Yassi." Without uttering a word, the two beggars rolled and fled. By now, the sun was setting and the riverbank was becoming less crowded. Li locks up and sits down again. Suddenly, a drunken song came. "This place is quite sought after." Li Lockjaw looked around in search of the sound. Upward, look up at the sky. A middle-aged man in a designer suit staggered in, with a bottle in his hand. His tie was loose and he had his briefcase slung over his shoulder. Bang! The middle-aged man fell head over heels in front of Li Lockjaw. "Isn't this a delivery?" Li Lockjaw hurriedly dragged the man into the bridge hole. Flipping through the wallet, "Ming Bojian, 38 years old, minister of a trading company. Borrow your identity." He nimbly stripped the other man and hid him behind the cardboard box again, changed into his suit and straightened his appearance. "It's good to be lucky now and think what you want. Now that's more like it. Host, are you sure you want to go to that village?" "Of course. I'd like to see what Shinbishi plans to look for when she goes there. The night is falling and the moon is shining like water." Li Lockjaw moved his muscles and activated his light energy. "I'm here. Yamasa Village, Kitagawa Prefecture." His figure was like a leaf, lightly skimming the treetops. The scenery along the way flew by before his eyes. The cherry blossoms are flying and the moonlight is hazy. Follow the navigation given by the system. It only took Li Lockwood an hour to get to that place. It's a small fishing village by the sea. Looking around, Li locks up and jumps off the roof. Clap your hands and body. The beach is just clean and surprisingly free of dust. Li locks up and puts on the original owner's glasses. "Ha, that's got to be 1,000 degrees, right?" Luckily, he had the system on his side and didn't care about that degree. Pulls out a mask and puts it on his face. Approach a nearby fast food restaurant that is open 24 hours a day. Bought a portion of Kanto with the original owner's money. While eating, I chatted with the shopkeeper, a young man in his 20s. The island language gifted by the system is a bit ancient, and the shopkeeper shakes his head when he hears it. Li Lockjaw served the Kanto and sat in the window seat. "This village, it seems quiet," he said in a broken tone, deliberately hunching over. The clerk was wiping down the counter and didn't look up. "Yeah, it's all old people here. Young people are going to the big city, right?" Li Lockjaw muttered as he picked up a piece of fishball. The clerk looked up at him. "What do you do, uncle?" "Trading company, coming over here to inspect the fishing industry." Li Lockjaw pushed up his thick glasses. "Oh, then you're looking in the wrong place. The fishing industry here has been in decline for a long time." The clerk shook his head. Li Lockjaw sighed deliberately. "Is that so? What about Mr. Quartz Haonan? I heard he's here." The clerk's movement stopped abruptly. "You're looking for him?" "I heard he's in the seafood business." Li Lockjaw pretended to be careless. "Never heard of the man." The clerk continued to wipe down the counter, her tone noticeably colder. Li Lockjaw stroked his bushy beard and thought to himself that this kid must know something. "Can I sit here a little longer? I'm too tired after a long day in the car." The clerk shrugged. "Whatever. I'm open all night anyway." Li Lockjaw buried his face in the bowl and pretended to eat. In fact, he's watching the clerk's every move. This kid was obviously a bit nervous when he mentioned Quartz Haonan just now. "Host, be careful. This village is not simple." Li locked up and yawned, slumping on the table. "I'll pretend to be asleep for a while and see what I can glean." The clerk turned on the radio and played a late-night program. Airwave music echoed through the empty store. Li Lockjaw was really a bit sleepy. After all, he had been running around continuously for a day. In a haze, he heard a reminder from the system. "Host, Shinbishi is here." Li Lockjaw woke up with a start, but didn't dare to look up. The sound of high heels came from far away. A familiar scent wafted in. "Excuse me, do you know Quartz Haonan?" Shinbishi's voice rang out. The clerk's tone suddenly became respectful. "Miss, are you here to pay your respects?" "No, I'm just looking for someone." Chen Bishi shook her head. The clerk's eyes flickered for a moment, glancing at Li Lockjaw, who was slumped on the table. Mr. Quartz does live here. I can introduce you. The clerk smiled and said, please wait. He went behind the counter and picked up the phone. Li locked his ears. Boss, there's a woman who came to pay her respects. Yes, very pretty. Okay, I understand. The clerk hung up and brought a cup of hot tea. Miss, please have some tea. Chen Bishi smiled politely, but did not move the cup of tea. The clerk looked in his eyes and smiled. Where is the lady from? Listening to the accent is from the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Bishi nodded. Yes, how much longer? The clerk looked at the quartz clock on the wall. Coming right up. Chen Bishi was a bit alert, looking at the house and the big man lying there sleeping, mentally relieved. Owners will have to do it on their own this time, because she can't trust anyone. With his black belt level, he had some guts to come here alone, but now there is some regret. This hellhole is so scary, Li Lockjaw said in his heart. Not good. There is a possibility that something is going to happen. Sure enough, that's when the roar of a motorcycle sounded outside. This was followed by the glare of headlights mapping the glass. The door was then opened and 4 lanky figures walked in. The man at the head of the group, with a full face, meets the clerk's eyes first. The clerk nodded. He immediately turned around, his eyes staring straight at Chen Bishi. This young lady is looking for Quartz Honan? Chen Bishi stood up and took a step back. I'm sorry, I have the wrong person. You've come all this way. Why don't you come with us? The 4 men surrounded them. Chen Bishi turned to leave, but was stopped. What are you doing? Chen Bishi pulled out the anti-wolf spray from her pocket. What for? What can a flower girl do? Stay back, said Chen Bishi pressing the spray button. Bear. A white mist was followed by the sardonic laughter of 4 men. How nice of you to spray us with perfume. Bang. At that moment, Li Lockjaw suddenly stormed up and kicked the nearest man in the knee. A crisp bone crack sounded. Ah! The man screamed and fell to the ground. Before the other 3 could react, Li Lockjaw had already bullied his way up like a ghost. Click. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. There were 3 crunching sounds and all 3 fell to the ground at the same time. The clerk was scared and tried to run, but was grabbed by Li Lockdown. Go inside and talk. He dragged the clerk into the back room and locked the door behind him. Where's Quartz Honan? The clerk gritted her teeth. I don't know. Ka. A finger was broken. Li Lockjaw didn't have time for nonsense, and struck hard, intending to break his fingers one by one. Still, I really don't know. Ka. Another one. The clerk was in cold sweat from the pain. I say, Quartz Honam is the former boss of the Ishiguchi group, now retired. Li Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. Who's in charge now? Quartz Nobuko. His daughter. Female? Yeah, 28 years old. Born lame, but exceptionally ruthless. The clerk shuddered. Li looked up thoughtfully. Go on. She has been learning martial arts from her father since she was a child, and is said to have practiced some kind of evil kung fu. Chapter 101, Saving Chen Bishi. Li looked up and when he walked out, he saw that Chen Bishi hadn't left yet. Thinking to myself, this girl has a lot of nerve. 4 fallen hulks on the ground, and she still dared to stand here. Are you still not leaving? Li Lockjaw reminded Chen Bishi in island language with his mask on. But, Chen Bishi stomped her feet in place with a reluctant heart. I must find Quartz Honan, or I've come for nothing. Li Lockjaw pretended to be surprised. Oh, you're looking for him too? Were you also abducted? Li Lockjaw was in a hurry. Oh, I'm the Dongling district attorney, Ning Bojian. This old guy is suspected of human trafficking. This is what Li Lockjaw made up off the top of his head and also guessed by combining the words of that shopkeeper and a few bandits. Oh, I'm not. I'm just asking him something about the past. Chen Bishi was relieved to hear that Li Liaozhu was a prosecutor. But this prosecutor is so special, dressed like a beggar. His body was as stinky as if he had fallen into a dung tank. Chen Bishi subconsciously covered her nose, also took the mask out of his bag and put it on his face. Oh, I have to go. It's very dangerous here. It's gangster territory. You should at least go back to Ishikawa County to be safe, Li Lockjaw said while crouching on the ground. Search them one by one like that. 4 wallets were recovered and then the cash register of the fast food restaurant was ransacked. Oh, it's all the evidence of their crimes. I'm taking it back. 4 wallets, and hundreds of thousands of island dollars. Should be easy enough to find a place to stay. Li Lockjaw walked to the door and saw that Chen Bishi was still dumbfounded. So turning back, you should at least protect yourself before you talk about things. Get the hell out of here and come back later when you can, said flung down his head and commanded in the tone of the local official. They'll catch up soon. Chen Bishi followed him out suspiciously. Li Liaozhu took a look at this wilderness. Not even a rental. A glance at the 2 motorcycles around them. So from one of the purses, the keys were lassoed. Find the car. There are helmets on the car. He took down one and handed it to Chenbishi. Let's go. I'll drag you back to the county before we talk. Now that this was the case, Chenbishi could only leave here first. She took the helmet and saw that Lee Lockdown was already riding on the motorcycle with his legs crossed. What are you still looking at? Hurry up. Lee Lockjaw was like an island bailiff, saying one thing but not another. What's so mean? Dirty. Chenbishi didn't believe for a second that he was some kind of prosecutor. Island prosecutors are all suits and clean. But this uncle, with his pudgy hair and no clean parts of his body, was still reeking with a foul odor. She clutched her helmet, still hesitating. That's when the clerk came rushing out with her hands covered. Stand still. ACI bar. Lee Lockjaw came up with a stick language in a hurry, which the system had just unlocked for him. In order to tell him to act like it, he put down his motorcycle and hurried to meet the clerk. Lift your leg and kick the kid in the face. The kid did a backward roll and fell to the ground. Lee Lockdown clapped his hands. Baka. Chenbishi never dared to get into his car again. Lee Lockjaw rode in the car and saw Chenbishi wearing tight jeans and a pair of white traveling shoes, running forward at a fast pace. This tiger, what a way to die. At this time, a car drove up to meet Chenbishi, a pair of headlights illuminating Chenbishi's delicate silhouette. Chenbishi hurriedly waved for a ride. Lee Lockjaw squinted. He had excellent eyesight. Watching from a distance in the car was a group of small youths, carrying knives and sticks. No good. It's an accomplice of these boys. Lee locks up and kicks the motorcycle hard, hurriedly shifting gears to catch up. From a distance, he saw the other party open the car door and pull Chenbishi into the car. Then came Chenbishi's plea for help. Lee Lockjaw was anxious. System, you should upgrade. What era is it? Still call me fighting? Should give me submachine gun, grenade, RPG. There's no time to fight. Lee locks in a violent sideways turn, his body almost close to the ground. The motorcycle slid violently into the black sedan with a trail of sparks. His actions were quick and decisive, and the moment the motorcycle hit the car with a loud metallic clash, the motorcycle got stuck under the front end, making it impossible for the car to move on. Lee Lockjaw rolled from the ground several times in a row, nimbly rose up in the air and landed beside the car. The car door was kicked open and several young men armed with sticks jumped out of the car and charged at him. Come on! Lee Lockjaw bellowed, his fists meeting the nearest one like lightning. Bang! 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 His fist struck his opponent's vitals with unerring accuracy, and he fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Another youth wielding a club rushed up. Lee Lockjaw dodged sideways, grabbed the end of the club, twisted it violently, snatched the club over, and backhanded it, hitting the other youth's leg and knee, and a crisp fracture was heard. You're not enough, Lee Lockjaw growled, his stick dancing with the wind whistling, each blow landing heavily on his opponent until the last of his opponents fell to the ground in agony as well. At this time, Chenbishi struggled to run out from the car, her face pale, looking at Lee Lockjaw, her eyes full of incredulity. Are you really a prosecutor? Her voice trembled. Now is not the time to discuss this. Lee Lockjaw took Chenbishi's hand. We have to hurry and get out of here. They returned to the fast food restaurant and switched to the other motorcycle, Lee locking and starting the engine. Get up here. Chenbishi hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat in his back seat. The motorcycle roared and sped on. Hold me tight, Lee shouted in lockstep. Chenbishi instinctively hugged him tightly. Despite her inner conflict, she loathed the pudgy, foul-smelling man, but had to admit that he did save her life twice. Who the hell are you? Chenbishi's voice trembled in the wind. Lee locks up an ordinary prosecutor. Chenbishi shouted in the wind. You're lying. You're so skilled that you look like a killer. Shouldn't an ordinary prosecutor be this skilled? Lee Lockjaw smiled. Maybe I'm just an exception. Now I just want to save a beautiful girl. You don't even know the occasion when you strike up a conversation? Chenbishi's voice carried a hint of anger. Isn't life just a big adventure? If I tell you everything, what's the point? There was a hint of teasing in Lee Lockjaw's voice. Chenbishi was silent. She didn't know how to respond. Perhaps having just escaped the clutches of the thugs, he fell into the hands of the hoodlums. The wind started to get cold as I drove. She felt the solidity and warmth of Lee's locked back, and it made her feel a touch of security in this strange land. Where are we going? She finally asked. Go back to the county first. It's safer there, Lee Lockjaw replied. In the night, the motorcycle weaved through the empty road, and the two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 102, A Good Man and a Good Woman. The night wind whistled as Chenbishi lay on the back of this strange man. She always felt that there was something familiar about this back. Tall, upright, broad-shouldered, just like that guy. But the man in front of him, with his thick glasses, full beard, and unpleasant odor. It can't be him. Chenbishi shook her head. I watched him being buried with my own eyes. At this very moment, in a distant country, in Hiwei's villa. Hiwei, dressed in a long black velvet dress, was drinking alone to the moonlight. She only wore dresses in front of a few people. Simeone, dressed in white casual clothes, sat across from her. You drink less. Simeone reached for the bottle. Hiwei dodged. Let me drink. You've been drinking all day. It's hard on my heart. Hiwei's eyes were red. He was still taking bullets for me before he died. Simeone was wiping tears from her eyes as well. Who would have thought it would be like this? I've never trusted him. Hiwei's voice choked. Obviously I like it in my heart, but I always dared not take the last step. These words called Simone even more difficult. Hey, I can see that he also like your, or else would not resign to go to your place. Hiwei took another big gulp of wine. Mani, is this the third sister's retribution against me? As soon as this name was mentioned, Simone quickly raised her hand to stop her. You can't mention this. Beware of ears on the wall. Humph. Hiwei sneered, stood up, strolled in front of the window and looked up at the moonlight, her short hair hanging behind her head like brocade. I hope she doesn't hate me again in heaven. Hey, it's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore. Simeone walked over and stood alongside her. No. Hiwei shook her head violently. I felt an eye staring at me, so I suspected Li Lockjaw. He appeared too suddenly. I feel like he's approaching me on purpose. Did you think the third sister was still alive? Simone shuddered. Don't scare me. Hiwei turned around and gently wrapped her arms around Simone. Don't be afraid. Things are all my doing. You won't be implicated. Simeone didn't say anything, just looked down and wiped her tears. It could be. I felt deja vu when Han fell off the cliff. It must be her revenge. No, it won't. Hiwei's tears slid down. I'm the one who wronged third sister. If she retaliated, she should have retaliated against me. Simone said softly. Don't think too much about it. Didn't you go looking for it later? She shouldn't be around anymore. Looking for what? Hiwei smiled bitterly. That was more than 10 years ago. Where are the bones left? But, stop it. Hiwei interrupted her. Leave me alone. Simeone could only look at her silently. Under the moonlight, Hiwei's side face carried an indescribable sadness. By the way, is it true about the flash drive? Hiwei shook her head. Can't be sure. It's all because of that Dashasha. I have a brand for her endorsement. She had to run to Guanshan Reservoir for his father's birthday. I had to go. I didn't expect the fish in the reservoir to be particularly delicious. I drank too much. Remembered that when I was a child, my third sister also liked to eat fish. And then I just blurted out a sentence. That Dashasha all of a sudden began to ask questions. I realized this. A moment to sober up. And then didn't Dashasha die in a car accident on her way back? Simone shivered to herself as she said it. Hiwei nodded. Yeah, I thought that was the end of it. Who knew that later on? Your old horse installed surveillance privately. Simone comforted her. Things have come to this. We can only take one step at a time. Besides, Grandpa must be gone. So what can anyone do to you? Hiwei poured another mouthful of wine, and the two of them looked at the moonlight together in silence. In the meantime, Li Liaozhu and Chen Bishi finally arrived at the county town. They stopped in front of a traditional hot spring inn. Right here. Li locked up and drove the motorcycle right up to the door. Chen Bishi nodded and slowly got out of the car. She was too tired to speak. The innkeeper was a kindly old woman wearing a striped patterned kimono. Open 2 rooms. Despite Li Lockjaw's coarse language and roguish appearance, the old lady also bowed politely and went to give the arrangement. Excuse me, how many houses? Li Lockjaw didn't even think about it. 2 rooms, next to each other. Such housing are not soundproof. If something happens on Chen Bishi's side, Li Lockju will be the first to know and rush to support. After opening the room, Li Liaozhu took out a stack of money and handed it to the old lady. Anyone asks, just tell them they're a couple. Chen Bishi listened on the sidelines, lowered her head and hurried away. Li Lockjaw glanced at her back, turned his head and nodded with the old lady, and exited the inn. He's going to hide the motorcycle. After doing this, go back to your room. Start the shower. Wow, so cozy. There's a hot spring here. Li Lockjaw hadn't been this comfortable in a long time. At this time, through the partition, he could see Chen Bishi also soaking in the water and enjoying it with her eyes closed. Li Lockjaw withdrew his nasty gaze. This woman has a lot of guts. Brother Unity, has she awakened? I don't think so. If you awaken, you'll be the first to recognize you. So be careful. Well, I'll just persuade her to go back. And I'll check on that quartz honen next. In no time at all Li Lockjaw fell asleep in the misty hot springs. But it didn't take long. Bang bang. Li Lockjaw woke up immediately. Looking through the door, Chen Bishi stood in front of his door in a short shirt and shorts. He got dressed right away. Don't forget the disguise. The system reminded him. Li Lockjaw hurriedly put on his glasses and mask. Go over and open the door. Oh, it's you? What is it? Li Lockjaw still had to put on that cold prosecutor image. May I come in? Come in. Li Lockjaw dodged out of the way. Chen Bishi was tall and could only walk in somewhat low. The two sat facing each other on the floor. What is it? Li Lockjaw poured a glass of water and drank it himself. I want to ask you to take me to see Quartz Haonan. Chen Bishi purposely lowered her head when she said that. Why? Li locked down and pressed his voice. You're in danger here. You'd better go back. Chen Bishop, no. I came to know one thing that won't do him any harm. That he won't be able to do to me? Li Lockjaw let out a cold laugh. That kid is not a kind man. Do you think you're doing business? Why don't you tell me and I'll look into it for you. And I'll let you know afterward. Li Lockjaw sneaked a look at Chen Bishi as he said that. Chen Bishi wasn't busy replying. Looking down with some hesitation, Li Lockjaw hurriedly said, forget it, if you don't believe me, I don't care to meddle. You go back. I'm going to rest. Chen Bishi stood up helplessly. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but I'd still like to say thank you. Get some rest and talk tomorrow. Li Lockjaw waved his hand. Chen Bishi stood still and hesitated for a moment. It's not that I can't say it. I'm just afraid that it will affect you. Li Lockwood waved his hand and turned to walk into his room. Then don't talk about it. I'm not writing that paycheck. Closing the door, he finally let out a long breath. Host, why don't you ask next? Lust for a fight. What other concerns does she have? Did she recognize you? I don't think so. Li Lockjaw stroked his bushy beard. I wouldn't even recognize myself with this look. It could be that she knows something heavenly. It should be He Wei and Simone's secret. Li Lockjaw lay down on the tatami mat and looked up at the ceiling. If Chen Bishi really knows any secrets, then she's in danger. He Wei will definitely finish her off. He Wei, what are you hiding? He closed his eyes, and He Wei's face came to mind. That strong and vulnerable woman. However, she was the most sensational woman she had ever slept with. A tomboy is different. I hope you don't do the unforgivable. It was late at night and the hotel was getting quiet. Only the sound of the waves in the distance told the story of a sleepless night. Chapter 103, Impossible to Stay. The morning light is bright and the breeze is gentle. Li Lockjaw stood on the porch of the hotel, looking at the funnel mountain in the distance. Last night's hot springs had completely relaxed him, and along with it, the strange odor had disappeared. He changed into the shirt and suit pants he'd shunted from Akabano Sword, which were a little tight, but better than a tattered getup. The door to Chen Bishi's room opened with a click. She was wearing a white cotton t-shirt with light blue jeans underneath, her long hair tied casually into a ponytail, refreshingly lazy. Morning. Li Lockjaw nodded. Chen Bishi let out a soft hum and walked over to the railing, taking a deep breath of the morning air. How's that for consideration? Li Lockwood asked. What? The return. Chen Bishi shook her head. Not back. It's dangerous here. I know. Li Lockjaw sighed in his heart as he looked at her linear and soft-side face. So what are you going to do? Let's find a place to stay first. Chen Bishi turned around. Think of it as traveling. The sunlight spilled over the tips of her hair, refracting a faint halo of light. Li Lockjaw couldn't help but think of He Wei. They both had this kind of stubborn character. I'll walk you to the house. Why? It's not peaceful here, and I don't feel comfortable with you alone. Chen Bishi sized him up. Are you really a prosecutor? Not like that? So unlikable. She laughed. Prosecutors don't come as sloppy as you. After saying that, Chen Bishi felt a bit rude. After all, he had saved himself. Oh, it's not that. I get the feeling you're not from the island. The accent is a bit raw. Li Lockjaw hurriedly dumped the system's settings. You're good. You can see that? That's true. I've traveled the world. Li locks up and smiles. Then name the judgment and I'll hear how good you are. You seem to be from Goryeo. Li Lockjaw pushed up his glasses and didn't retort. You're such an old fart. Brother Unity. I suspect you used to be a modified version of the Secret Service system. Well, my father is from Goryeo, so I accent sometimes. Li locks up and makes a gesture. Hey, that's why he was delegated out to do investigative missions. Put. Chen Bishi covered her mouth and was happy. You are quite similar to a friend of mine, said the man, lowering his head and covering his nose. It's just a shame he's not around anymore. Of course Li Lockjaw knew who she was talking about and could only pretend to comfort her. Everyone has that day. It's just a matter of whether it comes first or late. It's all the same in the end. So think about it. After saying that, he turned around sprightly. Let's go. Have something to eat first, and then I'll accompany you to look for a house. Host, watch your habits when eating. Don't expose yourself. Brother Unity, thank you for reminding me. But what habits I have I forgot. Eating is like revenge. Li Locks. The two of them had breakfast. Li Lockju was svelte the whole time. Mr. Ming, I didn't expect you to eat so elegantly. Chen Bishi ate and bit into her sandwich, her head looking at Li Lockju who had removed his mask. Too similar. If not for the fact that he eats like a big girl, Chen Bishi suspected that Li Lockju was not dead, and he's surprisingly left-handed. Host, I gave you a good setup, didn't I? To dispel Chen Bishi's doubts, Lee Lockjaw gave the system a nod in his head. Host, I could have added more finishing touches, like getting a scar on my face or something. Lee Locks, you just want to disfigure me, don't you? Unity, you take a break and better go think about upgrading. After dinner, they traveled through the alleys of the county. It was a typical small seaside town with neat streets and low houses. The occasional student on a bicycle passes by with a crisp bell. That side seems to be for rent. Chen Bishi pointed to a house with a yard. The house is small but exquisite. There are a few cherry trees planted in the yard, which are past their bloom time but green and leafy. The landlord is an old woman in a plain kimono who speaks softly. There was a noticeable hesitation when he saw Lee Lockjaw's costume, but when Lee Lockjaw took out a stack of bills, her attitude immediately warmed up. Yes, then I'll rent it to you. The two followed her to the house. Lee locks up and takes a look at it, and it's a really good fit. 2 bedrooms, not big but adequate, own kitchen and bathroom. The two of them went into their separate rooms and briefly set them up before walking out together. Go buy some necessities, Lee Lockjaw suggested. When I checked with the old lady, there was a supermarket in the neighborhood, not far out the door. I saw a supermarket with a red sign. Right here, Lee Lockjaw pointed. Not many people in the supermarket. Chen Bishi pushed the shopping cart and put something in it every now and then. Why do you always wear a mask? She asked suddenly. Get used to it. Liar. Chen Bishi stopped walking. Are you unable to see the light? Lee Lockjaw was about to reply when his afterglow caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was the clerk from the fast food place last night. He subconsciously pulled Chen Bishi to hide between the shelves. What's wrong? Chen Bishi was startled by his sudden movement. Shoo! Lee Lockdown made a gesture of silence. The clerk, with a bandage dangling from his neck and a wrapped gauze hand hanging from it, passed them by without noticing anything unusual. Sorry. When the man walked away, Lee locked his hands and let go. Chen Bishi looked at him with complicated eyes. That clerk last night, I'm afraid you'll be found out. Lee Lockshu let go of his hand. Chen Bishi thought of last night's thrill at once. Why do you keep helping me? Lee locks up and looks around. Because, it's my job. Chen Bishi laughed. It's funny how you lie. Lee Lockjaw froze for a moment. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? This is no time for jokes. The mob has found its way to the county. Chen Bishi spat out her tongue. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly handed her a mask. Take it with you, just in case. Chen Bishi hurriedly put on a mask as well. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Well, still laughing at me? They bought rice, flour, grain and oil, and some daily necessities. Back to the newly rented house. The sun is just right at this time. The two of them put down their things and began to clean up the room and the yard. Chen Bishi's first task was to organize the flowers and plants in the yard. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. Women, no matter how dangerous they are, they just love these things. He stood in the kitchen, watching her back. That back, overlapping with the he-way in her memory. It's ing karma, he muttered to himself. Host, you're not really moved, are you? Lee locked up without answering. Owning up to a bullet when your back is turned says something. Can't say moving. At least don't want to owe them. Every woman who gives me luck deserves it. Lee Lockwood didn't even want to fail them. But there's no way. He can't stay in everyone forever. It's destiny. Chen Bishi hummed an unknown ditty. Lee locks up still more concerned about the secrets she knows. Chapter 104 Quartz Letter. The days flow in peace. A week went by and Lee locked up under the guise of avoiding the wind. Tell Chen Bishi to stay here for the time being. Don't go out. He is the one who goes out to accomplish anything. He was waiting for the chance to exhaust Chen Bishi's patience and extract the secret she brought with her. He spends his days pretending to be a scruffy island uncle and hanging out. Ms. Chen, is this place interesting? In the morning, the two of them had nothing to do and started chatting. It's okay, at least it's clean. I like it here. Lee locked up and pretended not to understand. Ms. Chen, don't you have a job back home? Why don't you go home and work? Chen Bishi cocked her head. You want to kick me out? I'll be honest. Lee Lockjaw was pleasantly surprised all of a sudden. She's really going to say it? I didn't expect Chen Bishi to say. I'm telling you, I can't starve without working for the rest of my life, so just die. I must find a chance to meet Quartzhaman. What a trampling shaft. Lee Lockjaw slammed the door in anger and left, intending to sneak out on the street to scout the wind. In the small yard where they lived, the green leaves of the cherry tree swayed gently in the wind. Bessie Chen likes to hang out her clothes in the yard. Lee Lockjaw dug his head down and drilled through a few pieces of clothing, smelling the faint fragrance of soap powder. Stand in the doorway and say hello to the old landlady. The old lady is drinking tea there. Invite Lee to lock up for a drink. Lee Lockjaw thanked him, bent down and pinched the glass with 3 fingers, and drank it down. Good tea? The old lady tilted her head and suddenly asked, Are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Lee Lockjaw was shocked in his heart. hastily shaking his head. No, I have some Goryo blood. I spent time in Goryo as a child. The old lady nodded. No wonder. Goryo has been a part of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, and has retained some of the dragon people's habits. Lee locks up even more surprised. I just drink a mouthful of tea. She can see so much? Please tell me, how do you see it? The old lady said calmly. Your 3 fingers pinching the teacup is the habit of most of the dragons. In the island, men are opening their hands and then hooking their fingers around the handle of the teacup. Li Liuju suddenly realized that he must pay attention to some details, so as not to call Chen Bishi suspicious. So recall some of your old habits. For example, when he eats, he will gently tap the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks. You don't look like a Japanese at all. Chen Bishi said this from time to time. Li Lockjaw pinched a sweat in his heart. Fortunately, the system had paved the way for him to have an identity of Goryo blood. Once he turned around, he realized that not far away, Chen Bishi was looking at himself. She was sitting on the porch in a light blue dress with a smile in her eyes. Li Lockjaw could only snort. I'm going out. You don't go out. Chen Bishi smiled and nodded. She was smart enough to have palpitations after seeing the clerk with gauze wrapped around her hand. Never dare to go out again. It was a sunny afternoon. Li locks up and goes out alone, intending to see what happens. First, he still came to the supermarket. Check the face mask before going in. The automatic door at the entrance to the supermarket opened with a thud. Luckily, he was on his side, but the afterglow swept past. Saw the familiar figure, the clerk at the fast food restaurant, white gauze still wrapped around his hand. Looked furtively around. This kid is a thief. Li Lockjaw pretended to put his shopping basket on the shelf by the door and quietly followed. The streets of the county are not wide and are lined with low-rise buildings. The clerk walked around and wandered in front of several small hotels. Li locks up and hides behind a telephone pole and hears him inquiring about the whereabouts of a woman. Have you ever had a dragon woman here? Tall and quite good-looking? Although Li Liuju was standing far away, he had excellent ears and heard everything. Good thing we moved out. He was secretly glad. Has been following him. This kid does not do anything else. Can that ask Chen Bishi's whereabouts? The sun was setting in the west and the streets were lit up with neon lights. The kid didn't have much to show for it, and hung his head in shame as he made his way to the front of the biggest KTV in the county. Heavy Metal KTV is a 6-story building with colorful neon lights on the outside walls, like a giant firefly. Even in the twilight, you could smell a mixture of odors. Li Lockjaw's nose is better than a dog's, and when he smells these scents, he knows that there must be high powder in it. Though mixed between the strong smell of perfume, cheap booze, and choking cigarette smoke, he could still smell it. At that moment, the clerk breezed through the door. Li Lockjaw straightened his collar, pretended to be a drunken office worker, and followed. The first floor is a normal KTV hall with crystal chandeliers refracting ambiguous light. The second floor, however, was heavily guarded. 2 large men in black suits guarded the stairway, their waists bulging, obviously hiding a weapon. The clerk nodded and went up. Li Lockdown staggered to keep up, deliberately cursing in broken Japanese. Baka! Damn your bosses! The 2 big men looked at each other and didn't stop him. You run into drunks like this every day. The hallway on the second floor was carpeted in crimson and dimly lit. The sound of music came through the walls, jarring the eardrums. The clerk stopped at a booth at the end. Li locks up and pretends to go to the restroom. Passing through the doorway, his gaze swept through the half-open doorway. Instantly, his pupils contracted. The box was smoky, like a veil, but even so, he could see it all too clearly. A young woman sat on a red leather couch right in the center. She had a wavy perm and wore a tight black leather jacket and pants. Slender legs were folded casually, and a thin lady's cigarette was held between his fingers. 2 female bodyguards stood behind her, also dressed in black with holsters on their waists. But what shocked Li Lockwood the most was this. The woman's head was clearly displaying a lucky value of 400. The number glowed eerily in the dimness. Brother Unity, this can't be possible. Isn't there no luck value here? Host, let's just say, she's from the Dragon Kingdom. Li Lockwood's heartbeat quickened. He continued on his way, keeping his ears open. Nobuko-san, that woman ran away. She should have left the place. The clerk's voice came with a sobbing tone. Waste, the woman said coldly, in an authentic local island accent. Can't even catch a woman. I'm sorry, it's the man who's too good. Men? You mean from that night? The cigarette ash was flicked in her crystal ashtray. Yes, the older man in the suit. He looks scruffy but is exceptionally good with his hands. The box was quiet for a few seconds. Nobuko-san, that boy should be with her. Otherwise we wouldn't be unable to find a woman. He must have hidden her. Nobuko rubbish. In the whole of Ishikawa and even the North Island, is there anyone we can't find in the Green Dragon Gang? Go find out. I want to know who he is. The woman's voice was as cold as ice. Yes, Lee locks up and walks away quickly. His mind was in turmoil. Quartz Letterman. Lucky 400. What does that mean? Why does a Japanese gangster boss get lucky? And what's her relationship with Iway? The neon lights of the KTV flashed incessantly in the night. Lee Lockjaw stood in the shadows across the street and lit a cigarette. Cigarette butts were bright in the darkness. It seems that things are more complicated than I thought, but I feel close to the truth. Chapter 105, Nobuko's Person. The night is deepening. Lee locks up like a piece of shadow, following Quartz Nobuko's car. Host, are you going to die again? The system's voice carried helplessness. Haven't you suffered enough from Iway last time? This woman is even more dangerous than Iway. Why don't you go back to your country and find a safe way to get the lucky value? I'll just see. Lee Lockwood mouthed. Instead, his heart itched like a cat's scratch. Why would a woman from the Dragon Kingdom become the leader of an island gang? Nobuko Ishii's motorcade stopped in front of a fancy Japanese restaurant. Lee Lockjaw ducked into the izakaya across the street and ordered a cup of sake. Nobuko Quartz got out of the car. Her features were clearly visible in the moonlight. It was a face that was unforgettable enough to pass for a man. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, but there was a chill in those eyes, like a serpent coiled in an abyss. She walks with a pronounced limp on her left foot. Each step was like a dance, but with an indescribable eeriness. The 4 female bodyguards were like shadows. They wore uniform black suits, bulging at the waist. Lee Lockwood knew that there was a gun hidden in there. Boss. A man with dyed blonde hair greeted him. What about the Yamamoto group? Nobuko Ishii asked. Wait inside. Nobuko Ishii sneered. Let them wait. She deliberately stood in the doorway for 5 minutes, until the person inside sends someone out to please. Only then did she walk in slowly. That stance, like a high and mighty queen. Lee locks up for a change. You can see the booth from here. The Yamamoto group was clearly impatient, but the moment they saw the quartz letter, everyone was silenced. MS. Nobuko. The middle-aged man at the head of the group squeezed out a smile. Nobuko Ishii sat down and crossed her legs. Yamamoto-kun, I've heard you've been very dishonest lately. Her voice was like a knife dipped in honey. No. Yamamoto wiped his sweat. Yes? Nobuko Ishii pulled out a cigarette. What about the docks? Bang. The words were not finished when a gunshot rang out. Yamamoto has his left palm pinned to the table. Blood ran down the table. Nobuko Ishii's bodyguard put away his gun and moved in a fluid motion. Next time, it won't be the hands. Quartz Nobuko gracefully exhaled a smoke ring. Yamamoto said yes in a cold sweat on his forehead. Lee Lockjaw looked shocked. This woman. She's much more ruthless than Iway. No matter what, Iway is just a businessman. And Quartz Letterman, simply a Shura that crawled out of hell. Throughout the night, he watched her take care of various matters. There are those who seek wealth, those who seek revenge, and those who talk business. Lee Lockjaw sat in the corner of the izakaya, observing the private room of the Japanese restaurant under the cover of sake. His eyesight was comparable to a high-definition camera with the system's enhancement. Every detail in the booth is clearly visible. After dealing with the Yamamoto group, Quartz Nobuko began to receive the others. A thin, middle-aged man walked in, shivering. MS. Nobuko. I brought the money. Only 3 million yen? Nobuko Ishii dusted off her cigarette ash. Are you sending a screamer? I really don't have any more. The store is mortgaged. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground. Nobuko Ishii looked to the female bodyguard at her side. What school is his daughter in? Kyoto Girls High School. 2nd year. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. Please, don't move my daughter. Within 3 days, come up with $10 million. Nobuko Ishii's voice was like ice. Otherwise, your daughter will never graduate. The middle-aged man crawled out, followed by 2 young men with dyed yellow hair. Nobuko-san, we took that turf. How many dead? 3. Only 3? Nobuko Ishii sneered. Softies. She waved her hand. Go smash up the whole street across the street and show them who's boss. But, police. The police? Nobuko Ishii threw a stack of photos out of her bag. I have all their leverage. The photo shows several police officers going in and out of a custom store. The yellow-haired youths were excited to leave. Next was a middle-aged man in a suit. MS. Nobuko. That shipment. Double the price. This. No? Nobuko Ishii narrowed her eyes. Would you like me to let your wife know that you have a young lover in Shinjuku? The man in the suit, his forehead sweating, nodded repeatedly. In one night, Lee locked up and witnessed a dozen transactions. Extortion, blackmail, threats, violence. Nobuko Ishii is ruthless in her methods, yet elegant. She was like a beautiful viper, ready to deliver a fatal blow to her prey. The last guest was an old man. MS. Nobuko. I'd like to quit. Before he could finish his sentence, he was shot through the knee. Quit? Nobuko Ishii laughed. There's only one way to quit. She winked at the bodyguard. The old man was dragged out. Li Lockjaw knew that this man would not live through the night. Nobuko Shiying's methods were 100 times more vicious than Iwei's. What intrigued him even more was this. The luck value on her head would go up and down as Quartz Nobuko dealt with these things. When she threatens someone, the luck value goes up. When she orders a kill, the luck value drops. Is this the law of luck value? Host, don't hit on her. System warning. Lee locks up and shakes his head. He was more scornful of this woman than curious. 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobuko Ishii finally got up. She dragged her limp out of the Japanese restaurant. Her shadow trailed in the moonlight, like a viper about to come out of its hole. The 4 female bodyguards were like 4 bronze walls. They kept their hands on their waists, always ready to deliver the death blow to any threat. Lee locks up and watches them get in the car and leave. Rush to check out and walk out of the tavern. Watching the car drive away, Lee Lockjaw came to a deserted hutong. With a long jump to the roof, he performed light power and lightly leapt on the roof, following the car without moving an inch. Late night at the spa. The lights are out. Lee Lockjaw hid on the rooftop of the residential building across the street, observing with his system-enhanced vision. It's a premium membership spa store with a kimono-wearing greeter standing at the door. Nobuko Quartz's car is parked in front of the door. 4 female bodyguards check the interior before letting her in. Host, it's not good for you to peek like that, is it? System reminder. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything. His attention was completely captured. Nobuko Quartz went into a private bathroom. 4 bodyguards with guns guarded the door. The heat was heavy as she undressed. Lee Lockjaw forced down the agitation in his heart. His gaze fell to her neck. An emerald green jade pendant glowed softly in the light. It was half a jade pendant, carved with half a statue of Guanyin. This jade pendant. Lee Lockjaw's heart fluttered. After her bath, Quartz Nobuko draped herself in a yukata and made her way to the massage room. A middle-aged woman was preparing massage oil and incense. Yuko-chan. Nobuko Ishii's tone suddenly became softer. Nobuko's here. Kawada Yuko smiled. Stayed up late again, didn't you? Nobuko Quartz flopped down on the massage chair, her yukata slipping off. Well, took care of some things. You're too much of a killjoy. Bathsheba's hand kneaded her back. It's not good for your health to be tense all day. Ah. Nobuko Ishii let out a low gasp. There. It's all blood. Bathsheba sighed. You'll wear out at this rate. Can't help it. Quartz scream closed his eyes. You can't be tough in this business without being tough. Bathsheba's hand came to her shoulder. How's it going with Quartz Honen? Paid him to mind his own business. You'd better be careful, said Bathsheba, even though he's your father. Ha! Quartz Nobuko sneered. Father? Does that deserve it? Her voice was tinged with biting hatred. The few times I tried to molest me when I was a child, I cut them away with a knife. Even if he is my father, sooner or later he will die by my hand. Bathsheba's hands came to her waist. Still don't remember who your mother was? Don't remember. Nobuko Ishii sighed. Went to a lot of temples and they all said they could help me get my memory back. All liars. Ah. She let out another whimper. Bath sister. You're getting better at this. Chapter 106, Chanbishi's secret on. Relax. Yuko said. You're too tense. Her hands roamed over Quartz Scream's body, each stroke causing the latter to let out a small moan. Lee Lockjaw's heart raced as he watched. Host, your heartbeat is over the limit. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The conversation between Nobuko Ishii and Yuko reveals so much. Is sure young Honam her father? She lost her memories of her mother? And what about that half-broken jade pendant? Things are getting interesting. Lee Lockjaw muttered. In the massage room, Quartz Nobuko had fallen asleep. She had a rare calm expression on her face, like a normal woman, not the feared gangster. Lee Lockjaw was walking home. The night breeze blew away the dry heat from his body, but not the thoughts in his heart. The first priority now is to find out what secrets Chanbishi knows. And then there's the fact that Chanbishi must be sent away first. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand. The quartz letter. A poisonous snake. May bite at any time. It's too dangerous for Chanbishi to stay here. As for investigating the truth, he set his sights on Kawada Yuko. The seemingly gentle masseuse obviously knew a lot of secrets. Island women Lee Lockjaw stroked his chin. He knew the character of this people well. As long as they are unmarried women, contact with the opposite sex is rather an honor. Not to mention a mature woman like Yuko. Host, you want to use the beauty trick again? The system flirted. Shut up. Lee locks up and curses with a laugh. It's called tactics. He's got full charisma. With a little use, the bathers are sure to take the bait. But the most important thing right now was to convince Chanbishi to return to China. It's not an easy thing to do. That woman is stubborn as hell. Just like Hiwei. Why are all the women I meet so difficult? Lee locked up and sighed. By the time I got home, It was 4 in the morning. The cherry trees in the yard swayed gently in the wind. The light was still on in Chen Bishi's room. Up this late? Li Lockjaw stood in the yard, looking at the lighted window. On the window shadows, Chen Bishi's figure was walking. Is she waiting for herself? Or are you worried about something? Li Lockjaw shook his head and went back to his room. Li Lockjaw had just pulled out his key when the door to Chen Bishi's room pulled open. Where have you been? She leaned against the doorframe with some obvious reproach. Li Lockjaw froze for a moment, looking at her posture how like a wife waiting for her husband, but quickly withdrawing his mind. Li didn't even dare to touch her when he was locked up. Not to mention now. Investigate the mission. He deliberately lowered his voice, feigning impatience. Investigate what? Chen Bishi pursued. You didn't come back all day today. Li Lockjaw looked at her sleepy eyes and his heart softened, but he knew that the more the time came, the more he had to play it cool. There's going to be a lot of this in the future. He pushed open the door to his room. You'd better stay home. Why? Chen Bishi followed. I'm not a prisoner. The Ishiguchi group is everywhere. Li locked up and took off his jacket. It's too dangerous for you to go out. It's not like I'm afraid of them, Chen Bishi said stubbornly. Li Lockjaw turned around and sneered. Do you know what the Ishiguchi group started out as? Oh yeah. That new boss changed the Ishiguchi group to the Green Dragon Gang, with power in several surrounding cities and counties. Chen Bishi shook her head. Human trafficking. Li Lockjaw deliberately lowered his voice, specializing in trafficking young and beautiful women. Chen Bishi's face changed. And then? First send it to a nightclub to make money. Li Lockjaw continued to scare her. When you catch the philandering disease, you'll be sent to the South Seas to work as a maid. The South Seas? It's still good there. Li locked up and narrowed his eyes. Some of them will be sent to Africa as wives. Chen Bishi's face began to turn white. Finally Li Lockdown lowered his voice. Will be sold to cannibals. Cannibalism. Cannibalism? Yeah. Li Lockwood nodded. For some gold diamonds or something. Chen Bishi's face had gone white as paper. I didn't realize, she muttered, that a woman could make money so many times? Li Lockjaw almost laughed out loud. This woman. What's with the strange focus? So yeah. He scowled. Stay home. Chen Bishi bit her lip. Then you should be careful yourself. Li Lockjaw froze. It's a nice thing to hear, whether it's from the heart or not. I'm fine. He turned away, not daring to look her in the eye. I'm the prosecutor. Liar. Chen Bishi said softly. You're not a prosecutor at all. Whatever you think. Li Lockjaw opened the door to his room. Go to bed early. Chen Bishi stood still. Who the hell are you? Someone who wants to help you. Why are you helping me? Li Lockdown was silent for a moment. Because you look like one. Who? Sleep. Li locked the door. He leaned against the door and let out a long breath. This woman. So perceptive. Host. Your heart is beating faster again. System alert. There's no way around it. Some things are just too tempting to pass off as just any excuse. Outside the door, Chen Bishi's footsteps faded away. Li locked up and touched his chest. It does jump a little fast there. Early morning sunlight poured into the yard. Chen Bishi sat on the porch, with faint green shadows under her eyes. Li Liuju came over with 2 bowls of noodles. Didn't sleep well? Aha. Chen Bishi took the noodle. Had a nightmare. Dreaming of being sold to Africa? Li Lockjaw deliberately teased. Chen Bishi gave him a blank look. Not funny. Li locked up and sat down, looking at her tired side. Seriously, what in heaven's name is worth risking your life like that? Are all the men in the Dragon Kingdom dead? Chen Bishi's hand paused for a moment, her chopsticks stirring gently in the noodle soup. It was the loss of that man that brought me here. Her voice was soft, like she was talking to herself. Find the truth for him, against a woman named Hiwei. Li Lockjaw's heart skipped a beat. Hervé? Chen Bishi hates Hiwei so much. It's not just for the dead me, right? You might as well tell me. He put his bowl down. I can help you. Anyway, I'm checking on Quartz Honam. Chen Bishi raised her head with a look of disbelief. Why do you want to help me? I told you. Because you look like one. Who? Li Lockjaw didn't answer and stood up. Think about it. That's Li Lockwood's cop-out. And he doesn't know who she looks like. It's just for a reason. I don't need your help, said with a stubborn grunt and a forceful bite of spaghetti. Pretending to be strong? Suit yourself. Li locked up and turned to leave. I'm going out. Hey, take me. Chen Bishi stood up and chased after her. No. The gang? Now. Have your picture in their hands? And I'm wearing a mask, so I'm still safe. Li locks up and pushes her hand away. Stay well at home. Unless you want to go to Africa. Frightened, Chen Bishi's arms stood up in sweat. She hurriedly slid her hands up and down her arms a few times, turned around and went back to the room. Sitting in the house, tossing and turning. It's really hard to be in a foreign country, especially a single woman. Sitting there, caught up in the unforgettable memories of that time. Here's the thing. She combed through her thoughts once more. Consider whether or not to trust this scruffy prosecutor. The day I got the news of Lee Lockwood's death, she hurriedly flew back to the capital. The cause of death, as revealed by Hee-wei, is that Lee Lockjaw blocked the killer's bullet to save himself? Chen Bishi thought about this on the way. She always felt it had something to do with Hee-wei. Suddenly, she remembered the words her grandpa had given her mother and herself when she was a child. You can't get involved with the He family in this life. She was small, and while she didn't take it to heart, she never forgot it. But strangely enough, sister-in-law Simone was close to Hee-wei. But it's not surprising, they've both been in the same class since they were kids. This time, Lee Lockjaw's death called her to recall the words at once, thinking grandpa must know something. So instead of going straight home, he rushed to a county town nestled at the foot of the Great Fanshan Mountain in H Province. Grandpa settled here because he wasn't used to the skyscrapers in the city. A farmhouse at the foot of the mountain, raising some chickens and ducks and growing some small vegetables. The sun rises, the sun sets, and the life is lived. Chen Bishi, dressed in jeans and sneakers, opened the fence gate. Chapter 107, Chen Bishi's secret down. 2 black wolfhounds then ran over, and Chen Bishi wasn't scared at all. Vigorous second force. The 2 dogs wagged their propeller-like tails frantically, backing their ears and sniffing around frantically at Chen Bishi's legs. Who's here? As the words fell, the curtain of the room's door picked open. An old man with gray hair and a hard body walked out. Grandpa, it's me. Chen Bishi ran over with a pout. Geez, Nay, why are you here? And I was Chen Bishi's nickname, known only to a few people. I missed you. I came to see you. Look at all the delicious food I brought. Ha, ha. The old man took the gift. What did you buy? Didn't you bring the 2 pots? Grandpa, you're over 90. Drink less. I brought rice wine. Call that wine? Call it vinegar is more like it. He. I knew you like this. I purposely carried it on my back. I'm exhausted. Chen Bishi put down her backpack. Pull out 4 bottles of white wine. Hey, that's right. Next, the grandparents and grandchildren got busy with food and drink. Chen Bishi cut up some red sausage, cooked food, and the old man fried a few dishes, one of which was Chen Bishi's favorite duck egg fried with scallions. At noon, the 2 started lunch under the grape arbor in the yard. Bishop Chan never said why she came in the first place, just waiting for the old man to drink half a pound of white wine before he starts casing the place. Grandpa, what did you mean when you said you wouldn't let us interact with the Yi family? The old man was shrewd. Don't ask so many questions, just tell you to listen. Chen Bishi still pouted. If you don't say so, I won't bring any wine next time. Besides, Auntie and Hee-wei are now as good as one another. How can I be so chirpy? The old man had just about finished his glass of wine and slammed it down on the table. Your sister-in-law is not a member of the C family. What she does is out of my hands. What? Chen Bishi jumped as if she was sitting on a nail. What do you mean, Granddad? My sister-in-law is not my real sister-in-law? Old Earth sighed. Hey, if your grandma were alive, I couldn't say anything. It's about family harmony. Chen Bishi hurriedly said. Tell me quickly, whether it's pro or not. I'll call her sister-in-law. The old man bowed his head. This is something you don't tell outsiders. It's something you intend to pass on as a relative for the rest of your life. And when you say it, Money will be very embarrassed. Chen Bishi nodded. It's fine. I won't say anything. You know I'm tight-lipped. The old man laughed. There's no harm in telling you. There has to be a black and white day for everything. And she's also a daughter, so she won't have to pass on the family name in the future. Say it. Say it. The old man took a sip of wine and looked at the mountains with two empty eyes, seeming to go back in time. 27 years ago, when your sister-in-law was 3 years old, in an orphanage near here, I came here because I wanted to know a secret, but I never got an answer. When you talk about her, you talk about Hee-wei. In fact, Hee-wei and your sister-in-law are both in this orphanage. Ha! Chen Bishi didn't expect that Hee-wei was too? The old man smiled. Hee-wei is different. That's the descendant of someone else's He family. Back then, one of Marshal He's own granddaughters strayed into this area, and while old he became a great official. His son died in battle and begged his father on his deathbed to come to this side of the region to retrieve his daughter. After much searching, Marshal Ho finally found Hee-wei at this orphanage. When Hee-wei had a piece of a half-broken statue of the goddess of mercy, it was a token from his parents back in the day, but I was told it was a full piece. Hee-wei and your sister-in-law are in this orphanage together. Marshal Ho carried off Hee-wei, the dean at the time, who was also a Taoist priest and was practicing purification in the hills around here. He said, "Good Lord have mercy. Take this girl child also. They are sisters." I was under Marshal Ho's command at the time, so after some consideration, I took in your sister-in-law. Chen Bishi came to a realization, but was a bit confused. Then why did you tell us not to interact with the Yi family if it's such a deep connection? The old man sighed. Marshall he later asked about the whereabouts of that half of the jade pendant. When He Wei was small, she said that it was accidentally broken. And after that, she gave it to a sister in an orphanage. Marshall Ho said, what about the sister? The youngest, Javi, said, ran off in the middle of the night a couple days ago and was never found. I was like, they're all 3 or 4 years old. How did they run off in the middle of nowhere? What's even stranger is that your sister-in-law was there to testify. Marshall he and I went to the mountain the next day to find that old Taoist and ask why there was a female child not mentioned. It's just a pity that the room is empty and that old Taoist has disappeared. Chen Bishi seemed to understand something. Grandpa, is that why you moved here? The old man nodded. I just want to find that old Taoist and ask the truth about that year. At a young age, he has quite a deep heart. Is that why you said you told us to watch out for the Yi family? Yes, once Marshall he died and He Wei took power, I left the capital. You see? Chen Bishi sucked in a cool breath. Does that mean? The old man shook his head. I'll tell you another secret, and you don't tell. Not only did I inquire about that old Taoist, but the year I came here, 10 years ago, I met an islander, named Quartz Honam, who also came to look for that old Taoist. Chen Bishi didn't interrupt him. He had a meal at my place, and I kept my eyes open and just said he was a local farmer and didn't know any old Taoists. He said I'd give you a lot of money if you knew. I'll just ask him. If that old Taoist has a gold mine in his hands, why would I use your money? How much better to swallow it myself. The boy laughed and said it was either a gold mine or inquiring about a person, and said nothing after that. I suspect now that he must have inquired about the secret of the vanished waif, and left his contact address and said if he found anything, write to him and he would give me a lot of money as payment. Finally left some money and went away. Chen Bishi took these clues and secretly memorized them in her mind. And after that there was also the matter of coming here to look for Quartz Haman. Lee locks up out the door and heads straight for the spa. Once inside the lobby of the spa store, the receptionist greeted him politely. Lee Lokjo raised his eyes to look around. In typical island style, lanterns hung everywhere around, and painted fans with human faces. Excuse me, does Kawada Yuko work? Customer service replied, I'm very sorry. Yuko doesn't work during the day. Can you tell me where she lives? Sorry, that's private information. Li Liaoju just don't believe it. He immediately pulled out a stack of bills that had long been prepared. The waiter looked at it and smiled contemptuously, still shaking his head. Li locks up with no help. It seems that the quartz letter is not a bad deterrent. Left the spa and stood in the center of the street. He was a little worried about Chen Bishi, so he decided to go back first. On the way back, I passed a flower store and bought a few pots of greenery. Another small store to buy the locally famous bean buns. Decided to continue pleasing Chen Bishi. Let's hope these will allay her suspicions. He carried his things back. Host, are you trying to impress her? I'm building trust. Are you sure it's not because she's holding out on you? Lee locked up without saying a word. He didn't know why he cared so much. Because of the mission? Or is it because she's waxing nostalgic about a dead man? Or maybe, simply can't stand to see her in danger? Anyway, the sooner I know the secret, the better, and I feel close to it already. Chapter 108 Robbery of an Arms Depot. That night, Lee Lockjaw barely slept. Then working with the system on next steps. The system is really racking its brains for him too. Purposefully networked and upgraded 3 more times. Under the coercion of Li Lockshu, he froze and held back a new skill. Super Hacking Skills Lifetime Edition. The system is something I found with a lot of effort at the warehouse and thought you could use it. So I'm giving it to you for free. Brother Unity, what era of system are you from? Did you enter the wrong space? I'm going to pick up a girl. I need money. And you're giving this to call me an agent? Host, there really isn't any more. And then there's farming, fishing, attacking and defending cities, being a flunky, or whatever. Lee Lockjaw let out a long sigh. It's not me who crossed over. It's you. Okay, skillful. I'll use it first. Suddenly, Lee Lockjaw had a bright idea. Brother Unity, I'm hacking into the island's prosecutor's identity system. Just add me in, right? In the past few days, the old was interrogated by Chen Bishi and did not dare to raise her head. I've been trying to get an identity for a long time. Host, I'm glad I could help you. I'll do it. Then suffer. Add it to me. I don't like the island name. Change it to a Goliath name. Preferably with my last name. Okay, host, try to fulfill your request. A few minutes later. I'm sorry, host, the hacking skill has to be upgraded. Please wait. Lee locked up and fell into a deep sleep. It was a good night's sleep. In the morning, Lee Lockjaw was awakened by the blinding sunlight. The first reaction is that it shouldn't. I went to bed last night with the windows and door closed so tightly that no sunlight would come in. He rushed to a roll and took emergency shelter. Ah! A horrified female voice came. Lee Lockjaw opened his bleary eyes. the lower half of his own body still in a state of germination. Hurry up and cover the lower half of your body with both hands. Ms. Chen, why are you in my room? Chen Bishi, at this time, had a handkerchief tied around her head and an apron wrapped around her waist. A big cleanup. It was the landlady who opened the door. I thought you were out, so I cleaned your room for you. It was only then that Li Lockjaw realized that Chen Bishi was holding a thick black wallet in her hand. There's also a gold badge on the exterior. What did you take? Li Lockwood had a premonition that something was wrong. It wasn't a wallet or a passport. How did you show up in my room without that thing yourself? Could it be that Bessie Chan was checking something? Brother Unity, called 3 times in a row. Host, I haven't slept all night, so I'll help you with your documents. I just finished. Don't call me when you're sleeping for a while. Brother Unity? Don't yell. The papers are ready. They're by your side. See for yourself. Li locks up this time, shocked off the jaw. The original Chen Bishi, take that black leather wallet. Is my prosecutor's documents? Chen Bishi also realized it and was a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. Saw him drop it next to you and picked it up for you. Chen Bishi weakly placed her documents on a side table and began to pretend to wipe the table with a rag. Ms. Chen, my identity is classified, so you can't just enter my room from now on. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. It won't happen again. Prosecutor Li Taichan. Li Locks. System, this is the name you gave me in one night? Li Tai Leisure? I am truly idle. Li Lockjaw went up and hurriedly took the papers. It was then opened to a photo, a stamp, and a printed job description. Dongnan District Prosecutor's Office. Prosecutor's Office 7, Prosecutor Li Taichan. The photo also has a big beard, except that it's in uniform, with a white shirt on the collar, and it's very spiffy. Looks like the beard won't be shaved for a while. Li Lockjaw thought about it, and for the time being, there wasn't much use in taking this. He handed the ID to Chen Bishi, who was looking at him. It's just as well. You've seen it, so I'll give it to you for safekeeping. I can't go out with this. You trust me that much? Li Lockjaw was struck by an idea. Just in time for a courtesy, that's for sure, but I'd advise you to get out of here. What am I afraid of with you around? Li Lockjaw laughed. Don't be silly. Don't you understand why I'm investigating like this? Chen Bishi shook her head in a serious manner. I don't understand. Li locked. With your intelligence, I'm out of sight, and I suspect that my superiors, or someone in law enforcement, is giving them protection, so I'm in danger. You know. Silly woman. Li Lockjaw ended up using a broken Longwa dialect to ruthlessly irritate Chen Bishi. He hoped that Chen Bishi would hand over the secret and return to the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Bishi, however, didn't get angry. Thank you. I'll protect your documents. I'm leaving. Nani? Li Lockjaw looked at her back, confused with anger. Unity, we've planned up to that point? The host has to hit Kawada Yuko's heart with money. I said that? But where's the money? That's money, not a rock. What am I going to hit her with? I thought you said you were gonna rob a bank last night. Brother Unity, I didn't drink. If I said I remember, you're really screwing me over. And you don't give me modern weapons, urging me to rob a bank? Li Lockjaw sat down on his knees and started pouring tea. This tea was made by Chen Bishi, who came in the morning, and it was very fragrant, carrying Chen Bishi's body odor. You said you were going to rob the arsenal of a nearby military kitty. Ahem. Li locked in a mouthful of tea and sprayed it onto the opposite wall. Brother Tong, you can stab me here. Do you think I'm Rambo? Not to bleed me dry. You are heart unbearable. Ah. The night was dark and windy. Li locks up with his face coated in greens and stands outside the barbed wire fence of the military base. In the distance, a searchlight looked like a giant pair of scissors, cutting back and forth in the darkness. He was wearing a black combat suit and carrying a black canvas bag. Host, are you sure you want to do this? The system was in a rare state of nervousness. Didn't you show me the way? Li Lockjaw crouched down and took out a pair of wire cutters from his bag. The barbed wire glows coldly in the moonlight, like an icy viper. The wire snapped with a click. He carefully cut a hole just big enough for a man to drill through. The barking of patrol dogs came from the base, and Li Lockjaw's heart was in his throat. Damn, I should have known to bring some jerky. He stuck to the ground, wriggling forward like a snake. The night dew dampened his clothes, and the fishy smell of dirt burrowed into his nose. 50 meters ahead was the weapons cache, but there were 2 sentries in the center. One had a flat head, a stocky build, and an automatic rifle in his hand. The other, a tall, skinny man, yawned from time to time like a heavy smoker. Gotta think of something. Li Lockjaw pulled out a small glass bottle from his bag, which contained a colorless liquid. It's a psychedelic drug he formulated with his divine healing skills. I hope it works. He poured the medicine on his handkerchief and quietly approached the yawning sentry. Just then, a cold wind blew. Achoo! The tall, thin man sneezed. Cold? the stout sentry asked. Maybe. This damn weather. Lee Lockjaw took the opportunity to cover the tall thin man's mouth and nose from behind. In 3 seconds, the other man went limp. Hey, how did you? Before the burly sentry could finish his sentence, he was also subdued by Lee Lock. Lee locks up without forgetting to rotate everyone's head 360 degrees once. Cackle, sorry little kid. He dragged the two men into the shadows, crouched down, felt around their waists and, finally managed to find the key. Then after waiting for it to be safe, come to the gate, the door to the armory opened with a click. Lee locked in and quickly dug in, turning on his flashlight. I only saw dense gun racks everywhere, and they were all filled with weapons of all kinds. Sent, he picked out 2 pistols, 2 submachine guns, and loaded dozens more magazines. Unity, you'd better upgrade a space. I've got space. Lee locks. Then why are you waiting to give it to me? Requires lucky 200 to open. Lee locks. Brother Unity, you're so unkind. You're called robbing while the fire is burning and making war money, you know? Not the non-lifetime version? 200 at a time. Lee locks and holds his breath with a clatter of bullets being loaded. Brother Unity, do you dare to meet with me? I will beat you back to life. Okay. 400. Give you a lifetime use. Can't go any lower. My luck value. How much is left? 600 plus points. Lee Lockdown gritted his teeth. Okay, get a lifetime edition. Chapter 109, Successful Bank Robbery. A few seconds later, Lee's locked mind brightened. Holy, that's amazing? Just a modern, all-metal warehouse suspended in the mind's eye. The main door is an access control with facial recognition. Lee locks up and puts his face on it. The door opens automatically. So rush to fill it with all kinds of ammo. Weapons. Includes 2 RPGs. In no time the ammunition was all loaded. Lee locked up with only a few grenades hanging from his waist. A submachine gun was in his hand. I was about to leave when I suddenly saw the safe in the corner. Ha! Lee Lockjaw crouched down and scrutinized the lock hole. It's not an electronic lock? Lee Lockjaw curiously touched it with his fingers. Warning, advanced anti-theft system found. Failure to crack will trigger an alarm. Grass. Told you so. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly stood up, fearing that he would blow himself up. At that moment, the sound of a dog barking in the distance seemed to be getting closer. Gotta pull out in a hurry. He picked up his bag and was just about to run out the door. Suddenly, a strong light shone in. Who's there? Finished, Lee locks in a roll and ducks behind a shelf. Bang, bang, bang. A string of bullets hit the wall. Surrender. You're surrounded. Lee Lockjaw shouted in Goryeo. Surrender your ass. After saying that, he touched the grenade and pulled out the safety pin. Sorry guys, there's nowhere to go. Boom. The explosion was deafening. He rushed out of the weapons cache while the smoke filled the room. Alarms blared throughout the base. Searchlights swept wildly and bullets fell like rain. Lee locks up and makes a mad dash for the barbed wire. Barking dogs and footsteps came from behind them. Stop. Your ass. Lee Lockjaw pulled out his submachine gun and turned around with 2 pikes. The pursuers fell to the ground. He took the opportunity to get out of the barbed wire fence and jumped on a motorcycle that was already at the ready. The engine roared and the car was like an arrow out of a string. The gunfire behind them faded away. It wasn't until he was sure it was safe that Lee locked up and slowed down. He touched his backpack, which was hardened with weapons. First step complete. Host, which bank are you going to rob? Maximum minions? There's room anyway. Lee Lockjaw was mentally calculating his next plan. It's a lot easier to rob a bank with all this gear. As for Yuko Kawada, just wait beauty. I'll have you willing in on your knees in no time. The night wind whistled as the motorcycle disappeared into the darkness. Downtown Dongling, Sakura Bank headquarters. Lee Lockwood sat in the cafe across the street, an Americano in his hand. He was dressed in a sharp black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a successful man. This bank has a daily cash flow of over 50 billion yen. He set down his coffee cup and swept his eyes over the bank doors. Host, are you sure you want to do this? Of course, brother Unity. With infinite space, isn't this a piece of cake? Lee Lockdown stood up easily and straightened his tie. 2 armed guards stood in the doorway, suited and booted. The glass door was covered with bulletproof film and glowed with a faint blue light. The front door is a dead end. We need to find a back door. He pulled out his cell phone and pulled up the architectural drawings of the bank. This is classified information obtained by the system hacking into the government buildings department. There's an abandoned sewer line behind the bank. Isn't this a ready-made passage? He put down his coffee money and got up to leave. Go around to the alley behind the bank and find the sewer entrance. TSK. That stinks. Lee Lockjaw frowned and opened the manhole cover. The smell of decay hit me. He put on his gas mask and turned on his flashlight. Go down. Climb down the rusty iron ladder. After walking for about 20 minutes, there was the sound of talking overhead. This is it. Lee locks up and turns off his flashlight and fumbles for his wire cutters. Carefully cut a hole. Finally, the hole was big enough. He probed upwards, right to the floor of the vault. It'll have to wait until evening. Time passes by. Finally, the sound of talking overhead faded. He looked at his watch. 10 o'clock at night. Time to work. Lee Lockjaw pulled the explosives out of his bag and carefully taped them to the floor. Boom! A muffled sound. A large hole appeared in the floor amidst the smoke and dust. The sirens were shrill and piercing. Hurry! Lee locks in a rollover and drills the vault. The densely packed safes were neatly arranged. He went straight for the biggest one. Pull out the password cracker you've been preparing for a long time. Drip drip drip. The red light turns green. Open. The safe door opened slowly. Cash was neatly yards inside. Get rich! Lee Lockjaw activated infinite space with a thought. A black hole appeared out of nowhere. Shoo! The entire safe, along with the money inside, disappeared in an instant. It was awesome. He turned to the other safes. Swoosh! One by one, the safes were taken into space. Sharp footsteps came from upstairs. There's been a break-in. Surround the vault. Lee locked up with an easy smile. Time to pull out. He jumped back into the sewer. Gunshots came from behind them. Stop. Dream on. Lee Lockjaw pulled out a grenade and threw it back. Boom! Explosions echoed through the pipes. He couldn't care less about the putrid stench and ran forward desperately. Finally, we reached the entrance. A motorcycle had been waiting there for a long time. Lee locks up and straddles the car with a kick of the gas. Sirens blared behind them, but he had long since disappeared into the night. Ha ha ha! Lee Lockjaw let out a loud laugh. In the space, the entire 50 billion yen lay quietly. Kawada Yuko, wait for me. Host, you're playing with fire. Prude, how do you light a beautiful heart without playing with fire? The motorcycle was gone, leaving a field of cherry blossoms, gently falling in the moonlight. Lee Lockjaw rode his motorcycle and sped through the night. The sirens joining in along the way were getting closer. Damn, these cops are annoying. The island is very well guarded. Lee Lockjaw took a look at the front and back and there was no way out. Brother Unity, I can only use a stealth card. I'll run to Ishikawa County. It's only about 10 minutes or so. I'll come in a hurry. Activate a stealth card at. A silver light flashed, and Lee Lockdown instantly disappeared. The police car behind us suddenly lost its target. Where are the people? Why is it gone? Split up and search. Lee Lockjaw couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the busy police behind him. Asterisk 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 guys. Find it. He adjusted his direction and ran fast toward Ishikawa County. The night wind howled, but it couldn't blow on him. In his stealthy state, he was like a cloud of nothingness. Host, watch your attire and don't show your face in the house. I know. Lee locks up and flies all the way over all the obstacles. Soon arrived at Ishikawa Prefecture, weaving in and out of cars on the road and running for a while longer. Other vehicles passed him unnoticed. Right here, Lee locks up in front of an ATM parked near a car sales center. He's going to buy a luxury car next for his face. At this hour, if anyone saw it, they'd have to be scared less. Just a corner cash machine working automatically. Lee locks up and deposits 10 million yen in cash at once. There can't be any more. Any more will arouse suspicion. The system made him a set of identities including a bank card a long time ago. At this point, host, I forgot. There's actually no need to go through so much trouble. Unity? What do you mean? Lee Lockjaw was on the verge of manifesting. This operation of yours reminds me of a get-rich-quick idea. Straight up. Unity. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly catapulted into a corner. Don't call the surveillance to see. I could have hacked into the banking system and filled in random numbers on your account. Lee locked. Brother Unity. I want to curse my mother. A minute later, the manifested Lee locks up and walks towards a nearby car sales center. While walking, he said, Brother Unity, don't hack into the bank yet. The bank will definitely raise security after such a big event. And the money is enough to spend for now. Thank you host for being considerate. In fact, I am repulsed by this immoral behavior. 110. Final negotiations. Lee Lockjaw didn't pick up on his words, having seen it all before. He walked up to the door of the largest car sales center. This is it. Pushing open the glass door, a faint scent of perfume hit her. A saleswoman in a professional suit immediately greeted her. Hello sir, what model do you need? Lee Lockjaw swept the showroom. Various luxury cars glistened with dazzling metallic luster. Where's the Rolls-Royce? The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Please follow me. Deep in the showroom, a Mirage was parked. Pure black body, like a dormant cheetah. It's the latest Mirage Plus. It's limited to 50 units worldwide, and we only have a quota of 3 in our country. Lee locked up and circled the car. How much? 85 million yen. Cash is okay, right? The saleswoman froze. Sir, so much cash. What? Not taking it? No, I'll get the manager. Soon, a balding middle-aged man came running. Hello sir, I'm the director of sales here. Lee Lockjaw nodded. I'll take the car. I'll bring it up now. The manager wondered. There's a lot of paperwork that needs to be done. Lee locks up and puts his handbag in front of him. All cash. No bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The manager's eyes glowed. Just a moment. He took the money and quickly turned to the counter inside, where a couple of staff members came over to check it together. Be back in 10 minutes. Sir, the car is ready for pickup. Give me the keys. Lee locked up and took the keys and got in the cab. The leather seats are lightly scented. Right, he asked again. Any driver recommendations? Yes, the manager said immediately. We have professional driver training. Okay, find me the best one. Yes, arrange it right away. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man in uniform arrived. Mr. Yamamoto, this is our best driver. Drove a Rolls-Royce? It's been open for 10 years. Okay, come with me. Lee locks up and sits in the back. Go to Hot Springs Street first. The car started slowly. The manager and sales bow in the back. Lee locks up and looks in the rearview mirror. Mr. Yamamoto, which onsen to go to? Just drive to Hot Springs Street and I'll tell you naturally. Yes. The car pulls onto the main road. Lee locks up and leans back in his seat. Kawada Yuko, don't you like rich people? Then I'll show you what it means to be truly rich. He pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Chenbishi. I bought a car. I'll pick you up later. A quick reply was received. Where did you get the money? Lee Lockjaw smiled and didn't return. Host, are you showing off? I'm building a persona. The car moved smoothly. Lee locks up and looks out the window. Suddenly, I remembered something. Right, Yamamoto. Stop by the florist later and buy some roses. Yes, sir. Lee Lockjaw closed his eyes and began to figure out his next plan. Yamamoto, listen to the radio. Yes, sir. Breaking news. A major theft at Sakura Bank in Dongling City. Losses are reported to be as high as 50 billion yen. The police have blocked off major thoroughfares. That's scary. Yamamoto, how's our local security? Well, sir, all I know is that the Dang Ishiguchi group, now called the Green Dragons, are very powerful. Well, not enough to worry about. He had already thought of a plan. Rent the most expensive hotel penthouse suite first, then buy the whole building across from the spa store. Then get someone to spread the word that it's a mysterious tycoon from the stick country. When the time comes, I don't believe that Tubby won't take the bait. Host, a bit of a waste. It's called giving up the child to catch the wolf. Isn't she backed up by Quartz Nobuko, the bull? Then I'll make her fall in love with me and see who's the charmer. Yamamoto, stop. The Rolls-Royce is parked in front of a luxury store. Hermes? Yamamoto looked at the name of the store. Wait. Lee Lockjaw pushed open the door of the store, and a light perfume smell came to his face. Welcome. The three guides greeted in unison. He casually picked up a tie. How much for this one? 150,000 yen. Okay, get me 10 more in different styles. The guide froze for a moment, then smiled. An hour later, Lee Lockjaw walked out carrying a dozen shopping bags. It's got Hermes suits in it, ties, Cartier cufflinks, brooches, diamond ring by Van Cleef and Arpels. There's also the Vacheron Constantine tourbillon. Yamamoto, go to the nearest security company. Yes, sir. Soon the car pulled up in front of a security company. I want 2 of the best bodyguards. The manager immediately pulled out the information. Both of these guys are retired special forces. Okay, they're it. 2 burly men got into the car. One's name is Yamada and the other is Kimura. Where to? Sir, the Crown Hotel. The hotel lobby is gilded. Presidential suite. Lee locks up and throws out a black card. Yes sir, please follow me. The suite is on the top floor. 400 square meters. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is a panoramic view of Hot Springs Street. Yamada, Kimura, you guys live next door. Yes, sir. Lee locks up and stands in front of the window, just in time to see the spa store where Yuko Kawada works. Tomorrow, go ahead and buy the building across the street. He called the real estate agent. I'm going to buy the building at 128 Warm Springs Street. Sir, that building costs 2 billion yen. Yes, signing tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Lee locked up and smiled. Kawada Yuko, big beauty, wait for labor to light your clock. I'll show you what it means to be really rich. Now Lee locks up, big cash in hand. The system can still recharge him at any time. Rich as a Middle Eastern prince. He changed into his newly purchased suit, wear a watch that's worth its weight in gold. Yamamoto, drive. Go pick up someone. The car drove towards Chen Bishi's residence. Lee locks up and looks out the window. I hope the girl doesn't ask too many questions. Host, are you worried about her? I'm just afraid she'll be bad. The system doesn't speak. but he knew that the broken system was snickering again. Damn. I'd like to beat the out of him. The car continued on its way. The Rolls-Royce badge shines in the sunlight. Li Liaju stood in front of the door of the rental house and nodded with the old lady in the yard. The old lady smiled suspiciously. Li Lotja could have guessed that she must be raising the rent. You guys wait in the car. He turned back and arranged his men. Straightening his tie, he walked over to Chen Bishi's door and knocked. Who is it? Chen Bishi's voice came. It's me. The door opened. Chen Bishi froze when she saw his outfit. It's. Li locks up and walks into the house, casually closing the door. Sit down and talk. Chen Bishi stared at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist. You this? Getting rich? Li locked up and sighed. I'm going to do something big. Something very dangerous. Chen Bishi frowned. What is it? Can't say, but I suggest you return. Chen Bishi shook her head. Li Lotja also guessed this result and continued. If you really don't want to go back, in case you hear anything, just go to the police and report it to the care. Chen Bishi stood up. What are you doing? Li Lotja looked at her worried eyes. The heart suddenly felt a little bad. I just don't want you to get involved. You know, this is Ishiguchi's territory. Chen Bishi bit her lip. You're on the case, aren't you? Li Lotju froze. I'm not stupid. Chen Bishi said. You're all dressed up. Isn't it just to get close to someone? Li locked up in silence. This girl, she's smarter than expected. So, he said, can you tell me the truth? I'm all alone in this. Chen Bishi sat down. The eyes were a little confused. I'll go through a lot less if you say so. Li locked up and sent her another affirming look that meant clearly. You said I might survive. But I can't help it if you don't say anything, can I? Chen Bishi looked at him. You really want to know? Aha. So, she took a deep breath. I'll tell you what, but you have to promise me something. Li Lockwood nodded. Go ahead. I must speak to Quartz Honan myself. What do you mean? Li Lotjo was in a bit of a bind. This was to save that old thing Quartz Honan alive. Chapter 111, Too Few Secrets. Or we have to follow the original plan. The afternoon sun shone lazily into the rental house. Chen Bishi stood in front of the window, all in a white shirt, plain, but with the flavor of a neighborly sister. Li Lotjo leaned against the doorframe, covered in name tags, living like a thug. At this time, Li Lotjo had just robbed $50 billion, and was now so wealthy that he even arched his eyebrows. Quartz Honan must live. Chen Bishi's eyes were as stubborn as a little donkey when she said this. I have to see him in person. Li Lotjo scratched his head as he listened. How come she's like a repeater? She just knows Quartz Honan. If you promise me, I'll tell you the truth. Chen Bishi had the posture of a negotiator. Li Lotjo said I just robbed the bank, and now I am a billionaire. You talk to me about conditions? But this can only be cursed in the heart. Alright, he rubbed his nose. Then reveal some of it and I'll see if it's worth it. Chen Bishi bit her lip and thought for a moment. Actually, Quartz Nobuko most likely came from an orphanage in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Lotju almost bit his tongue. This news came too suddenly, and it will not be able to make Li Lotju whole. He knew Nobuko was from Rokoku, but he didn't realize she was from an orphanage. You don't need to know the following. Chen Bishi finished and went to wipe the coffee table. You just need to find out how she came to Japan. Li Lotjo was so angry that he jumped to his feet. Hey, what do you mean by that? Half talking. Are you ting me? Chen Bishi ignored him and continued to wipe her coffee table. This, who usually looks gentle and soft, is as stubborn as a donkey in critical moments. You don't need to know the rest. She said it lightly. Li Lotjo almost didn't explode with anger. Who the hell is this guy? I'm worth tens of billions of dollars now, and you're playing this with me? If I can't, I'll go to Kawada Yuko myself. I just don't believe that with my skills as a Discordian immortal, Kawada Yuko would even tell me her old mom's secret. Okay. He gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I'll show you in Honam. But, he pulled the door open. You better think about what you're going to tell me. Chen Bishi looked up then. You'll know, when it's time to know. Bang! Li locks up and slams the door. This grandson was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but he couldn't really do it. After all, it's a woman, and she's pretty. He strides towards the Rolls-Royce, mentally calculating how he's going to clean up this stubborn girl. The system laughed in his head. Host, you've been tricked. You are quite happy that I am unlucky. Li Lotjo roared in his heart. You're the one who's been screwed. He got into his car and looked at the rental house in the rearview mirror. Chen Bishi stood in front of the window, also looking at herself. Damn! Li Lotjo cursed as he started the car. Women are such a pain in the ass. Yamamoto, drive. Yes, sir. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove away, leaving a trail of cherry blossom petals. Li Lotjo returned to the Crown Hotel and the receptionist bowed respectfully. Welcome back, Mr. Li. He nodded and strutted toward the elevator, followed by 2 bodyguards, one carrying an LV suitcase and the other a Hermes paper bag. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, Li Lachu stood there, overlooking the night view of the entire county, with a glass of whiskey in his hand, and the ice cubes gently collided in the glass, making a crisp sound. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and he turned, signaling his bodyguard to open the door. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm the biggest local real estate agent. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in with a pile of smiles and a stack of information in his hand. Li Lockwood waved his hand. I'm not interested in real estate. He narrowed his eyes. Unless it's that building at 128 Hot Springs Street. The agent's eyes lit up. Mr. Li has a good eye. That building does. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Bring the homeowner to meet me. Li Lockjaw interrupted, taking an envelope from the bodyguard and throwing it over. Deposit, $10 million. The agent caught the envelope, his hands shaking. Sure, I'll get in touch. Li Lockjaw turned and continued to look out the window. Get out. I had just sent the agent away when there was another knock on the door. This time it was 3 heavily made-up women with revealing dresses and flirty smiles. Mr. Li, I heard that you like. Before the woman in the lead could finish her sentence, she was blocked by the bodyguards. Li Lockjaw sneered. Have the hotel increase security? Don't want to be treated like a thug. The bodyguard nodded and retreated, the room finally quieting down. He walked over to his desk, opened his laptop, and pulled up a map of Hot Springs Street. Building 128 is directly across the street from Quartz Nobuko Spa, with an excellent view. Check out that building first tomorrow, he muttered to himself, then find a chance to approach Kawada Yuko. Host, are you planning to install surveillance upstairs? The system asked. No. Li looked up with a mysterious smile. I'm going to open a custom house there. He took off his suit jacket and walked into the bathroom. Hot water gushed from the shower, washing over his tired body. Arrangements have to be made on Chen Bishi's end, too. He closed his eyes, so she doesn't find out where I'm going. After his shower, he lay down on the king-size bed and looked up at the ceiling. Quartz Nobuko, Hiwei, Simone, he muttered. What secrets do you all have? It's late at night, and the neon still flickers outside the window. Li locked up and rolled over, picking up his cell phone. Hey, Yamamoto, he said. Arrange for 2 people to keep an eye on Chen Bishi's side tomorrow. Yes, sir, Yamamoto replied respectfully. Is there anything we can do? Keep her safe. Li locked up after a moment, but don't let her find out. Hanging up, he glanced at the clock again. 2 o'clock in the morning. Time for bed, he muttered to himself. I have to acquire the building tomorrow. Before turning off the light, he glanced out the window again at Spa Street. It was lit up like a stinging viper. Quartz Nobuko, he said softly. I'll see you soon. Early the next morning, Li Lockjaw, dressed in an Armani suit and Hermes tie, sat in the parlor of the presidential suite. Mr. Li, this is the title information for Building 128. The agent handed over a stack of documents as if offering a treasure. The owner is already waiting downstairs. Li Lockjaw took the document and casually flipped through it. Show me. He stood up and straightened his tie. The elevator in Building 128 was encrusted with golden decorative strips, and Li Lockjaw stood inside, watching the numbers jump from floor to floor. Mr. Li, this is the feng shui treasure of Hot Spring Street, the agent said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes glowing. The 12 floors numbers represent the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac on our side of the street, signifying a successful fortune. Oh, continue. Li Lockjaw came to be interested, although he did not believe in these, but always need to understand the local culture. The elevator doors opened and sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the whole space glittering with gold. Look at this view, the agent excitedly pointed out the window. Sunrise in the east, sunset in the west, the busiest part of Onsen Street in the south, NMT, Fuji in the north. This location, it's like a treasure bowl. Li Liuju walked to the window. The whole Hot Spring Street can be seen. The pedestrians on the street are as small as ants. That's really nice. He nodded. What do you know about the history of the building? A well-dressed old man approached. I'll say this, I'm the owner of this building. Go ahead, said Li Lockwood, making a gesture of invitation. This building was built during my grandfather's generation, the old man said with pride in his eyes. Back then, he had the most famous feng shui master in Kyoto look at it. Oh, Li Lockjaw raised an eyebrow. The master said that this is the place where the dragon veins converge. The old man pointed out of the window. Do you see that the direction of that Hot Spring Street resembles a swimming dragon? Li Lockjaw looked in the direction of his finger, and the street did indeed wind like a dragon. And this building, the old man continued, was built right on top of the dragon's head, taking advantage of the feng shui. Interesting, Lee looked up and laughed. No wonder business is so good on this street. That's right, the agent interjected. Look at that spa across the street. It's been open for decades and business has been booming. Lee Lockjaw's gaze fell on the spa store across the street, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Make an offer, he said. This feng shui land interests me. The old man quoted a number. 300 million. Done deal, Lee Lockwood said dryly. Go do the paperwork now. The agent and the old man froze, not expecting him to be so forthcoming. An hour later, all the formalities were completed. Lee Lockwood stood in his new property and pulled out his cell phone. Yamamoto, he said, get the best designers you can find. I'm going to open a top-notch custom house here. Chapter 112, Meeting Yuko for the first time. No, Lee Lockwood suddenly changed his mind. Start with an international hotel with an upscale restaurant and a custom house. Host, aren't you trying to get close to Kawada Yuko? The system asked suspiciously. I thought about it. It's too much of a waste to just open a custom house. Lee Lockjaw sneered. I'm going to make them come to me of their own accord. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the neon sign of the spa across the street. Yamamoto, go hire the best designer in all of Japan. He said, I'm going to make this the top Netflix hit on Hot Spring Street. Yes, sir, Yamamoto said respectfully. Do you need me to contact the 3-star Michelin chef? Not enough. Lee looked up and narrowed his eyes. To hire a French food master in Paris. He turned towards the elevator. By the way, go contact the LV design team again. I want to customize the decor of the entire floor. What a masterstroke. Sir, Yamamoto exclaimed. Lee Lockdown straightened his tie. Remember, everything is high profile, but classy. I'm going to let the whole of Hot Springs Street know. A sneer curled the corner of his mouth. That there's a real big shot here. Walking out of the building, he glanced across the street at the spa. Quartz Nobuko, he muttered to himself. Soon you will come to me of your own accord. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove away, leaving a trail of cherry blossom petals. This time, he's going to tear the secrets of the street apart in the most elegant way possible. 3 days later in the evening, Lee Lockjaw came to the hot spring pavilion as usual. He wore a customized kimono, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist glinted discreetly in the light. Welcome, the waiter at the door bowed deeply, awe in his eyes. This mysterious guest came in 3 days in a row, each time asking for the most expensive set menu and never ordering anyone. Lee Lockjaw elegantly changed into slippers and walked towards the VIP area with gentle steps. In the vapor, he could feel the curious glances cast around him. Mr. Lee, is it still the imperial set meal today? The waiter asked respectfully. Lee Lockjaw nodded, his gaze sweeping over the elegantly decorated lounge area. The vapor of the hot tub lingered, reflecting his thoughtful expression. This guest of honor, a middle-aged woman in a kimono, approached. I'm the manager here. Lee Lockjaw raised his eyes to look at her, his eyes indifferent. We have a special service here. The manager lowered his voice. Would you like a recommendation for you? Oh, Lee Lockjaw picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. I just want a massage. Lee locked his eyes with the look of an old fart. You know. The manager's eyes lit up. We have a MS. Kawada here with great massage skills. Kawada? Lee Lockjaw feigned surprise. Is it that Kawada Yuko? Sir knows? The manager was a little surprised. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. I've heard of it. It's said to be very gentle. Indeed, laughed the manager. Would you like? Good thing too. Lee Lockjaw put down his teacup. I like the older ones, more experienced. The manager sighed in relief and rushed off to make arrangements. Lee Lockjaw leaned back in the recliner, an imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Host, you finally got your chance. The system said. There's no rush. Lee locked his eyes shut. It's just getting started. The vapor of the hot tub lingered, hiding the calculation in his eyes. Soon, a middle-aged woman in a yukata came over. Lee Lockjaw raised his eyes and opened them, only to see. Her figure was plump but not disproportionate. Her curves were exquisite, and her waist swayed lightly as she walked, naturally exuding an elegant flavor. She wore a simple kimono-style coverall, the fabric light and soft, fitting slightly to her body as she moved, outlining her vaguely shapely figure. The corset around her waist accentuated her curves. The years had left only faint traces on her face, but they had also added a touch of maturity to her. Slightly curly black hair was casually pulled up, and a few strands of hair hung down around her ears, adding a touch of lazy flirtation. Her skin was delicate and white, as if she had been given just the right amount of steam from the hot springs to give off a healthy glow. At this moment, her eyes were gentle and subtle, and when she occasionally looked at each other, the smile seemed to carry a few unfathomable deeper meanings. As she approached, the air seemed to carry a faint hint of fragrance that was both mature and attractive. Every subtle movement has a different flavor, as if inadvertently tugging at the heart. Mr. Lee, she said softly, I'm Kawada Yuko. Please take care of me. Lee Lockjaw opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him who was very different from Quartz Nobuko. Have a seat. He gestured to the seat beside him. And we'll take our time. Lee Lockjaw finished speaking and lay down. Kawada Yuko's technique was professional, with just the right amount of force to make Lee Lockjaw grunt in comfort. That's a well-toned muscle. Mr. Lee, Kawada Yuko said as she massaged him, her eyes absently darting to the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Lee Lockjaw smiled. I used to practice for a few years. I heard that Mr. Lee recently bought a building on Hot Springs Street? Kawada Yuko asked tentatively, her hands not stopping moving. Oh, that one, Lee Lockjaw said with deliberate carelessness, is a small investment of $300 million. Kawada Yuko's hand paused for a moment, a flash of surprise in her eyes. That's a nice massage, Ms. Yuko. Lee Lockwood changed the subject. How long have you been in the business? It's been 10 years or so as well. Kawada Yuko sighed. I'm too old to compare to the young. Lee Lockjaw closed his eyes. I do think mature women are more attractive. Kawada Yuko pursed her lips. Mr. Lee is really good at talking. I'm telling the truth. Lee locked up and rolled over. Young people are too impatient. Mr. Lee doesn't look too old. Kawada Yuko's approach became gentler. Lee Lockjaw laughed, have long since stopped caring about age, and now want to find someone who understands life. Kawada Yuko's eyes lit up. Mr. Lee is so good. There should be many people chasing after him, right? There are chases. Lee Lockjaw waved his hand. But they're all too superficial and only look at the surface. So what does Mr. Lee like? Kawada Yuko asked in a casual manner. Lee locked up and sat up, pulling a box of cigars out of his purse on the table. Mind if I smoke? Don't mind. Kawada Yuko rushed to light him up. It's a limited edition Cuban, isn't it? Lee Lockjaw exhaled a smoke ring. Ms. Bathsheba knows her stuff. I've had customers give them to me before. Kawada Yuko laughed. And they cost tens of thousands of dollars each. I never smoke fake cigarettes like these. Lee locked up and casually threw the whole box at her. I'm giving it to you. Kawada Yuko caught it in a hurry, her heart beating a few moments faster. That's very generous of Mr. Lee, she said, putting the cigar case away carefully. Small potatoes. Lee locks up and leans back in his recliner. By the way, where do you usually live? Just renting an apartment in the neighborhood. Kawada Yuko said, her technique a little more gentle. Renting a room. Lee Lockjaw said thoughtfully, my building will be renovated soon, so I'll leave you a suite then? Kawada Yuko's hands shook. This is too expensive. I'm planning to open a high-class clubhouse in that building. Lee Lockjaw laughed. If you're willing to come to work, the house will be a benefit. Really? Kawada Yuko said in surprise. That's salary. Don't worry, interrupted Lee Lockwood. It's definitely higher than here. Kawada Yuko's eyes lit up. Then I'll think about it. There's no rush. Lee locked up and stood up, pulling a stack of $10,000 bills out of his wallet. Today's tip. Kawada Yuko took it in a hurry. Mr. Lee is too kind. Chapter 113, Taking Down Yuko. 10 days passed, and Lee Lockjaw showed up at the spa on time every night. His identity background has long been perfectly implanted by the system in the island's household registration system, the third generation of the Lee family plutocracy in Goryeo. His father, Lee Jae-won, is the largest oil trader in the Middle East, and his mother, Kim Mi-ok, comes from one of the four major families in Seoul. That night, Quartz Nobuko was checking out the profile of the mysterious guest, Lee Tae-yo, 27. She read softly, graduated from Yonsei University in Goryeo, owns properties in Dubai and London. President, a clerk knocked on the door. Mr. Lee is here again today. Nobuko Quartz put down the information and walked over to the monitor screen. On the screen, Lee Tae-yo was leaning against the hot spring pool, the Patek Philippe on his wrist shining in the light. Find out why he's here, she asked. Supposedly on vacation, the clerk said, but the renovation of Building 128, which he bought, is progressing quickly. Nobuko Ishii raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. He hired the world's top design team. The clerk flipped open the record book. The first floor is a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Floors 2 through 5 are a high-class clubhouse. Floors 6 through 10 are a 5-star hotel. And the top floor is a sky garden. How much is the investment? Nobuko Ishii asked. The renovation alone cost $500 million, the clerk said, and he demanded it be finished in 3 months. Nobuko Quartz stood up and walked over to the window. Downstairs, Lee Tae-yo happened to come out of the hot spring pool. He only orders Kawada every time. She mused. Why? Maybe, just like Kawada's massage technique? The clerk said carefully. Nobuko Ishii shook her head. A son of the Lee Zaibatsu couldn't have come to a small place like this for no reason. Meanwhile, by the hot spring pool. Mr. Lee, I heard that your hotel is about to open? Kawada Yuko asked while massaging. Li Taiyao leaned lazily against the edge of the pool. Well, it will be finished next month. Then do you plan to stay here permanently? Anticipation shone in Kawada Yuko's eyes. Depends on the mood. Li Taiyu laughed. Mainly because I think it's a nice environment. Mr. Li is so accomplished at such a young age. Kawada Yuko complimented. Must be a great family business? Not bad. Li Taiyu pretended to be modest. Just doing some oil business. Kawada Yuko's hands shook. The oil business was a real rich one. These conversations quickly reached the ears of Quartz Scream. President, should we? The clerk wanted to say something. Send someone to check his background in Goryo. Quartz Nobuko said. I've always felt that this man's origins are not simple. It's been checked. The clerk said. His father is indeed a Middle Eastern oil tycoon who does business with the Saudi royal family. Nobuko Ishii was silent. Outside the window, Li Taiyu got into his Rolls Royce just in time. He leaned back in the leather seat. What was the reaction of Quartz Scream? She is investigating your background. But this system does the information seamlessly. Very well. Li Taiyu closed his eyes. Let her check. Host, this identity of yours is well designed, isn't it? The system began to boast. Well, you're finally doing something shiny. Li Taiyu laughed. A wealthy plutocrat too is the easiest way to let one's guard down. The Rolls-Royce drove off into the night and disappeared around the corner. After a few days of continuous attacks, Kawada Yuko finally couldn't resist the charms of Mr. Li. Today, she received an invitation from him to visit his recently completed house. The entire house is said to have been built by the world's top designers and cost a fortune. Today, Bathsheba had made a point of dressing up. Through a few days of contact, she got a hold of Lee Lockwood's preferences. I purposely wore edgier underwear underneath today. The boobs are open low. Lee locks up with her at the door as soon as they meet, and it's clear as day. There has to be a substantial breakthrough today. As they stepped out of the elevator, Kawada Yuko couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The corridors are both modern and elegantly decorated with an air of nobility. Li Taiyu smiled and took her hand, leading her towards the room. Yuko, your room is up ahead. Do you like the decorations in the aisle? The almost 40-year-old woman's face was surprisingly red when her hand was taken. Upon entering the house, Kawada Yuko was attracted by the cozy decoration. The furniture, the lighting, and even the aroma in the air exudes romance. Lee Lokju dismissed his men and accompanied Kawada Yuko on a tour of the house alone. It's beautiful here. Kawada Yuko involuntarily exclaimed. You have excellent taste, Mr. Lee. Li Taiyu smiled and walked over to her. Thank you. What do you think? If you want, even a slight change in the setup, I can arrange it. Kawada Yuko turned her head to look at him with a touching gleam in her eyes. No, it's fine just the way it is. Lee Lockwood's smile deepened, and he knew the time had come. He quietly used his divine healer skill, releasing a small amount of auxiliary gas to further close the distance between them. Soon, the auxiliary gases began to take effect. Kawada Yuko felt an inexplicable sense of ambiguity, her cheeks heating up as her heart began to race. Li Lokju sensed the change in her and moved closer to her without moving. It seems a little hot, Kawada Yuko said, her voice shaking slightly. Li Lokju replied gently. I'll open the window. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he gently pulled Kawada Yuko into his arms. The effect of the auxiliary gas combined with the close physical contact completely broke down Kawada Yuko's defenses. In that cozy and romantic house, with the melodious music and aroma, Kawada Yuko finally surrendered. They danced together to the melody of love that started the sinful night. Lee Lokja had also suppressed this strike for a long time. The continuous patting, the many days of goldfish, called him out of the blue. And without pity, only the waiter brought some food in the middle of the day. Lee Lockdown played to our army's strengths of continuous combat. The fine tradition of staying awake for 48 hours was upheld. In the end, our army won a great victory. 3 days later, Kawada Yuko finally woke up from her nap. Lee Lockjaw looked at her visage and all of a sudden seemed to age several years. A few more wrinkles. Mr. Lee, I've never seen a man like you. It's really different. Kawada Yuko felt lucky to be alive. Yuko, you're not so bad. You're the most extreme woman I've ever seen. Lee locks up and offers her a glass of red wine. Yuko didn't even dare to drink anymore, drinking it for fear that he would come back. Mr. Lee, am I really that good? Lee Lockjaw continued to ride the wave. That's for sure. Why else would I spend so much money on you? Mr. Lee, me? Lee Lockjaw hurriedly interrupted her. It's okay, I can solve all your matters. Aren't you just about the contract with the Quartz family? A small matter. Bathsheba shook her head. That's what worries me. Nobuko won't tell me to leave. Lee Lockjaw heard. There is a show, just waiting for you to turn this way. What? Isn't it just money? I'll just give her more. Bathsheba shook her head. Nobuko trusts me the most. There's no way she'd ask me to leave. And I don't want to lose her, or I won't be able to move an inch here. Lee Lockjaw asked doubtfully. The letter you said is so powerful? Bathsheba nodded. You don't know how ruthless she is. Many gangs have been taken over by her. Lee locks up. Then I'm surprised. Don't you come out to hang out for money? I give money, is it? Bathsheba sighed. I can't say. But anyway, just a reminder not to get tough. I can talk to her and try not to make a scene. Lee Lockjaw sat over and took Bathsheba's hand and asked, I'm willing to spend as much as I can for you, so don't be burdened. Thank you, but it's not about the money. Lee locks up. What exactly is the problem? She saved me. Bathsheba let out a long breath. In our line of work, we get bullied a lot, especially by her father, Quartz Haonan. Back then, when my boyfriend owed him a gambling debt, he pledged me to her father, who was about to rape me. It was Nobuko who saved me. Lee Lockjaw didn't want to listen to this useless information. He turned his head and asked, I see that Shinja is young and beautiful. Why did she slope her feet? Chapter 114. Contact with Quartz letter. She was like that when I met Nobuko. Bathsheba sighed. She said she only remembered things after she was 4. Nothing before that. Lee Lockjaw's eyes lit up. Then her father didn't say why. That beast. Bathsheba gritted her teeth. He's vague when asked. Animal? Lee Lockjaw pretended to be puzzled. Yuko lowered her voice. That once tried to molest Nobuko and was nearly cut to death by her. Then she moved out and lived on her own. Lee Lockjaw nodded thoughtfully. That's why you guys are so close. Yeah, she saved me, and I helped her get rid of that demon. A flicker of hatred flashed in Bathsheba's eyes. A few days later at the spa. Nobuko, you seem to be in a good mood today, Yuko said tentatively as she massaged Quartz Nobuko's shoulders. Nobuko Ishii closed her eyes and enjoyed the massage. Well, business has been good lately. I have something I want to talk to you about. Bathsheba's technique became a little softer. Speak. Nobuko Ishii's tone was flat. Yuko took a deep breath. I want to leave the onsen. Nobuko Ishii's eyes snapped open. Why? There's a guy. Wants to adopt me. Bathsheba's voice was getting smaller. Lee Taiyu? Nobuko Ishii turned around and looked Bathsheba straight in the eye. Bathsheba looked at her in surprise. You know? Of course I know that. Quartz screamed sneered. He only orders you every time he comes. Nobuko, I really don't want to do this anymore. Yuko lowered her head. Nobuko Ishii stood up and walked over to the window. What promises did he make you? He said, give me a house and a job at his hotel. Is that all? Nobuko Ishii looked back at her. Bathsheba bit her lip. He's nice and gentle with me. Ha! Quartz screamed sneered. You believe in a man's sweet words? No. Baths explained hastily. He's sincere. You'll see when you meet him. Nobuko Ishii was silent for a moment. Okay, let's meet then. Really? Bathsheba looked up in surprise. Tomorrow night, said Nobuko. Quartz, have him come to my office. Thank you, Nobuko. Yuko said, touched. Nobuko Ishii waved her hand. Go on, I want to be quiet. Yuko exited the room gingerly. Nobuko Ishii resumed her seat, picked up the information on her desk, and meditated once more. As night falls, the neon signs on Hot Springs Street gradually light up. Lee Lockjaw stood in front of the door to Nobuko Quartz's office and straightened the lapel of his dark blue tailored suit. Knocking lightly 3 times, a cool female voice came from inside. Please come in. The moment he pushed open the door, a sandalwood fragrance wafted in, if nothing else, with some of the unique fragrance of a mature woman. Nobuko Ishii sat behind a mahogany desk, the warm light from the desk lamp casting soft shadows on the side of her delicate face. She was wearing a tailored black professional suit with a neckline that revealed just the right amount of white swan neck. Shoulder-length black hair is slightly curled and casually rests on the shoulder, adding a bit of lazy sexiness. Mr. Lee, I've heard a lot about you. The slightly unnatural movement of her right leg as she stood up did not detract from her elegant posture. Instead, the slight flaw added a special touch to her. In the light, her red lips were slightly hooked, and there was a scrutinizing look in her eyes. Miss Quartz is even more beautiful than rumored. Lee Lockjaw gracefully owed his body, his gaze tracelessly skimming over her slender waist. Have a seat. She reached out to indicate the couch area, her wrist moving like a dance. Lee Lockwood took a seat on the leather couch and unbuttoned his suit casually. Looking subdued, he noticed the slight limp in Quartz Nobuko's walk, but it didn't detract from her aura at all. Her every movement carried an innate grace, as if she were dancing a silent waltz. I heard that Mr. Lee has a crush on my man? Nobuko Quartz poured him a glass of whiskey, her slender fingers gripping the crystal glass, the red nail polish on her fingertips glinting seductively in the light. Bathsheba is a good woman. Lee Lockwood took the glass and shook it gently. Nobuko Ishii sat down across the room, her long, slender legs elegantly folded. a section of her pale calf showing under her black professional skirt. How much does Mr. Lee think she's worth? Her voice carried a bit of lethargy, but concealed a sharp edge. Money isn't the issue. Lee Lockjaw took a sip of his wine, his gaze lingering on her delicate face. I care more about her feelings. When Nobuko Shiring sniffed, her red lips slightly hooked into a cold smile. She stood up, her heels moving noiselessly on the carpet, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the night, her figure was outlined by the neon in seductive curves. Mr. Lee is so considerate? She turned around, the moonlight gilding her with a hazy glow. I just think. Lee Lockjaw put down his glass and looked straight into those beautiful eyes with a few stern moments. There's a bottom line to being human. Nobuko Ishii's eyes snapped cold, and she walked slowly back to the couch, each step like she was stepping on the tip of Lee's locked heart. Is Mr. Lee saying that I have no bottom line? Her voice was still soft, but it carried a chill that could not be ignored. No. Lee locked his mouth in a faint smile. I mean, we can make a deal. Quartz Nobuko tilted her head slightly sideways, her hair slipping down to reveal a sliver of alabaster earlobe. What conditions does Mr. Lee want? Her voice suddenly became seductive. Cooperation. Lee Lockjaw said simply, but his gaze lingered on her delicate collarbone. Nobuko Ishii took a gentle sip of her wine, her red lips leaving a faint mark on the rim of her glass. Cooperation? She repeated the word with a hint of playfulness in her voice. I'm opening my hotel soon. Lee Lockjaw leaned forward, smelling her scent if anything, and need connections. Mr. Lee has a big family. Quartz Shinzi smiled faintly, revealing a row of shell teeth. And needs this bit of my connections? Lee Lockjaw laughed. In a foreign country, you always need to find a backer. Mr. Lee is joking. Quartz Shinzi resumed her seat, the hem of her skirt moving up slightly, revealing a section of snow-white thighs. How dare I be your backer? Ms. Quartz is too modest. Lee Lockwood's gaze traveled over her. Who on this street doesn't know of your energy? Nobuko Ishii narrowed her eyes, her long lashes casting a shadow on her face. Mr. Lee has investigated me? Her voice carried a hint of danger. I've heard a little bit about it. Lee Lockju leaned back into the sofa, his demeanor poised. Or else I wouldn't have chosen this place to open a store. Quartz Nobuko was silent for a moment, then suddenly spread a smile, and the whole room seemed to brighten up for a few moments. Mr. Lee is really not simple. She lifted her wine cup and her red lips slightly opened. Same to each other. Lee Lockjaw clinked glasses with her, the amber-colored liquid in his glass rippling seductively. Then how about? Nobuko Ishii's voice suddenly became soft. We work together? An honor. Their glasses clinked in the air with a crisp sound. The whiskey in the glass shimmered charmingly in the light, like the hearts hidden in the eyes of the two men. Chapter 115, Nobuko's Temptation. From that day on, Nobuko Quartz began her elaborate tryst. The first stop was the most upscale Japanese restaurant in her name. Nobuko Shiring wore a dark red modified kimono that set off her skin like snow. Her hair was pulled back in a high bun, revealing the back of her slender neck, with a few strands of broken hair hanging playfully around her ears. Mr. Lee, this tuna is good. Her slender fingers held the chopsticks, elegantly picking up a piece of tender sashimi and gently placing it on the celadon plate in front of Lee Lockjaw. Lee looks up and notices a new nail polish on her nails, an understated nude pink color. Ms. Quartz is so elegant. He smiled and savored it. Nobuko Ishii's gaze lingered on his hands and feet. The man's every move was characterized by a calmness that belied his age. The next night, she changed places. The lights in the clear bar were dim and jazz music flowed softly. Nobuko Ishii wore a long black backless dress today, the curves of her back hidden in the dim light. This is the best bartender in our store. She leaned against the bar, elbows slightly propped up, her whole body exuding a lazy charm. Lee locks up and politely exchanges pleasantries with the bartender, but he can feel Quartz Nobuko's gaze if anything. On the third day, it was a new venue. This time it was a private club, lavishly decorated and showing off the owner's taste in every way. Nobuko Ishii's outfit was even bolder today. A white dress with a deep V neckline that showed off her chiseled figure. This is the prettiest girl in our store. She introduced a young and beautiful girl, but her eyes stayed on Lee Lockjaw's face, as if waiting for his reaction. Lee Lockjaw still maintained a decent smile, clinking glasses politely with the girl, but always keeping just the right distance. 4 days at a time, Quartz Screen led him all over her territory. Great wine, great people, great views, everything. Lee Lockjaw, on the other hand, is like a fine piece of beautiful jade, allowing her to try all sorts of things, always warm and moist as before. That night, Quartz Nobuko sat alone in her office. She changed out of her sexy evening gown and into a cozy silk robe, leaning back lazily on the couch. This Li Tai Yao, she whispered to herself, her fingers unconsciously rubbing her wineglass, has really good stamina. The aide stood by, wanting to say something. To be or not to be? There's no rush. Quartz screamed, sneered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let him have his fun first. She stood up and walked to the window. Downstairs, Lee Lockjaw happened to walk out of the clubhouse, and under the moonlight, his figure appeared particularly upright. Nobuko Ishii's gaze followed him until the Rolls-Royce disappeared into the night. This man, what does he want? Late at night, Lee Lockwood sat alone on the balcony of his penthouse suite. The lights of the city twinkled beneath his feet, and in the distance on Onsen Street he could vaguely see that Quartz Nobuko's office was still lit. This woman, he whispered to himself, is much harder to deal with than I thought. Host, are you worried about those 400 points of lucky value? The system's voice rang out. Lee Lockjaw laughed bitterly and shook his head. Don't dream about it. He picked up the whiskey, the ice clinking in the glass with a crisp sound. Have you seen the look in her eyes? He looked away from the lights. Those aren't the eyes of a girl in her 20s. Indeed, she has a deep heart. It's not the heart, Lee Lockwood corrected. It's the wariness. Her heart is like an iceberg, never letting anyone near the core. What are you going to do? Should we go find Quartz Honam? Looking for him? Lee Lockjaw sneered. That old fox is harder to deal with than her. And once I let Nobuko know that I'm looking into her past. He didn't finish, but the system understood what he meant. All that effort will be wasted. Either, I'll give you a suggestion? The system suddenly said mysteriously. Say, the most primitive and effective way, the hero's rescue. Lee locks up and raises an eyebrow. Go on. Like, you take a bullet for her or something. Holy, Lee Lockjaw almost dropped his wine glass. You think this is a TV show? This works. Shut up. Lee locked up angrily. You plan on having to make a hornet's nest before I get to 2000? Don't but. Lee Lockjaw rubbed his temples. She's so shrewd. How could she fall for this kind of trick? Then what do you say? Lee locked up in silence. Indeed, he had nothing better to do now. The look in her eyes, he said suddenly, always reminds me of a badly wounded beast. What do you mean? Vigilant, guarded, and never trusting anyone. Lee Lockwood's voice trailed off. That tells me what she must have gone through as a young girl. So, Lee locked up and stood up, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window. I'm going to have to go in a different direction. What direction? Instead of making her believe in me, a glint flashed in Lee Lockdown's eyes. I'd rather make her think that she and I are kindred spirits. Kindred spirits? Yeah. Lee locked up and laughed. Both were hurt. Host, are you going to start acting? It's not an act. Lee locks up and shakes his head. It's a heart for a heart. Are you sure this is gonna work? Not sure. Lee locks up and leans against the window frame. But it's better than that bad idea of yours to stop bullets. The system doesn't speak. The next day, Lee locked up and changed his tactics. When Quartz Nobuko takes him to a fancy club again, he politely declines the company of the warblers. What? Mister, Lee is not satisfied with my girls? Nobuko Shiring leaned back on the sofa, her red lips slightly hooked. Lee Lockjaw shook his wine glass, his eyes a little lost in thought. It's not that I'm not satisfied. It's just that. Just what? Nobuko Ishii came interested. I don't like those deliberately ingratiating looks, he said softly, reminding me of some unpleasant past. Nobuko Shiring's eyes flickered. Does Surly also have an unpleasant past? Who hasn't? Lee Lockjaw smiled to himself, especially in those so-called powerful families. Nobuko Ishii sat up straight. Tell me about it? There's nothing to say. Lee Lockjaw tilted his head back and drained his glass. It's just some interests, calculations, and betrayals. His tone was flat, but it had an indescribable bitterness to it. Nobuko Ishii looked at him silently, and for the first time, she saw real emotion on the young man's face. So Mr. Lee came to the island to escape? She asked tentatively. It's not running away. Lee Lockdown turned his head to look at her, his eyes deep. It's trying to find a place where I can be myself. Nobuko Ishii froze. The words seemed to touch a certain sensitive nerve in her heart. A place where you can be yourself. She repeated the words softly, noticing the change in her expression. Lee Lockjaw continued. In those mansions, everyone wears a mask. Parents, brothers, even the closest of kin. Nobuko Ishii picked up on his words. The two looked at each other, both seeing a hint of realization in the other's eyes. That's why I like it here. Lee locks up and looks out the window into the night. No one knows me or cares who I am. Nobuko Ishii was silent. It was a long time before she spoke. Mr. Lee, do you want to go somewhere? What place? She paused. A place where you can be yourself. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of a lighthouse on the beach. Nobuko Ishii's heels were a little unsteady on the sand as she got out of the car. Lee Lockjaw instinctively reached out to help her, but she gently avoided it. Sorry, she said. Get used to it. Lee locked up and smiled. I understand. The two went up the spiral staircase to the top of the lighthouse. The sea breeze messed up Quartz Nobuko's long hair, but she was in the rare position of not caring. This is my favorite place. She looked out over the ocean in the distance. And no one knows it. Lee Lockjaw stood behind her and watched her back look extraordinarily lonely in the moonlight. Host, it seems like she's starting to trust you, the system said. Lee locked up without answering, because he suddenly realized that what he had just said didn't seem to be all an act. Chapter 116. The sea breeze gently brushed the lighthouse with a salty scent. Quartz Nobuko leaned against the railing, the moonlight gilding her with a soft silver edge. She wore a beige trench coat today, the hem swinging gently in the wind. When I was little, she spoke suddenly, her voice so soft it was almost drowned out by the sound of the waves. I used to have people carry me here. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything, just listened quietly. In the night, the side of Quartz Nobuko's face looked softer, less harsh than usual. At that time, she paused, as if weighing her words. I don't remember how I got hurt. Lee Lockjaw's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. I only remember anything after I was 4. She continued, with a hint of confusion in her voice. Before that, it's as if the memories were wiped from my mind. The sea breeze suddenly became stronger, messing up her long hair. A few strands drifted into her face, but she didn't reach out to ruffle them, as if she was lost in some kind of pursuit. You know what? She turned her head, her eyes a little misty in the moonlight. Sometimes I dream that I'm running. Lee Lockjaw looked into her eyes, and something seemed to be flickering in them. Not a tearfulness, but an indefinable confusion. But when I woke up, I couldn't even remember if I had actually run. Her voice got lower and lower, eventually becoming almost self-talking. In the distance, a fishing boat sailed slowly across the sea, its lights swaying in the darkness. Did no one tell you what happened? Lee Lockjaw asked softly. Nobuko Ishii's body suddenly stiffened. She turned back to face the ocean again, her voice returning to its usual coldness. They said it was an accident. But, she didn't finish her sentence. But Lee Lockjaw noticed that her fingers gripping the railing were slightly white. There are some things, he spoke slowly, that perhaps are not forgotten, but rather not wanted to be remembered. Nobuko Ishibashi suddenly laughed, with a touch of mockery in her voice. Yeah, well, maybe there are some things where it's best to never know the truth. As she said this, there was a glint in her eyes that Lee Lockjaw couldn't read. Host, she seems to know something. The system's voice rang out. Don't need you to tell me. She knows her own door. Lee Lockjaw growled lowly in his heart. In the night breeze, Quartz Nobuko's long hair kept fluttering, covering her expression. It's getting late, she snapped. Go back. As she turned, her heels tripped on the steps. This time, she didn't avoid Lee Lockwood's outstretched hand. Host, have you noticed? What she said matches the time Chen Bishi inquired about. The system reminded. Lee Lockjaw helped her down the steps, his mind racing with thoughts, memories of being 4 years old, an accident, and truths that have been deliberately hidden. All of this seems to be explained only by Quartz Honam. Lee Lockjaw's heart fluttered with bitterness once. Brother Unity, I want to torture Quartz Haman. As a last resort, this is the only way to go, for fear that this old rascal, a man who is going to die, will take the secret man can to the ground. Brother Unity, can't I use my time reversal on someone else? Turning back time can only be done with what you've experienced, like a VCR that can't return without your picture. You still have to upgrade. Go on, stop eavesdropping all the time. You're seriously out of step with the times. On the way back, the Rolls-Royce drove quietly through the night. Nobuko Ishii leaned back against the back seat, her eyes closed, seemingly a little tired. The light from the street lamp swept past her face, like a mark left by age. Lee Lockjaw sat across from her and quietly surveyed the seemingly strong woman through the flickering light. At the moment, she was a little less sharp than usual, and a little more indescribably vulnerable. The car passed a speed bump and her body swayed slightly. Sleepy? Lee Lockjaw asked softly. Well, she didn't open her eyes. It's probably the sea breeze. Lee Lockjaw looked at her slightly furrowed brow and suddenly said, Do you want to hear a story? Quartz Nobuko opened her eyes and cast a puzzled look. When I was a kid, Lee locked back against the seat, his voice gentle. I had a playmate. The view out the window slowly receded as his voice echoed softly in the carriage. She's the daughter brought in by the family maid, 2 years younger than me. There was a slight change in Nobuko Ishii's eyes. Back then, my favorite thing to do was to play hide-and-seek with her in the backyard. Lee locked his gaze a little out of focus. As if reminiscing, she always found the best hiding places. A motorcycle whizzed by, its headlights tracing a trail of light across the window. What happened after that? Nobuko Ishii asked softly. Later, Lee Lockjaw smiled bitterly. My father found out, and the next day, they disappeared. Nobuko Quartz's fingers curled slightly. I searched for a long time and asked a lot of people. He continued. but everyone said they didn't know the mother and daughter. It's like they never existed. Nobuko Ishii picked up on his words. The two looked at each other, both seeing a certain resonance in the other's eyes. Sometimes I wonder, Lee Lockwood said softly, if those memories that were erased took a part of us with them? Nobuko Ishii didn't say anything, but her eyes became soft. The car drove through a forest of cherry blossoms, the petals falling with the wind and leaving faint shadows on the windows. So, Lee locked up and looked at her. When I met someone who also had missing memories. He didn't finish his sentence, but Quartz Nobuko understood what he meant. She turned her head to look out the window. The cherry blossom forest in the moonlight like a sea of silver. Lee Tai-yu, she said softly, you're the first. The first what? The first one that made me want to believe. The words were spoken softly, but they made Lee Lockjaw's heart clench violently. Host, your heartbeat is accelerating. The system reminded. Lee Lockjaw ignored it. He just quietly looked at the night outside the window, and the slightly tired face reflected on the glass. Perhaps, he thought, some of the drama played out became real. The car drove into the city, and the night grew dark. Lee Lockjaw noticed that Quartz Scream's eyes were back to their usual wary self, and he knew that it was time to stop. There are some heart doors that can't be pushed too fast. Thank you for tonight, he said softly, for taking me to that place. Quartz Nobuko nodded slightly and did not speak. Just then, an ear-splitting sound of a motorcycle engine suddenly came from the rear. Lee Lockjaw's pupils contracted violently. 4 heavy black locomotives, fanning out. 2 men in black sat in each car, the barrels of miniature submachine guns glinting coldly in the moonlight. Get down! Lee Lockjaw almost instinctively lunged at Quartz Shinja. The next second, intense gunfire ripped through the night sky. The bullets hit the bulletproof glass with a dense thud. Quartz Nobuko could clearly hear his rapid heartbeat as she was pinned beneath him. Counterattack, she said calmly. Open the front hidden compartment and give me the gun. Lee Lockjaw quickly got up and pulled open the secret compartment. 2 chrome-plated Desert Eagles lay still, glowing coldly in the interior lights. He picked up his guns and flung one at Nobuko. The movement was fluid as he retired his suit jacket. The outline of a gun holster loomed under the silk shirt. He pulled out another Balrog of his own. The muzzle of the gun went down and rubbed against his waist. Click, click. 2 consecutive crisp sounds of bullets being loaded. Nobuko Ishii froze for a moment, clearly not expecting this seemingly elegant man to harbor such a side. Sit tight, Lee Lockdown said, pressing the window button, poking out the car window with both hands on the gun, like Ponyboy in a Hong Kong movie. Chapter 117, Stories After Injuries. The night wind whistled in. He held the gun in both hands and leaned forward slightly. First shot, right into the gas tank of the motorcycle on the left. The fire from the explosion lit up half the sky. The second shot pierced the right shooter's shoulder. The miniature submachine gun fell to the ground and was thrown a long way. Nobuko Ishii looked at his back and somehow remembered a classic scene from a Hong Kong movie. Elegant, subdued, yet with deadly danger. Are these people coming for you? Lee Lockwood asked between shots. Apparently. Her voice remained calm. The corner of Lee Lockjaw's mouth hooked into a cold smile. His double guns crossed, and there were 2 more loud bangs. The 2 remaining motorcycles lost their balance, sending long sparks across the ground. The gunfire died down and the smoke filled the air. Lee locked up his gun and turned to look at Quartz Nobuko. Are you okay? Nobuko Ishii shook her head, but her gaze fell on a patch of crimson on his chest. You're hurt. Lee locked his head down, only to realize that at some point, a bullet had grazed his left shoulder. Minor injury. He smiled. Quartz Nobuko looked at his smile and suddenly felt something melt inside her heart. In this moment, she suddenly realized why she had let her guard down with this man. For in him she saw the self that had long been lost. Wild in its elegance, sharp in its gentleness, like a wounded wolf that never forgets the sharpness of its fangs. The night wind, wrapped in the smell of gunpowder, poured in through the broken windows. The light from the street lamp jumped across Quartz Nobuko's face, and her eyes wavered as she looked at the blotch of blood on Lee's locked shoulder. The Rolls-Royce slowed to a stop at the curb, the roar of the engine subsiding. Sirens sounded in the distance, but she knew that by the time the police arrived, the gunman would be long gone without a trace. Go to my place and treat the wound. Lee Lockjaw didn't refuse. He knew this was a rare opportunity. The car drove into a quiet villa area and stopped in front of a Japanese-style garden. Quartz Nobuko pushed open the door to her room, and the faint scent of sandalwood wafted in. There is a restrained elegance about her residence, as about her office. Sit. She gestured to the tatami mat and turned to get the medical kit. Lee Lockjaw unbuttoned his shirt, and moonlight filtered in through the paper window, casting dappled shadows on his sturdy chest. That was the picture that Nobuko Ishii saw when she came back. Her hand paused for a moment, then resumed its usual composure. The wound is not deep. She examined it carefully, her voice soft. Li Lockjaw could feel the warmth of her breath and the slight tremor coming from her fingertips. The alcohol made him cringe, but he didn't make a sound. "You're very tolerant," she said, a hint of appreciation in her voice. "Get used to it," he replied softly. Quartz Nobuko's hand stopped for a moment and looked up at him. In the moonlight, the side of his face looked extraordinarily deep. "While in Goliath?" she asked tentatively. Li Lockjaw smiled and didn't answer. Nobuko Ishii stopped asking questions and concentrated on the wound. The room was quiet, with only the subtle sound of bandages rubbing together. "Okay." She put away the medical kit and got up to pour the wine. Li Lockjaw looked at her back, noting the imperceptible hint of unnaturalness as she walked. The amber color of the whiskey swirled in the glass, like the complexity of her mind at the moment. "Thanks." He took the glass, his fingertips absently touching her hand. Nobuko Ishii didn't duck, just sat down across from him. "Those men," he asked softly, "were coming for you?" She shook her head. "I don't know." "You know." He looked her straight in the eye. Nobuko Ishii fell silent, her fingers unconsciously rubbing her wineglass. "There are some things," she finally spoke, "that the less you know, the better." Li Lockjaw didn't pursue the question. He understood that everyone had their own secrets, just like himself. "It's late." She stood up, signaling a farewell. Li Lockjaw put on his shirt, tugging at the wound between movements, causing him to frown slightly. Nobuko Ishii looked on but said nothing. As she walked him to the door, she suddenly spoke. "Tomorrow, I'll come." He took her words. Nobuko Shireen nodded and watched his back disappear into the night. Closing the door, she leaned against the frame and let out a long breath. What happened tonight was like a dream, and the man who had protected her under fire was as good as a dream. The wounds recovered quickly, thanks to the healing power of the system. Lee Lockwood stood in front of his hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, looking thoughtfully at Quartz Nobuko's office in the distance. "Host, Nobuko's attitude towards you has really gotten better over the past few days." Lee Lockjaw shook his head. "You can't be too optimistic. This woman isn't Hiwei. She's not that easily emotional. The host understands women very well, something the system can't match." Lee Lockjaw touched his nose and thought to himself, "If you were better than me, humans wouldn't need to reproduce their offspring. It would have been the age of robots a long time ago." Knock knock. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lee locks up and turns around. This time of day? The hotel is still under renovation, so it will have to be a staycation bath. Sure enough, Lee Lockjaw straightened his clothes and opened the door. Kawada Yuko stood in the doorway wearing a lavender kimono with a gentle smile on her face. "I heard you were back." Her voice was soft, like a spring breeze. Seeing her face full of spring, Lee Lockjaw estimated that she did not know about the assassination. His own wounds have finished healing, and he's ready to dish it out again. Lee locked up and sidestepped to let her in, his eyes sweeping over the barely visible camera at the end of the hallway. Yuko walked in and naturally leaned into his arms, the cherry blossom-like scent lingering in her nose. A night of warmth and the tenderness of an island woman. The next morning the sun was just right. Lee locks up refreshed. When yin and yang are in harmony, everything develops. It seems that in the future, there can be no shortage of women. Looking aside at the gentle woman whose hair was strewn across the pillow, Lee Lockjaw thinks this is a great life. When you run out of money, there's a system to recharge. When you run out of women, you pay to get one. I'm still looking for any luck value. It's been immortalized anyway. Host, you can't rest on your laurels. Without the body of Vajra, your long life is a search for peace in a canon. Looking at other people's faces, Snort Lee Lockjaw sneered, giving another nod to the system. It has evolved step by itself from an ancient age and has evolved pretty much with the times. Brother Unity, you upgraded again last night, didn't you? Do you have any good skills? No enlightenment yet. Well then, I'll hint at a few and give you directions for your enlightenment. Please speak. The whip of submission. With 3 lashes of my whip, any woman will willingly submit to me, and any lucky value will be at hand. Host, you do this system, and you don't have to write the novel. You just whip it. That's when the lobby staff called. "Mr. Lee, there's a cop looking for you. In the lobby. I'll be right down." A few minutes later, Lee locks up and walks out of the elevator. Step into the hotel lobby. "I saw 2 kids right in front of me." "No, it's the little guy cop." He secretly laughed. "Not you islanders are also quite a lot. Why do not you consider the image of the police force? This height also when Arthur." Lee Lockjaw couldn't even find it if he had bad eyes. 2 uniformed police officers stood in the hotel lobby and showed their credentials. "Mr. Lee, please come with us. We need to ask detailed questions about last night's incident." "Yes, lead the way." Lee Lockjaw followed them into the police car. If anything, a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. In the security bureau's interrogation room, "I didn't realize that Quartz Nobuko was there. She sat with an expressionless face, her black professional outfit making her more and more competent. Did you sleep well last night? She fiddled with her cell phone absently, with obvious mockery. Lee Lockjaw knew what she was talking about. She must have been well aware of the fact that Bathsheba had spent the night in her room. Thanks to Ms. Bathsheba, he said deliberately, sleep well. Quartz Nobuko's fingers gave a slight lurch and lifted her eyes to look at him. Those eyes, no longer calm. Bathsheba does know how to take care of people. Lee Lockjaw looked at her slightly furrowed brow and secretly smiled in his heart. But more than the baths, he said suddenly, I would like to invite Miss Quartz to visit my hotel. Nobuko Ishii froze for a moment, then returned to her normal self. Now, she raised an eyebrow. Chapter 118, I can help. Lee Lockjaw stood up and made a gesture of invitation. The sun was just right for a walk. Quartz Nobuko followed him out of the security bureau, her heels making a crisp sound on the marble floor. She walked slowly, and Lee Lockjaw slowed down, not moving to match her rhythm. That way her posture was still like a normal person. Lee Lockjaw suddenly remembered his divine healing skills. Brother Unity, do you think I'll get 400 if I stab her in the foot? Are you stabbing? Not heal? Lee locked. Just a slip of the tongue. This police station is on this street. The hotel was at the corner intersection, and Kawata Yuko was already waiting at the door. She had changed into an OL outfit today, competent with a touch of sexiness. Nobuko, she greeted her quickly, taking Quartz Nobuko's arm affectionately. Nobuko Ishii stiffened slightly, but didn't push her away. Lee Lockjaw walked behind and watched the backs of the two women. One is noble and cold, the other is gentle. Host, be careful. Don't think about the good things of hot springs together. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly retracted his lewd smile. Brother Unity, you said that if I always live like this and don't die, what's the point if I don't do something fancy? That's why I'm devising something beneficial to cure my depression. That depends on the person. Nobuko started out as a murderer. Don't be fooled by her appearances. Knowing that, I'm just planning that you can look to upgrade your skills in that direction. The system wasn't talking, so I guess it went to upgrade its skills. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything either, just watched Quartz Shinzi's slightly hobbling steps. There are some fires that will never find the truth until they are played to the extreme. If you should take a risk, you should take a risk. That's life. Cradle the grass and hit the rabbit. Woman to hand. 400 I have. Ha ha. The hotel was nearing the end of its renovation, and the faint smell of paint still hung in the air. Bathiko took Quartz Nobuko's hand, and like a dutiful tour guide, she carefully described every detail. Lee Lockjaw walked behind him, his gaze sweeping over Quartz Nobuko's slightly tensed shoulders if anything. This is our theme restaurant. Baths pushed open a carved wooden door. The designers referenced a 3-star Michelin layout. The sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the crystal chandelier refracted its radiant light. Nobuko Quartz's gaze swept slowly over the restaurant. Professional and critical. Mr. Lee has good taste, she said faintly, not sounding happy or angry. Bathsheba smiled and looked at Lee Lockjaw with a bit of admiration in her eyes. Nobuko Ishii noticed the look and curled her fingers slightly. The second floor is the clubhouse. Lee Lockjaw spoke up at the right time. Would Ms. Quartz like to take a look? Nobuko Ishii nodded and took a step towards the elevator. Bathsheba tries to follow, but is gently stopped by Lee Lockdown. Go about your business, Ms. Yuko, he said gently. I'll be fine here. Bathsheba nodded her head good-naturedly and left, her back looking extraordinarily gentle. In the elevator, there were only two people left. The scent of perfume from Quartz Letter's body wafted if anything in the small space. Yuko likes you a lot, she said suddenly. Lee Lockwood laughed softly. She just likes me for who I am. Nobuko Ishii turned her head to look at him, her gaze deep. You know a lot about women? She asked. No. Lee locks up and looks her straight in the eye. I just understand human nature. The elevator doors opened, interrupting the delicate conversation. The clubhouse is even more lavishly decorated, with understated extravagance in every detail. This will be your place from now on, Lee Lockjaw said. Nobuko Ishii raised an eyebrow. Mine? The entire second floor. He leaned over the bar. Is yours to run? Nobuko Ishii's eyes flashed. You trust me that much? It's not trust. Lee locked up and poured her a glass of champagne. It's appreciation. The crystal glass shimmered delicately in the sunlight, like the complexity of her mind at the moment. Lee Tai-yu. She took the glass. What do you really want? Lee Lockjaw didn't answer, but just raised his glass in a gesture. The two goblets clinked in the air with a crisp sound. The sunlight filtered through the champagne, casting a golden patch of light on the carpet. Just like those unspoken sentiments in the hearts of the two at this moment. Host, you're fishing, the system said. Lee Lockjaw smiled in his heart. Some fish, without fishing, will take the bait themselves. It's impossible to tell who the angler really is now. Nobuko Quartz stood in front of the window, the champagne swaying slightly in her glass, like her swaying mind at the moment. It's a nice view from here, she said softly, her gaze sweeping over the harbor in the distance. Lee looked up and walked over to her, the scent of cologne wafting in if anything. Do you know why I chose this place? He asked, his voice low. Quartz Nobuko looked at him sideways, a ray of sunlight outlining the perfect contours of his side face. Because of that lighthouse. He pointed to the familiar silhouette in the distance. Nobuko Quartz's hand trembled slightly as the champagne spilled a few drops and landed on the dark carpet. You're good at talking. She withdrew her gaze, her voice returning to its usual coldness. Lee looks up and smiles without saying a word, turning toward the bar. The bartending was flowing like an elegant performance. Try this. He handed her a dark red cocktail. Nobuko Ishii took the glass and took a gentle sip. Blood Mary? She raised an eyebrow. With a special formula, he said, his gaze falling on her slightly reddened lips. The room darkened as the last rays of the setting sun disappeared into the horizon. Lee locks up and presses the switch, and the soft light then comes on. What does Ms. Quartz think is missing here? He asked. Nobuko Ishii looked around the room, her eyes finally resting on the piano in the corner. Missing a pianist, she said. Lee locks up and walks towards the piano and lifts the lid. Slender fingers fell on the black and white keys, and a melodious melody followed. Nobuko Ishii froze. She didn't realize that this man could play the piano. The melody of the Moonlight song echoed in the empty clubhouse, flowing into the heart like a clear spring. She approached unconsciously, her heels silent on the carpet. Lee Lockjaw looked up at her, the melody under his hands not stopping. Want to sit down? He moved to the side. Nobuko Ishii hesitated, but gracefully sat down on the piano bench. The two were so close they could smell each other's breath. What tune? Lee locked his heart and laughed. You demoness. You know how to appreciate music too? Autumn whispers. Nobuko didn't say anything. It seemed that words praising sweet things couldn't come out of her mouth. Still staring at the man's hands jumping over the keys, she suddenly said, You don't look like a businessman. Lee looked up and laughed. So what do I look like? Like a, she paused, dangerous man. The sound of the piano came to a screeching halt. Lee Lockjaw turned his head to look at her, his gaze deep. What kind of person isn't dangerous in your eyes? He asked rhetorically. Nobuko Ishii didn't answer, just stood up and walked towards the landing. The lighthouse glowed brightly and dimly in the night, as if it were saying something. It's getting late, she said. Lee Lockjaw closed the lid of the piano and got up to see her off. Both men were silent in the elevator. Yuko and Lee lock up until they get her to the door of the hotel. It took a group of bodyguards surrounding Quartz Nobuko to speak. Thank you for the drink. And the recipe. Lee Lockwood added. Quartz Nobuko glanced at him, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. It was her first smile of the night. Wait until Nobuko's car disappears into the night. Lee locks up before walking towards the elevator with his arm around Yuko. In the elevator, the two kissed a few times. The woman was limp, like she was going to melt. Teo-kun, if you like Nobuko, I can help. Are island women so considerate? Chapter 119, Chen Bishi makes a mess. The night was deepening, and the lanterns hanging outside the hotel swayed gently in the wind. Lee Lockjaw sat at the bar and watched the figure of Kawada Yuko mixing drinks. She wore a lavender kimono today, with a ribbon tied in a perfect bow at her waist. You seem preoccupied today. Bathsheba pushed a martini in front of him with concern in her eyes. Lee Lockjaw lifted his wineglass and gently shook it. He was still thinking about approaching Quartz Honan. It seems that Quartz Honan must know a lot. I guess I didn't tell Nobuko either. But you can't ask Bathsheba directly. Who knows if she's Nobuko's undercover? Thinking about some past events. Is this about Nobuko? Yuko looked down and wiped her glass. I said I could help. Lee Lockjaw looked a bit disbelieving as he put down his glass. Oh, are you sure? Bathsheba bent down. Hi. Nobuko is 30 years old and has never had a boyfriend. I understand that. But I can't say she's not a normal woman. How? Bathsheba looked up. Flushed. Because, said even more quietly, I fixed it all for her. By massaging. Lee Lockjaw this time wide-eyed. This is called I did not expect. I have always thought that her man's character. Bathsheba smiled mysteriously. You don't know. She's more woman than woman. This made big sexy Lee greedy. Host, remind you what the word for color is? Long life lock. Lee Lockjaw didn't even think about it and answered directly. 3 words that sent the system back to researching upgrades. Lee's locked hand paused for a moment, but his mind still didn't let his guard down. Since you know her so well, can you tell me how she got to where she is today? Bathsheba smiled. It's not that complicated to say the least. That beast, Quartz Honam used to be a gangster on this ground. Got some status by smuggling. Then Nobuko grew up, became more ambitious, and gradually built up her own power. Lee locks up. Is it useful to have power alone? She must have sacrificed something. Bathsheba nodded. Well, back in the day, the Yakuza boss here fell for Nobuko, promised to help her fight the world. Lee Lockjaw guessed it straight away. Later, after the world was fought down, Nobuko got him killed? Bathsheba laughed. Teo-kun is truly a tall man. Lee locks up a little bit to try to dramatize the truth. Then how come you didn't get that beastly old man killed by the way? This? Probably a touch of gratitude. She said this with a twinkle in her eye that was clearly not the truth. Lee Lockjaw pretended not to notice. This quartz hound gives me a mysterious feeling. Where does he live? Mysterious? Bathsheba looked up. We don't even know where he is? This person, back in the day, when he roamed the sea, the thing he was best at was hiding. Could. Lee Lockwood paused deliberately. Could it be that he doesn't eat or drink? Doesn't contact anyone? Bathsheba's hands trembled slightly, and a wineglass nearly fell to the floor. I'm sorry. She forced herself to calm down. I don't know much about this. Lee Lockjaw laughed coldly in his heart. This reaction already said it all. Host. She's lying. System alert. I know. Lee Lockjaw replied mentally. Just then there was a commotion at the door. Lee Lockjaw turned his head to look and his pupils contracted violently. Bad. Chen Bishi was standing in the doorway, looking around with a bewildered expression. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. Where's the stalker? Why didn't you report it to me? Yuko also noticed the movement at the door. That lady looks familiar. Lee Lockjaw didn't wait for her to finish and had already walked quickly towards the door. It's okay. I think it's a job search. I'll go check it out. Bathsheba was a little jealous, but she knew the rules, and she didn't follow her. Men deserve their own space. Lee locks up and opens the door. Still in full splendor, Chen Bishi was dressed like a rural ama, wearing a striped suit. It's fat and big, and a turban. If it wasn't for the fact that Lee Lockjaw had been with her towards the end for a long time, the average person wouldn't have recognized her at all. When Chen Bishi saw him, her eyes lit up and she was just about to open her mouth. Lee Lockjaw took her by the wrist and whispered, "Come with me." Chen Bishi was dragged outside by him, still protesting in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Shut up. Lee Lockjaw increased the force on his hand. The visitor walked to an alleyway on the side of the hotel and a black sedan drove slowly by. Lee Lockjaw was quick on his feet and pulled Chen Bishi into the side alley. Are you crazy? He lowered his voice. Court screams men are looking all over the world for you. Chen Bishi rubbed her wrist in aggravation. I just want to tell you an important news. No news is as important as your safety. Lee interrupted her by locking up. Chen Bishi froze, never having seen him so angry. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, an apology in her voice. Lee Lockjaw let out a long breath. Hurry back. But, no buts. He looked around. I'll walk you. Just then, footsteps came from the mouth of the alley. Lee Lockjaw shielded Chen Bishi behind him and looked vigilantly at the entrance of the alley. A man in black walked by, not noticing this way. Chen Bishi clutched Lee Lockjaw's clothes tightly, and he could feel her shivering. Scared? He asked softly. Aha. Her voice was small. Then be good. He turned to look at her. Don't ever do that again. Chen Bishi nodded like a child who had done something wrong. Lee Lockjaw sighed. Let's go. Neither spoke on the way back. It wasn't until it was safe to go home that Chen Bishi spoke up. I can't just wait around. I have to go find Quartz Hanan. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. You're really pissing me off. Didn't you say it was important to tell me? But I've seen you spend your days drinking and not really trying to help me. You silly woman. If everything is so easy, why do you still call us secret agents? Lee Lockjaw growled in a low voice. Who are you calling stupid? You're not stupid. What did you find out? Me? Every day he just knows how to hug women and drink. Humph. Lee Lockjaw also became angry when he heard it. Then why don't you say it all? Tell me everything. I'll investigate faster. Chen Bishi just didn't worry about him. That's why she didn't tell him everything. Cha-cha. Every day is cha-cha? Just apply for arrest directly, and everything comes out once you're arrested and tried. Saying that, Chen Bishi pulled out his credentials. If you don't go and arrest Quartz Haman, I'll give this to that Quartz Nobuko, and I'll see how you can check it out. You? Lee Lockjaw was quick to grab the ID. You're playing with fire? No what? Chen Bishi didn't react this time. She didn't expect Lee Lockjaw to strike so quickly. You scoundrel. You lied to me. You're not on the case. You're just taking the opportunity to have fun. Lee locks up and pushes her away. Whatever. Go out and just skulk around if you want to get yourself killed. You want to be a wife to a black man, just go ahead and do it. After saying that, he turned around. Take care of yourself, whether you trust me or not. At least I didn't harm you. With that, he turned and left the yard. The old landlady was still drinking tea when she passed the door. Lee Lockjaw remembered her last pretense of prompting herself what 3 fingers pinched the teacup, so he squatted down. Old lady, What's there to drink in a broken tea? Think you're much of a scholar? Are not as good as the high foam of the Dragon Kingdom. With that, he stood up and threw down a wad of money. Keep an eye on her, and if she runs out again, I'll smash your teapot to pieces. Old lady, did I recruit you? Chapter 120, Sea Urchin Dumplings. Li Liuzhu walked on the way back to the hot spring store, still thinking about Chen Bishi in his mind. This stupid woman. She can't stop for a second. Host, are you still interested in her? Nonsense. I'm not trying to figure out her body. Li Lockjaw cursed. Host, do you know what it means to be a dead man? Brother Unity, can you shut down and study your new skills? No words on the way. Li locks up all the way around, figuring out his next move. How to gain Nobuko's trust and meet Quartz Honam. Just as he walked to the front of the store, he saw Quartz Nobuko's car parked there. Done. He mentally thumped. This doesn't smell anything, does she? Got out of the car and thought of a half-hearted draft of a lie. Now it was up to Yuko. As long as she was the stirrer and pulled Nobuko into a big bed, pushing the door open. I didn't realize how much fresher the air was in the house. It seems that Yuko was well suited to be the manager of this hotel. The aftermath of the renovation is almost better. At that moment, Yuko was talking to Nobuko, who was sitting at the bar. 4 bodyguards stood behind Nobuko. I guess the defense started after the assassination incident. Nobuko, do you really want to? Seeing Li Lockjaw come in, Bathsheba immediately shut up. Nobuko turned around, her breasts nearly jumping out of her tight black suit with a chill like a lady killer. Li Lockjaw screamed that it was bad. Bathsheba must have said something. Where were you just now? She asked. Li Lockjaw played dumb, going to the restroom. Yeah, Nobuko sneered. The toilet's outside? It's just a walk. I had a habit of peeing into the woods when I was a kid. Host, she doesn't seem to believe it. Nonsense. Who believes it? Nobuko stood up, her heels tapping out crisply on the floor. Follow me upstairs. Li Lockjaw glanced at Bath. That had her head down and was playing dead. Well, it looks like we'll just have to fend for ourselves. In the tea room on the 2nd floor, Nobuko poured him a cup of tea. Do you know why I called you here? Li Liuzhu picked up the cup of tea. It's just that you miss me. Pop. The teacup shattered on the floor. Nobuko slapped the table. Don't give a damn. Li Lockjaw touched his nose. This has quite a lot of fire. Nobuko, I know you're the boss here, but this hotel isn't even named Quartz yet. So what are you doing playing rough on my turf? You? I thought I was given the 2nd floor. Li Lockjaw gave a gangly smile. I even said I liked you. Did you say yes? Now. Calling Nobuko, the serpent, blushed for a moment, but it flickered. The words eased up quite a bit as well. Getting down to business. Who is that woman? Who? Playing dumb? Ha? Nobuko sneered. My men just saw you in going down an alley. Li Lockjaw cursed in his heart. These losers can't even track. Oh, that rural mum. He said, spreading his hands, got lost and I showed her the way. Nobuko stared at him for half a second. Mr. Li, do you know what I hate the most? What? Lying man. Li Lockjaw sighed. MS. Nobuko, if I were lying, you would have gotten me killed a long time ago. Nobuko laughed at him. You know me pretty well. That's. Li locked in closer. I also know you like to wear purple lingerie. Nobuko blushed. Yuko told me. That damned girl. Nobuko gritted her teeth. Li Lockjaw took the opportunity to change the subject. I'll get down to business as well. Have you found the mastermind of the assassination? Nobuko shook her head and walked with a little wobble in her shoulders. Don't think about it. In our line of work, getting assassinated is common. Suddenly, Li Lockjaw looked at her legs. Nice stockings today. A product of the Dragon Kingdom, right? It's a shame. Nobuko's expression suddenly became gloomy. Mr. Li, don't think that I'm a woman you can just seduce. Li Lockjaw laughed dryly twice, sticking his hands into his pants pockets. Nobuko, I've never been able to ask you. Are you born with these feet? Why did I tell you? Nobuko, don't you think I'm helping you? I've traveled to many countries. Maybe I can find a cure? That made Nobuko's face look much better. She looked down at her feet. I'm actually used to it. It doesn't matter if it's cured or not. No one's going to fall for me in this life. A she-devil. Finished looking out the window. How can that be? When people are born, they are predestined for the other half. Haven't you ever been in love? Now the air froze for a few seconds. Nobuko was half silent. Sorry, teenage years count. Nobuko turned slowly. Do you enjoy prying into people's privacy so much? You spend all day cuddling up to Yuko, and you're pretending you're some kind of big, innocent warmonger? Oh, never mind then. Li locked up and rubbed his nose. Heart relieved. Chen Bishi that dead. I guess it is fooled. But to be honest, with your kick, I'm kinda sure. Host, are you really going to heal her? Li locked up ignoring the system. Can't spare the child to catch the wolf. Don't bother. I've seen a lot of playboys like you. Don't think about me. There are all sorts of women out there. I don't even know how to coax people. Nobuko turned around. His heart has been messed into a pot of porridge. What did he come to do? I forgot everything. This playboy, in a few words, had disrupted his plans. Damn. Just a pain in the ass. I should castrate him so I can die. Lee Lockjaw smiled. Alright then, if you like it. I'm too lazy to suffer. You? Nobuko had expected that the man would continue to beg for his own healing. Only reluctantly did he agree to it himself. I didn't realize that this thing had taken advantage of the situation and left itself here. Are you really sure? Lee looked up as if he hadn't heard. Since we're here, let's eat here at noon. The seafood flown in from the south will be here in a few minutes. All armfuls of crab sticks. Nobuko. No. Say heal me? What's with the crab stick bowl asterisk 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 asterisk? By the way, I'll personally make dumplings later. Stuffed with sea urchins. Lee Lockjaw failed in one plan and came up with another. It's fine. Just intentionally gravitate towards the Dragon Kingdom and see how she reacts. Dumpling? You still know how to make dumplings? Ah. I lived in the Dragon Kingdom for a few years. Studied there back in the day and learned from a beautiful dragon woman. The frost on Nobuko's face thickened again. She grabbed her handbag and stepped around. I'm leaving. You can eat by yourself. Hey. I'll be right there. You eat a little goa. No food. Okay. I'll call you later when I'm done wrapping. Nobuko stood in the doorway in anger and turned around. Mr. Lee, am I playing house with you this day? Lee Lockjaw smiled. Shinchan, you know I did that on purpose. Nobuko reported her hands to her chest and looked away in exasperation. This man, so angry and funny. What a fancy day anyway. It's no fun not seeing it for a day. In one's life, youth, good times are just a few years. Learn to enjoy them. Have what you need. Taste what you need. Little cutie. It's all heard. A timely meaning. Nobuko turned her face to look at Lee Lockjaw. Get out. Chapter 121, I'll help you. After Nobuko left, Lee Lockjaw sat at the bar and fretted. This is greasy. She still doesn't trust herself. Yuko came over with a glass of wine. Well, Lee Lockjaw didn't want to ink with her. When the seafood arrives in a while, make dumplings and eat them. Yuko, what a dandy. Airlifting seafood for a dumpling? Soon the seafood arrived. Bads led the way, taking several boxes and moving them into the cooler. Lee locked the sleeve of the exposed armnet. I'll go live stuffing. In the hotel's kitchen, on stainless steel countertops, a couple of employees plus Lee Lockjaw and Yuko. There is a clear division of labor and someone picks the sea urchin well. Lee locks up and chops it himself, along with shrimp, chicken, and other accoutrements. Yuko, you bring me the gloves. Hi. Soon Yuko handed Lee Lockdown a pair of whitened silicone gloves. Lee Lockjaw took the gloves and froze for a moment. Yuko, I need gloves for live stuffing. And you? What's this? Bathsheba laughed. It's not the same? The ones I have readily available in my bag are unused. Lee locked up helplessly and could only set it on his hand. He had big hands and it took him half a day. But when I think about it, I can't eat the dumplings. These gloves are running for the lower third. It's a diabolical thing to think about. So take off your gloves and just use your hands to hofill. Yuko, Islanders fake clean. Mr. Lee, this? Bathsheba, think about it, what I have on me. Do you still mind? Bathsheba blushed. That's true. I'm immune to it. Lee Lockjaw stirred it with his hands while looking over at Bathsheba, who was carrying a kimono bag. Yuko was cutting sashimi. Bent over, the crossed kimono collar reveals a milky white landscape. Lee locks his hands against the dry heat coming from his belly. He pushes the basin away. Tramp is tired. You guys make dumplings first. I'm going to take a shower. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled over the bath, whispering in Wile's ear. Go. Let off some steam for the laborer. 2 hours later, Yuko had an out-breath and not an in-breath and flopped down on the pillow. Teo-kun, I really can't do this alone. This could kill someone. Lee Lockwood was looking down, sniffing his cigar without lighting it, and laughing. Then get me the letter early. Teo-kun, why don't I just get her drunk and you give her a taste of her own medicine? I think she needs it more than I do. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. No, this won't work. Bathsheba turned her head and smiled with a flirtatious smile on her face. Teo-kun wouldn't really be in love with our Nobuko, would you? Or do you just like the feeling of being abused? Hey, who doesn't want a woman to like them from the bottom of their heart? I do too. Bathsheba propped up her hair with one hand. Then you should try harder and call like you. Hey, why don't I want to? Lee Lockshu blankly glanced at her. You're home, missy. It's harder to climb than the city wall. Bathsheba laughed. That's because you don't understand her. Oh, Lee Lockjaw became interested. Tell me about it. Nobuko. Bathsheba sat down, outwardly cold, but inwardly craving love more than anyone. Lee Lockjaw stroked his chin. So what do you say? How can I get her to like me? Well, Bathsheba moved closer. Do you want me to help you? How can I help? I can find an opportunity for the three of us. Stop. Lee Lockwood waved his hand. Don't try to do that while she's unconscious. Yuko giggles. It's not that. Nobuko's curious about that too, always asking me about it. So, she put her arm around Lee Lockdown's shoulder and whispered, we could give her a reality show. Lee locked. Is it that exciting? What a good girlfriend. Well, good plan. My lord reward you with an hour. My lord. Dumplings. Dumplings. 1 hour later. Lee Lockjaw also thought for a moment. It's been over 3 hours and the freshness of this batch of sea urchins has passed. Let's go. Hurry up and eat dumplings. Come to the restaurant. Hurry up and order someone to cook dumplings. Yuko approached, her face slightly puffy. Yuko, are you having trouble urinating? Yuko. She came down in a hurry and ate wearing the outermost layer of her kimono. Teo-kun, what do you mean? Don't even swell your face. Bathsheba subconsciously touched her face. You're annoying. I have a skin allergy. Hurry up and tell Nobuko to come over and try it. By now Nobuko was waiting across the street scratching her head. Is this wrapping a dumpling so slow? Nobuko has put off her lunch for this gyoza. It was almost evening. Hungry stomachs rumble. Lee locks up the side and he goes and stops the man who went to call. There's no rush. We just have too much respect for her. And in the future people like that can't be spoiled. Tell the kitchen to make another plate of seafood curry and we'll take our time. Lee Lockjaw called again and set the dining table near the window. That way, Nobuko, who was standing on the second floor of the onsenkan across the street, could see it directly. In a short while, the wine and food were set out. Just 2 plates of dumplings and a big plate of seafood curry in the center. There was a tall glass for each of them, and a waiter stood next to them to pour the red wine. Lee Lockjaw ate a couple of reddish strawberries first, purposely holding them up to his lips and licking them a few times. The afterglow looked across the street to the second floor. Sure enough, there was a slender figure standing behind that window. No need to ask. It's Nobuko. Lee locks in vision to unfold. It's like lying on the window and staring at her. At this point Nobuko's crimson lips were clenched in her teeth, and her large bountiful chest rose and fell violently. Brows furrowed, eyes set on fire. Lee locked up and picked up another armful of crab legs. Eating crab meat is like nibbling on a turnip. Geez, over the top. It smells so good. Afterward, he lifted his glass of wine and nodded his head with the bathers across from him. Yuko, good luck getting tighter. Yuko, putting down his glass. Lee Lockjaw ate 2 more dumplings. Mmm, it's so delicious. Nodding his head and giving a thumbs up as he wiped his mouth. Yuko, do you know why these dumplings are delicious? Bathsheba blushed. You're bad. Ha ha, you know me. Yuko. Seeing that the time was right, the conversation turned. Seriously, Lee Lockjaw lowered his voice. How much do you know about quartz hamen? Bathsheba's expression suddenly became serious. This? I don't know much. Know as much as you can say. Bathsheba shook her head. Where he is anyone's guess. Lee Lockjaw didn't believe it. Not even Shinji? Yuko subconsciously looked back across the street at the second floor. And thankfully, the figure was no longer there. He's just hiding because he's afraid Nobuko will find him. Oh, Lee Lockjaw ate another dumpling and picked up his cup, while the waiter on the side hurriedly poured the wine. Bathsheba held a hand over her mouth. You know, it's not a good place to talk. Lee Lockjaw could waste such a moment and hurriedly got up and walked over to Bathsheba and sat with her, one hand on her shoulder. Afterward, he felt uncomfortable and switched to straddling her waist. I know he's afraid Nobuko will kill him, but he can't have no one close to him. Can he? It dawned on Bathsheba. I can think of 2 people when you say that. Bear and Koji. But that was years ago, and have since left Ishikawa. Why? I'm afraid Nobuko will find out. Lee Lockjaw memorized the 2 names and had an idea in mind. Just about to get a little more mushy with baths. The front door slammed and Nobuko walked in with 4 bodyguards. Yo, did I come at a bad time? Lee Lockjaw and Bathsheba looked up at the same time. Immediately pretend to separate. Lee locks up with a look of surprise. MS. Nobuko. That's a strange thing to say. This hotel, the second floor is all yours. You can come anytime. Humph. Nobuko snorted. And you knew this was a hotel? I thought it was a dating mecca for you too? Lee Lockjaw smiled sarcastically. Nobuko, aren't we doing this to publicize the affinity? Kiss AP. Sitting in front of the door in broad daylight. What's the decency? Chapter 122. Mad at Nobuko. Yes, you remind me. As soon as Lee Lockjaw turned around and walked over to Bathsheba. Bathsheba, have you eaten yet? Bathsheba nodded. That'll do. Lee Lockjaw stepped forward and took Bathsheba's hand. Come on, let's go back to our room, or we'll have a hurtful time here, said intimately with the vacuumed bathers inside. Bathsheba followed him closely in her wooden shoes and broken feet. By the way, Yuko, we've got a hot spring here too, so give me a massage, okay, Taiyoko-kun. Nobuko stared at the pair of dogs with eyes that could fire bullets. A table was a mess, and I didn't even let a bite in when I came by myself. This lady can't stand it anymore. Lee Tae-hyun, she bellowed. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly stood on his feet and turned around. Yo, what else does Nobuko-sama want? I have something to say. Oh, Lee Lyoju agreed. Then please talk upstairs. I'll pour the tea. Nobuko, I want dumplings and crab legs, but can't say it yet. Mr. Lee, don't bother. I'll just talk downstairs. After saying that, he sat down at the table that was filled with leftovers. Lee Lockjaw rolled his eyes. Shinchan, it's not safe there. Go upstairs. It's just as well your room. You haven't visited it yet. Nobuko's head was a little dizzy from hunger now, but she couldn't say no yet. Stand up and walk over slowly, trying to tell your shoulders to stay balanced. Lee Lockjaw was still staring at her feet and was so angry that Nobuko wanted to give him a kick. What are you looking at? Lead the way. The trio walked ahead, with the bodyguard following close behind, to the door of the room on the second floor. Nobuko looked up and saw that the room number was 666. What's so strange? Lee locks up without explaining. Nobuko, your fingerprint lock. No one else can open it. Nobuko pressed her thumb together with conviction. The door it opened with a bang. What a novelty. The moment the door to the room opened, Nobuko froze. It's totally a luxury suite. No, I should say a presidential suite. The floor-to-ceiling windows have ocean views. The floors are all imported solid wood, and the crystal lights sparkle brightly on the ceiling. Nobuko spun around. How much did it cost you? Lee Lockjaw smiled. Money is not a problem. The main thing is that I want you to live comfortably. He pressed the smart panel on the wall and the curtains automatically pulled back to reveal an oversized open-air spa. Over here is the jacuzzi. The water temperature can be adjusted and it's especially good for your feet. Such an arrangement would move even a stone. Nobuko's eyes got a little moist as she watched, and her heart warmed. This is literally her dream place. Just wanted to say thank you. Gulp. A sound interrupted her fantasies. Nobuko blushed. This damn stomach. Hungry? Lee locked up and rang the service bell. I'll have the kitchen put down a bowl of noodles. Nobuko, you're having dumplings and I'm having noodles? Wait. Nobuko interrupted. I want dumplings. Lee Lockjaw listened with a difficult face. Shinzo took a look and changed his face. Making a circle. Tens of millions of dollars of house to give up. A plate of dumplings to give up? What? Nothing? No. Lee Lockjaw looked a little difficult to say. That dumpling filling is with handwork. Afraid that you dislike. It's that time of the year. I'll eat anything you can get your feet to live on. It's fine. Mr. Lee is a wonderful man. I don't mind. Eat the dumplings. Lee Locks hold back a smile. Okay. Soon, hot dumplings and seafood were served. Nobuko wolfed down the food. Slow down. Lee locked up and poured her a glass of red wine. Let's talk business? What is it? The Green Dragon Gang has been gaining momentum lately. Lee Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. But it's not big enough. Nobuko put down her chopsticks. What do you mean? Have you thought about it? Lee locked up a little closer. Why the whole island? Why it can't be yours? Nobuko's eyes widened. Are you crazy? I'm serious. Lee Lockdown lowered his voice. Eat the smaller gangs before. Again what? Overthrow the government again and make yourself king. Nobuko nearly choked on her drink. You. What? Don't dare to think? Lee Lockjaw sneered. Then you can only ever be a gang leader. A Thai cop is going to scare you all out of your wits, isn't it? Nobuko fell silent, admitting that the crazy idea had gotten to her. System, help me inventory my weapons. Host, what do you want again? Sweeten the deal for Nobuko. Are you crazy? To use the weapons in the space? Or else? Lee Lockjaw sneered. If you want to take her in, you have to spend some blood money. You're playing with fire. Playing with fire is the only way to get a chance. Not to mention it's an island. So the more chaos we let them have, the better. Yuko looked a little confused as she watched him talk to himself. Are you okay? It's okay. Lee locked up and stood up, leaving the bath and walking over to Nobuko. Can you sit down? Don't leave me here without entering. Go across the street from me. Nobuko was still very cautious. It was better to be on guard against this playboy. Lee Lockjaw smiled mysteriously, didn't listen to her, and sat directly beside her. What I said? Are you moved? Nobuko is still eating the dumplings, which are so good, causing Lee Lockjaw to say something she didn't even hear. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything either, quietly watching her eat. After half a day of eating, the hunger disappeared. and only then did Nobuko stop chewing her mouth. For the first time, Lee Lockjaw looked at her up close for such a long time. It just struck me that she was really a dragon, with big eyes and double eyelids, a high nose, and curly, long eyelashes. It was then that Nobuko felt the hot breath of Lee Lockdown blowing in her ear the whole time. She dropped her hand and hurriedly sidestepped a little. What are you doing? I'm not one of those goblins, geisha. What are you? Full of food and not recognizing it? Nobuko isn't afraid of you playing rough. If you talk to me about feelings, I'll even surrender. Recognize what? Isn't this my room? You too? Come to my room and ask me to settle some score? Lee Lockjaw laughed and looked at Bathsheba. We're both here to put on a show. A show? What show? Yuko didn't respond. Yuko rushed over to sit next to Nobuko. Don't listen to him, he's not serious. Nobuko caught on at once and pretended to be furious. How dare you? What am I? You playboy. You're barking up the wrong tree. I'm leaving. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Lee Lockjaw struck like lightning and pressed down on her shoulder. Nobuko turned her head at once, glaring angrily at Lee Lockjaw. What are you doing? Sit down. After saying that, Lee Lockjaw took her in his arms. Scared, Bathsheba let out a yelp and covered her mouth. You? Nobuko was ashamed and indignant. How dare you? You don't want to live? Shoo! Lee locked up and signaled her to keep quiet. Nobuko, after all the reactionary things I've said, it's not for you? Let's talk. Next, the two stared at each other for 10 seconds or so. Nobuko nodded dubiously. Yes. Lee locked up and released her, pulling his hand back from her warm, soft, jade-like body. Nobuko, I have some military weapons. Do you want them? Host, do you really want to do this? Nobuko exclaimed. What? Chapter 123, You Shall Not Die. Let's not talk about the arms for a minute. I remember you said you could cure my foot? Lee locked up with a forgetful look. Did I say that? You're to fool me, aren't you? As soon as Nobuko picked up the fork on the table, she poked it at Lee's locked glasses. The speed is hard and spicy. Lee locks up without dodging and smoothly knocks down her fork. Outrageous. Unbelievable. Lee locks up and smoothly pulls her in his arms, telling her to head down and lie on his lap. Ass up. Swung around and started spanking her ass. Pop. Ah. Lee Tae-hyun. You shall not die. Pop. Lee Tae-hyun. I'll kill you. Yuko. Open the door and call my men in. Yuko smirked aside and didn't move. Yuko. Nobuko's eyes were red. You're ungrateful. Pop. Tae-hyun Lee. Stop fighting. I won't kill you. Pop. Tae-hyun Lee. I concede. Nobuko said through gritted teeth. That's what you say. I'll let you go today. Lee Lockjaw said, slowly letting go of his hand. Think this male is easy to bully? Who knows? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the letter scuttled off like a viper, straight to the door, running and yelling, open the door. I'll kill him. Lee Lockjaw screamed that it was not good. An arrow step rushed up and picked her up by the waist. Let go of me. Nobuko struggled frantically. I want your life. Calm down. Lee locked on and carried her up into the bedroom. Yell again and I'll strip you naked, he said, pinning her to the bed and starting to strip. Lee Tae-hyun. Nobuko was almost stunned. Humph. With pussies like you have to fight violence with violence, served or not. In the struggle, Nobuko's bodice was wide open, and the corset inside was torn to the side. What should have been revealed and what should have been seen was realized anyway. Lee Tae-hyun. I'm begging you. I'm convinced. Stop it. Yuko. Tell him to stop. Bathsheba rushed over as well. Tayo-kun. Leave Nobuko alone. Aren't you going to treat her feet? That reminded Duke Lee. Bad's this person. Age is rich experience. No to give a step down. Lee Lockjaw let go of his hand. I'm telling you, if you dare to be arrogant again, I'll absolutely strip you naked. When he finished, he stood to the side, rubbing his wrists. Nobuko was much better behaved this time and hurriedly organized her clothes. Spitefully, he glared at Lee Lockjaw. Yuko rushes over to help, but Nobuko shrugs it off. Asterisk 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 off. You two are in cahoots, aren't you? Nobuko, I'm doing this all for your own good. Taeyori really wants to help you and is just being a joker. Bathsheba curved her crescent eyes and smiled slightly, not at all offended. Humph, cure it then. I'll see what he's capable of. If he can't cure it, this thing. Lee Lockjaw raised his eyebrows. How about it? Am I afraid of you? Bathsheba hastened to stop both parties. Nobuko, don't you want to heal your foot? Me? Nobuko continued. Just ask him to try. Ugh, liar. A cold light flashed in Nobuko's eyes. How many famous doctors have I called that couldn't cure me? Just with him? Lee Lockjaw sneered as he walked to the side and sat down. Certain people don't dare, do they? Nobuko stood up. What am I afraid of? Just try it. Nobuko sneered. If I can't cure you, I'll make your life worse than death. Lee Lockjaw stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, I'll go wash my hands and give a massage first. A few minutes later, Nobuko sat down in a chair and shyly stuck out her feet. Don't move. Lee locked his hands on her feet and admired them for a few seconds first. Nobuko shouted angrily. Come on, what are you looking at? I'm looking for an acupuncture point. What's there to see in your broken foot? Lee locks up and looks at the right spot. Casting the divine healer skill, Nobuko just felt a warmth coming up from her ankles and, subconsciously, I wanted to kick him away, but the warmth was too comforting. She felt like the joints that had been stiff for over 20 years were loosening a little. What kind of healing is this? She asked weakly. I learned it from an old Dragon Kingdom Taoist when I was young. Lee Lockjaw continued to perform his skill, but to completely cure it, it has to be combined with acupuncture. Can it really be cured? Nobuko was half convinced. Within a month, you're guaranteed to be alive and well. Nobuko was silent. She hadn't known how many famous doctors she had gone to since she was a child, but no one had ever made her feel so comfortable. Yuko, she snapped, go get my bodyguard back. Bathsheba rushed out to deliver the message. Lee Tae-hyun. Nobuko stared at him. You better keep your word, or else, I'll make your life hell. She gave a dangerous smile. Lee Lockjaw was unimpressed. Don't worry, after a month, you'll know what I'm capable of. So, the arms thing. Nobuko hesitated. Tell me about it. She still looked wary, but there was already a hint of anticipation in her eyes. One by one, arms are a big deal. You must talk when you are calm, Lee Lockjaw said, still kneading in his hands. All Nobuko felt was a wave of tingling coming from her ankles. Couldn't help but hum softly. Aha, okay, come once a day from now on, and tomorrow we'll start acupuncture. Lee locks up and throws her feet aside and gets up to go to the bathroom to wash his hands. Yuko rushed over. How are you feeling? Nobuko nodded and watched Lee lock up and go into the bathroom. Yuko, I feel better. The bath was full of spring. Immediately seeing the needle. Mr. Lee, the conditions are good in all aspects. If we really cure your foot, how about you consider a personal problem? What personal problems? Me and him? Nobuko bristled. Too flowery. There's no way I'm looking for a man. Just not one like him. Bathsheba smiled and kept quiet. Nothing she could say at this point would help. In fact, it had already worked. The mouth is not the heart. Lee locked up and walked out, calling away Bathsheba. Bathsheba, go next door, and give me a massage. I'm so tired. Bathsheba dutifully agreed and followed him out the door. Nobuko was in a panic. She just said she'd introduce me, and now she's leaving together? Suddenly, Lee Lockjaw went and returned. By the way, Nobuko, lie down for a while. Don't move around. Lie flat for at least half an hour to make sure the blood flows freely. After that the two left. Nobuko lay on the bed, feeling the warmth coming from her ankles. She never imagined that she would one day be pressed into bed by a man like this. What's more, I didn't expect that this man's technique would make her so comfortable that she wanted to fall asleep. At that moment, with his own door open, he heard the giggling of men and women coming from the living room. Yuko, Mr. Lee, the letter is still there. Lee locks up. It's okay, I'll give you a massage today. Come. Nobuko frowned, seeming to understand what the two of them were doing. Dog, boy and girl, in my room in broad daylight? Just as he was about to snap, he heard a gasp from Bathsheba. Mr. Lee, the curtains. Lee locks up Pigot's voice as it comes in. What are you afraid of? Whoever looks at it is a rogue. Nobuko's heart raced faster and she swallowed a few times to sort of steady it down. Who knows? What follows is a bunch of childish noises. Nobuko blushed and covered her ears. Chapter 124, Turning the Island Upside Down. As the sun set, warm yellow light dipped onto the glass walls of the spa hotel. Nobuko pretended to be asleep and waited until the pair of dogs left before quietly getting up and going to the bathroom to shower. Lee locks up and deliberately gives her some privacy, pretending to leave the hotel, watching the hotel entrance from his car on the side of the road, pondering the next step. This armament has to go to her. Host, you're trying to get her killed. Brother Unity, I have a hunch that if she turns the island upside down, she won't die. Someone will save her. Believe it? You hate the island so much? Brother Unity, do you know how the old generals of the Dragon Kingdom's marshal he died? The system doesn't speak. At that moment, Nobuko and 4 bodyguards walked out of the hotel door. Her steps, though still unsteady, were much lighter than her previous limp. Lee locks up and pays attention to how she walks, because he's not sure if he's cured himself. It really does work. It seems. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ash watched the scene. If it's paired with acupuncture, she should be able to act like a normal person. And if so, how would she appreciate me? Lee locked up and rubbed his nose. Is my 400 coming? At that moment, A black sedan pulled up noiselessly in front of the hotel. Nobuko got into the car and the limo sped off. Lee locked up and pulled out his cell phone. Yamamoto, buy me a set of silver needles from Rukoku. His voice was soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing the peace. Be the best kind. Yes, sir. Yamamoto on the other end of the phone was about to say something, but finally spoke, sir. Miss Chen sighed. What's wrong? Lee Lokso's voice was still calm, but the fingers holding the cell phone tightened slightly. She's packing, like she's leaving. Lee Lokso was silent for a moment, hung up the phone. He turned and got out of the car, walked to the driver's side of the front of the car, and quickly opened the door. The sedan let out a mournful hiss, and after the tires scraped the ground, the sedan scurried away. As the night wore on, the windows of the rented house were dimly lit. The old lady at the door was watering her potted plants and saw Lee locking her car at the door. Her hands shook with fear, and she almost dropped the kettle on the floor. She scrambled into the house, leaving behind an overwatered pot of greens with water dripping down the leaves. Lee Lockjaw stepped out of the car and straightened his suit. A full beard and greasy hair made it look even greasier. He came to the door of Chen Bishi's room. The door was hidden. He didn't knock and just pulled open the door to the room. The only thing I could see was that the house was brightly lit. Chen Bishi had her back to the door and was organizing her closet. She was wearing a light-colored dress that looked thin in the dim light. Want to go? Lee Lochu did not enter the house, but leaned against the door frame, eyes habitually looking around. Chen Bishi's movements paused for a moment, but soon continued to be busy. A relative came to the island and asked me to go to Dongling to spend a few days with her. Li Liuju walked into the room and casually picked up the picture frame on the table. In the frame is an old yellowed photo of a little girl smiling at the camera. This would be a picture of Bessie Chan's mother as a child. The two look alike. What relatives? He was playing with the picture frame, but his eyes kept resting on Chen Bishi's back. You don't know. Don't pry. Chen Bishi avoided his question and put the folded clothes into the suitcase. And then what? And then I'm going back home. She finally turned around and looked Lee straight in the eye. Not again. The room suddenly fell silent, and the only sound left was that of a quiet quartz clock. Lee locks down the frame, and the glass clashes with the wood with a soft thud. The heart was a lot more solid. After all, Chen Bishi was here. A soft spot for himself. Impact on play. Okay, I promise you. I'll let you know when I catch Quartz Hanan. Chen Bishi's hand stopped in midair, her eyes flickering for a moment. This subtle change in expression did not escape Lee Lockjaw's eyes. Whatever. I don't expect it. And it's God's will if I don't find it. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything and quietly watched her continue to clean up, knowing that the packing is almost done. Let me take you to the airport. Chen Bishi opened her mouth to refuse, but in the end said nothing. After all, it's not convenient to take a taxi with a big bag. The two of them walked out carrying their things. Put them in the car together. Let's go. I'll return the house. Lee Lockjaw clapped his hands and opened the car door for Chen Bishi in a gentlemanly manner. Chen Bishi didn't say anything and lowered her head as she got into the car. The ride was uneventful and we drove all the way to the airport. The airport is lit up at night. Li Liuju stood outside the security checkpoint, watching Chen Bishi's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. She never looked back. Not even a thank you the whole time. Lee Lockjaw gritted his teeth in anger. I really owe you. So little lucky value and still can't get it. As he watched the plane take off, Lee Lockjaw turned around and called for the security on duty at the airport. In fluent local language, he ordered, call your dispatch for me. After saying that, he flashed his prosecutor's credentials. That security quickly shouted over the intercom. Not long afterward a middle-aged woman trotted over. Lee locks his hands behind his back, wearing sunglasses, his mouth able to glance outside the airport. I have a case. You check all the flights from the Dragon Kingdom to Dongling over the past 3 days. The woman gave a bow. Hi. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and showed it to Lee Lockjaw. You see, that's all. Can I help you with anything else? Can you see the passenger list here? The woman shook her head. This needs to be checked by the Dongling Airline Immigration. Lee Lockjaw waved his hand. Tell them to check quickly. I'll wait here for 10 minutes or I'll charge you with obstructing law enforcement. Hi. The woman rushed back in fear. Lee locked his hands behind his back and paced in place. That's when Yuko called. Hey, Yuko? Taiyokuen. Fong, Nobuko's people specifically informed you to be careful. They found out who assassinated Nobuko. It's the work of a rival gang, the Yamasa gang, and they have a counselor named Ase to back them up. So, Nobuko told you to be careful, and maybe targeting you as well. Lee Lockjaw laughed. It seems that the treatment took effect and she's worried about me. Tell Nobuko I'll get him some moving fireworks and bear them hard. That's when that dispatch ran over. Lee locks up and ends his call with Yuko. The dispatcher bowed respectfully before handing over a sheaf of printed paper. Mr. Prosecutor, the lists are all up there. Aha! Tough. Lee locks up the resulting list and opens his mouth to find several hundred names, but soon discovered the names of familiar people. Sure enough, it's the husband and wife of Chen Bin and Simo Yuan who have come to the island. That's a lot of peace of mind. I'm going to let this part of Bessie-chan go for now. Next, brand new help for civil unrest on the island. Take the opportunity to catch Quartz Honen. Chapter 125, Nobuko's Injury. 3 days went by, and there had been no sign of the letter in the last few days. Yuko suddenly receives a mysterious phone call in the morning, and it turns out to be from Nobuko. I'm at a farmhouse in the country with a gunshot wound. Come get me and don't tell anyone. Purposefully don't tell. Yuko agreed decisively. Hanging up the phone, he lifted his head from underneath Lee Lockwood, wiped his face. Nobuko was injured in the countryside. Along the way, she heard, again, reports from her men. Said Nobuko was injured when she led a retaliation against the Yamasa gang and her whereabouts are unknown. Lee Lockjaw and Bathsheba hurried to speed up the car. The two of them drove up to a farmer's rice paddy. In the rice fields, the harvested straws are shivering in the cold wind. A muddy path winds deeper into the field, and the weeds along the side of the road are already yellow. Li Liuju walked along the path, carrying a suitcase in his hand. This time, it's all hands on deck. Under the armpits were 2 pistols, and in the suitcase was a folding submachine gun, and 2 grenades. While walking, Li Lockjaw unfolded his vision and looked around. This is the time to be careful not to get ambushed. Walked half a mile. Not far away, a dilapidated farmhouse stood alone. On the roof of the farmhouse, a few tattered tiles rattled. The smoke from the chimneys, which was billowing out of the chimneys, looked particularly bleak under the gray sky. Bathsheba and Li Lockjaw looked at each other. The two nodded. This is the place, right? As Li Liuju approached, he heard a suppressed coughing sound coming from the house. The voice sounded like it came from far away. And Yuko whispered, "It's her." He stood in front of the door, raised his hand and knocked gently. "Who?" A wary voice came from the house. "It's me." After a short silence, Nobuko's voice came, "Come in." Pushing open the creaking wooden door, the strong smell of medicine hit me. The room was dimly lit, with only a kerosene lamp pulsing in the corner. Nobuko was sitting on a pile of straw in the corner, her right arm bandaged. Her face was frightfully pale and her lips had lost their color. The face that always had a sneer on it looked very fragile at the moment. "It's not a bad injury." Lee put down the suitcase. "Where are your men?" Nobuko shook her head. "No one has been told. No one can be trusted right now." "Then you're still telling me?" Lee Lockwood asked rhetorically. "Not afraid of me?" "Ha!" Nobuko laughed bitterly. "At this point, the more around you are, the more dangerous it is." He turned his head so that he wouldn't see how weak he looked. "Get me out of here." She braced herself, but her voice revealed her weakness. Lee Lockju squatted down, opened the suitcase, took out some medicines. Nobuko's glasses put on a bright glow as she looked at the elaborate submachine gun in that case. Lee Lockjaw gave her simple medication and bandaged her up. "Remove the silver needle again. Don't move yet," he whispered. "Let me see your feet." Nobuko looked at him warily, like a wounded beast. "After this acupuncture for you, you'll probably be able to be about as normal as you can be, but you'll walk a little slower." "Really?" Nobuko was so happy that her wound started to hurt again, then bared his teeth, but held strong. "Well, my stitches, you'll see in an hour." Lee Lockjaw executed his divine healer skill. His hands struck out with lightning, and 12 silver needles quickly stabbed into the surrounding acupoints. "Hey, what are you ruling your feet and stabbing me in the back for?" "Hey, the front chest isn't necessary." Nobuko blushed, but her hands had no strength. "What do you know? This is unclogging the meridians, stabbing all the way to the top of the head." Lee Lockjaw was applying needles in a serious manner, and the bathers on the side were nervous with sweaty palms. "That's a nice gun you got there. Can I have it?" Lee Lockjaw shook his head. "What are you thinking? This is a state-of-the-art auto single-weapon artifact. One person can take on a squad, with 800 rounds of rapid fire in a single second. It can hit a wall of bullets and is worth more than a bulletproof car," said Nobuko in a flash. "Then it's always okay if I trade something for it, right?" Lee Lockjaw finished the last stitch and wiped his sweat. "Unless you are exchanged, the rest is exempt." "Yuko, Teo-kun, what a firepower!" Nobuko shuddered. After being taken advantage of by this playboy so much today, he thought he could have me? "There are no doors." She gritted her teeth. "But there could be windows." Lee Lockjaw went out of the house alone, enjoying the view of the farmhouse around. Only the 2 daughters were left in the room in close conversation. "Nobuko, why did you take such a big loss this time?" "I don't know. They seem to be prepared for it with all that firepower." "Yuko, you'd better find a backer. It's no use just fighting like that." Nobuko gave a mysterious smile. "I have." "Oh?" Bathsheba couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I've got a great guy, Nobuko said proudly. A female prosecutor. Yuko's hands shook. A little incredulous, you know the prosecutor? Of course. Nobuko leaned back against the straw. She's a womanizer and a money grubber. How dare she do such a thing? Her father is the Minister of the Interior. Nobuko said softly. I have something on their family. Yuko felt a chill run down her back. You're playing with fire. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nobuko closed her eyes. The evidence is with the old man. Old man? Well, if I die, he'll go public. Of course, Bathsheba knew who the old guy was, and as it turned out, they were singing a duet. Quartz Honam. The name exploded in her mind. Turns out everything is connected. That's fine. Nobuko opened her eyes. This is my only chance. I'm going to eat the Yamasa gang. Outside the house, the wind rustles the straw, like some kind of ominous omen. Lee Lockwood walked in at that moment. An hour was coming up. He came in to pull the pin. What are you guys talking about? He knelt down and began to examine her feet. Mr. Lee, don't you have weapons? I'll take them all. Lee Lockjaw didn't even raise his eyes. Can you eat it? He remembered that he had enough weapons in his space to equip a regiment. Nobuko nodded. I'll do something big this time. Lee Lockjaw laughed in his heart. Do it hard. Okay, I'll arrange for the weapons. He put away the needles. But you have to promise me one thing. What? Wait until you're healed. Nobuko was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. The sun was setting, and the last rays of sunlight disappeared through the broken window. As Lee was packing up the medical kit, he heard Nobuko whisper, "Thank you." He froze for a moment, then smiled. Now you get up and try and come back with us if you can walk on your own. Yuko stood up slowly with Nobuko in her arms. Nobuko tried a few steps on the floor, and the effect was very noticeable. Gee, my feet are much better. That's great. At this time, Bathsheba hurriedly said, when we came here, Mr. Lee had already arranged for a secret residence. Let's go there. The environment here is so bad that there isn't even a toilet. Nobuko still doesn't feel comfortable putting her life in the hands of someone she's only known for less than a month. I can't even go on land unless it's a boat. The comment reminded Lee of Lockjaw, and he jokingly asked her back, who did you learn all this from? Insurance on a boat? I learned it from my... Nobuko hastily changed her tone. My friend learned that the ship is safe. Lee Lockjaw seemed to hear it and was thrilled. Nobuko must have learned this skill from Quartz Honan, but she doesn't want to talk about it. I guess this old thing, Quartz Honam, is hiding in a boat. Chapter 126, Ship Found. On board? Lee Lockjaw looked at Nobuko thoughtfully. It was late at night and the sound of insects was heard outside the farmhouse. I know a captain whose boat is docked at the pier, Bathsheba said suddenly. Nobuko's eyes lit up. What kind of ship? An old freighter. Usually carries some groceries. And the captain is an honest man. Bathsheba stole a glance at Lee Lockjaw as she said this. Lee Lockwood understood. Is that boat big enough? Enough to have a dozen cabins. And most importantly, Bathsheba lowered her voice. That captain used to be in the Maritime Self-Defense Force. A glimmer of joy flashed in Nobuko's eyes. Really? Lee Lockjaw asked, pretending to be offhand. You're concerned about the captain's background? Nobuko shook her head gently. It's not background. It's experience. What experience? Lee Lockjaw continued to test the waters. Nobuko didn't answer, just gently moved her ankle. Acupuncture is really good. She digressed. Lee Lockjaw didn't pursue the matter and turned around to pack the medical kit. It's settled then. We're going to the docks now, Yuko said. Nobuko, however, shook her head. We'll go again when it's dark. Lee Lockjaw thought to himself. This woman is really cautious. Good. I'll go ahead and make the arrangements, Bathsheba said as she was about to head out the door. Wait. Nobuko called out to her. Don't say it's me. Bathsheba nodded and left the farmhouse at a brisk pace. Only Lee Lockjaw and Nobuko were left in the house. The air was suddenly terribly still. Why are you helping me? Nobuko asked suddenly. Lee Lockdown was checking the weapons in his suitcase. Because I want a backer too. Me? Nobuko sneered. I'm a lost cause now. You've got the prosecutor's back, Lee Lockjaw said carelessly. Nobuko's pupils contracted violently. You eavesdropped? The walls are too thin. Lee Lockdown shrugged. All the more reason for you to stay away from me. Nobuko's voice carried a warning. Lee locked up and closed the suitcase. I'd say it's that prosecutor who should stay away from you. What do you mean? Her father is the Minister of the Interior, isn't he? Lee Lockwood turned to face Nobuko. Nobuko's hand crept to her waist. Don't be nervous. I'm just reminding you. Lee Lockjaw raised his hands. A politician's handle is often a double-edged sword. Nobuko's hand stopped in midair. You know a lot? I just think, Lee Lockwood said meaningfully. There are some secrets that the fewer people who know about them, the better. Nobuko stared at him for a long time. Who the hell are you? She asked. Lee locks up and smiles but doesn't answer. The wind outside the window rustled the leaves. A long steam whistle sounded in the distance. Nobuko's eyes looked out the window and thought. Lee Lockjaw knew that she must be thinking about the old man who was hiding on one of the boats. Quartz Honam. This person must have sensed too many secrets. Otherwise Chen Bishi wouldn't have defied life and death to come to him. And this old thing must be hiding on a ship somewhere. All the clues point to the unknown ship. Lee Lockjaw suddenly had a premonition. The truth. It's about to come out. As the night wore on, the kerosene lamps in the farmhouse swayed gently in the wind. Nobuko leaned back against the straw, the moonlight casting dappled shadows on her pale face through the broken window pane. Lee Lockjaw's hand that was putting away the silver needles gave a slight lurch. For the first time he saw a hint of vulnerability on this strong woman's face. Does it still hurt? His voice unconsciously softened. Nobuko shook her head, her long hair slipping off her shoulders to reveal a snow-white neck. Lee Lockjaw averted his eyes, but couldn't help sneaking glances at her again. Your technique. Nobuko hesitated. It's very similar to one. Who? Lee Lockjaw asked, pretending to be careless. Nobuko didn't answer, just sighed softly, her exhaled breath creating a white mist in the cold air. Lee Lockjaw got up to close the window, his sleeve inadvertently brushing against her shoulder. Nobuko's body shuddered slightly, but she didn't duck. Cold? He asked. It's not cold, she said, but hunkered down into the straw. Lee locks off his jacket and gently covers her. You. Nobuko looked up and met his concerned eyes, the words that followed suddenly unspoken. There was an ambiguity in the air if nothing else. Why isn't Yuko back yet? Nobuko broke the silence, probably making arrangements for the boat. Lee Lockjaw sat down beside her, the straw rattling slightly. Nobuko subconsciously moved to the side, but it tugged at the wound and drew a cold breath in pain. Lee Lockjaw reached out to help her. Careful. The warmth coming from her palm put Nobuko in a trance for a moment. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling of being cared for. Why are you helping me? She asked softly, a hint of confusion in her voice. Lee Lockjaw was silent for a moment. How many times have you asked? Say, maybe because, you remind me of someone. Nobuko turned her head to look at him, and in the moonlight, the handsome side of his face carried a hint of despondency. Who? This time it was her turn to ask. Lee Lockjaw smiled but didn't answer, only gently holding her hand and taking her pulse. Nobuko tried to pull her hand back, but realized she couldn't let go of the warmth. The night breeze blew in through the cracks in the broken window, carrying a few cool moments. Nobuko unconsciously leaned towards Lee Lockjaw. There's something about you, she whispered. There's something very familiar about it. Lee Lockwood's heartbeat missed a beat. Is it because of Quartz Honam? He asked in his mind, but it was a question he couldn't ask. Just then, footsteps sounded in the distance. The two parted as if electrified. When Yuko pushed her way in, she saw two people each looking out the window. Nobuko's ears quietly reddened in the moonlight. The boat has been arranged. Yuko's voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Nobuko forced herself to calm down and tried to stand up. The leg that had once limped so badly was now able to support her freely. It's amazing. She sighed softly, a flash of incredulity in her eyes. Lee Lockjaw watched her from the sidelines, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Nobuko took a step and walked slowly around the house. It's still a little stiff, but it doesn't look as different as it used to. How did this happen? She turned to look at Lee Lockjaw with a probing look in her eyes. Lee Lockjaw shrugged. Acupuncture in the Dragon Kingdom is profound. It's that simple? Nobuko obviously wasn't too convinced. There are some things that it's not good to know too much, Lee Lockjaw said meaningfully. Nobuko gave him a thoughtful look and asked no more questions. Bathsheba watched the interaction between the two from the sidelines, secretly amazed. She had never seen Nobuko put so much trust in a man. The captain said it could leave at midnight. Bathsheba said, "It's 10 o'clock at night." Nobuko nodded. Enough. She walked over to the window and looked at the twinkling lights in the distance. The Yamasa gang should still be searching the area. She whispered. Lee locked up and lifted his suitcase. So we have to be careful. You drove here, didn't you? Nobuko asked Bathsheba. Bathsheba nodded. Parked at the entrance to the village. Then split up. Nobuko said. You guys go first, I'll follow. Lee Lockjaw frowned. You're alone? Don't worry. Nobuko gave a mysterious smile. I have my own way. Lee locks up and tries to say something, but Bathsheba pulls him back. Nobuko has always been measured. Yuko whispered. Lee locked up and had to nod, but still took a pistol out of his suitcase. Just in case. He handed Nobuko the gun. Nobuko took the gun, her fingers absently grazing his palm. Both of them froze, then averted their eyes as if nothing had happened. Yuko pretended not to see the scene and led the way to the door. See you at the pier in an hour, Nobuko said. Lee Lockjaw gave her one last look and followed Bath out of the farmhouse. In the night, Nobuko watched their backs fade away. She touched the pistol. which was still warm, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This man, he always tugged at her heartstrings so easily, just like that guy. 127. Embarkation. She shook her head, pushing the distractions aside. Now is not the time to think about that. She fished a black package out of the straw. Inside was a set of night clothes, and a couple of nifty tools. Those are the ones the man taught her to use. Changing her clothes, she gently pushed open the back window. Under the moonlight, a dark shadow silently blended into the night. Meanwhile, Lee Lockjaw and Bathsheba had walked to the entrance of the village. You care about her a lot, Bathsheba said suddenly. Lee Lockjaw was stunned. What? Nobuko? Yuko looked at him meaningfully. I've never seen her trust anyone so much. Lee Lockwood didn't deny it. She's special. Is it because of her, or because of the people behind her? Bathsheba asked. Lee locked up in silence. That's a question he couldn't say for himself. A long steam whistle sounded in the distance. Yuko looked at her watch. We should go. Lee Lockjaw nodded and followed her to the car. He couldn't help but look back as the car started. There was silence in the direction of the farmhouse. The mysterious woman must have left in her own way. The docks were shrouded in a heavy fog late at night. Containers were piled high, casting huge shadows under the dim streetlights. Lee Lockjaw and Bathsheba's car was parked outside an abandoned warehouse 300 meters from the docks. That's it up ahead. Bathsheba pointed to a freighter looming in the mist. It was an old river freighter with a mottled hull and the word Yangon faintly visible. Lee Locksui surveyed the surroundings. The dock sporadically a few workers loading and unloading goods. It looks ordinary, he whispered. Bathsheba smiled. The safest places are often the most common. The two were just about to get out of the car when they suddenly saw several headlights flashing in the distance. The Yamase gang? Bathsheba asked nervously. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. Unlike, they wouldn't be so blatant. The headlights faded away, disappearing at the other end of the pier. Go. Lee locked up and lifted his suitcase. Don't take the main road. The two men followed the shadows of the containers and silently approached the freighter. The damp sea air smelled of rust and motor oil. By the gangway of the freighter stood a stooped old man. Captain, Bathsheba called softly. The old man nodded, his gaze lingering on Lee Lockjaw for a second. Get in the boat. His voice was husky. Don't stay out there too long. The gangway creaked slightly. Lee Lockjaw walked at the end, his afterglow sweeping every corner of the pier. The interior of the cabin was cleaner than expected. The narrow corridor was flanked by several closed hatches. This way. The captain led them to one of the innermost hatches. The room was small, but had a bed and a table. Waiting for someone? The captain asked. Bathsheba nodded. There's one more. Without another word, the captain turned and left. Lee locked down his suitcase and checked the room. Is the captain reliable? He asked. Yuko leaned against the doorframe. Nobuko-san believes him. Lee Lockjaw nodded thoughtfully. Time passes by. The fog outside the window was getting thicker. Suddenly, there were extremely light footsteps at the end of the hallway. Lee's locked hand pressed against the gun. It's me. Nobuko's voice came. She was dressed in a black nightshirt with a slight chill on her face. No one's following, she said briefly. Lee Lockjaw noticed that her walking posture had become completely normal. Acupuncture is good. He smiled. Nobuko gave him a look and didn't answer. The captain said the ship leaves in half an hour. Bathsheba said. Nobuko nodded. Go back. He's enough here. Bathsheba hesitated for a moment, but eventually left. Only Lee Lockjaw and Nobuko were left in the cabin. Why did you leave me behind? Lee locked up and asked. Nobuko leaned against the wall. Because you have a gun. That's it? And because. Nobuko paused. You can heal. Lee Lockjaw laughed. So I'm just a bodyguard plus a doctor? Nobuko didn't answer and turned to open the suitcase. These weapons, are they enough? She asked. Lee Lockjaw walked up to her. Afraid it won't be enough? You should have seen the power of the Yamase gang. Nobuko's voice was a bit cold. Lee Lockjaw took the folding submachine gun out of the case. Trust me, it's enough. Nobuko watched him skillfully assemble his weapon with a slightly strange look in her eyes. What the hell are you? She asked. Lee locked and loaded the last part. A man who wants to live. Nobuko let out a soft chuckle. Who isn't? The ship suddenly swayed gently. Sail away. Nobuko walked over to the window. The lights of the pier faded away. In the fog, the freighter sails into the darkness of the unknown. The freighter slowly sailed into the depths of the fog, and the roar of the engine seemed particularly dull in the night. In the cramped cabin, Nobuko leaned against the window and looked out at the fading lights of the docks. Lee Lockjaw sat on the edge of the bed, the gun parts in his hand glowing coldly in the dim light. You're very skillful, Nobuko said suddenly. Lee's locked movement paused. I've practiced before. Nobuko turned and leaned on the windowsill to survey him. Moonlight poured in from behind her, gilding her chiseled silhouette with a soft glow. Where did you practice? She asked. Lee locked up and assembled the last part. Does it matter? Of course it's important. Nobuko's voice was a little tentative. I need to know if I can trust you. Lee Lockjaw looked up at her. And what about you? And how am I supposed to trust you? Their gazes met in the air, and both saw wariness in the other's eyes. The ship suddenly shook violently. Nobuko's center of gravity was unsteady and she stumbled forward a few steps. Lee Lockjaw subconsciously got up to support her. The moment the four eyes met, time seemed to stand still. Nobuko's palm was pressed against his chest, and she could clearly feel his powerful heartbeat. Lee Lockjaw smelled the faint fragrance of her hair, mixed with the cold air from her night clothes. Thanks, Nobuko said softly, but didn't immediately break away. Lee Lockjaw's hand remained on her waist. Is your foot okay? It was then that Nobuko realized that the two were in a somewhat ambiguous position and gently pushed him away. It's been better. Lee locked up and let go, but noticed as she turned around that she was still a little unsteady on her feet. Let me see, he said. Nobuko eyed him warily. No need. Don't be brave. Lee Lockjaw's tone was not to be denied. What if you have to run away later? Nobuko hesitated, but eventually sat on the edge of the bed. Lee Lockjaw crouched down and gently squeezed her ankle. The warmth from her palm made Nobuko tense up involuntarily. Relax. Lee Lockdown's voice was soft. I'll give you a massage. Nobuko bit her lip and forced herself to relax. Lee locks inexpertly, with just the right amount of pressure at each stroke. Gradually, Nobuko's tense body began to relax. Your medical skills, she said softly, much like a man. Lee's locked hand paused. Who? Nobuko didn't answer, just sighed softly. The cabin fell silent, leaving only the roar of the engines. Lee's locked fingers traced over her ankle, causing a tingle. Nobuko couldn't help but shudder. Sensitive? Lee Lockjaw looked up at her with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Nobuko looked away. Okay. Lee locks up but doesn't let go. It's not over yet. His thumb pressed gently on the center of her foot, finding an acupuncture point. Nobuko jerked her foot back. That's enough. Lee Lockjaw stood up and looked at her condescendingly. What are you afraid of? Nobuko tilted her head to meet his gaze. I'm afraid you're asking too many questions. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Each other. The ship rocked again. This time Nobuko was prepared and sat firmly on the bed. You go out on deck, she said. I don't always feel right. Lee locks up and nods, picking up his gun and walking towards the door. Be careful, Nobuko said from behind him. Lee Lockjaw looked back at her. Worried about me? Nobuko grunted softly. Worried about my bodyguard folding here. Chapter 128. So the captain knows Quartz how Nan. Lee Lockjaw laughed silently and pushed the door open to walk out. The hallway was dark, with only a faint red glow from the emergency light at the end. He pressed himself against the wall and moved noiselessly toward the deck. Passing the captain's cabin, he noticed light coming through the doorway. The captain could faintly be heard talking to someone. Lee Lockjaw slowed down and listened carefully. Yes, already out to sea. The captain's voice broke. Understood. Won't be a problem. Lee Lockjaw frowned and continued forward. The deck was empty, and a thick fog obscured the moonlight. He walked over to the side of the boat and squinted into the distance. A few black dots, like the outline of a speedboat, were faintly visible. Sure enough, someone is following, he whispered. Returning to his cabin, he made a point of stopping outside the captain's cabin for a moment. The room had been silent, except for the rustle of a pen tip across paper. Nobuko was cleaning her pistol when she pushed open the hatch. Well, she asked. Lee locked and closed the door. There's a couple speedboats back there. Nobuko's movements paused. The Yamase gang? Not sure. Lee locked up and walked over to the window. But the captain was on the phone earlier. Nobuko lowered her gun. What did it say? Can't quite hear you. Lee Lockdown turned to look at her. But I think he knows something. Nobuko was silent for a moment. Go to his room? Lee Lockjaw nodded. When he's asleep. The two men looked at each other, both understanding what was to come next. The lights in the cabin flickered on and off, as if hinting at impending danger. Nobuko stood up, but her feet were a little numb from sitting for so long. Lee Lockjaw held her up. Still not feeling well? Nobuko leaned into his arms and could smell the faint scent of tobacco on him. It's fine, she said, but didn't rush to stand up straight. Lee locked his arm around her waist, feeling her body heat. The two just stood there in silence, neither one speaking. It wasn't until a siren sounded in the distance that the two were awakened. Nobuko quickly stood up straight and straightened her clothes. Lee locks up and walks to the door. I'll go see if the captain is asleep. Nobuko nodded, but called out to him as he opened the door. Be careful, she said. This time Lee Lockjaw didn't flirt, just nodded seriously. After the door closed, Nobuko leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. She didn't know why she had let her guard down with this man. Maybe his medical skills are too much like that one. Perhaps the concern in his eyes was too genuine. Or maybe it was just because she needed someone to lean on during this dangerous night. The ship continued on through the fog, carrying its secrets in an unknown direction. The cabin was extraordinarily quiet at midnight, with only the roar of the engines echoing in the darkness. Lee locked up and gently pushed the hatch open to make sure there was no movement in the hallway. Nobuko followed him, her footsteps as light as a cat's. The two men moved down the narrow corridor toward the captain's cabin, the contact between their leather shoes and the deck barely making a sound. The emergency lights at the end of the hallway flickered with a faint red light, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The door to the captain's cabin was ajar, and it was dark inside. Lee Lockjaw made a gesture, signaling Nobuko to stand guard outside. Nobuko nodded and leaned into the shadows by the door. Lee locked up and pushed the door open, dodging into the captain's cabin. Moonlight shone in through the porthole, casting a silvery glow over the room. The room was small, with a desk, a filing cabinet, and a few yellowed photos on the wall. Lee locks up and turns on the flash of his cell phone, quickly scanning the room. There was a logbook on the desk, along with a few loose sheets of paper. He flipped open the logbook and quickly skimmed through the most recent entries. Suddenly, there was a soft cough from Nobuko outside the door. Lee Lockjaw immediately understood, turned off his cell phone, and dodged behind the file cabinet. Footsteps came down the hallway. From far away, it was the captain's footsteps, mingled with another man's voice. Nobuko slipped noiselessly into the room and hid beside Lee Lockdown. The two men's breaths intertwined in the small space. Nobuko's back was pressed against Lee's locked chest, and she could clearly feel his heartbeat. Lee Lockjaw's hand unconsciously supported her waist, as if he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stand steadily. The footsteps stopped outside the door. "Captain, are those two men reliable?" an unfamiliar voice asked. The captain's voice was a little slurred. "I just deliver. I don't ask for anything else. Mr. Yamasa is concerned about this," the man continued. The captain coughed. "Tell Mr. Sansa that everything is going according to plan." The footsteps faded away and silence returned to the room. Nobuko let out a long breath, leaning back unconsciously. Lee's locked arms tightened a bit, and the two of them moved closer together. "The Yamasa gang did follow us," Nobuko whispered. Lee's locked breath brushed her ear. "Looks like we'll have to change our plans." Nobuko turned and looked up at him in the darkness. "What's the plan?" The two were close enough to look into each other's eyes. Lee locked up and looked down at her. "First, let's see what the captain is hiding." Nobuko nodded, but didn't immediately look away. The moonlight shone through the porthole and on her slightly flushed cheeks. Lee Lockjaw suddenly had the urge to kiss her. Just then, there were footsteps in the hallway again. The two quickly separated, and Lee Lockdown dodged behind his desk. Nobuko hid in the shadows behind the door. The captain pushed his way in and turned on the desk lamp. A dim light illuminated the room. The captain sat down at his desk and flipped through the logbook. Lee held his breath, watching the captain's every move. The captain wrote a few strokes and picked up the photo on the table to look at it again. It was an old yellowed photo. The photo shows a group of young men standing in front of a fishing boat. Lee locked his eyes and squinted, trying to make out the person in the photo. Suddenly, his pupils contracted slightly. On the right side of the photo, the face of a young man is particularly familiar. That face, it was exactly the same as the young photo of Quartz Honan. The captain sighed and pinned the photo in his log. He stood up and walked toward the door. Before turning off the light, he seemed to glance in the direction of the filing cabinet. The room fell back into darkness. It wasn't until the footsteps had completely disappeared that Lee locked up and walked over to his desk. He quickly flipped through the logbook and found the picture. Nobuko came over and checked it out by moonlight. "This is..." Her voice trembled a little. Lee Lockjaw nodded. "Quartz Honan." On the back of the photo is a line that reads, "Southport, 1998. Nobuko's fingers brushed over the photo. So they know each other. Lee locks up and continues to look through the log, suddenly stopping on a page. There are some coordinates and times recorded on it. The latest entry reads, July 15th. Usual place. What does that mean? Nobuko asked. Lee locks up and closes the log. Could be the location of the joint. There was a sudden siren in the distance. Nobuko walked over to the porthole. The speedboats are getting closer. Lee locked up and stood behind her. We have to find a way to lose them. Nobuko turned to look at him. You have an idea? Lee Lockjaw smiled. Trust me. Nobuko was about to say something when she suddenly felt a violent shaking of the ship. She lost her center of gravity and fell forward. Lee locked his arms around her and their bodies pressed together. Nobuko's hand was on his chest and she could feel his rapid heartbeat. Lee Lockjaw looked down at her, and her eyes were exceptionally bright in the moonlight. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. It wasn't until another siren sounded in the distance that the two were awakened. Nobuko gently pushed him away. We should go. Lee locked up and let go, but pulled her wrist as she turned around. Wait, he said. Nobuko looked back at him. What's wrong? Lee Lockjaw stared into her eyes. You know Quartz Haonan? Nobuko's eyes flickered. Does it matter? Of course it matters. Lee Lockwood's voice was soft. It's about whether or not I can trust you. Nobuko was silent for a moment. What about you? And why are you looking for him? The two men stared at each other in the darkness, both seeing tentativeness and wariness in the other's eyes. It was Nobuko who eventually averted her eyes first. This is not the time for that. Lee Lockjaw let go of his hand. Okay, wait until we find him. The two men quietly left the captain's cabin and returned to their staterooms. Nobuko turned around and suddenly pulled out her pistol, pointing it at Lee Lockjaw, who was close by. Lee Tae-hyun, why are you prying into Quartz Haonan? I've always felt that you're approaching me with an agenda. Speak. Chapter 129, Confrontation Under the Moon. Dim emergency lights flickered at the end of the hallway. The red light was like a restless firefly, flickering on and off. Lee's locked figure silently blended into the darkness. His footsteps were so light as a cat's that he didn't even want to stir the air. Snap! The crisp sound of a safety bolt sounded behind him. The corners of Lee Lockjaw's mouth rose slightly, but he didn't turn around. Mr. Lee Tae-hyun. Nobuko's voice was as cold as a knife, each word carrying a piercing chill. Or is that a fake name you made up too? Lee locks up and slowly turns around. Moonlight slanted in through the porthole, casting eerie shadows on his face. Oh, he looked at Nobuko's hand holding the gun with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. Is Ms. Quartz trying to kill someone? Shut up. Nobuko gritted her teeth. You think I'm going to believe your Goryo Zaibatsu bull ********? So tell me. Lee locked himself against the wall. I don't care written all over his body. Who am I? A liar. Nobuko sneered. A liar who was intent on getting close to me. From day one, you've been prying into that old thing. So what? Lee Lockjaw raised an eyebrow. With that, you're going to point a gun at someone who saved your life? Save me? Nobuko's laugh sounded like crushed ice. You expect me to believe in all those coincidences? A chance encounter on Hot Springs Street, an ambush by the Yamasa gang, and this ship. Her voice suddenly choked. What the hell do you want from me? Lee's locked eyes flickered. What if I say that I'm interested in your father's business? Lee Lockjaw simply pointed it out directly, saving the need to hide it, betting that she would take herself to meet Quartz Haonan. Bull *********. Nobuko laughed angrily, her voice full of sarcasm. Interested? You think I'd trust someone who doesn't even dare to say his real name? Believe it or not. Lee Lockjaw suddenly took a step forward. The gun was pointed right at his heart. Shoot! His voice held a hint of provocation. Haven't you always wondered why I was so interested in your father? Shoot me and you'll never know. Unity, do you think she'll shoot? Meeting, grass. I die and you live? You can't die. You've lived forever. It's okay then. Catching bullets for fun? Nobuko's finger was on the trigger. Her eyes were fierce like an enraged lioness. You investigated me? Investigation? Lee Lockjaw smiled even more playfully. Ms. Quartz, don't you think it's strange? Why did your father suddenly disappear? Nobuko's pupils contracted slightly. He's not my father. He's. Just then, the ship suddenly shook violently. Nobuko's center of gravity was unsteady and she stumbled forward. Lee locked his arms around her. The pistol fell to the ground with a bang. The two were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. In the moonlight, Nobuko's eyes were like two deep pools, reflecting Lee Lockdown's playful smile. Let go of. Her voice softened, but she didn't struggle. No release. Lee Lockjaw looked down at her. A few hints of compulsion in his voice. Unless you tell me why your heart beats faster every time I come near. You're shameless. There was a sudden shrill ringing of a telephone in the distance. The ringing phone cut through the ambiguous atmosphere. Nobuko violently pushes Lee away from Lockdown. A blush spread across her face. Not sure if it was anger or shyness. Don't think that's going to fool you. Lee Lockjaw shrugged and leaned against the wall with a disinterested look on his face. What I said is true. Really? Nobuko sneered. Then tell me, why are you so interested in my father? Lee Lockjaw's eyes suddenly became deep. Because. Before the words were out of his mouth, a rush of footsteps came from the deck. Miss. The captain's voice dripped with panic. It's no good. There's a speedboat chasing us from behind. Nobuko's expression instantly went cold. The Yamasa gang? Not sure. But the equipment doesn't look like a normal gang. Lee locked up and narrowed his eyes. You go ahead and deal with it. I'll see what's going on. Stop. Nobuko stopped in front of him. Our score is not yet settled. Lee Lockjaw suddenly came close to her ear. What if I said, I know your father is looking for someone. Nobuko's body visibly stiffened. You. Now. Do you want to continue interrogating me? Or settle the trouble behind you? Lee Locksu's voice carried a few hints of flirtation. Nobuko gritted her teeth. You'd better not play tricks. Don't worry. Lee Lockjaw smiled inscrutable. I'm much more interested in your father than those pursuers. There was a rush of gunfire from the deck. Miss, they're starting to strafe. Nobuko looked deeply at Lee Lockjaw. It's not over. Sure. Lee locked up and drew a pistol from his belt. We have plenty of time to talk slowly. The two men rushed up to the deck at a quick pace. 3 black speedboats are approaching in the night. The beam of a searchlight swept across the surface of the sea. What about? Lee Lockjaw whistled. Nobuko glanced at him. What? Scared? Afraid? Lee Lockjaw let out a light laugh. I'm afraid that you'll be intimidated by my marksmanship later. Arrogant. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bullet grazed Nobuko's ear. Lee locks up as he pulls her behind cover. Their bodies were once again pressed together. This pose. Lee locks up in a low teasing voice. Seem familiar? Nobuko gave him a hard stare. Concentrate. Yes, Missy. Lee locks up and probes, taking aim at the nearest speedboat. Bang! A crisp shot rang out. The searchlights on the speedboat shattered in response. There was a panicked shout from the darkness. Nobuko's eyes flashed with surprise. This man, sure is not simple. The moonlight was like water, spilling onto the deck. Lee locked himself against the side of the boat and watched the pursuing speedboat approach. His gaze skimmed over Nobuko's taut side, and suddenly something occurred to him. Hey! He spoke softly. Nobuko was intently watching the movements of her pursuers, and only gave a cold hum at the sound of her voice. Do you want to? Lee locked his voice with a hint of laziness. Play something more exciting? Nobuko turned her head, the moonlight outlining her perfect profile. She raised an eyebrow and waited for Lee Lockjaw to follow. That black suitcase. Lee locked up and pointed to the corner of the cabin. It's actually a little gift for you. Nobuko gave him a suspicious look, but walked slowly toward the box. The sound of the clasp being opened was especially crisp in the stillness of the night. Her breath visibly stopped for a split second as she took in the contents of the box. The brand new auto submachine gun lay still, its body glowing coldly in the moonlight. There were several grenades neatly laid out next to them, like some kind of deadly candy. I thought you weren't giving it to me? Nobuko didn't look up, but stroked the cold gun with delight. Idiot, to give you a surprise? Lee Lockjaw laughed meaningfully. It's only exciting at this time, isn't it? Nobuko didn't say anything. Her hand gently picked up the submachine gun and opened it without slowing down. It's a self-defense force, kamikaze commando equipment gun. How did you get it? Lee locked up and almost said it was robbed, but had to do it instead. The arms dealer kept it. In the distance, the pursuing speedboats had begun to fire tentatively. The bullet grazed the side of the ship and flew over, sending a cascade of water over the surface. Want to try? Lee locked up with compulsion in his voice. Let them see what it means to be a real. Before the words were out of his mouth, Nobuko had already set up his submachine gun. Chug 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 dash. A dense rain of bullets wove a deadly web in the night sky. There was a panicked shout from the nearest speedboat, and several dark figures fell into the sea. Nobuko's mouth quirked up in a smirk. It's a feeling that's just so damn wonderful. What a blast. Is it cool to have a man? Lee locked in an evil grin. Chapter 130. Let them taste the lollipop. Nobuko ignored him, knowing that he was shameless, and that she would be the one to suffer if she followed him in the conversation. The sea breeze lifted Nobuko's long hair, and her figure looked lonely in the moonlight. Lee Lockwood leaned against the side of the boat and watched the scene in silence. The letter in the night seemed like a black rose with thorns, beautiful and dangerous. Nobuko, give them a taste of the lollipop. He spoke suddenly, his voice low. Can you throw a grenade? Nobuko turned her head, the moonlight reflecting off her slightly glowing eyes. She didn't say anything, just reached out and touched the box on the side. Then, she was seen holding a green pumpkin mine in her hand and skillfully opened the pin. Clang! The sound of the grenade safety pin being pulled out was especially clear in the sea breeze. 3. Nobuko's voice was soft as a sigh. 2. Lee locked his gaze on her slender wrist. 1. The grenade drew a graceful arc and fell into the sea like a shooting star. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Only a black shadow was seen, accurately thrown on the boat in the center. Boom! Huge columns of water rose to the sky, and the seawater turned into countless crystalline fragments in the moonlight. The two surrounding speedboats were toppled by the explosion, sending wood shavings and parts flying everywhere. Nobuko stood on the deck, letting the splash wet her shirt. Her eyes glittered with excitement, like a child who had finally gotten a beloved toy. That's what I want, she muttered. Lee Lockjaw looked at her back, his eyes gradually becoming deep. This woman in the moonlight was so strong and so vulnerable. In the distance, the firelight on the sea reddened half of the sky. Burning wood shavings floated on the surface of the sea like a blooming fire lotus. Nobuko, he spoke suddenly. The remnants of her excitement were still in her voice. Lee Lockjaw was silent for a moment, as if weighing his words. The sea breeze messed up his hair and blew away the hesitation in his eyes. Have you ever wondered? His voice was soft. Why did Quartz Homan suddenly disappear? Nobuko's body visibly stiffened. What do you mean? She turned around, her eyes wary. I was going to ask you, what are you looking for in that old thing? Lee Lockjaw met her gaze and asked without answering. Don't you think it's strange? A father. Why would he suddenly leave his daughter behind? Nobuko's face turned pale in the moonlight. Tramp, he's not my father, he said, raising his pistol and pointing it at the man again. What's wrong with you? I save you like this and you keep trying to shoot me? Lee Lockjaw struck like lightning, and this time he wasn't being merciful. Don't take a second to dismount the gun in her hand and quickly grab her wrists, clipping them back behind her. At this point, Nobuko's posture was to hold her breasts up and meet Lee's locked gaze, the two of them close together. You? Ha ha, it smells so good. Lee Lockjaw, not forgetting his playboy nature, playfully raised his eyebrows. Rascal, how dare you do this to me? I'll kill you. Nobuko frantically twisted her plump body, calling Lee Lockjaw even more horny. He couldn't help but lower his head and give a hard peck on that plump front. Ah, Department of Suneska. Shameless. Nobuko raised her leg again and kicked at Lee's locked crotch. Instead, Lee locks in a single leg and bends the knee, pinning it under his waist. In this position, the two were entwined. Just then, the shrill ringing of the telephone echoed through the cabin. The moonlight filtered through the porthole, casting their shadows on the floor, intertwined and entangled. Nobuko's eyes flashed with panic, and she subconsciously tried to push Lee Lockjaw away. Lee Lockjaw, however, tightened his arms and confined her firmly in his embrace. Let go of me. Nobuko's voice held a hint of trembling. What are you afraid of? Lee looked down at her, his eyes like a torch. The phone is still ringing insistently, as if an invisible knife, cutting the ambiguous air. I said, let go. Nobuko bit her lip, a flash of determination in her eyes. Lee Lockjaw let go of his hand and took a step back. Under the moonlight, Nobuko's side face was like a delicate ink painting. You know what? Lee Lockwood suddenly spoke. I've been looking for someone. Nobuko's body stiffened slightly. That person may be from the Dragon Kingdom. Lee Liuju's voice was very soft, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Nobuko turned sharply, shock in her eyes. What do you mean? Quartz Haonan. He knows the secret. Lee locked up and looked her straight in the eye. The cabin was suddenly awfully quiet. Even that annoying ringing phone came to a screeching halt at that moment. The sound of waves lapping against the hull of the ship was clearly audible. So that's why you approached me? Nobuko's voice was as cold as ice. At first, Lee Lockjaw could only take a gamble and couldn't put it off any longer. In case Quartz Honam Ga, it would be an unsolved mystery. You still need to find that old Taoist yourself? He doesn't have any good-looking daughters, so let's just forget it. Nobuko sneered and turned to leave. But not anymore. Lee Lockdown's voice came from behind him. I think that I have found something more important. Nobuko shuddered. At 30 she couldn't afford such words anymore. She stopped dead in her tracks. Under the moonlight, her back looked particularly lonely. What makes you think I'll believe you? She didn't turn around. Because you want to know yourself, don't you? If you don't think you're his daughter too, Lee Lockjaw said softly. Nobuko turned slowly. The moonlight gilded her with a soft silver rim. What is your status? It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that we have the same purpose, and I'm doing it for a knot in my own heart. Lee Lockjaw said that even the system believed it. Host, after this, I suggest you make a movie. Nobuko looked at him quietly. After a long time, she spoke. Okay, I'll take you to him. Lee Lockjaw froze. You believe me? No. The corners of Nobuko's mouth curved dangerously. Actually, I want to know the truth. She approached Lee Lockwood, her eyes sharp as knives. If you dare to lie to me. Her voice was soft, but it carried a deadly threat. Lee locked up and laughed. I won't. In the distance, a blood moon rises quietly. The sea breeze blew Nobuko's long hair like a flying flag in the moonlight. Go. She turned and headed out of the cabin. Lee Liuju looked at her back, his eyes deep. This woman. She's like a fog, and he's walking step by step into this fog. Where are we going next? Lee Lockjaw asked Nobuko, who was still looking at the sea. Nobuko has put the gun in the case. Leaning back on the deck, he recalled the thrill of what had just happened. Find someone named Bear. Only Bear knows where he is. Nobuko's voice drifted away as she looked out over the distant sea level. Bear? Lee Lockdown raised an eyebrow. He remembered the name. And Bats once told himself that Deshiong and Koji were close associates of Quartz Honam. It seemed Nobuko hadn't lied to herself. Big Bear from the fishing village of Haisa. Nobuko turned. He has a special relationship with that old thing. Lee Lockjaw nodded thoughtfully. Nobuko strides toward the cabin and shouts into the cockpit. Old Captain, go to the Haisa fishing village. The night was deepening and the sea breeze was wrapped in a salty scent. Lee locked himself against the side of the boat, pretending to enjoy the night view, but in fact focusing his attention in the direction of the cockpit. For he crossed the bulkhead and saw the old captain on the telephone. His ears were far beyond normal. He heard everything. Yes, Chief Bridge. The old captain's voice was as thin as a fly. They're going to the fishing village of Haisha. Lee locked up and narrowed his eyes. Nobuko. He spoke as if nothing had happened. Do you know a woman named Ohashi? Nobuko's body visibly stiffened. How do you know about the bridge? There was a hint of caution in her voice. The old captain was just talking to a woman named Chief Ohashi. Lee locked up and looked her straight in the eye. Nobuko's eyes instantly sharpened. She drew the pistol at her waist and strutted toward the cab. Old captain. Nobuko's voice was cold as ice. The old captain held up his hands, the wrinkles on his face trembling. Chapter 131, You rascal. The big bridge prosecutor called. He stammered to explain. I don't dare not answer it. Nobuko's muzzle moved down slightly. Lee Lockjaw stood behind her, watching her tense back. The sea breeze ruffled her long hair and obscured her expression. Nobuko eventually lowered her gun. At dawn, the outline of the fishing village of Haisha becomes clear. Dilapidated fishing boats are sporadically moored along the shore, like a group of tired old men. Be careful. Nobuko put away her gun. This is the territory of the Haisa gang. Lockdown nodded, his hand already pressed to his waist. The two had just stepped onto the pier when a bullet grazed Lee Lockjaw's ear. Bang! Nobuko rolled and ducked behind the container. Lee locks up and crouches down right behind him, pulling out his pistol. It seems you have a reputation. He let out a soft laugh. The whole island mob wants you dead? Nobuko grunted. Each other. Intense gunfire exploded over the fishing village. The smell of fish and gunpowder mingled in the air. Lee locks up and pokes his head out, aiming at the dark figure in the distance. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp shots rang out, and 2 dark figures fell to the ground in response. Nice shot! Nobuko threw him an appreciative look. Lee Lockjaw shrugged. Not even close to you. The corners of Nobuko's mouth turned up slightly. A grenade fell from the sky. Look out! Lee locked on as he tackled Nobuko. Boom! The explosions were deafening. Debris and wood chips flew everywhere. Lee's locked body pressed against Nobuko, shielding her underneath. He could clearly feel her rapid heartbeat. Get up! Nobuko's voice trembled a little. I'm losing my breath. Lee locks up and braces himself, but doesn't quite leave. You're shaking, he whispered. Nobuko looked away. Cut the crap. Neat footsteps were heard in the distance. It looks like the main force of the Haisha gang has arrived. Lee Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. Nobuko gripped the gun in her hand. Bear should be nearby. Lee Lockjaw looked around. We'll have to change places. Follow me. Nobuko stood up suddenly. I know a way. The two men hunched over as they navigated between the dilapidated fishing boats. The morning light is faint, and the sea is white with the color of fish's belly. Nobuko's back was hidden in the morning mist. Lee Lockjaw followed her, but his mind was pondering. The dawn sunlight poured over the sea, but it could not shine into this blood-colored fishing village. Bullets whizzed by, making a deadly trajectory through the morning mist. Nobuko's silhouette weaved between the containers, each turn carrying a graceful killing blow. Suddenly, a dull gunshot rang out. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Nobuko's body shuddered slightly and she looked down at her chest. Blood was gushing out of the hideous bullet hole, staining her white shirt a piercing red. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, standing out against her pale face. Cough. She coughed violently, each cough bringing out large swaths of blood. Lee locked up and rushed to her, wrapping her in his arms. Nobuko, hold on. His voice was calm, but his hands were shaking slightly. Nobuko grabbed his lapel, her eyes growing lax. She felt death coming, and the corners of her mouth slowly rose as crimson blood hung at the corners. Smile like a rose blooming in the dark. Listen. She spat blood and foam with gore. Old thing. And a contact. Lee Lockjaw looked down at her, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. You can't cure her right now. You need to perform. 400 lucky points. Just around the corner. Don't talk. I'm going to save you, he said in mock anxiety. Nobuko, however, shook her head and continued. Ohashi. Prosecutor Ohashi Hashiko. She's my backer. With difficulty, she pulled a slip of paper from her pocket with 2 strings of numbers written on it. She's got a handle on it. She's got a scandal with the royal family. Lee Locks, in a big surprise, lived to receive the note, but did not immediately give help. He knew that a little dramatic confession was needed at this time. Nobuko. Lee Lockjaw's voice choked with sobs, and crystallized tears welled up in his eyes. The tears looked real in the morning light. Host, it's a loss to the nation if you don't shoot. I love you. His voice trembled. I've loved you since the first time I saw you. Nobuko froze. Don't leave me. Nobuko, don't. She looked up at Lee Lockjaw with a flash of disbelief in her eyes. You said. What? Her voice was soft, like a falling feather. Lee locked on and hugged her tightly. I can't live without you. The gunfire continued in the distance. The sound of bullets hitting the container was like a symphony of death. Wait for me. Li Lockjaw gently put down the letter, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I'll go and avenge you. He stood up, picked up his gun and stormed out. No! Nobuko shouted hoarsely. She struggled to get up. The blood followed her movements, painting a blinding red on the ground. She stumbled a few steps, but couldn't hold herself up any longer. Bang! She fell heavily to the ground. System alert, host, if you don't save the target, he will die if he loses too much blood. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Lockjaw's eyes. He took the grenade launcher out of space. It's a killer he's been saving. Whoosh! 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 The 6 grenades made a perfect parabola in the morning light, like 6 blooming fireworks. Boom 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 dash. The continuous explosions were deafening. Fire and debris flew across the sky. The fishing village was turned into a sea of fire at this moment. The screams rose and fell, but soon fell silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Heart of Quartz Nobuko, gaining 400 points of lucky value, totaling 450 points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so damn hard. I've been stealing arms, robbing banks, pretending to be a dog licker, and seducing 30-something-year-old prostitutes for those 400 points. Host, don't talk yourself up. Didn't see you regret it when you had fun with Bathsheba. Ahem. This thing with brother unity. You've misunderstood. Host, Nobuko will lose her vitals soon. No. Unity, I said. While I'm at that, can I go out and find an internet cafe to play for a while? After teasing his mouth for a few moments, Li Lockjaw looked at the fire on the shore. What does it matter to me if she dies or not? The lucky value is here. Host, don't you want to know that secret? Now, Li Lockjaw had to look back at Nobuko, who had fallen in a pool of blood. Well, such a murderous fiend. I'll save her one more time, and if that's still the case, take your own life. After saying that, he pressed his hand on her breasts and hurriedly performed his divine healing skills, kneading it a few times. Within seconds, Nobuko's face turned red. Nobuko, I'll get you out of here. Hold on. You'll be fine. Nobuko slowly opened her eyes and her first words were, "You stinking rascal." Chapter 132, more like the Dragon Kingdom. Dawn sunlight spilled over the bloodstained deck. Li Lockjaw rushed onto the boat holding the letter, each step like stepping on the tip of a knife. Her blood ran down his arm, painting a sinuous dark red on the deck. Sail the boat. His roar exploded in the morning light, and the old captain, jolted by the sound, scrambled to start his engine. The black wake rolled behind the boat like it was trying to swallow the blood-colored fishing village. In the cramped cabin, Lee locks up and gently lays Nobuko down on the bed. The morning light shone through the porthole on her pale face, a face that usually always carried a cold look, but at the moment was as fragile as an autumn leaf. I need to remove the bullet. Lee locks up and whispers to Nobuko, "You'll have to take off your shirt." Nobuko nodded slightly, an imperceptible flash of shyness in her eyes. She tried to raise her hands to undo her buttons, but she was shaking from the loss of blood. "Don't look at me. She sounds like she's coming from a long way off." "I'll do it. Now is not the time to squirm. The bullet must be removed quickly." She used her arm to cover her chest vainly. This usually powerful gangster lady boss was like a wounded little girl at this moment. Lee locks up and quickly removes Nobuko's corset, a patch of pink and white showing. At this time, Lee Lockjaw had already gained a lucky value and his mind was free of distractions. He quickly took out his military dagger and burned it over the fire a few times. The firelight reflected on his face, outlining a steel-hard profile. This is not the time to care about that. Ahem. Nobuko suddenly coughed violently and another mouthful of blood gushed out. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and forced a smile. "Do it." Lee Lockjaw handed her a towel, one of the emergency items he carried with him. "Bite down. It will hurt." Nobuko took the towel, hesitated, and bit down. Instead of choosing to close her eyes, she watched as the blade stabbed into her shoulder. The moment the dagger pierced the wound, time seemed to stand still. Well, Nobuko's body arched violently, like a drawn bow. Cold sweat instantly soaked through her shirt, glistening faintly in the morning light. She bit down on the towel with a death grip, her knuckles white from the effort, but stubbornly refused to let out a single moan. "Don't move, host. Your space is infinite. Next time prepare a medical kit and store more anesthetic." Lee Lockjaw ignored this crazy system. Instead, he pressed one hand against Nobuko's shoulder, and could feel the muscles trembling beneath his palm. His movements were steady, like an experienced surgeon. Nobuko's tears flowed silently down and across her pale cheeks. It wasn't from pain, but an emotion she couldn't quite put her finger on herself. She looked at Lee Lockjaw's serious expression, and an indescribable bitterness flooded her heart. Ding dash. The sound of a bullet head landing in a metal disc was especially crisp in the silence of the cabin. Lee Lockjaw took out the gunpowder and spread it on the wound with gentle movements, quickly ignited with fire afterward. Put. Ah! The pungent smell of burning filled the small space, mixed with the scent of blood like a strange symphony. Lee Lockjaw secretly used the divine healer skill to ease Nobuko's pain, simultaneously healing the wound and internal blood vessels. No need for anti-inflammatory injections, and within an hour, Nobuko's skin will be as good as new. Nobuko spat out the towel, already soaked from the bite, and her chest rose and fell violently. Her gaze fell on Lee Lockdown's face and she gasped. You don't look like a Goryo. Lee Lockjaw casually handed her a hand towel, signaling her to wipe her own face. Neither do you. The words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. What do you mean? Nobuko barely managed to hold herself up, her movement tugging at her wound and causing her to suck in a cold breath in pain, but her eyes looked straight at Lee Lockdown. Lee Lockjaw said calmly while carefully bandaging the wound. You look more like a Dragon Nation person. I suspect that Quartzhaman is not your real father. The cabin was suddenly awfully quiet. The only sound was that of the waves lapping against the hull of the ship, like a never-ending lullaby. That would be best. Nobuko suddenly sneered, a piercing chill in her voice. I would have been able to kill him without any burden. Lee Lockjaw continued bandaging in silence, no longer showing the warmth he had shown before. His hands were still gentle, but that warmth was gone. It's like the sunshine in winter, obviously still there, but you can't feel the warmth anymore. Okay, things are clear, and you know what I'm up to, so don't get any ideas. The implication is, don't mind the skinship today. Nobuko was keenly aware of the change in him, and a tearing pain went through her heart. The pain was more intense than a gunshot wound to the chest, but there was no way to say it. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze. The sunlight slanted in through the porthole, stretching the shadows of the two men. The shadows overlapped, but it was like two disconnected worlds. Nobuko's voice was soft, like she was testing something. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes falling on Lee's locked hands that were focused on bandaging. What should we do now? The hands were steady, but no longer as warm as before. Back to Ishikawa. Lee Lockjaw's voice was cold. He avoided Nobuko's gaze and continued the movement of his hands. Gather the men. Nobuko's heart sank. What about you? Her voice trembled a little, and that trembling was not from hurt, but a deeper, heartfelt fear. She tried to grab hold of something, but found nothing but nothingness at her fingertips. Lee Lockjaw tidied up the post-operative mess, moving slowly as if stalling for time. I'll leave a shipment of arms for you, and the Grand Hotel is yours. The sun cast shadows on his face, obscuring his expression. Nobuko bit her lip. She could taste a hint of blood. The smell reminded her of the gunfight she had just been in, of the way Lee Lockdown had taken a bullet for her. But now, that person is leaving. Please. The two words were almost squeezed through his teeth. When had Nobuko Ishii ever begged? But at this moment, she said those two words. Lee Lockjaw's movements paused, but he still didn't look at her. Accompany me to the Great Bridge. Nobuko's voice was soft, like a falling leaf. She bowed her head, her long hair covering her face. Otherwise I can't rise again. Another long silence fell upon the cabin. Only the sound of the waves speaks of eternal solitude. Good. Lee Lockjaw finally opened his mouth. No emotion audible in his voice. It's like a stranger answering another stranger's request. Nobuko's eyes lit up for a moment, only to darken quickly. She looked at Lee Lockjaw's back and suddenly understood something. The man who had shed tears for her in the moonlight, the man who had protected her under fire, was gone. All that's left is a calm outsider. The boat continued to move forward, pushing through the layers of waves. The sunlight gradually became brighter, but it couldn't shine into the hearts of the two people. Lee locks up and gives Nobuko another can of milk, and Nobuko feels better after a few sips. What you said on the boat was a lie, wasn't it? Lee Lockjaw was already almost busy, sitting aside and looking out the window, a cold look on his face. The first time Nobuko had seen it since she had known him. The old dude was never there again. Hearing his question, Lee Lockjaw understood what it meant. It must have been that I love you, to pry into that old thing's secrets. It's also for Bessie-chan. Have you ever loved anyone in this world? Yourself? Seeing that he was silent for a long time, Nobuko said stiffly, I understand. Lee locks up and rolls his eyes. And we all have a heart-to-heart. That's better. Mr. Lee, I beg you for one thing. Accompany me to see the Great Bridge Sun. Chapter 133, Simone came to the island. The night in Ishikawa is as dark as ink, enveloping the sleeping city. A large black van was parked outside the abandoned factory, the roar of its engine especially harsh in the silence. Lee Lockjaw stood in the carriage, looking around quietly. With a flick of his hand, the arms in the space came out like a tidal wave, neatly arranged in the compartment. Nobuko, who was taking a bath with Yuko at the Grand Hotel, got a call from Lee Lockjaw at that moment. The two of them hurriedly dried themselves. Nobuko, this wound of yours, it's healing really well. You can even get it wet? Yuko said and stroked Nobuko's wound a few more times. It made Nobuko snort again. I'll answer the phone. Hey, Mr. Lee. Well, the goods are downstairs. You? Nobuko was startled. The man said he was out pulling arms. Nobuko thought he was joking. I'll be right down. The two of them were talking about it just now. Yuko didn't believe it even when she heard about it. She said, this man is a playboy. He is extremely capable in that area and has so many tricks that it's like running a marathon every time I'm made to feel like I've run a marathon by him. Never the man to do the right thing. Nobuko blinked, thinking, you've never seen him fight. That shot never wastes a bullet. Still, Bathsheba's remark tickled her. Haven't touched a man myself. It's all about watching documentaries, not actually doing it. So yearning. Retract your thoughts. Hurry up and get dressed and walk downstairs with your bodyguard. Quickly, come to Lee Lockjaw. Nobuko stood in the doorway of the carriage, her pupils contracting violently, only to see the carriage, piled with boxes of pistols, rifles neatly arranged, as well as rocket-propelled grenades, bulletproof vests. Every single one of them was top-quality goods. That's enough equipment to arm a small army. These. Her voice trembled a little. Are they all yours? Lee Lockdown turned around, the moonlight casting shadows on his face. It's yours now. Nobuko subconsciously took a step back. This man, far more frightening than she had ever imagined. These arms, they are never available to ordinary people. Even the gang she'd run for years didn't have that kind of energy. What? The corner of Lee Lockjaw's mouth curled into a smile. Scared? Nobuko forced herself to calm down. No, Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lee Lockjaw. Go and call your men to carry it. It must be done before dawn. Nobuko nodded and turned to leave. Her back was a little stiff, obviously still recovering from the shock. Lee Lockjaw looked at her back. The right corner of his mouth gently curled up. Starting tonight, Nobuko's attitude towards him would change radically. Fear, adoration, and maybe something else, but none of that matters. The important thing is that it's cool to see fireworks going off all over the island. Late night, Lee Lockjaw was studying the power map of the Yamazato gang when the door to his room was suddenly knocked gently. Come in, he said without looking up. The door opened and Kawada Yuko's figure appeared in the doorway. She was wearing a thin white dress and her long hair was slightly damp, as if she had just finished showering. It's so late. Lee locked his head up, but his words stopped the moment he saw the look in Yuko's eyes. Those eyes held a certain sentiment he knew all too well. Bathsheba bit her lower lip gently. I can't sleep. She took 2 steps forward, the moonlight streaming through the window, stretching her shadow. Lee locked his eyes but they fell on the door. There, he saw another shadow. It's the letter that's peeking through. She stood in the shadows at the end of the corridor. The moonlight couldn't illuminate her face, but Lee Lockjaw could feel her gaze. Not tonight. I have to prepare for war. Lee Lockjaw picked up the cigar on the table, and Bathsheba rushed over to light it for him. Teo-kun, let me relax you. You don't have to move. Just sit like this. No. Lee locks up and looks at the door across the hallway. We all need a good night's rest. There are important things tomorrow. A flicker of loss flashed in Yuko's eyes. Is it because of Nobuko? Lee Lockjaw didn't answer, but his silence said it all. I see. Bathsheba turned around with a bitter smile. Good night. The door closed gently, leaving Lee Lockjaw alone in the room again. He walked to the window, his vision penetrating both walls. Nobuko's figure had disappeared and, with everything in hand, what fun do I have here? What great beauty is not there? I'm looking for an old whore? Early morning sunlight poured in through the cracks in the curtains and shone on the maps and information that covered the desk. Lee Lockjaw was intently studying the distribution map of the Yamazato gang's strongholds, his fingers moving back and forth between a few key locations. Nobuko sat across from him, cleaning her pistol while looking up at him every now and then. Here, Lee Lockjaw pointed to a warehouse in the harbor area. Is there arsenal? We'll start with. The cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting him. Caller ID, Bessie Chen. Lee Lockjaw glanced at Nobuko and picked up the phone. Hello? Did you find it? Chen Bishi's voice was permeated with anxiety. What found? Lee Lockjaw deliberately played dumb, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Nobuko's movements had stopped. Don't pretend. Chen Bishi lowered her voice. It's that guy. Lee Lockjaw let out a light laugh. No, this kind of thing is not that easy. Then what the hell are you doing? Chen Bishi was visibly disgruntled. Lee locks up. Did I take your paycheck? You think it's that easy? Chen Bishi, all you know is spending time with that old whore. Nothing, I'm hanging up. Lee Lockjaw was about to hang up the phone impatiently. Although I'm not afraid of Nobuko hearing it, I can't tell Nobuko to know too much. In case she flips one day, it'll be bad if we get Bessie Chen as a hostage again. Chen Bishi, however, called out sharply, wait, my sister-in-law is eager to meet you. Your sister-in-law? Lee Lockjaw's brow furrowed slightly. What he had clearly found out was that Chen Bishi's parents had come to the island. So how come Simone had also come? Your sister-in-law? He asked in a deliberately flirty and lewd voice. How old? Pretty? There was silence on the other end of the line for a second. How do you? This person? Chen Bishi's voice was laced with exasperation. My sister-in-law said you look like a person. Like who? Your aunt? Lee Lockjaw continued to act like he knew nothing. Send me a picture of your sister-in-law. If it looks good, I'll invite her and buy her a diamond ring. It was easy from start to finish. No surprise or lingering at all. Dogs can't change their ways. Chen Bishi spat and directly hung up the phone. Hangs up the phone, turns around and talks to a veiled woman on the sidelines and says, It can't be him. You heard me. The whole thing's a playboy. A big hooligan. Simeone nodded. Well, the voice and accent don't sound alike. But take this recording away from me. I'm going to test it all over again with a professional voice comparison, said she, looking at the bearded man in her cell phone. How in the world can there be such a resemblance? It's almost like twins. Chen Bishi laughed. No need to be so troublesome. Don't you have friendships with the Goryeo Sanyuan Society? Tell them to look into this Duke Lee Taehyun. Simeone was still dressed in solemn black, and seemed to be still in mourning for Lee Lockjaw. This guy is so bizarre. A playboy and an island prosecutor? Could he be an undercover agent? I don't know. By the way, Bish, what are you doing here on the island? Chapter 134, Preparing to Attack Yamasa. Taking a break. Ha? Chen Bishi spoke leisurely. Simone sighed and gently wrapped her arms around Chen Bishi. Bish, I'm so hard. Chen Bishi patted her on the shoulder. She and Lee Lockjaw were on and off, so there was no commitment, and the damage wasn't that deep. It seems to be just good friends. Can't relate to Simone's feelings. Auntie, it's a good time for you to come and take a break. Don't think about that. Aha! Simeone wiped the tears from her eyes. Lee Lockjaw hung up the phone, still looking at it with intent. Bits and pieces with Smyrnaby haunted his mind. That night, frantically pretending at the top of the mountain, borrowing the copyright of Brother Taibai. Afterward in the tent, bottomless output. In the capital and her dynasty, the woman who was gradually turning on herself. From a cold female president to a crazy bedwife. However, it didn't take long for that memory to be shattered by an island phrase. The dragon woman who came to the island with you? At that moment, Nobuko lowered her pistol, looked at him for a long time, and asked with inquiry. Aha! Lee Lockjaw nodded casually, his gaze falling back onto the map as if the call just now was just an insignificant episode. There was no need to hide it now. Chen Bishi was safe for the time being. Nobuko's fingers tapped on the tabletop with a subtle sound. Why did she come to the island? Looking for someone. Lee locked his head without looking up. But it has nothing to do with our business. Nobuko stared at the side of his face for a few seconds before suddenly asking, She's pretty? Lee's locked hand paused and he looked up, right into Nobuko's scrutinizing eyes. That look reminded him of the cold, tentative gaze he'd gotten the first time he'd seen her at the Japanese restaurant. It was okay, he said lightly, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk if anything. What? You care? Nobuko grunted and resumed picking up her pistol to clean it. I was just curious as to what it was like to have a woman who could make a womanizer like you care. Philanderer? Lee Lockjaw laughed. You think I'm philandering? Isn't it? Nobuko's voice remained calm, but the motion of her hand wiping her gun was noticeably heavier. Greaser. Not a good one. At first glance. She didn't finish the sentence, but the eye was already there. Lee Lockjaw put down the pen in his hand and looked at her seriously. Do you know why I rejected Yuko? Nobuko's hand lurched again, but didn't look up. Because. Lee Lockwood's voice was soft. Some people are just passing through after all. The air was suddenly quiet. Nobuko kept her head down, her long hair hiding her expression. But Lee Lockjaw could see her twist her face away. It's time to reject it. This is the next way. Down to business. She finally spoke, placing her gun on the table and returning her eyes to the map. This stronghold is where Yamasa's firepower is most heavily equipped. Lee Lockjaw fell silent and looked at the map again. The sunlight passed through the gaps in the curtains, weaving an ambiguous light between the two. Some things don't need to be said. Like right now, Nobuko's deliberate change of subject, and her slightly reddened eyes, already said it all. This place is also the first target of attack. He pointed to a point on the map, his voice regaining its seriousness. It's the Yamasa gang's armory. I'll be in charge. The battle plan continued, but the atmosphere in the room had quietly changed. Hotel lobby at night. Action next Monday. Lee Lockjaw stood in front of Nobuko's corps of henchmen, his voice steady and strong. The 24 or so club leaders nodded thoughtfully as they recorded. Nobuko sat back, tapping her fingers lightly on the armrest as her eyes swept over each of her men. She didn't know the plan of action beforehand and suddenly heard about the event and thought about it for a while without objecting. Remember, make it foolproof, Lee Lockjaw continued, his gaze sweeping across each and every face. At 3 o'clock in the morning next Monday, we will launch an attack to eliminate the Yamazato gang and avenge our fallen brothers. The meeting ended and the men left one by one. Nobuko, however, stayed behind. She had too many questions to ask. Tell me, Nobuko spoke up when everyone was gone. What's the real plan? Lee Lockjaw walked over to the window and looked out at the night. Why do you think I said next Monday? Nobuko narrowed her eyes. Sonic? More than that. Lee Lockdown turned and looked at the map on the table. It's for the mole to let his guard down. Nobuko's pupils narrowed. You mean, the Yamazato gang's intelligence is too accurate? Lee Lockjaw's voice was soft. They know our actions in advance every time. Don't you think it's strange? Nobuko stood up and walked over to Lee Lockwood. So the real action is Friday. Lee locks up and looks her in the eyes. Just the day after tomorrow. Nobuko's eyes flashed with surprise, then regained their composure. You've been planning this for a long time? Aha. Lee Lockjaw nodded. At 12 o'clock tonight, secretly inform all those who can shoot to gather. Remember, it's everyone who can shoot. And the others? Tell them to keep preparing for next Monday. Lee Lockwood's eyes became sharp. I'm going to see who gets the word out. Nobuko nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, how can you be sure there's no mole among those assembled tonight? Lee Lockjaw laughed. It's double insurance. His voice lowered. If the mole is in our action team, then he doesn't have a chance to inform. Nobuko's eyebrows raised a few times. If he doesn't show up, he'll continue to notify Monday? This man always amazed her. His meticulous mind was far beyond her imagination. And, Lee Lockdown continued, those assembled tonight must surrender all communication devices. You're worried about. The Yamasa gang's technology is very strong. Lee Lockjaw's expression became serious. They may have already hacked into some of the cell phones, and besides, the people in the club, with their low quality, may have leaked out. Nobuko suddenly realized something. Okay, we'll gather the men under the pretext of training. Right, Lee Lockjaw nodded. Let's have a military maneuver as well. Midnight the next day, in an abandoned factory. 63 elites, all on time. Everyone's eyes were tinged with suspicion, but no one raised their voice to ask. That's Nobuko's gangsta style, follow orders and execute them absolutely. Put all the cell phones in this case. Nobuko, dressed in camouflage combat fatigues and a bulletproof jacket, stood at the front of the group, commanding. Lee locks up and stands in the center of the warehouse. A metal detector sits next to the crate and no one can hide it. Now for the real plan. When everyone had finished surrendering their cell phones, Lee Lockjaw opened his mouth. His voice echoed through the empty warehouse. After a day of training, we're about to enter actual combat. Lee Lockwood plays the instructor here, responsible for a full day of military training. The main thing is the cooperation between the players, and the enemy to distinguish between us, the Yamasa gang. It's going to be overthrown tonight. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Act in 6 groups. Lee Lockjaw pointed to the map on the wall. Group A is in charge of the armory. Group B, he knew the number of defenders, shift change times, and terrain features of each position like the back of his hand. The crowd then realized why the release went out the following Monday. Remember, he pointed to several red dots. These are sniper positions. Watch out for windows and high points. Nobuko stood aside and watched as Lee Lockjaw, like a long-suffering general, was deploying for the final battle. Her heart beat involuntarily faster. This man, was he really telling him to go? 1 bulletproof vest per person. Lee Lockjaw opened a few large boxes, revealing the brand new equipment inside. Remember, this is no ordinary bulletproof vest. He picked up one to demonstrate. This is the newest model. It can stop sniper rifle bullets. Price? He smiled. 1 piece is worth 3 years of your salary. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This batch of equipment was worth at least a few $100 million. And this? Lee Lockjaw pulled out another fluorescent armband. Must be worn on the left arm. This is an enemy identification mark, and anyone without this is shot on sight. Nobuko added from the sidelines. Keep in mind that the Yamasa gang might use a similar logo. Our armbands, however, emit a special pattern under ultraviolet light. Lee Lockjaw nodded. Each person is equipped with an ultraviolet flashlight on their gun. When you encounter a suspicious target, check it immediately. The crowd began to pick up their gear. Moving cleanly, Lee Lockjaw walked over to Nobuko and whispered, have 6 vans prepared, all labeled with the logos of different companies. Nobuko nodded. It's ready. Lee Lockjaw glanced at her with appreciation in his eyes. You guessed it a long time ago? After following Duke Lee, Shinzi said softly, one should always learn a little. Chapter 135, Some Secrets. At 2 a.m. 6 vans bearing the logos of different courier companies drove toward the target from different directions. Lee Lockjaw and Nobuko were in the first car. The car was silent and only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Team A in position. Team B in position. Group C. Reports from the groups came over the intercom. Lee Lockjaw glanced at his watch. Move in. An order was given. As if a switch for war had been flicked. Group A took the lead. The 2 guards at the armory were still dozing when they were silently put down. The special silencers turned the gunshots into a slight airy sound, like a night breeze whipping by. 3 o'clock. Sniper. The warning came over the intercom. Lee Lockjaw was prepared. Team B. Smoke bomb. White smoke instantly enveloped the street. The sniper's line of sight was blocked, but he didn't dare to shoot and expose his position. Team C. Break in. Nobuko's elites infiltrated the Yamazo gang's stronghold like ghosts. The muzzles of the silenced pistols flashed with a cold light as each round found its target. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One of the leaders of the Yamasa gang reacted. Someone's sneaking up on us. But it was too late. The main force led by Lee Lockjaw has taken control of the armory. They have surrounded the headquarters building in reverse, using the Yamasa gang's own weapons. Boss, it's not good. One of the henchmen rushed into the room of team leader Yamazato. Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet went through his throat. Nobuko stood in the doorway, the muzzle of the gun still smoking in her hand. Her eyes were cold as ice. It's been a long time, Yamasaki-kun. Team leader Yamasa jerked to his feet and tried to reach for the gun in the drawer, only to find that the drawer wouldn't budge. Looking for this? Lee Lockdown stepped out of the shadows, playing with a key in his hand. Your safe combination is your daughter's birthday. It's too easy to guess. You. Captain Yamasa's face turned blue. How is that possible? Your insiders, Lee Lockjaw smiled, were discovered by us a long time ago. All that disinformation made you let your guard down. Team leader Yamasa suddenly laughed maniacally. You think you've won with that? I still have. Backhanded? Lee Lockjaw interrupted. Are you talking about the evidence hidden in the police station? Or your political backers? Team leader Yamasa's smile froze. Excuse me. Lee Lockjaw took out a USB flash drive. I've already copied the information in your secret safe. If your backer wants to make a move, I don't mind having that information. Bang! A gunshot. Team leader Yamasa fell to the ground with a bloody hole in his forehead. Nobuko put away her gun and said coldly, "Too much nonsense." Lee Lockjaw gave her a look and didn't say anything. He knew that Nobuko wouldn't give the enemy any chance to turn the tables. That's how the mob survives. All groups report in. He pressed the intercom. Group A cleared. Several arms seized. Team B has control of all sniper points and found the bodies of 2 enemy snipers. Group C. Everything was under control. The entire operation, from start to finish, took less than 30 minutes. Nobuko walked over to the window and looked out into the night. It's over. Lee locked up and stood behind her. No, it's just beginning. Nobuko turned around. What do you mean? The people behind the Yamasa gang, Lee Lockjaw's eyes grew deep, are the real target. Sirens sounded in the distance, but by the time the police arrived, all they could see was a field of bodies, and a few large letters written in blood on the wall. At dawn, a convoy drove silently into an abandoned warehouse in the Ishikawa harbor area. Count the casualties. Lee Lockjaw stood at the makeshift command post with a hint of fatigue in his voice. We have 7 lightly wounded, 2 seriously wounded, no fatalities. Yamamoto handed over the report. Enemy deaths 32, captured 15, 3 of them high-ranking. Nobuko sat in the corner cleaning her pistol and looked up at that. Is that all? The rest? Yamamoto hesitated. They're all minions. They saw the situation and ran away. Lee Lockjaw nodded. Let them run. Nobuko raised an eyebrow. Why? Because, Lee Lockwood's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. We need them to get the word out. Nobuko was thoughtful. You mean, the Great Bridges will soon learn. Lee Lockjaw walked over to the map. The truth about the overthrow of the Yamasa gang. He tapped his finger on a red dot on the map. She's going to sit this one out. Nobuko lowered her pistol and walked over to Lee Lockjaw. You've been counting on this for a while? Why else do you think? Lee Lockwood turned his head to look at her. I left that on the wall? Nobuko's eyes flickered. At the end of the battle, she had felt that the words for Prosecutor Ohashi, written in blood, were a bit intentional. What the hell are you doing? She lusted. Instead of answering, Lee Lockjaw turned to Yamamoto. Bring all the captured information. Soon, several boxes were carried in. They were all documents recovered from team leader Yamasa's office. Look at this. Lee Lockwood pulled a document out of the box and handed it to Nobuko. Nobuko took it and her pupils contracted violently. It was a report from 25 years ago, with the word Plan S written on it, and at the end of the report, the signature is Big Bridge Sub. So, Nobuko's hands shook slightly. She's been. For a long time. It's not just these. Li Lockjaw pulled out a couple more photos. Look at this guy. The photo is of a young Oyashiko, who was standing next to a man. That man. It was clearly Quartz Honan. Nobuko's breathing became rapid. That's why. Why has she been secretly protecting you? Li Lockjaw's voice was soft. Why does she care so much about what happens to you? Nobuko snapped her head up. You mean? Li Lockjaw didn't say anything. Just looked at her meaningfully. There are some truths that don't need to be told. Moonlight spilled through the skylight of the dilapidated warehouse, shining on Nobuko's pale face. Oh Hashi-san? Nobuko's voice was shaking and the picture in her hand was almost crushed. In the photo, the young Great Bridge's son stood next to Quartz Honam, their smiles so similar, and on the back of the photo, a small line was written, Project S Sample Number 7, Matrix, Fujita Norika. The woman Nobuko was all too familiar with was now a princess of the island's royal family, sister of the king's Fujita Hitoshi, now 48 years old. This? Nobuko seemed to understand a lot. Teo-kun, do the Great Bridges and Quartz Honan know about my origins? Li Lockjaw didn't say anything. This would be something he was thinking about. Is it possible that I have something to do with this Princess Fujita? Li Lockjaw and the system had quickly sorted out their thoughts, and there was only one explanation. Why? Nobuko snapped. Why did you let me grow up in a fishing village? Why did you watch me become involved in a gang? That man. Her voice choked. Why didn't she care when the man who claimed to be my father did that to me? This? You'd better find out for yourself. I can't say. Look what the paper says. Li Lockjaw flipped through the documents in his hands, his brows getting tighter and tighter. The contents of Plan S are shocking. A group of island children who have been given a special destiny from birth. They will be secretly sent to orphanages all over the Dragon Kingdom as orphans. I thought you said I was from Rokoku? Nobuko turned to Li Lockjaw with a questioning look in her eyes. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 136, Escape from the Island. I'm just guessing. It's still a matter of finding out the truth when we find Quartz Honan and the Great Bridge. Li Lockjaw closed the file and looked up at the lightning sky outside the window. These secrets were far more complicated than he had ever imagined. Plan S is not just a simple plan, but a vast conspiracy that spans 2 countries. And all of this has absolutely nothing to do with his goal, getting lucky. Now the situation. Getting more and more dangerous. This secret cannot be called too many people know. With the unveiling of this document, both Big Bridges and Quartz Honam are expected to die. This must have been gotten by the opposition, Yamasa and others, to flip Ohashi out of politics along with the Fujita family at a critical time. All Li Lockjaw wants now is to hurry up and leave the island, because Quartz Nobuko is expected to be assassinated as well. All those who know will die. He was not yet a Vajrabhati and had to leave early. Lucky has got it. There's no point in leaving it behind anymore. System, Li Lockjaw murmured in his mind. It's time for us to retreat. I told you to leave. You had to fight this battle, but it's good. You're dead in the water too. You're right. It's not my business. Li Lockjaw secretly shook his head. I'm just a traveler. There's no need for me to get involved so deeply. Say something. Nobuko grabbed Li by the collar of his locked shirt, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Lockjaw gently held her wrist. These things, you will slowly understand. Again. Nobuko shrugged off his hand. You're always this perfunctory whenever you ask about something important. The shadows in the warehouse were dispersed a little as the morning light dawned. Li Lockjaw stood by the window, looking at the sunrise rising in the distance. It was written on the S-Plan document from 25 years ago. To ensure a smooth program, all samples must be transferred by the age of 3. The goal, to develop special people with a bicultural background and to lay the groundwork for future relations between the 2 countries. Nobuko picked up the photos scattered on the floor and looked through them one by one. Each one recorded the whereabouts of a child. So I'm not the only one. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Li Lockjaw looked at her back and sighed in his heart. This woman, who has fought for years in the mob and built up her own power, doesn't realize that she is actually a pawn in a scheme. System, prepare retreat route. Received. Suggested route, go to Dongling. Then transfer to Xiangcheng. Why even go back home? Obviously can't go back Li Lockjaw let his mouth slip for a moment. Li Taiyu. Nobuko suddenly called out to him. Who are you talking to? Li Lockjaw hurriedly returned to his senses. No, I was reminiscing about some personal matters. You're leaving? Under the moonlight. Her eyes were sharp as knives. It was a look that Li Lockjaw was more than familiar with. It was the same look she gave every time before she was about to kill someone. My mission is complete. Li Lockjaw said calmly. Mission? Nobuko sneered. What mission? Li Lockjaw turned his head and began to make up nonsense in a serious manner. I'm sorry Nobuko. I'm just telling you my true identity when it comes down to it. I'm a senior agent of the Goryeo National Intelligence Service, ordered to find the island program from 25 years ago. And now, With the mission accomplished, I'm going back to resume my duties. Nobuko sneered. I'm sure you're not some playboy. You're a trained team agent and you've been using me. Sorry Nobuko. I have my beliefs. Lee Lacho recalled some bridge from a drama. A cool, tigerish thing that a bunch of State House elites say all the time. Ha ha, and then what? Just leave me behind? Nobuko, with tears in her eyes, raised her gun. Lee locked in silence. System, close-range headshot. Can I still fix it? Host, unable to find an applicable adhesive yet. Well then, I told her not to punch her in the face. Lee locked a pair of autumn watery eyes and said in a pulsating voice, can you not hit your face? You? It almost made Nobuko angry. A series of passing, wandering mouths reappeared in Nobuko's mind. It was her cold face that couldn't help but heat up. Shameless. Well, I admit, sometimes there are some special tactics, but it's all a matter of entitlement. So please understand, he couldn't say that he was just a traveler, not half attached to the grudges of this world. Even more so, he couldn't say that he was only approaching her to gain lucky value. It can only be dealt with casually. You go. Nobuko turned around, her voice icy. I should have expected that you wouldn't stay anyway. Lee Lockjaw didn't hesitate. It's still not going? Playing any kind of emotional drama is ultimately tragic. He took a step toward the door. The sound of paper shredding came from behind them. Nobuko was tearing up those pictures. Wait. Nobuko suddenly called out to him again. Lee locks up and stops without looking back. One last question. Nobuko's voice had a hint of a quiver in it. All this time, you've been true to me. At all? Lee locked his fists. He thought of that rainy night, of the stare down on the boat, of all those iffy moments, but all he finally said was, take care. Pushing open the door of the warehouse, he was greeted by the rising sun. Lee Lockjaw didn't look back, his back gradually disappearing into the morning light. A suppressed sob came from the warehouse behind him, quickly followed by silence. Early morning in the harbor area. The fog has not yet lifted. Lee locks up and walks quickly across the empty dock, his footsteps barely audible on the wet ground, walking into a shady wooded area. Unity, there's no tracking, is there? Not yet. Activate the stealth card. I can't use transportation or Nobuko will surely track me. As soon as the words were spoken, an invisibility card flipped around in his head before flashing gold. Big handsome Lee's figure instantly disappeared into the woods. The marina's security camera was pointed at the empty roadway, recording only a few foraging seagulls. Can't fly. Facial recognition systems at airports are too strict. Not to mention that Nobuko's power in the Yakuza cannot be underestimated, once she reacts. Besides, before long, that big bridge kid and Princess Fujita Kaori wouldn't let themselves go. Lee locked up and shook his head, shaking off those thoughts. A wild ride north along the coast. His lungs were burning, but he didn't dare stop. Hurry up and find an airport. It didn't matter which country as long as it was off the island. Unity, show me the way to the nearest airport. The nearest airport, Springfield, is 220 kilometers away from you in a straight line. Wow, that close? I can get there in a minute. We have to go over Snow Cherry Mountain. Lee locks in. There was no time to fight with him because there was nothing alpine about the island. It was just a waste of a few more minutes. The sound of a fishing boat's whistle came from far away in the morning sun. Lee Lockjaw glanced back. The outline of the warehouse already blurred. Somewhere along the way, he seemed to hear a gunshot, but it was probably just the sound of waves lapping against the reef. Host, would you like to see what's behind you? The system asked. No need. Lee Lockjaw quickened his pace. Run as far as you can. The sun gradually dispersed the fog and illuminated the winding coastline ahead. Lee Lockjaw's figure remained hidden in the air, leaving only a series of fleeting footprints on the ground, which were quickly erased by the sea breeze. The harbor behind them, sinking below the horizon. 3 minutes later. Unity, why didn't you tell me this was an active volcano? Detecting the host's lucky break, the active volcano fell into a deep sleep last night. You can cross over. Tramp, I don't have a mask. Chapter 137, To the Land of the Koalas. 10 minutes later. Springfield Airport. In the hall, the stealthy Lee Lockdown was up to his old tricks again, taking off after an airplane that was about to take off for the land of Korra. Brother Unity, this calf can really squat. I still have 10 minutes left. The treadmill is still not out. Lee Lockjaw stood in front of the toilet. Host, don't you have supervision on? Lee locked up? He rushed to open his vision. Dig in. Just a flight attendant from a koala country is acting childish with a passenger in the restroom. Nema, how long is this gonna take? Lee locks up in a hurry. Hurry into the restroom. Fight back the bursting heartbeat. Tramp, this foreigner is so horny. Walking over to the sink, he picked up a stick of lipstick and, on the mirror, wrote a series of letters. He has AIDS. Write it and stand in the corner and continue to enjoy it. Sure enough, there was an exclamation. Oh, the cake buyer. Then there was the blonde stewardess, fleeing quickly, not forgetting to turn around and kick the man in the face. The man inexplicably opened his hands. Why? Lee Lockjaw waited for the man to go out and then hurriedly unlocked the toilet. No matter how frantically the door was slammed outside. Luckily, this airplane has a lot of toilets, and after a few minutes of knocking, it was quiet. Dusk always comes extra slow in Brisbane. Li Liuzhu stood on this street, looking across the unassuming Fu Manchu house. The sign was faded, with only a few blurry red letters remaining. A yellowed menu was taped to the glass window, and tucked into the corner was a small line in Longbook characters, boss's wife for exchange. Pedestrians dwindle on the street, and the aroma of stir-fried food wafts from the restaurants. A Chinese-American girl in a school uniform passed by the door, holding a cup of pearl milk tea. This place has been open for more than 20 years. What do you mean by that? It makes sense for the plot? You might as well consider a quick system for redeeming your Blade dollars. Then again, I need you to hack into Koala Land and get me a passport. Host, you're so late. My hard disk needs to be expanded. I need to fit all the countries of the world in it to make it work. Lee Lockjaw didn't bother to pay attention to him. He walked to the door and looked around. Then pushed it open. Wind chimes tinkling. There were only 3 tables in the store. By the window was an elderly couple sharing a plate of chow mein. In the center is a white guy in a suit, head down, dealing with curry and rice. In the corner sat a young man in a duck-tongued hat. The tea in front of him barely touched. No one with a gun. Safe. Welcome. A burly, bald man approached with a rag in his hand. Lee Lockjaw swept the store, looking for Auntie. The bald man's movements paused, the rag making a watery trail across the tabletop. What is it? Business. The bald man put down the rag and his eyes lingered on Lee Lockjaw for a few seconds. Turning, she pushed open the sliding door to the kitchen. Sis, we have a guest. The smell of grease wafted out with the doorway. A middle-aged woman in an apron walks out, her hair pulled back into a bun and her face still oily. She has a special gaze, like she can see through people. Young man, eat or exchange the money. Lee locked down and lowered his voice. The boss's wife hurriedly let him into the inner room. She narrowed her eyes and looked Lee Lockjaw up and down, and once she saw that he wasn't even holding a bag, she snorted. I'll start at least 10,000 knives here. Lee Lockdown is still wearing the camouflage he wore after the big battle on the island. It was also dirty at this point, and had a couple of burned holes from going over the hill. Like a bum. He didn't look much at the greasy and still armpit-smelling boss's wife and directly whispered, I want to change 40 billion island dollars. Dang. The spatula fell to the floor with a crisp clatter. Lee locks up, still locking up the perimeter. He has to always be on guard against being blacked out. Sure enough, outside the house, the duck-tongued youth in the corner looked up without moving. The lanky clerk was also moving to the back kitchen. The boss's wife bent down to pick up the spatula without the slightest change in the expression on her face. Upstairs please. The narrow stairs creaked. Faded spring scrolls are pasted on the wall, and the outline of the character can still be faintly seen. The second floor is a mahjong room. 4 mahjong tables were neatly arranged, with a thin layer of dust falling on the tops. The boss's wife pulled out a chair by the window. Sit. No room to sit. Can you cash it in? Lee locks up and leans against the doorway, giving himself a convenient space to get in and out. Such a large sum, said the proprietress, fumbling from her apron pocket for a crumpled packet of thin-stemmed cigars. One has to say where it came from. Pierre. Lee Lockjaw took the cigarette she handed him. Business wasn't too pleasant. Which circle? Island. The ashes fell on the table, and the boss's fingers shook slightly. A car siren sounded outside the window and a police car drove slowly by. You're very young. The boss's wife took a deep drag on her cigarette. Too young. Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything, his gaze falling on a landscape painting on the wall. The painting of the fishing boats returning to harbor in the twilight is very much of its time. Cut the crap. Can you eat? Lee Lockjaw stared impatiently at the police car downstairs. I've owned this store for 23 years, the owner's wife said, dusting off her cigarette ash and deliberately stalling for time. Seen too many people come for money. Some come with the smell of blood, some come with tears. The sound of mahjong being rubbed came from downstairs, and it seemed that a guest was playing mahjong. What are you bringing? Brother Unity, open the armory. I brought my life with me. Lee Lockjaw stubbed out his cigarette. 40 billion? For how many sword dollars? The owner's eyes lingered on his face for a few seconds. 80% off with a 5% processing fee. Deal. Where's the money? Let's talk about the deal first. The boss's wife stood up and walked over to the window. The neon lights across the street reflected on her face, flickering on and off. 3 days, in 3 deliveries. The first tonight, the rest tomorrow and the next 2 days. I'll set the location. The mahjong sounds downstairs suddenly stopped. Lee Lockjaw's pupils shrunk slightly. Brother Unity? 12 heat sources detected on the move. All armed. Auntie. Lee locked up and slowly stood up. Are you a master of the house alone? The boss's wife didn't answer. All the neon lights across the street suddenly went out, plunging the entire street into darkness. Bang! The sound of glass breaking came from downstairs. A few screams cut through the night sky. I'm sorry. The boss's wife's voice shook a little. This is too much money for us. Lee Lockjaw had rushed toward the stairs. There was a rush of footsteps in the darkness, and a dozen columns of flashlight light crisscrossed the stairwell. Freeze! A voice with a thick Middle Eastern accent rang out in the darkness. Lee locked himself against the wall and held his breath. The footsteps were getting closer. Host, activate night vision? No! Use the stealth card. With a flash of golden light, Lee Lockjaw's form disappeared into the darkness. Where are the people? A burly man rushed up to the second floor holding a flashlight. Boss lady, where is everyone? The boss's wife leaned against the window, her face pale. I don't know. Search. A dozen men groped around in the darkness. Lee Lockjaw moved noiselessly through the gaps between them toward the stairs. A few guests huddled in a corner in the first floor lobby. The bald man was lying on the ground with a bloody mark on his head. Lee Lockjaw was just about to take a step when he suddenly stopped. There were two men standing in the doorway, both holding silenced pistols in their hands. Host. They sprinkled flour on the door. Lee locked up and looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling fan turned slowly, casting dappled shadows. Boss! Came a shout from upstairs. No one found. No way. The burly man at the door roared. Lift this house for me. Lee Lockjaw took a deep breath and leapt forward, grabbing the ceiling fan. With the power of the rotation, his body arced out and flew over the heads of the two guards. A trail of footprints appeared on the floor as it landed. There! Chapter 138, Kill Back. Two silenced shots rang out and bullets grazed the corner of Lee's locked coat. He rolled and ducked behind a parked van. More footsteps rushed out of the restaurant. Headlights lit up at both ends of the street as a dozen black sedans slowly approached. He was hunched over, moving quickly through the traffic. Behind them came the sound of intercom after intercom. Don't let him go to the docks. Block the waterways. Lee Lockjaw cursed. These people had prepared for this. Brisbane's nights are too thick to be true. Streetlights came on one after another along the street, like markers pointing the way to their prey. Host, the stealth card will last for another 10 minutes. Lee locked up and stopped at an intersection. His brain racing. The docks are closed. The airports are under surveillance. Where can we go now? Sirens sounded in the distance. Several police cars came whizzing by. Unity, scan the perimeter. There are 3 subway stations, 1 train station, and 2 bus terminals within a 2-kilometer radius. The nearest is. Wait. Lee locks up staring at a storefront on the corner. What's that? Used motorcycle dealership. Owner just closed. The corner of Lee Lockjaw's mouth curled into a smile. 5 minutes later, a heavy locomotive roared out of the alley. Lee Lockjaw crouched down and let the night breeze ruffle his hair. By the time the convoy behind him reacted, he had already sprinted onto the viaduct. Kids slick. A furious roar came over the intercom. All aboard the elevated. Lee locks up in the traffic weaving. The rearview mirror. A dozen black cars in hot pursuit. The viaduct stretches westward, leading to an industrial area on the edge of the city. There are fewer and fewer streetlights, and the night is getting darker and darker. A gunshot rang out, and the rear wheel instantly blew a tire. The locomotive shook violently, and Lee locked his grip on the handlebars in a death grip. Brother Unity, what's up ahead? 500 meters later is a construction site, and further on, there was another shot, and the front wheel was also hit. The locomotive lost its balance and sent a shower of sparks across the ground. Lee locks up and leaps over the guardrail. Behind him came the sound of brakes rising and falling. The gates of the construction site were wide open. Scaffolding a dozen stories high looms over the roar of cement mixers. He's gone into the construction site. The shouts behind them grew closer. Lee locks up and rushes into a half-finished building. In the darkness, the smell of steel and concrete hit me. Host, the stealth card is not working. Just in time. A cold light flashed in Lee Lockjaw's eyes. It's time to change the pattern. Arsenal opened. Lee Lockjaw had an extra auto submachine gun in his hand, 2 Glocks on his belt, and a sniper rifle on his back. Magazines and grenades hung all over the tactical undershirt. The footsteps were getting closer, and the column of light from the flashlight swept through the darkness. Up, 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 up. The man with the Middle Eastern accent growled from downstairs. Lee Lockjaw leaned back against the concrete pillar and silently counted the footsteps. 1, 2, 3, 12 people, divided into 3 groups, came up from different staircases. They're very professional, and everyone is equipped with night vision. Clear every corner, the leader ordered in a low voice. Lee Lockjaw took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Ta-da! The sound of gunfire echoed through the empty floor. The 3 men fell to the ground in response. and the night vision device fell to the ground with a crisp crack. Sniper! Stay down! But it was already too late. Lee locked up like a ghost in the darkness. The muzzle of the auto submachine gun erupted with a tongue of fire, and a cascade of shell casings clanked to the ground. Bang! 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 3 more fell. Damn! The brat's self-defense forces are all using this kind of thermite bullets? The opponent's 3-layer square single undershirt went through in one shot. The rest of the men opened fire in a panic, bullets hitting the concrete pillars and splattering white dust. Lee Lockjaw pulled out the grenade and pulled the safety. A gift for you to meet. The grenade arced through the air and landed on the stairway. Grenade! Boom! The sound of the explosion shook the eardrums. In the smoke and dust, several figures staggered to their feet, and before they could react, Lee Lockjaw had already rushed closer. Glock growled in his hands. Bang! 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 The roar of an engine came from downstairs as the last man fell. Host, 2 more cars have arrived. 20 men, heavily armed. Lee Lockjaw replaced the sniper rifle and lay down by the window. Under the moonlight, 2 Humvees were parked in front of the construction site. These people, they really think I'm a soft touch. In the scope, a big bald guy wearing sunglasses jumped out of the car. Bang! The bald head fell to the ground with a sound. The others immediately spread out and looked for cover. The corner of Lee Lockjaw's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Brother Unity, more heavy weapons. RPG is ready. The bazooka was slung over his shoulder and aimed at the first Humvee. Boom! The car instantly turned into a ball of fire, the shockwave toppling those around it to the ground. The second Humvee turned around and was about to flee. Want to run? Lee Lockjaw loaded another rocket. Come all the way. Stay. Boom! The second Hummer also turned into a fireball. The firelight reddened half the sky. Lisbon Airport. Cargo area. Lee Lockjaw stood on top of the container and looked at the restaurant not far away. The signboard of Fu Manchu House was particularly blinding in the night. Brother Unity, check the bottom of this store. Scanning in. The boss's wife, Zhao Hong, has the surface identity of a restaurant operator, but is actually a money laundering window for an armed organization in the Middle East. Backed by an arms group. Arms group? Lee Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. Find out if it's related to the island side. The flow of money is being traced. An anomaly was found, and the money ended up in a Yakuza account. Lee Lockjaw let out a sneer. So they're a gang. As the night wind blew, the back door of the restaurant opened and several people walked out. Zhao Hong walked in the front, followed by the bald bodyguard. Brother Unity, give me a big one. Heavy weapons depot is open. Lee locks up his shoulder-mounted bazooka and aims it at the restaurant's kitchen. Bang! The explosion shattered glass halfway down the street. The flames engulfed the entire kitchen. Zhao Hong was toppled to the ground by the explosion and was filled with horror. Who is it? Lee Lockjaw fell from the sky and landed in front of her. Remember me? $40 billion in business. The bald bodyguard pulled out his gun. But it was too late. Lee locks the hand of the celluloid with silencer blue light flash. Bald had a heel planted on the ground. Bang! Boss lady. Lee locked up and crouched down. Now, let's settle the score. You, what do you want? Zhao Hong sat paralyzed on the ground, her voice shaking. Lee Lockjaw looked at her condescendingly. I'll give you 2 choices. His voice was soft, but it sent a chill down Zhao Hong's spine. First, tell me the location of the bank. Secondly, he raised the gun in his hand. I'll send you to your men. Zhao Hong bit her lip, her eyes darting between Lee Lockjaw and the burning restaurant. You think I'll live if I tell you? She laughed bitterly. The organization won't let me go. Then it's up to you. Lee Lockwood crouched down, the muzzle of the gun pressed against her forehead. I can give you a decent death. Sirens sounded in the distance. Zhao Hong closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, I'll talk. She pulled a flash drive out of her pocket. All the information is here, including their strongholds here, their personnel, the flow of money. Lee Lockjaw took the flash drive, playing in his hands. Why so fast? Because. Zhao Hong suddenly laughed. I've long wanted to get out of this. 23 years. Long enough. The sirens were getting closer. Lee Lockjaw stood up. Let's go. What? Take you somewhere safe. He turned and walked deeper into the alley. You're still useful. Zhao Hong froze for a moment and stumbled after him. Behind the fire reflected the red half of the sky. 23 years of the past. Is the fire into ashes? Chapter 139. Simeone begins to doubt. Tell me, where's the money? Lee Lockjaw pointed his gun at Zhao Hong's temple. The night wind blew, carrying with it the smell of burning. The distant firelight reflected in Zhao Hong's pale face. That well-maintained face is now full of fear. I really don't know. Her voice was shaking. Lee Lockjaw laughed. The muzzle of the gun slowly moved down. Against her knees, every underground money changer has its own vault. You operate for so many years. You should be very clear. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bullet grazed Zhao Hong's knee and made a small crater on the ground. Ah! Zhao Hong screamed. Cold sweat instantly soaked through her clothes. The next shot will not be a warning. Li Lockjaw's voice was soft, but it made Zhao Hong shiver. My patience is limited. You can't kill me. Zhao Hong bit her lip. Without me, you can't get the code. Password? Li locked up and narrowed his eyes. Zhao Hong realized that she had spoken out of turn, and quickly shut her mouth. Looks like a vault. Li locks up thoughtfully. Tell me where it is, and I'll take you there with me. No way. Zhao Hong shook her head. There's. She stopped abruptly, but Li had already heard the key message. There are guards, aren't there? He laughed softly. How many? Zhao Hong didn't say anything. Li Liuzhu stood up and looked at her condescendingly. Do you think I am discussing with you? He pulled out his cell phone and pulled up a video. In the picture, a young man is on the phone. Zhao Hong's pupils shrunk. This is your son, right? Li Lockwood turned off the video. He's at university in Melbourne. Lives in St. Kilda. This is what the system offers to Li Lockdown. Finally got back to business. After seeing this video, Zhao Hong's face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay, I'll say. You're not the first person to make a deal with me. Li Lockjaw put away his cell phone. But you are the last chance. Think about it and value your son's life. The night breeze carries the smell of the sea. The sound of sirens loomed in the distance. Zhao Hong closed her eyes. Tears slipping silently. The vault is in the abandoned mine in the northern district. Specific location. 3rd basement level. Iris recognition and password required. Zhao Hong opened her eyes, with hatred in her gaze. But there are more than 20 guards there, heavily armed. The number of people is not important. Li Lockshu took out the rope from his backpack. What matters is that you have to come with me. He tied Zhao Hong up with a quick motion, checking to make sure it wasn't loose. You're crazy. Zhao Hong struggled. Those people are retired special forces. Just right. Li locked her up and slung her over his shoulder. I love dealing with professionals. He strides toward a Land Rover parked at the end of the alley. It's the gang's car. The keys are still in it. You'll get us killed. Zhao Hang's voice was tinged with despair. Li locked her into the back seat. Don't worry. I'm a good shot. The engine roars and the Land Rover disappears into the night. Zhao Hong huddled in the back seat, looking out the window at the fast receding street scene. Infinite regret. Regretting how he messed with this madman. A whole 20 or so combatants were ex-military, and they just disappeared. And Li Lockshu holding the steering wheel, the corner of the mouth hanging if there is no smile. At this moment, he easily communicated with Unity. Brother Tong, scan the road ahead. There are no police cars within a 3-kilometer radius. The mine is 15 kilometers away. We recommend taking the waterfront promenade. Host, I feel a powerful prying. Li Lockjaw's heart tightened. What do you mean? We may have to be watched. Get to the point. As if. Chen Bishi is awakening. Li nodded and jerked the steering wheel. Whatever her. I wasn't going to have anything to do with them anyway. And there's still people in this world who have lucky breaks. The Land Rover arced onto the promenade. Island. Dongling City. Treat it like a 5-star hotel. This is a joint venture industry between the Dragon and the island. And the Dragon's financier is He-Wei. Bessie Chen and Simeone stayed in a dedicated private room. Early in the morning, Simeone was awakened by a phone call. On the side, Chen Bishi was still asleep with her arms around the cuddly pig. Simeone picked up her cell phone and quickly stepped out of bed and into the balcony. At this point she was wearing only a pair of panties and was topless. Her body bathed in the morning light and covered in gold. She rested one hand across her bosom and picked up the phone with the other. Hello, Mr. Secretary. Hello, Chairman Kim. You entrusted me to inquire about the matter. I have some eyebrows. Li Taiyao, but there is this person. Has been in the Middle East to mix. Last night is said to be drunk with a few rich and powerful male. Arrested for drunk driving. And is now in the local prison admonishment. What? Simeone sobered up quite a bit at once. The bedraggled air of the morning gone. Got a picture of him? Yes there is. Go search the hot news. It's on the hot news in many countries in the Middle East. Thank you, President Kim. You're welcome. Bye. Simeone ended the call and rushed to locate the Middle East on an international video app. Suddenly there were footsteps behind him. Chen Bishi was hollow on the inside and walked over in a silky white nightgown. Auntie, who are you with early in the morning? Another boyfriend? Simone just looked down and fiddled with her cell phone. Cut the crap. I'm looking for something. Don't bother me. Seeing her serious look, Chen Bishi pouted. I'm going to the restroom. Turning his head toward the bathroom. Just as he reached the bathroom door, he heard Simone yell behind him. Bish, that man is a fake. Chen Bishi scratched his head and asked rhetorically. Who is it? Simone ran over in a hurry. Who else? That Li Taiyu who looks like Li Lockjaw is not a plutocratic son at all. Oh, I know. His real identity is actually, said sitting on his ass on the toilet. What is it? Simeone rushed the bathroom at once. Sister-in-law. What are you doing? Chen Bishi looked up. Nasty. Come on. Simeone walked out of her room and just watched the video in the living room. The man in the video is also bearded, but he clearly doesn't look like Lee Lockwood. A short while later, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Chen Bishi washed her hands and walked out. Bishi, that Lee Tae-hyun is a fake. Saying that, she handed her cell phone to Chen Bishi. Chen Bishi glanced at it and returned it to Simone with a smile. Hey, what's all the fuss about? He's supposed to be fake. Simone's miserable face turned even whiter as she hurriedly put on her clothes and picked up Chen Bishi, who was lying on the bed again with her arms around her pillow. Tell me clearly, who the hell is he? Chen Bishi opened her hand. Ouch. It hurts me. His identity is confidential. He can't say. To Simone's urgency, Bishi, are you stupid? Think about it. How can there be so many coincidences? Chen Bishi was still lying down and slowly opened her eyes. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone and dialed the kid's number. Beep. The beep came, and Chen Bishi seemed to have a premonition. She called the old landlady who rented the room again. It connected this time, but it took a long time to get a voice. At the end came a young female voice. Is that MS? Chen Bishi's heart tightened and she tentatively asked. Who are you? Haven't you been looking for Quartz Honan? I'm Quartz Nobuko. Chapter 140, The Robbery of the Vault. The sound of the Land Rover's engine roars through the night on the promenade. Turn right up ahead. Zhao Hong's voice came from the back seat. With a hint of trembling, Li Luzhu glanced at the rearview mirror, saw Zhao Hong pale, forehead oozing fine beads of sweat. The Land Rover turned into an abandoned dock. The rusty crane looked like a huge monster in the moonlight, with its long neck stretched out. That's the building. Zhao Hong pointed to a dilapidated warehouse in the distance. Li locked the car in the shadows and got out to open the trunk. RPG on your back all the time. Are you crazy? Zhao Hong watched him change into his bulletproof vest. There are at least 20 people in there, heavily armed. Li locked up and checked the magazines. You said it. And there's an infrared alarm on the third basement level. Any moving object will trigger the alarm. Zhao Hong continued. Li locked up and slung an auto submachine gun on his back, and the vault door is titanium, over 30 centimeters thick, and requires iris recognition and a password. That's why I brought you. Li locks up and pulls out a pair of night vision devices from his bag. You're the key. Zhao Hong bit her lip. You'll get us killed. Brother Tong, scan the building layout. Scanning complete. There are 8 guards on the surface, 4 on the first basement level, 5 on the second, and 6 on the third. The vault is in the northwest corner of the lowest level. Li nodded and took out a small black box from his bag. What's this? Zhao Hong asked. EMP. Li locked the box in his pocket. You'll see later. He untied the rope from Zhao Hong's feet, but his hands were still tied. Let's go. The two men walked along the shadows of the container. The fishy, salty sea air blew through, carrying the smell of rust. Stop. Suddenly a flashlight swept over. Li Lockjaw drew his gun like lightning, and the silencer erupted in a shower of sparks. The guard fell without a sound. You killed him? Zhao Hong's eyes widened. Strange? Li locks up and moves on. Like I haven't been killed before. Zhao Hong froze. You're really a devil. Not yet. Li locks up and stops at the back door of the warehouse. So don't play tricks. If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll go find your son. He's graduating soon, right? Zhao Hong's eyes suddenly reddened. Please, don't hurt him. Oh, Zhao Hong, you and your hubby embezzled so much money in the Dragon Kingdom, immigrated here, and then your hubby dumped you. Zhao Hong looked at Li Lockjaw in horror. Who the hell are you? Li locked up without saying a word. A crackling check of equipment. Finally, he pulls out his EMP. So, cooperate. I'm only taking the money. I don't want to kill anyone. Press the switch, and the whole building is plunged into darkness. All electronic equipment is disabled simultaneously. Now, take me to the vault. In the penthouse suite of the island's hotel hospitality, Chen Bishi's hands were trembling. What does it mean when this voice appears? It goes without saying. That Lee Tae-hyun prosecutor must have been exposed. But she responded calmly. Nobuko? I'm looking for the landlady. I don't know you. Oh, pretending? Still pretending? Chen Bishi, this lady. I don't understand what you mean. Nobuko whispered. You want to find that Lee Tae-hyun, right? Is he your date? What Lee Tae-hyun? I don't recognize? Nobuko grimaced. If you want him to live, hurry up and come here. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't come, you can collect his body. Chen Bishi looked at the hung-up cell phone, not knowing what to do. Simeone had been listening. What? Something happened to him. Tell me who he really is. Only then did Chen Bishi slowly elaborate. He's a district attorney who's there to look into the case, and Lee Tae-hyun's identity is also a fake. How do you know all that? Chen Bishi couldn't be said to be transferring He Wei. She knew that her sister-in-law and He Wei wore the same pants. By chance, I was saved by him and that's how I met him, Simeone said suspiciously. He said it was the prosecutor? Chen Bishi nodded. I've seen his credentials. They can't be faked. Simone rushed to call Chen Bishi a look at the cell phone screen. Tail number 66. Know who it is? He Wei. Find out for me a prosecutor from an island country called Li Taiyu. Is it true that there is such a person? Yeah, don't ask yet. Just get me someone to check him out. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. After that, he slowly walked over to Chen Bishi. Bishi, tell us how you met? In the darkness, footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Li Liuzhu pushed Zhao Hong to walk in front. The world under the night vision device showed a strange green color. Several guards were lying on both sides of the corridor, no longer able to resist. You're such a devil. Li locks up and walks behind her, fearing she will be killed, because only her irises can open the first door. Cut the crap. Going black with you guys is also a favor for heaven. There was a rustling sound coming from the stairway on the second basement level. Li locked hold Zhao Hong's shoulders. The two pressed against the wall to hold their breath. Strange. Why are the comms down? A voice with an Australian accent rang out. It's probably the circuits again. This place is so damp, another voice said. The footsteps were getting closer. Li Liuzhu drew a dagger from his waist, the blade glowing coldly in the darkness. Wait, Zhao Hong suddenly whispered. The one on the left is Mark. His daughter is only 2 years old. Li's locked hand paused, then changed positions. The two guards had just turned the corner when they felt a numbness in their necks and fell straight to the ground. Thanks, Zhao Hong said softly. Li Lockjaw put away his dagger. You do care about them. They are good people. Zhao Hong sighed. They just chose the wrong job. Humph. Li Lockjaw glanced at her large weathered chassis, and a woman of leisure. Foreigner, live well? Zhao Hong subconsciously came up with. Not bad. So, that Mark is having an affair with you, I guess. The woman was trembling. I promise you just don't hurt him. At least he protects me. Li Lockjaw glanced at the fallen Mark. You're a part that only an old black man can fulfill, aren't you? Zhao Hong lowered her head and didn't say anything. The top of the sparse head was exposed. Li Lockjaw turned his head in contempt. Stop playing tricks and hurry up. After saying that, he slipped a time bomb out of his arms and placed it under that Mark's ass. If you want to ask him to be able to continue to serve you, bring me the money quickly. The two men stopped in front of the vault door on the third basement level. The heavy titanium door glowed green under the night vision camera, like a dormant beast. Iris recognition is on the left, Zhao Hong said. Li Lockjaw untied the rope from her hand. Go on. Zhao Hong rubbed her tingling wrist and walked over to the recognizer. A red light swept across her eyes. Identity confirmed, Zhao Hong. A mechanical voice sounded. Please enter the password. Zhao Hong's fingers danced on the keyboard, entering a series of complex numbers. The password is correct. The heavy vault door slowly opened with a low rumble. You really only take money? Zhao Hong suddenly asked. Li locked up and raised his gun. Get in. The interior of the vault was spacious, with black safes neatly arranged on shelves all around. The cash is at the far end. Zhao Hong pointed to the corner. Li Liuzhu was about to go forward, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Someone has been here. There were a few fresh footprints on the ground, obviously from the recent past. Not good. Zhao Hong's face changed greatly. Could it be? Before the words left his mouth, a soft laugh suddenly came from the depths of the vault. How dare you come to rob the money? Chapter 141, He Weighs Suspicion. Deep in the vault, a dark shadow slowly walked out. Bang! Li locks without hesitation to pull the trigger. The bullet whistled out. The dark figure sidestepped, and the bullet grazed his shoulder, striking the safe behind him with an ear-splitting metallic sound. Who are you? Li Lockjaw quickly changed positions and pushed Zhao Hong behind cover. The black shadow did not answer. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a military spike came through the air. Li locks up and dodges, at the same time raising his hand to fire a shot. Ding! The spikes were knocked away by the bullets, creating a silver light in the air. The black shadow took the opportunity to bully forward, and swept a whip leg towards Li Locks the door. Li Locks in a half step back, grabs his opponent's ankle, and violently twists it. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was crisp and piercing. The black shadow grunted, rolled with the force, and drew out another dagger. Brother Unity. Scanning. The opponent has a wound on his left rib and a tachycardic heartbeat, so he should be seriously injured. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he took the initiative. Shadows rained down on him, each blow aimed straight at his vitals. The black shadow retreated repeatedly, his movements getting slower and slower. Put! An elbow strike struck the black shadow squarely in the chest, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Li seized the opportunity to trip his opponent with a sweeping leg kick and landed a knee on his chest. Pistol to temple, last chance. Who are you? The dark shadow coughed out a mouthful of blood, revealing a strange face. Kill. Kill me. Lee locks up and pulls the trigger. Bang. As you wish. Zhao Hong covered her eyes, not daring to look at the corpse on the ground. Go open the safe. Li Lokju put away his gun. Zhao Hong trembled and walked to the corner, entering the password. More than one person high safe door slowly opened, revealing the inside of the neatly stacked cash. Load up. Let's go. Li locked up to take out a few waterproof bags, quickly loaded with money. Who is he? Zhao Hong looked at the body on the ground. Dead man. Li Lockwood said briefly. And now, so are you. After saying that, he swung the butt of his pistol and slammed it into the back of the woman's head. Seeing her fall to the ground like a pig, Li Lockjaw thought for a few seconds without killing her. Afterwards, put all the blade elements into the space. I have a feeling there's a secret door, and there's gold in the back. Brother Unity, you're so good at poking. Can you poke it open? Can. In 3 seconds. Tick-tock. After only a few sounds, a secret door opened. Wow. Li Lockjaw lost his eyes to a golden color. Host grasping at straws. Without hesitation, Li Lockjaw quickly moved all the gold inside into his space. Brother Unity, tally the battle. Host, you now have 8 billion knife dollars and 2 tons of gold. Li Lockjaw nodded in satisfaction and sighed as he passed Zhao Hong's meat tank. Greedy. Serves you right. Moving on, he came to Mark, turned off the timer and removed the bomb. I'll be righteous for once. You pair of wild lovebirds live well. 30 minutes later, Lee locked out of that sedan, rented a yacht, and headed straight for Melbourne. 7 hours later, in Melbourne, he bought another car and raced down a country road littered with kangaroos. Host, I worked through the night to create your identity in the land of the koalas. Thank you, Brother Unity. Host, this is the first time you've thanked me. I'm honored. Lee locked up and pulled out his Koala Nation ID card. Lee Se-hyun, Brother Unity, I seriously doubt that you are an ancient system. The system ignored him and continued planning. Host, if you intend to live in the country of Korra, I suggest you go to the province of Sitter, where there are more immigrants from the Dragon Kingdom. It's a vast area. Unity to the point. Are there many beautiful women? There must be more. We're just running for the lucky value. Okay, that's where it's going. Now, your profession is a lawyer. And first you go to Cedo and buy a farm. And in Cedo you can have a law firm of your own. And you can buy 2 cars. One sedan. And the other one is a sedan too. Lee locked. These are all fronts. They're all props for you to use to pick up girls. Because you're not short of money. Let's see. When the target shows up, I'll have her customized and the last 500 plus points of luck. I'll be invincible. Far away in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Today is the 77th anniversary of Lee Lockwood's death. Fearing that Simone would be sad, Wei didn't inform her, but instead called her beforehand to go to the island on the pretext of work, to meet up with Chen Bishi. Go alone by yourself to burn paper on Li Liaoju's grave. In the morning, Wei, dressed in black with sunglasses, sat in the car, received a strange call from Simone. Ask her to look into some island prosecutor? She frowned and thought for half a day before finally sending a command to her island's intelligence network. Quickly, the message came back. Wei lowered her head as the screen of her cell phone lit up. What? She subconsciously removed her sunglasses. A few tresses of her short, delicate hair, freshly combed in the morning, fell apart. His chest couldn't help but start twitching. On the screen of the phone, a quarter displayed an image that was a screenshot of a prosecutor's work card. Though the photos aren't really clear, and they're embossed with steel seals, but it still called him so familiar. Isn't this damned Lee Lockjaw? That gangly smile, those eyes, though full of beard. Taking another look at the profile. Name, Li Taiyao. She rushed to send a message to the clerk. Information authenticity. I need to know if it's true. Mr. It's true for now. It's filed in the official system. It shouldn't be fake. Wei sat frozen in the car, which was still traveling at high speed. Suddenly she remembered a serious problem. Not a single member of Li's immediate family was seen at his funeral? It reminded her of the kid's ex-wife, Yogi Coco. It seems the only thing to do is to ask. Yujik. They've been married for years. They must know about Lee Lockwood's family. Could he have a twin brother? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called Simone. This information is true. It's on file in their justice system. Simone was also wondering, but remembering about Chen Bishi, she could only turn to Wei for help. Just now Bishi was threatened. She knows this Lee Taehyun, but this prosecutor is in a very dangerous situation. An island gangster woman kidnapped him, and wants Bishi to go over and replace him? Wei rubbed up her forehead as she listened. What a mess. Wait, you're saying this prosecutor knows Bessie Chen? She's not even that hot this time. There was no friendship with the Chen family in the first place. Especially Chen Bishi's grandpa knew a lot about the past. if she wasn't in the way. She'd want to screw the old thing. A month ago, the surveillance people said that Chin Bishi had seen her grandpa. That hadn't aroused her suspicions, but when she heard about all this just now and made the connection, how could it be so coincidental? Okay, Murney, give me the details of that mob and I'll send someone to help you. Vivi, but I don't want to ask Bish to go into danger. Not being a relative, but just looking a bit alike. Wei, so what's Bessie Chan's opinion? Simone looked at Chin Bishi on the side and saw her wilting and sitting on the side. She seems to be going. Wei was puzzled. Then didn't you ask why? Why would someone who has nothing to do with her go and help him? Simone didn't hang up the phone and turned her head to ask Chin Bishi. Bishi, have you thought about it? Although that person looks like him, he really isn't him and has nothing to do with us. Are you going to go and take the risk? Chin Bishi hears who she's talking to and gets angry because she guesses that Wei killed Li Lockjaw. So without good humor, he said, my business has nothing to do with her family. There's no need to talk to her. Wei listened clearly on the phone, the fist in her hand, gradually forming. Murney, I can't help you then. Be well. Chapter 142, Lin Xiaoning. Li locked up in his rented yacht and sailed to Melbourne's harbor. The sea breeze was laced with a salty smell, but his mood was as calm as the waters. Host, there's a law enforcement agency patrol boat ahead. Li Lockjaw smiled slightly and adjusted the steering wheel. Brother Unity, prepare the identity information. Ready, host. When the yacht docked, several law enforcement officers were already waiting at the pier. At the head of the group was a burly middle-aged man with professional vigilance written all over his face. Please show your documents. The middle-aged man surveyed Li Lockjaw with a slightly skeptical gaze. Li Lockjaw calmly handed over his Koala Country identity card with a faint smile on his face. I'm a lawyer from Queensland. Lee Sian. The middle-aged man took the ID and scrutinized it. Queensland? It's not close to here. What are you doing here? Vacation. Li Lockjaw shrugged, slightly relaxed, and checking out the legal environment here. The middle-aged man frowned, obviously not satisfied with this answer. Recently there was a mega shooting in the capital. We are searching for suspicious vehicles and people. As you know, Dragon Country faces black-haired men. You fit all of them. Li Lockjaw's heart tightened, but his face didn't move. I understand your work, but I just arrived here, so I shouldn't have anything to do with the case. The middle-aged man stared into Li Lockjaw's eyes, trying to see a break in them. Can you prove this? Of course. Li Lockjaw smiled slightly and pointed to his yacht. This is the yacht I rented. You can check the rental records. The middle-aged man nodded and signaled his men to verify. You're a lawyer? Yes. Li Lockwood nodded. Queensland's lawyer. Then you should know that lying is legally responsible. The middle-aged man deliberately revealed the pistol on his waist as he spoke. Of course. Li Lockjaw spread his hands in innocence. I never lie. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. All right, we will verify your identity. If there is no problem, you may leave. Thank you. Li Lockjaw bowed slightly, a faint smile still on his face. After the law enforcement officers left, Li Lockjaw breathed a sigh of relief and secretly celebrated in his heart. Brother Unity, fortunately you prepared fast enough. Host, you should thank me. Of course, go Unity, Li Lockjaw said softly, continuing to drive towards his destination. Meanwhile, on the other side, Simone dialed Yujiku's phone, sounding obviously a bit anxious. Yujiku, I want to ask you for a favor. Yujika's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Mr. C, can you contact Li Lockwood's family? Simeone asked. Yujiku was silent for a moment and sighed. We've been married for 7 years, and he has a bad relationship with his family and never comes around. So can you help me find him? Simeone pressed on. It's inconvenient for me to step forward in my current capacity. There was a hint of helplessness in Yujika's voice. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Simone hung up the phone, her heart filled with helplessness and confusion. On second thought, there's no point in finding it. How do you explain how people die? It ended up being trouble. Early morning in the West Country district. The sunlight pours over the vast pastures. Li Lockwood stood in front of a 2-story villa, surrounded by smiling real estate agents. Mr. Li, this house covers an area of 2 hectares with a private pool and tennis court. It's most suitable for successful people like you. The agent was a 40-something Longwo woman with a thick southern accent. Li Lockjaw looked around. A few kangaroos were leisurely foraging for food in the distance. Host, the feng shui here is good, and it's surrounded by dragons. Brother Unity, how nice it would be if kangaroos came with lucky values. Host, do you mean today kangaroo? Li locked. What's the price? Li Lockwood asked. 8 million Australian dollars. The agent carefully watched Li Lockjaw's expression. Li Lockjaw nodded. Deal. The agent froze for a moment, obviously not expecting to close the deal so quickly. Are you Are you sure you don't want to look at another house? No need. Lee Lockwood turned toward the car. Prepare the contract. Host. The next door neighbor is peeking. Lee Lockjaw's afterglow glimpsed a silhouette quickly dodging on the second floor of the villa 100 meters away. 3 days later, Lee Lockjaw officially moved into his new home. He had just moved his bags in when the doorbell rang. Outside the door stood a middle-aged couple. The man in a suit, the woman bejeweled. Hello, I'm your neighbor James. The man held out his hand. This is my wife Mary. Lee Lockjaw shook their hands. Li Shen, we heard you were a lawyer? Mary asked with a smile. Yes. Great. James clapped his hands. We're short of a good lawyer here. We had a case recently. Lee Lockjaw interrupted with a smile. Sorry, I'm still on vacation for now. Lee locks up. The lawyer is a front. They do not lack of any money. Why suffer from tired lawsuits? Purely sick. Even though I have a super lawyer card. Lee locks up with color-changing glasses. He's here to enjoy himself. To get lucky. James blushed and Mary rushed to round out the conversation. I'll talk to you some other time then. You're welcome to visit our home. Sending the neighbor away. Lee locks up and closes the door. Host. They're the biggest local real estate developer with close ties to the Enforcement Bureau. So, they're poking at you. Lee Lockjaw sneered. Let them look into it. Early the next morning, Lee Lockjaw drove to town to buy furniture. As he passed a cafe, a young girl rushed out of the store and crashed directly into his car. Bang! Lee locks up and slams on the brakes, and the girl falls to the ground. Attention! Host, this girl has a lucky value. Brother Unity. I saw it. It's only 40. It's not even enough to have a spring break with Simone. Lee locks up and gets out of the car to check. Are you okay? The girl rubbed her knees and stood up, a delicate little face written with pain. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Go to the hospital. Lee locked up and said. No need. The girl waved her hand. I'm really late. At that moment, a few pugnacious men rushed out of the cafe. Stop. Don't run. The girl's face paled and she turned to run. Lee locked up as he pulled her in. Get in the car. What? I said. Get in the car. The girl hesitated for a second and got into the passenger side. Lee locked his foot on the gas and the car sped away. In the rearview mirror, a couple of big guys came out after him cursing. Thanks. The girl sighed in relief. My name is Lin Xiaoning. Li Xian. Lee Lockjaw looked ahead. What kind of trouble did you get into? Lin Xiaoning bit her lip. I owe them money. How much? 50,000 Australian dollars. Lee Lockjaw frowned. How can you owe so much? My dad is sick and hospitalized. I'm just a coffee shop waitress. Lin Xiaoning's eyes reddened. Lee Lockjaw was silent for a moment. I can lend you. Really? Lin Xiaoning looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head. But, I don't know you. I'm a lawyer and can sign contracts. Lin Xiaoning's eyes lit up. You're a lawyer? That's great. I happen to have a case I want to ask for advice. The corner of Lee Lockjaw's mouth twitched. I said I could lend you money. It's not about money. Lin Xiaoning said with a straight face. I suspect that my father's illness is man-made. Chapter 143 Lin Shui 200 points. Lee Lockjaw parked his car on the side of the road, pondering Lin Xiaoning's words in his mind. Host, idol, brother Unity. I can't lay my hands on a little girl. Besides, it's only 40 points. Lee Lockjaw responded softly to the system's words, his gaze turning to Lin Xiaoning. You said you suspect that your father's illness is man-made? Lin Xiaoning nodded. My father's health has always been very good. Suddenly he fell ill, and the doctors couldn't find out why. Do you have any proof? Lee locked up and asked. No. Lin Xiaoning lowered her head, helplessness in her voice. But I don't feel right. Lee Lockjaw was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. I can help you investigate, but it will take time. Thank you. Lin Xiaoning revealed a grateful smile. I'll try to cooperate as much as possible. Lee Lockjaw nodded and started the car. Let's get you home first. The car drove into the Xixiang district, and Lin Xiaoning guided the way. Right here. She pointed to an old apartment building. Lee Lockjaw stopped the car and watched her get out. Feel free to contact me if anything happens. Lin Xiaoning nodded and waved goodbye. Lee Lockjaw watched her walk into the apartment, thinking darkly in his mind. Host, this girl's background is simple, but there is indeed something strange about her father's condition. Continue the investigation. Lee Lockjaw commanded. Understood. Back at home, Lee Lockjaw began to organize his new home. He purchased some simple furniture and furnished it in a cozy and uncluttered way. Host, James next door is snooping again. Lee Lockjaw didn't move and pulled the curtains closed. Let him watch. Host, aren't you worried? There's nothing to worry about. Lee Lockjaw said lightly. I'm here to live a low-key life, not cause trouble. Understood. A few days later, Lee Lockwood purchased an Iron Dragon buggy in town. The owner of the car dealership was a passionate immigrant from the Dragon Kingdom. and greeted Li Lockjaw warmly when he saw him. Mr. Li, I heard you're a lawyer. Yes, Li Lockdown responded with a smile. Great, the owner said excitedly. I happen to have a legal question I'd like to ask. Li Lockjaw nodded. Tell me about it. The owner rattled off his troubles, and Li Lockwood listened patiently and gave some advice. Thank you, Mr. Li, the owner said gratefully. Come to my house as a guest sometime. Yeah, Li Lockjaw agreed with a smile. On the way home, Li Lockju was in a happy mood. Host, your life here seems to be going well. Yeah, Li Lockwood said softly. I hope it stays that way. However, the peace didn't last long. One night, Li Lockju was resting at home, suddenly heard a noise coming from outside the door. He got up and walked to the window to see several law enforcement officers arguing with James. What happened? Li Lockjaw wondered in his mind. Host, James is suspected of illegal trading and the Enforcement Bureau is investigating. Interesting. The corner of Li Lockjaw's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that this neighbor is not simple. He continued to observe the movements outside, his mind on guard. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just a few minutes of hilarity. Two white enforcers, heavily armed, then approached. Mr. Li, please follow us back to the Law Enforcement Bureau to assist in the investigation. Li Lockjaw spread his hands. Then of course, it's my obligation. The lights in the Law Enforcement Bureau's interrogation room were blinding, and Li Lockjaw sat on the cold iron chair. Mr. Li Shixian, please explain your relationship with Lin Xiaoning. The voice was cold and pleasant. Li Lockjaw looked up and met a pair of eyes like cold stars. Lin Shui, the Supreme Enforcement Officer of the Xishiang District, was dressed in a well-tailored uniform, and at the age of 34 exuded a majesty that could not be ignored. Host, target's lucky 200 points. I saw it. Li Lockjaw was rubbing his fists in his heart, waiting for a long time and finally waiting for a piece of fat meat. And it is a mature woman. But for the moment, he had to return her words. Frowning slightly, I'm just helping her pay off her debt. 50,000 Australian dollars? Lin Shui flipped through the file. You're that generous for your first meeting? The sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled light on her face. A strand of green silk hung down, which she casually pulled behind her ear. The wedding ring on her ring finger glinting with cold light. I'm a lawyer, and it's a professional habit to help people. Lin Shui sneered. Is that so? Then you probably don't know that Lin Xiaoning is the daughter of the biggest local drug dealer. Li Lockjaw's face remained unchanged. So, she used you to launder money. Lin Shui got up, bracing her hands on the interrogation table. And you, a lawyer from nowhere, just happened to show up, close by. The faint scent of perfume wafted in. Host, she's testing. I can prove where the money came from. Besides, 50,000 for money laundering? Is it worth it? Li Lockjaw looked straight into Lin Shui's eyes. Lin Shui looked straight at Li Lockjaw. For eyes facing each other, Li locks up and releases a seductive gaze. No woman can resist a gaze that isn't from this planet. Li locks up with confidence. No need. Lin Shui suddenly straightened up. You're released. That fast? My husband, also from Longwei. Lin Shui gathered her papers. Also from the University of Queensland, should be your alumni. Li locked up and froze. Host, beware of traps. A trap is a trap. A trap I'll jump in. This is so flavorful. Host, she has a husband. It's immoral for you to do this. Li locked up ignoring the system. Suffocating him. Yes? Li Lockjaw flashed a smile. I wonder which class. Class of 2010. Lin Shui stopped moving. Accounting department. Li Lockjaw stood up. It seems like I shouldn't know this senior. I'm from the class of 2012. A hint of color flashed in Lin Shui's eyes. Really? That's a shame then. Never mind. Li locks up and walks towards the door. The enforcer is so pretty. It's worth getting caught by mistake. A soft laugh came from behind him. Watch your step, Counselor Li. I'm a family man, and I'm just being honest. Walking out of the Enforcement Bureau, Li Lockjaw let out a long breath. Host, this Lin Shui is dangerous. I can see that. Li locked up and narrowed his eyes. She's fishing. To evacuate? No. Li locked the car. Since it's a game, let's play with them. On the way home, Li Lockjaw received a call from Lin Xiaoning. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl's voice was tinged with tears. I know, Li Lockwood said faintly. Your father forced you? The caller was silent for a moment. You, how do you know? Guess. Li locks up and says. But for now, you owe me a favor. Chapter 144. The night in Dongling City was shrouded in a light mist. Chen Bishi sat in the living room, the tea in her hand already cold. Bishi, it's right that you don't go to Ishikawa. Simone patted her shoulder. That Li Taehyun is too suspicious. Chen Bishi looked out the window, her eyes slightly dazed. But he really looks like Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp knock on the door interrupted her. Who? Simeone stood up alertly. A woman's icy voice came from outside the door. Chen Bishi, open the door. Chen Bishi's face suddenly changed. It's Shinji. As it turns out, Nobuko found Chen Bishi's hotel and dangling through the information she received from her landlady about her. Anxious, she personally brings in Chen Bishi to arrest him. Vowing to know the whereabouts of Lee Taehyun, Simone quickly pulled Chen Bishi backward. Go through the back door. Bang! The gate was forced open and Nobuko burst in with 3 men in black. Run for what? The muzzle of the gun in Nobuko's hand flashed coldly. Don't you want to see Lee Taehyun? Chen Bishi hid behind Simone. What did you say? Playing dumb? Nobuko sneered. Lee Taehyun approached me for you, right? At that moment, Nobuko's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Nobuko picked up the phone, her face suddenly hardening. What? Big Bridge son, run. The military police have gotten word that you've arrived in Dongling and have moved out to arrest you. Nobuko gritted her teeth. Too late. Sirens sounded in the distance. Get them! Nobuko shouted to her men. Simone pushed Chen Bishi away. Run! The men in black pounced on them, and Simeone took one of them down with an over-the-shoulder slam. Chen Bishi was not willing to run away either and joined the fight with Simone, who was also a black belt, but there is still a lack of real combat against gangbangers. But, with Simeone it was still manageable for a few moments. Don't stall. Get out of the way. Nobuko raised her gun at this point. Bang! A gunshot. Chen Bishi felt a heat in her back, and when she looked down, blood had already begun to ooze from her chest. She stumbled back a few steps and flopped to the ground. No! Simeone screamed. Nobuko stood still, the gun still smoking in her hand. Retreat! Nobuko turned to flee, but realized that the military police had surrounded the entire house. Drop your weapons. Hands up. Nobuko looked around with a bitter smile. Looks like it was planted. She slowly lowered her gun and dropped to her knees. Chen Bishi fell into a pool of blood, her eyes fading. Before she lost consciousness, she seemed to see a familiar figure. That back. It looks like Lee Lockjaw. In the corridors of the hospital, Simeone waited anxiously for news from the operating room. The phone rings. It's Hiwei. How's it going? Hiwei asked. Still in surgery. Simeone's voice choked. It's my fault. It's not your fault, Hiwei said in a deep voice. Nobuko has been arrested. And she explained something. What is it? Lee Taehyun isn't some playboy. He's an intelligence agent for the Goryeo Kingdom. Hiwei paused. But I can't find him now. Simeone gripped the phone tightly. Where did he go? It's not clear, Hiwei said. But one thing is certain. He has been protecting Chen Bishi. The lights in the operating room went out. The doctor stepped out and removed his mask. The patient is out of danger for now. Simeone was so relieved that tears came to her eyes. It's raining in Melbourne. Lee locks up in a cashmere coat and relaxes in the cafe across from the law enforcement office. Through the rain curtain, he saw Lin Shui walking out of the building with an umbrella, her black uniform outlining the perfect curves of her body. Host, the target is approaching the store. Lee Lockjaw picked up his coffee and turned around, pretending not to notice. Lawyer Lee? Lin Shui's voice came from behind her. Enforcer. Lee Lockjaw turned around and flashed a smile. What a coincidence. Lin Shui put away her umbrella and shook off the water droplets, her fitted uniform and mounted police pants outlining her rounded torso. It's full of sensuality unique to mature women. She responded naturally to Lee Lockwood. This store does have good coffee. Together? Lee Lockjaw made a gesture of invitation. Lin Shui hesitated, but sat down across from him. Talking about Lin Xiaoning's case? Sure. Lee Lockwood beckoned for the waiter. A latte with double sugar. Lin Shui raised an eyebrow. How do you know I like sweet? Guess. Lee Lockjaw laughed. A woman like you is cold on the outside but gentle on the inside. Lin Shui blushed slightly. Oh, give up your mind. Lawyer Lee. Just being honest. Lee locked up and leaned back in his chair. Your husband must be very happy. Lin Shui was about to say something, then changed the topic. Lawyer Lee, do you know why I became a law enforcement officer? May I hear it? It's all about getting girl hunters like you to die. Don't think I'm that easy to lay hands on either. Lee Lockjaw took a sip of coffee and just looked at her lightly without saying anything. Self-disorganization and a sign of weakness. This woman can be taken in a matter of days. Seeing that Lee Lockjaw had somewhat tightened up, Lin Shui didn't leave in anger and pretended to start talking about business. Tell me about Lin Xiaoning's case. I'll take the case of her father. Lee Lockjaw looked straight into Lin Shui's eyes. It requires the cooperation of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Official business. Lin Shui avoided his gaze. What about private matters? Lee Lockjaw asked suddenly. Lin Shui stood up violently. Lawyer Lee, please respect yourself. I'm heavy. Lee Lockjaw laughed. So heavy that I can't fit anyone else in my heart. Lin Shui turned around and walked away. but was grabbed by her wrist by Lee Lockup. Let go. Your hands are cold. Lee Lockjaw said softly. Is the heating in the house broken? Lin Shui froze. Your husband often works overtime? Lee Lockwood let go of his hand. Accountants, as a profession, are always busy. Lin Shui bit her lip. None of your business. It's true that it's none of my business. Lee locked up and stood up. But I care about you. Lin Shui sneered. Who do you think you are? A man who fell in love with you at first sight. Lee Lockwood said bluntly. And you, not really happy. Lin Shui turned pale. Enough. Your husband didn't come home again last night, right? Lee Lockjaw continued. He said he was working overtime. But actually. Shut up. Lin Shui almost shouted. The customers in the cafe looked over. Lee Lockjaw sighed softly. I'm sorry for being so direct. Lin Shui took a deep breath. I'm warning you, don't come near me again. Good. Lee Lockjaw nodded. Wait until you come to me of your own accord. Lin Shui turned to leave, her heels tapping out sharply on the floor. Host, her luck value is fluctuating. I saw it. Lee Lockjaw looked at Lin Shui's back. Her heart moved. Yeah, she could have totally drawn her gun. On the second day, lockdown played up the spirit of continuous fighting in our army. Lawyer Lee, you're here again? Lin Shui stood at the entrance of the law enforcement bureau and looked at Lee Lockshu, who was holding a rose in his hand. It's your birthday. Lee Lockwood smiled and handed over the bouquet. Lin Shui grimaced. Who told you that? Lin Xiaoning, that troublemaker? Lin Shui gritted her teeth. Why does she say everything out loud? Lee locks up and shrugs. She said your favorite is red roses. Nonsense. Lin Shui turned around and left. What about white roses? Lee locks up and follows. Or lilies? I can rebuy them. Lin Shui stopped in her tracks. What the hell do you want? Pursue you. I'm married. Your husband working late again last night? Lee locks up and moves closer. In Brisbane? Lin Shui's face suddenly changed. You investigated me? No. Lin Xiaoning told me. Lee locks up and sighs. She said she saw your husband and a woman at a hotel in Brisbane. Shut up. Lin Shui's eyes reddened. Why don't you face reality head on? Lee Lockwood said softly. You deserve better. Like you? Lin Shui sneered. A man of unknown origin? At least I dare admit to liking you. Lin Shui raised her hand and slapped it. Pop. Passers-by gave sideways glances. Lee Lockjaw rubbed his face. Well played. I deserved it. You. Lin Shui was shaking with anger. Enforcer. Lin Xiaoning's voice suddenly rang out and at some point, this girl stood to appear. I have a new clue. The two of them turned around, only to see Lin Xiaoning bouncing and running. What clue? Lin Shui asked in a nonchalant manner. Lawyer Lee's pursuit plan. Lin Xiaoning blinked. He said he'd set off fireworks under your house. Lin Xiaoning. Lee Lockjaw glared. Oh, I shouldn't say anything? Lin Xiaoning made a chagrined face. Then you can't say anything about the proposal ring he prepared? Lee locked up and held his forehead. You can shut up now. Lin Shui laughed back in anger. Very well, you guys conspired, didn't you? No law. Lin Xiaoning waved her hand. I just think you guys are a good match. Match what? Lin Shui turned around and walked away. Enforcer. Lin Xiaoning shouted. I can testify about your husband. Lin Shui's footsteps paused, but she didn't turn around. Host. Lin Xiaoning's lucky number is rising. This girl. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. Is it a favor or a pit? Lin Xiaoning spat out her tongue. Of course I'm helping. I'm your red queen. Helpful redneck. Humph. Don't know what's good for you. Lin Xiaoning bristled. Right. My father's case. Lee Lockjaw interrupted her. First, how did you know about Lin Shui's husband? This. Lin Xiaoning smiled mysteriously. I have a special channel. Chapter 145. Hiwei arrives in the island. In the arrival hall of Narita Airport, Hiwei pushed her suitcase and walked out quickly. Simeone waved at the exit. This way. How's Bishi doing? Hiwei asked as she walked. Out of danger. But, Simeone wanted to say something. But what? She's always having weird dreams and waking up screaming mommy. Hiwei frowned. Chen Bin and the others are on their way here as well. Simeone nodded. Then you recuse yourself. Hiwei was still dressed in men's clothes and combed her northern head, and she didn't avoid Hong Ying behind her. Reaching out, he wrapped Simone in his arms. Simone winced and pouted. Hong Ying is still here, said breaking away. Money. The hot springs on the island are said to be good. Let's go take a dip together. Simeone gave her a blank look. You've got a lot of time on your hands. Hiwei Chinbin is here. Why are you and I still going? In saying that Bishi is also out of danger. Simone thought for a moment. Come on, let's go to our own hotel. It's safe. Hiwei wrapped her arms around her again. Sure. Save the trouble of monitoring. In the corridor of the hospital, Chen Bin and his wife came sprinting. Bishi. Simo Yuan rushed into the hospital room and tears came to her eyes when she saw her daughter's pale face. Chen Bishi opened her eyes. Mom! You child! Why are you so careless? Mother Chen stroked her daughter's face. Why did you come to Japan for a good reason? Chen Bin stood at the end of the bed, his voice low. It's for that person, isn't it? There was a silence in the hospital room. Dad! It's been so long, can't you forget about him? Chen Bin clenched his fists. A man from an unknown source is worth this? He's not from an unknown source. Chen Bishi sat up excitedly. Before the words were out of his mouth, a wave of vertigo hit him. Careful! Mother Chen held her daughter. Chen Bishi closed her eyes and that beach came back to her mind. This time, the face of the woman in the white dress was clearer. Bish, remember, you're no ordinary person. Not an ordinary person? Chen Bishi muttered. What did you say? Mother Chen asked. Chen Bishi shook her head. It's nothing, probably a dream. Chen Bin sighed. Get well and don't think about all that nonsense. Dad, I always feel like there's something to think about. Chen Bishi looked out the window. Something very important. What's important is your safety. Chen Bin said. That Li Taixian. What exactly is he? Chen Bishi was silent for a moment. I don't know. You dare to follow him to Japan without knowing? Chen Bin raised his voice. Do you realize how dangerous it is? I just feel like he's familiar. Chen Bishi's voice was getting smaller and smaller. He Wei and Simone stood in the doorway and looked at each other. There's something strange, Simeone whispered. He Wei nodded. Yeah, the thing is, we're not supposed to come, are we? In the visiting room of the Tokyo Detention Center, Ohashiko walks in on her high heels. The years have left their mark on her face, but they have not taken away that grace. She smoothed the folds of her black suit as her gaze fell on Nobuko. Prosecutor-sama. Nobuko looked up, the handcuffs knocking crisply against the metal tabletop. The big bridge son sat down, his slender fingers lightly tapping the desktop. You're too impulsive. I have no choice. Nobuko whispered, but her eyes were watching the other's expression. Big Bridges took out a cigarette from his bag and lit it with elegant movements. How much do you know about Quartz Honen? Not much. Nobuko bit her lip, but I know he's not my real father, right? The big bridge son's finger trembled slightly, and the ash of the cigarette fell on the table. Some things, sooner or later, we know. What are you in a hurry for? Why? Nobuko leaned forward, cuff chains clattering. Did you know my mother? The big bridge man took a deep drag on his cigarette, smoke billowing between the two. Nonsense. How could I know your mother? Is it really nonsense? Nobuko sneered. Then why back then? Shut up. The big bridgehead lurched to her feet, her heels pounding out a dull thud on the floor. Nobuko leaned back in her chair and gave a sarcastic smile. Scared? Are you threatening me? The great bridger leaned down, his eyes sharp as knives. Don't dare. Nobuko blinked. I just want to get out alive. You commit murder with a gun and you want to get out alive? Surveillance footage can disappear. Nobuko said softly. Just like those files did back then. Prosecutor, you can do it, right? The great bridge sub's pupils shrunk slightly. You, what do you know? Nobuko's fingers traced a serpentine pattern on the table. Sure enough, the bridge's phoenix eyes rounded. How did you know? Nobuko looked around. Let me out and I'll tell you everything. No tricks. Don't try to get me killed. I have a lot of interesting things stored in my mailbox overseas. Nobuko continued. If I don't log on for a month to change the deferred delivery, they are automatically sent to newspapers and magazines all over the world. The great bridger's fingers snuffed out the cigarette. Knuckles white. You're playing with fire. I'm begging for my life. Nobuko looked her straight in the eye. Help me, or wait for the scandal to fly. A hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the great bridges, but was quickly hidden. You are too much like your mother. So why did she disown me? Ohashi sighed. There's something going on here that's out of my hands. So trust me. Don't send any emails and I'll bail you out as soon as I can. Other than that, don't ask what you shouldn't. Great bridge son straightened his collar. When the time comes, we will naturally know. And you're just going to give me the benefit of the doubt? Decades of perfidy aren't enough? 1 week. I'll be sure to tell you it's okay this time, right? The big bridge boy turned to go. Wait. Nobuko called out to her. I have another question. Say, why did Quartzo South Africa want to kill me? The great bridge's back paused. Because you are wrong. He made the mistake. As the night wore on in Melbourne, Lee Lockwood sat in his office, staring at his computer screen. Host, there's an anomaly in Lin Shaoning's profile. Where's the anomaly? Her identifying information suddenly appeared 3 years ago and was completely blank before that. Li Lockjaw rubbed his temples. Why would a 16-year-old girl falsify her identity? The sound of a car horn outside the window interrupted his thoughts. Lin Shui stood downstairs and looked up at the light on the second floor. It's been a week and that nasty man hasn't bothered her again. The cell phone vibrated. It was a message from her husband Zhang Duo. She had to work overtime again tonight. Lin Shui smiled bitterly. 7 years of marriage. Like a glass of champagne that gradually lost its bubbles. Enforcer. Li Lockdown's voice came from behind him. Lin Shui turned around. You're following me? No. I'm waiting for you. Li locked up and handed over a cup of coffee. Still double sugar. Lin Shui took it and warmth traveled through the paper cup to her palm. You investigated Lin Xiaoning? You know her? A case from 3 years ago. Lin Shui took a sip of her coffee. Her father. Wronged? Lin Shui was silent for a moment. The evidence is overwhelming. So she hates you. Li Lockwood said softly. Hated you enough to destroy your marriage. Lin Shui's hand shook and her coffee spilled on the floor. What do you mean? The person your husband cheated on you with was arranged by Lin Xiaoning. No way. Lin Shui took a step back. How old is she? Therein lies the problem. Li locked closer. Is she really only 16? Lin Shui froze. In the distance, 2 men in black jackets stood at the street corner, their eyes never leaving Lin Xiaoning's back. Host. Suspicious person detected. I saw it. Li Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. How long have they been following Lin Xiaoning? At least a month, according to surveillance. Find out who they are. Searching. It's 2 islanders, affiliated with an organization called Yin Yang Society. Li Lockjaw's eyes stared. Another islander? Lin Shui noticed the change in his expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Li Lockjaw retracted his gaze. You've been careful lately. Why? Intuition. Li locked up and turned to go. Wait. Lin Shui called out to him. Why don't you come to me anymore? Li Lockjaw stopped and didn't look back. Because I'm looking into something. What is it? Something that could get someone killed. Chapter 146. Lin Shui couldn't sit still. Facing the sun, and the endless farm. Li Lockwood at the edge of the meadow sits in a rocking chair on the porch with a cup of hot coffee in his hand. Hey, Li. Old Tom next door passed by carrying his fishing pole. Going fishing today? Li Lockjaw shook his head. We're grilling today. Do you want to come? Sure. Old Tom grinned, showing a missing incisor. I'll bring a bottle of whiskey. A few kangaroos hopped lazily on the lawn in the distance. What a day to laze around. Li locked up and stretched. Host. Lin Shui is here. Li Lockjaw frowned. Again? Why don't you strike while the iron is hot? Brother Unity. Do you have a peeping Tom fetish? At. A white SUV pulled up in front of the farm, and Lin Shui stepped out of the car in her casual clothes. This place is really nice. Lin Shui looked around. No wonder you haven't been coming to me lately. Li Lockwood put down his coffee cup. Something wrong? Couldn't it have been to see you? Lin Shui walked up the steps and sat down in the chair beside him. Ha ha, the sun came out of the east? It was supposed to be east, wasn't it? Li Lockjaw looked at Lin Shui's plump body with fascination. Every movement exudes 1,000 flavors. It's a real beauty, compared to mature women like Monica, Yogi Coco, etc. Even better. Li locks up all doubt. Her husband is not. With a wife like that, you still want to go out and screw around? Is marriage really a grave? The world can't escape the 7-year itch? What are you looking at? Lin Shui shyly rushed to give Li Lock a backstory. Now that's a better look. The Lord Enforcer is idle? It's a vacation day. Lin Shui turned around and took out a bottle of red wine from her bag. I brought wine. Li Lockjaw glanced at it. Bordeaux, France? Reaching out his hand to result in a drink, he deliberately touched Lin Shui's chest. Yikes. Great wine. Tender and bouncy. Now Lin Shui's face was as red as a baboon's. A whispered. Rascal. Li Lockjaw smiled and pretended not to hear. Lin Shui walked in front of him, intending to digress. You know about wine? Slightly. Li locked up and got up. I'll get the cups. Wait. Lin Shui pulled his hand. Answer me a question first. Li locked up and began to push harder in his hands, turning and tickling her palms. Yikes. Why are you so bad? Li Lockjaw laughed darkly. You old yellow flower. Still learning the female college students to send youthful stems? What? Li locked up and pretended not to understand. What's wrong with me? Lin Shui knew that she couldn't follow his words, trying to turn away myself. But the body doesn't listen. Ahem. What did you mean when you said Lin Xiaoning had another agenda? She could only pretend to talk about business. Li locked his hand back. You're not here for a drink? Lin Shui bit her lip. I just want to know the truth. The truth? Li Lockjaw sneered. Are you sure you want to know? Lin Shui nodded. Okay, then let me ask you. Was the evidence really solid in that case 3 years ago? Lin Shui's face changed. What did you find out? It's not what I find out that matters. Li locked down and leaned in, close to her ear. It's whether or not you're clear in your mind. Lin Shui trembled. You, Li. Old Tom's voice interrupted the two. I brought fresh fish. Li Lockjaw straightened up. Coming. Lin Shui stood up. Stay for dinner. Li Lockjaw turned toward the house. since I brought wine. The farm in the evening was shrouded in a golden twilight. This fish is so fresh. Old Tom busied himself in front of the grill. Fresh from the river. Lee Lockwood sprinkled some rosemary over the coals. Perfect with your whiskey. You, a Dragon Nation man, know how to live. Old Tom grinned. Lin Shui sat on the grass aside and looked at the busy backs of the two men. Do you need help? No need. Lee locked his head without looking back. The lady just has to take care of the tasting. Ha! You old fox. Old Tom poked Lee Lockdown with his elbow. When did you hook up with such a pretty girl? She's the enforcer. Lee locked and flipped the fish. Oh, Old Tom raised an eyebrow. So you're avoiding her? Lee Lockjaw didn't say anything and focused on brushing the fish with olive oil. Hey, beautiful. Old Tom turned to Lin Shui. Want some whiskey? Lin Shui raised her glass. I have red wine. Red wine with grilled fish? Old Tom shook his head. You've got to try this. He poured 3 glasses of whiskey and handed one to Lin Shui. To a good night. To a good night. Lin Shui took it, but her gaze fell on Lee Lockjaw. Lee Lockjaw still had his back to her, concentrating on grilling the fish. As the night wore on, the campfire rose. I'll go get some firewood. The old Tom winked and wisely left. You're avoiding me. Lin Shui spoke. No. Lee locked up and added a piece of wood to the fire. I'm just enjoying life. Because of Lin Xiaoning? Because I don't want to be used. Lee locks up and turns around. Whether it's by her, or by you. Lin Shui put down her glass. What do you mean? You know very well. Lee locked his eyes on hers. You didn't come to me just because of the case. Lin Shui averted her face. Your husband cheated on you and you need revenge. Lee Lockdown continued. I'm a good choice, right? You. Lin Shui snapped. What do you think I am? A confused woman. Lee Lockdown said softly. Just like I'm a confused man. The campfire crackled, the firelight reflecting on the two men's faces. I thought. Lin Shui's voice choked a little. What did you think? I thought you really liked me. Lee Lockdown was silent for a moment. I am. Then why? Because this favorite came at a bad time. Lee Lockjaw picked up his glass. Like this red wine with grilled fish. The sky was starry and the breeze brought a hint of coolness. You know what? Lin Shui sat back down on the grass and looked up at the stars. I loved to look at the stars when I was little. Lee locked up and sat down next to her. Why? Because they are always so far away. Yet so real. Lin Shui said softly. Unlike the human heart, which is elusive, the human heart is inherently complex. Lee Lockjaw sighed. Just like the starry sky, it looks peaceful. But in fact, there are dark currents. Are you talking about me? Lin Shui turned her head sideways, her gaze like water. I'm talking about us. Lee locked up with a slight smile. You and I are the same. Are you really not going to pursue me? Lin Shui asked, a trace of imperceptible trembling in her voice. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Lee locks up and replies. And I don't want to make it difficult for myself. But I don't feel embarrassed. Lin Shui lowered her head. I just want to know if you have me in your heart or not. Yes. Lee Lockjaw said without hesitation. But I can't let this relationship be a burden to you. I'm sinning. The Lord will punish me. Lin Shui laughed bitterly. I know it well, but I'm making a death wish to be near you. That's called a moth to a flame. Lee Lockjaw said frankly. In fact, I'm afraid that I'm in too deep, and I'm afraid that you'll get hurt. Besides, the law doesn't allow it. Lindsay, are you reminding me to get a divorce? Chapter 147, The Heart is Gone. Lee Lockwood shook his head. Marriage is nothing more than a piece of paper. A piece of blown-up paper. What good is marriage when the heart has ceased? Lin Shui, are you looking down on people like that? I always feel that you have another agenda. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? But there's no way Lee Lockdown would say that. For what purpose? Don't you know your own charm? If it wasn't for you walking around with a gun every day, you think it's my turn? Lin Shui spat. Ba denizen. I've never heard you praise someone like that. Lee Lockjaw took a sip of wine. By the way, I still don't know what year you immigrated here. What else is in the family? Lin Shui let out a long breath and looked up at the stars. That's a bit of a long story. I followed him in high school classes back in the day. I borrowed money from my father to buy a spot, and he was a second-generation official, paving the way with money the whole time. I got very good grades, especially in foreign languages, and quickly got into a prestigious university. Like you, majoring in law. He did it by mixing it up, failing in foreign languages and mixing it up with an accounting license. Then I got pregnant and had no choice. He reluctantly married me. Actually, I know, he and I were just trying to be fresh and exciting. And then he had a miscarriage and didn't keep the baby. Lee Lockjaw interjected. That kid, he has a problem with aesthetics, doesn't he? Does he like old sows? Lin Shui snorted. You're really right. He likes foreigners. The extra white, extra fat kind. Rumor has it that he's now screwing a 300-plus pound Li Lockjaw looked Lin Shui up and down. Being discovered by Lin Shui turning her head, she covered her chest and said shyly, "What are you doing? Don't look at me colorfully. I am a good woman. Can't apologize to my husband." Li looked up and nodded. "Well, I know you're good woman. Good plump woman. Is your husband particularly skinny and has to find a pig to sleep with? How do you know? Don't you guys know each other? He's 2 years ahead of you." Again? Li Lockjaw's head got big. "And a law graduate? This logic. This? Li Lockwood can't admit he's a fake. One can only nod. Maybe. Tell me about you. How did you get here?" "Huh? This?" Li Lockjaw thought to herself, saying that she would definitely look into it. Or beating a dead horse. "Me? Not good." Lin Shui blinked her big eyes. "Triple-lidded and especially sexy. You were smuggled in? You'd better not ask. I'm afraid I'll tell you and drag you down with me. I'm legal now anyway." "I'm not afraid." Lin Shui looked up with a witty love brain attack. "I'm only afraid of losing you." Li Lockjaw was shocked in his heart and was silent for a long time. "I'm really afraid that the system will come with a sentence that detects the successful capture of Lin Shui's heart, gaining 200 points. That way he would have no reason to keep picking her up. Such a woman if not rolled together. I'm sorry for the ancestors. And the cultivation of the crossing army. Maybe we'll have to wait." "Wait?" Lin Shui muttered and repeated. "Wait for what? It can make us see ourselves." Li locks up and says. "It also allows us to see each other." The campfire faded out and the night grew thicker. Li locks up intending to be physical and spiritual, both at the same time. Lin Shui was a bit frustrated, a somewhat oblivious lapse of judgment on his own part. Or maybe it's really about getting back at the guy. If this man did pounce, did he want to? Will the pistol in the bag be drawn? I should go. Lin Shui stood up and patted the grass clippings on her body. "I'll walk you." Li Lockjaw stood up as well. The two walked side by side to the car, silent but with an unspoken understanding. "Thanks for the wine." Li locks up and stops in front of the car door. "Thanks for the grilled fish." Lin Shui smiled slightly. "I'll bring dessert next time." "Good." Li Lockjaw nodded. "Be careful on the road." Lin Shui got into the car and started the engine, the headlights illuminating the road ahead. "Li." She rolled down the window. "I'll be waiting for you. And please wait for me." Li Lierju stood in place, watching the car drift away. A warm current welled up in his heart. "I'll wait for you too," he whispered, as if to the night sky. The bathroom in the high-class apartment in Dongling was heavy with water vapor. The large bridge child knelt by the tub, the towel in her hand gently rubbing the old man's back. Her silk bathrobe was half faded, revealing her snow-white shoulders. "Your Highness." Her voice was soft. "The matter of Nobuko. How much does she know?" The old man didn't turn around, his voice husky. "Not sure." The great bridger's hand paused, but she mentioned Plan S. Droplets of water fell from the shower, sending tiny ripples through the tub. "Impossible." The old man's back muscles suddenly tensed. "All that information." She said there was a backup. Big Bridges lowered his head. "It's in a mailbox overseas." The old man turned around violently. His long, thin face was covered with wrinkles, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. "You were threatened by a little girl?" "Your Highness." The great Bridge's voice trembled a little. "Find someone." The old man grabbed her chin. "Get the best hacker you can find and check out all those mailboxes." But what?" She said, "If you don't log in within a month, the email will be sent automatically." The old man let go of his hand and let out a sneer. "Then it will be settled within a month." "Yes." The great bridgeman bowed his head. "I'll go and make arrangements." "Wait." The old man called out to her. "Are you sure she's the man's daughter?" The big bridge boy bit his lip. 90% sure. "All the more reason not to stay." The old man closed his eyes. "Not a single member of the Fujita family's bloodline should remain." "But." "No buts." The old man's eyes snapped open. "Have you forgotten what happened back then?" The big bridge boy shuddered. "No." "Then do it." The old man leaned back into the tub. "Don't let me down." The large bridge child stood up, her robe slipping to the floor. She bent down to pick it up, her eyes falling on the mirror. The woman in the mirror had complex eyes and seemed to be remembering something. "I'm sorry, Nobuko," she whispered in her mind. "We're all pawns." The early morning sunlight poured through the curtains and sprinkled on Hiwei's face. "Get up." Simeone walked in with her coffee. "How about a little outing?" Hiwei rubbed her eyes. "Where to?" According to the surveillance, she stayed in Ishikawa Prefecture for many days. Simone put down her coffee and opened her laptop. "It means that she befriended that Goryo intelligence agent there." "What do you mean?" Javi sat up and took the coffee. "Too many coincidences." Simeone tapped on a map. "Look, here's the track of her movements." On the map, a red line meanders. "What's she looking for?" Hivi moved closer to the screen. Or rather, who she was looking for. Simeone zoomed in on the map. "Every stopping point has a common trait." What characteristics? It's all coastal cities or villages. Simeone tapped the keyboard. And what? All of them will be intertwined with the local gang hair. Hiwei frowned. She's looking for a gangster? Most likely. It looks like she didn't just come here for a break. Such as? For example, Bish was looking for the existence of a person. Simeone closed the computer. Perhaps she found something, including all the records. The coffee cup in Hiwei's hand trembled. You mean? Yes. Simeone nodded. He may have learned that secret. I see. Hiwei suddenly understood something. She went to see your grandpa before she came to the island. What? Simeone pressed her laptop. Her? Hiwei hammered the floor. Or I'm too soft-hearted. No. Wei. The people of the Chen and Si families, who have raised me, have not touched us. We can't kill them. Hiwei nodded. Now is the time to be even more unable to kill, or else it's a no-brainer. Chapter 148, Finding Some Clues. We can only take one step at a time now. It seems that Chen Bishi hasn't discovered anything yet. Hiwei stood up. Who exactly is she looking for? And what is the purpose of that Li Taehyun? Simone stood up as well and hugged her. Vivi, why don't we take a trip and walk where she's been? We can find some clues. Hiwei nodded. It will have to do. The black sedan pulled up to the curb, and the big bridge boy took off his sunglasses and opened the door. Cherry blossom petals fluttered down on the car window like a pink butterfly. Inside the car, she clicked on an encrypted chat program and found a contact labeled Ops. Send a voiceover. Urgent. She typed quickly, her fingers shaking slightly. The wait seemed to lengthen as she looked out the window at the pedestrians, her thoughts drifting away. On that rainy night 30 years ago, Princess Fujita disappeared into the darkness with her baby in her arms. And now the child that shouldn't exist is the biggest variable. Her cell phone vibrated, interrupting her memories. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Chen Bin held Chen Bishi's hand. Daughter, eat something. Not hungry. Chen Bishi shook her head, staring vacantly out the window. Simo Yuan peeled an apple on the side, the tip of the knife trembling slightly. Listen to your father and eat a little. Why? Chen Bishi suddenly spoke. Why did I hear those voices? What's that sound? Chen Bin and Simo Yuan looked at each other. It's like someone is talking, but I can't understand. Chen Bishi covered her head. It's like a forgotten memory. The apple in Simone's hand fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the floor. Bishi, Mom, are you hiding something from me? Chen Bishi turned her head, her eyes sharp. No. Simeon looked away. You're too tired and need to rest. I'm not tired. Chen Bishi raised her voice. I just want to know the truth. Bishi. Chen Bin held her hand tightly. There are some things that perhaps shouldn't be known now. Why? Chen Bishi shook off his hand. Because I'm crazy? No. Simeon rushed over and hugged her. You're our daughter and always will be. Chen Bishi froze in her mother's arms, and an image suddenly flashed through her mind. A rainy night. A woman running with a baby in her arms. In the twilight of the Dragon Kingdom, Yujika stood in front of the villa door, her fingers caressing the doorknob. The sunlight slanted on the living room floor, reflecting a trail of light. Every corner bears traces of Lee's lock-in, the newspaper spread out on the desk, the jacket slung over the sofa, his favorite coffee mug in the kitchen. The doorbell rang abruptly, interrupting her thoughts. Outside the door stood a thin old man, dressed in a plain plaid shirt, dark gray cloth pants, and on his feet was a pair of slightly outdated leather shoes. Lee, Dad? Yujika's voice choked. Yujika recognized it at once, because it was on the photo of the whole family in Lee's lockup. The man in front of me is Li Guozhong, the father of Li Liuzhu. The old man nodded slightly, a trace of fatigue flashing in his eyes. Ji Ku, long time no see. You. Yujika covered her mouth as tears came to her eyes. I'm late. Li Guozhong sighed, his gaze sweeping across the empty living room. Lock him up. Come in and talk. Yukik sidestepped out of the way. Li Guozhong sat down on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his knees. Asterisk. Gone. The teacup in Yujika's hand trembled. Mom, last month. Li Guozhong's voice was a bit hoarse. He's been chanting to see lockdown one last time. The living room fell into silence, the only sound being the ticking of the wall clock. I'm sorry, Yukik whispered. I wasn't able to take care of him. Don't blame you. Li Guozhong shook his head. That child has been stubborn since he was a child, and what he determines cannot be pulled back by 9 oxen. It's like he had to be a cop. Yukik laughed bitterly. Yes. The corners of Li Guozhong's eyes moistened. His mom always said that our family's ancestors were all farmers. So isn't it good to work the land properly? Outside the window, the sun was sinking in the west, and the last rays of sunlight spilled onto the coffee table. Dad, Yujika suddenly spoke. With lockdown gone, let me take care of your old age from now on. Li Guozhong was silent for a long time. It's not your turn. Why? Yukik looked up in horror. Because. The old man lifted his head, his eyes gleaming. He promised to pay for his mom's old age. That stubborn boy of mine. He's never gone back on his word. Dad. What do you mean? Yukik stood up at once. Lee Lockjaw has been dead for almost 2 months. There's no way it's still alive. Is there? The old man's eyes were crimson. I won't send my family away in vain. The Lee family doesn't have this rule. Dad. What do you mean? Did lockdown give you a dream? He's not going to die. On the streets of Ishikawa County, Hiwei and Simone stepped out of the convoy. A group of bodyguards surrounded the perimeter. The two of them looked around. Murni, this is the only store in the neighborhood. Let's go in. Hivi was wearing sunglasses, and she was legally licensed to carry a gun on the island. This is the privilege of the mighty Dragon Kingdom. The island is practically a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. Honging carried the case in his hand, leaving it clicked open, ready to be turned into a submachine gun. Hiwei glanced back at the bodyguard behind her. The 10 or so bodyguards immediately looked solemn, as if they had been instructed. Have your suits all undone and ready to engage in battle. The 2 bodyguards went ahead first. The target is an old fast food restaurant. Hiwei and Simone followed behind, feeling safe before easing in. Both Hiwei and Simone were wearing knee-length trench coats and black stockings. Hiwei had her hands in her pockets, and Simone was holding her arm. The aroma of curry and rice wafted through the store as a few office workers hurriedly took their lunch. The TV on the wall played the local news. Not too loud, just loud enough to be heard. Young girl, is there corn to eat here? Simeone greeted the young girl behind the counter in Japanese. Yes. The girl bowed politely. May I ask what else you two would like to order? Instead, Hiwei's eyes fell on the underside of the counter, where something seemed to be pressed against it. She pretended to drop her car keys on the floor. Wait a minute. Hiwei wouldn't just eat anything outside. Simeone was about to pick something up for her when she stopped her. I'll do it myself. With that she pretended to crouch down and took the opportunity to look inside the counter. It was a yellowed photo with some water stains. A corner peeked through a crack in the glass. Excuse me. Hiwei stood up and took out Lee Lockjaw's photo from her bag. Have you seen this person? The young girl looked at the picture and shook her head. Sorry, I'm new. What about the former clerk? Simeone pressed. Ah, Grandma Yamada retired. The girl said. She worked here for over 20 years. Hiwei and Simone looked at each other. Where does Grandma Yamada live? It's at the senior citizen's apartment on the back street. The girl pointed in the direction. But what? She hasn't been remembering much lately. The girl lowered her voice, often recognizing guests as her own sons. Hervé was thoughtful. Can you take us to her? It's lunch break. Please. Simeone pulled a wad of bills out of her bag. This is compensation for the store. The girl hesitated for a moment and nodded. Please wait. I'll call a temp. Taking advantage of the girl's phone call, Hiwei quickly went around the counter and drew out the picture. In the photo, a man with long hair and a big beard was talking to Chenbishi about something, and both of them had serious expressions. This is. Hiwei took the photo and looked at it with Simone. Lee Taehyun? Simeone whispered. Or. Simeone looked at the corners of her mouth twitching a little. They? Maybe. Simeone looked out the window at the pedestrians hurrying by. They're waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Waiting for someone who shouldn't exist. Chapter 149 Ice Cream Talk. On the farm in Melbourne, Lee Lockwood is pruning roses in the yard. Hey, Lee. Old Tom poked his head over the fence. Heard you turned down that pretty officer again? The scissors in Lee Lockjaw's hand lurched. News travels fast. What's the need for a rumor? Old Tom grinned. The look on her face when she drove off yesterday. The whole street saw it. The sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, casting dappled light and shadows on Lee Lockjaw's face. He continued to prune the roses, his movements gentle and focused. What the hell are you afraid of? Old Tom leaned against the fence. I'm not afraid. Lee locks up and says. It's just not the right time. Ha! Old Tom let out a snort. You Orientals. You always overthink things. Lee Lockjaw put down the scissors and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sometimes, simplicity is the most dangerous. What do you mean? Just like this rose. Lee Lockjaw pointed to the freshly pruned branches. It looks easy, but if you're not careful, you'll get pricked. Old Tom was thoughtful. So, you're protecting her? Lee Lockjaw didn't answer and turned to get the kettle. Just then, Lin Shue's car pulled up in front of the farm again. She wore a light blue dress today, her hair tied casually at the back of her head, and her whole body looked fresh and natural. I brought dessert. She carried a delicate carton. I thought you said you liked tiramisu. Lee Lockjaw looked at her and suddenly remembered that rainy night. Yujiko was the same way, carrying coffee to him, saying that she was too tired from working overtime and needed to pick me up. Hey, why am I thinking of her? Lee locks up and shakes his head. Come in, he said. I just made black tea. Lin Shui walked into the yard and saw rose petals all over the ground. You're organizing the garden? Aha! Li locked up and took the dessert box. The roses are growing too fast and need to be trimmed. It's like relationships. Lin Shui said softly. It needs the right amount of distance. Li's locked hand trembled slightly. I understand. Lin Shui smiled. The corners of her eyes a little moist. You're waiting for the right time, aren't you? In the sunlight, her smile looked like it was drenched in honey, sweet and bitter. The wind chime in the courtyard rang lightly, and Li Lockjaw walked out with black tea. Your garden is beautiful. Lin Shui sat on the rattan chair, her fingers caressing the tabletop. There are more flowers than the last time I came. Well, a few new moon plants. Li Lockjaw put down his teacup. Old Tom said the soil here is suitable. The sound of a radio came from the next yard. A local gardening program. The presenter was explaining how to prune roses. His voice slow and with a distinctive Melbourne accent. You like gardening a lot? Lin Shui picked up her teacup and sipped her red lips. Just killing time. Li Lockwood looked at the distant eucalyptus trees. The pace of life here is slow. Slow enough to calm the mind. Lin Shui put down her teacup. Or is it slow enough to escape? Li Lockjaw didn't answer and opened the dessert box. The tiramisu was sprinkled with fine cocoa powder, and the aroma of coffee mixed with the milky flavor was especially tempting in the afternoon sun. Taste it. Lin Shui pushed the box. I purposely went to the store on Italy Street and waited in line for an hour. Why bother? Because you said you liked it. Li's locked hand paused and looked up at her. Lin Shui, however, had turned her face away and pretended to be interested in the butterflies in the yard. In the distance came the sound of children laughing and joking. The neighbor's little boy was chasing a kite as his mother stood under the porch shouting, Jack, be careful. You remember a lot. Li Lockwood said. Police officers, you have to have a good memory. Lin Shui smiled. For example, you like tiramisu, black tea without sugar, pruning roses at 3 in the afternoon. Her voice trailed off, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of her teacup. Remember what? I remember the first time you bought me coffee. Lin Shui was still looking into the distance. It was raining that day, and you walked me home with an umbrella. Li Lockjaw was silent. It was 3 weeks ago, and he didn't think she'd remember. Remember also what you said. Lindsay continued, that there are some things that need to wait. The wind chimes rang again. This time the sound was crisp and a little harsh. Lin Shui, no need to explain. She interrupted him. I just wanted to tell you that I'm waiting. The ice cream truck on the corner drove by and jingling music drifted into the yard. A couple of little girls ran after the car, their skirts flapping in the wind. Want some ice cream? Li Lockwood suddenly asked. Lin Shui froze for a moment. Now, mango flavored. Li locked up and stood up. Isn't that your favorite? You. Lin Shui bit her lip. You remember a lot too. Li Lockwood had walked out of the yard and caught up with the ice cream truck. His back was a little blurry in the sunlight, but inexplicably reassuring. Lin Shui looked down at her reflection in the teacup, the corners of her eyes a little moist. Lin Shui was looking at her cell phone when Li Lockjaw returned with 2 ice creams, or a double mango flavor. He handed over the ice cream. Lin Shui took it, her fingers trembling slightly. Massaman comes back tonight. The music of the ice cream truck faded away, and a baking aroma wafted from the cafe on the corner. The owner's wife was chatting with a customer about the extra crispy apple pie today. He agreed to meet? Li locked back into the wicker chair. Aha! Lin Shui licked her ice cream. Said she wanted to talk about the divorce. The wind chime rang again, this time so soft it sounded like a sigh. Are you sure you want to do this? Not sure. Lin Shui smiled. Just like you weren't sure about waiting for me. The neighbor's Jack finally got tired of putting up and sat down on the lawn to catch his breath. His mother came over with lemonade and ran a hand through her son's sweaty hair. Want some help? Li locked up and said. What favor are you doing? Lindsay watched the ice cream melt. That I cheated first? Old Tom was trimming the fence next door, and the sound of the scissors clack, 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 clack was a pleasant sound. He hummed an old song, a love song from the 60s, about waiting and parting. Do you remember Mrs. Smith? Lin Shui asked suddenly. The old man living alone on the next street? She told me yesterday that she had encountered such a choice when she was young. Lin Shui put down the already melted ice cream. In the end she chose to stay. And then what? Then she sits in the garden for a while every day, looking at the mailbox across the road. Why? Because that person said that if she regretted it one day, she would write to him. Lin Shui's voice was a little muffled, but she waited for 40 years, and she couldn't even remember that person's name. In the distance came the long, lonesome sound of a train whistle. You say. Lin Shui turned her head to look at Li Lockjaw. Will we become like that? Li Lockjaw didn't answer. just looked at the watch on her wrist. It was a wedding anniversary gift from her husband and she wore it all the time. He had also been told personally, "This watch is going too fast. You should get another one. It's almost time." Lin Shui stood up. "I have to pick him up at the airport." Li locks up a black cloud in his heart. How many years of slavery is this treadmill? It's all about to be divorced and still picking up? Brother Unity. I really can't stand it for that little bit of lucky value. Host, being angry means you're getting real. What's true about stepping on a horse? I just want to day her. Then day, she wants it more than you do. Sure enough, Lin Shui looked at Li Lockjaw with eyes full of spring. Chapter 150, the watch is jacked off. I'm leaving. She shook her head, as if she could see the indifference of Li Lockjaw, and her heart went cold. It's times like these that you're better off cheating for once. Li locked on as he took her arm and jerked her watch off in one smooth motion. It's long overdue for a change. Old Tom finished trimming the fence and came over to greet him. Officer Lin, leaving so early today? Li locked. This old thing, purposely tearing down the stage. Right. I've pretty much laid it all out. Yeah. Something came up. Lin Shui smiled. I'll come back next time to rub your afternoon tea. Any time. Old Tom winked. I'm not done with those boring gardening stories. Li Lockjaw's eyes were full of fire. Brother Unity, I'm planning to roast the old Tom for dinner tonight. How many minutes cooked do you think it's good? Host, his meat is not recommended to be barbecued. You can braise it for more than 3 hours over a gentle fire for a better flavor. Lin Shui suddenly turned around. Lawyer Li, can I borrow your bathroom? I need to put on my makeup. Old Tom. She bit her lip. Don't bother Counselor Li tonight. I want him to have a clear head to hear the case. Old Tom lifted his cloudy eyes. Okay, enforcer. Your call. I'll just go back and drink it myself. Bye, Li. Old Tom. There's no need to bring me milk in the morning. I'm going to sleep a little longer, Li Lockjaw hurriedly appended. I see. Strange. The person who can get up the most early is starting to sleep in. Old Tom bobbed his head and hobbled away. A gust of wind blew through the yard and the wind chimes chimed madly. Lin Shui's cheeks were red, and her body turned a bit coyly. Not going in to put on your makeup? Li Lockjaw looked at her with a bad smile. Aren't you afraid you'll miss the plane to pick up your husband? After saying that, a pair of wolf eyes scanned the plump and tall body in front of him recklessly. The body that wriggled wantonly like a snake in her eyes was so seductive. Attorney Li, is your house soundproofed? Ha! Li Lockjaw couldn't even believe that this would come from a policewoman. Ha! Is it that loud? Lin Shui stirred her hands together in front of her waist, as if pointing out the coordinates of the attack, where the snug jeans, outlining the perfect body, were positioned. She whispered, I always brush my teeth with a toothbrush. What? The fire in Li's locked abdomen was burning to the top of his head. What the hell was that? Lin Shui's high heels made a crisp sound on the stone path. Let's go. Let's go inside. Lin Shui was the first to enter the room. Li locks up right behind him. Turned off. By hand. The lamp in the eaves. Old Tom looked up in the distance, both eyes slowly narrowing to slits. Afterward, he looked down again, slipped the last century's pocket watch out of his pocket, and looked at it. The clock is ticking at. Early the next morning, Lin Shui exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Li, it's been a night. Aren't you sleepy? Well, then I'll sing a closing song. 10 minutes later, after the two of them took a shower, Lin Shui lay on her back in Li Lockjaw's arms. Li Lockjaw was waiting for the system's beep. Li, how did you do that for 10 hours? I'm really happy. Li, I can't believe you don't have a woman. Any woman given to you wouldn't want another man. Li, just how many women do you have? Li Lockjaw, however, frowned. Brother Unity? Where are you? Host, I'm here. What's up? Where's my luck value? Could it be that everything she said was a lie? I don't know. I didn't receive the lucky value. What? Is this the same as a money transfer that has to be received? Li, what are you thinking? Li locked up and got up impatiently. Hey, a long sigh. Lin Shui, your phone kept ringing and I could never concentrate. Hence the long delay. Ha, I'm sorry. I got all carried away and couldn't hear it at all. I didn't mean it. I swear. Li locked into his robe. Yes, I know you didn't mean it, but I still feel like I'm a third party. I know. I'm going back and divorcing him, so don't be burdened. After saying that, Lin Shui immediately got up and put on her clothes. Yikes, suddenly she sat up in pain. It's your fault. Aw, it hurts. Yeah, but you keep shouting about being comfortable? Li Lockjaw sat on the side. His heart was really upset when his luck value didn't arrive. There's nothing special about the Imperial girl. Li Lockjaw is a little tired of this life. She's not as skilled as Hong Ying. Hong Ying and He Wei are extremely fit. It brings out a special feeling as well. Especially Hong Ying, with his 3-pack abs. Li locks up and picks up his cigar, plunging into peachy memories. 3-pack abs and ended up beating himself to a pulp. Thinks he's got every woman's heart. And in the end, it's you who loses. He peeked at Lin Shui. This woman still has her husband in her heart, or else the lucky value would have arrived long ago. Li locked up his heart and pulled it out. Sold plowing through the night. She was merely trying to get a thrill. In her mind she still suspected she was a prodigal son. Easily won't fall in love with himself. Lin Shui, leave if you can. Don't force yourself if you can't. Lin Shui had just gotten dressed and turned her head. What do you mean? Remember the saying that advises school children? What's the word? If you can learn in it, learn in it. If you can't learn in it, eat more food. We've paid for it anyway. And if you're tired of learning, just lie down on the table and sleep. Put. Lin Shui laughed first. After that it was a cold down. You mean, just sneaking around with me? Li Lockwood shook his head. Ask yourself. Lin Shui froze for a few seconds, smiling miserably. Yeah, you're right. I'm probably just trying to get a kick out of it too. Okay, Counselor Li. I'll think about it. Bye. Late at night in Dong Deling's high-class apartment. Moonlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The big bridge boy leaned into the old man's arms, listening to his even breathing. The aromatherapy on the nightstand smelled faintly of lavender, which was supposed to put people at ease and put them to sleep. The phone suddenly vibrated. The blue light of the screen harsh in the darkness. She carefully moved away from the old man's arm and stepped barefoot on the soft carpet. The old man rolled over, mumbling something, but didn't wake up. The marble floor of the bathroom was cold, and the big bridges closed the door and turned on the exhaust fan. The sound of water running muffled her lowered voice. Are you crazy? Calling at this hour? What? Interrupting you from serving the old thing? Drunken laughter came from the other end of the line. Are you drunk? Want to die? Not drunk. Sober as hell. The voice on the other side was full of sinister. Just want to discuss that old undead. The big bridge boy leaned against the side of the tub and looked at himself in the mirror. There was a faint scar on the shoulder that peeked out from under the silk pajamas. I have business. She rubbed her temples. Something's wrong with Nobuko. What? How did that girl offend you? She caught me with the old thing. Big Bridge's voice trembled. Said if you don't log on to your email in a month, all the evidence will be sent out automatically. The bathroom mirror began to fog up, and she reached up to wipe it off. But the more she wiped, the fuzzier it became. Should have. The opposite party paused. Forget it, there's no use talking about it. Didn't you want to use her to get close to the Fujita family? Who knew she was an imposter? Big Bridge smiled bitterly. Now the old thing wants me to kill her. Chapter 151, all parties become suspicious. The clock chimed outside. 12 o'clock. Don't you do it. The other man suddenly got serious. The old thing won't live for a few years. But Nobuko hasn't seen the Fujita family yet. We still have a chance. What do you mean? Release the letter and... The other lowered his voice. I'll get the old thing. The water from the faucet dripped on the marble countertop with a crisp sound. 1 drop. 2 drops. Like a countdown. You have to. He's gone. To put it mildly, everything is better. No one has to die. The Great Bridge looked at herself in the mirror, and for the first time in 20 years, she saw hope in her eyes. Are you sure you want to do this? That old thing should have died a long time ago. The other party sneered. What do you think he'll leave you? When he dies, you won't even be able to keep your current position. At the hum of the exhaust fan, the Big Bridge closes her eyes. Okay, I promise. Brilliant. The other man's voice was laced with laughter. When this is over, don't say it. Big Bridges interrupted him. The walls have ears. No, I'm suffocating, on this island, smelling bird every day. Well, I'll see you tomorrow and help you out. Hanging up the phone, she stood still for a long time. The vapor from the bathroom dissipated and the mirror became clear again. She looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly remembered that rainy night 27 years ago. The self at that time, also stood in front of the mirror like this, watching Quartz Hanan walk off the boat with a girl in his arms. It's time to finish, she whispered into the mirror. Open the bathroom door. The old man is still asleep. In the moonlight, his face was wrinkled and he looked old and fragile. The Big Bridge child lay back on the bed and the old man wrapped his arms around her out of habit. She closed her eyes, a sneer playing at the corner of her mouth. The aroma of coffee filled the conference room at the police headquarters in the country of Koala. Rain pattered outside the window, hitting the glass and forming fine droplets. The beam of the projector cuts through the dust floating in the air and projects a high-definition picture on the white curtain. Everyone, please take a look. Officer Luke stood in front of the curtain with a laser pointer in his hand. This is our latest restored surveillance footage. On the screen, a tall black-clad man was skillfully dismantling the safe. His movements were clean and sharp, without a single superfluous pause. Judging by the physical characteristics, Luke pointed his laser pointer at the screen. This is an Oriental male. About 180 centimeters tall and weighing about 85 kilograms. What's most puzzling? Luke put down his laser pointer and turned to face the crowd. Is how did the 2 tons of gold get out? There were no traces of any means of transportation found at the scene. Agent Smith of the Counter-Terrorism Division raised his hand. Could there be an underpass? Or maybe there's a dead end in the surveillance? That's a good idea. Luke nodded, an approving expression on his face. We've already sent people to check the surrounding underground pipe network. But what? The female agent sitting in the front row pressed. It's too clean. Luke shook his head. It's like it disappeared into thin air. A whisper rang through the conference room. There's another important discovery. Luke pressed the remote control and the screen switched to a set of close-ups of weapons. These are the standard equipment of the island's self-defense forces. According to the information provided by the island police, one of their arsenals was ransacked 2 months ago. Any clues? Hee-wei asked, opening her mouth. These weapons later appeared in the hands of a local gang. Luke said, switching to another photo. The arms were used in the firefight between the Green Dragon Gang and the Yamazo Gang. The photo shows a building destroyed by artillery fire, with gang signs faintly visible in the wreckage. The ringleader has been captured. Luke continued, I'm going to go to the island myself for interrogation. This man most likely knows the identity of the arms hijacker. Ishikawa Prefecture. Island. You really think it's him? Simone pulled out a pack of mints and handed one to Hee-wei. Hee-wei held the candy in her mouth, her gaze falling on the neon lights in the distance. Intuition. You've always had good instincts. Simeone smiled. That's why I booked 2 tickets. The rain had stopped and there was a dampness in the air. No need to book a flight. I'll have the grave opened. Hee-wei finished and called home. Simeone still pressed her hand. Vivi, it's better to tell him to rest in peace. Hee-wei put away her cell phone and nodded. I can't help it. What if? Tears streamed down his face as he finished speaking. Behind her, Honging also began to cry. Simeone tilted her face. Either way, if he's alive and doesn't want to see us, we're just anxious for nothing if we know. Hee-wei sobbed a few times. Yes, if he's alive, he must hate me. It's better to tell him to make up his own mind. Simone ignored her surroundings and silently slumped into Hee-wei's arms. I wish he were alive. And even if he hated me, I'd admit it. The aroma wafts from the ramen store across the street, and several uniformed high school students are lined up in front of the store. At that moment, the bodyguard came to report. Mr. He, inquiring, please come out. People from the Green Dragon Gang once kidnapped Miss Chen. Oh, Hee-wei looked away. After a long time. Let's go to the Green Dragon Gang's territory first. You go get a cab and we'll follow. Yes, Mr. Ho. Soon, Hee-wei's convoy followed a local taxi. The car drove into the downtown area. The neon lights on both sides of the road casting splotchy reflections on the rainy pavement. The driver, a chatty old man, was humming an old song with the host on the radio. Hello, I'm a businessman from the Dragon Kingdom. I'd like to pay my respects. Please introduce me. Please take care of me. The bodyguard was very Jiang-hu-like. Hand over a couple bills at the same time. Oh, let's get you to the Mountain Springs massage parlor then. Thank you very much. But that massage parlor. Ah, the driver glanced at the bodyguard in the rearview mirror. Has not been peaceful lately. How? I heard the boss's wife was arrested. The driver lowered his voice. Seems to be something to do with arms. By the way, the driver pointed to a gleaming building ahead. Look at that hotel. The Tunlong Hotel, right across from the massage parlor. The car in the back. Hee-wei approached the car window. Tunlong? Is this driven by a dragon? In the car in front, the bouncer was asking the same question. Yeah, the driver nodded. The owner is very low-key, but has his hands full. I heard that even the police have to give him face. The bodyguard stepped out of the car, and the car rushed off as fast as it could avoid the plague. The car was parked in front of the massage parlor. The sign was out and the door was sealed. I'll go to the hotel and ask around. Hee-wei got out of the car and straightened her trench coat. You go look around the perimeter. The lobby of the Tinglong Hotel was golden, with crystal chandeliers refracting a brilliant light. The uniformed waiters are serving tea and pouring water for the guests with elegant and standardized movements. Hello? The receptionist flashed a professional smile. How may I help you? I'd like to meet the person in charge of you. Hervé leaned against the counter. The chairman is not in. The receptionist's smile was still perfect. You can ask for our general manager, MS Kawada Yuko. Then meet MS Kawada. Excuse me. Just say it's a friend from the Dragon Kingdom. The receptionist's smile froze and she picked up the intercom and whispered something. One moment please, MS Kawada. She put the phone down. Would you like a cup of coffee first? Hee-wei shook her head and sat down on the couch in the lobby. By the way, what's the name of your chairman? Oh, our chairman's name is Lee Tae-hyun. Chapter 152, Hee-wei guessed it. In the room of the Tenglong Hotel, Hiwei and Simone sat by the window, overlooking the city at night. The neon lights outside the window flickered like a million eyes blinking in the darkness. How much do you think Kawada Yuko knows? Simone asked softly, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, the scent of it rising. She certainly doesn't know much. Hiwei shook her head, but her eyes betrayed her. Eyes? Simone looked at Hiwei suspiciously. Hiwei smiled ambiguously. It's similar to your eyes. You see? Simeone considered this for a few seconds and blushed. You're saying that women who have been passed over by that boy are a little attached to those things, aren't you? Hiwei nodded. Do you put want? Isn't it a wonderful feeling? Simeone lowered her head. Don't keep asking me that. Hiwei looked up to the sky and sighed. What a pity. I refused him at that time, but it always felt like I had done it with him. Simone stood up at once. You two bathed and swam together. Could you have gotten drunk by him? Hiwei shook her head. No way. Honging protects me every inch of the way. Besides, that thing is to take sleeping pills. You should feel something afterwards. Simeone nodded. Yeah, you haven't had it with a guy. Surely you can when you know. Oi, let's not study this. It could be that I'm having a wet dream. Hiwei chatted with interest. One pulled Simone over. Come on, tell me about your passage. A little while later, the two of them showered and leaned back on the couch tiredly. Lee Taehyun is Lee Lockjaw. I'm sure of it. Simeone sighed. He's still the same as always. He's too skillful in that playing with women. Oh, now you know? Hiwei lit a cigarette. When he took down over 40 of my men by himself, I should have thought that he couldn't die that easily. But I watched the doctors remove more than 20 bullets at the hospital, and his body was shattered. So how could someone like that survive? Simone suddenly remembered what happened on the mountaintop. No good. Vivi, this man must know witchcraft. I was with him for the first time on the mountaintop in a blur, when I didn't know at all. We need to be careful anyway. This guy is scary. Hiwei stood up and walked to the window. We'll stay here for the next few days and see if we can find more clues. Good. Simone nodded. But are we still looking for him? We wouldn't stand a chance if someone like that tried to hide. What then? Hiwei turned around. If you get this person, you can get the world. Should we tell him to follow someone else? Simeone winked. You want to taste a man, don't you? Hiwei's face flushed red. I'll be old if I don't taste it. Meanwhile, the big bridge kid is walking into the women's detention center. The iron gates of the prison closed heavily behind her with a low rumble. How is Nobuko doing in there? She asked the prison guard, her own credentials hanging from her chest with a serious look on her face. She's doing well in there. The guard shrugged. Has become the boss around here. That's not surprising. Would have been the big brother of the road, killing people like crazy. Who would dare to mess with her? Oshiage walked into the visiting room and saw Nobuko through the glass. She was dressed in her prison uniform and looked as if this was her place. What are you doing here? Nobuko leaned back in her chair, her face full of disdain. I came to tell you that I will be able to bail you out in a matter of days. The great bridgeman smiled slightly. You'll have to be patient. Nobuko grunted. I'm doing fine here. I'm in no hurry to get out. But you have to get out sometime. The big bridge stared at her. It's a better world out there. The implication is that we're all fine if you go out. Nobuko didn't answer. Just tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop, making a rhythmic sound. I'm a felon in possession of a gun. And you're going to bail me out? Ohashi's face was expressionless. Don't worry about that. Just stay at ease. Just stay at ease. Is there anything you need me to bring out? Nobuko said. If I can run into the old thing, tell him not to die. I'll go out to him and have something to ask him. Meanwhile, Luke, a police officer from the country of Koala, has arrived on the island. He stood at the exit of the airport and took a deep breath of the exotic air. Welcome to the island. The receiving officer smiled and held out his hand. I'm Sato. Who's in charge of receiving you? Thanks. Luke shook the other man's hand. I need to see that gang leader as soon as possible. No problem. We've already made arrangements. Sato nodded. But there's a bit of a problem today. The Great Bridge son is visiting Nobuko. The Great Bridge child? Luke frowned. What does she have to do with this? We're not sure, but she seems to be blocking us from arraigning Nobuko. Sato shrugged helplessly. Then go ahead and check it out. Luke said. I don't want to waste time. None of the group rested and went straight to the guardhouse. Ohashi has been informed that Interpol is going to interrogate Nobuko. As the senior prosecutor of Dongling, she had the right to stand in the way of this. At least you can tell the other side not to mention Shinobu as much as you want for a month. She finished her talk with Nobuko and purposely didn't leave, but waited for Luke and the others. In less than an hour, Luke and Sato arrived at the guardhouse. Ohashi blocked them all by himself. Chief Sato, this caseworker involves a lot of top secrets, so we can't call our international counterparts for interrogation for the time being. Prosecutor Ohashi, Officer Luke is just asking for information, and you're perfectly free to listen in. If it's not right, you can always correct it. What kind of talk is this? When did we, the island nation, become a vassal state of the koala nation? Prosecutor, this is an Interpol authorization that we cannot violate. Bull ******* Interpol, all a bunch of rabble-rousers. We, the island nation, will still look at their faces? Sato's position is low. Not even a segment of the bridge. One can only agree. Sorry Luke, looks like we'll have to recheck in. Luke stretched out both hands. Why? Your island's weapons have killed a lot of people and created a lot of heavy cases in my country. Why shouldn't I ask? Ohashi said seriously. Did Nobuko steal the weapon? It was a man you guys saw on surveillance, wasn't it? What does that have to do with Nobuko? Luke was confused with anger. Couldn't it be a couple? Lovers? Or acquaintances? Enough. This is all speculation from your country of Korra. If you are capable, catch that humongous man. And what is the purpose of planting evidence against our country? Oh, buying cakes. This lady. I am the senior prosecutor. Please address me by my position. Ohashi lectured Luke with authority. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we made some mistakes in our procedures, so we'll take our leave. Chapter 153, Lin Shui won't divorce. Big Bridges came out of prison a little disturbed. She knew Nobuko was doing well on the inside, but the situation on the outside was getting more and more complicated. She got in the car and dialed Quartz Hanen's number. I just got out of prison, and Nobuko's side is fine for now. Luke has arrived. Quartz Hanen's voice on the other end of the line trailed off. We'll have to speed up our plans. I know. Osage looked out the window at the rapidly receding street scene. I'll contact Fujita Norika as soon as possible to forge a DNA identification. What about the prince's side? Ishihonam asked. Leave it to you. The Great Bridge Sun finished looking into the distance. This step out is a dead end. In no turning back. You have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. You hurry over here. I can't hold it in. I'll talk when I get there. Hanging up. She smoked another cigarette before driving to an island. It was her and Quartz Honan's secret stronghold and the centerpiece of their plan. The island air is filled with a salty, damp sea breeze that, the waves lapped against the reef with a low rumble. Big Bridges walks into the lighthouse and Quartz Honan is already waiting for her. Without saying a word, the two were like two lions, pouncing on each other as soon as they met. Two guys in their 50s, don't want to bite. An hour later, it doesn't seem to have touched you, old man. Shireng Haonan was a lean, short man, white hair and covered in dark, lean flesh. Ohashi gave her a blank look and began to dress in order. A fireplace burns in the lighthouse. I'll do it tonight, but I must create evidence of your alibi. Shireng Haonan handed her a cup of hot tea. I matched the key you gave me, and it's best to have hotel records and surveillance when you go to the provinces on business tonight. I know. The Great Bridge nodded. I've already arranged everything. I'm just waiting for the right time. That's good. Ishii Hiranen breathed a sigh of relief. Once the prince is dead, we'll be able to bail out Nobuko without any problems. I hope everything goes well. The Big Bridge Sun looked out the window at the sea, but his heart was a little apprehensive. Meanwhile, Lin Shui is packing her bags at home. She has decided to divorce her husband, Ma Shiming, but there is still some hesitation in her mind. Have you really decided? Masamin stood in the doorway, his hands clasped over his shoulders. Yes. Lin Shui nodded. We all need new beginnings. I will respect your decision. Masamin sighed. I hope you'll be happy. Thanks. Lin Shui smiled slightly. You too. Ma Shiming looked at Lin Shui's determined appearance and suddenly called out to her. Have a drink before you go. Lin Shui turned back. The house is yours. I have no right to be here anymore. Ever since she slept with Li Lok, Lin Shui had no idea what to do when she saw Ma Shiming. Always felt sorry for him, even though he was like that. As a conservative woman, Lin Shui was still weak. No, this place doesn't belong to me anymore. Masamin took her by the hand. Lin Shui, we came here to school together at the age of 16. It's been 20 years since the storm. Why are you so desperate? Lin Shui cried all of a sudden at his words. That's for you to ask. You've been caught on camera doing all those things. I'm sorry, Lindsay. Masamin still couldn't bear it once he got a real divorce. The two of them have been together for so many years abroad. It's all my fault. Can't I change? I'll never go to those people again. Lin Shui threw down her purse and sat on the sofa, crying. It came too late. She was already an unclean woman. What the hell are you doing? Lin Shui, forgive me. I regret it. Give me a chance. Ma Shiming knelt in front of Lin Shui. Early in the morning in Melbourne, Li locks up and stands outside the gate of the farm, taking in the eye-pleasing scene. The morning dew glistened on the rose petals like a million tiny diamonds. Another day, he muttered to himself as he began to water the plants in the garden. The neighbor's puppy ran over to him and circled his feet, tail wagging merrily. Hey, little guy. Li Lockjaw crouched down and stroked the dog's head. Come to play with me today too? From the distance came Lin Xiaoning's voice. Lucky, come back. Li Lockjaw looked up and saw that Lin Xiaoning was standing outside the fence, wearing her morning jogging gym clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed from the exercise. Good morning, Mr. Li, she greeted with a smile. Lucky's bothering you again. It's okay, I like playing with it. Li locked up and stood up. Would you like a cup of coffee? Lin Xiaoning hesitated. Yeah, but only for a while. She followed Li Lockwood into the house, Lucky following cheerfully behind. Do you always get up so early? Li Lockju asked while making coffee. Get used to it. Lin Xiaoning sat down at the dining table. Running every morning keeps me awake. The aroma of coffee gradually filled the air, and Li Lockjaw handed her a cup, with a little cinnamon. I hope you don't mind. Thanks. Lin Xiaoning took the coffee, her fingers inadvertently touching his hand. Both froze for a moment, then pretended to look away as if nothing had happened. Your roses are blooming beautifully. Lin Xiaoning changed the topic. Yes, the climate here is perfect for growing flowers. Li Lockjaw looked at the garden outside the window. You're more suited to being a gardener than working at the police station, Lin Xiaoning said with a smile. Li locked his hand slightly. How did you know I used to be a cop? Guess. Lin Xiaoning blinked. You have that special aura about you. Special temperament? Li Lockjaw raised an eyebrow. What kind of temperament? It's... Lin Xiaoning cocked her head and thought. That feeling of being ready to protect others. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting dappled light on her face. You're very observant. Li Lockjaw laughed softly. A habit of being a reporter? Sort of an occupational hazard. Lin Xiaoning took a sip of her coffee. But you put the cinnamon just right. That's when sirens came down the street. Lin Shue's patrol car drove by slowly, and she glanced at the farm through the window, but pretended not to see it. Li Lockjaw noticed the scene, and a trace of bitterness flooded his heart. Lin Shue seems to have a problem with you? Lin Xiaoning keenly sensed his change in mood. Not sure. Li Lockju replied briefly. I heard that the divorce she was going to get was cancelled. Lin Xiaoning said as if she didn't mean it. Li Lockwood's fingers lightly tapped his coffee cup. Yeah? You care? Don't care. He shook his head. Everyone has their own choices. Lin Xiaoning stood up. The coffee is delicious, and I'll invite you to try the treats I made someday. Good. Li locked up and walked her to the door. Any time. Lucky reluctantly followed his master away, looking back at him from time to time. Looking at her back, Li Lockjaw sighed. The lucky value still hadn't changed. Maybe it's time to go in a different direction, he muttered to himself. At that moment, the phone rang with a message from old Tom. There's a party at the bar tonight. Coming? Li Lockjaw thought about it and replied. Good. Maybe new possibilities can be encountered there. Chapter 154, The Blue Moon Bar. As night falls, Melbourne's bar streets come alive. Li locks up and pushes open the door of the Blue Moon Bar. The sound of jazz music came to the face. Hey, man. Old Tom waved at him. This way. Several acquaintances were already seated at the bar. Neighbors from nearby farms. Finally got you here. Old Tom patted the seat beside him. Haven't seen you out lately. At home growing flowers. Li locked up and sat down. Asking for a whiskey. Plant flowers? Old Tom laughed. What you need is to find a girl. The lights in the bar flickered on and off, and shadows shifted on the dance floor. Speaking of girls, Jack, who was sitting across the table, lowered his voice. Did you know that Lin Xiaoning is here today? Too? Li's locked hand paused. She comes to a place like this? Over there. Jack pointed to the corner card table, with her co-workers. Li Lockjaw didn't move and glanced at Lin Xiaoning, who was wearing a dark blue dress and was joking with her friends. Going to say hello? Old Tom nudged him. No. Li Lockdown shook his head. I'm just here for a drink. Just then, Lin Xiaoning also noticed him. She raised her glass and gave him a small smile before continuing to chat with her friends. Wow. Old Tom scowled. Looks like there's something going on. Don't be ridiculous. Li Lockjaw took a sip of wine. I'm not interested in her. Yeah? Old Tom looked at him meaningfully. Then why do your eyes keep darting that way? Li Lockjaw was about to retort when he suddenly saw Lin Shui walk into the bar. She wasn't wearing a police uniform today, but a simple black dress that looked much softer than usual. Now that's interesting. Old Tom whispered. Your old flame and your new target in the same place. Shut up. Li Lockjaw glared at him. Lin Shui walked straight to the bar and sat down 3 seats away from Li Lockjaw. A mojito, she said to the bartender, just loud enough for Li Lockdown to hear. The air was filled with the faint scent of lemons mixed with the rhythm of jazz. Li Lockjaw pretended to focus on the ice in his glass, but his afterglow was always aware of her movements. That's really childish of you guys. The older Tom sighed. Both obviously care about each other. I didn't. Li Lockju retorted in a low voice. At this time, Lin Xiaoning suddenly came over. Mr. Li, would you like to dance? Her voice was crisp and pleasant with a hint of playfulness. Li Lockjaw froze for a moment and felt Lin Shui's gaze cast over. Good. He stood up and took Lin Xiaoning's hand. A slow song played on the dance floor, and Li Lockjaw wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaoning's waist as the two of them gently swayed to the music. You did that on purpose? He whispered in her ear. What on purpose? Lin Xiaoning blinked. I just wanted to dance. You know Lin Snow is watching. So what? Lin Xiaoning moved closer to him. Do you care? Li Lockjaw didn't say anything, but his arms unconsciously tightened a bit. Lin Xiaoning laughed lightly. You men. You always overthink things. What do you mean? Obviously liking someone, but having to wait for her to take the initiative. Lin Xiaoning's voice was tinged with teasing. I didn't like her. Li Lockjaw subconsciously retorted. Is that so? Lin Xiaoning looked up at him. Then why do you look at her back and stare every time she passes by? You observe too closely. Li Lockjaw said softly. Journalist's occupational disease. Lin Xiaoning smiled. And your stories are so interesting. The lights on the dance floor became ambiguous and the music shifted to a slower love song. Interesting? Li Lockjaw raised an eyebrow. Interesting how? Like right now. Lin Xiaoning leaned toward his shoulder. She's on her third drink. Li Lockjaw didn't move and glanced at the bar. Lin Shui was indeed asking for a fourth drink. She rarely drinks this much, he said unconsciously. See? Lin Xiaoning smiled triumphantly. You really do know her. At that moment, a drunken man approached Lin Shui and seemed to want to strike up a conversation. Li's locked body instantly tensed, but forced himself to keep dancing. Not going to help? Lin Xiaoning asked deliberately. She's a cop. She doesn't need help. As expected, Lin Shui just gave the man a cold look, and the other party snapped and backed away. That's awesome. Lin Xiaoning sighed. No wonder you like her. I told you. I didn't. Come on. Lin Xiaoning interrupted him. You're still skyrocketing in certain positions, aren't you? Li Lockjaw froze. How old are you anyway? Didn't you say you were only 16? What happened to 16? Like I said, I'm very observant. Lin Xiaoning smiled mysteriously. Besides, 16 is said, not physical. Have you seen my identity card? The music ended at that exact moment, and Lin Xiaoning let go of his hand. Let's talk some other time. My friends are still waiting for me. She turned to leave, leaving behind the words. Sometimes the answer is right in front of you. Li Lockjaw stood still, pondering. Host, what the hell are you thinking? The laws of the land of Kara clearly state that no one under 16 is allowed in a bar. This Lin Xiaoning didn't say a word of truth. She lied to me from the beginning. That's when he heard the sound of a glass breaking from the bar. Li Lockjaw turned around to see the glass in Lin Shui's hand shattered, clear liquid spreading across the bar. Sorry, she said to the bartender, her voice shaking a little. Let me help you. Li Lockjaw subconsciously walked over. No need. Lin Shui said coldly. I can do it myself. But when she bent down to pick up the glass shards, she cut her finger. Look. Li locked up and grabbed her hand. And say you don't need help. The beads of blood stood out on her pale fingers in the dim light of the bar. Let go. Lin Shui tried to break free, but his grip was tight. Don't move. Li locked up and pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket. Let me see. He moved gently, as carefully as he usually pruned roses. Since when do you carry a handkerchief with you? Lin Shui suddenly asked. Just a habit. Li Lockjaw didn't look up. Roses have thorns. Always be on guard. Lin Shui looked at his lowered eyebrows and suddenly said, Did you have fun dancing just now? Not bad. She's beautiful. Aha. You guys are a good match. Li Lockjaw finally looked up at her. You're drunk. I'm sober. Lin Shui looked him straight in the eye. Sober enough to know what I'm talking about. Yes? Li Lockjaw let go of her hand. Then why don't you get a divorce anymore? Lin Shui's eyes flickered. That's my business. Yes, it's your business. Li locked up and stood up straight. So I have the right to choose my own life as well. Chapter 155 Dancing with Different Women. Your life? Lin Shui sneered. Is that dancing with different women here? At least it's better than some people pretending to be happy. Li locks back. The air suddenly became heavy, and even the music in the bar seemed to quiet down for a few moments. What did you say? Lin Shui's voice carried a dangerous undertone. You heard me. Li locks up and leans against the bar. Why are you afraid to admit it? You're not happy at all. What makes you say that? Because I know you. You think you know me? Lin Shui stood up. Then do you know why I'm not getting a divorce? Li locked up in silence. Because I don't want to gamble anymore. Lin Shui's voice choked a little. I don't want to bet my life on someone I'm not even sure of. Brother Unity, these 200 points are a bit hurtful? Host, it's up to you. Look at me. I'm sure I'm just going to keep looking for lucky value. Make yourself at home. I have no references to make. Why don't you say anything? Lin Shui laughed sarcastically. I was right, wasn't I? I'm just a target for you? A prey only. Li Lockjaw froze. Okay, even if you're right. At least I'll be able to give you some happiness for a while. And your marriage? It's a nightmare from now on. Oh, for a while. Lin Shui shook her head. The important thing is that you never really wanted to be with anyone. You were just looking for someone who could get you there. Li Lockjaw cursed in his heart. This person who ran away to a foreigner is quite traditional in his heart. Still, it was challenging. I'm not sure, right now, that I would stay for one. So not a bad answer. Fine, then say it another way. Lin Shui pressed closer to him. Tell me, if I say I'm willing to divorce right now, what would you do? Li Lockjaw looked into her eyes, which held anger, hurt, and emotions he couldn't read. Just then, Lin Xiaoning suddenly appeared. Excuse me, I seem to have dropped my cell phone here. The atmosphere was instantly broken. Lin Shui took a step back and gathered herself. I should go. Wait. Li locked up and tried to pull her back. No need to send. Lin Shui walked towards the door without looking back. Lin Xiaoning looked at this scene inside. You guys are really what? Li locked up a little annoyed. What a waste of time. Lin Xiaoning picked up the cell phone she hadn't even dropped. Both obviously care about each other. You don't understand. Of course I understand. Lin Xiaoning sat down on the seat Lin Shui had just taken. Do you know why you took the initiative to come over? Li Lockjaw looked at her. Isn't it okay to help the following as a friend? Because your heart simply isn't subject to what you only deserve. Lin Xiaoning turned the phone in her hand. And so is she. Only waiting for your reassurance. What does it matter? Of course it's relevant. Lin Xiaoning said seriously. Her identity? She's not for sale. She has to follow the rules in everything she does. Li locked up and froze. You watched her patrol car pass by every day, but pretended not to care. Lin Xiaoning continued. You planted those roses because you knew she liked them. You carry a handkerchief with you because you're afraid she'll get pricked. I'm very observant. Remember? Lin Xiaoning laughed. So until you truly face your heart, people's hearts won't be given to you. The lights in the bar suddenly became bright and a new song came on. Go after her. Lin Xiaoning pushed him. Stop wasting time. Who the hell are you, kid? Not telling you. Wait. Li Lockjaw suddenly realized a problem. I just realized that you both have the last name Lin. Is there a story here? Asked Lindsay. Li locks up and rushes out of the bar. The night breeze carrying a slight coolness. On the street, Lin Shui's figure had already walked away, her high heels making a crisp sound on the stone pavement. Lin Shui, he shouted. Instead of stopping, she picked up her pace. Stop. Li locked up and chased after him. What are you doing? Lin Shui finally stopped and turned to look at him. Still not embarrassed enough for tonight? The halo of light from the street lamp enveloped her, making her silhouette appear extraordinarily soft. Sorry. Li locks up and says. Why are you apologizing? Lin Shui sneered. For what you just said? Or for dancing with Lin Xiaoning? Neither. Li locks up and takes a deep breath. I apologize for being so evasive. Lin Shui froze. You're right. I'm making excuses. He continued. I really can't make you a promise. So what do you want to say now? I want to say. Li Lockjaw approached her. Unity. Put the words together for me. Host. Your aim is lucky value. Just lick the dog once. Lin Shui. Me? In the night wind. Lin Shui stared with wide eyes. At that moment a patrol passed nearby. Whistling. Forget it. Lin Shui's voice shook a little. I'm still married. Li locks his bones in courage. Just about to say shameless words. It was interrupted by a voice. Wife. In the night wind. Li Lox's words were interrupted by a wife before he could finish. Massaman got out of the car. Car keys jangling in his hand. A puzzled look on his face. Lin Shui was momentarily flustered and blurted out. Hubby, I'm arranging work with my co-workers. So excuse yourself. The words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Li Lockjaw and Ma Shiming froze at the same time, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Massaman looked at the two suspiciously, but eventually turned away. Colleague? Li Lockjaw laughed bitterly, his voice carrying an indescribable emotion. Lin Shui immediately changed to a businesslike tone. You continue to follow up on this case, and keep me informed of any situation, she said, winking as she did so. Li Lockjaw looked at her flustered expression with a few hints of cunning and suddenly understood something. Yes, sir. He deliberately emphasized the word sir. As he turned to leave, he heard Lin Shui's relieved voice from behind him. The night was deepening, and the shadows of the two men stretched out under the streetlights, one to the east, the other to the west. Li Lockjaw walked around the corner and couldn't help but turn around just in time to see Lin Shui walking towards the parking lot with Ma Shiming on her arm. Host, this woman is the person with the most hard eyes I've ever seen. Shut up, he whispered. That's called being thoughtful. Chapter 156, Joining the Narcotics Squad. Early morning sunlight poured over the eucalyptus trees unique to koala country, and a faint scent of eucalyptus wafted through the air. Lee Lockjaw was watering the roses in the garden when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? He looked at the caller ID, his heart beating a little erratically. Come to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lin Shue's voice was businesslike. Check in. The water clattered from the pipes, and Lee froze in place as he locked himself in place. What entry procedure? Police officer induction procedures. Lin Shue said as a matter of course. Aren't you my colleague? Wait a minute. Lee locked up and turned off the faucet. I didn't say I wanted to be a cop. Then you want Massaman to know about last night? Lin Shue's voice carried a threat. Lee Lockjaw looked at the garden full of roses inside. I like my life now. Growing flowers? Lin Shue laughed lightly. Dang Barrister Lee. Growing flowers at home? At least it's free. I happen to have a spot in my hand. Lin Shue's tone softened. Isn't it good to get paid for nothing? A canary landed on a rose branch in the sunlight and cocked its head at him. And, Lin Shue's voice suddenly became small. Don't you want to see me every day? It's a statement that would make any grandson's heart flutter. You're hitting on me? You're overthinking it. Lin Shue immediately resumed her businesslike tone. Be at the office within half an hour or suffer the consequences. Hanging up the phone, Lee Lockjaw looked at himself in the mirror. System, do you think I'm crazy? Host, you're not crazy. You're possessed. Lee Lockjaw hung up the phone and looked around blankly. Why are you touching the gun again? Host, isn't it good to have an identity? Besides, here, the law and order is still very good. Nothing dangerous. Okay. Lee Lockdown lowered his head. I'm still mostly in it for justice. Host, I appreciate you even if you say you want that 200 lucky value. Lee locks up and ignores the system, instead stepping out into the garden and seeing his neighbor, Old Tom, trimming the fence. Morning, Lee. Old Tom looked up. How come you didn't go to the bar today? Something's up. Lee Lockdown shrugged. Probably going to be a cop. A cop? Old Tom laughed out loud. I thought you said you liked to grow flowers. Yeah. Lee Lockjaw smiled helplessly. But sometimes life is not for the faint of heart. That's big news. Old Tom put down the scissors. But you must look good in a police uniform. I hope so. Lee Lockjaw patted him on the shoulder. I'll buy you a drink someday. Yeah. Well, when you become a cop, I'll have a free bodyguard. Old Tom winked. Lee locks up and laughs, shaking his head as he walks back inside. He changed into a clean shirt and straightened his hair. He looked pretty spry in the mirror. System, am I going to die? Host, you're going to get yourself killed. Thank you for the comfort. Lee locked in a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and walked out of the house. Pedestrians walk leisurely along the streets of Koala Land, and the aroma of rich coffee wafts from the cafes. Lee locked up and walked into a small store and bought a croissant. Do you have an appointment today? The store owner was a warm, middle-aged woman with a big smile. Sort of. Lee locked up and took the bread. Going to see an old friend. Good luck. The shopkeeper waved. Lee Lockjaw took a bite of the bread while thinking about the upcoming meeting. The Law Enforcement Administration building was like a giant glass wall reflecting the early morning sunlight in the land of Koala. Lee Lockjaw stood in the doorway, looking at the police officers coming and going, and suddenly had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. What's with the days? Lin Shue's voice came from behind her. Follow me. She was dressed in her straight police uniform today, her hair tied up high and looking exceptionally competent. Lee Lockjaw followed her into the elevator, and the space suddenly became small. You smell like bread, Lin Shue suddenly said. Just bought a croissant. Lee locks up and pulls the remaining half out of the paper bag. Want to try it? Lin Shue glanced at him. No snacks during work hours. Later then. He stuffed the bread back into his pocket. I remember you used to love the croissants at this place. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became ambiguous. There was a ding and the elevator doors opened. Come with me to the personnel office. Lin Shue quickly stepped out of the elevator. Get your information ready. Colleagues passing by greeted Lin Shue and curiously sized up Lee Lockju. Is this a new coworker? A young police officer asked. From the narcotics squad. Lin Shue replied briefly. Narcotics? Lee Lockwood raised an eyebrow. I thought you'd put me on patrol. You think I'd waste your experience? Lin Shue said without looking back. In the office of the personnel department. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled light on the floor. Fill these out. Lin Shue placed a stack of forms in front of him. Lee Lockjaw picked up his pen and suddenly asked, Does your husband know about this? Lin Shue's hand paused. All he knows is that I'm recruiting new people. The sunlight shone through the blinds and glittered on Lin Shue's badge. Are you sure about this? Lee Lockwood asked as he filled out the form. You have a better idea? Lin Shue leaned against her desk and looked at him condescendingly. Like telling the truth? And then what? Lin Shue sneered. Let my husband know that I was tangled up with a man on the street late at night? We were just talking. You think he'll believe it? The office fell silent. The only sound left was the rustle of a pen tip across paper. By the way, Lin Shui suddenly said, tomorrow you're going to the police academy for training. What? Li locked the tip of his pen. Don't bother. I'll patrol. Patrol? Don't you need to know how to shoot? Lin Shui revealed a wry smile. The training is for you to survive on your own. You just want to toss me. Smart. Lin Shui patted him on the shoulder. Prepare to be abused by a newbie. Rookie. She turned to leave, but Li locked on and grabbed her wrist. Are you so sure I'll stay? Lin Shui looked down at his hand, her voice suddenly becoming soft. You will, won't you? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly in the sunlight. Li locked up and let go, continuing to fill out the form. You owe me a meal. Dream on. Lin Shui walked to the door. I'm your boss. Then I'm going to request a change of group. Dismissed. Lin Shui said without looking back. The narcotics unit is short of people. It was almost noon after filling out the form, and Li locked up and waited for the next instructions. Officer Li, welcome aboard. The old lady from the personnel office handed him a police uniform. This is your uniform. Li Lockjaw picked it up, familiar and unfamiliar to the touch. The changing room is at the end of the hallway, the old woman said with a smile. Captain Lin said for you to report to her office as soon as you're changed. Captain Lin? Li Lockjaw froze for a moment. Yeah, the captain of the narcotics squad is the enforcer part-time. Didn't you know? System alert, host, you've been set up. Li Lockdown smiled bitterly and walked into the locker room. In the mirror, it was as if he was much more handsome in his police uniform. I must be crazy, he muttered to himself. Host, you're finally awake. Shut up. He straightened his tie and walked towards Lin Shui's office. The female officers passing by gave sideways glances and whispered, the new one is so handsome. I heard it was from the Dragon Kingdom. Team Lin recruited it himself. Li Lockjaw pretended not to hear and knocked on the office door. Come in. Lin Shui's voice came through the door panel. He pushed the door open and saw Lin Shui reviewing papers, the sunlight spilling over the tips of her hair. Report, sir. He deliberately emphasized the word sir. Lin Shui looked up and visibly froze at the sight of him. Chapter 157, Encountering Ma Siming. The police uniform fits well. Lin Shui put down her pen and pretended to be businesslike. Yeah? Li locked up and spun around. I think it's a little tight. He deliberately tugged at his tie, revealing a sliver of his neck. Lin Shui's eyes flickered for a moment, then she slammed her face. Stand still. Yes, sir. Li Lockwood smiled and stood at attention. Any further instructions? Sit. Lin Shui pointed to the chair across from her. Let's talk about work organization. Li locked down and sat down, with only a desk between them. This is the most recent case. Lin Shui pushed over a document, her fingers inadvertently touching his. Both of them shuddered at the same time, but both pretended as if nothing had happened. What? The narc captain can't read the documents? Lin Shui asked with a raised eyebrow when she saw him staring, looking at the pretty boss. Li locks up and looks her straight in the eye. Lin Shui's ears reddened slightly. Pay attention to the occasion. There's no one else here. I'm your boss. So you're shy? Lin Shui was about to retort when the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lunch together, dear? Massiman's voice came. The air froze instantly. Massiman stood in the doorway, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two men. And this is. He walked into the office, his tone tentative. Lin Shui immediately stood up, a professional smile on her face. This is the new police officer, Li Shixiang. He is also. Li Lochu hurriedly coughed. Sir, or not. Li locks up in fear that this stupid with her love brain on top of her head will spill the beans about the University of Queensland. That's a problem. One hasn't memorized the information from college. Massiman is the real deal. That college graduate. Luckily, Massiman didn't care about that. Officer Li. Massiman extended his hand. I've heard a lot about you. Li Lockjaw held his hand, feeling the other party's secretly increased force. Mr. Ma is polite. Saw you last night, didn't I? Massiman said meaningfully. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became subtle. Yes. Lin Shui snaps. It was in the middle of an arrangement. She walked over to Massiman and naturally took his arm. Why are you free today? Wanted to give you a surprise. Massiman wrapped his arm around her waist, but his gaze was on Li Lockjaw. Didn't interrupt your work, did it? Li Lockjaw flipped through the papers without changing his face. The officer is briefing me on the case. Then I'll wait until you guys are done talking. Massiman sat down on the sofa. Lin Shui's expression stiffened for a moment. Honey, aren't you busy? I purposely made time available today. Massiman smiled and said, I want to spend more time with you. Li Lockjaw stood up. I've roughly understood the case. What other instructions do you have? Sir, report to the police academy at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow. Lin Shui said in a businesslike manner. Don't be late. As you wish. Li Lockjaw turned to leave. Officer Lee. Massaman suddenly called out to him. Let's have dinner together tonight? Lin Shue's fingers trembled slightly, and the teacup almost fell. Not too convenient. Lee Lockwood said politely. I have to prepare for tomorrow's training. Massaman stood up and walked over to him. What's the matter? A new coworker won't even appreciate a meal? His words seemed casual, but they were clearly a test. Mr. Ma. Lee Lockjaw looked him straight in the eye. I'm a rather boring person, and I'm afraid I'll spoil your fun. That's not known until we've eaten. Massaman was unforgiving. Lin Shui walked over and forced herself to calm down. Honey, people just came. Don't make it difficult for them. I'm being hospitable. Massaman put his arm around Lin Shui's shoulder. Right, honey? Lee Lockjaw watched as his hand rested on Lin Shui's shoulder, his eyes darkening slightly. Then I'll be respectful. Great. Massaman smiled meaningfully. 7 p.m. Blue Bay Restaurant. I'll drive to pick you guys up, Lin Shui suddenly said. Massaman glanced at her. No, I'll pick you up. Just let Officer Lee go by himself. How is that good? Lin Shui forced a smile. What's there to be embarrassed about? Massaman's contained smile suddenly became meaningful. It's not like we're outsiders. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly. Then I'll take my leave. Lee Lockjaw turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. Lin Shui looked at his back, her heart suddenly empty. Lee Lockjaw walked out of the Law Enforcement Bureau building, and the afternoon sunlight of the koala country shook his eyes. System prompt, host, you could have not gone. I know. He undid his tie and let out a long breath. The phone vibrated with a message from Lin Shui. Don't go. He stared at the screen for a few seconds and replied. Why? Massaman is not simple. I know. So you still promise? It's more suspicious to say no. The message box shows that the other person is typing, but it doesn't send anything after a long time. Lee Lockjaw was about to put away his cell phone when a new message suddenly popped up. Be careful. He looked at the 3 words and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Worried about me? You're overthinking it. So is it too late for me to back out? Late. Lin Shui sent a cold expression. So give me a reward? What do you want? Lee Lockdown was about to reply when another message popped up. Massaman is around. Not chatting. His smile froze instantly. Host, these 200 points are more difficult than Chen Bishi is. Bessie-chan? He said irritably. How is Bessie-chan? Host, I've been feeling powerful prying. She's probably about to awaken. And how would I be? The consequences. Unimaginable. She will take the lucky value like you. But, I don't know what way. Brother Unity. Less talking. More upgrading. The Blue Bay restaurant is located in the busiest harbor area in the Koala State, with floor-to-ceiling windows that look out onto the sparkling sea. Lee Lockjaw arrived half an hour early and chose a seat with a view of the doorway. What can I get you? Sir? The waiter handed over the menu. Wait for the others. He asked for a whiskey, keeping his eyes on the entrance. At 7 o'clock sharp, Massaman walked in with his arm around Lin Shui. Lin Shui had changed into a dark blue dress today, her hair falling over her shoulders, looking much softer than at work. Sorry to keep you waiting. Massaman pulled out a chair for Lin Shui to sit down, moving in a gentlemanly manner. Just arrived. Lee Lockjaw stood up, his eyes meeting Lin Shui's briefly. Officer Lee drinks whiskey? Massaman looked at the glass in front of him. I thought you drink red wine. Professional habit. Lee Lockjaw shook his glass. Narcotics cops love hard liquor. Is that so? Massaman gave Lin Shui a meaningful look. My wife prefers red wine instead. Lin Shui's fingers trembled slightly as she pretended to concentrate on the menu. Everyone has different tastes, Lee Lockjaw said lightly. Just like some people like to be straightforward and some people like to beat around the bush. Ma Shiming's eyes suddenly became sharp. Is Officer Lee talking about me? I was just talking about the wine. Lee locked up and looked him straight in the eye. Where was Mr. Ma thinking? Chapter 158. 2 roosters at each other's throats. Order the food. Lin Shui broke the ice. I heard the lobster here is good. Don't you not love seafood? Ma Shiming and Lee Lockjaw said at the same time. The air froze instantly. Lin Shui's fingers clenched the menu so tightly that her knuckles turned white. It seems that Officer Lee knows my wife's tastes well. Ma Shiming put down his wineglass with a chill in his voice. We had dinner together when we were working on a case before. Lee Lockjaw didn't change his face. Professional habit. Better memory. Yes? Massaman turned to Lin Shui. Honey, why didn't you mention this to me? There's nothing to mention about work. Lin Shui forced herself to be calm. The waiter came in at the right time. Are you several ready to order? I'll have the steak. Medium rare. Massaman said. How about you, dear? Spaghetti is fine. Lin Shui's voice was soft. Where's Officer Lee? Massaman asked. Same as sir. Lee locks up and says. I like spaghetti too. Massaman's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. It seems you do have a common language. Mr. Ma. Lee Lockwood put down his glass. Are you implying something? What can I imply? Masaman smiled meaningfully. Just that you guys hit it off. Lin Shui suddenly stood up. I'm going to the restroom. After Lin Shui left, the atmosphere at the table became even more gloomy. Officer Lee, Masaman shook his glass of red wine. Do you think my wife is pretty? That question doesn't seem appropriate. Lee locks up and looks him straight in the eye. What's inappropriate? Masaman leaned back in his chair. Just a casual conversation. Mr. Ma, Lee Lockjaw put down his glass. What exactly are you trying to say? Last night, Masaman's voice suddenly turned cold. What were you talking about on the street? Work. Late at night. Just to work? Narcotics cases are usually open-ended. Is that so? Masaman sneered. Then why did my wife see me coming and say you were a co-worker? Because I do work with her. Since last night? The two men's eyes met in the air, neither one backing down. Mr. Ma, said Lee Lockwood slowly, are you suspecting your wife? I'm just curious. Masaman's fingers tapped on the desktop. Why she's been so distracted lately? Maybe it's the stress of the job. Maybe it's because of you. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Lin Shui returned. Talking about what? Lin Shui asked with forced ease, but her fingers were shaking slightly. Talking about work. Masaman put his arm around her shoulders. Right. Officer Lee? Yes. Lee Lockjaw looked at Masaman's arm, his eyes darkening slightly. In his mind, he sneered. It's immoral to cuckold someone, but I want to convince people with virtue. The waiter served the dish, and the aroma was overflowing. Taste it. Ma Ximing cut off a piece of steak and tenderly fed it to Lin Shui's mouth. You've lost weight recently. Lin Shui opened her mouth stiffly, but her gaze involuntarily flicked to Lee Lockjaw. Officer Lee's pasta is getting cold. Ma Ximing suddenly said, why don't you move your chopsticks? In admiration of the loving couple, Lee Lockjaw raised his glass. Enviable. Masaman's smile deepened. Officer Lee isn't married, is he? There's no fit. That's a shame. Ma Ximing deliberately kissed Lin Shui on the cheek. How nice to have someone to love. Lin Shui's body visibly stiffened. Lee Lockjaw's fingers gripped his wineglass tightly. Mr. Ma is very good at hurting people. That's natural. Masaman said meaningfully. I'm a man who treasures what I have. An object? Lee Lockjaw's voice suddenly turned cold. Captain Lin is a person, not an object. The atmosphere at the table instantly dropped to freezing point. I slipped up. Masaman raised his glass. Officer Lee won't be offended. Will he? No. Lee locks up and stares him in the eye. I'm just reminding Mr. Ma that respect is important. Lin Shui kicked Lee Lockjaw under the table, signaling him to stop talking. Speaking of respect, Masaman put down his glass. Does Officer Lee think it's respectful to be alone with someone else's wife late at night? Ma Ximing. Lin Shui finally couldn't help herself. What the hell are you trying to say? What do I want to say? Masaman sneered. Don't you know it in your heart? We're really just talking about work. Is that so? Masaman turned to Lee Lockjaw. Then why did you suddenly join the police force today? Because of the lack of people. Lee Lockjaw said calmly. Coincidence? Masaman's voice was tinged with sarcasm. We met last night, and today we're co-workers. You're doubting me? Lin Shui's voice shook. I just want to know the truth. Masaman's fingers tapped on the desktop. Why have you been avoiding me lately? I didn't. Why won't you let me touch you? Enough. Lee Lockjaw suddenly stood up. This is a public place. A public occasion? Masaman stood up as well. So private occasions are fine? The diners around them began to look sideways. Ma Ximing, calm down. Lin Shui pulled his arm. I'm cool. Masaman shrugged off her hand. Calm enough to watch his wife scowl at another man. You're drunk. Lin Shui's voice shook. I'm not drunk. Ma Ximing stared at Lee Lockjaw. On the contrary, there are people who are so drunk that they even dare to covet other people's wives. Mr. Ma, Lee Lockjaw's voice was cold as ice. Take back your words. Or what? Masaman sneered. You're going to stand up for her? I'm just reminding you to watch your words. What? Heartbroken? Ma Ximing. Lin Shui snapped. Are you crazy? I am mad. Masaman turned to her. Crazy enough to watch his wife's heartache for another man. I didn't. Then why did you speak for him? Because you're being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Masaman's voice suddenly rose. Then tell me, what exactly were you talking about last night? The entire restaurant fell silent. All eyes focused on the table. Let's go. Lin Shui stood up and pulled Masaman's arm. No one is allowed to leave until we're clear. Masaman shook her off. This is not the place to talk. Lee Lockjaw stood up as well. Go back and talk about what you have. You're in no position to interrupt. Masaman turned to him. This is between me and my wife. But you're hurting her. I hurt her. Masaman sneered. And you? What are you doing? Lee Lockdown was silent for a second. I was just protecting my superior. Boss? Massaman's voice was tinged with sarcasm. That's not the way you look at your boss. What do you want? Lin Shue's voice was tinged with tears. What do I want? Massaman grabbed her wrist. I want to know if you're in love with him. Let her go. Lee locked up and stepped forward. You dare to do it? Massaman looked at him provocatively. I said, let go of her. Lee Lockjaw's voice was as cold as ice. Lin Shue's wrists had been pinched to the point of redness, and tears were welling up in her eyes. The manager of the restaurant hurriedly ran. Several people. Please don't be here. Get out of here. Massaman roared. Just then, Lee Lockjaw suddenly struck out and accurately clasped Massaman's wrist. How dare you? Ma Shiming let go of Lin Shue's hand in pain. I said don't hurt her. Lee Lockjaw's voice was icy cold. Lin Shui rubbed her reddened wrists as tears finally fell. You guys are really something. Massaman laughed hideously. Why else would he care about you so much? Enough! Lin Shui suddenly shouted. I've had enough. The entire restaurant was silent. You want to know the truth, don't you? She wiped away her tears. Yes. I'll tell you. Lin Shui. Lee Lockjaw tried to stop her. No need to stop me. Lin Shui took a deep breath. Yes. We've known each other for a long time. Massaman's face turned ironic. But it's not what you think. She continued. We're just partners. Partners who were once born together. Partner? Massaman sneered. So you're giving up our relationship for him? You're the one who gave up on your feelings. Lin Shui suddenly exploded. From the moment you started cheating and finished. You think I don't know? Her voice took on a choke tone. All that you did in the capital? Those fat white pigs. Massaman froze. Since you are like this, Lin Shui's tears couldn't stop flowing. What qualifications do you have to ask me? Chapter 159 Lin Xiaoning's Hint. The sound of Massaman's shattered wine glass echoed through the restaurant, the shards splattering all over the floor like his shattered dignity at the moment. He stumbled out of the restaurant, his back looking both angry and wretched. Lin Shui stood still, tears slipping silently. She slowly raised her hand to wipe away her tears and straightened her messy hair, as if to put away all her weakness. As she turned to leave, she didn't even leave a glance for Lee Lockjaw. The sound of high heels drifted away on the marble floor. Lee Lockjaw looked at the dark blue back and screamed in his heart. Should I continue to convince people with virtue? Lin Shui. He had just taken a step. Need a hand? A voice with a hint of flirtation sounded behind him, like he was watching an interesting play. Lee Lockjaw turned around and saw Lin Xiaoning leaning against the dining table. She wore a red dress today that stood out in the soft lighting of the restaurant. Her mouth was tipped with that characteristic girlish smile that was somewhere between innocence and witticism. Kid, step aside. He rubbed his temples. Little brat? Lin Xiaoning blinked and suddenly spun around. The red hem of the skirt drew a beautiful arc in the air. Look at it. My figure doesn't lose to Lin Shui at all. And it's guaranteed to be bigger than her ass. Believe it or not. She did this with a touch of deliberate naivety, but with a hint of indefinable seduction. What the hell do you want? Li Lockju frowned, a note of caution in his voice. Lin Xiaoning gracefully sat down across from him, moving like a proud cat. She reached for Massaman's unfinished red wine and shook it gently in the light. Trying to help you. She took a sip of her wine, her eyes suddenly mature. I'm not a kid anymore. Li Lockjaw looked at her skillful wine-tasting posture and suddenly realized that the girl in front of him had indeed grown up. Adults don't behave like this without a big deal. It can't be helped. Lin Xiaoning put down her wine glass, and a bit more bitterness was suddenly added to her smile. She looked down at the red liquid in her glass as if looking at her own reflection. You know, no one in this city wants to be my friend. Why? Li Lockjaw unconsciously softened his tone. Because my dad is a drug dealer. She said this unusually calmly, as if she were talking about someone else. In other people's eyes, I'm the daughter of a drug dealer. The lights in the dining room flickered on and off, casting dappled light on her face. Li Lockjaw suddenly noticed an imperceptible glint of tears in the corner of her eyes. What exactly is your relationship with Lin Shui? He spoke hesitantly. Alright, just for your information, she's my little aunt. Lin Xiaoning's finger drew circles on the desktop. To be precise, it's a former sister-in-law. Was? Ever since my dad went down that path, she severed her ties with us. Lin Xiaoning lifted her head. Her eyes had a complexity that didn't fit her age. Ironically, back then, if it wasn't for my dad, she wouldn't have been able to come to Koala Country at all. Are you saying that your father is her bondsman? Li Lockjaw's gaze sharpened. The sea breeze outside the window blew the curtains, and the lights from the restaurant cast swaying shadows on Lin Xiaoning's face. She stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, her back to Li Lockwood. Yeah. Her voice held a hint of nostalgia. I was little then, and I remember when my little aunt first came to visit. She always came to see me with candy. Li Lockjaw looked at her back in silence. The silhouette of the young girl looked especially lonely in the twilight. So you're a native of the Koala Country? He asked, his voice unconsciously gentle. Lin Xiaoning turned around, and moonlight poured in through the window, gilding her with a faint silver edge. She raised her chin with pride in her eyes. Yeah, so I'm not afraid of anything. Lee Lockwood surprisingly blurted out. So you have a big ass? Host, are you really? Shut up, and since she's an adult, she should know the price of playing with fire. Host, you're making excuses for yourself. I'm cherishing every opportunity, even if it's 40 points. I'm going to give it a shot. The system stopped talking, so I guess the CPU burned out. With such a shameless host, any system would have to collapse. At this moment, Lin Xiaoning walked back to the table and leaned down close to Li Lockjaw, her red skirt drawing a colorful arc in the air. Want to take a look? Li Lockjaw smelled the faint perfume on her body, the kind of ambiguous aroma between a young girl and a woman. He leaned back, his voice turning cold again. You can off. Goon. Lin Xiaoning advanced instead of retreating. What? You like mature women like my sister-in-law? Get up off. Li locked up and stood up, looking down at her. Don't play with fire with me. You're too close to me. Li Lockju took a step back, his voice still calm. Lin Xiaonan, however, relentlessly followed, her red dress like a flowing flame in the moonlight. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Her voice was compelling, but her eyes were pure as a child's. This paradoxical contrast caused Li Lockjaw to feel a twinge of uneasiness. What the hell do you want? He frowned. I said. She cocked her head with an innocent smile. Trying to help you. Help me with what? To help you catch up with Lin Shui. She winked. I'm her niece. I know all her favorites. Li Lockwood sneered. And then what? Let her know I've been seeing you? What are you thinking? Lin Xiaoning pretended to be aggrieved. Am I that kind of person? I don't care what you are. He turned to go. Lin Xiaoning suddenly pulled on his sleeve. Do you know? What's her favorite wine? Let go. Know why she always wears dark colors? I said let go. Any idea why she married Massaman? Li Lockjaw stopped in his tracks, and Lin Xiaoning took the opportunity to move closer. Her perfume scent wafting if nothing else. Want to know? You're playing with fire. His voice carried a warning. What about you? She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear. Aren't you playing with fire, too? Moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting two interlocking shadows on the floor. You know what? Lin Xiaoning walked around Li Lockjaw, the hem of her red skirt gently brushing against his pants leg. Lin Shui is actually very lonely. Enough. Li Locksu's voice was tinged with impatience. Massaman is busy with his business all day, she said to herself, running her fingers over Li's locked shoulder. And she, alone, can only pretend to be busy at the police station. Li locked on and grabbed her wrist. You're testing me? Trying? Lin Xiaoning smiled, but her eyes held an indescribable sadness. I'm just telling you the truth. What truth? She needs you. She broke away from his hand and took a few steps back. Like I need a friend. Li Lockjaw looked at her. The young girl in the moonlight was both innocent and dangerous. What do you want? Like I said. She spun around, her red dress arcing perfectly in the air. I want a friend. Wrong person. No. She stopped abruptly and looked him straight in the eye. You're not like the others. What's different? The way you look at me. She approached slowly. Doesn't carry contempt, or sympathy, or that nauseating desire. Li Lockjaw looked at her in silence. Chapter 160, Prince Killed. It's cloudy in the island's Eastling prison. MS. Quartz. You can go now. The guard opened the cell door. His tone businesslike. Quartz Nobuko stood in the doorway, looking out into the sunlight with complicated eyes. The big bridge son stood a short distance away with a triumphant smile on his face. Hard work. The big bridge boy approached and said softly, I've done all the paperwork for the medical parole. Why are you helping me? Nobuko Ishii's voice was a little hoarse. Because we still need you. The big bridge boy handed her a cell phone. Your cell phone. Remember the deal you promised me. You can't call me hard. Nobuko Ishii took the phone and took a hard breath of free air. Don't worry, as long as it doesn't die. Good. Get into hiding and stay out of trouble. The big bridge boy straightened his suit. After this, there will be chaos in the world. Where's Quartz Honen? You're still looking for him? The big bridge boy turned to go and stopped again. Remember, don't do anything extra. Nobuko Shiriying looked at her back, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Wait, tell me what really happened back then. The big bridge man paused. That's my card too. We have each other, aren't we safer? That night, the moon was like water. Wearing black night clothes, Shirring Hanan tumbled silently into the backyard of the prince's residence. The guards were moved to the front yard. As planned. I'm ready to do it. He was whispering in his headset with big bridges. The guards are all in the front yard. And in the backyard are two songstresses. In the spa house, the great bridges were at this time on official business in the province of Dawei. And with the local police department in tow, Honam Ishii is still a bit cautious and can't trust anyone these days. This may be a lover. but she'll kill her own father for profit. He used his night vision and looked closely, confirming that the human-sized thermal imaging, indeed, matched what she had said before moving on. Shirang Haonan touched into the prince's bedroom, and the moonlight shone through the gauze curtains on the sleeping prince's face. He drew his dagger from his waist, the blade glowing coldly in the moonlight. He didn't hesitate and had been waiting for this day for over 20 years. The blade slashed across his throat and blood spurted silently. The prince didn't even have time to open his eyes. Just stomp on your legs and choke to death. Meanwhile, the Ishikawa Prefectural Police Department. Li Taiyao. Hiwei stared at the file and frowned. That's a really random name. Simeone came over with 2 cups of coffee. Anything? Look at this. Hiwei pointed at the screen. A rich boy from Goryeo. As soon as he made the offer, he bought a building, and after that the man disappeared. And you can't find an exit record? Hiwei pulled up another document. That Kawada Yuko didn't know anything about it when she asked. Simeone put down her coffee and moved closer to the screen. So he's still on the island? Hiding? I don't know. Hiwei's eyes became puzzled. But I have a feeling he left here. Simeone is in leave us? At that moment, the men came in to follow and report. Mr. A message came from Dongling. Interpol came to investigate Quartz Shinja, suspecting that their gang is related to a shooting case in the country of Koala. Oh, Koala Land? Hiwei stood up. Murni, let's go to the East Tomb. Simone, what happened to Dongling? Hiwei, we have to go to Eastling prison right away. Interpol has been contacted. Hiwei sharply packed her belongings. They will meet us there. 4 hours later, Dongling prison. What? Released? Hiwei's voice carried disbelief. The warden pushed up his glasses. Yes, this morning on medical parole. Who authorized this? Prosecutor's Big Bridge son. Hiwei and Simone glanced at each other, both seeing the alertness in the other's eyes. Can I see the bail papers? Simeone asked gently. Of course. The warden flipped over the paperwork. The paperwork is complete. Hiwei quickly skimmed through the document and suddenly pointed to a place. This doctor's signature. What's wrong? Simeone came over. Remember him? Hiwei's voice turned cold. Just find him and ask. Meanwhile, the psychiatric clinic. MS. Chen. The doctor pushed up his glasses. Did you see those images again? Chen Bishi sat on the sofa, her eyes in a trance. Yes, those numbers. What numbers? Lucky. Her voice quivered. Everyone has a different number on them. The doctor recorded. Anything else? I saw myself absorbing those numbers. Chen Bishi held her head. Then, I'll live forever. When you say longevity, the doctor put down his pen and scrutinized Chen Bishi's expression. What exactly does it feel like? Chen Bishi's fingers unconsciously twisted her skirt, her eyes fluttering. It's like there's a force flowing through the body. When did you start feeling this way? I don't remember. She closed her eyes. But every time I think of a man, the feeling is especially strong. The doctor frowned slightly. A man? Who is it? What's the name? He has left this world. Chen Bishi suddenly became agitated. I don't want to mention his name. Calm down. MS. Chun. The doctor handed her a glass of water. Chen Bishi's hands shook so badly that the water spilled on her skirt. I'm sorry. Never mind. The doctor handed over a tissue. When you say lucky, can you describe it specifically? Like. She struggled to organize her words. Like there's a point of light in everyone. Some bright, some dim. You can see these points of light? Yes. Her eyes suddenly cleared. And I know that I can find him if I absorb enough luck. The doctor wrote in the chart. Hallucinations worsened. Recommended increase in dosage. No, I'm not mental. I want to go home. That's when the door was opened. Chen Bin and Simo Yuan walked in together. Daughter, Daddy, Mommy, get me out of here. I'm not sick. Simeon stepped forward and hurriedly hugged her daughter, whimpering. Okay, we're going home. Early in the morning, the island's major media headlines. The prince was killed. And the nation was shocked. It's over. Luke put down the newspaper and looked at Hiwei and Simone. All police forces will be devoted to the prince's case. Hiwei stood in front of the window, looking out at the police cars running away in a hurry. Quartz Shinzi picked a good time. You mean? Simeone's eyes lit up. Right. Hiwei turned, her eyes sharp. The murder of the prince was no coincidence. It was a perfect smokescreen. Luke smiled bitterly, but it's too late for that now. Interpol has also been ordered to prioritize their assistance in the investigation of the prince's case. The streets were filled with the sound of sirens, and the entire island was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. We have to go. Simeone gathered her papers. The situation on the island is too sensitive right now. Back to the Dragon Kingdom? Hiwei asked. Well, get out of the wind first. Simeone handed her the plane ticket. Come back to the investigation when the wind has passed. Hiwei took the airfare and looked at the time. Quartz Letter's move was really ruthless. It's not her. Luke snapped. It's the people who are using her. Great Bridge Son? Or, Luke looked meaningfully out the window. Someone further up. Chapter 161, Hostage Liberation. Early morning sunlight slanted down the corridors of the Melbourne Law Enforcement Agency in Koala Country. Lee Lockjaw leaned against the window and sipped his coffee as he watched Lin Shui walk from the parking lot. She wore a light blue uniform today, and her hair was tied up high, making her look competent and elegant. Good morning, sir. He raised his coffee cup, his eyes still on Nakasanji. Lin Shui walked past him without lifting her head, her high heels knocking out a crisp sound on the floor. Still angry? He followed up. Over the other night? Officer Lee. She stopped and turned to look at him. Please be mindful of the occasion. Colleagues in the office pricked up their ears. And when is the right occasion? He lowered his voice. There's no proper occasion. She pushed open the office door. The sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled light on her face. So you're going to stay like this? He leaned against the doorframe. We were supposed to. She pretended to organize the papers on her desk, but didn't bother to shout a word about getting out. Up and down. Lee Lockwood smiled and winked, sipping his coffee softly. It's really just up and down? Lin Shui's finger slightly lurched. Officer Lee, aren't you going to the police academy for training today? I know. He didn't move, but I was wondering if you were coming alone? She looked up, her eyes cold. If you keep this up, I'll request a transfer to another department. Transfer? Lee Lockwood laughed. Because I'm bothering you? Lin Shui didn't answer and lowered her head to continue organizing the documents. The sunlight filtered through her hair, casting tiny specks of light on the tabletop. Report, sir. Ma Xiaoshui burst into the office. There's an armed robbery in the third area. Li Lockjaw turned around and was about to leave, but he heard Lin Shui say, I'll go myself. You? He frowned. Is there a problem? She had picked up her sidearm. It's my duty. All right, I'll hurry to the training. Li Lockjaw hurriedly buggered off. You're coming with me. Lee locked up and shouted back with a roar from the pussy who was changing her shoes. He walked over to her and crouched down just in time to look at the white neck wearing the steel cross necklace. Lin Shui didn't dodge this time. It seemed to be uninterested and made a point of widening the collar. Can you shoot? Ha! Lee Lockjaw responded. Does a slow gunshot count? Behave yourself. This is real life. Follow me. Lin Shui put on her police boots and stood up. Go! The police car whistled toward the third area. Lin Shui gripping the steering wheel with a torch-like gaze. Let me drive. Lee locked up and looked at her taut side. No need. She increased the gas. I'm wide awake. The police car turned a sharp corner, tires screeching. You're gambling. He grabbed the armrest. Officer Lee. Her voice was cold as ice. Please focus on the mission. The scene of the robbery was a jewelry store where two robbers were holding the clerk at gunpoint. The scene has been cordoned off by vehicles. Yet it wasn't a police blockade. There were too many cars and the two simpletons didn't get out. Lee locks up with his sunglasses against the harsh sunlight. Why did these two guys rush to rush hour to smash the bank? Ma drew her shotgun from the car. I don't know. Is it jet lag? Lee Lockjaw nodded. Makes sense. Drop your weapons. Lin Shui was the first to lean in, using the car as cover. Raise your gun. Voice clear. The robber turned and fired, the bullet grazing her cheek. Lee Lockjaw pulled her to the back of the car. Are you crazy? Just surround it and wait for the commandos to come. Let go of me. She struggled. What are you trying to prove? He grabbed her wrist. Prove you're good? The glass counter of the jewelry store shattered all over the floor, the sunlight shining on the glass slag and refracting a blinding light. Captain, we have surrounded the entire neighborhood. Ma Xiaoshui's voice came over the intercom. Be aware that the robbers may have hostages. Lin Shui's voice regained its professional calm. Lee locked up and let go of her wrist, but remained in front of her. Let me go in first. You're in no position to order me around. Her eyes were stubborn. Inside the store, the robber cornered the three clerks. Stay back or I'll shoot. Calm down. Lee locked his hands up and slowly stepped out of cover. We can talk. Lin Shui took the opportunity to go around the side of the store and peered inside through the shattered glass window. Talk about what? The armed robbers were agitated. Let the helicopter come, or I'll shoot them. Okay, I'll make contact. Lee locked up and continued to approach. But you have to guarantee the safety of the hostages. The second robber suddenly spotted Lin Shui's figure. Boss, there's a cop back there. Gunshots rang out, and Lin Shui quickly rolled over, the bullet hitting the spot where she had just stood. Lin Shui. Lee Lockjaw's heart skipped a beat. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly sidestepped a car to the side. Stupid woman. I'm going to negotiate at this hour. What are you moving for? Do you have to get me killed? He spat hard and continued to watch. You cannot reveal your special skills at this time. Host. Once again. You are not yet a Vajra. Do not act without authorization. I know Brother Unity. You're still the best to me. Brother Unity. Please ask for your gender. I'm fine. Lin Shue's voice came over the intercom. Watch your position. Li Lockjaw smiled bitterly and turned to look in Lin Shue's direction. Married women. What a flavor. At this moment, Lin Shue was half crouching behind a car, holding a gun in one hand, taking aim, and half-squatting hips were rounded and tightened by the taut-mounted police pants. Li locked up being able to see the outline of her panties. I couldn't help but feel a rush of heat in the small of my back. Damn. She has to be whipped once tonight. Li Tae-hyun. Are you okay? Ma Xiaoshui arrived with reinforcements. And he was also a black-haired, yellow-skinned dragon blood. Speaking not so fluent Rukoku. Handsome. How many years have you been here? Rico. I'm only 6 months in. Li locks up and checks the gun once more. Why do this? Because handsome. Look out. Li Lockjaw pressed Ma Xiaoshui's head. Don't want to die? Can't probe. The opposite side is very professional. Seems to be military. Ma Xiaoshui laughed nervously. Nonsense. All the people in the Koala Kingdom are soldiers. Any of them will use weapons. That's when the headset came through. Captain. Snipers in position. Tell them to wait for my signal. Lin Shue's voice was soft. Li Taiyu. Are you ready? Am I ready for reduce? Ready to die? This stupid woman. She just directs blindly. At this point the kidnappers on the other side of the room were clearly more anxious. One of them yelled. Don't play games. Call the female officer over to negotiate. Unarmed. Li locks up close. When he heard this, he stood up in a hurry. It's useless for you to call her. She just came on board today. I'm the deputy director. I call the shots. Talk to me, okay? The kidnappers across the street were wearing masks. One of them said, You fart. Your position is that of a petty constable. Li Lockjaw hurriedly waved his hand with Lin Shue, signaling her not to get up. You can't die from a few rounds yourself. You can't afford to lose your lucky 200. I don't usually wear a police uniform. This is my secretary's, casually worn in a hurry when I came here. The kidnappers, presumably from Africa, looked at each other for a few moments. Okay, come over here and do what we want and get on with it. I'll say it again. Li Tao's voice was steady and strong. Drop your weapons and I'll guarantee your safety. The robber pointed a gun at the hostage's head. What can you guarantee? Can you guarantee that I won't kill the hostage? Li Taiyu slowly moved his feet and swept his gaze across the entire store. Kill the hostages and you will all die. If you put down your weapons, I can save you from death. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The robber spat. You cops can be trusted? The store's air conditioner was still running, and the cold air blew around the jewelry price tags scattered all over the place. Li Taiyu noticed that one of the robber's hands were shaking. Are any of you hurt? He looked to the shivering robber. None of your business. The opponent subconsciously covered his left arm. Li Taiyu continued to look around. Do you need a doctor? I can arrange it. Cut the crap. The gun-toting robber yelled. Call the helicopter. The helicopter will take time. Li Tao's voice remained calm. But the doctor can be there right away. The injured robber visibly shook. Boss. Shut up. The armed robber glared at him. Li Taiyu noticed that one of the hostages, a young girl, was shivering. Let the girl out first. It's a sign of good faith. While talking, Boo moved forward. Don't you do that. Look at her. Li Taiyu pointed at the girl. She's going into shock. Something happens, and your sins are compounded. The injured robber's voice was a bit panicked. Boss. Should you brainwashed by the cops? The armed robber suddenly turned to his accomplice. In this moment of distraction, Li Taiyu lunged at the nearest hostage. Chapter 162 rescued successfully. Shards of glass crunched under his feet, and Li Taiyu tumbled behind the counter, shielding his hostage. Bang! The bullet hit the counter, splattering wood shavings. Are the snipers in position? Li Taiyu pressed the intercom. It will take another 30 seconds. Ma Xiaoshui's voice came. Damn! It's going to take another 30 seconds. Do I have to be screwed? Li Lockjaw looked at Lin Shue's position. They had the sense to stay put. Asterisk 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 apathy. I'm catching fire with bandits. Where's the backup? Never seen such a teammate. That's when the shout came from the headset. Attention all. The anti-terrorist commandos have arrived and will attack in 10 seconds. Please bring your gas masks. Li Lockjaw's afterglow looked at Lin Shue, and sure enough, a police officer handed him a gas mask. Li locks up because he bursts too far forward and no one sends him. Nima? These scaredy cats. Li locked his head down and saw the girl underneath him. Girl, are you of age? The girl nodded warily. How about borrowing your BRA? The girl looked at Li Lockjaw in horror. Sorry about that. With a gasp, Li locked his hands with an extra black bra. He looked at the shivering girl in his arms. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes. Get thee out of there. The robber's voice was tinged with madness. Li Lockjaw observed the reflection of the glass counter. and the position of the two robbers was clearly visible. The injured one had leaned against the wall, cold and sweaty. Your accomplice is dying. He raised his voice. If we don't get medical attention, he'll die. None of your business. The armed robber fired another shot. Li Lachu counted the number of bullets. You still have 4 rounds left. The robber visibly panicked. $300,000 in cash. And the helicopter will have to wait 2 hours. Li Taiyu continued. But your accomplices might not last that long. The injured robber's breathing was getting heavier. Boss, I really can't make it. Shut up. The armed robber turned his head and yelled. Just then, a crisp sound of breaking glass came from the skylight. The robber instinctively looked up as a smoke grenade landed with precision. Li Lakja immediately pressed the girl's bra against the girl's face. Hold your breath. Amidst the smoke, raiders burst in from all sides. Li Lachu hurriedly escorted the girl through the smoke and tried to run outside. The smoke cleared and the sun shone back into the jewelry store. Hostages clear. The commando leader gestured. Suspect subdued. Came another voice. Li Taiyu let go of the still shaking girl. It's okay. Thanks. The girl looked up, tears in her eyes. Ma Xiaoshui ran over and patted Li Taiyu's shoulder. Awesome. Old Li. Luck. Li Taiyu stood up and patted the wood shavings off his body. Luck? Ma Xiaoshui laughed. You deliberately provoked that injured robber to distract the boss, didn't you? Li Taiyu didn't reply and turned around to check the scene. Officer Li. Lin Shui approached, her voice businesslike. Please make a case report. Yes sir. He pulled out his notepad. 2 suspects, 1 with a gunshot wound. She interrupted him. Why did you move without waiting for reinforcements? Ma Xiaoshui interjected. Captain, if not for Lao Li. Shut up. Lin Shui glared at him. Li Taiyu closed the notepad and wanted to say isn't it for your safety? But the words changed. The hostage is at risk of shock and the situation is urgent. So you took the liberty? Her voice held a chill. I judged the time to be right. Judging? She sneered. You're gambling. No. He looked her straight in the eye. I'm saving lives. Lin Shui averted her face. Write a detailed report and give it to me by the end of the day today. Yes, sir. The night was like water, creeping across the window pane of the police station in Koala Land. The lights in the hallway went out one by one, leaving only the office at the end still lit. Li Taixiang stood at the corner of the corridor, watching Lin Shui's figure flicker in and out of the light. She had just changed into a darker uniform and looked like a silent shadow in the dark. Moonlight weaves a silver fence across the floor through the blinds. Lin Shui's high heels stepped in this interplay of light and shadow, making a slight sound. The report is finished. He walked in slowly. Lin Shui was organizing the documents, her slender fingers flipping between the pages. At the sound of his voice, she paused imperceptibly in her movements, but quickly regained her normalcy. Put it on the table. Her voice was calm, as if she were saying something perfectly ordinary. Won't you look at it? He set the report down on the table, his fingertips brushing over her papers with intent. Lin Shui took half a step back and pretended to be organizing the filing cabinet behind her. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You're angry. It wasn't a question. I didn't. Her voice tightened a little, and the movements of her hands became messy. Moonlight streamed over the side of her face, tracing a soft outline. She kept her head down, her long hair hanging down to hide her expression. Good. Then I'll leave first. Li Taiyu turned around, his footsteps echoing in the empty office. Lin Shui's fingers tightened on the document, her knuckles whitening slightly. His footsteps grew farther away while her breath caught. The moonlight still spilled silently across the floor, like a silver web, entangling her mind in ever more confusion. Wait. She finally spoke, her voice softer than she expected. Li Taiyu stopped at the door without turning around. Anything else? The report. She bit her lip. The report is better read now. I thought we said tomorrow? His tone took on a touch of carelessness. Lin Shui picked up the report on the table, the paper trembling slightly in her hands. I want to confirm some details, then I'll ask the officer to take a look at it. He still didn't look back. She flipped through the report but couldn't read a word of it. The air in the office seemed to freeze, and even breathing became difficult. Here, her voice trailed off a bit. Why did you risk saving the hostages? The report is clear. He finally turned around, the moonlight casting deep shadows on his face. I want to hear it from you. She looked up, a hint of supplication in her gaze that she didn't even notice herself. Li Taiyu approached her, each step seeming to step on her heart. Because that is my duty. Just duty? Her voice was softer. Or else. Li Taiyu stood in front of the window, the moonlight outlining his upright silhouette. Lin Shui's fingers unconsciously rubbed the edges of the report, and the paper made a subtle sound. You're too impulsive today. She put down the report and walked over to the window. The night breeze slipped in through the half-open window, ruffling her hair with the warmth of early summer. I thought you'd praise me. He turned his head sideways, his mouth tinted with a smirk if anything. Praise you for what? She subconsciously tidied her wind-blown hair. Praise for your disregard for your own safety? So you're worried about my safety? Her fingers curled. I was worried about the safety of the whole operation. Lee Taiyu turned to leave. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sir, where are you going? She blurted out. Go home. He paused in his steps. Unless the officer has other instructions? Lin Shui bit her lip, the moonlight casting fine specks of light on her face. That girl. Hostages? She seems to have a crush on you. Her voice held a hint of acidity that she didn't even notice. Li Taiyu turned around and looked at the side of her face against the light. You're jealous? Her voice trailed off. Just thought you were being reckless. Chapter 163, You're jealous. Or else. Li Taiyu stood in front of the window, the moonlight outlining his upright silhouette. Lin Shui's fingers unconsciously rubbed the edges of the report, and the paper made a small sound. You're too impulsive today. She put down the report and walked over to the window. The night breeze slipped in through the half-open window, ruffling her hair with the warmth of early summer. I thought you'd praise me. He turned his head sideways, his mouth tinted with a smirk if anything. Praise you for what? She subconsciously straightened her wind-blown hair. Praise for not caring about your safety? So you're worried about my safety? Her fingers curled. I was worried about the safety of the whole operation. Li Taiyu turned to leave. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sir, where are you going? She blurted out. Go home. He paused in his steps. Unless the chief has other instructions? Lin Shui bit her lip, the moonlight casting fine specks of light on her face. That girl. Hostages? She seems to have a crush on you. Her voice held a hint of acidity that she didn't even notice. Li Taiyu turned around and looked at the side of her face against the light. You're jealous? Her voice trailed off. Just thought you were being reckless. Reckless? Li Taiyu's voice held a hint of laughter. Then what do you think I should do? Lin Shui turned around, her back to the moonlight. Follow procedure and wait for reinforcements. And then what? He took a step forward. Watch something happen to the hostages? That's not what I meant. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her coat. The night breeze ruffled the curtains, casting swaying shadows on the floor. Sporadic sirens sounded in the distance, like a reminder that the city never sleeps. So what do you mean? He took another step forward. Lin Shui backed up until she was against the windowsill. I'm just what? His voice trailed off. The moonlight outlined her slightly fluttering eyelashes, fluttering gently like butterfly wings. I hate it when you do that, she said suddenly. Which? Knowing exactly what I'm thinking and forcing me to say it. She looked up with stubbornness in her eyes. Li Taiyu laughed. So tell me, what are you thinking? Her voice suddenly choked. The office door swung gently and creaked in the night air. The emergency light at the end of the hallway flickered, adding a bit of ambiguity to the night. Forget it. Lin Shui took a deep breath and tried to go around him. Li Taiyu didn't stop him. He just stood in place, the moonlight casting deep shadows on his face. Her heels tapped out a crisp sound on the floor, as if she were counting the distance between them. Walking to the door, she stopped abruptly. Today's business. His voice was soft. Don't be so adventurous again. Her hand was on the doorknob, but she was slow to turn it. The night breeze lifted the papers and they rustled as if they were speaking of a speechless heart. Why? He turned around. Because. Her voice was a little squeaky. The sound of sirens faded away in the distance and the entire police station fell into silence. Only the leaves outside the window swayed gently in the wind, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Because? He moved toward her. Lin Shui's fingers tightened on the doorknob. Because I don't want. Don't want what? His footsteps echoed in the empty office. She could feel him getting closer, enveloping her like the night. Don't want to see you get hurt. Her voice was so light it could have drifted away with the wind. Li Taiyu stopped behind her, and the moonlight intertwined their shadows on the floor. What did you say? His voice held a hint of compulsion. Lin Shui's hand slipped off the doorknob. You heard me. The night breeze ruffled her hair with a faint scent of shampoo. The office lights had gone out at some point, leaving only the emergency lights at the end of the hallway to cast a faint glow. I want to hear it again. His breath brushed her ear. She turned around and rested her back against the door. You're always like this. Which? Obviously. She raised her eyes, moonlight swirling in her eyes. Obviously you know everything, and you have to pretend you don't. Li Taiyu laughed, his voice low. What about you? What? It's so obvious that you care about me. His hand propped against her ear. But you're always pushing me away. Lin Shui averted her face, her eyelashes fluttering slightly in the moonlight. I didn't. Nothing? His voice was lower. No. Her voice grew softer and softer, like it was trying to blend into the night. There was the sound of a car driving by in the distance, the glow of its headlights sweeping through the window and casting fleeting shadows of light on the two men's faces. What are you hiding from? Li Taiyu's fingers gently brushed her cheek. Lin Shui subconsciously tried to dodge, but her retreat was blocked by the door. I didn't dodge. Yes? His fingers slid to her chin and lifted it gently. Then why are you afraid to look at me? She was forced to look up, the moonlight illuminating her slightly flushed face. You what? His thumb gently rubbed her chin. Lin Shui bit her lip, her fingers tightening on the door behind her. Let go of me. Really let go? You. Her breath caught a little. This is a police station. Li Taiyu laughed. So you're worried about the wrong location? I didn't. Her voice held a hint of panic. So what's the worry? His face was getting closer. Lin Shui could feel his breath brush her face. Don't what? His lips almost touched her. She closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. Don't do this. Why? His voice was so low it sounded like a sigh. Because. Her voice was tinged with trembling. Because of what? Because. Her fingers unconsciously gripped his lapel. Because I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid I won't be able to control. Her voice was so light it was heavily nasal. Then don't control it. His voice was low and compelling. Lin Shui violently pushed him away and quickly walked towards the end of the corridor. The sound of high heels echoed in the empty hallway, as if they were running away from something. Li Taiyu stood in place, looking at her back with a smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. Walking to the stairway, she stopped abruptly. Tomorrow. His voice came from behind him. Don't be late tomorrow. Her voice returned to its usual calm. Yes, sir. Lin Shui's hand was on the stair railing, her knuckles slightly white. And, what else? There was a smirk in his voice. Tonight's the night. Her voice was a little squeaky. I know. He interrupted her. Nothing happened. Her shoulders shook imperceptibly. What's wrong with me? Please pay attention in the future. She bit her lip. Watch your step. Parting of the ways? He walked toward her, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Lin Shui walked downstairs quickly, as if she was running away from something, and as if she was expecting something. Chapter 164. Keep playing. Li Taiyu, let's just mix it back and forth with Li Lockjaw from now on. Sometimes I get confused. Chasing him out of the police station. The night wind blows the corners of his coat. Lin Shui was about to get into the car when the keys jingled in her slightly shaking hand. Wait. His voice was extraordinarily clear in the night. Her hand stopped on the car door handle and she didn't turn around. Anything else? Is Massaman at home? He walked up behind her, his voice low. Lin Shui's fingers curled up. How long has it been since you've been together? He continued. A week? 2 weeks? It's none of your business. Her voice squeaked a little. The parking lot sensor lights suddenly came on. Sporadic car whistles were heard in the distance. Want to go for a drink? His voice held compulsion. Lin Shui turned around, the moonlight illuminating her slightly flushed face. What do you mean? It's literal. He took a step forward. I know you want to. She bit her lip and was silent for a long time. Good. He laughed suddenly. So easy to say yes? Lin Shui raised her head with a complex emotion in her eyes. Isn't that the answer you wanted? Yeah. He took a step back, his smile still gentle. But it's better that we remain co-workers. What? Her voice trembled a little. After all. He turned to go. I can't seduce a married woman, can I? The sensor light went out at that moment, and in the darkness, Lin Shui bit her lips tightly, her nails sinking deep into her palms. Li Taiyu. Her voice trembled in the night. He stopped but didn't turn around. What is it? Sir? The night breeze ruffled her hair, and the streetlight stretched her shadow as if to catch up with his back. You did that on purpose? Her voice held a hint of gnashing of teeth. I don't understand you. His tone remained mild. The parking lot was plunged into darkness again, with only a faint glow cast by a distant streetlight. You're just being vindictive. Her heels tapped out crisply on the floor. Revenge for what? He finally turned, the moonlight outlining his playful smile. Lin Shui walked up to him with anger in her eyes. Revenge for my coldness towards you before. Sir is overthinking it. He took a step back. I'm just following professional ethics. Work ethic? She sneered. You were just thinking about work ethic in your office? That's different. What's different? At that point, his voice suddenly lowered. I thought you'd say no. Lin Shui's fingers curled into fists. So when I said yes, you backed out instead? It's not flinching. His smile remained gentle. It's respect. Little man, I'll let you play innocent for me? Respect? Lin Shui took a step forward, her heels pounding on the ground. You call that respect? Li Taiyu leaned against a car, the moonlight outlining his leisurely silhouette. Or what? You're just messing with me. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the strap of her bag. I didn't. He pulled out his cigarettes. His movements languid. It just occurred to me to follow the rules. Lin Shui snatched his cigarettes and threw them hard on the ground. When have you ever followed the rules? From now on. He smiled and dusted off his shirt. Isn't that what the chief always wanted for me? You. Her voice took on a quiver, her fingers tightening at her side. Lee Taiyu straightened up and straightened his tie. It's getting late. Sir, it's time to go home. Stop. She grabbed his wrist. The sensor light came on again, illuminating the corners of her reddened eyes. You're just being vindictive. Overthink it. He gently broke away from her hand. I'm just an ordinary subordinate. A normal subordinate would be in the office like that? Her voice was tinged with sarcasm. That was a mistake. He took a step back. I apologize for that. Lin Shui suddenly laughed, her voice a little bit frayed. You're really good, Lee Taiyu. I am flattered. He owed. I'll leave you to it then. Stop right there, she practically shouted. The lights in the parking lot flickered on and off, as if witnessing the silent battle. What's wrong? Lee Taiyu turned around, a gentle smile still on his face. What other instructions do you have, sir? Lin Shui walked quickly to him, her heels tapping out a sharp rhythm on the ground. You think it's funny, don't you? I don't understand. He turned his head slightly sideways, avoiding her gaze. Look at me. She reached for his collar, but he dodged it lightly. The sensory lights went out again, and in the darkness, the sound of the two men's breathing was extraordinarily clear. Sir, his voice remained calm. Mind the image. Image? She sneered. Why don't you think about image when you're in the office? Lee Taiyu straightened the collar that she had wrinkled. That was my fault. I apologize. Apologize? Her voice was tinged with trembling. You think apologizing is the end of it? Or what? He asked rhetorically. What does the officer want? Lin Shui bit her lip, and under the moonlight, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. You know. Well, I don't know. He interrupted her. I'm just an ordinary subordinate. I dare not speculate. You. Her fingers curled into fists, her nails sinking deep into her palms. Lee Taiyu looked at his watch. It's getting late. Sir, it's time to go home. You're just getting back at me for being cold to you before. She snapped. As I said. He laughed and shook his head. The officer is overthinking it. Thinking too much? Lin Shui's voice carried a hint of mockery. Then tell me. When you were in the office, what did you think? Lee Taiyu leaned against the car and pulled out a cigarette. His movements languid. I told you. It was a mistake. Mistake? She snatched his cigarette and squeezed it in her hand. You think I'd believe that? Under the moonlight, his expression was still gentle, but with a hint of teasing. There's nothing you can do if the officer doesn't believe it. The sensor light came on again, illuminating the corners of her slightly reddened eyes. You're just messing with me. Her voice squeaked a little, and the cigarette in her hand was squeezed out of shape. I wouldn't dare. He let out a light laugh. I'm just a subordinate who follows the rules. Lin Shui suddenly took a step forward and almost pressed against his face. Then, if you're this close to me now, does that count as abiding by the rules? It was the officer who came near me. He didn't back away, his breath brushing her face gently. You. Her voice held a tremor. You just did it on purpose. Deliberately what? His voice lowered. Deliberately keeping your distance? Lin Shui bit her lip, her nails sinking deep into her palms. You clearly. Akira what? His gaze fell to her slightly fluttering lashes. Chapter 165 Lin Xiaoning comes to stir up trouble. Sorry, sir. Lee Taiyu suddenly straightened up. It's getting late. He turned around and walked quickly to his car, leaving Lin Shui standing in place, the moonlight stretching her shadow. The engine sounded and the headlights cut through the night. Lin Shui watched his car go away and suddenly smiled. Trying to run? She walked quickly to her car, headset already on. Officer Lee, you forgot our intercom system is still connected. Oh, his voice came through the headset with a smirk. So what did the officer want to say? The streetlights ahead came on in sequence as the two cars chased through the night. Are you that afraid of me? Her voice held provocation. I was afraid for myself. He laughed softly. Lin Shui slammed on the gas. Afraid of what? Afraid of losing control? No. His voice was still gentle. Afraid of too much control. What do you mean? Her fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Literally. His car turned into a side street. Lin Shui was close behind. I thought you were different from other men. Lee locked up and continued to answer on his headset. What does the sir mean? You don't appreciate it when it comes to you? Her voice was tinged with sarcasm. Lee locks up, sir. Wasn't it you who wanted to keep your distance? And I don't want to be the third party. In the moonlight, the two cars weaved through the city streets like a silent pantomime. Lin Shui, then why are you still teasing me? Lee locks up, I'm sorry, sir. You misunderstood. It seems like you're the one chasing me. Lin Shui, we have something we didn't make clear. Lee locks up, I'm sorry, sir. Off-duty hours? I can move as I please. A red sports car suddenly inserted itself from the side road and got between the two. At that moment, Lee Lokja's cell phone also rang. Looking down, it was Lin Xiaoning. Lee locks up and picks up the phone directly from the car. Hello? Officer Lee, Lin Xiaoning's sweet voice came through the speaker. Still not resting this late? When Li Lockjaw heard this, a good idea came to his heart. He immediately connected Lin Xiaoning's phone into the car intercom. This way and Lin Shui can talk together in 3 ways. Lin Shui was pursuing the question when she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Inside came the laughter of Li Lockjaw and Lin Xiaoning. Her fingers tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles whitening slightly. Ms. Lin, Li Taiyu deliberately feigned surprise. Why are you here? I just came out of the bar. Lin Xiaoning's laughter came through the headset. And saw you guys playing chase. It was fun. Lin Shui sneered. Miss Lin is quite idle. Officer Lin. Lin Xiaoning's voice was still sweet. Aren't you playing too? 3 cars weave through the night, the light from the street lamps streaming over them. Officer Li, Lin Xiaoning continued. Want to go for a drink? Lin Shui slammed on the gas and overtook the red sports car. He's not available. Yes? Lin Xiaoning asked with a smile. Officer Li, are you really not available? Li Taiyu laughed softly. Sorry, I really don't have time. Why? Lin Xiaoning pursued. Because you want to play a game of chase with me. Officer Lin? Lin Shui's voice was as cold as ice. Lin Xiaoning, you're meddling too much. I'm just concerned about Officer Li. Lin Xiaoning's voice held innocence. After all, he looks tired. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the 3 cars crisscrossed the ground as if they were enacting a silent contest. The sea breeze blew away the dry heat of the summer night as the 3 cars were parked in the parking lot on the beach. What a coincidence. Lin Xiaoning got out of the car, her red dress fluttering in the sea breeze, both choosing to come here. Li Taiyu leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. It's quite a coincidence. Lin Shui stood beside the car, the moonlight stretching her shadow. There's no coincidence. It's all because you deliberately led the way. Officer Li, Lin Xiaoning walked over to Li Taixiang and naturally took the cigarette from his hand. Do you think so? He smiled without saying anything, his gaze sweeping over Lin Shui's face if anything. Officer Lin. Lin Xiaoning exhaled a smoke ring. You're not in a good mood today? Lin Shui sneered. Thanks to you. Did I do something? Lin Xiaoning cocked her head. Just happened to come across it. Li Taiyu looked at the sea in the distance. The moon is nice. Yeah. Lin Xiaoning moved closer to him. It's good for talking. Lin Shui's voice was tinged with sarcasm. You guys want to talk? What? Lin Xiaoning asked with a smile. Does Officer Lin want to join too? The waves lapped against the reef as if to accompany the confrontation. Officer Li. Lin Xiaoning's voice suddenly became gentle. Thank you for last time. Li Taiyu dusted off his cigarette ash. A show of hands. What is it? Lin Shui couldn't help but ask. Private matter. Lin Xiaoning smiled meaningfully. Personal matters? Lin Shui's fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her coat. What kind of personal matter requires a meeting in the middle of the night? Li Taiyu glanced at her with a smile if any at the corners of his mouth. Sir is concerned? I'm just. She bit her lip. Professional habit as a cop. Lin Xiaoning let out a light laugh and reached out to straighten Li Taiyu's tie. Officer Li, your tie is crooked. In the moonlight, her movements were intimate and natural, her red fingernails scratching across her dark tie as if she was deliberately trying to irritate someone. Lin Shui's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned to face the sea. Had enough fun? Who's playing? Lin Xiaoning's hand was still resting on Li Taiyu's shoulder. We're serious, aren't we, Officer Li? The sea breeze messed up her long hair, and the strands gently brushed against Li Taiyu's face. He didn't dodge it, but his gaze always fell on Lin Shui's back. Serious? Lin Shui suddenly turned around with sarcasm in her eyes. Serious enough to need to block someone in the police station parking lot? That's not true. Lin Xiaoning smiled and leaned against the car door. I just happened to see Officer Li's car. By chance? Lin Shui sneered. You think I'll believe that? Li Taixiang stubbed out his cigarette. It's so late. What? Lin Xiaoning interrupted him. Officer Li is sleepy? Do you want to go to my place to rest? Lin Shui's fingers curled into fists, her nails sinking deep into her palms. To your place? Lin Shui suddenly laughed, her voice as cold as the sea breeze. Officer Li, didn't you say you want to follow the rules? Li Taiyu leaned against the car, the moonlight outlining his playful expression. Sir, is this concern for me? I'm just reminding you. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the car keys. Not to forget who you are. Lin Xiaoning laughed lightly as she walked to Li Taixiang's side, the smell of perfume wafting in the wind. What status? Can't the police still fall in love? Falling in love? Lin Shui's voice was tinged with mockery. Are you sure he's in love with you? Li Taiyu's gaze darted between the two, the corners of his mouth always wearing a smile if anything. At least, Lin Xiaoning reached out to smooth the folds of his shirt. We don't have that many worries between us. The sound of the waves lapping against the reef grew louder and louder, as if to match the silent contest. Concerns? Lin Shui took a step closer. Are you implying something? I wasn't implying. Lin Xiaoning cocked her head. I was making it explicit. Li Taiyu suddenly straightened up. It's getting late. You're leaving here? Lin Xiaoning pulled his hand. Didn't you say you were going to my place? He's not going anywhere. Chapter 166, Friends at the Nightclub. Not going? Lin Xiaoning smiled meaningfully, her fingers gently wrapping around the ends of her hair. Officer Lin is making the decision for Officer Li? Li Taiyu leaned against the car door and slowly pulled out his cell phone, the blue light of the screen reflecting on his well-defined face. Someone is looking for me. Who? Lin Shui subconsciously asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. Sophia? His voice held if anything a smirk, but his eyes never left the screen of his phone. Friend from the club. Lin Xiaoning raised her eyebrows, her red lips slightly hooked. That blonde dancer? I've heard that it's been very popular lately. Well, he casually swiped the screen of his phone, said there was a party tonight and asked if I wanted to go. Lin Shui's fingers tightened on the car keys, knuckles slightly white. So you're going? With that kind of woman? Why don't you go? He finally looked up, his eyes looking straight at her with a hint of provocation in them. I'm single and don't have to answer to anyone. The sea breeze suddenly became bitter and blew Lin Shui's hair. She reached out to ruffle the strands of hair that blocked her vision, her fingertips shaking slightly. And under the moonlight, her expression was a little pale. Single? Lin Xiaoning smiled and moved closer to him, her perfume scent wafting with the wind. Then I'll go too. It just so happens that I haven't played in a long time. Sorry. He politely took a step back and distanced himself from her. Private party. Not a good idea to bring anyone else. Lin Shui suddenly laughed, sarcasm in her voice. Private? A private party with that foreign woman? What? He asked rhetorically, his eyes becoming deep. Sir wants to check my personal life? Or is it? Or what? She bit her lip. Or, he stepped forward, so close between them that they could feel each other's breath. Is the officer jealous? Lin Shui averted her face and avoided his gaze. You're overthinking it. Yes? His voice lowered. Then why did you follow me here? Her voice was a little squeaky. Li Taiyu's cell phone suddenly vibrated, and a new message was displayed on the screen. He glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Sophia said she's waiting for me. Lin Shui turned around violently, her high heels knocking out a crisp sound on the ground. Suit yourself, Officer Lin. His voice came from behind him. Want to come along? See what kind of private life your subordinate is leading? To see you fooling around with foreign women? Lin Shui jerked to a halt, her heels pounding on the ground, the hem of her dress flipping in the sea breeze as she turned. I'm not interested in your private life. Li Taiyu leaned against the car, deliberately keeping the screen pointed in Lin Shui's direction when he pulled out his cell phone. His finger gently slid across the screen, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Sophia said she prepared champagne. Oh, Lin Xiaoning also stepped on her high heels and deliberately swayed to his side, her slender fingers resting on his wrist. And sent pictures. This dress is so sexy. Lin Shui's fingers tightened and loosened in her palm, her nails leaving faint traces on her skin. You guys have fun. Sir. He suddenly straightened up and took a few steps in front of Lin Shui, his voice low as if compelling. Are you sure you don't want to go? To do what? She looked up and straight at him, the anger in her eyes almost overflowing, but her body took an involuntary step back. To watch you flirt with that foreign woman? Li Taiyu reached out to straighten his cuffs extremely slowly, as if he was deliberately stalling for time. I thought that the officer was just concerned about his subordinate's personal life. Private life? She sneered and stepped forward, almost pressing herself against his chest. You call that a private life? Or what? He looked down at her, his breath spraying the tips of her hair. Does the officer think I should stay in an emotionless marriage like some people? Lin Shui's body visibly trembled, almost tripping as she stepped back, being held by his arm. You, what's wrong with me? His fingers tightened on her arm. Wrong? Lin Xiaoning paced up and down beside the two, her red high heels tapping out an ambiguous rhythm on the ground. Is this how you usually get along? How interesting. No. Li Taiyu let go, his sleeve brushing against Lin Shui's face as he turned around. Usually we're very professional. Professional? Lin Shui suddenly laughed, mockery in her voice, and grabbed his wrist. What about now? Is this considered professional by you? His cell phone suddenly vibrated, and a video call screen popped up on the screen, with the name Sophia standing out in the moonlight. Li Taiyu glanced at Lin Shui and slowly withdrew his hand and picked up the phone. Hey, baby, came the blonde's voice through her cell phone, a drunken laugh that stung in the night. Li Taiyu turned the phone toward himself, a gentle smile on his lips. Hi, Sophia. Lin Shui coldly grunted and twisted her slender waist hard, her plump breast swinging with it. As soon as she turned around, she entered her car and casually pulled a beer out of the fridge. Snap. He opened it and brought it sharply to his mouth before the hops spilled. Lin Xiaoning and Li Taiyu both looked at her as she gulped down her drink. The two of them smiled at each other and pretended not to see it. The man leaned against the front of the car, one toe pointing at the ground as he continued to talk on the phone. Lin Xiaoning was leaning aside, rubbing her plumpness against the man's arm. Lin Shui turned her head to look at it and immediately pretended not to see it again, continuing to drink. "Where are you?" Sophia's voice took on a sappy tone. "The party's already started and everyone's waiting for you." On the cell phone screen, the blonde, wearing a low-cut red dress, was leaning over the bar and shaking her drink. The music in the background was deafening and colored lights were streaming over her. "Be right there." His voice was low and sexy. "Save me a drink." Lin Xiaoning moved closer to look at the screen. "Sophia, long time no see." "Oh, Lin." The blonde waved excitedly. "Are you coming too?" "No," Lin Xiaoning said with a smile. "I still have things to do." Lin Shui started the car violently. "Wait." Li Taiyu rushed over. "Sir, you've been drinking. What's it to you?" She didn't turn her head. "I'll drive you," he said, about to hang up the video. "Baby," said Sophia, her voice tinged with resentment. "You promised tonight." "Sorry," he interrupted her. "Some other time." Lin Shui stopped and turned around with a mockery on her face. "No need. I'll call a valet." "Are you sure?" He took a step forward. "Or do you want the valet to see the enforcer drunk?" Lin Xiaoning laughed as if watching a play. "Shall I give Officer Lin a ride?" "No need." Li Taiyu had hung up the video. Striding over to Lin Shui. "I'll deliver." "You're not going to the party?" Lin Shui sneered. "Sophia's waiting for you." "She can wait." He reached out and took the keys from Lin Shui's hand. "But you drive drunk and you might have to wait to collect your body." "You." Lin Shui tried to grab the key back, but he easily dodged it. "Well." He opened the passenger door and gestured with his head. "Get on this side." Lin Xiaoning suddenly burst out laughing. "Officer Li, you'll make people misunderstand you." "Misunderstand what?" He turned his head to look at her. "Misunderstanding that you are concerned for Officer Lin," she said meaningfully, rather than performing the duties of a subordinate. Lin Shui stood by the car door and tossed her chestnut-colored hair. "I don't need his fake kindness. It's not false kindness." His voice suddenly became serious. "It's duty. I can't let anything happen to my superiors." "Duty?" She laughed sarcastically. "Why didn't you think about duty when you were in the office just now?" Chapter 167, grabbed by the waist and held in his arms. Li Lockjaw forced Lin Shui into a hug, stopped waist holding in the arms. Although the two people spring a few times over, but still call their own heart, difficult to self-control. What a superb woman, all hot and bothered. Massaman a stupid pig, such a good wife, free not to play. And, the thought of her being a married woman made Li Lockjaw's heart half cold. Was planning on whipping her tonight. "I'm afraid this won't go as planned." "You," Lin Shui shyly half pushed. "Let go of me." "It'll let go," he said, and put her in the passenger side, casually fastening her seatbelt. The two were acting very close at this time. Lin Shui subconsciously bit the man's earlobe that was close to her mouth. "How dare you molest me?" The man's shocked eyes too. "Meaning I'm a decent person," said, seatbelt wrapped around her ample chest and deliberately rubbed back and forth a couple times. Lin Shui cooperated by twisting her body a few times. Lin Xiaoning couldn't look at it anymore and turned around to go back to her car. "A pair of dogs," said and drove off. Li locks up and doesn't dwell on it, decisively going around the front of the car. "Come to the cab. Come on, go back and get some rest." "Sir." Lin Shui didn't say anything and turned her head out of the car. Li locked up and started the car quickly with a hiss from the wheels. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped next to the green belt of Lin Shui's family villa. "Sir, drive straight to the garage?" Lin Shui nodded without making a sound. Li Lockjaw took out the key in her bag and pressed the remote control. "Good night, sir." The car drove smoothly into the garage. Li locked the parking brake off and locked the brakes. "Simultaneously remove your seatbelt and prepare to exit the vehicle." Lin Shui just blinked her long, curly eyelashes here and there, staring at him blankly. Li Lockjaw stepped out of the car, glanced at her, and gently closed the door. Slowly, he turned and walked out of the garage. Lin Shui hurriedly opened the car door and got out of the car to try to call out to him, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. "What's the point of calling it off? It's your own home. You're not divorced yet, and you're bringing a man back?" One could only watch the man's back disappear into the night. The island, the thrashy harbor. Nobuko stood on the shore, the sea breeze messing up her short-cut hair. At this point she was completely dressed as a man. In the night, a cargo ship rests quietly at the pier, the containers making a dull sound under the crane. She tugged on her wide work jacket to make sure she looked like a regular dock worker. The cell phone has been turned off and thrown into the sea. All contact information has been cut off. "This time away. I do not know when I can come back." "Hey, new guy." A raspy voice came from behind. "That blue container. Go help check it out." Nobuko lowered the brim of her hat and nodded, walking over to her with deliberately thick steps. The door of the blue container was half open and filled with cardboard boxes labeled machine parts. She knew that the boxes weren't filled with parts at all, but with her ticket to the boat. Are you done checking? The voice sounded again. Nobuko turned around and replied in a lowered voice. No problem. In the distance, the customs house was lit up, and police cars on patrol passed by from time to time. Her hand clenched the map of the koala country in her pocket, the only clue she had. Why did the police from the koala kingdom want to interrogate him? Why did it have to be after Lee Taeho left? These questions may seem borderline, but there is a strong possibility. Lee Taehyun is in Koala Land. Ready to load. The shout of a dockworker interrupted her thoughts. Nobuko took a deep breath and quickly got into the container when no one was looking. The space left between the cardboard boxes was just big enough to accommodate one person, which she had arranged in advance. Darkness instantly engulfed everything as the container door was slammed shut. She curled up between the boxes and listened to the sounds outside fading away. 10 years of smuggling experience had taught her that this position was the safest. The sound of waves lapping against the ship's hull came through the metal as the freighter set sail. Nobuko closed her eyes and thought back to the last time she saw Lee Taeyu. Did you sleep well last night, sir? Lee Taeyu stood in the doorway of his office with a bit of teasing in his words. Lin Shui didn't lift her head. The pen in her hand heavily scratched across the document. Thanks to you. I'm just doing my job, he said as he walked into his office and placed a file on her desk. A new arrest that needs your signature. How was Sophia's party? She looked up, her eyes cold as ice. I should still make it after I drop you off, right? Lee Taeyu leaned against the edge of his desk and looked at her condescendingly. Sir, is this concern for my personal life? You think I have that kind of leisure? She sneered. Just curious if you were in such a hurry to send me back for an appointment. What if I say yes? He suddenly leaned over and braced his hands on her armchair. Would the officer be angry? Lin Shui violently pushed her chair back and stood up, only to be trapped between his desk and his body. You'd better get away from me. Why? His voice lowered. Afraid I'll do something unprofessional again? The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Xiaoning's voice came out. Yo, starting so early? Lin Shui pushed him away with force and walked quickly towards the door. We're going to be out of the police soon, so all be serious. Yes, sir. Lee Taeyu smiled and straightened his tie, picking up the papers on the table. 10 minutes later, the police car roared up to the target location. Lee Taeyu stood beside the police car, looking at the dilapidated rental house in front of him. The morning light had not yet completely dispersed the night. Target is on the second floor, came the team member's voice over the headset. Family of 3, suspected illegal immigrants. He straightened his bulletproof vest, and his afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin Shui, who had also put on a bulletproof vest and was standing not far away. I'm in command of this operation. Her voice came over the intercom system. All be careful. The worn stairs creaked as if sighing at what was about to happen. Lee Taeyu stood beside the police car, looking at the dilapidated rental house in front of him. The morning light had not yet completely dispersed the night. Target is on the second floor, came the team member's voice over the headset. Family of 3, suspected illegal immigrants. He straightened his body armor and signaled the team to take their positions. Police, open the door. The shouts of the team broke the early morning silence. There was a panicked sound of footsteps and a child sobbing from inside the door. Lee Taeyu raised his sidearm, but his heart was inexplicably annoyed. The door burst open and a thin man appeared in the doorway, fear written all over his face. Please, the man said in broken English. Don't take us. Inside the house, a woman cowered in the corner holding her child, who looked no more than 7 years old. Daddy! The child's voice was tinged with sobs, and he spoke in Dragonese. Li Taixian lowered his gun and said in Longhua, Don't be afraid. The man froze for a moment, tears suddenly welling up in his eyes. Officer, we're just trying to survive. The room smelled of cheap instant noodles, and there were a few tattered cardboard boxes stacked in the corner. Smuggling with such a young child? Lee Taeyu pulled him out with one hand. Sir, please, the man choked out. We just want our children here. The kid in the corner coughed, his voice too hoarse for words. Reporting, sir? It's clear, shouted Lee Taeyu with the intercom. But there's a small child. The woman suddenly jumped over and hugged his leg. Please, let us stay. The child also ran over to him, his little hand tugging at his pants leg. Uncle Cop, I don't want to go back. Lee Taeyu squatted down and looked at the child's pale little face. What's your name? Ming. The child said timidly. I want to go to school. The room was suddenly quiet, with only the child's cough echoing. Brother Lee, Ma Xiaoshui came over. The program. Don't mess around. Lee Taeyu stood up and turned his back to the family of 3. Follow the rules. Behind them came the cries of women, the sobs of children, the sighs of men. He walked quickly out of the room, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Chapter 168, I won't let you go. How many times have I told you? Lin Shui's voice came from behind her. No smoking on duty. He turned and saw her leaning against the wall and could only put out her cigarette. Sir, sometimes rules aren't everything. Like you said last night? She sneered. So are you sympathizing with them now, or are you implying something? The sound of a child crying from downstairs interrupted their conversation. I'm not implying anything. Li Taiyu stubbed out his cigarette. I just think the kid. Lin Shui interrupted. So you're questioning my decision now? Downstairs, that child's cries grew louder. Mommy, I don't want to go back. Play by the rules. Lin Shui's voice was cold as ice. That's what you taught me last night, isn't it? Li Taiyu suddenly smiled. So the officer is taking revenge? Revenge? She sneered. You think you're in that position to make me retaliate? The child's cough came from downstairs, one heavier than the other. He's very sick, said Li Taiyu. And if sent back, Lin Shui turned around and was about to leave. That's their business. He grabbed her wrist in one hand. Are you really that cold-blooded? Let go. She struggled. This is a mission here. A mission? His voice took on a mocking tone. So in your eyes, that sick kid is just a task number? Lin Shui violently shook off his hand. Who are you to accuse me? I'm not accusing. He stepped forward. I just don't think that's who you are. You know me? She laughed sarcastically. Or do you think you're in a position to judge me because you drove me home last night? The sound of a police car starting up came from downstairs, and the light from red and blue police lights shone through the windows of the building. It's true I don't know you, he said suddenly, but I know that you care. Lin Shui froze for a moment. What do you mean? You made a point of following this operation. His voice trailed off, not because of the case itself, but because? She averted her face and let out a long sigh. You're overthinking it. After all, they were all just once from the Dragon Kingdom. Yes? He continued. Do you stay in your country? It was then that Lin Shui realized that her hands were indeed trembling slightly. Enough. She took a deep breath. What's done is done. Li Taiyu looked at her back. So you're prepared to watch that child? We can give them a week. She snapped. To make their own choice about whether to repatriate or claim refugee status. He froze for a moment. Then smiled. That's out of order. Yeah. She turned and winked. As if on purpose. Out of order. Like you said last night. Sir, is this learning from my drill? Li Taiyu's voice was laced with laughter. Lin Shui glared at him. Shut up and go make arrangements. Downstairs, the boy was still crying, with desperation in his voice. Daddy, I don't want to go back. You go and tell them, said Lin Shui suddenly, that you speak Rikoku. This is called Li Taiyu, as if you can't say it. All he could do was comply and turn down the stairs, a smile, if any, hanging at the corners of his mouth. Next to the police car, that family of three was huddled together like they were trying to catch their last moments. Xiao Ming, Li Taiyu crouched down and said in Longhua, stop crying. The child looked up, tears still hanging on his face. Uncle Cop, you have 1 week. He looked to the child's parents, to apply for refugee status. The man froze, hope suddenly sparking in his eyes. Really? But there's no guarantee, said Taeyan Li, that if the application fails, you'll still have to go back. The woman hugged her child close. We're going to try it whenever we get the chance. Lin Shui stood upstairs watching the scene, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the gun belt. Sir has gone soft? Ma Xiaoshui appeared beside her at some point. Lin Shui retracted her gaze. Be human in your mission. Yes? Ma Xiaoshui smiled meaningfully. Learned from Officer Li? What do you mean? Lin Shui turned her head. Nothing. Ma Xiaoshui looked at Li Taishan downstairs. I just feel that Sir has changed a lot recently. Downstairs, Li Taiyu was arranging for the team to send this family to a temporary settlement. I haven't changed, Lindsay said, just playing by the rules. With that, he turned and walked toward the police car. Sir, Li Taiyu's voice came from behind him. Do you need me to take them to the settlement? No, she said without looking back. You're coming back to the station with me. There's paperwork to be done. He followed quickly. Is it to buy them time? You talk too much. She pulled open the door. Get in. The kid was waving at them in the rearview mirror as the police car started up. Thanks, Li Taiyu suddenly said. Lin Shui gripped the steering wheel tightly. Thanks for what? Thank you for giving them a chance. He looked at the side of her face. Like I said, it's just following the rules. Her voice tightened a little. Yeah? He laughed. Then why don't you just repatriate? Lin Shui's indifference ended these nutrient-less topics. Back to the Enforcement Bureau. It was only then that Li Lotjia remembered about going to the police academy for training. It's just the right time to use this opportunity to hang this prude out to dry. He walked quickly to Lin Shui's office door. Pretend to knock on the door. Lin Shui raised her head, her face expressionless. What are you doing here again? Sir, it's nothing. I'm going to report to the police academy. Lin Shui put the papers on her desk without looking up and continued to be busy. Sir, I'd like to leave this afternoon. Li Taiyu walked closer and smelled Lin Shui's hair. Sir, what are you looking for? You still need training for your level of practicality? Lin Shui pauses her blindness and sits on her butt in the chair. Get me a cup of coffee. Sir, I'm here to be a police officer, not your secretary. You're overthinking it. Lin Shui averted her face. I'm teaching you the police academy's curriculum, and the first lesson is to obey your officers. The office was so quiet you could hear the clock ticking. Li locks up and looks quietly at the big beautiful girl across from him. Sir, obey everything? Ahem. Lin Shui pretended to be relaxed as she casually twisted her body. It's like this. It's basic. Li Taiyu raised an eyebrow. And what if the officer asks me to sleep with her? Pa. Lin Shui slapped one hand on the table and was just about to get angry. Li Lockjaw hurriedly whispered to remind her. Watch the sound. Lin Shui could only lower her voice and whisper. Don't go too far. Don't think that just because you've had it once, you think I'm into you? Oh, then I understand. Farewell, sir. Wait. Lin Shui swung the pen in her hand. Did I tell you to leave? Go pour the coffee. Won't be, said Li Lockdown, turning around. Lin Shui stared at him, her voice a little tight. The last 2 missions. You did well. And then what? He took a step forward. So, she took a deep breath. I'd like to make an exception and promote you to full law enforcement officer. Li Taiyu froze. That means? No need to go to training, she said quickly. Stay and continue working on the case at hand. He suddenly laughed. Sir, is this too much for me to leave? Please don't think too much. Lin Shui snapped to her feet. I'm just short of staff. Yes? He leaned over his desk. Short of a secretary to bring coffee? Her body visibly stiffened. You can go if you like. I'd better go. Then, he said deliberately, just, don't you dare. She turned around, only then realizing how close the two of them were. Li Taiyu looked down at her. What am I doing? Chapter 169 Plainclothes Duty. Yo, isn't this our quasi-official law enforcement officer? Lin Xiaoning carried milk tea and leaned on the doorframe. What? Training yellow? Li Taiyu was packing up the papers on his desk. Thanks to someone's blessing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xiaoning sucked on her milk tea. Is this being held back? Or is it? What's all this talk? Lin Shui suddenly appeared. All got nothing to do. Ha! The air in the office suddenly froze, and even the hum of the air conditioner became awkward. Reporting, sir. Li Taiyu raised his hand with a straight face. I'm going to patrol the streets. Lin Shui glared at him. Don't be poor. How is the investigation of old Zhang Tu's case going? Old Zhang Tu? He scratched his head. The one who got slashed twice in the food market? Or what? She rolled her eyes. Could it be old Li Tu who got slashed twice? Lin Xiaoning stifled a laugh from the side. Why are these two people talking like a comic? Checked. Li Taiyao opened his tablet. That old Zhang Tu is interesting. Collecting protection money in the vegetable market every day. Lin Shui froze. Collecting protection money? Isn't he a vegetable seller? Ostensibly selling groceries. He scratched the surveillance video, but actually a horseman for an underground casino. In the video, old Zhang Tu was talking to a few punks. I'll be damned. Lin Xiaoning came over. Isn't that a big cake? Li Taiyu nodded. It's the one that specializes in loan sharking. So old Zhang Tu was chopped by debt collectors? Lin Shui frowned. No, he laughed. It was cut by one of our own. Lin Shui had a question mark on her face. What's the situation? The old boy was too greedy. He zoomed in on the video. Collecting protection money and never turning it in. And embezzling gambling money. Lin Xiaoning whistled. Isn't this looking for death? Interestingly enough, Li Taiyu lowered his voice. He deposited all the money into an account called Xiaofeng. Lin Shui's eyes lit up. His wife? No. He grinned wickedly. It's the little sister selling fruit next door. I'll go. Lin Xiaoning almost spat out her milk tea. This old man is quite good at playing? Look at that new policewoman. She's pretty iconic looking. Li Taiyu was in the middle of organizing his documents when the murmurs of his colleagues came to his ears. Yeah, I heard he graduated first in the police academy. Wouldn't that be just right for our officer Li? Li Taixian looked up and saw Lin Shui passing through the corridor with her coffee in hand, dressed in a straight police uniform, her hair tied casually in a ponytail. Hey, Officer Li, Dalin Ma came over. Want me to hook you up? Piss off. Li Taiyu slapped the paper on his head. Don't fool around here. Ouch. This is shy? Ma Dalong playfully smiled. But seriously, you two are quite compatible. Before she finished speaking, Lin Shui was already standing at the door. Officer Li, the chief is looking for you. The office was instantly quiet, and Dalin Ma scowled and slipped away. In the elevator, Li Taiyu stole a glance at the side of Lin Shui's face. Sir, is this angry? Why should I be angry? She stared at the elevator numbers. You're paired with whoever you like. What about the officer I want to be paired with? You. Lin Shui turned her head and met his eyes with a smile. There was a ding and the elevator doors opened. Lin Shui walked out quickly, her ears burning a little. Don't be poor. The director is waiting. The director's office smelled of strong coffee. Li, the chief put down his coffee cup. You've been doing well lately, and I'm going to give you an assignment. Li Taiyu stood straight. What mission? Over at the urban village renovation. The chief handed over a file. It's been rough lately. Lin Shui added from the side. Someone is inciting the villagers to cause trouble. So, Li Taiyu flipped the file. So let's get you a peddler. The chief grinned. A stall or something. Li Taiyu froze. Setting up a stall? Yeah. Lin Shui stifled a laugh. Aren't you the best at playing poor? Is the officer getting back at me? How? She winked. I'm trusting your acting skills. Early the next morning, the entrance to the city center. Li Taixian pushed a worn-out tricycle filled with all sorts of knickknacks. Boss, how much is this? A little girl pointed at the plastic hairpin. $2 apiece. He crouched down. Buy 3 get 1 free. Not far away in the milk tea store. Lin Shui held her cup to watch the scene. This guy is quite the businessman. She muttered in a low voice. The plainclothesman next to him laughed. Sir, are you concerned about Officer Li? Who cares about him? She glared at the other woman. I'm spying on the mission target. Yes, yes, yes. The plainclothesman stifled a laugh. It's all about the job. The sun gradually rose, and beads of sweat broke out on Li Taiyu's forehead. Master, buy a fan? He shouted at the old man passing by. How much? The old man stopped. $10. He pulled out a bamboo fan. Handmade. The old man shook his head. Too expensive. Then $8? He wiped his sweat. Moncler, you see, I'm also a small business. $5, said the old man, and no more. Deal. He smiled and handed over the fan. Lin Shui looked at her and shook her head. This little cutie, selling it all out at a loss. The plainclothesman laughed. Sir, it's called penetrating the masses. As far as he's concerned, she grunted. He'll sell himself sooner or later. Ouch, hey, newbie? An older woman with a flower headscarf pushing a cart came over. Li Taiyu looked up with a standard business smile. Hello, big sister. This location is my old turf. The older woman crossed her arms. You don't know the rules, do you? In the milk tea store. Lin Shui put down her cup. This is a good show. Want backup? Plainclothes asked. What's the rush? She crossed her legs. Let him play with himself. Li Taixiao scratched his head with a naive face. Big sister. I just came here. I don't know the rules. You teach me. Teach you? The older woman sneered. There's a land fee for all this street. Plot fee? He pulled out his wallet. How much would that be? Auntie held out 3 fingers. 300 a day. 300? He grimaced bitterly. Big sister. I can make a few dollars a day here. Then don't swing it here. Big Mom raised her voice. The surrounding vendors looked over and whispered. Big sister. He lowered his voice. How about this? I buy you a milk tea? Milk tea? The older woman narrowed her eyes. Do you think I'm a little girl? Tea Budo's pop, he said with a smile. I hear your favorite is pudding milk tea? The older woman froze. How do you know? You come to this street every day. He gestured to the milk tea store. I've been observing it for a long time. Lin Shui listened in the store and rolled her eyes. This guy, flirting with Amazons is so skillful. Sir, the plainclothesman stifled a laugh. It's called crowd work. Pudding milk tea. The older woman fiddled with her bandana. That's got to be double pudding. No problem. Li Taiyu pulled out his cell phone. I'll order it right away. The older woman watched him operate his cell phone and suddenly said, That's a pretty good cell phone you've got there. Ha! Li Taiyu froze and screamed. An Apple 14 for a stall? The older woman's eyes narrowed. Young man, you have a problem. All the vendors around them gathered around and pointed. It's over. Lindsay stood up. This nerd is showing. No, big sister. Li Taiyu hurriedly explained. This cell phone is. It's in installments. He had an idea. I'm paying back $2,000 a month. And it's killing me. In installments? Big Mama would be skeptical. That's right. He sighed. Just to show off to his girlfriend, who ended up running off with a rich guy. Ouch. The older woman's expression immediately softened. Young people nowadays ah. Lin Shui gritted her teeth as she listened. Who ran away with a rich man? Sir, whispered the plainclothesman. You've crushed the glass. So pathetic. The older woman patted him on the shoulder. Then the land fee is waived. Thank you, big sister. Li Taiyu wiped non-existent tears. You're a good person. All right. The older woman waved her hand. Remember to order me some milk tea. Just after the crisis, a man in an undershirt approached. Yo, new guy? Li Taiyu held his forehead and thought to himself how this drama is not over. Little Wang, cried the old lady, this lad is poor, don't be hard on him. Pity? Little Wang sneered. Big sister, you've been tricked, haven't you? Li Taiyu narrowed his eyes. This person was not right. Look at his outfit. Wang pointed to his clothes. Groundlings can wear Li Ning? The people around them started talking again. It's over. It's over. The plainclothesman rubbed his hands together anxiously. Should we call for backup? Lin Shui, however, laughed, waiting for a good show. 170. Police work. Li Ning? Li Taishao looked down at his t-shirt. Big brother, this is ground goods $30 for 3 pieces. Bull *********. Xiao Wang grabbed him by the collar. This is a Li Ning Paris Fashion Week limited edition. Li Taixiang screamed in his heart that it was not good. These clothes were thrown to him by Lin Shui 2 days ago. You know quite a bit, he said testily. In the clothing business? Xiao Wang sneered. Less snuggling. You're sent by the cops, aren't you? The surrounding vendors instantly dispersed for fear of getting into trouble. Cops? Li Taixiao played dumb. I'm just a dumping small commodities. Pouring? Xiao Wang snorted. These crap of yours? It looks like you just got them from Yiwu Wholesale City. In the milk tea store. Lin Shui stood up. Something's wrong. This person is too professional. Should we close the net? Plainclothes asked. Wait a little longer. She stared at the young king, and see what he wants. Big brother. Li Taiyu raised his hand. I'm really just here to set up a stall. Pose your sister. Xiao Wang suddenly overturned his tricycle. The city police came and didn't even run away. What's the point of pretending? Toys were scattered all over the place, and children passing by cried in fear. Aya. The older woman stomped her feet in a hurry. What are you doing? Little one? Big sister. Xiao Wang lowered his voice. This man must be a police officer. The wind has been so tight lately, and you still dare to accept his money? Li Taiyu crouched down to pick up the toys, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught the tattoo in Xiao Wang's pants leg. Green Dragon Gang. He mumbled in his mind. No. The older woman was still explaining. How poor is the other kid? His girlfriend ran off with someone. Lin Shui rolled her eyes as she listened. This drama isn't over yet, is it? You believe him? Xiao Wang sneered. His cell phone is still 2,000 a month. The salary is at least tens of thousands. Which street vendor earns so much? Li Taiyu secretly screamed that this person was too refined. Besides, Wang continued, what hawker have you ever seen who doesn't use WeChat to pay? The crowd around them started talking again. Yeah, who uses cash anymore? I was just shopping and he said cash only. Something is definitely wrong. Li Taiyu stood up and patted his pants. Alright, you win. Sure enough, it's a cop. Xiao Wang was about to make a move. Wait, Li Taiyu pulled out his cell phone. Look at this. On the cell phone screen was an IOU. This is. King took the cell phone. Your big brother Lu Neng's IOU. Li Taixiao smiled. 5 million. Interest rolled over. Almost 10 million now, right? Xiao Wang's face changed greatly. He leaned closer to the young king. Just a debt collector. Lin Shui looked confused in the store. How did this plot turn so fast? Lu Nan said you've been collecting protection money here lately. Li Taiyu patted Xiao Wang's shoulder, and asked me to ask where the money is. Xiao Wang's forehead was sweating. I'll call and ask. There's no need to ask. Li Taiyu pointed to the police car not far away. Your big brother has just been arrested. The young king froze and turned to run. With a thud, he crashed into Lin Shui. Sorry about that, she smirked, pulling out her handcuffs. Police business. Sir. Li Taixian looked at the escorted Xiao Wang. You look pretty good in your civilian clothes. Lin Shui looked down at her floral dress. Don't be poor. Close the line. No. He moved closer. It really matches you. Get out of here. She pushed him away. It stinks of sweat. It's for the mission. He said playfully. Why don't we buy the officer dinner? Lin Shui turned around and walked away. No time. A new product from Tea Momochi. He followed up. I hear your favorite is strawberry or? She paused. How do you? Every night shift. He chuckled. You have an empty glass of this flavor on your desk. Lin Shui's ears reddened slightly. You're quite observant. That's for sure. He leaned in close. I also observed that the officer wore a new perfume today. Li Taiyu. She gritted her teeth. Jo Malone's blue chimes. He continued. Go well with you. The plainclothesman looked on in disbelief. That's too good to be true, isn't it? Shut up. Lin Shui glared at him. Sir blushing. Li Taixiao laughed even more. Should not be. I'm hot. She turned and was about to leave. He took her hand in his. Hot in an air-conditioned room? Lin Shui struggled. Let go. Not letting go. He came up to her ear. Unless the officer agrees to dine with me. The warmth of her ear sent a shiver down her spine. You. Her voice softened. You're threatening your boss? Don't dare. He loosened his grip. It's called pitching a fit. Lin Shui turned around, and the two of them were so close that they could hear each other's breath. So tell me instead. She looked up at him. What do I like? Li Taiyu froze for a moment, not expecting her to be so direct. This. He took a step back. What? Instead. She pressed closer. Weren't you pretty good at that just now? Sir. He continued to back away. This is inappropriate. What's wrong with that? She pressed on. Didn't you tease first? Li Taiyu leaned against the wall. You're a married woman. What? Lin Shui's eyes widened. That's. He wiped his sweat. Weren't you married? Well, you're not finished, are you? She gritted her teeth. It says so in black and white on the file. You mean it? She stomped her foot in anger. You can't live a day without mentioning this? Li Taiyu's eyes lit up. A little? Get out. She turned and walked away. I'm going to request that you be transferred to the guardhouse. Don't, sir. He rushed after him. I'm not afraid. Afraid of what? She didn't look back. Afraid I'll eat you? It's not. He stammered, trying to be responsible to the chief. Lin Shui stopped. Say that again? I mean. He watched her turn around. There was a thud as the police cap hit him in the face. Li Taiyu. She gritted her teeth. Get your ass to the detention center. Sir. He picked up his hat. And. She walked away without looking back. No more strawberry Oreos. The plainclothesman looked dumbfounded. This is the legendary. Shut up. Both yelled at the same time. Chapter 171. Your husband is here. Sir. Your husband is here. The plainclothesman said suddenly. The cup in Lin Shui's hand shook. Who told him to come? Massaman, dressed in a Versace suit, strutted into the town center. He was followed by two bodyguards, living like a real estate developer coming to inspect a construction site. This hole is worthy of my wife? He frowned. Where's the city police? Get rid of all these stalls. Li Taiyu was tying the little girl's hairpin when he heard this and looked up. Sir, this is a police enforcement area. Police? Massaman sneered. You deserve to be a police officer just like you? Li Taiyu stood up and patted the ash on his body. With so many co-workers around, I could only open my mouth and pretend I didn't recognize them. And you are? Ma Shiming, Lin Shui's husband. Ma Shiming didn't bother pretending to know him, pulling out a business card casually. Senior partner, Queensland Accountants. Oh, Li Taiyu took the business card. No wonder it's all high fashion. What did you say? Massaman's face sank. I say. Li Taiyu smiled as he tore his business card to shreds. That's a nice suit you have. Versace new this year? Massaman narrowed his eyes. Do you know how much a suit costs me? I know. Li Taiyu continued to laugh. A goods, $200. You. Massaman's face turned red with anger. The buttons of the real thing are imported from Italy. Li Taishao pointed to his buttons. This one of yours is from Iwu small commodity city. The surrounding vendors laughed. Security. Massaman yelled. Blow this stinking beggar away. The two bodyguards stepped forward, and Li Taiyu didn't move a muscle. Mr. Ma. He pulled out his officer's badge. Obstruction is punishable by detention. Massaman froze for a moment, then sneered. Police? So what? My wife is in charge of this area. He pulled out his cell phone. Do you believe I'm a phone call? Are you sure you want to fight? Li Taiyu interrupted him. Your wife is watching over there. Massaman looked in the direction of his finger. Lin Shui was standing in front of the milk tea store with her arms wrapped around her. Honey. He switched to a smirk. Scram. Lin Shui said coldly. I'm not worried about you. Massaman smiled. How dangerous is this kind of place? No need for you to worry. Lin Shui came over. It's you. Where were you last night? Massaman stammered. Working overtime. Overtime? Lin Shui sneered. You can work overtime in a place like Brisbane nightclub? Massaman's face changed. You check me? No need to check. Lin Shui pointed to his collar. The lipstick marks on your collar speak for themselves. There was an uproar from the surrounding vendors. You. Massaman shook with anger. I'm your husband. Ex-husband. Lindsay corrected. The divorce papers are in my bag. I can sign them now. How dare you? Ma Shiming raised his hand and was about to hit someone. Li Taiyu grabbed his wrist. Mr. Ma. Assaulting a police officer is punishable by imprisonment. What are you? Massaman struggled. Let go of me. It doesn't matter what I am. Li Taixiang twisted hard. What matters is that your fake watch should be replaced. What? Massaman looked down at his watch. The new Rolex, Li Taiyu said with a smile. Unfortunately, this one of yours is a high imitation. Even the second hand is not accurate. Massaman's face turned blue. You, and, Li Taiyu leaned close to his ear. Next time you go to a nightclub, remember to wipe the lipstick off your collar. With a pop, Lin Shui slapped the divorce papers on his chest. Sign it, she said coldly. or I'll send all those good things of yours to your father. Masaman's face changed, and finally he signed with gritted teeth. You'll be sorry, he said viciously. You'll all be sorry. By the way, Lee Taiyu called out to him. You forgot to tear the label on the inside of your suit. Masaman was so angry that he turned around and left, and the two bodyguards followed in a grayish manner. Thanks, Lin Shui suddenly said. You're welcome, Lee Taiyu said with a smile. I can tell such fakes at a glance. I mean, Lin Shui wanted to say something. I get it. He turned to clean up the floor. But sir, it's really time to improve that vision of yours. Get lost. Lin Shui kicked him. Who told you to mind my business? I don't dare to. He hurriedly dodged. I'm not afraid that the officer will find a worse one in the future. You. Lin Shui was so angry that she stomped her foot. Go on duty at the guardhouse for me. Yes, he said with a grin. But sir, you're blushing. Lee Taiyu. I'm outta here. I'm outta here. TSK. This old Zhang Tu is quite good at it. Lee Taiyu flipped through the surveillance records, delivering fresh fruits to people every morning, and then going to their stalls in the evening to help close up. Lin Shui jerked the tablet out of his hand. Don't look at these have-nots. It's called investigative evidence. He leaned in close to her ear. Isn't the officer most particular about procedure? Lin Shui subconsciously ducked to the side. Stay away from me. What? He advanced instead of retreating. Afraid I'll follow old Zhang Tu's example and bring you fruit every day? Don't you dare. She glared at him. Believe it or not, I'll make you take a vacation at the border? Li Taixian laughed and stepped back. That won't do. Isn't someone unable to let me go? Who? Who can't give up? Lin Shui's face reddened. Don't flatter yourself here. With only two people left in the office, the air suddenly became ambiguous. Sir, Li Taiyu said suddenly. Remember the last barbecue? Do you want to eat it once? Shut up. Lin Shui interrupted him. That time, never mention it again. His eyes darkened. Why? Afraid you won't be able to control yourself when you think about it? You. She clenched her fists. Li Taiyu. Don't give an inch. How did I get an inch? He leaned over the edge of the table. You obviously started it. Enough. She turned and was about to leave. That night was a mistake. Li Taiyu took her wrist in a tug. Mistake? Then why don't you send me away? Let go. She struggled. This is an office. Afraid of what? He wouldn't let go. Or is it that you're afraid you won't be able to control yourself again? Lin Shui looked up and glared at him. You think I don't know what you're up to? What idea? He played dumb. You're a womanizer. She sneered. Sophia, Lin Xiaoning, how many more do I not know? He suddenly let go. So you're jealous? Jealous? She snorted. Do you deserve it? Li Taio's eyes sank. That night, that's not what you said. All night long you were begging for mercy. You. Lin Shui's face turned red. If you dare to say anything. Don't worry. He smiled inscrutable. I have more secrets than you do. Chapter 172, See You in Your Dreams. Lin Shui snatched the door open, her heart beating like a drum. He must have done it on purpose. This stinking man. She stomped her feet hard, her high heels hitting the ground with a crisp sound, as if she wanted to vent all the anger in her heart. Li Taiyu leaned back in his chair with a winning smile on his lips. Little bastard. Still can't rule you? He muttered to himself, picked up his cell phone, and tapped on Lin Shui's WeChat dialog box. Sir, the moon is beautiful tonight. Would you like to enjoy it together? The message was sent successfully and he put down his phone and picked up the dossier on his desk. But he couldn't read a word of it. The mind is full of Lin Shui's appearance. The way she was angry. The way she was shy. And that night, he shook his head, pushing the images out. Fun is fun. Don't joke about work. He reminded himself, forcing himself to focus. The phone vibrated and it was Lin Shui's reply. Dream on. Li Taiyu laughed and replied. See you in your dreams then. He put down his cell phone and went back to work. Outside the window, night fell and the lights came on. Sirens sounded in the distance, like a reminder of the hustle and bustle of the city. Li Taiyu stretched and rubbed his sore neck. It's time to get off work. He gathered his things, walked to the door, and stopped again. He glanced back at the empty office and suddenly felt an inexplicable loss. Unity, do you think I'm a little bit in love with her? He asked in his mind. Host, your purpose is to obtain the lucky value. Don't be interfered by children's personal feelings. Brother Unity, what do you think those so-called love, friendship are based on? This? Every planet has different rules. Brother Unity, if you upgrade me, I'll tell you. Host, your cheek thickness needs to be replaced. Li Taixiang walked out of the police station, the night breeze carrying a hint of coolness. He looked up at the sky. The moon was indeed beautiful tonight. Sir, enjoying the moon? He dialed Lin Shui's number. Where? Her voice had a hint of huskiness to it. Li Taiyu gave an address for a restaurant overlooking the city. See you in half an hour. In front of the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Taiyu watched Lin Shui walk in. She wore a long beige dress today. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her whole person looked gentle and elegant. "Sir, it's been a long time." He stood up and pulled out his chair. Lin Shui sat down, her eyes falling on the window. "What do you want?" "Watch the moon with you." He smiled. "And talk on the side." "Talking?" She sneered. "Are you sure you don't want to keep playing me?" "Sir, how dare I?" He made a resigned face. "I'm just a humble little constable." Lin Shui looked at him and suddenly smiled. "You're really good, Li Taiyu. I am flattered." He raised his glass. "To the moon and the beauty." The two of them chatted as they drank, and the atmosphere grew lighter. Li Taixian asks about her family, her past, her dreams. Lin Shui also asked about his experiences, his hometown, and his wishes. "You really don't remember college?" she asked suddenly. "Don't remember." He shook his head. "It's like a dream." "So what else do you remember?" "Remember your eyes." He looked at her. "Like stars." Lin Shui froze for a moment, then turned her face away and pretended to be looking at the night view. "Li Taiyu." Her voice trembled a little. "Why are you always like this? Which? Hot and cold?" She took a deep breath. "It eludes me. Because I'm waiting." He looked at her. "For the right time." "The right time?" She laughed bitterly. "What the hell are you waiting for?" "Waiting for your divorce," he said bluntly. "Waiting for you to be truly free." Lin Shui was silent, and the moonlight poured over her face, making her silhouette appear extra soft. "Li Taiyu." Her voice was soft. "Do you really like me?" "Aha." He nodded. "Love it. But I'm not worth it. You deserve the best. I'm not as good as you think I am. In my eyes, you are the best." Lin Shui's tears finally fell. "Li Taiyu." Shu." He gently covered her mouth. "Don't say anything." In the distance the church bells chimed 12 times. A new day has begun. Lin Shui sat in the police car and watched as Li Taiyu stood on the side of the road talking to a girl. The girl was wearing a school uniform and carrying a backpack, looking no more than 17 or 18 years old. "Host, Lin Xiaoneng's luck value is rising." "Her again?" Li Taiyu frowned. Lin Shui's heart pounded as she started her car and quickly left. "Brother Unity, should I give up?" Li Taiyu looked at the distant police car. "Host, don't be discouraged. She's fluctuating a lot, which means you're almost there. But she's got a Massaman by her side." "Host, are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." He looked in the direction Lin Shui had disappeared. "I just don't want to make things difficult for her." "Brother Unity, why do you think we need to get the lucky value?" "I don't know. You ask me." "Who do I ask?" "Host, your permission level is not enough for me to view higher level quests, and I can only complete stage upgrades at this time. So what happens when you upgrade?" "I don't know. All I know is that the hosts of each planet complete their tasks as I ask them to. In the end, all went to higher planets. And I'm just a vehicle to execute the program." Li Taiyu looked at the calendar on his cell phone screen. It had been a week since he last met with Lin Shui. He passed by the law enforcement office at a regular time every day and never saw her again. "Brother Unity, do you think I should be more proactive?" "It's up to you." "Active? Does it work?" He smiled to himself. "You always have to try. Does it always go on like this?" "Just try it. Who's afraid?" Li Taixian picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Shui's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. "Hello?" Her voice was a little hoarse, like she had been crying. "Okay?" he asked. "Okay." Her voice was soft. "Busy?" "Not busy. Come out for a drink?" "Good." In the bar. The lights were dim and the music was low. Lin Shui was wearing a black dress, her entire body hidden in the shadows. "You've lost weight." Li Taiyu sat down across from her. "Yeah?" She forced a smile. "Maybe it's just the stress lately." "Because of Massaman?" She didn't answer, just took a sip of her wine. "You're divorced?" he asked. "No." She shook her head. "He doesn't agree." "Why?" "He said he'd change." Her voice was a little choked. "The rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature can't be changed." "I know." She smiled bitterly. "But I don't want to gamble anymore." "So what are you doing now?" "I don't know." She looked up at him. "What do you think?" Li Taiyu fell silent, the light from the bar casting shadows on her face, making her expression look extraordinarily confused. "Lin Shui." His voice was soft. "You deserve better." But her tears finally fell. "I don't have the courage anymore." "You have." He reached for her hand. "You've been brave." "I haven't." She shook her head. "I've been running away." "Escape from what?" "Running away from." Her voice trailed off. "Running away from my heart." Li Taiyu looked at her, the moonlight spilling through the window on her face, making her look especially vulnerable. "Lin Shui." His voice was low and gentle. "Look at me." She slowly raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "I know you're also waiting. He continued. For someone who can give you security. Li Tai-yu. Her voice carried a tremor. Shu. He gently covered her mouth. Don't say anything. He moved closer to her, their breaths intertwining. Give me a chance. His voice was low and compelling. And give yourself a chance. The music of the bar faded away, leaving only the sound of their hearts beating against each other. Lin Shui closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Li Tai-yu gently kissed her forehead, moving gently as if he was treating a fragile treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Lin Shui's heart, gaining 200 points of lucky value for a total of 1,650 points. Li Tai-yu smiled. This moment had finally come to him. Chapter 173, Nobuko's Arrival. Early in the morning in Melbourne, the sea breeze wraps around the salty smell and laps against the containers on the shore. Nobuko huddled in the corner of the container, her body stiff and numb from her long confinement. In the darkness, it was as if she had returned to 10 years ago, that day when she was taken away by Quartz Hao Nan and imprisoned in the basement. Fear, despair, and a desire for life rolled through her. I won't give up. She clenched her teeth, her nails sinking deep into her palms. I'm going to find him. The blinding light when the container's door was open made it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. The noise of the people, the roar of the machines, and the cries of the seagulls sent a wave of vertigo through her. She struggled to adjust to the outside world, feigning panic as she stumbled out. The workers on the dock eyed her curiously and whispered, "Hey girl." A lanky laborer approached. "Are you okay?" Nobuko shook her head and pretended to be scared, avoiding his hand. I've been robbed." She looked down at her dusty and stained clothes and smiled bitterly. Once a gangster girl, now she has to pretend to be a helpless victim. Poor boy. A middle-aged woman approached. "Should we call the police?" Nobuko shook her head. "No, I'm just looking for a place to rest. Come on." The woman took her hand. "My house is just around the corner. You come with me." The women's husbands also work on the docks, and the family, all of whom are immigrants from the Dragon Kingdom, own a small restaurant here. Nobuko followed them to the restaurant, where the familiar aroma of dragon cuisine wafted through the store. "Eat something first." The woman brought her a steaming bowl of noodles. Nobuko took the noodles and wolfed them down. It had been a long time since she'd had food this delicious. "Thanks." She put her bowl down. "I'm Quartz Miko. My name is Wang Fong," the woman said with a smile, "and this is my husband, Lao Wang." Old King, a quiet man, just nodded. "Miko." Wang Fong looked at her. "What's next for you?" Nobuko lowered her head. "I don't know." "Why don't you?" Wang Fong hesitated. "Just help out in our store for now?" Nobuko looked up, a flash of gratitude in her eyes. "Really?" "Of course," Wang Fong said with a smile. "We're just short of staff here." Nobuko nodded. "Thanks." She knew that she needed a new identity, a fresh start. Melbourne is lit up at night. Lin Shui sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine in her hand, staring vacantly out the window. Massaman sat across from her, divorce papers in hand. "It had to go this far. I told you I'd change. Sign it." Lin Shui sipped her wine silently, her eyes as red as the wine. Massaman stood up at once and came straight over. Lin Shui didn't move, just gently shook the wine glass. The red liquid was as viscous as blood in the light. "Why?" he asked, his voice a little husky. "We came here together. You still know this?" Lin Shui swept him a playful glance. "Have you ever cherished it?" "Lin Shui, our marriage is already a responsibility. We can't divorce at will. Don't you understand?" "I understand." She turned her head to look at him. "It's because of this that I want a divorce even more. I don't want the money. Your parents will give it to you sooner or later. What are you afraid of?" Massaman was silent for a moment. "So, you're in love with him?" "I don't know." She shook her head. "But I don't want to go on like this." "By so?" Massaman sneered. "Do you mean that I cheated on you? Or that you were cold to me?" "Both." "So you're going to give up 7 years of marriage for a man you just met a few months ago?" "Not for months." Lindsay put down her glass. He was late." Massaman froze. "What do you mean?" "He's the playboy." The flowery words, "all inferior to me?" "Ha, you mean without your flowers?" She stood up and walked to the window. "I just don't want to waste any more time." "Lin Shui." Massaman's voice suddenly became soft. "Are you sure about this?" "I'm sure." She didn't look back. "We both need new beginnings." "Good." Massaman stood up as well and walked behind her. "I respect your choice." He wrapped his arms around her from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. "But I still want to ask you one last question." Lin Shui's body trembled slightly. "What's the problem? Have you slept together yet?" Lin Shui closed her eyes, tears slipping silently. "You know it hurts?" With one arm around Lin Shui, Massaman drew a dagger from his back with his other hand. Sunlight pours in through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the farm where Li Lok lives. He was making breakfast in the kitchen. the smell of fried eggs filling the air. Brother Unity, do you think Lin Shui will come to me? It's hard to say, but Lin Xiaoning's luck value is rising rapidly, and she seems to be interested in you. Little girl, just messing around. Li Lockjaw served the omelette on a plate. But this 40 points is me too. The doorbell rang. He walked to the door and saw Lin Xiaoning standing outside the door on the surveillance screen, carrying a cake box in her hand. Good morning, Mr. Li, she smiled. I made your favorite chocolate cake. Li Lockjaw opened the door. Why are you suddenly so polite? Celebrating your promotion. Lin Xiaoning walked in. Congratulations, Officer Li. Thanks. He took the cake box. Come in and sit down. No. Lin Xiaoning shook her head. I still have things to do. What is it? Secret. She winked. You'll find out later. As Lin Xiaoning turned to leave, Li Lockjaw suddenly called out to her. Wait. What's wrong? How's your sister-in-law doing these days? Lin Xiaoning froze for a moment, then smiled. Are you concerned about her? I'm just asking. She's fine, Lin said, and is preparing for a divorce. Li Lockjaw's heart tightened. Is that so? Yeah. Lin Xiaoning's smile was somewhat meaningful. Looks like you'll have your chance soon. Chance? He laughed bitterly. What chance? Of course it's a chance to pursue her. Lin Xiaoning blinked. Officer Li, don't play dumb. When she finished, she turned to leave, her red dress dazzling in the sunlight. This little girl, pimping me out every day. What the hell does that mean? Brother Unity, what do you think I should do? Host, you've gotten 400 lucky points from Nobuko. My goal is. Li Lockjaw looked up at the sky. My goal is. He suddenly smiled. My goal is to live. All the time. Chapter 174 Lin Shui loses lucky value. A piercing alarm exploded in Li Loxu's head. Warning! Lin Shui is under attack. Vital signs are dropping. Li Liaju stood up violently. The oil in the frying pan was still sizzling, and the omelette was already battered. Where? He grabbed his jacket and stormed out of the room. At her house. Location sent. How is she? Is there still help? Li Lachu asked as he started the car. I only saw that her face was covered in blood and her luck value was rapidly draining away. The system's voice was icy cold. Otherwise I couldn't have predicted it. Li Lockjaw's heart sank hard. The gas pedal pressed to the bottom, and the car rushed out like an arrow off the string. Lin Shui. Pick up the phone. He dialed Lin Shui's number from his car phone, over and over. Damn it. Pick up the phone. The phone finally picked up, but it was a guttural male voice that came through. Hello? Who is it? Ma Shiming? Li Lockjaw gritted his teeth. Where's Lin Shui? Officer Li. Massaman's voice was tinged with mockery. So concerned about my wife? Where is she? Li locked up almost yelling. What did you do to her? Me? Massaman sneered. I just did what every man does. Asterisk 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 you. Li Lockjaw slammed the steering wheel hard. I'm warning you, don't touch her. Too late, Massaman said with a hint of madness in his voice. I've already disfigured her. Li locked his eyes for a moment, his fingers gripping the steering wheel white from the force. And, Massaman continued, I've signed the divorce papers. Are you satisfied? Officer Li. You wait. I will definitely make you pay. Li Lachu hung up the phone, kicked the gas pedal, and the car made an ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing together. Support request sent. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? It's too late. Li Lockjaw's car braked sharply in front of Lin Shui's villa door, leaving 2 black marks on the ground from the tires. He kicked in the car door and rushed into the yard, slamming the door as hard as he could. Lin Shui, open the door. No response. He took a few steps back and slammed the door to the room. The living room was a mess, with furniture falling to the floor and shards of glass strewn about. Lin Shui collapsed in a pool of blood, her face pale and her breathing weak. Lin Shui. Li Lockjaw rushed over and held her in his arms. I'm coming. His voice quivered. Don't be afraid. He tore open his shirt and pressed against the wound on her neck, blood staining his hand. Hang on. I've called an ambulance. Massaman came out of the kitchen with a bloody hunting knife in his hand. Are you satisfied? He looked at Li Lockjaw with madness in his eyes. Now you guys can finally be together openly and honestly. Li Lockjaw ignored him and just hugged Lin Shui tightly, warming her cold body with his own body heat. Lin Shui. His voice choked. Don't leave me. Ma Shiming suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, Officer Li, you're not really in love with her, are you? Li Lockjaw raised his head, his eyes cold. You deserve to die. He stood up, moved cleanly to snatch the knife out of Massaman's hand, and subdued him with a backhand. At the same time, lifting his riding boots, he kicked him hard in the knee with the heel of his steel toe. Ka-ching! Ah! Continuous screams. Li locks up and uses his full strength. This kick bends his leg in reverse to 60 degrees. You stepped on a horse. Death is cheap for you. This leg, You don't want to get better. After saying that, he pressed him to the ground and put the handcuffs on his ankles. By now, Masaman had fainted. Lee locks up and kicks him aside, ignoring him, just holding Lin Shui and waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Dragon Kingdom, outskirts of the capital. The sun is shining and the air is fresh. Halfway up the mountain, an unassuming grave with the words Li Liuju engraved on the tombstone. He Wei and Simone stood in front of the grave and watched as the workers dug up the grave. The early morning sunlight poured over the tombstones, but it couldn't shine into their heavy hearts. Do you think he'll be in there? Simeone asked softly. He Wei didn't answer, just stared at the grave closely. The grave was opened and it was empty, except for a tattered gown. Sure enough, He Wei took a deep breath. I knew he wouldn't die that easily. Simone's tears finally fell. Why didn't he come to us? Because he has more important things to do. He patted Simone. Didn't want us to know. So what do we do now? Go to Koala Country. Huey looked away. Go get him back. The ambulance came whizzing by. Its blinding red and blue lights cutting through the quiet of the night sky. Li Liuju held Lin Shui out of the villa. The paramedics quickly came forward and carried Lin Shui on a stretcher. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Lockjaw pressed his hand on Lin Shui's face and silently chanted, "Activate the divine healer skill." With a flash of golden light, the wounds on Lin Shui's face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only faint red marks. Host, these 200 points of lucky value have been lost pretty much. Unity, we can't be so realistic, okay? I just feel sorry for her. Li Lockjaw said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he was happy. The police car followed the ambulance, and Li Lockjaw sat in the passenger side, looking out the window at the rapidly receding street scene. His thoughts went back to the moment as soon as he entered the house. Masaman, you wait for me. He clenched his fists, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Host, be careful. If there's a murder here, you'll just have to wander again. Brother Unity, I'm destined to go. Damn my lucky streak. Host, you're starting to hate lucky value? Lee locked up in silence, watching the doctor urgently treating Lin Shui's wounds. After getting out of the ambulance, Lee locked up and walked into the bathroom alone to wash his hands. As soon as he went out the door he bumped into Ma Xiaoshui who ran over. Rico, how's the enforcer doing? It's okay, it won't die. Ma clenched his fists. The whole police force is out to avenge the captain. Li Lockjaw shook his head. A bunch of... What? Ma Xiaoshui looked at Li Lockjaw incredulously. Rico? What do you mean? Literally. Hurry back to your post. With that, he flung his hands and walked away. In the hospital's emergency room, the lights were blinding and the air smelled of disinfectant. Li Lockjaw waited anxiously outside the door and kept pacing. Lin Xiaoning and a few of her co-workers also rushed over, worry written all over their faces. Li, Ma Xiaoshui came over. Team Lin will be fine. Why aren't you leaving yet? Didn't you leave too? At that moment, the emergency room door finally opened and the doctor stepped out. The patient is stable. The doctor removed his mask, but needs to be hospitalized for observation. Li locked up in relief. Thank you, doctor. He walked into the hospital room. Lin Shui was lying quietly on the hospital bed, her face still pale. He sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand, which was cold to the touch. Lin Shui, he whispered, you're awake? Lin Shui slowly opened her eyes and saw him, her eyes rolling in her eyes for a few moments before they began to fog up. Li Taiyu? It's me. He smiled. How are you feeling? Okay. Her voice was soft. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. She shook her head, her gaze falling on his hand. His hand was large and warm, wrapped tightly around hers. Thank you, she said. Thank me for what? Thank you for saving me. I should. He avoided her gaze. We're co-workers. Lin Shui smiled. A bitter smile. Yeah, co-worker. Get some rest. He stood up. I have things to do. Where are you going? She grabbed his sleeve. Get back to writing your report. He gently broke away from her hand. Sir. Lin Shui looked at his back, and a trace of loss flashed in her eyes. Brother Unity. Li Lockjaw stepped out of the hospital room. I want to activate the time rewind. Host, you're too hostile. Chapter 175, New Targets Again. Start it up. He laughed to himself. Go back and get that and I'm leaving anyway. Li Lockjaw couldn't stand the idea of a woman like Lin Shui carrying a strand of scars on her face for the rest of her life. Let's say I repay her for her luck. Host, I can't understand human emotions. Something's wrong if you understand. I'm going backwards. There was a flash of white light. Li locked up and went back to his room. It was just getting dark and he came home from work. Played around with Lin Shui all day during the day. In the end, he softly got Lin Shui's heart. Lin Shui is also determined to go back and divorce Ma Ximing. It was because of this that Masaman disfigured Lin Shui. Li Lockjaw didn't hesitate any longer. Get up and go out at once. He's going to get Masaman killed before he does. In the living room of Lin Shue's villa, Masaman sat across from Lin Shue. Are you really in love with him? Lin Shue, that's not important. What's important is that we have to get a divorce. For him? You've only known him for a few months? Our 7 years of marriage? Masaman asked continuously and rhetorically. This time in the shadows outside the window, Li Lockjaw took out the all-time high-powered Matna sniper rifle from the space. The electronic sights have the shot probabilities all worked out. This position is 98% successful. A few months? Lin Shui laughed coldly. This is all idle too long. I really wish I had met him earlier. This comment may have completely enraged Masaman. This ghostly woman. Masaman made up his mind to make a move. He pretended to come over and asked Lin Shui in a low voice. I promise you a divorce, but I want to ask you one last thing. Have you two had sex yet? He said that he was about to wrap his arms around Lin Shui's neck, and his other hand had already drawn his dagger. Bang! With the sound of breaking glass, Lin Shui then felt a stream of something hot spill down her neck. A sickening smell of blood called for his own suffocation. She thought the man wanted one last hug. Unexpectedly, the head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Lin Shui looked back at the large meat plate that had fallen aside. A few exclamations of surprise were made. Covering his mouth, he was at a loss for words. Li Lockjaw took advantage of the night and hurriedly left the scene. Run to the curb and drive away. Back home, Li Lochu began to write his resignation. That night, the entire police force was ordered to assemble in an emergency. Lin Shui's husband was shot in the head. Now that's a big deal. And there was a serious suspicion that the shot was running at Lin Shui and happened to miss. Li Lockwood followed suit and assembled in the office. This incident was too serious. The director of law enforcement himself is in command. In small villages, checkpoints are set up everywhere to check for suspicious vehicles. Li Lockwood was assigned to the search team. Go into the village and search the neighborhood for occupants. It was perfunctory, of course, and after a night, the case was reported. They're still doing their daily patrol thing. Early in the morning, Li Lockjaw knocked on Lin Shui's door. Lin Shui's face is still haggard even though she's divorcing Masaman. Li Lockjaw walked in and handed a report to Lin Shui. Sir, please read it. Lin Shui took the report and didn't immediately look through it, but looked at him. You're quitting? Aha. He nodded. I want to go back to the farm. Why? Her eyebrows furrowed a few times, and she blushed hard. At first, he looked out the window. You know the reason I came. Now, because of me? No. He shook his head. This police position isn't important right now. Lin Shui was silent, and the only sound left in the office was the ticking of the clock. Li Taiyu. She finally spoke. Do you really want to go? Aha. So, her voice caught a little. Will we see each other again? It will. He looked at her. As long as it's meant to be. Lin Shui's tears fell once again. Li Taiyu. Shu. He gently covered her mouth. Don't say anything. Why can't we talk about it? And what counted before? Lin Shui stood up at once, her tight police pants pushing her chair against the window. Sir, please watch your language. Lin Shui walked around the table and took a few steps closer. Li Taehyun. I'm watching your words. Li locked. Had enough fun. Have you? Are you looking for a fat guy too? Lin Shui already had almond eyes, and now her eyes were glaring out. Host, you're just asking for it. Brother Unity, did I save the wrong one? Talk. I'm single now and you're leaving? Lin Shui pulled over Li Lockjaw's collar. I'm a married woman in Tama. I got cheated on by you in my marriage, and now I want to pat myself on the back? Li Lockjaw hurriedly explained. Sir, keep your voice down. How about we talk about it in detail at night? Being pushed away by Lin Shui, Li Lockjaw hurriedly straightened down his clothes. Sir, I'll see you tonight, he said, sending her a meaningful smile. Get lost. Lin Shui picked up the pencil holder on the table, but after thinking for half a day, she didn't throw it out. Li Lockjaw was just about to turn around and leave. Wait! A woman's voice came from behind her. What again? The man could only turn around. Leave all your ID cards with me. The female naively thought that this way the man wouldn't slip away. Without saying a word, the man pulled everything out of his pockets, including a box of erotic raincoats. Lin Shui glared at him in disgust. Never mind. You can have all the wallets, all the IDs, bank cards. Lin Shui stood still and received all the things before she let out a long breath. Get lost. Without saying a word, Li Lockjaw turned and left. Lin Shui watched as his back disappeared. That's when he picked up the report on his desk, but couldn't read a word of it. Host, her mood is fluctuating. I know. Li Taiyu walked down the stairs, but I can't wait any longer. Host, are you sure you want to give up? Give up? He laughed. I just don't want to hang on to one tree. Unfortunately, within a few minutes, Li Lockjaw, who had taken off his uniform, was stopped by the doorman at the door. Rico, The captain wants you to go to her office. Lee locks up helplessly and returns again. Mr. Lee Tae-hyun. Lin Shue's voice was businesslike. This is a summons from the court. You're being sued. The more Lin Shue thought about it, the more wrong it was, knowing that this kid was a bit crooked, and for the sake of insurance, he first put the hold on it. Lee Lockjaw sat across from her, looking relaxed and casual in his casual attire. Don't need to see it, it's a pretext. The subpoena is fake. What's the charge? He raised an eyebrow. Obstruction of justice. Lin Shue placed the summons in front of him. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Where's the evidence? The fact that you helped Lin Xiaoning pay off her debts, and your relationship with her father. Lin Shue stared into his eyes. Are all enough to prove that you have another agenda. Purpose? He asked rhetorically. What is my purpose? Close to me. Lee Lockjaw was silent for a moment. Close to you? He laughed. Captain Lin is overthinking it. Really? Lin Shue sneered. Then explain why you're here. Coincidence. Coincidence? Her voice rose an octave. You expect me to believe that? Lee Lockjaw stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the clear sky. Believe it or not. Lin Shue saw him look like he didn't care and broke her heart. Her voice shook a little. You've been using me. Utilize? He laughed. What am I using you for? Take advantage of my feelings for you. Feelings? He raised an eyebrow. What feelings do we have for each other? Lin Shue's tears fell once again. Li Tai-xiang. You're so cruel. Cruel? He looked at her. I just don't want to hurt you. So what are you doing now? I'm protecting you. Protect me? She laughed sarcastically. Your so-called protection is to let me get hurt over and over again? Lin Shue. He sighed. Do you really not understand? I understand. She wiped away her tears. I understand that you don't care about me. Oh, he shook his head. Protect yourself, Captain Lin. The woman loses her patience. I was adamant about getting a divorce for your sake, and you're so good that you ran away? She slammed the table. Don't make me arrest you. The man looked scared. Enforcer, don't waste taxpayer resources. Why? Because. He looked at her. You won't be able to keep me that way either. Lin Shue froze. If you're leaving, why did you stay in the first place? Ha? Lee Lockjaw froze. You're okay with this literary talent. Lin Shue wrinkled her brow. Cut the crap. Why are you still fooling me when it comes down to it? You'll find out sooner or later. He turned to go. Wait. Lin Shue suddenly felt that this person was all mysterious. You. Who the hell are you? He stopped and didn't look back. Someone you should never know. Chapter 176 Lin Xiaoning's Trouble. Province of Sitter. State of Koala. Lee Lockjaw drove the SUV on a country road, still promising to see you in the evening before leaving Lingshu, so took advantage of the time gap and quickly drove away. The road is lined with golden wheat fields and rolling hills in the distance. Where's the next stop? Brother Unity? Host? Don't ask me. Go to a place with lots of people in the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, he laughed bitterly. I've kind of had enough of all that. Then you have to be prepared for the fact that every woman with a lucky number has had an extraordinary experience. Sure you want to get involved? Let's go. It's not a role. I've escaped. He looked ahead. And, she has saved her face, hasn't she? Then good luck. Host, thanks. Lee's locked car stopped in front of his family's farm. He got out of the car and looked at the familiar building in front of him. It's been a long time. He muttered to himself. The gate to the farm was open and a girl was feeding the chickens in the yard. Lin Xiaoning? The girl looked up and saw him, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Officer Lee? It's me. He smiled. What are you doing here? I'm taking care of Dad. Lin Xiaoning pointed to the house. He just got out of the hospital. How is he recovering? Very well, Lin Xiaoning said. Thanks to you. I'm not a doctor. He shook his head. I just did what I could. I know. Lin Xiaoning looked at him. But you changed our lives. Yeah? He laughed bitterly. And my life has been changed. Lee locked up and finally got back to business. No. Why are you at my farm? Oh, old Tom said it wasn't good to leave the house empty when you weren't coming home either. So I moved in with father. Lee Lockjaw took a long breath and held his chin in his hand. What kind of reason is that? You can't waste resources. And besides, you don't have to thank me for our relationship. Lee locked. Officer Lee. Lin Xiaoning walked up to him. Do you regret it? Regret what? Regret saving my father. Regret knowing me. She looked at him. Regret knowing Lin Shue? Lee Lockjaw fell silent as the sun set, the golden sunlight spilling over the two men's faces. I have no regrets. He finally spoke. Just some regrets. What regrets? Failed to protect her. Lin Xiaoning froze. You're talking about Lin Shue? Aha. Her? What happened? Lin Xiaoning said. She's a law enforcement officer. I know. Lee locked up knowing that the incident had been rewound by himself and that the girl wasn't impressed. I was just making a metaphor. What about you? Lin Xiaoning asked. Why did you come back today? Said with a playful smile. Shouldn't you be comforting Lin Shui? What a rare opportunity. I resigned. He shook his head. And the relationship with the enforcer is over. Why? Lin Xiaoning suddenly said. With that scumbag Ma Xining gone, wouldn't it be just right for you too? Li Lockjaw laughed. You? Did you have to make me get it on with my little aunt? Of course. Lin Xiaoning looked at him. My little aunt. But she hasn't been this happy in a long time. Li Lockjaw froze as he looked at Lin Xiaoning. She looks extraordinarily beautiful. Host. Lin Xiaoning's lucky value has reached 200 points. Brother Unity. I seem to be a little heartbroken. Congratulations to the host. A new target has appeared. Brother Unity. This is not good, right? Li Lockjaw scratched his head. She's still a child. Host. Where are your principles? Where are your goals? Principles? Goals? Li Lockjaw smiled bitterly. My principle is to live. And my goal is to live all the time. Then what are you hesitating for? He looked at Lin Xiaoning, who was still busy, making her look extraordinarily innocent. I just couldn't bear it. Host, your womanizing will get you killed. Maybe, he sighed, but there are some things that are more important than luck value. Like what? For example, he looked into Lin Xiaoning's eyes. For example, humanity. Lin Jin, Lin Xiaoning's father, sat in his wheelchair and looked at the farm as the sun set. He hadn't said a word since Li Lockjaw had arrived. The eyes of the old geezer saw at once that this man was not ordinary. Backed all over the place. Ing, he said softly, would you come over here for a moment? Li Lockjaw looked for the sound and just nodded down with this middle-aged man. A drug dealer doesn't deserve much attention from himself, and there's no need to be polite with him. Dad. Lin Xiaoning held his hand. I've grown up. Lin Xiaoning seemed to see her father's meaning. I know. Lin Jin sighed. It's a dangerous path. I'm not afraid. Lin Xiaoning looked at him. I'll protect you. Lin Jin laughed, smiling in relief. My daughter. She's finally grown up. As night fell, a silence fell over the farm. Li Lockjaw was sitting in the living room and was drinking tea. Lin Xiaoning and his daughter returned to their room. This will be just the right time to figure out how to go about getting those 200 points. Coming to Koala Land has never gone well. First, you change your American dollars and get dozens of names. This would take most of the energy out of Lin Shui. And again, to no avail. It's as if lucky value just fails when you leave the Dragon Kingdom. Own bad luck. Suddenly, several dark shadows silently climbed over the fence and infiltrated the farm. Warning, host, intruder detected. How many? Li Lockjaw snapped his eyes open. 4 men, armed, Lin Xiaoning the Scourge. Host, the point now is not to explore this. Shut up. The searchlights around the farm came on at the same time, illuminating the entire yard as if it were daylight. Bright lights cut through the quiet of the night sky as a few frightened kangaroos scurried around. The 4 men in black hid behind a tree and exchanged whispers. Damn, why are there more bodyguards? One of them cursed. This old man is quite cautious. Make it quick, said the other. Don't make a mess. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night. A lamp was shattered. Lee Lockwood stood on the second-floor balcony with a silencer-mounted Glock in his hand. Nice shooting. Come on, at least to Special Forces. Who? The men in black didn't answer, but spread out and approached the villa. Host, their target is Lin Jin. I know. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Lockjaw's eyes. Then let them have no return. He opened his space and took out the auto stormtrooper submachine gun. Brother Unity. This thing has a little too much recoil. Host, you may choose another weapon. No. Lee locked and pulled the bolt. That's it. Plenty of bullets. The men in black were already approaching the villa. They were well trained and moved quickly and stealthily. Bang! 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 Lee locks up and pulls the trigger. And the gun spews fire. Bullets whizzed out, tracing a line of fire in the night sky. 2 of the men in black fell to the ground in response, and the remaining 2 quickly ducked. Damn! One of them cursed. This kid is Special Forces? Go! The other man didn't bull asterisk. Boss, his weapon is too powerful. Looking at his fallen companions, he wimped out. Both men rushed out from behind cover at the same time, miniature submachine guns in their hands. Ta-da! Intense bullets were fired at the balcony, which Lee Lockjaw quickly dodged. Bullets hit the walls, spattering debris and dust. Lee locks up and pokes his head out, aiming at one of them. Bang! One shot to the head and the other fell to the ground. The last man in black hid behind a tree, not daring to show his head. Come out! Lee Lockdown's voice echoed in the night air. You can't get away. Instead of answering, the man in black crept around the side of the villa. Host, he's trying to enter through the back door. Nice try. Lee Lockjaw sneered. Lin Xiaoning, it's your turn to appear. Lin Xiaoning was wearing her pajamas and standing in the hallway on the second floor with a desert eagle in her hand. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the man in black fell to the ground. Impressive. Neen, Li locked up with a grin. Nice shooting. It's okay, Lin Xiaoning shrugged. My dad used to teach me. Lin Jin sat in his wheelchair and watched this scene, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Dad. Lin Xiaoning walked over to him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Jin shook his head. It's just, I didn't realize you were hitting so well now. These days, Lin Xiaoning said. How can you protect yourself if you can't shoot? Li Lockjaw walked down the stairs to the bodies of the men in black and checked their equipment. Host, they're professional killers. From the island. Island? Li Lockjaw's brow furrowed. Looks like things are getting complicated. Chapter 177, Escape Again. Melbourne, Koala Land. Early morning sunlight poured down on the narrow street as Nobuko walked through the crowd in her washed-out jeans and t-shirt, her head down. She tried to look as ordinary as possible, like a working girl who had just arrived in the land of Koala. As she passed a bakery, she stopped and smelled the aroma of bread wafting through the air. It had been a long time since she had eaten anything so delicious. She felt the change in her pocket, only enough for the cheapest white bread. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, a man in a suit approached. Miss, the man asked in Japanese. Are you from Rukoku? Nobuko's heart sank as she subconsciously tried to hide, but the man blocked her path. I'm from immigration. The man pulled out his ID. Please show me your identification. Nobuko's hand clenched the fake ID in her pocket, but she knew the consequences if she was discovered. She lowered her head. I have no identification. The man sneered. Illegal immigrants indeed. Please, Nobuko feigned pity. Don't arrest me. Want me to let you go? The man looked her up and down, his eyes flirty. Then come with me. Nobuko bit her lip, knowing she had no choice. The man led her to a black sedan. Get in. Nobuko hesitated, but got into the car. As the car started, the man suddenly smiled. Actually, I'm not from immigration. Nobuko's heart sank. Who are you? Someone who appreciates you. The man said meaningfully. Nobuko knew she had fallen into another trap, but there was no turning back. Melbourne International Airport, Koala Land. Hiwei and Simone walked off the plane side by side, followed by Hong Ying. Li Lockjaw, you big liar. Hiwei looked at the strange city in front of her. Let's see where you can hide this time. I hope we find him. Simeone said. Him? Hong Ying asked. Li Lockjaw? Well, Hidi nodded, as well as Nobuko. They? Hong Ying wondered. What do they have to do with us? There's a lot at stake. Hiwei looked off into the distance. It's our future that's at stake. Ning, you and Officer Li have been in contact too often lately. I always feel that he has another purpose in approaching you. Lin Jin sat in his wheelchair, looking at his daughter who was fiddling with the flowers and plants, and said in a serious tone. Lin Xiaoning didn't even raise her head. Dad, you're overthinking it. Officer Li has helped our family a lot. I know. Lin Jin sighed. It's just, the timing of his approach to you was too coincidental. Coincidence? Lin Xiaoning put down the kettle. What coincidence? Lin Jin hesitated for a moment, but still said, on the very day you were bullied, he suddenly appeared. Don't you think it's strange? Lin Xiaoning laughed. Dad, are you suspecting him of being a mole? Lin Jin didn't answer, but changed the topic. Do you know about your little aunt? Lin Xiaoning's face changed instantly. My little aunt? She was attacked. Lin Jin's voice trailed off. Just last week. Lin Xiaoning's heart skipped a beat. Attack? You know about it too? It must have been the gunman hired by Massaman. Lin Jin slammed hard on the armrest in anger. I didn't expect to get this shot in my own head. Ha ha, that sounds hilarious. Lin Jin, don't in. The only thing you have to do is stay away from that Officer Li. Dad. Lin Xiaoning looked at her father. What are you really worried about? I'm worried that you're being used by him. Lin Jin said. He's not a good person. Lin Xiaoning was about to say something when the phone suddenly rang. Lin Jin picked up the phone and it was Lin Shui calling. At this moment, Lin Shui's eyes were red, and it seemed that she hadn't slept well for several days. She was on the phone with one hand, a concordance in the other. This desperate guy has been gone for almost 3 days. Instead, they received a red notice from Interpol. She scrutinized the picture of the bearded man. How does it look like this scummy guy? Brother, Lin Shui's voice was a bit weak. How have you been? I'm fine. Lin Jin said. How about you? I heard from Ning that you. I'm fine. Lin Shui interrupted. I wanted to ask you about that Li Taiyu. Do you know him? Lin Jin was silent for a moment. Don't know much about it, but brother knows where he lives? You know? Lin Shui's voice held a hint of surprise. Where is he? Lin Jin told Lin Shui the address of the farm where Li Lok lived. Xiao Shui, listen to your brother's advice and stay away from him. Why? He's dangerous, Lin Jun said. Very dangerous. Lin Shui hung up the phone and immediately summoned the commando team. He had been stirred up all day by himself, and it turned out that he was right under his nose. How could you forget about that farm? Target, Sitter Province. Farm 19 on the outskirts. Lin Shui looked at the team. The Interpol letter of concurrence has come down. This person is extremely dangerous. He has robbed banks and arms depots on the island. They all say it was this Li Shixian who did it. The team sucked in a breath of air. Ma Xiaoshui opened his mouth wide in surprise. What the hell? Brother Li is a wanted man? Or international? Depart. Lin Shui ignored him. All put on your bulletproof vests and make sure to apprehend the target. The farm where Li Lok lives is sunny and full of birds. He was drinking coffee in the courtyard. Host, Lin Shui is here. What's she doing here? Li locked in a frown. With commandos, heavily armed. Is this crazy? He put down his coffee cup. Brother Unity, is there a portal? Prepare to run. Doesn't have that function. Hurry up and upgrade. Taking advantage of this opening, Li Lockjaw stood up and straightened his clothes. Xiao Ning. He walked over to Lin Xiaoning. I have something to do. I'll leave first. What is it? Lin Xiaoning asked. Secret. He smiled. You'll find out later. After finishing with her, Li Lockjaw walked quickly out of the manor. Come behind a tree. Brother Unity, you've been bored for almost a month. What's the best thing you've upgraded? Give me a free ticket. Host, if I'm that powerful, what's the point of looking for luck? Brother Unity, it doesn't matter. Li locks up and walks quickly to his car. It disappeared into the distance in a puff of smoke. Lin Xiaoning looked at the empty ranch and suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Going against Lin Shui's group along the way. Unity, this won't work. She can track me. Unless you use a stealth card. Li Lockwood gritted his teeth. How far is this from the airport? Less than 300 kilometers. That's enough. Abandon the car at the river and introduce them to the virgin forest. At a riverside, Li Lockjaw got out of the car and hurriedly activated a stealth card. After that a quick run towards the airport, and got on a random flight. Host, you're on a flight to Sydney. Brother Unity, can you upgrade the time of the stealth card? I have to squat in the toilet every time. That's fine, but I'm going to conserve energy. 4 hours later, high-rise buildings and traffic. Host, this is Sydney. Sydney? He looked around. Not bad. Didn't fall down the toilet. Your new identity is antique dealer. Antique dealer? He laughed. Tuan, why don't you upgrade your face? I don't show my face everywhere I go. Chapter 178, the fastest lucky value. Antique dealer? He laughed. Tuan, why don't you upgrade your face? I don't show my face everywhere I go. Your startup capital is 10 million knife dollars. Brother Unity, there is plenty of money in gold in space. What kind of antique merchant are you asking me to be? Just open a brothel directly. Host, please find a new source of lucky value as soon as possible. So yeah, open a greenhouse and the source won't be a problem. Li Lockjaw walked into an upscale hotel and booked a deluxe suite. Sir, the lady at the front desk handed him his room card. Welcome aboard. Thanks. He took the room card, a smirk curling the corners of his mouth. Unity, he said in his mind. Start our show. The Sydney Opera House is brightly lit and crowded at night. Dressed in an elaborate suit, Li Lockjaw stood on the balcony, enjoying the night view of the harbor. Host, target sighted. Oh, he turned around. Where? Opera House, first floor, cafeteria. Walking. In the cafe, the lilting sound of a piano flowed through the air. A woman sat in the corner, a book in her hand, reading quietly. She was wearing a white dress with long, elegant hair. Host, her luck value is 180. 180? A flicker of interest flashed in Li Lockjaw's eyes. Not bad. He walked over and sat down across from her. Alone. Miss? The woman looked up, saw him, and smiled slightly. Yes, sir. Do you mind if I sit here? Of course I don't mind. My name is Li Xian. He held out his hand. And I'm an antique dealer. Hello? The woman shook his hand. My name is Sophie and I'm a writer. Writer? He raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I like to write too. Yeah? Sophie smiled. Then we have a lot in common. How about we talk? Yeah. The two began to talk. From literature to art. From life to ideals. Li Lockjaw found Sophie to be a very thoughtful woman. With elegant talk and insight. Host, she's on her guard. I know. Li locked up and smiled. Take your time. After a few days, Li Lockjaw and Sophie were already familiar with each other. They go to painting exhibitions, concerts and walks on the beach together. Li, Sophie looked away from the sea. Are you really just an antique dealer? Of course. He smiled. Why do you ask? I don't know. Sophie shook her head. It just feels. You're mysterious. Mysterious? He raised an eyebrow. I like that word. Lee, Sophie turned and looked at him. Have you ever thought about a different life? A different life? He asked back. Like what? Like being with me. Lee Lockjaw froze. He looked at Sophie. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded a layer of gold on her face, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. Host, Sophie's luck value has risen to 200 points. Brother Unity. Lee Lockjaw laughed. It seems I'm in luck. Host, please don't get carried away. As you wish. Melbourne, Lin Shue's apartment. She was sitting on the couch, holding a picture of Lee Lockjaw and Lin Xiaoning drinking coffee on a farm. Who the hell are you? She muttered. Why are you approaching us? The phone rang. It was Lin Jin calling. Snow. Lin Jin's voice was tinged with anxiety. Did you find him? Not yet. Lindsay said, but he won't get too far. You must be careful. Lin Jin said. He's dangerous. I know. Lin Shui looked at Li Lachu on the photo. I will bring him to justice. Nobuko helps out at Wang Feng's restaurant, washing dishes, serving food, and cleaning. She tried to look as ordinary and unobtrusive as possible. Miko, Wang Feng looked at her. You seem to have something on your mind? No. Nobuko shook her head. I'm just a little homesick. Home? Wang Feng sighed. Can you still go back? Nobuko fell silent, knowing that she was an internationally wanted criminal, and that once she revealed her identity, she would never have a chance to go home. It's okay. Wang Feng patted her shoulder. This is your home. Nobuko looked at Wang Feng, a trace of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Just then, a news item was suddenly inserted into the television set. Police are looking for a man of island nationality who is suspected of several major cases and is extremely dangerous. On the news screen was the face of Lee Lockdown. Nobuko's body stiffened so violently that the plate in her hand fell to the floor and shattered. Miko, Wang Feng asked with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nobuko lowered her head. Just a little tired. She turned and ran into the kitchen, tears slipping silently down her face. Who the hell is he? At night in Sydney, neon flashes and the sail-shaped roof of the opera house stands out against the night sky. Lee Lockjaw and Sophie strolled along the harbor, the sea breeze blowing and bringing a hint of coolness. Lee, Sophie snuggled up next to him. Do you really want to live with me? Of course. Lee locked his arms around her tenderly. As long as you want. Host, there is no change in Sophie's luck value. Brother Tong, take your time. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lee Lockjaw said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he was calculating how to get out. Lee, Sophie looked up at him. Let's get married. Lee Lockjaw froze. Marriage? Well, Sophie nodded. I want to have a home with you. Lee Lockjaw looked at her. The Sophie under the moonlight was extraordinarily beautiful, and the expectation in her eyes was so sincere. He was almost convinced that she was really in love with herself, but the system's prompts brought him to his senses. He smiled. Yeah, but I'm not ready. It's okay, Sophie said. I can wait for you. Sophie, Lee locked up and looked at her. Do you really love me? Of course, Sophie replied without hesitation. I love you more than anything. Lee Lockjaw laughed coldly in his heart. Beats everything? Including money? Host, detecting Sophie's cell phone recording. Brother Unity, it looks like we're in for a good show. A few days later, Sophie's apartment. Lee, Sophie cried, her eyes going pear-shaped. Please, help me. What's wrong? Lee locked up pretending to be concerned. I'm in debt to loan sharks. Sophie choked out. And they're selling me to Southeast Asia. How much? $500,000. Lee Lockjaw sneered in his heart. $500,000? It's really a lion's mouth. Brother Unity, prepare to record. Recording is on. Sophie, Lee locked up and sighed. Why did you take out a loan shark? I can't help it. Sophie cried harder. My mom is sick and needs money for an operation. Sophie, Lee locked up and looked at her. You lied to me. Sophie froze. What? You don't have a mom at all. Lee locks up. And your identity is fake. Sophie's face instantly turned pale. She wanted to explain but didn't know what to say. Sophie, Lee Lockwood's voice suddenly turned cold. Who the hell are you? Sophie lowered her head. I just want to be with you. For money? Sophie didn't answer. By default. Sophie, Lee locked up and looked at her. Can you disassociate yourself from them? $500,000 I can give you. What? Sophie looked at him in disbelief. Leave your organization, said Lee Lockdown, and never appear before them again. Chapter 179, Sophie's Secret. I'm going to think about it. Sophie stumbled out of the apartment, not forgetting to glance back at Lee Lockjaw. Lee Lockjaw stood in front of the window and watched her disappear into the night. Brother Unity, will she change for the better? Host, is there no excuse for what you're doing? Brother Unity? He sneered. You're teaching me to pick up girls? Melbourne, Lin Shue's apartment. She sat on the couch and watched the TV news. Police are looking for a man of Goryeo nationality who is suspected of several major cases. On the news footage was the face of Lee Lockdown. Lin Shue's heart pounded as she picked up her cell phone and dialed Lee Lockjaw's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Lin Shue's finger slid across the cell phone screen. And in the end, she didn't press the send button. Province of Sitter. State of Koala. Lin Jin sat in his wheelchair and looked out the window at the gloomy sky. Dad. Lin Xiaoning came over. What are you thinking about? I was wondering. Lin Jin sighed. What the hell is Officer Lee? He's a good man. Lin Xiaoning said. He saved us. Maybe. Lin Jin shook his head. But, I always felt he was dangerous. Dad. Lin Xiaoning looked at him. Why do you always suspect him? Intuition. Lin Jin said. The intuition of a drug dealer. Sydney, Chinatown. Nobuko stood in front of a wholesale vegetable market in a whitewashed shirt and jeans. She had just smothered a man with a plastic bag and ransacked his belongings in a car in Melbourne 3 days earlier, followed a vegetable truck and escaped to Sydney. She kept her head down, her hat covering most of her face, trying not to draw attention to herself. Boss, she asked in her less-than-skilled koala language. Are you hiring, please? The owner, a middle-aged long boy man, looked her up and down. Can you chop vegetables? Nobuko nodded. Come on in then. Nobuko followed her boss into the kitchen, which was steaming hot and filled with the scent of various dishes. She grabbed a kitchen knife and started chopping vegetables. Her movements were slow and clumsy, but she was serious. You've never done this before? The boss asked. Nobuko shook her head. No, it's okay, take your time to learn, the boss said. Nobuko nodded and continued chopping vegetables. Her thoughts drifted far away, remembering Li Taixiang, remembering Ishikawa, remembering that thrilling escape. I will find you, she murmured in her mind. Wherever you are. He-Wei, Simone and Hong Ying arrive in Melbourne, the land of the koalas. They checked into an upscale hotel and began investigating the whereabouts of Lee Lockwood. Hong Ying, He-Wei sat down in front of the computer. Our people, did you find out anything? Mr. He, it said that after Interpol's wanted notice was issued, only one county's police department responded, and it used armored vehicles. Where? He-Wei put down the mouse in a hurry. Standing up, Simeone put down her cell phone as well. Where did you get that message? Hong Ying said. It was a local netizen who captured it and uploaded it on a short video platform. He-Wei hurried over and looked at the video. Weird? It's like catching some deadly criminal. We're going to that county. Sydney. Lee Lockwood's is browsing antique stores again. He was looking at an antique vase from afar. Host. He-Wei is here. Coming pretty fast. He put down the vase. Unity. Get ready to run. The light slowly swept over the well-stocked antique shelves. It finally landed on the Tang Sankai horse, streaming with color. Lee Lockwood wore white gloves and scrutinized it. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the horse's body, making a crisp sound. Host, target appears, right behind you. The corners of Lee Lockjaw's mouth rose slightly as he put down the Tang Sankai horse and turned around. Sophie looked like a blooming rose in a long red dress. Her makeup today was exquisite, her red lips flirty and her eyes flowing. Lee Lockjaw took off his gloves, revealing his long, slender fingers. He walked up to Sophie with a gentle smile. Sophie, what a coincidence. Sophie ruffled her hair with a flare. Yeah, what a coincidence. You like those too? Slightly. Lee locked his eyes on her. You look beautiful today. Thanks. Sophie's smile was a little shy. You too. Host. Her heartbeat is accelerating and her respiratory rate has increased. Brother Unity. It seems that my charm is still online. Lee Lockjaw was secretly happy in his heart. Host. Her cell phone is recording. Old 6. Lee Lockjaw didn't move. Then play with her. How have you been? He asked softly, his voice gentle. Sophie kept her head down and twisted her fingers in her skirt. Not so good. What's wrong? He asked with concern. My mom's surgery is still $200,000 short. Her voice was tinged with tears. Lee Lockjaw sneered in his heart. Last time it was $500,000. This time why is it $200,000? He pulled out his checkbook. I'll lend you. Sophie jerked her head up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Really? Sure. He swiped down the numbers and signed his name. Here, don't feel pressured. Sophie took the check with tears in her eyes. Lee, thank you. You're so kind. She jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. Lee Lockjaw stood stiffly in place, feeling her warm and soft body. Host, her heartbeat is back to normal and her respiratory rate is steady. Brother Unity, this woman. The play is really good. Lee Lockjaw cursed in his heart. Sophie took the check and walked briskly down the street. She looked back from time to time to make sure she wasn't being followed. Walking to a street corner, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Boss? Her voice turned cold. The money's here. Only 200,000 this time. A man growled from the other end of the phone. $200,000? You're hitting on a screamer? Li Shixian only gave this much. Sophie explained. He's out of money? No. He's rich, Sophie said. He's just testing me. Testing you? The man sneered. You'd better not play any tricks. Or, I know. Sophie interrupted. I want to get out of this more than you do. She hung up the phone and looked at the check in her hand with a flash of determination in her eyes. Lie one last time, she said to herself, and then get out of here and never come back. Li Lockjaw sat on the couch and watched the TV news. On the screen, Sophie's wanted photo flashed. Ha, Sophie? Famous like me? He picked up his cell phone and dialed Sophie's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Host, there is no change in Sophie's luck value. Looks like she really wants to run away. Li Lockjaw muttered to himself. Good thing. It saves me from having to do it. He got up and walked to the window. Looking out at the night scene, his heart suddenly a little empty. I'm just going to have to go after her. I have to get these 200 points. Lin Shui sat on the couch with a soap opera playing on the TV. Instead, she didn't look into anything. Her mind was full of Li locking up. The doorbell rang and she got up to open it. Lin Xiaoning stood outside the door, carrying a cake box in her hand. Ning? Lin Shui was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Came to see you. Lin Xiaoning walked in. Brought you cake by the way. Thanks. Lin Shui took the cake. Come in and sit down. Lin Xiaoning sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Shui. Little auntie, how have you been? Chapter 180, Shen Bishi fully awakened. Lin Shui forced a smile. It's okay. Still thinking about him? Lin Xiaoning asked. Lin Shui didn't answer. Just looked down at the cake. Little aunt. Lin Xiaoning sighed. You can't keep going on like this. I know, said Lin Shui, but there are some things that can't just be forgotten. I know you can't forget about him. Lin Xiaoning looked at Lin Shui. But what? But you have to think of yourself too. Lin Xiaoning said. You can't give up your own happiness for someone who's already gone. Lin Shui's tears finally fell. But I can't forget him. I know. Lin Xiaoning hugged Lin Shui. But you have to learn to let go too. Lin Shui leaned into Lin Xiaoning's arms, crying like a child. Li Liuzhu stood on the ridge, watching the distant harvester shuttle back and forth in the wheat field. Host, Shen Bishi's has fully awakened, and her luck value has reached 1,000. That fast? Li Lockjaw frowned. How did she do it? She seems to have found some sort of shortcut. There was a hint of worry in the system's voice. And, she's targeting you. Me? Li Lockjaw sneered. What does she want from me? Lucky value. She's already 1,000 and wants mine? She wants more, said the system, and she wants adamantium, too. Li Lockjaw fell silent as he looked at the distant wheat field, a sudden ominous feeling in his heart. So, Bish has turned into a demoness? Various instruments flickered with an eerie blue light, and the smell of formalin filled the air. Shen Bishi stood in front of a huge petri dish wearing a white lab coat. Inside the petri dish, a woman lay still, covered in various tubes. It's almost done, she said to herself. It's almost done. She pressed a button and the liquid in the petri dish began to tumble. The woman's body began to convulse and she let out a moan of pain. Shen Bishi looked at all of this, and a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. So this can suck up luck values, she whispered. Looks like I'll be immortal soon. Li locked up in his car and drove aimlessly through the streets of Sydney. He didn't know where he was going or what he was supposed to do. Host, it is recommended that you go to a crowded place, where there are lots of people? He smiled to himself. Everywhere is dangerous for me now. Host, abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the vicinity. What energy fluctuations? Similar to lucky value. Li Lockjaw's heart stirred. Take me to see. The car came to a stop at an abandoned dock, with only a few dim streetlights in the night. Li locks up and gets out of the car, walking slowly along the dock. Host, energy fluctuations are just ahead. He quickened his pace and walked over to a container. The door of the container was half open, and a faint light came from inside. He carefully pushed the door open and saw a woman huddled in the corner. Nobuko? The container door was half open in the dim light. Li Lockjaw hid in the shadows, observing the situation inside. Nobuko was curled up in the corner with multiple bruises. Two burly men stood in front of her, clubs in their hands. Bitch, one of the big men scolded. How dare you run? Nobuko kept her head down and didn't say a word. Get her out of here, said the other big man. The boss is waiting. Host, Nobuko's vital signs are dropping. Li locked up and frowned. Looks like we'll have to do it. He quickly took the silencer out of his space and aimed it on the Matna sniper rifle, then quickly raised his pistol and aimed it at the leg of one of the big men. Bang! A slight gunshot rang out and the big man screamed and fell to the ground. The other big man froze for a moment, and before he could react, Lee Lockjaw's second shot had already been fired. Bang! A second shot rang out and the other big man went down. Nobuko looked up at the shadows in the doorway, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Lee locked on a third shot, aiming for the chains that bound her. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and only a spark later, the chains broke. Without showing himself, he turned and disappeared into the night. At this time, in Sophie's apartment, Sophie was packing her bags, and she was moving in a hurry, like she was trying to get away from something. Host, Sophie's luck value is fluctuating. She's getting ready to leave. Lee Lockjaw hurriedly drove and quickly drove to Sophie's house. I can't let her run away. I must get her lucky value. A female liar. I have no shame in cheating her. Right. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Half an hour later. Where is she going with this? Lee's locked car pulled up at the bottom of her apartment building and watched as Sophie walked out with her suitcase. It's a struggle to walk. Has this tread even moved the pot? Destination unknown. Unity. Lee locked up and started the car. Follow her. Understood. Sophie's car weaved in and out of city traffic, with Lee's locked car following at a distance. Host, Sophie is on her way to the airport. The airport? Lee Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. She's trying to make a run for it? Very likely. Sophie's car was parked in the airport's parking lot and she walked into the terminal with her suitcase. Lee locks up and doesn't follow him in, but stops at the side of the road to observe. Host, Sophie has checked in. Destination is Brazil. Brazil? Lee Lockjaw sneered. That's pretty far away. Sophie sat on the airplane and looked out the window at the fading city. She let out a long breath, like she had finally let go of something. Goodbye, Lee Sean, she muttered to herself. Lee locked the car, looking up at the airplane that went through the clouds. I'm really stepping on it. A liar can just enter and exit the country. How come I have to go back and forth to squat in the toilet? Host, Sophie's flight has taken off. Brother Unity, please answer my latest question. Understood. I'm asking how she blended out of the country. Isn't she also a Class A wanted criminal? Host, only one thing, she changed her face. Crap, I want to know how. Host, there's actually a lot in this world that I can do. It's just the moral ground I have. Lee locks up and slaps the handlebars hard in anger. I knew it. You could do it. Why didn't you say so? Make me run around for my life? The system didn't reply. Lee Lockjaw strongly suppressed his inner anger. He knew the system was a positive one. Can't do anything illegal. So he switched gears. Unity, I'd like to dress up in a new look for the masked ball. Can you do that? Host, accomplishing such a goal is within my reach. Lee locks up and can't hide his inner excitement. Still trying to keep a low profile. Brother Unity, try to achieve as much realism as possible so that I can get a lot of women at the ball. This is easy. I know that people in this world have masks made of polymer synthesized silicone. In fact, those are outdated. Lee Lockjaw couldn't say too much at this point for fear that the system would react. Host, I will utilize the latest nanoscale materials that are barely noticeable, just like the real thing. Brother Unity, then please, get a civilized businessman's face similar to that of Mashiming. Chapter 181 William, a businessman from the state of Rice. No problem. I'll also make the appropriate file for you. The country will be placed in Rice, and you'll get preferential treatment wherever you go. Thank you, Brother Unity. It's an honor to serve you. 2 hours ago, it was the same airport. A businessman from Rice, William, walks in to pick up his boarding pass to Rio de Janeiro. He was about 30 years old, blonde hair, tall and thin, and graceful, and a pair of rimless glasses. Host, dressed like this, you'll surely be a showstopper at the ball. By this time, Lee Lockjaw had already boarded the airplane. The first time he sat in business class in a big way, Lee Lockjaw was about to cry. Can I get you a drink, sir? What's the most expensive come what? You're a gentleman. Host, oh, Coke with ice. Yes, sir. The stewardess deliberately lowered her chest and slowed the rise of her hips as she turned around, watching Lee lock his throat swallowed up and down a few times. It's been a long time since I'd been out of the island and I haven't eaten meat. Pretty girl, may I ask if you have a boyfriend? That stewardess obviously understood and hurriedly introduced herself skillfully in proficiency Nego. Turns out she's Brazilian and her family is poor with 13 children. She's the oldest. Lee Lockjaw took one look and immediately pretended to drop a $1,000 bill on the floor. Then look out the window. The stewardess' name was O'Brien, and she seemed to understand everything. Sir, would you like a special service in a moment? Lee Lockjaw didn't squeak, just slowly closed his eyes. Ozelle dropped to one knee. The gray stockings were suddenly taut on her thighs. The entire business bin was closed by her remote control. She looked down and picked up the money, and opened her mouth to take another sip of her ice-cold Coke. After that, hands and up. Black nails undid the blonde man's pants. A little while later, Lee locks up and finally tells Ozzy to finish the job. Very real girl. Won't stop until she gets what she wants. Host. You're shameless. 1,000 knives is so little. Unity. Buy a bucket of toothpaste and she'll save a lot of money. Getting off the plane, Ozzy didn't even look at Lee Lockdown. Straight away, he ran quickly into the airport bathroom. Don't look. It's important to track Sophie. Dimly lit, the streets are narrow and dirty, and garbage piles up. The air smelled of decay, mixed with the scent of drugs and alcohol. Lee Lockjaw stood on the street corner, looking at everything in front of him with a frown on his face. Host. Sophie is nearby. I know. He looked around, but it's too dangerous here. Host. You are aiming for a lucky number. I know. He took a deep breath, but I want to live too. Host. Multiple unknown forces detected. Looks like it's not simple here. Lee Lockjaw sneered. Then let's play with them. He walked into an alley and his figure disappeared into the darkness. In a gloomy house, Sophie sat on the bar, a drink in her hand. Her face was weary, but there was a determined gleam in her eyes. You're here? A man stepped out of the shadows. Where's the money? Sophie pulled out an envelope and placed it on the bar. It's all here. The man opened the envelope, glanced at the bills inside, and smiled. Not bad. You're smarter than I thought. I don't want to live like this anymore. Sophie said. Yeah? The man sneered. You think you can get away with it? I've run away. Sophie looked at him. And I'm not coming back. The man blushed and reached for Sophie. Just then, the door to the bar was suddenly kicked in. Lee Lockwood walked in, a gun in his hand. Let her go. The man froze for a moment and looked at Lee Lockjaw, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. What are you? I'm here to collect a debt. Lee locked up and raised his gun. Pay her back. The man laughed. Who do you think you are? It doesn't matter who I am, said Lee Lockdown. What matters is that you better not move her. The man was about to say something when Lee Lockdown had already pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the man fell to the ground in response. Sophie looked at Lee Lockjaw with shock in her eyes. You killed him? He deserves to die. Lee locked up and walked over to Sophie. Are you okay? Sophie shook her head, a flash of fear in her eyes. Come on. Lee locked on and took her hand. I'll get you out of here. Lee locks up and Sophie walks through the streets of Rio de Janeiro. Why did you save me? Sophie asked. Because you're worth it. Lee locked up and looked at her. And because I don't want to lose anyone else. Sophie froze, a little puzzled as she looked at the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner in front of her. She didn't remember recognizing such a person. You're from Rice? Lee locks down a signaling nod. Sophie asked again. Do we know each other? Lee locks up and nods again. Sophie stopped walking abruptly. Say, are you an IFB or an ICA? Now to remind Lee to lock up, he immediately contacted the system. Brother Unity, give me the identity of a MIB agent. Host, this is a challenge. The secret agent system of Rice is known to be the most advanced in the world. Brother Unity, you can do it. I believe in you. Host, you know me so well. I made 2 credentials. One for an IFB agent named William Smith. One for the ICA called William Gates. Brother Unity, Lee Lockjaw was secretly delighted. It seems that you are the smartest in the world. However, the system is not complacent. Host, detecting Chen Bishi approaching, Lee Lockjaw's face instantly became grave. My God, what is she doing here? Lee locks up and quickly drives away, fleeing with Sophie. Sophie, it doesn't matter what I am, but just know that I'm an agent. Sophie knew she was an international fugitive, but it wasn't so bad that she would send out agents to arrest her. Right? Where are you taking me? Let's get out of here first. A child. Flight to Texas. In business class. Lee locks up. Now William, wearing a blonde wig, blue pupils, an Armani suit, champagne in hand, looking out the window at the clouds rolling in. Brother Unity, the quality of this business class stewardess is not good. It's not half as pretty as my ex-wife Yujiku. Host, you only have luck in your eyes, don't you? That's for sure. Otherwise why would I go through all the trouble of traveling here? I came here for immortality, for a higher level of enjoyment. Host, please always remember that Chen Bishi also shares your goal. So yeah, I'm going to hurry up and get 2,000 points and leave her in the dust. To the side, Sophie had fallen into a deep sleep. The blonde man next to her called her a lot more at ease, because she's backed by the powerful MIB Secret Service. Lee Lockjaw was even more determined to get this woman's lucky value and ruthlessly abandon her. The plane landed. Lee locks up out of the cabin door, a wave of heat to the face. He took a deep breath. It still smells like the sea. Host, multiple unknown forces detected approaching. Looks like Sophie has caused a lot of trouble. Lee Lockjaw sneered. Just in time. Fish in troubled waters. He quickened his pace and walked toward the exit. Sophie followed him, looking anxiously. She was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans with a mask over her face, trying not to draw attention to herself. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. She froze for a moment, then a flash of panic flashed in her eyes. William? She caught up with Lee Lockdown at a quick pace. Lee Lockjaw took off his sunglasses and revealed a charming smile. Sophie, what's wrong? Tears came to Sophie's eyes and she threw herself into his arms. William, help me. Lee locked his arm around her shoulders and looked around without moving. Several men in black suits stood not far away, their eyes grim. Host, it's the mob. It's okay. Lee Lockjaw took Sophie's hand. I'm just afraid that the real Lee Kuei has arrived. The two men walked quickly toward the exit, followed closely by the man in the black suit. Lee Lockjaw and Sophie came to a black sedan. He opened the car door and let Sophie go in first, then got himself into the driver's side. The men in black suits also came to the car and surrounded them. Get off! The bald man at the head said viciously. Chapter 182 Running Away with Sophie. Lee locks up and starts the car, slamming on the gas. The car made an ear-splitting sound of scuffing tires and rushed out of the parking lot. The men in black suits got into their cars and followed in hot pursuit. Lee's locked car roared through the streets of Texas. He kept changing lanes, dodging his pursuers behind him. Host, they have guns in their hands. I know. Lee locked in a sneer. So play with them. He saw in the rearview mirror that the men in black suits had pulled out their guns. The bullets hit the body of the car with a clanking sound. Sophie screamed, covering her ears. Lee locked in a hand and pressed her against his lap. Stay down. I'll take a bullet for you. Lee locked the car like a nimble swimming fish, weaving in and out of traffic. The cars in the back, one after the other, were stuck in the back. The car pulls into a civilian neighborhood and the streets become narrow and crowded. Lee locks up and slows down, carefully avoiding pedestrians and vendors on the side of the road. Host, they lost them. Yeah. Lee locked up and looked in the rearview mirror. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, a motorcycle came out of the side and got in front of the car. In the car sat two men wearing helmets and holding guns. Lee Lockjaw slammed on the brakes and the car made a piercing sound. Get out of the car. One of the men pointed a gun at Lee Lockdown. Lee locked up his hands. Calm down, guys. Cut the crap. The other man raised his gun as well. Get out of the car. Lee Lockjaw slowly opened the car door and Sophie followed. What are you guys? Sophie asked. Debt collector, said one of the men. She owes our boss a lot of money. I didn't, Sophie retorted. I've already paid him back. Give it back? The man sneered. You think we'll believe that? I've got proof here. Lee Lockjaw took out his cell phone. Here's the transfer records. The man snatched up the phone, glanced at the screen, and paled. You, what are you? I'm an agent of the IFB. Lee Lockwood flashed his ID. Now, you can get lost. The two men looked at each other, silently put away their guns, got on their motorcycles and left. Sophie looked at Lee Lockjaw with doubt in her eyes. IFB? Well, Lee locked up and smiled. You're safe. Sophie sighed in relief, suddenly feeling tired as she leaned against Lee Lockdown's shoulder. Thank you, William. Host, Sophie's luck value has risen to 240. Lee locked his arms around her shoulders and was secretly happy. 240. Getting closer to the target. Where are we going? Sophie asked. Go to a safe place. Lee locked up. And then, we'll talk it over. The sea breeze is blowing and the coconut trees are swaying. Lee Lockjaw and Sophie were sitting on the balcony of the beach hut, looking at the sea in the distance. It's beautiful here, Sophie exclaimed. Yeah. Lee locked up and grabbed a flak jacket from a side table. Perfect for a vacation, said the man as he began to inspect several bullet holes in the back of his body armor. Oh, there's shotguns, assault rifles, and sniper rounds. Sophie, what the hell have you gotten yourself into? William, I don't want to talk about it for fear of involving you, but you've already gotten me into trouble? William, Sophie looked at him. Why are you helping me? Lee Lockjaw smiled. Because you're my friend. Friends? Sophie smiled bitterly. People like me don't deserve friends. Everyone deserves to be saved. Lee locks up and looks her in the eye. Including you. Sophie's tears fell again. William, you're so sweet. She flung herself into Lee Locker's arms and hugged him tightly. Lee Lockjaw felt her warm and soft body, but his heart was cold. Host, Chen Bishi is nearby. Damn, he whispered. Looks like our vacation is over. William, where are we going now? Sophie tightened her grip on Lee's locked hand, her fingertips cold. Lee Lockjaw gave her a look. Where to? Of course to go. He purposely paused. To go bouncing. Sophie froze. Bounce? Now. Yeah. Lee Lockdown grinned wickedly, celebrating our aftermath. But, Sophie looked out the window at the black-clad men who were getting closer and closer. They're still chasing us. Don't worry. Lee locks up and starts the car. I know a trail. The The car weaved through the winding streets, and Lee Lockjaw skillfully dodged the pursuers behind him, as if playing an exciting racing game. Sophie, do you trust me? Lee Lockjaw drove the car with his hands busy, while twisting his head to look at the unclothed Sophie. It's also quite fleshy at first glance, giving Yujik almost as much plumpness and more sex appeal than Smyrnee. Of course, you've saved me several times, so can you tell me why you joined this Black Wind gang? Sophie was a little surprised. You know about Black Wind? That's for sure. I'm an agent of not only the IFB but the ICA as well. Sophie gave him a somewhat skeptical look. Then why are you still asking me? You should have pretty much found out my bottom. I'm checking it out. I'm waiting for you to say it. Lee locks up as he's trying to get away from his pursuers and asks her. Sure. I'm just verifying to see if it's true. Oh, it's not that I can't talk about it. My brother was captured by them and injected with drugs, and they are more seducing rich people to pay their debts. Oh, it's about as good as I've got. Why don't we go get your brother out of there? Just then, Unity's voice. Host, they're getting closer. Brother Unity, this lucky value of mine is too eye-catching. Do you have any other ideas? I've adjusted your luck value to the minimum, but Sophie's is going up. Mud, forcing me to kill someone. Host, it is still recommended that you take the initiative. Active? Active how? Heroic. Bitter trick. A bitter trick? Lee Lockwood smiled. That I like. He purposely slowed the car down to allow the car behind him to catch up. Bang! A bullet shattered the rear window, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Ah! Sophie screamed and clung to Lee's locked arms. Don't be afraid. He soothed. I'm here. He jerked the steering wheel and the car slammed into the guardrail on the side of the road with an ear-splitting metallic scraping sound. No good! Sophie exclaimed. Lee Lockjaw pretended to be injured and covered his chest in pain. I seem to be injured. The car behind them stopped and the men in black rushed over. Lee Lockjaw took the opportunity to open the car door and pushed Sophie out. I'll block them. You run. William. Sophie cried. No. Go. He used his last ounce of strength to push her out of the encirclement. Go to the police. Getting away from them is the last option. No. William, I can't leave you behind. Lee locked up from his backpack and quickly took out his submachine gun. While quickly loading up, he told her, there's no time for that. I'll get them and you get the hell out of there. With that, he turned and fired wildly at the incoming enemy. This time he wasn't pretending. He was being pushed. He's going to get them dead fast. Sophie screamed and hid from him. Lee locks up and has to pretend to protect her from being shot. Brother Unity, I'm not as bad as Vidra. Is my head incapable of taking bullets? Host, do you think they'll voluntarily spank you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then kill them all. Later, I was going to pretend to be shot, but I was afraid the opposite side would blow my head off. Lee locks up and takes the grenade gun out of his backpack again. Try the groundnuts, boys. Lee locks up and tells Sophie to cover her ears. A disc of 6 rounds of grenades whizzed out. Boom! Boom boom! There was a loud bang, and the surrounding area was suddenly ablaze with fire. Lee Lockjaw was toppled to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion, but he didn't forget to lie on top of Sophie. Finally he spat out the rock in his mouth, quickly stood up, unharmed. Sophie, are you okay? Sophie was dumbfounded. This was all footage she had seen in the movies and was surprised to have experienced it firsthand. William, you are truly the most valiant of warriors. Host, your acting skills are off the charts. Thanks for the compliment, he said, patting the dust off his body. But, how come her lucky points haven't come in yet? She's just worshipping. She's not going to give her life to it yet. Fark. He looked away. It's so damn annoying. I want to find a place to force her before I do. The two stumbled into an alleyway. Sophie, I'm going to get a car. Wait for me. No, I'm with you. Sophie, in a moment, you take me straight to their lair, okay? Chapter 183, Getting Sophie. A heavy night hangs over Texas, and the air smells of dampness and gasoline. On the side of the road, Lee Lockjaw stopped a cab, and Sophie sat nervously in the passenger seat. Master, go to the nearest car rental agency. Lee Lockjaw wore sunglasses, his tone relaxed and casual, as if the gunfight just now was just a game. Sophie gave him an uneasy look. William, do we really have to go to Black Wind? Lee Lockjaw turned his head and gave her a confident smile. Of course, I'm going to make them pay. Host, your luck value is dropping. Unity, shut up, Lee Lockjaw whispered. I know what I'm doing. I'm just reminding you that Sophie's luck value is only 240, and you need 2,000. 240 is quite a lot. A mosquito is still meat. Brother Unity, you're too realistic. Host, I hope you understand that you are not a body of adamantium. Don't be a hard steel. Lee Lockjaw paused for a moment. Brother Unity, you're concerned about me? Sophie looked suspiciously at Lee Lockjaw, who was frozen in place. Host, I just don't want to lose a what? Partner. William, what's wrong with you? Sophie saw him stop and hurriedly looked around. Oh, nothing, just thinking. In the car rental shop, Lee Lockwood skillfully picked out a black SUV. Brother Unity, how about this car? Superior performance for escape. Escape? He laughed. Aren't we going on vacation? Host, please take the task seriously. Brother Tong, are you bored? Besides, I'm driving a car, not a spaceship. Can I still fly out of the galaxy? Lee locks up the car to pay the bill. Sign the rental contract. The action in one fell swoop. Sophie sat in the car, looking out the window at the unfamiliar street scene, her heart growing restless. Lee locked the car and started the engine. Let's go. To San Antonio. San Antonio? Sophie wondered. Black Wind is there? No. Lee locked up and smiled. There's a nice hotel there. We'll rest for the night. Sophie sighed in relief. But she still couldn't quite relax. After all, she was dealing with a strange man. A man who claimed to be an agent. The car pulled out of Texas and the night grew darker. The lights on both sides of the road thinned out, with only the stars twinkling in the distance. Inside the car, Lee locks up and turns on the stereo, and soothing music flows out. Sophie leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Lee Lockjaw glanced at her, and the corner of his mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. Host, her heart is beating fast. I know, he said softly, she's afraid. You need to take some initiative. Active? He laughed. That's my strong suit. He hummed softly, his fingers tapping a random rhythm on the steering wheel. Sophie peeked her eyes open and looked at his side face as he focused on driving. His blonde hair glistened in the dim light of the car, and his chiseled face held a hint of a cynical smile. Sophie's heart was beating faster. It's midnight in San Antonio. Neon lights are flashing, and the smell of alcohol and hormones is in the air. Lee and Sophie walk into a motel called the Midnight Sun. The hotel sign was faded, and the flickering neon tubes made a nuisance current sound. Looking worn in the night, at the front desk sat an old woman with gray hair who was watching a small television with great interest. The TV was playing old westerns, and images of gunfights and chases flickered across the dimly lit room. 2 rooms. Lee Lockjaw walked up to the counter. The old woman looked up, her cloudy eyes sweeping over the 2 men. Papers. Li Liuju handed over the passport. The old lady slowly looked through, as if each word must be carefully recognized. William Smith. Rice. She looked up. Sophie. Brazilian? Sophie nodded and handed over her fake passport. The old lady looked at them again. Cash or credit card? Cash. Lee locked up and pulled a wad of bills out of his pocket. The old lady took the money, counted it, and then took 2 keys out of the drawer. 302. 303. She pointed to the end of the hallway, down the hall and to the right. Lee Lockjaw took the key and turned to Sophie. Let's go. Sophie followed him, the hallway smelling of mold and smoke, the wallpaper peeling off the walls in the dim light, revealing patches. Walking to the door of 302, Lee Lockjaw stopped. You go rest first, I still have something to do. Sophie hesitated. What is it? Work. He smiled. The daily routine of an agent. You know. Sophie nodded and opened the door to room 303. The room was small, with a double bed, an old TV, a closet, and a table. The wallpaper on the walls was yellowing and peeling in places, revealing the concrete wall beneath. The air smelled musty and an unidentifiable odor. Sophie put her bag on the table, went to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Outside the window was the noisy street, a mix of car horns, shouting pedestrians, and the sound of music coming from the distance. Taking a deep breath, she turned to close the door to her room and inserted the bolt. Still apprehensive, she walked over to the bed and sat down, watching the flickering snowflake dots of the television and thinking. She remembered Lee Lockjaw's smile just now, the way he protected himself, and the words he said. You're my friend. Everyone deserves to be saved. Sophie's tears fell again, and she covered her face, crying softly. She didn't know what she was going to do or who she was going to trust. All she knew was that she was tired and scared. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Startled, she nervously asked, Who? It's me. Lee's locked voice came through the door. William. Sophie hesitated, but opened the door. Lee Lockjaw stood in the doorway with 2 bottles of beer in his hand. Do you want a drink? Now. Sophie wondered. Couldn't sleep. He grinned. Just in time to talk to you. Sophie sidled up to let him in, and Lee locked and closed the door to his room with a backhand. He walked over to the window and pulled the curtains closed. It's safer this way. Sophie looked at him and suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Lee Lockjaw opened a beer and handed her one. Here, celebrate our escape. Sophie took the beer and hesitated, but took a sip. You seem nervous. Lee locked up and looked at her. Still scared? Sophie nodded. I'm afraid of the black wind. Don't be afraid. He smiled. I'm here. But, Sophie lowered her head. They're good. Any more powerful than that? They're just a bunch of rabble-rousers, said Lee Lockdown. And besides, they've already pissed me off. What are you going to do? Going after them? Of course. He looked at Sophie. Will you help me? Sophie froze. Me? Well, Lee Lockwood nodded. I know you know them well. But, Sophie hesitated. I can't help you with anything. No, you can. Lee locks up. You're more important than anyone else. Sophie looked at him, a flash of doubt in her eyes. Why? Because, he leaned closer to her. Because you're my friend. Sophie's face reddened and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Sophie, Lee Lockwood's voice became soft. I know you've been through a lot, but it's all in the past. You deserve better. He gently stroked her hair. Trust me. Sophie raised her head and looked into his eyes, tears blurring her vision once again. William, hush. He pressed a finger gently against her lips. Don't say anything. He slowly moved closer to her, their breaths intertwining. Sophie closed her eyes and felt his scent, his warmth. Her heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of her chest. Lee Lockjaw kissed her lips gently, his movements gentle and restrained. Sophie's hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck, responding to his kiss. The air in the room gradually heated up, and ambiguity spread between the two. Lee's locked hands roamed her body, igniting her passion. Sophie's breathing became more and more rapid and her body began to tremble. She clung to him as if she were trying to merge herself into him. Chapter 184, The sound of two people breathing. Outside the window, the night was deeper. The sound of car horns, music, and sirens in the distance faded away. The only sound left in the room was the sound of their intertwined breathing and heartbeats. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Sophie's heart and gaining 240 points of lucky value. Lee Lockjaw opened his eyes and looked at Sophie in his arms. She had a contented smile on her face and teardrops on her long lashes. He kissed her forehead gently. Good night, Sophie. Sophie rubbed herself in his arms. Good night, William. Lee Lockjaw looked at her sleeping appearance, but his heart was cold. At 240 points, it's not enough. He has a long way to go. The early morning sunlight poured through the curtains and into the room. When Lee Lockjaw woke up, Sophie was no longer there. He sat up and looked at the empty room. He went to the window and pulled back the curtains. Outside the window, the sun was shining and the sea breeze was gentle. Host, Sophie has left. I know, he said lightly. She has a life of her own. She left you a note. Lee Lockwood turned around and saw a note sitting on the table. He walked over and picked up the note, which read, Thank you, William. I'll always remember you. Sophie. Lee Lockjaw looked at the words on the note and suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He put the note in his pocket and turned to leave the room. Host, where to next? Go to Houston, he said. That's where Blackwind's lair is. Host, are you sure you want to go alone? Of course, he laughed. I'm an agent of the IFB and ICA. I can do anything. Host, please don't be overconfident. Brother Unity. Sophie gave it to me out of gratitude. I can't fail her? I'm just reminding you to be careful. Forget all that. He started the car. It's worth it to me. Brother Unity, do you know why Sophie left? Without waiting for the system to reply, Lee Lockjaw whispered. She loves the rich businessman Lee Lockjaw who was willingly cheated by him twice in Brazil. The black SUV drove out of San Antonio and disappeared into the vastness of the highway. The Texas sun baked the earth and the asphalt almost melted. Lee locks up in his black SUV and drives down the interstate to Houston. The view out the car window was monotonous, with only endless wilderness and the occasional gas station. Host, 300 kilometers to Houston. Where is Blackwind's lair? Lee Lockjaw asked. Specific location. An abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Houston. The system replied, but the surrounding area is very heavily guarded, and the host is advised to proceed with caution. Cautious? Lee Lockjaw sneered. That word is not in my dictionary. Host, vehicle trailing ahead detected. Lee Lockjaw glanced in the rearview mirror, and a black pickup truck was not far behind. Brother Unity, zoom in on the picture. The screen shows details of the pickup truck, the license plate number, the model, and even the driver's facial features are clearly visible. The driver was a Blackwind man and there were 3 other passengers in the car, all armed. Looks like they're coming for me. Lee Lockjaw narrowed his eyes. So let's play with them. He slammed on the gas, and the SUV's speed spiked instantly. Host, they're speeding up. Unity, turn on the music and have some fun. Powerful rock music echoed in the carriage, and Lee Lockjaw hummed along with the rhythm, as if completely unaware of the approaching danger. The black pickup truck was in hot pursuit, getting closer and closer. Host, they're going to do it. Lee locks up and looks in the rearview mirror to see the window of the pickup truck rolled down and a man poking his head out, an assault rifle in his hand. Chug chug chug. The bullets hit the body of the SUV with an ear-splitting sound. Lee Lockjaw jerked the steering wheel, and the SUV dodged the barrage of bullets like a nimble swimming snake. He pulled a Glock pistol out from under the seat, opened the window, and shot it at the pickup truck. Host, you're a good shot, but their car is bulletproof. Then hit the tires. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The pickup's rear tire blew out, and the vehicle lost control, slammed into a guardrail on the side of the road, and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Lee locked the car also shook violently because of the sharp braking. He stabilized the steering wheel, glanced at the rearview mirror. The pickup truck had burst into flames. Brother Unity, confirmed target status. 4 targets, all have lost vital signs. Lee locked up without slowing down and continued to drive forward. That's just where it's at, he muttered to himself. The best is yet to come. Host, roadblock spotted ahead. Lee Lockjaw looked at the several trucks crossing the middle of the road in front of him and let out a cold smile. It seems that Black Wind was prepared for this. He jerked the wheel and the SUV shot down the highway and sped across the rugged wilderness. Host, you're a great driver, but they have more cars. Lee Lockjaw looked at the approaching convoy in the rearview mirror. Brother Unity, open the armory. Arsenal opened. He took the bazooka out of space and slung it over his shoulder. Boom! A rocket whizzed out, hitting one of the lead trucks right in front of it. The violent explosions were deafening, with flames and debris splattering all over the place. Vehicles behind them braked and descended into chaos. Lee Lockjaw took the opportunity to increase the throttle, the SUV like a beast, in the wilderness rampage. Host, your behavior is overly arrogant and may cause unnecessary trouble. Trouble? Lee Lockjaw laughed out loud. I am the trouble itself. Host, your luck value is still dropping. I know, he said as he looked in the rearview mirror at the fleet of cars getting farther and farther away. But I don't care. He continued to drive forward as the sun set and the sky was colored a blood red. Host, 100 kilometers from Black Wind's lair. Is there still an ambush? According to intelligence, Black Wind has deployed a large number of snipers and armed men around the chemical plant, as well as heavy weapons. Heavy weapons? Lee locks up and raises an eyebrow. I like it. Host, you're advised to make a detailed battle plan. Plan? He laughed. My plan is, kill it. As night falls, the abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Houston looks like a sleeping beast in the night, oozing with eerie terror. Lee Lockjaw parked his car in a wooded area 2 kilometers away from the chemical plant. He opened the door and stepped out of the car, moving his muscles. The leaves rustled in the night wind, as if accompanying his upcoming battle. Host, there are more than 100 armed men in the target area. It is recommended that you use your stealth card. No, Lee locks up and shakes his head. I'm going to have some fun tonight. He took out 2 submachine guns from his space and pinned them to his waist, and carried another sniper rifle on his back. Magazines and grenades hung all over the tactical undershirt, and the whole thing looked like a mobile arsenal. Chapter 185, Good luck. Host, your behavior is too risky. Adventure? He laughed. That's what I want out of life. He took a deep breath, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Brother Unity, let's begin. Host, good luck. Lee Lockjaw's figure disappeared into the woods, and only the sound of the night wind blowing through the leaves echoed in the silent night. He was like a ghost, traveling through the darkness. The fences of the chemical plant are high and entwined with barbed wire, with high-voltage electricity installed on them. Lee Lockjaw sneered. This kind of thing couldn't stop him at all. He went over the fence with ease and landed without a sound. Host, your location has been revealed. I know. He looked at the searchlights in the distance. That's what makes it interesting. The beams of searchlights swept back and forth across the plant, as if looking for prey. Lee's locked figure weaved in and out of the darkness, dodging the glow of the searchlights. What man? One of the guards noticed something unusual. Who's there? Lee Lockjaw didn't answer, but quickened his pace. Stop. The guard raised his gun. Move again and I'll shoot. Lee Lockjaw's figure flickered in the darkness and appeared behind the guard. He struck quickly, taking care of the guards cleanly. Host, your behavior is too violent. Violence? He sneered. It's just beginning. He continued to move forward, like a grim reaper, reaping life. Gunshots, explosions, and screams intertwined into a symphony of death in the stillness of the night. Lee Lockjaw's figure traveled through the darkness, and wherever he went, corpses were everywhere. He was like a killing machine, fighting tirelessly. Host, you have killed 30 people. Not enough. He switched to his sniper rifle. I'm going to show Black Wind what happens when you mess with me. He was on the roof, and in his scope, a man was yelling over a walkie-talkie. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the man fell to the ground in response. Host, that's Black Wind's second in command. I know. Lee locked in a sneer. He's next. In the center area of the chemical plant, Black Wind stood in the monitoring room, looking at the dwindling red dots on the screen, his face terribly gloomy. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Host, you are surrounded. I know. Lee locks up looking around at the growing number of men in black. That's what makes it exciting. He dropped his sniper rifle and drew his twin guns, a glint of madness in his eyes. Come on. He turned to the rushing black men. Let's see how many of you there are enough for me to kill. Gunfire rang out again, and flashes of fire flickered through the night. Lee Lockjaw's figure weaved through the crowd like a god of killing. Unstoppable. Host, your luck value has dropped below 100. Unity. Shut up. He whispered. Any more nagging and I'll format you. The battle continued. The smell of blood filled the air, and Lee Lockjaw felt as if he was in the sure hell. He didn't know how many he had killed or how long he could hold out. The remnants of the sun were like blood, coloring the place scarlet. Inside the abandoned chemical plant, the air is filled with the pungent odor of rust and chemicals. Lee Lockjaw. No, I should call him William Smith now, an ace agent affiliated with the IFB in Rice. He stood alone in the midst of this dead silence, his tall figure as sharp as a sheathed sword. His short blonde hair was disheveled by the sea breeze, a few strands hanging unruly in front of his forehead, and those sea blue eyes were glittering with an icy light, like burning ghostly blue flames. He scanned his surroundings, the dilapidated factory buildings, the rusted pipes, and the enemies hiding in the shadows. These grandchildren, the corner of his mouth curved up in mockery, really think they're onions. Host, it has been detected that there are more than 50 armed men approaching from the front. The system's mechanical voice sounded in his head. 50? A piece of cake. Lee Lockjaw moved his neck, his joints emitting a clicking sound, and his tight black combat uniform outlined his perfect muscular lines, each piece containing explosive power. Brother Unity, the warm-up exercise has begun. Host, according to data analysis, the other side is well-equipped and has ferocious firepower. A head-on confrontation is not recommended. Are you questioning my ability? Lee Lockjaw sneered. Or is it that your outdated database doesn't have a record of my big kills? The system went silent in a rare moment. That's right, just be good and watch. Lee Lockjaw patted the assault rifle in his hand and whispered to himself. Old buddy, it's been a long time since I've let you get your meat on, so I'll let you drink your fill tonight. With that, he leapt out like a cheetah and disappeared between the intricate pipes in the blink of an eye. The first unlucky one appeared around the corner. Before he had a chance to raise his gun, he felt a chill in his neck and a giggle in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lee Lockjaw appeared behind him like a ghost, and slashed his carotid artery with a hand knife, with just the right amount of precision and power, sending him directly into unconsciousness. 1. Lee Lockjaw licked his lips, excitement shining in his eyes. He quickly scavenged the other side's weapons and ammunition to replenish his own equipment. In the darkness, he moved silently, like a god of death in the dark night, harvesting lives. The interior of the chemical plant is intricate and filled with discarded machinery and pipes. Lee Lock's the use of terrain, skillfully avoided the enemy's search, but also did not forget to set up a few surprise. Host, your behavior is extremely dangerous. The system's voice carried a hint of concern. Dangerous? Lee locked in a sneer and backhanded a sensor mine against a pipe in the corner. It's only dangerous for them. His finger flicked on the miniature remote control, setting it to delay mode. Let's see. When they're crowded, give them a big gift. Are exploding fireworks romantic enough? Humming a little tune, he continued on as if he were not on a mission but taking a walk in his own back garden. A fork in the road appeared ahead, and two members of the Black Wind were searching forward carefully with their guns. Look, Lee Lockdown whispered to the system. Here comes the gift. He silently circled around behind the two men, and before they had time to react, the dagger in his hand had already slashed across their throats. Blood spurted and 2 lives were lost. It's a shame. It's a genuine military dagger. It's just smooth to use. He shook his head regretfully and drew out the dagger. Here you go, worthy of your status, said the man, stabbing both men in their wounds out one by one. Lee locked up and continued on, his figure disappearing into the darkness as if he had never been there. In the empty workshop, a dozen or so Black Wind members were assembling, tension written all over everyone's face. Chief, what the hell do you think that guy who broke in was? A young member asked in a low voice. Who cares who he is? Spat the middle-aged man known as the leader. If he dares to come here and cause trouble, he'll never come back. The assault rifle in his hand glinted coldly in the dim light. Suddenly, a smoke bomb exploded in the crowd and white smoke quickly filled the air. Cough cough. Enemy attack. Take cover, the leader shouted. The crowd was thrown into chaos, with gunshots being fired in all directions, but not knowing where to fire. In the thick smoke, Lee Lockjaw weaved like a ghost, the submachine gun in his hand reaping lives without mercy. He could clearly hear the sound of bullets penetrating his body and see blood splattering in the air. Each gunshot was like a hammer blow, hitting him hard in the heart. Every breath he took was heavy with the smell of blood, making his nerves grow more and more excited. The smoke cleared and the workshop was a mess. A dozen bodies lay strewn across the ground, each with a look of horror frozen on their faces. Where are the people? The leader shouted, his voice echoing harshly in the empty workshop. Chapter 186, The Black Wind's Lair. Over here. Lee Lockjaw's voice suddenly came from behind him. The chief jerked around, but all he saw was a dark shadow flashing by. Immediately afterward, he felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, a military dagger was already stuck in his heart. You. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Lee Lockjaw drew his dagger and blood sprayed on his cold face. He wiped it off without a care in the world and walked to the center of the workshop. Anyone else? He shouted, a bloodthirsty excitement in his voice. Get out of there, all of you. All that answered him was dead silence. In the control room of the chemical plant, Lee locks his foot on the chest of the terrified Night Fork. The woman who called the shots in the Texas underworld was now like a lamb to the slaughter. Say, his voice was awfully calm. Where is Blackwind's lair? Nightcrawler's eyes were closed and he was trembling. She knew she was afraid she wouldn't survive the night. This man, he was scarier than anyone she had ever met. Lee Lockwood laughed and crushed her chest with his boot. Or let me tell you, the old man is in warehouse 3, is he? Nightcrawler didn't answer, just clenched his teeth. Lee Lockjaw sighed. Tell me about you. So pretty. Why can't you think of doing this business? His foot slowly moved up and stepped on the neck of Nightcrawler. Last chance. To tell or not to tell? Nightcrawler's face turned red, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Don't say anything. Well then, I know you want to be relieved. Lee locked his hand and held the dagger against her chin. Don't move. I was a medic in the army. You think before you die. In case you come back to life this time. She finally spoke, her voice hoarse as a broken gong. In Houston, chemical plant. It's not over. Lee locked up and laughed, letting go of his foot and turning to go. Wait, Nightcrawler shouted. You'll leave me alone? Spare you? Lee Lockjaw looked back at her, his eyes cold. Do you think you'll live to see tomorrow? Ignoring Nightcrawler again, he walked straight out of the control room and rummaged through the cabinets along the wall to find the explosives and timers. An hour later, a black SUV sped out of the abandoned chemical plant. Behind them, a huge explosion rang out, and flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. After the explosion of the gas wave, Lee Locks Up driving has left. Soon, behind the police car, fire trucks rushed to the scene. He looked back at the blazing fire and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Black wind? He exhaled a smoke ring contemptuously. Nothing more. Brother Unity, take inventory of the loot. He started the car and drove into the vast night. Host, this operation killed a total of 87 enemies, captured a number of light and heavy weapons, including drugs and other total value of more than 8 million, of which 600,000 US dollars, 800,000 francs, 360,000 marks. Enough. What can these do? A bunch of crap. Lee locked up and interrupted the system. Where's that technician? Is he dead? He's at Stronghold number 4. 4 more to go. Where's Sophie? Stronghold no. 1. It seems they want to make a few bases as well. Shield those scumbags' lucky values. Lee locked up and said, don't let them near Sophie. All right, host, and don't move that little secretary. Take this accountant with you. You've got to stay alive. He said in an abrupt pause and in a tone of unprecedented tenderness. And lead us to all the accounts and codes that lock up all their gold and money. I'm going to make sure that those grandsons of theirs are never allowed to turn over a new leaf. He kicked the gas, and the black SUV disappeared into the vastness of the night like an arrow off a string. Sophie sat in her room in Stronghold 4, pacing back and forth distractedly. The old man in the room was using a computer to check the balance of each fund. There are 5 other armed men guarding various parts of this house. The door was suddenly pushed open and the female secretary walked in, holding an old Colt M1911. Well, Sophie asked. He's moving property. The female secretary's eyes were a little flustered. Transfer? Where to? Sophie grabbed the gun in the secretary's hand and pointed it at the old man. Old man, tell me the code if you don't want to die. The old man was trembling with fear, shivering and pointing at the safe. In there. Sophie walked over to the safe and skillfully entered the combination. The safe door opens and inside are several gold bricks and a stack of papers. That's it? Fooling around? Sophie sneered, the muzzle of her gun pressed against the old man's head. Tell me, where did all of Blackwind's money go? Host, it is detected that Sophie's mood swings are drastic and her luck value is dropping. Damn, Lee Lockjaw cursed in a low voice. Why is this girl so impulsive? He sped up the car, and the black SUV sped through the night, racing toward Stronghold 4. Host, you are advised to use the calm aura. Calm my ass. Lee Lockjaw slapped the steering wheel in annoyance. I want her heart, not her life. But the situation is critical. If Sophie dies, not only will you not get her luck value, you will also lose an important clue. A clue? Her brother is the clue. Could the Black Wind Gang have escaped from Earth? Host, your way of thinking is too simple. Simple? I'm just here to ask for a lucky number. And I'm a philosopher. Lee's locked car braked sharply in front of the door of the fourth stronghold, the tires rubbing against the ground with an ear-splitting sound. He kicked open the door and stormed into the room. Sophie is confronted by a couple of men in black, the sound of gunfire echoing through the room. Sophie! Lee locked up and yelled. Sophie turned around and saw him, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Lee locks up and raises his twin guns, firing a barrage of shots at the man in black. Chug chug chug. Several men in black fell to the ground in response. Lee Lockjaw walked to Sophie's side and shielded her. Are you okay? Sophie shook her head with tears in her eyes. William, you're finally here. I told you. He smiled. I'll protect you. He turned his head to the old man, his eyes cold. Now, you may speak. The old man shivered and pointed at the computer. It's all here. It's all here. The computer screen displayed a string of account information and transfer records. Brother Unity, copy the information. Being copied. Black Wind. Lee Lockjaw sneered. I'll see where you're going to run this time. Host, large number of armed men detected approaching. Looks like it's going to be a big night. A hint of excitement flashed in Lee Lockjaw's eyes. Sophie, are you ready? Sophie nodded and picked up the submachine gun on the floor. Let's get started. Then, said Lee Lockdown, with a rave party. Fierce, Chapter 187, Two Fierce Beasts. The gunfight erupts at the fourth stronghold, with Lee Lockjaw and Sophie fighting side by side like two ferocious beasts, tearing the enemy to shreds. Lee locks up with his athletic hands and precise marksmanship, finding the target with every bullet. Sophie was no slouch either, the submachine gun in her hand spewing fire and knocking the enemy off their feet. Host, your luck value is rising. I know, said Lee Lockdown as he fired. Tonight, we're going to have fun. Host, it is detected that Lin Xiaoning is on her way. What's she doing here? Lee locked in a frown. It's not clear, but her luck value is also rising. Damn it, Lee Lockjaw cursed under his breath. This girl is up to something again. He sped up his firing, itching to end this fight immediately. Host, you are advised to use a drone. Good idea. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Brother Unity, you're getting smarter. He took the drone out of space and maneuvered it to the enemy's rear. The camera on the drone sends a clear picture of the enemy's location and trajectory back to Lee's locked tablet. He looked at the image on the screen, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Black Wind, your time to die has come. He maneuvered the drone and launched a fierce attack on the enemy's rear. Explosions, screams, and gunshots were intertwined like a hellish scene. Lee Lockjaw and Sophie took advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement and come to the SU parked on the side of the road. Get in the car. He opened the car door. Sophie gets into the passenger side. Lee locks up and starts the engine, and the car speeds away. Host, Lin Xiaoning is nearby. Lee Lockjaw glanced in the rearview mirror. A red sports car was following not too far behind. What does this girl want? He frowned. It's not clear, but she's very lucky and could have an impact on your plans. Influence? He sneered. Then show her what true strength means. He slammed on the gas and the SUV's speed soared again, leaving the red sports car far behind. Host, your behavior is too reckless and may result in mission failure. Failure? He laughed out loud. I, Lee Lockjaw, don't have the word failure in my life. In an abandoned warehouse outside of Houston, Black Wind is on a video call with a man. How did it go? Black Wind asked. All being well, said the man. William Smith is in our sights. Very well, Black Wind nodded. Remember, I want it alive. Understood. The video call ended and Black Wind walked over to the window and looked out at the illuminated city. William Smith, he whispered, you cannot escape me. Suddenly, the door to the warehouse was slammed open and Lee Lockdown walked in, a gun in his hand. Black Wind, he sneered. It's been a long time. Black Wind's face changed drastically. You, how did you get here? Came to settle a score with you. Of course. Lee locked up and raised his gun. And, by the way, where's Sophie's brother? Black Wind looked at Lee Lockjaw with fear in his eyes. He could never have imagined that this man, whom he regarded as an ant, would appear here. You, who the hell are you? He asked, trembling. I'm the one who's come to take your dog's life, said Lee Lockdown, and to tell you that you're stepping into a mess. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out and Black Wind fell in a pool of blood. Li Lockjaw looked at his corpse without a trace of pity in his eyes. Brother Unity. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host, but you are doing a public service. There is no mission reward. It's okay, I'm at peace. Host, Lin Xiaoning is right outside the door. Let her in. Lin Xiaoning pushed the door and saw the body on the ground. Her face changed slightly. You killed him? Well, Li locked up and nodded. He deserves to die. Lin Xiaoning looked at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Thank you, she said suddenly, for avenging my father. Li Lockjaw froze for a moment, then smiled. A show of hands. Lin Xiaoning walked over and stood in front of him, the moonlight pouring through the window and onto her face. Officer Li, her voice was soft. Will you ever leave again? Li Lockjaw slowly removed his mask. In this world, probably only Lin Xiaoning and Chen Bishi could know his true colors. Looking at her, a flicker of imperceptible gentleness flashed in his eyes. It will. Lin Xiaoning's tears fell again. Why? Because I can't stay. Why? Because. He looked at her. Because I have more important things to do. Lin Xiaoning ran out crying. Li Lockjaw looked at her back and suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Host, Lin Xiaoning's lucky value has reached 500 points. 500? Li Lockjaw laughed. Looks like I didn't make a wrong choice. He turned and left the warehouse, his figure disappearing into the night. The dilapidated slums are filled with the stench of garbage and sewage. Li Lockdown, who goes by the alias William Smith, drives a stolen pickup truck that bumps along potholed streets. Sophie sat in the passenger seat, nervously gripping her seatbelt and looking out the window from time to time. Host, the target area has been reached. Sophie, are you sure this is the place? Li Lockjaw looked out the window at the dilapidated scene. Your brother would be locked up in a place like this? Sophie nodded, a hint of fear in her eyes. I've been here before, but it's dangerous here. Host, multiple armed men detected in the vicinity. You are advised to proceed with caution. Caution? Cautious can save your brother? Li Lockjaw sneered. Besides, I've always been cautious. He opened the car door and stepped out. Sophie also followed off the bus, and she tightly grabbed Li Lockjaw's arm as if she was grasping a straw to save her life. William, I'm scared. Li Lockjaw patted the back of her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Host, your behavior will increase Sophie's favor with you, and her luck value will rise. Rise? Then rise. Li Lockjaw was secretly calculating in his heart. Not bad. Keep draining her luck value. He led Sophie into a dank alleyway lined with walls scrawled with messy graffiti, and the air smelled of urine and decay. Sophie followed him closely, afraid of losing him. Host, the target is just ahead. Li Lockjaw slowed his pace to a rusty iron door. He gestured for Sophie to duck aside, then gently pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit and several men were sitting around a table with bottles of alcohol and drugs. A skinny boy was tied to a chair, his face bruised and his eyes vacant. That's my brother. Sophie covered her mouth as tears came to her eyes. Li Lockjaw patted her shoulder. Keep quiet and wait for my signal. He dodged into the room and closed the door behind him. Host, your location has been revealed. I know. Li Lockjaw sneered. That's what makes it interesting. He took his pistol out of his space and shot it at a couple of the men. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed through the room as several men fell to the ground in response. Li Lockjaw walked up to the boy and cut the rope. Are you okay? The boy raised his head and saw Li Lockjaw. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. You? Who are you? I'm the one who came to save you. Li Lockjaw smiled. Your sister sent me. He picked up the boy and turned to Sophie. Let's go. Sophie ran over to her brother and hugged him, tears streaming down her face. The three quickly left the room and disappeared into the night. Host, congratulations on completing your mission and gaining 40 points of Sophie's luck. Chapter 188, Getting Rid of Sophie. 40? Was less. But the thought of not living for nothing made this bit of hard work worthwhile. He took Sophie and her brother to a small hotel and got 2 rooms. You guys rest first. I'm going to take care of something. Li Lockjaw said to Sophie. Sophie nodded. William, thank you. Li Lockjaw smiled. We're friends, aren't we? He turned and left the room and went to the roof of the hotel. Host, where to next? Go to Las Vegas. Li locks up and looks at the stars in the distance. There are plenty of beautiful women there, and it suits a rich man like me. Host, your thoughts are dangerous. Dangerous? He laughed. That's what makes it exciting. How do I get rid of Sophie? That's what's giving me a headache. Host, all you have to do is sneak out. That's a solution, but I'd rather say it explicitly. During the night, Li locks up and calls Sophie into the hallway. Sophie, take your brother somewhere safe and don't be coming here. After that, he handed Sophie another satchel. Confused, Sophie took it. This? What is it? Your special reward. From the ICA. but you have to keep it a secret for life. Sophie nodded. I understand. Are you leaving? Yes. I have my mission. This 1,000,000 knives is enough for you and your brother to live on. And remember to stop being a liar. Lee Lockjaw finished his sentence in one breath, picked up his backpack, and turned to leave. Las Vegas is a night of lights and paper. Lee Lockdown. No. Now it's William Gates, who shows up at the casino in a designer suit. Host. No target with a luck value over 100 can be detected. Brother Unity. I don't value numbers anymore. He smiled and walked over to a gambling table. He's a big shot, and every time he bets, it's a big chip. Host. Your luck value is so high that you almost never lose. It's impossible to lose even if you want to. Soon he won a large sum of money. Host. Your behavior is too high profile and may attract unwanted attention. Attention? He laughed. I'm all about attention. He picked up his 1 chips, walked over to the bar and asked for a whiskey. Sir, a scantily clad blonde approached. Alone? Well, he smiled, trying to find a pretty girl to have a drink with me. The woman sat down next to him. I'm Lily. William. As the two of them drank and chatted, Lee Lockjaw watched the surroundings without moving. Alone? William? MS. Lily, I'm not interested in you, said Lee Lockdown, pulling back the lapel of his shirt to reveal the hexagonal police badge. Humph. Stinking cop. The woman Ning folded her arms and walked away. The night in Las Vegas is like a giant vortex that engulfs everyone's sanity and desires. In the casino, the clamor, the shouts, the clash of chips, and the mechanical sounds of the slot machines in operation were interwoven into a symphony of madness. Lee locks up, and now it's William Gates, sitting at the table with a mountain of chips stacked up in front of him, like a small mountain, glistening with gold. He had a stubby cigar in his hand, and he was swallowing and looking calm, as if he didn't care about any of this. Host, you have won over $50 million blade dollars. The system's voice rang in his head. $50 million? A small amount. Lee Lockjaw flicked the ashes of his cigarette. This amount of money is not enough for me to buy a private airplane. Host, your behavior is too high profile and may cause unnecessary trouble. Trouble? He laughed. I am trouble. A man in a black suit with meticulously combed hair walked up to him. Mr. Gates. The man bowed slightly. Our boss wants to see you. Lee Lockjaw glanced at him. Your boss? He exhaled a smoke ring. Who the hell is he? Our boss owns this casino, the man said unassumingly, and he would like to speak with you. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Talk? Talk about what? He wants to make friends with you. A friend? Lee Lockjaw raised an eyebrow. Do I know him well? Not familiar, the man said. But our boss appreciates your luck and pluck. Lee Lockjaw stood up and dusted off his cigarette ash. Lead the way. He followed the man through the hustle and bustle of the casino to a plush private room. In the private room, a short, fat man with gray hair was sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand. Mr. Gates. The man stood up and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. William. Lee locked up and shook his hand. What did you want to see me about? It's nothing much. The man smiled. Just wanted to make friends with you. Friend? Lee Lockwood raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Of course, said the man. A friend like you is more than I could ask for. Yeah. Lee Lockjaw walked over to the couch and sat down. So tell me, how do you want to make friends? It's simple, the man said. From now on, when you come to my casino, everything you spend is free. Free of charge? Lee Lockjaw laughed. You think I'm short of money? Of course not, the man said. I just wanted to show my sincerity. Sincerity? Lee Lockjaw flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Your sincerity is not enough. So what do you want? I want. Lee Lockjaw deliberately trailed off. I want shares in your casino. The man froze. Shares? Yes, shares, said Lee Lockwood. 10%. It's. The man hesitated. What? Lee Lockjaw sneered. Can't give it up? It's not that I can't give it up, the man said. It's just that. Just what? It's just that you're asking too much. Hi. Lee locked up and stood up. I think it's reasonable. He walked to the door. Think about it. My patience is limited. The man looked at Lee Lockjaw's back, his face grim. Lee Lockjaw walked out of the casino, and the night breeze blew through, giving him a refreshing feeling. Host, your behavior is too risky. Adventure? He laughed. That's what I want out of life. He stopped a cab. Go to the nearest five-star hotel. Host, you're being followed. I know. Lee locked up and glanced in the rearview mirror. Just a bunch of little rats. The cab stopped in front of a luxury hotel, and Lee Lockjaw paid the fare and stepped out of the car. Behind him, a black van pulled up as well. Several black-clothed men got out of the car and walked towards Lee Lockjaw. Lee Lockjaw turned around and looked at them. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Hello there, he said, speaking fluent American English. What do you want? Instead of answering, The men in black quickened their pace and surrounded him. Lee Lockjaw laughed. Brother Unity. It seems that tonight's midnight snack is in order. Host, it is recommended that you use the Fighting Frenzy card. No need. Lee Lockjaw shook his head. I don't need skill cards yet to deal with these few minions. He moved his wrists and his joints made a clicking sound. The men in black swarmed the room, and Lee locked in a quick strike. His movements were clean and sharp. Each punch, each kick carried great power. Several black-clothed men were beaten by him without the ability to fight back, and their screams echoed in the night. In less than 5 minutes, all of the men in black fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Lee Lockjaw patted the dust on his body and turned to walk into the hotel. The lobby was gilded with crystal chandeliers reflecting a brilliant light. Lee locked up and walked to the front desk. Presidential suite. Yes, sir, the attendant said respectfully. Your ID, please. Lee locked up and handed over his passport. William Gates. The attendant took the passport and glanced at it with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Gates, she said respectfully, your room is ready. The next night, Lee locks up and shows up at the fanciest nightclub in Las Vegas. The deafening sound of music, the wildly writhing crowd, and the colorful lights gave him a rush of excitement. He walked over to the bar and asked for a drink. Host, there are still no targets in the neighborhood. Chapter 189, Tracking Down Lee Lockjaw. Gray clouds hung low, like a huge sheet of lead pressing down over Melbourne. The air was humid and sticky, seeming to wrap one up in endless stickiness. Hee-Wei stepped off the plane and took a deep breath. The fishy salty sea air wrapped with the smell of gasoline rushed straight to her nose, making her frown slightly. She didn't like the smell, just like she didn't like the city. Host, Lin Shui is waiting for you on the street to the northwest. The system's voice rang in his ears, cold as the weather in this city. Hee-Wei pulled her windbreaker to block the cold, wet wind, then walked toward the crowded street. Simone followed closely behind, while Hong Ying was hidden in the crowd like a ghost, ready to deal with unexpected situations. A distant siren broke the silence of the city, like a wounded beast whimpering. It's a city that's full of restlessness and agitation. Lee Lockjaw, now the face of Lee Xian, will he be in the city? She suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation, as if the air of the city was filled with the smell of Lee Lockjaw, everywhere and lingering. She wanted to find him, but was afraid to find him. This conflicting emotion was messing with her mind. She looked up and saw a black police car parked at the end of the street. Beside the car, a woman in a police uniform was looking at her. Between Lin Shui's brows and eyes, there were more than a few points of fatigue, but the sternness that came out from her bones still made people feel oppressed. Hee-Wei slowly approached and extended her hand. Lin Shui, long time no see. Lin Shui's gaze swept over her face before taking her hand. Hee-Wei, hello? Her voice was calm and restrained. Senior Inspector of Interpol, Hee-Wei. Hee-Wei smiled. Officer Lin, why bother to introduce yourself? We're all on the road. There's no need to make it so official. All gang up? Then the officer's uniform can be thrown away. Simone added without slowing down, obviously trying to provoke Lin Shui. Lin Shui, of course, is not a vegetarian. Immediately picking up. I wear a police uniform because I can afford the hat on my head. Unlike some people who waste taxpayers' money for nothing. Hee-Wei waved her hand, telling Simone to keep quiet. She knew that in terms of being clever, neither she nor Simone were a match for this policewoman. Officer Lin, you know where we're coming from. Of course. Lin Shui put away her smile and pointed behind herself. Let's talk over here. The rain pattering outside the window of the law enforcement agency's parlor added a bit of oppression to the meeting. Hee-Wei didn't sit down, but directly took out a wanted notice from her bag and placed it on the table. On the wanted poster, a man with long hair and beard is smiling at the camera with a hint of evil in his eyes. This person, do you recognize him? Hee-Wei asked right to the point, lowering her voice and filling it with intimidation. Lin Shui looked at the photo and said calmly, Li Shixian, a missing person. Missing persons? Simeone sneered. Or is it the officers under your command? Lin Shui looked up at Simone. Maybe it's both. After all, we haven't been in contact for long. Hee-Wei ignored the conversation between the two and continued. Is he a dragon nation? Lin Shui raised her head and calmly looked at Hee-Wei. I said that he is a missing person. All the information proves that he's a citizen of the Koala Kingdom and doesn't have Dragon Kingdom citizenship. Then what about this photo? Hee-Wei took out another photo of Li Lachu and Chen Bishi eating together. Lin Shui just looked at it and put away any expression on her face. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's just a bit of a resemblance. After all, in this world, there are so many people who look alike, aren't there? Hee-Wei narrowed her eyes as she realized that this Lin Shui was much harder to deal with than she had imagined. You don't have to deny it in a hurry. Smyrny snapped. We all know he's with you. Yeah? Lin Shui shrugged. Then you guys can come get him. Hee-Wei laughed. Officer Lin, you really don't see the coffin. Same to each other. Lin Shui got up and walked over to the window, looking out at the misty rain and fog. I'm just carrying out my duties. As for you guys, do you have any proof? No evidence is needed. He Wei stood up. We need to take Li Shixian away to assist in the investigation. Lin Shui turned around, her eyes sharp. As I said, this is the country of Koala, not your dragon kingdom. He. Simone laughed coldly, taking her cell phone out and handing it to her to see. I also have evidence here. The video of that mashiming of yours and Li Lachu going in and out of the high-class clubhouse. Lin Shui's face instantly sank as she looked at the picture of Masaman, straddling an exposed blonde woman. She handed the phone back to Simone and looked up at Li Lachu. Is Li Lachu the same as this? What? You want to defend this kind of scum too? He Wei interjected. Lin Shui shook her head. No need. Li Shixian is now a wanted criminal. We must take him away. He Wei said coldly. Whatever. Lin Shui seemed to have resigned herself to her fate, leaning against the table behind her. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Ma Xiaoshui walked in with a hint of doubt on his face. Team Lin, I have a bit of a situation here. What is it? Lin Shui asked. We found that Li Shixian, Ma Xiaoshui said. He's not at the police station. He's at. Where? Lin Shui's heart skipped a beat. At the West Country farm. Ma said. Sure enough. He Wei sneered. I told you he was here. Lin Shui looked at Ma Xiaoshui and cursed in her heart. This Ma Xiaoshui and that bastard usually have the best relationship. Why is he betraying his own brother now? Ma Xiaoshui said doubtfully. Well, it's what those police officers said. They said that Officer Li often brings his friends from there over for dinner recently. Lin Shui immediately heard out that those police officers were the small police officers who often fooled around with Li Lachu. What did they say? Lin Shui was suddenly a little uneasy. They said that Officer Li seems to have bought a farm over there and wants to be a farmer. Ma Xiaoshui answered truthfully. Once Lin Shui heard this, she couldn't keep up the cover-up and could only pretend she didn't know. So he bought a farm? Then what are we waiting for? He Wei stood up. He's now an internationally wanted man. We have to take him away. Lin Shui picked up the walkie-talkie on her desk. Notify the West Country Police Department and have them cooperate with the operation. Wait. Simone hurriedly stopped Lin Shui's movements. Officer Lin. Simone said. Why don't we go together? What do you mean? Lin Shui frowned. Don't believe me? Simeone shook her head. It's just a better match. He Wei took Simone by the shoulders. Money. We're with Officer Lin. Lin Shui smiled coldly. Yes. I hope you guys won't drag me down. Same to each other. He Wei said nonchalantly. The car was traveling on the highway to the West Country District. Inside the car, Lin Shui and He Wei sat in the back row. Neither of them said anything, and the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing. Suddenly, He Wei broke the silence. Officer Lin, have you slept with him? Lin Shui froze, then looked at her angrily. What do you mean? He Wei smiled. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking. Is it fun to ask such questions? Then I'll ask a random question as well. Why are you defending him so much? Lin Shui lapsed into silence. I'm not defending him. She bit her lip. I'm just doing my duty. Yes? He Wei raised an eyebrow. Then why are your hands shaking? I'm just a little cold. Simeone looked at the two strong women and silently picked up an apple and nibbled on it. Chapter 190, continuing to track Li Lockjaw. The two cars soon arrived at West Country Farms, where the car was parked in front of the gate. 3 people get out of the car. He Wei pointed at the small 2-story villa in the distance. This house is really nice. It looks like he's having a pretty good time. Crap. Lin Shui straightened his tie. My men are the elite. He Wei's eyes glared. She had put up with this twat for a long time. I asked you a question. Try saying it again? Isn't it a bit floaty? Lin Shui didn't bother with her. Hong Ying, you guys wait here. We'll go in and take a look. After saying that, He Wei and Simone did not look back and swaggered into the farm. Lin Shui turned back and shouted to the team behind her. You guys wait outside. Don't be impulsive. Yes, sir. When Lin Shui walked into the farm, she saw He Wei and Simone standing in front of the house. Both were pressing their cell phones. What's wrong? Lin Shui inquired warily. That old Tom said that Li Xian is Officer Li. He was drinking with him yesterday and moved out today. Asterisk. It's not what I expected. Lin Shui rushed into the house as soon as she could. What came into view was a man in a wheelchair, wearing a cheap suit and a blanket over his legs. It was Lin Xiaoning's father. You are? I'm Lin Jin. And you are? Lin Jin didn't speak to Lin Shui first, and the initiative was given to her. Oh, do you recognize this man? He Wei took out a picture of Li Lockjaw, this time without the beard. Lin Jin froze. Him? No. He Wei and Simone in the back looked at each other and smiled. This was a wonderful play. Lin Shui ignored them both and hurriedly reminded. Big brother, this time I'm here. I want to investigate something. Will you cooperate? Okay, no problem. All at the pleasure of the officer. Then I'd like to ask, how much do you know about Lee Sean? Lee Sean? I don't even know him, right? I've heard it all from Ning. He seems to be a police officer here and there. And lately he's all over this neighborhood helping me take care of the store. And there's a little girl that's pretty cute looking. Lee Lakshu? He Wei walked over quickly. Lee Lakshu? Never heard of it. I've only heard of Li Shixian. He looked up at He Wei. You all don't seem to be people he knows. Ha? Lin Jin. Let me ask you, is your leg healed? Don't pretend. He Wei was cold, her eyes sharp. Lin Jin's eyes dodged and he coughed a few times. Yes. How did you know? I've also been meaning to say that Lawyer Lee gave me money to see a doctor. And really? He's a doctor? Simeone joined in. No, he's paying for it. He used to be a lawyer. And when I clean up, I can go back to managing the food market. Big brother, don't go. Look at how you've been hocked. Your leg is broken again. Rest well. Lin Shui began to dissuade again. Lin Jin's face became a little unnatural when he heard this. He Wei looked around. In this villa, apart from the broken furniture, there were only pots of greenery left. There's no sign of Lee locking up here. Lin Jin, where is Lin Xiaoning? He Wei asked directly. Her? She went to work. Where? Seems to work at some institute. I don't know. Research for what? Simeone pressed. I don't know. And she won't tell me. Ha! He Wei sneered. Li Shixian, what favor did he give you that deserves you guys to take sides like this? Lin Jin's face stiffened and his eyes flickered a little. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Shui hurriedly explained. Inspector my elder brother has been shot and his brain is not working well. He Wei reacted quickly. Then explain why he lives here. Why did you say you didn't know? Lin Shui spread her hands. My co-workers can testify. Although Lin Jin is my relative, a distant brother, but we seldom get along. I don't even know where he lives. Exasperated He Wei. What kind of strange families did you run into this day? Turning back, he pulled Simone. Go! At that moment, Lin Shui's phone rang. Team Lin, something's going on. We're surrounded. Coordinates? The coordinates are City Plains. Just as Lee locks up and enjoys life in Las Vegas in a big way, the three women of Koala Land are in a mess. City Plains? He Wei hung up the phone with a cold smile on her face. Lin Shui really can't wait to detach me. Simeone glanced at her and gripped the pistol in her bag a few times tighter. Beware of deception. He Wei nodded and didn't say anything as she picked up the binoculars and looked at the rolling hills in the distance. What's there? Simeone asked. There are drugs, guns, and innocent lives. He Wei put away the binoculars. The chill in her eyes intensified. And a bunch of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But there's no Lee locked up there. Is there? Our Lee is the least like to get together. Simeone said calmly. He Wei didn't say anything. He's too crafty. Vivi, do you believe that? He Wei turned her head to look at Simone. Is she really just trying to sidetrack me? Simone was silent for a moment. We can't rule out that there's something else between her and Lee Taehyun. Isn't that better? He Wei laughed. I'm afraid she doesn't know anything. She picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Notify all operatives to target the City Plains. Prepare all equipment. It's a never-ending night in Las Vegas. Lee Lakshu, now William Gates, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows of his luxury hotel suite and looked out over the illuminated city. He's been here for a few days now, and every day has been casinos, nightclubs, and beautiful women. This ing life, it's no fun. Brother Unity, I feel like my luck value still hasn't gone up. Is it because foreigners can't? Host, it's possible. Fark, I want to change the map. He put down his glass of wine, turned on his cell phone, and began searching for any Chinese-American gathering places nearby. Soon, he found a marker for Chinatown on the map. Well, Chinatown should be able to find some inspiration. He crushed the cigar out and turned to walk to the checkroom. He took off the designer suit he was wearing and replaced it with a loose-fitting tunic and a silk fedora on his head. He also rummaged through his space for a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a well-trimmed mustache of 8. Brother Unity, how do I look like this? He surveyed himself in the mirror. Host, you look like a greasy, middle-aged Dragon Kingdom businessman. Ha ha ha, you know me well. This look is what makes me manly. He walked out of his hotel room and paced the hallway a few times, feeling a little old, yet very mature and stable. Lee Lakshu, you're too good. Lee Lakshu whistled and took 3 steps into the street. Chapter 191 Chinatown. Pedestrians on the side of the road were giving sideways glances and whispering. This guy looks like a fortune teller. It must be a tycoon from the Dragon Kingdom. Looks like a thug. Never seen the world. Lee Lakshu listened to these arguments without any waves in his heart. He went into an old-fashioned barbershop and had the owner trim his beard and give him a new haircut. "Sir, you're so handsome. Walking out like this, you'll definitely charm a crowd," the boss said with a smile. "That's natural." Li Lachu looked into the mirror and admired himself. He walked down the street and soon saw the Chinatown Pagoda. The red plaque with the word Tui Longguo written on it stood out in the night. It really does smell like Dragonland. He stroked his beard and walked into Chinatown. On both sides of the street, red lanterns were hung, and the stores were filled with all kinds of goods that were unique to the Dragon Kingdom. The air was filled with the scent of stir-frying and all sorts of familiar country sounds. Li Lachu felt as if he had returned to his hometown, and the anxiety in his heart also dissipated a bit. He walked into a tea house, ordered a pot of Longjing tea, sat by the window, and sipped it leisurely. He looked down the street at the pedestrians coming and going, searching for his target. "That's odd." He frowned. "How come none of the women have high luck?" "Host, it's possible that the lucky value here has been absorbed by something else." "What do you mean?" "I'll go to the casino then." Li Lachu had just put down his teacup when he heard a clamor coming. He got up and walked over to the window to see a group of men in black chasing a young girl. The girl ran as fast as she could, but eventually her strength gave out and she was grabbed by a man in black. "Help!" The girl called out for help in Longhua, but no one dared to step forward to stop her. The corner of Li Laxo's mouth curled up slightly. "There's hilarity again." He put down his teacup and walked out of the tea house. Before he could approach, a figure suddenly rushed out and kicked away the black-clothed man who was grabbing the girl. Li Lachu narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure that appeared. It was a woman in a white practice outfit, and she moved cleanly as if she were practicing martial arts. "Brother Tong, how is this woman?" Li Lachu asked. Scanning in progress. Target, Ling Wei, 28 years old. Martial arts school instructor. Lucky value, 10. 10. The corner of Li Laxu's mouth twitched. "Brother Tong, you're getting more and more useless." "Host, I exist to assist you in accomplishing your mission, not to flirt with girls." "Then there has to be a sister to tease." Li Lachu sighed and looked at the chaos in front of him. The surrounding pedestrians scattered, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Li Lachu stroked his chin, thinking that he should make an appearance. "Ahem." He cleared his throat and walked slowly over. "Stop." His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The men in black froze and looked at him together. "Who are you?" "Mind your own ing business." Li Lachu dusted off his body and spoke in a lazy tone. "I'm here to ask for a debt." "Demanding a debt?" The man at the head of the group narrowed his eyes. "And what path are you on?" "I'm Brother Taiju of the Hung clan." He smiled. "Here to collect your protection money." "Hong men?" The man had obviously never heard of it. "You're ing here to get killed, aren't you?" Li Lachu shrugged, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed a number. "Hey, Unity," he said into the phone, "open up the heavy arsenal. I'm going to blow this place up." The black-clad men around him froze, looking at him like a little cutie, looking at him like he was. "Who the are you scaring?" The man in charge sneered. "Who do you think you are? Don't believe me?" Li Lachu looked at the crowd. "Then you guys try." He hung up abruptly and threw the phone into the air. Bang! A bullet shattered the phone, leaving it in pieces in the air. Li Lachu shrugged. "I'm really bad with guns." Just before the crowd could react, Li Lachu moved. His figure was like a ghost, weaving in and out of the crowd, each strike accompanied by a muffled sound. Bang! 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 The sounds of falling to the ground rose and fell, but Li Laxu's hands did not stop. "It's too slow," he said dismissively, looking at the men sprawled on the ground. "It's no fun at all." Yet two more were hiding in the shadows, holstering their pistols and aiming them at him. But there was a flash of white shadows. Both of them had their pistols rolled away. "You, what the hell are you?" Li Lachu looked at the woman in white who stood over. "Li Lachu, my name is Ling Wei." She looked at Li Lachu, dropped the pistol in her hand, and looked around contemptuously. "Mistress Ling." Li Lachu smiled this apologetic smile. "The highest etiquette in the Jianghu. You've helped me out of a problem, and I'm grateful. I'm just seeing the road." Ling Wei didn't clasp her fists in return, but said coldly, "No need for your thanks." "That's right." Li Lachu nodded. "I won't see you again then. You're acting high and mighty with me with your hands behind your back, and I'm even more high and mighty than you are." As he turned to leave, that line came back to Li Laxu's mind. Life is as it should be. Hey, pretending is exhausting. Li Lachu hadn't taken a few steps. Then he heard Ling Wei's voice behind him. "Wait." Li Laxu turned around. "Why do you know the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom?" Ling Wei reached him close with a single stride. "I like to see the road." Li Lachu shrugged. "Of course, I'm also from the Dragon Kingdom, so I know just a little bit about seeing things." "Are you really from the Hung sect?" Ling Wei's eyes darkened. "Oh, don't mind me. I haven't been back to Dragon Country for years." "Is that so?" Li Lachu skirted the topic. as he was unfamiliar with this area. I get the feeling you're trying to save the girl? Me? Ling Wei froze for a moment. She's just an innocent. I did it out of. But it seems to me, Li Lockjaw leaned closer to her, that you are also an innocent woman who knows kung fu. Ling Wei frowned. Who the hell are you? Li Lockjaw suddenly laughed. It's not important who I am. What's important is that we know each other, so we should familiarize ourselves further. Oh, I thought you were different from the others. Ling Wei had a disdainful look on her face. Are you saying that I'm awesome? Li Lockjaw once again showed that cheap smile. But you're also beautiful. Boring. Ling Wei turned around and was about to leave. Li Lockjaw hurriedly called out to her. Wait, don't you think there is a strong bond between us? Ling Wei stopped and didn't turn around, but said faintly, fate is all a lie. Li Lockjaw walked over and stood side by side with her. You haven't tried it yet. How do you know it's a lie? Ling Wei turned her head to look at him with a playful smile on her face. You're very good at talking. That's for sure. Li Lockjaw shrugged. I'm a descendant of Liu Bei Taijiquan. Ling Wei suddenly laughed. I see you as more of a troublemaker. Trouble? Li Lockjaw laughed. Is there a troublemaker as handsome as me? Ling Wei gave him a blank look. You're really narcissistic enough. Li Lockjaw smiled and took out his business card from his pocket, handing it to her. This is my contact information. If there is any trouble, you can look for me. Ling Wei took the business card and glanced at it. It read, William Gates, attorney at law. Lawyer? She raised an eyebrow. You're lying, aren't you? Of course it's true. Li Lockjaw laughed. I'm a professional lawyer. Ling Wei looked at him and suddenly said, I'm hungry. Li Lockjaw froze, then laughed. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Fine. Ling Wei put away her business card. But I'm going to have beef hot pot. Li Lockjaw nodded his head in a hurry. No problem. It's enough. He took Ling Wei into a Dragon Kingdom restaurant and ordered a large table of food. You really can eat. Li Lockjaw couldn't help but laugh as he watched her wolf down her food. What? Ling Wei looked up. Afraid I'll eat you poorly? I'm afraid you'll hold me up. Ling Wei snorted and laughed, giving him a blank look. You're so poor-mouthed. The two chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere grew cordial. Li Lockjaw asked about her experience seemingly casually and extracted quite a bit of information. You still practice martial arts? What? You want to learn too? Yes. When will you teach me 2 moves? Li Lockjaw licked his face and said, Humph. Wait until you beat me. What's the point of learning when you're defeated? Li Lockjaw wanted to get something out of her? How long have you been practicing martial arts? It's been a long time. I was sent to a martial arts school since elementary school, and then I studied with a master for 15 years of traditional kung fu, and another 3 years of modern fighting arts. When Li Lockjaw heard it, this girl was not simple. Looks like a practiced man. He hurriedly asked again. Must be quite a fighter then? Ling Wei pointed her finger at a few hobos in the distance. Why don't you go over and practice with them? Li Lockjaw almost didn't squirt. Why don't you practice with them and I'll give you a shout out. Cut. No guts. You're the one with the guts. You finish these and I'll go through 2 moves with you. Li Lockjaw pointed at the remaining dishes on the table. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow. Come on. Who's afraid? The two began to eat again. Chapter 192, Fairy Yunhan. Li Lockjaw rubbed his stomach and looked at the empty plate on the table, and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. It seems that I still underestimated your meal size. Ling Wei wiped her mouth and said lightly, I just don't want to waste food. Well, Li Lockjaw stood up. So where should we go now? Where to? Ling Wei raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to have a couple fights with me? Li Lockjaw froze, then laughed out loud. I almost forgot about this, but are you sure you want to fight me? What? Ling Wei stood up as well. Afraid of losing to me? Afraid? Li Lockjaw shrugged. I never knew how to write the word afraid. The two walked out of the restaurant and into an empty lot in Chinatown. The lights around them were dim, with only sporadic noises coming from the distance. How about here? Li Lockjaw looked at Ling Wei. Whatever. Ling Wei swung her starting hand. Li Lockjaw took a deep breath, put away his cynical smile and looked at her seriously. He knew that the woman in front of him was by no means a vase, but a female panther hiding sharp claws. You strike first, Li Lockjaw said. Ling Wei didn't have the courtesy to rush up with an arrow step and punch straight at Li Lockjaw's face. Li Lockjaw steps to the side to avoid it, while returning fire with a right hand. The two of them instantly entwined, their fists and feet clashing with each other, emitting dull crashing sounds. Li Lockjaw's movements were clean and sharp. Each move carried a powerful force, but they were neutralized by Ling Wei one by one. Ling Wei's pace was light and her attacks were continuous, like a dexterous viper ready to strike a fatal blow. The two fought back and forth. Li Lockjaw's body began to heat up. His blood was boiling. He felt as if he was back on the battlefield, his adrenaline soaring. He took a deep breath and decided to go all out. He suddenly sped up his attacks, his fists and feet raining down on Ling Wei. Bang bang bang! Ling Wei was knocked back by him, but her eyes became even more excited. Yes! She yelled. Again! She came charging up again, her attack even more aggressive. Li Luochu knew that he couldn't go any further, or he was going to reveal himself. He deliberately sold a break and was kicked in the chest by Ling Wei. Put! Li Luochu took a few steps backward and pretended to fall to the ground. Ouch! I can't! I admit defeat. He covered his chest and waved his hands repeatedly. Ling Wei stopped her attack and walked over to him, looking at him condescendingly. What? Admitting defeat so quickly? I can't help it. Li Luochu pretended to be out of breath. You're too good. I'm no match for you. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow. You're so useless. That's for sure. Li Luochu grimaced as he stood up. I'm just an ordinary guy. Ordinary people? Ling Wei sneered. You think I would believe that? Don't believe me. Li Luochu shrugged and turned to leave. Wait. Ling Wei called out to him. What fist technique did you just use? What kind of boxing? Li Luochu played dumb. I just punched randomly. Impossible. Ling Wei frowned. I've never seen that kind of punch before. Li Luochu smiled. Maybe I'm just gifted. Don't be so self-absorbed here. Ling Wei gave him a blank look. What the hell are you? Li Luochu looked at her and suddenly smiled. I'm a person who wants to live forever. Ling Wei froze. What? It's nothing. Li Luochu waved his hand. I was just talking in my sleep. You're such a strange person. Ling Wei frowned. Let's go. I'll treat you to tea. Drinking tea? Li Luochu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to beat me up? Beating you up. Ling Wei suddenly laughed. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. Li Luochu looked at her departing back and stroked his chin. This chick. She's a bit interesting. In the depths of Chinatown, there was a simple martial arts center, with the words Yunhan Martial Arts Center written on the door plaque, which was written with a strong and vigorous brush, revealing a murderous atmosphere. Brother Unity. That's a good name. Just a little cold. Host, your focus is always so strange. Brother Unity. Haven't you noticed that the air here is much fresher? Host, you'd better think of something practical. Li Luochu led Sophie into the martial arts hall. In the courtyard, a few young disciples were practicing, punching and kicking like the wind. Tigers and tigers. A woman in white practice clothes stood in the center of the courtyard. Her movements were gentle and slow but contained an unspeakable power. The woman's skin was like solid fat, her eyebrows were like a painting, and her temperament was as cold as ice, like a fairy that walked out of a painting. When Li Luochu saw her, his entire body froze. He felt as if his heart had been struck by something and his breathing became rapid. Host, target lucky value 800. Actual age 120. The system's voice sounded in his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Luochu almost shouted. 120 years old? Is this still human? He rubbed his eyes and reconfirmed the numbers on the screen. 120 years old. 800 lucky values. Li Luochu muttered. I'm on my way to becoming immortal. Ling Wei walked over to the woman and bowed respectfully. Master. The woman turned around and her gaze fell on Li Luochu. Her eyes were calm, yet she looked like she could see through everything. You're here. Her voice was cool and pleasant, like a mountain stream. My name is Li Luochu. He hastily collected his smile and said respectfully, this is my friend Sophie. My name is Yunhan. The woman nodded. Make yourselves at home. She turned toward the hall, and Li Luochu and Sophie hurriedly followed. In the hall, there were all kinds of ancient weapons and calligraphy and paintings, and a huge Taiji picture hung on the wall. Please sit. Yunhan sat down at the tea table. Li Luochu and Sophie followed suit and sat down. Master. Ling Wei brought tea. This Mr. Li's kung fu was very impressive. Is that so? Yunhan looked at Li Luochu with a hint of probing in his eyes. You've studied Taoist martial arts? Li Luochu froze for a moment, then nodded. I learned some from an old Taoist when I was a child. No wonder. Yunhan nodded. There's a hint of Taoist truth in your movements. Li Luochu was shocked in his heart. Could this woman have seen something? He's a liar. I didn't even take advantage. Li Luochu hurriedly interjected. Your name is Li Luochu? Yunhan looked at him. Aha. Li Luochu nodded. You're not an ordinary person? Cloud Cold added. I'm really quite ordinary. Just a small businessman. And what are you doing here? Li Luochu knew that this woman was not easy to fool, so he could only tell the truth. To be honest, I came here so that I could learn some self-defense techniques, and I also wanted to hide from the pursuit here. Oh, hunting? Yes. I have offended some people who are vicious and evil, so I have to make myself strong. Li Luochu was telling the truth, but he didn't say that he was doing it to gain lucky value. Then you've really come to the right place. This martial arts school of mine, it doesn't take just anyone. Ha? Li Luochu feigned ignorance and scratched his head. Then do I not have a chance? That depends on your sincerity. Yunhan looked at him with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Li Lakshu hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to her. Late generation Li Lakshu, I implore Fairy Yunhan to accept me as her disciple. Put. Ling Wei, who was on the side, didn't hold back and laughed out. Master, you really picked up a treasure. This person is really interesting. Yunhan glanced at her and then at Li Lakshu. Do you know that I don't accept mundanes under my door? I am willing to convert to Taoism. Li Lakshu said. You? Yunhan laughed softly. I see that your earthly destiny has not yet been fulfilled, so it's better not to force yourself. Li Lakshu was anxious. Fairy, I'm really sincere. I just want to become strong and protect myself and my friends. Yes, master, take him. I'll have more than one senior brother in the future. Ling Wei followed suit. Yunhan looked at Li Lakshu with a hint of probing in his eyes. Do you really want to cultivate? Li Lakshu nodded vigorously. I want to. She was silent for a moment, then said, in that case, stay and try. Li Lakshu was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly bowed his thanks. Thank you, master, host, you've succeeded. Her luck value hasn't changed, but her age is indeed 120 years old. Brother Unity, I feel as if I've entered the coiled silk cave. What's going to happen to me from now on? 120-year-old goblin. I'm afraid I can't handle it.